In the classroom, the son of the deputy leader of Jean City's largest hunting group, along with his lackeys, cornered me at my seat, looking down on me and demanding that I either drop out or pay compensation. Yesterday, he provoked and ganged up on me, and when I fought back and hit him, they started giving me a hard time like this. His family has power and influence, and even the principal sides with them. I know all too well that justice is hard to come by. Trapped in this predicament, I unexpectedly activated a system and matched with a top-tier talent. Silently clenching my fists, I knew the real show was just beginning. The August heat in Jean City was stifling, like a giant steamer. In the classroom of the Second Martial High School, the ceiling fan buzzed overhead, but it couldn't dispel the oppressive atmosphere. The cicadas chirping in the trees outside the window only added to my agitation. Hidden under the desk, my hands clenched tightly, rage surging in my heart. The pain from the injuries on my face, arms, and neck paled in comparison to the fury burning inside me. The gazes of my classmates around me were filled with mockery, pity, and, more than anything else, fear. Before me, Li Ji in his school uniform wore a haughty expression, his sinister gaze marring his handsome features, the bruise on his cheek particularly glaring. He looked down at me imperiously, his voice brimming with arrogance. Made up your mind yet? Drop out or pay up. Listening to him, I wanted to slap him hard, but I couldn't. I was just a poor student who had awakened an E-grade archer talent no match for him and his lackeys. Just yesterday, this bastard provoked me first and even gathered a few people to gang up on me. I couldn't hold back and punched him. Just that one punch dragged my family into dire straits. I had foolishly hoped the principal would uphold justice, but when I saw him bowing and scraping to welcome Li Ji's father, I knew justice was gone. The principal coldly asked me, "Why did you fight back? Why didn't you run away?" I retorted angrily, "I was defending myself." But the principal insisted, "Self-defense?" This was clearly a fight. Just because Li Ji's father is the deputy leader of Jincheng City's largest hunting group, a martial sect expert who sponsors the school with tens of millions every year, I was supposed to take the beating. Even fighting back was wrong. All this happened simply because I spoke to the girl Li Ji had a crush on. In this dog-eat-dog world, being poor and weak is the original sin. What? Don't tell me your family can actually come up with $1 million? Li Ji's lips curled with a sneer. Your father would never earn that much in his lifetime just by cleaning sewers. Truly a family of paupers. You don't have to drop out if you don't want to. I've got plenty of time to play with you. Heard you've got a poor little sister and brother too, huh? Every word he spoke felt like a knife stabbing into my heart, and rage made my whole body tremble. I roared, "Li Ji, shut up. I can drop out, but you must not pursue this matter any further, and you absolutely cannot lay a finger on my sister and brother." A wise choice, Li Ji sneered, nodding in agreement. Dealing with poor trash like you would only dirty my hands. Watching his retreating figure, I slowly unclenched my fists and slumped into the chair, staring blankly at the ceiling fan above. In this high martial world, talent determines everything. He possesses an S-grade wind attribute combat talent, while I'm merely an E-grade archer. The gap between us is as vast as an unbridgeable chasm. I left the school in a daze and saw a military recruitment poster at the gate. With an E-grade talent, I was destined to have no chance with the martial arts university, and joining the military seemed to be my only way out. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in my mind. Conditions for dropping out met. Determination to enlist in the military triggered system activation conditions. Current talent, E-grade archer, matching corresponding talent. Match successful. Current match talent, 3S talent Hoi. A light screen appeared before my eyes. I froze for a moment before realizing my cheat ability had arrived. My nails dug deep into my palms, trembling slightly. I raised my head to glance at the crowd, gave Li Ji a cold look, then turned and walked away. I'm in no hurry for revenge. The principal of Second Martial High, Li Ji's father, none of them will escape my retribution. The smell of cheap tobacco filled the living room as I returned home. Father sat on the worn-out sofa, nodding slightly, while Mother lovingly told me to wash my hands and eat in the kitchen. At the dinner table, Father asked me why I had gotten into a fight the day before. I took a deep breath. "Dad, I dropped out of school." Mother gasped, "What? Did you drop out of school? Are you crazy?" I continued, "If I drop out, they won't pursue it anymore, and you won't have to raise the money." My father's face instantly changed. He slammed the table and roared, "Who told you to drop out? I spent so much money. Who gave you permission to drop out? Go back to school. Even if it costs $1 million, I'll sell everything to get it." I looked straight into my father's eyes and said, "We don't have $1 million. Dropping out was the deal I made with him. No, you must go back to school. What else can you do if you don't go to school?" Both my parents disagreed. I shook my head and said earnestly, "I want to enlist in the military. I got into a fight yesterday because he insulted you, calling you a sewer maggot." With that, ignoring my furious father, I walked straight into my room and slammed the door shut. Outside the door, my father's angry roars gradually turned into sobs. I woke up early, planning to first go to school to complete the withdrawal procedures, then head to the recruitment center to sign up. Entering the living room, my father Chen Jiqiang, mother, younger sister Chen Yao, and younger brother Chen Hao were all there. Their gazes instantly focused on me. Brother! Younger sister Chen Yao and younger brother Chen Hao stood up, looking at me with concern. They had already learned from our father about my decision to drop out of school. Chen Yao and Chen Hao had just entered Wuchu, and they weren't at the same school as me. Chen Hao anxiously said, "Brother, don't drop out. Let's go to the Wu Education Bureau." Chen Hao was the second child, and his temper was somewhat like our father's. I patted my brother on the shoulder and pinched my sister's cheek, smiling as I asked, "Aren't you afraid you won't get into Wu University if you don't go to school?" Chen Yao's eyes were brimming with tears. "Brother, you're about to drop out. Girls are indeed more emotional." I explained with a smile, "I'm dropping out because I don't want to study anymore. Joining the military is more honorable than getting into Wu University." This was truly my thought. With a 3S talent, I wouldn't return to second Wu High. Only by enlisting could I awaken the system. Father Chen Jiqiang looked up at us, sighed softly, and put down the cigarette he had been fiddling with in his hand. "You can drop out of school, but you can't join the military," he said. "Why?" I was stunned, completely baffled by my father's sudden decision. Mother sat nearby, hesitating to speak. Father glanced at Chen Yao and Chen Hao. "You two go to school first. I need to talk to your brother." "Okay," they nodded. Chen Yao wiped her tears. "Brother. Be good, go on." After they left, Father spoke slowly. "You're grown up now, and you can make your own choices except for joining the military. I wouldn't even oppose it if you joined a hunting team." "Dad, why? What's so bad about enlisting?" I truly couldn't understand why Father was so against it. Father didn't speak. He picked up the cigarette from the table, its tobacco already loosened from being squeezed, pinched the rolling paper, and only after lighting it did he say, "Joining the army is good, but not for you. Your grandfather died in the military. Before he died, he passed on a message to me. No one in our family is allowed to enlist, absolutely no one." Hearing this, I was completely stunned. I had asked my father before about what grandfather used to do, but he never answered. Today was the first time I learned anything about grandfather. Father exhaled a puff of smoke, the haze blurring his eyes. "Though I don't know why your grandfather passed on this message, there must be a reason. The military is too dangerous, I can't rest easy with you there." I snapped out of my thoughts, looked at my father, then met my mother's concerned gaze. Stepping forward, I said earnestly, "Dad, though I don't know why Grandpa sent this message, joining the army is the only place where I can seek justice. Joining a hunting squad would be good, but it can't compare to the power behind Li Ji." My father froze mid-motion, took a deep drag from his cigarette, his hand gripping it slightly tighter. His expression showed unwillingness, but he let out a long sigh. I continued, "Dad, Mom, their influence is too strong. Li Ji won't let this go easily and is highly likely to target either you or Chen Yao and Chen Hao. The only way to protect our family is to enlist in the military. The military takes care of soldiers' families. Only this can keep our family safe." Mother couldn't help grabbing Father's arm, trembling as she asked, They still won't let you go? Even after you've dropped out, must they go this far?" Father's cigarette fell from his hand as he suddenly looked up, eyes red. "If they dare lay a finger on you, I'll make sure they regret it even if it costs me my life." I shook my head, holding both parents' hands, and said word by word, "So for your safety, I have no choice but to join the army. I will definitely avenge this grudge. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, I will never let Li Ji and the forces behind him get away with this." After a long silence, my father finally sighed deeply and said, "Go, enlist in the military." In the office of my homeroom teacher, Jia Xuelin, at Jin City's second martial arts high school, I made the decision to drop out, leaving him filled with helplessness. He had tried his best to mediate the conflict between me and Li Ji, but as just an ordinary homeroom teacher, he was powerless to protect me against the forces behind Li Ji and the principal's authority. Teacher Jia Xuelin asked me in a hoarse voice, "What are your plans after dropping out? If you're still willing to continue your education, I have a classmate who serves as a grade director at a martial arts high school. I can recommend you there." His concern warmed my heart, but I still shook my head. "No need, Teacher Jia. Even without the incident involving Li Ji, I would have dropped out anyway. Getting into a martial arts university is too difficult for someone with my level of talent. Besides, you're aware of my family situation, my younger siblings are still in school. My dropping out will ease the financial burden at home." Upon hearing this, Teacher Jia Xuelin couldn't help but slam his hand on the desk and mutter angrily, "Those damn bastards." But after the outburst, he had no choice but to reluctantly process my withdrawal paperwork. Once the withdrawal application form was filled out, all that remained was submitting it to the Academic Affairs Office for approval to complete the procedure. I know that even if Teacher Jia didn't submit it, my withdrawal would go smoothly. In this world, weakness and poverty are the original sins. After completing the withdrawal application, Teacher Jia Xuelin ignored my attempts to dissuade him and insisted on accompanying me to the school gate. I turned my head for one last look at Second Martial High School, then pointed at the military recruitment poster by the gate with a smile. "I'm joining the army." Teacher Joshua Lean followed my finger, then withdrew his gaze and shook my hand solemnly. Please forgive me. I tried, but I still couldn't keep you here. Go join the army. That might be where you truly belong. Feeling his slightly forceful and trembling hand, I smiled and said earnestly, Teacher Jia, I will definitely come back. I'm leaving. Go ahead. The sunlight poured down, splitting my shadow in two, one half lingering on campus, the other stepping beyond the school gates. Afterward, I arrived at the Jincheng military recruitment office, where a large crowd had formed, stretching into a long queue. Everyone was there to enlist. Most in line were youths around my age, many of whom had chosen to join the army after realizing their talents fell short of securing admission to martial arts universities. While waiting in line, a burly teenager, about 6 feet tall with a face full of rough features, struck up a conversation. Hey man, you here to enlist too? Clearly not the best at small talk, his remark nearly made me burst out laughing. I pointed at the line ahead and asked, guess what they're here for? He snapped out of it and chuckled awkwardly, sorry, my bad. My name is Zhang Ruya, and you? Hearing the name, I paused, gave him a once-over, curled my lips, and gave a thumbs up, great name. I replied, Shin Chi. Zhang Ruya then asked, what's your talent? Maybe we'll end up in the same group. I shot him a helpless look, E-rank archer. He said, I've got an A-rank combat talent strength enhancement. After saying this, he glanced at me and added, actually, E-rank talents are pretty good too. I waved my hand, alright, no need to explain, I'm not that fragile. He grinned. Curious, I asked, Zhang Ruya, with an A-rank talent, you're not weak at all. Why choose to join the army? He hesitated before answering, my dad and granddad said I'm too soft-spoken and need some toughening up in the military. Finally, it was our turn to register. After filling out the forms and receiving our enlistment notices, we were free to go. Zhang Ruya stood in front of the small shop, waving 2 bottles of drinks at me. These are for you. I thanked him. He added, I just asked around. Our group from Jincheng might be assigned to the 3rd Corps. I hope we can be together. Maybe. See you in 3 days. See you in 3 days. Chapter 3, Withdrawal from School, Enlistment Registration. Jinchang's second martial high school. Inside homeroom teacher Jia Xuelin's office, listening to the decision made by Chen Shi, his heart was mixed. It wasn't as if he hadn't reconciled the matter between Chen Shi and Li Qi. He was only an ordinary homeroom teacher, and in the face of the power behind Li Qi and the identity of the principal, he could only let out a long sigh and was powerless to shelter Chen Shi. Chen Shi, what are you going to do about dropping out of school? Jia Xuelin's voice was a little dry. Looking up at the calm Chen Shi in front of him, he hesitated before asking. Although Chen Shi's awakened talent was not good, he could not bear to see Chen Shi being bullied by people like Li Ji. If you're still willing to study, I have a classmate who is a grade director at a martial arts high school. I can recommend you there. Class teacher Jia Xuelin's concerned words caused a smile to appear on Chen Shi's face as he shook his head. No need, teacher Jia. Even if there wasn't this matter of Li Qi, I would have dropped out of school. This matter of taking the Wushu University exam is difficult for a talent like me. That's why I'm still not studying, and you know the situation of my family. My younger siblings are still in school, so I'm kind of lightening the burden for my family this way. Alas. Chen Shi's words were all true, but they fell on Jia Xuelin's ears but were full of bitterness. This group of dogs. Slapping on his desk, Jia Xuelin cursed in a low voice, and after cursing, he could only helplessly give Chen Shi the procedure of withdrawing from school. The withdrawal application form had already been filled out, and as long as it was submitted to the school's registrar's office, after the audit was completed, the formalities would be completed. He is very clear, even if he does not submit this application form, Chen Shi withdrawal from this matter will also be unimpeded for completion. Being weak and poor was the original sin, breathing was wrong. Then what are you going to do? After completing the withdrawal application, Jia Xuelin insisted on accompanying Chen Shi to the school entrance despite his persuasion. Chen Shi turned his head, once again glancing at the second Wugao behind him, turned his head to Jia Xuelin, and with a smile, pointed to the advertisement posted at the entrance of the school, "Go join the army." Looking in the direction of Chen Shi's finger, the advertisement with white characters on a red background was exceptionally dazzling. Retracting his gaze and looking sideways at Chen Shi, who had a clear face beside him, Jia Xuelin's heart suddenly fluctuated. He stretched out his hand and shook Chen Shi's hand with a serious look. "Chen Shi, please forgive me, I tried, but I still couldn't keep you. Go join the army, that's probably where you should really stay." Feeling Jia Xuelin's slightly hard and trembling hand, Chen Shi smiled brightly and spoke in a serious tone. "Teacher Jia, I will definitely come back. I'm leaving. Go." The sunlight poured down from the top of his head. Chen Shi's face was hidden in the light, appearing hazy and mysterious. The shadows were stretched diagonally, passing through the school's lofty gates and lying silently on the ground behind him, while he himself was walking firmly forward, his figure seemingly split into two parts, one half of which was still immersed in the campus of the second Wushu High School, while the other half had already stepped out with its head held high. Jincheng Conscription Registration Office. There were quite a few people here, and by the time Chen Shi reached it, there was already a long line. All of these people had come to enlist in the military. The line slowly moved forward, and many of the faces in the line were teenagers like Chen Shi. The vast majority of these people chose to enlist in the military because of their talent, and there was no hope for them to get into the martial arts university. Although the hunting group was quick to make money, it was dangerous, and at the same time, there was no security. Enlisting in the army on the one hand, there are stable resources, on the other hand, the army has countless strong people, martial arts skills, resources or even more, and the most important thing is honor. There were quite a number of social terrorists in the team, self-acquainted and able to strike up a conversation with someone in a few words. "Dude, you're here to join the army too?" A voice rang out, and Chen Shi looked up at the teenager in front of him who was about his own age. The teenager was around 1 meter tall, with a face full of horizontal meat, looking extraordinarily fierce, and was currently revealing an affable smile as he greeted Chen Shi. The teenager in front of him was obviously not very good at finding a topic to chat with people, and one sentence made Chen Shi a bit tense. He smiled, raised his finger and pointed to the team in front of him, smilingly asking, "Guess what they're here for?" The strong teenager reacted and smiled awkwardly. Sorry. My name is Zhang Ruya, and you?" "Zhang Zoya?" Chen Shi froze for a moment, sizing up Zhang Ruya's image, and the corner of his mouth tugged. "Good name." Chen Shi gave a thumbs up. Zhang Ruya. How could he not connect this name with the person in front of him? Chen Shi. Chen Shi nodded and smiled. "What is your talent? Maybe we'll be divided together." Chen Shi's attitude made Zhang Ruya's heart swell and she began to chat with Chen Shi.
Yi rank archer. I'm a grade A combat talent strength enhancement.
Seemingly feeling that she had somewhat struck Chen-Chi, Zhang Ruya shyly stated her talent, and even looked at Chen-Chi when she finished. Actually, an E-rank talent is quite good. Chen-Chi helplessly glanced at Zhang Ruya. Alright, don't explain, I'm not that fragile.
He. Zhang Ruya hemmed and hawed. Zhang Ruya, your rank talent isn't weak, why did you choose to come join the army?
A ranked talent was actually not weak anymore. There were only a dozen or so people who had awakened a ranked talent in the second martial high. The time spent in line was boring, and with someone chatting with him, Chen-Chi took it as a way to pass the time. Zhang Ruya hesitated for a moment. My father and my grandfather said that I'm too soft in nature and asked me to go to the army to exercise.
Chen-Chi nodded his head. Although he and Zhang Ruya hadn't come into contact, he could already tell Zhang Ruya's nature through the short conversation just now.
It was indeed a bit softer, but it didn't seem too soft. With such an image and talent, there was absolutely no way anyone would associate him with the word soft when walking out. Instead, it was only a clean-cut look like Chen-Chi's that would be considered soft-natured. The August sun was still hot, and the queue decreased unconsciously. Finally it was Chen-Chi and Zhang Ruya's turn. Chen-Chi's information was simply registered on the draft registration, and he could leave after receiving an enlistment notification slip. Chen-Chi. Zhang Ruya stood in front of the kiosk not far away, holding 2 bottles of drinks in her hand, and waved at Chen-Chi when she saw him finish registering.
Drinks on the house. Thanks, Zhang Ruya.
Although Zhang Ruya was a bit softer in nature, she was still a very nice person.
Chen-Chi could tell that Zhang Ruya's family was in a good position, at least much better than himself.
Chen-Chi, I've just asked, our group from Jinchang will probably be assigned to the 3rd Legion, so I hope we can be assigned together.
Zhang Ruya looked up at the group in front of her with many fewer people and spoke. Maybe. Chen-Chi, see you in 3 days. See you in 3 days. Chapter 4 Attack and Kill. Comrade Chen-Chi, you have registered your information for enlistment into the army, voluntarily joining the team of resisting the alien beasts and contributing to the guardianship of the people of the country of Huaxia. This is an honorable and great cause. Holding this notification slip in your hand, please gather at the Jincheng Plaza 3 days from now, before 7 in the morning.
The 4 of them, Father Chen Jiqiang and mother as well as younger brother Chen Hao and younger sister Chen Yao, looked around the enlistment notice on the table. Brother, I suddenly feel so honored to join the army. Chen Hao raised his head, excitement shining in his eyes. Her younger sister Chen Yao was still a bit unhappy. She still couldn't let Chen-Chi leave.
Pa!
Without waiting for Chen-Chi to speak, his mother slapped his younger brother Chen Hao on the head. What's so honorable about it, that's going to fight for your life? Brother Chen Hao opened his mouth and deflated in aggravation.
All right.
Father Chen Jiqiang opened his mouth to set the tone. Since you've already registered your enlistment information, prepare well. When you go to the army, being safe is most important. The mother opened her mouth, still disagreeing with Chen-Chi's decision to join the army and enlist. It was just that now that the enlistment notice had been brought back by Chen-Chi, there was no turning back on this matter. Once one passed the enlistment registration in the Huaxia country, then one would definitely not be allowed to withdraw. In the evening, the mother showed off her skills and made a table of dishes. Even the exotic beast meat that she couldn't afford to eat in the past came with a pound of it. Looking at the table of dishes in front of them, Chen Yao and Chen Hao both quietly swallowed their saliva. The father sat in the living room, once again glancing at the enlistment notification slip on the table, dropping a sentence, I'm going down there. The 3 Chen-Chi siblings and their mother looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what their father was going to do to go. Downstairs in front of the store in the neighborhood, his father Chen Jiqiang took out his wallet, which had been worn away, and counted out a few pieces of money from the inside, come in by the most expensive bottle of wine. The store owner and his father were old acquaintances for decades, and while taking down the most expensive wine in the store from the shelves, he smiled and joked, Old Chen, this is a jackpot. You can't afford to drink this wine. Father Chen Jiqiang revealed a smile and reached out to take the wine. That boy Chen-Chi is going to join the army. That boy Chen-Chi is going to join the army? The store owner was stunned, then reacted with a haha laugh and took down a bag of peanuts from the shelf behind him. Consider it a gift from me to that boy Chen-Chi. The father, Chen Jiqiang, did not excuse himself and turned to leave with the wine and peanuts with a smile. Enlisting in the army. Chen-Chi kid, you have to work hard. The store owner looked at the figure of his father Chen Jiqiang leaving and said with a sigh. Dad, what are you doing? Chen-Chi looked at the wine that his father had placed on the table, only to feel a hard feeling in his heart. The bottle of wine in front of him was enough to cover the family's living expenses for half a month. Father Chen Jiqiang waved his hand and opened the wine in his hand without hesitation, 2 cups of wine, one for himself and the other placed in front of Chen Shi. Picking up the wine, Father Chen Jiqiang opened his mouth and slowly said, I'm incapable of being a father, bumbling around for decades, I'm incapable of protecting you when you're bullied at school. Causing you to drop out of school, this glass of wine apologizes for me not being a competent father. A drink, Dad, you are not. Chen Jiqiang waved his hand to interrupt Chen Shi's words and poured himself a second glass of wine. Joining the army is your own choice, I have no objection, go to the army and listen well. Shrink back a bit from anything dangerous, safety is most important. Father Chen Jiqiang said in a serious manner, the matter of enlisting in the army has been the nail in the coffin, this is Chen Shi's own choice, he is just a little self-condemnation of his own incapability. There was no way to stand in front of his son and withstand the raging storm for him. Chen Shi nodded and raised his glass, Dad, you have always been a hero in my heart, you are not bumbling around, let alone incompetent. This cup of wine, son, honors you. His mother was teary-eyed and wiped the tears from her eyes. All right, eat quickly, the food is getting cold. Chen Yao, Chen Hao, you guys eat too, eat more. This meal was the first time that his father, who was usually quiet, seemed like a chatterbox. Over and over again, he repeated the instructions for Chen Shi to pay attention to safety and never try to be strong. After the meal, father, mother, Chen Yao and Chen Hao packed Chen Shi's things. Chen Yao was in a somewhat depressed mood, looking back at her mother and father who were packing in silence. She turned her head to Chen Shi and said quietly, Brother, I've never seen Dad shed a tear. Chen Shi looked up at his parents who were packing up their things, thinking of what his father said on the table at night. He sighed slightly in his heart, Dad is too strong. He won't be less aggrieved than me this time. Brother, you. Chen Yao wanted to leave Chen Shi behind, but the words that came out of her mouth changed. Brother, you must work hard in the army and give our father a long face. Got it. Chen Shi squeezed out a smile and nodded. Chen Hao was silent on the sidelines. As Chen Shi withdrew from school to join the army, he was also a bit reluctant to let go. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye it was the next day. When Chen Shi opened his eyes, the house has been empty. After washing up, the light screen panel unfolded before Chen Shi's eyes. His eyes fell on the 3S talent, and a cold color crossed his eyes, justice. It was not a gentleman who did not report a grudge. Since he had already obtained the 3S talent, Chen Shi would definitely not let go of the opportunity to retaliate against Li Ji. Although he could not afford to mess with the strength behind Li Ji right now, he still had some ability to retaliate against Li Ji. As a society with an abundance of force, bows and arrows were naturally easy to get hold of. Casually available on the street, a longbow and 3 arrows cost a total of 2,304. This was all of Chen Shi's savings since he was a child. Late at night, in the busiest area of Jin City, the lights were flickering, and many men and women were swaying, their eyes mesmerized. Li Chi had his arms around 2 front and back women, and the white shaking snow shook his mouth dry. Brother Li, my chest is so stuffy. Brother Li, my heart is beating so fast, don't believe me, touch it. Somewhere on the roof of a building, Chen Shi glanced at Li Ji who had his arms around 2 women, and the corner of his lips hooked into a cold smile. He wouldn't strike right here, it wasn't the right time yet. Although Li Ji's family was very well off, his parents did not allow him to bring home any woman that was not recognized by them. Unsurprisingly, he wouldn't bring these 2 women home either. And there was only one place to want to resolve this without bringing them home. As Chen Shi calmly watched Li Chi walk into the alley with his arms around the 2 women, a cold color flashed under his eyes. The light in the alley was not very good, and Chen Shi could only see vague silhouettes, so it would be difficult to shoot Li Ji under these conditions. The opportunity was too good to miss, so he opened his bow and struck an arrow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. He shot the 3 arrows out in one go, then turned around without looking back and left without the slightest stop. Now it's just interest. Li Chi, wait for me to come back. Wait for me to come back to personally get the justice I want. 3 days passed quickly. August's Jin City was already getting light at 6 o'clock. Once 6 o'clock arrived, the family woke up early. Breakfast has been prepared, swallowed 2 mouthfuls. In the eyes of the family, Chen Shi boarded the car to the Jin City Plaza. Looking at his parents and Chen Hao, Chen Shi's nose was sore for no reason. His eyes were unconsciously moist. Young man, are you going to join the army? An older woman looked at the luggage Chen Shi was carrying and asked with a smile. Chen Shi nodded, his family's figure no longer visible in his line of sight. Good job, young man, it's honorable to join the army. The big mom stuck out her thumbs, attracting the gazes of many passengers around her. Chen Shi smiled and shook his head.
he would not have come to enlist in the army if he was not forced to quit school by Li Qi. At the Jincheng Square, there were already crowds of people. People were coming and going, and many of them were teenagers about the same age as Chen Qi. Dragging their luggage to the Jincheng Square, they looked up at the huge statue in the Jincheng Square. Holding a long sword in his hand, he was covered in scars. This was the first strong man of the Huaxia country, and the strong man who had developed the awakening talent. Battle Yuanzhou. With only an S-rank talent, he led a group of strong men to establish the Huaxia kingdom. Chen Qi. Zhang Ruya's cross-faced appearance was unusually bright in the crowd. You came quite early. Chen Qi smiled and greeted him. Zhang Ruya hemmed and hawed, and the two of them were just about to chat when a rough voice rang out in the noisy square. Recruits assemble. Turning his head to look, a huge man dressed in military uniform and nearly 2 meters tall was striding in, a pair of tiger eyes filled with sternness. And although the several people following him were not as burly as the giant man, they also exuded a brawny aura. Relatives of the sender, please leave as soon as possible for 3 minutes. The giant man raised his hand, and the few people behind him started to let the crowd leave. At this time, the time was 6:40. There were still 20 minutes left from the time agreed upon for the gathering. Chapter 5, King of Forcing Su Xingyuan. The crowd left quickly. Chen Qi and the other enlisted teenagers honestly gathered and stood in place. There were quite a few pricks among those who joined the army. And such people definitely ended up in a bad place. Once the 3 minutes had passed, the crowd that had yet to gather could only stand aside. 3 minutes, 800 push-ups for one person, starting now. The giant man's rough voice rang out again, his tiger eyes swept over, few people dared to look at them. Facing the giant man as well as the several soldiers around him who exuded a brawny aura, the rest of the people could only honestly get down on the ground and start. There was a burly, 1 meter 9 tall, 20-year-old teenager who raised an eyebrow when he heard 3 minutes and 800 push-ups. It's not yet time to gather, I'm not late. A few words fell into the ears of the giant man several people, immediately attracting stern gazes. The giant man came in large strides and stood in front of the teenager, either do it now, or I'll press you to do it. I'm not doing it, I'm not late. The teenager still felt that what he said was right. Bang! The giant man wasted no time in pressing the teenager to the ground, unable to move. This is my first lesson for you, do whatever the instructor says. The power that could not be resisted caused the teenager to instantly change color. He was only one step away from being a martial artist, and such strength made him feel that he could be different from others. But the giant man's behavior and the words spat out of his mouth made him immediately come to his senses. This was the military, there was no reason to speak of, and as the giant man had said, there was no reason in the military, whatever the superior said was done. Even if it means making you fight to the death. Settling the prick, Giant Han said expressionlessly towards the people on the side, distribute the uniforms, after you receive them, you will be given 1 minute to change. Put away the civilian clothes. With the previous experience of the teenager just now, no one asked any other questions and quickly changed into their military uniforms. Chen Qi, who had changed into his military uniform, looked at Zhang Ruya, who was not far away, and nodded slightly with a smile. By the time everyone had finished changing, the time had already come to 6:53, with 7 minutes left until 7 o'clock. Roll call. The giant man raised his hand and gave the order, and soon the roll call was completed. Report, there are 5,343 people who should be here and 5,343 people who have actually arrived. Such a result caused Giant Han to nod slightly, standing on the steps, his eyes sweeping over the crowd in front of him. From the moment you put on this uniform, your identity is no longer that of a commoner, but a soldier. Soldiers should go to war and kill foreign beasts. From the first generation of powerhouses to now, the foreign beasts have been ravaging the country for hundreds of years, and in the course of 100 years, it was the generations of people who defied life and death who went forward and stood in front of you, blocking the foreign beasts for you. Now, since you have chosen to enlist in the military, it is only natural for you to take over this responsibility. This is an honorable and great cause, and our goal is to destroy the Fey beasts. Do you hear me? Understood. The crowd replied in unison. Now, board the train. The Jin City Plaza was only 100 meters away from the Jin City station, and with a command, the crowd moved at once. A train specially designed to transport soldiers had been waiting for a long time, and as the crowd finished boarding, the train slowly started. The two of them, Zhang Ruya and Chen Qi, were assigned to a compartment. Chen Qi. Zhang Ruya, who had a face full of horizontal meat,
walked to Chen Shi's side and greeted him with a smile. Looking at the brother beside Chen Shi, the man was very eagle-eyed and obediently stepped aside and found a seat. Chen Shi smiled and did not say much. After all, from beginning to end, Zhang Ruya had never said anything to let that brother leave. This could not be considered bullying.
Chen Shi, I've asked around and this time we are traveling to the 3rd Legion.
That giant man just now is from the 3rd Legion, called Xiang Han, belonging to the 8th Division of the Beast Suppression Army under the 3rd Legion.
You know all of this?
Chen Shi was truly surprised this time. If he had inquired about Xiang Han's name, Chen Shi was not surprised, but he might know which aspect army Xiang Han belonged to and specifically to the division. That would be a bit wrong. Such news would never be revealed to ordinary people.
How could things about combat units be told casually? I go, brother is awesome, you know all this?
The two didn't intentionally avoid others, and after listening to the two, one person looked at Zhang Ruya, who had a face full of horizontal meat, in surprise and exclaimed. As the two looked over, an extremely handsome-looking teenager was looking at the two in surprise. Seeing the two looking, he smiled and nodded towards them. Su Xingyuan.
Chen Shi. Zhang Ruya. Unsurprisingly, Su Xingyuan's entire body froze for a moment when he heard Zhang Ruya's name.
After a long time, he smiled and said, "You have an awesome name, Zhang Ruya. I thought it was a cute girl if you didn't say it."
Zhang Ruya smiled in embarrassment.
Su Xingyuan just joked and did not mean to make fun of Zhang Ruya, pulling the topic back to just now.
Zoya, what you just said is true.
Su Xingyuan naturally called out to Zoya. However, when it fell on Chen Shi's ears, it gave him goosebumps for no reason.
Damn, this then is so handsome, he can't be a, right, I chow.
Zhang Ruya was also embarrassed by Su Xingyuan's name and waved her hand. "You should still call me old Zhang, I really can't accept you calling me that."
Ah, okay, old Zhang, quickly say it.
Xiang Han is under the 3rd Legion, so it is very likely that we will also be assigned to the 3rd Legion. After saying that, Zhang Ruya looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention, she lowered her voice and said, "The 3rd Legion is ranked 2nd amongst the 3 major legions, and the only one that is stronger than the 3rd Legion is the 1st Legion that was established the earliest. There are a lot of foreign beasts that need to be defended in the town's position, and they are still very strong. Being assigned to the 3rd Legion, I'm afraid it's impossible for us to be lazy even if we want to. The 3rd Legion also suppressed a beast tide some time ago, and it is said that the losses were not small, and our group belongs to the ones who filled in the lost manpower."
Chen Shi had almost no understanding of these matters. Instead, Su Xingyuan seemed to have some knowledge. After hearing Zhang Ruya's words, the expression on his face froze. I'm just an A-ranked talent. I shouldn't have to go to the front lines, right? I prefer to do logistics.
Chen Shi. Gloomily looking at Su Xingyuan, "You are really pretentious, are you?" Even Zhang Ruya was somewhat speechless. "What are your talents? Cover me a bit when the time comes," Su Xingyuan asked. The two of them glanced at each other. Zhang Ruya, grade A combat talent strength enhancement.
Chen Shi, grade E talent bowman.
The corner of Su Xingyuan's mouth tugged, not realizing that Chen Shi was still an E-rank talent. "It's fine, Chen Shi, the two of us will cover you."
Chen Shi. Zhang Ruya.
After an unknown amount of time, the train finally stopped shaking.
Get off the train and gather. Chapter 6 Cultivation Speed of SSS Talent.
The door of the car opened, and in the line of sight, rows of houses neatly appeared in the distance, and a roar could be heard. And in front of the crowd, a soldier in uniform stood neatly in place. The first moment the car door opened, a flush of gazes fell on the crowd. In a flash, the crowd only felt their bodies tighten. Although the group of people in front of them had calm eyes, they looked at themselves and the others as if they had no feelings. These were warriors who had walked out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even an ordinary gaze was enough to make an ordinary person's scalp go numb. This was a martial artist. An existence completely different from ordinary people. And the lowest strength here is a 4th gravity, and the most powerful is none other than Xiang Han, who is standing in front of this group of people.
Strength unknown.
The new recruits were broken up and assigned to the various recruit companies. The group had quickly been divided into classes. Chen Shi and Su Xingyuan were assigned to one class, and Zhang Ruya was assigned to another class. Roll call for each class. Xiang Han said with an expressionless face, and soon, the roll call for each class was completed. After the roll call was completed, Xiang Han's eyes swept over the crowd, and his rough voice sounded again. Take platoons as units, register their respective strengths, talents, and form their own combat squads. Each combat squad should have no less than 2 increased talent, healing talent as well as 4 combat talent members.
Chen Shi looked sideways at Zheng Ruya and nodded towards him before chatting quietly with Su Xingyuan. Xingyuan, this combat talent of mine is too weak, do you want to consider teaming up with the others?
Su Xingyuan turned his head to look at Chen Shi and smiled faintly. If an A-ranked gifted genius says that he will cover you, then he must cover you.
Chen Shi.
Soon, the formation of the combat squad was completed, and in addition to Su Xingyuan, an A-ranked talent, there was a B-ranked healing talent amongst the rest of the people in Chen Shi's squad, with the rest of them all being either C-ranked or D-ranked. Chen Shi's E-ranked talent was simply too weak in front of this group of A-rank, B-rank, C-rank and D-rank talents. Introducing, this is my buddy Chen Shi, E-rank talent Bowman, can be used as a scouting role for our squad, mainly exists as a combat aid. Su Xingyuan patted Chen Shi's shoulder affectionately and introduced him to the crowd.
Chen Shi smiled and nodded slightly towards the crowd as a greeting. The crowd also nodded in response. Team Su, why are we dividing the combat squads now?
Just follow orders. Su Xingyuan returned with a stern face, fully taking on the temperament of the role of captain. He had awakened the A-ranked combat talent Thunder attribute, which was most suitable for offense. A well-deserved squad leader existed. Gather at 6 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning and bring back each of you. Xianghan finished speaking and turned to leave. The squad leader in charge of Chen Shi's class was named Wu Liuyi.
He had just returned to the dormitory when he walked into the dormitory.
Several people hurriedly got up and stood in unison by their respective beds.
Each pack your bags and follow me to collect your weapons later. Squad leader, this is how you can claim your weapons? Several people were excited.
Combat talent also required weapons, and a special existence with a 3S talent such as Chen Shi was definitely inseparable from weapons. I wondered how the army's longbows were. One had yet to try out the abilities of the 3S talent. In the logistics department, Chen Shi's few people followed Wu Liuyi and started registering for weapons. Su Xingyuan chose a long spear. According to his own words, only a long spear was worthy of such a handsome look as himself. The others chose swords the most. When it was Chen Shi's turn, the words longbow were reported. The logistician in charge of registration gave Chen Shi a slightly surprised look and said with a smile, the talent of bowman is quite a lot in our place.
The other of Company Commander Xiang's 2 talents is bowman. Good luck.
The weapons in the army were very complete, basically encompassing a wide variety of weapons.
It even includes thermal weapons.
It was only that such thermal weapons were still useful against low-level foreign beasts, but when faced with foreign beasts whose strength had reached the Martial Master realm, the role of thermal weapons would be very small. Martial Master realm beasts were extremely fast and were basically able to dodge bullets, and even if it was a beast with amazing defense, bullets had completely lost their effect. Chen Shi looked at the rows and rows of longbows in front of him, and randomly picked one to hold in his hand. It was black in color and cold to the touch. The moment he gripped the longbow, Chen Shi only felt comfortable all over, and the longbow in his hand seemed to have accompanied him for several years.
This was the effect brought about by the 3S talent Hui, the ancestor of the longbow.
Any longbow did not need to be familiarized in Chen Shi's hands. The logistics department did not only come to receive weapons, but also the benefits for new recruits, the cultivation pills as well as an alien beast crystal core of the martial realm. This was meant to be a means of quickly raising the strength of the recruits.
Here you go, Chen Shi.
Returning to the dormitory, Su Xingyuan threw the cultivation pill and the Fey beast crystal core in his hand to Chen Shi.
You don't want it? Chen Shi was stunned.
Don't, this stuff is still useful for a talent like yours, it's too small for me.
Fine. Another pussy by Su Xingyuan.
Chen Shi shook his head and did not refuse. Although he had 3S talent, his strength was the worst of the few in the class. Everyone else's strength was basically on the verge of reaching the martial realm, while he was still far from it.
Thanks.
Chen Shi said with a smile, and Su Xingyuan waved his hand. After receiving the cultivation resources, the crowd devoted themselves to cultivation at the first opportunity.
Su Xingyuan felt bored and went to the other dormitories to string them out.
Chen Shi held the 2 pills in his hand as well as the 2 foreign beast crystal cores, exhaled a breath, and swallowed a cultivation pill.
Gulp.
The elixir instantly melted in his mouth, and before Chen Shi could even taste it, it turned into energy flowing throughout his body. Chen Shi only felt his entire body warm and incomparably comfortable, but before he could finish feeling it, the warmth instantly disappeared. Immediately followed by a clicking sound resounded within his body. Chen Shi violently opened his eyes showing confusion.
This is how it was digested.
The medicinal power of a cultivation pill, as far as he knew, would require at least half an hour to digest before the martial realm.
But he hadn't even tasted it just now, and this was all digested and absorbed? Could this be the correct way to open the 3S talent? Resources?
One needed resources to cultivate. Looking down at the remaining cultivation pill in his hand, he took a deep breath and swallowed it in one gulp. After a few minutes passed, he opened his eyes filled with shock. The 2 pills' medicinal power had already been absorbed, and his own strength was not far from the martial realm at this point. Such a cultivation speed was too fast. So fast that he hadn't even had time to feel it before it was over.
2 Fey Beast crystal cores were placed into his mouth.
A fishy flavor exploded in his mouth. Chen Shi did not care, the 3S talent allowed him to absorb it much faster than normal.
With resources in his hands, improving his strength as soon as possible was the way to go.
The absorption speed of the alien beast crystals was a little slower, a full 10 minutes. Inside his body, his qi and blood surged and his body was soothed. He slowly opened his eyes filled with shock. From an ordinary person to the first level of martial artist realm, he had spent a full 10 minutes before and after. Martial artist first level, qi and blood 20, strength 1500, speed 20 seconds.
Chapter 7 Battle Spirit Law.
Recruits needed to be baptized before they could become true soldiers. And before that, Chen Shi and his group had to survive a month-long recruit training. Its main purpose was to allow their group of freshly enlisted recruits to learn the rules, as well as to teach the military's unique cultivation method.
Battle Armor Aura Breathing Method.
As the first strong man of the Chinese nation, War Yuanzhou had researched and comprehended the battle armor aura breathing technique, which had been passed down. This technique can strengthen the body and blood, enhance strength, strengthen defense, accelerate power recovery and so on. This technique is also limited to the military practice, not to be spread. Veterans such as Wu Liuyi were already familiar with the battle armor aura breathing technique, and although it was not particularly profound, it was sufficient to teach Chen Shi and his group of new recruits.
The battle armor aura breathing method was passed down by the first strong man of my Chinese nation, Battle Yuanzhou.
Everyone in the military will practice it, referred to as the battle spirit method.
Wu Liuyi straddled the stand, his face showing reverence.
As the group of recruits listened to Wu Liuyi's words, the huge statue of a man with a long sword in his hand and scars all over his body immediately appeared in their minds. As the first strong man of the Chinese nation, War Yuanzhou was extraordinarily sacred in the hearts of the Chinese nation's martial artists, and this was most evident in the military. Hearing that the battle spirit method was passed down by Battle Yuanzhou, the crowd was thrilled. Chen Shi was no exception. Seeing the performance of the crowd, Wu Liuyi had a faint smile on his face. In a serious tone, remember, the battle spirit law shall not be spread out, violators shall be beheaded. After instructing, Wu Liuyi then began the teaching of the battle spirit method. Striking a strange pose, he slowly said under his breath, the battle spirit law is divided into 10 layers.
The first layer is spirit sense. Empty your mind, stay calm, and follow the rhythm of the previous talk. Wu Liuyi said as he entered the cultivation state of the Do battle spirit method. All of a sudden, his breathing suddenly became long, and between his breaths there was a faint layer of battle armor shadow hidden on the surface of his body. The third layer of the battle spirit method, the first appearance of the armor shadow. At this moment, Chen Shi and the others could not help but enter into the cultivation state of the battle spirit method. Following the posture and breathing rhythm unique to the battle spirit technique, Chen Shi only felt a sense of relief as a trace of extremely weak aura was introduced into his body. As this weak trace of spiritual qi was introduced into his body, every cell in Chen Shi's body jumped and cheered. Like a long drought, the appearance of the spiritual qi caused the cells in his body to begin to change continuously. Wu Liuyi opened his eyes and nodded slightly when he saw that Chen Shi and the others had already entered the cultivation state of the battle spirit method. The main reason why the battle spirit method was limited to the military was because it was too powerful. When practiced to the depths, one can breathe into thunder, and the battle intent is awe-inspiring. A strong person like Xian Han has entered the level of breathing into thunder. This is the 6th level of the battle spirit method. When one first cultivates the battle spirit method, one needs to guide the aura into the body, and some people are faster and some are slower at this step. For example, when he was a recruit, this step took a full day. He wondered how the speed of this batch of people was, and whether they could match his own previous speed. While sizing up Chen Shi and the others, he paced. This one is good, it already has a feeling, it should work today. Hee hee, this one is not bad either, today should be about right. Ha! When Wu Liuyi walked beside Chen Shi, his footsteps slightly paused and he let out a light eek. He actually felt a trace of aura on Chen Shi's body. Was this drawing spirit into the body already successful? Wu Liuyan's eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, it had only been a few minutes since the crowd had started practicing the battle spirit method. In a few minutes' time, Chen Shi had already succeeded? What a fast absorption speed! Standing beside Chen Shi, Wu Liuyi was able to feel that the aura in the air was being absorbed by Chen Shi. The Chen Shi in front of him was like a whale swallowing a tiger, rapidly devouring the aura in the air. This also caused the speed of the people around him to draw spirit into their bodies to slow down greatly. The speed that originally took an hour to succeed could be delayed to 2 or even 3 hours. He pondered for a moment and reached out to tap Chen Shi to wake him up. With doubts in his eyes, Chen Shi opened his eyes. Wu Liuyi did not say anything, but pointed to a location not far away, signaling Chen Shi to go there. What's your name? Chen Shi. Wu Liuyi looked at Chen Shi in front of him, who had a clear appearance and a resolute look in his eyes, and raised his eyebrows slightly. I remember that the awakened talent you registered is the Grady Combat Talent Bowman, correct? Wu Liuyi precisely stated Chen Shi's information. The squad leader needed to familiarize himself with everyone's information as well as their talents in order to target training during this period of training. Chen Shi nodded his head. Chen Shi's answer increasingly made Wu Liuyi curious. However, after thinking about it, he ultimately did not pursue the question. There was a time when someone had an average awakened talent but absorbed aura at a fast rate. This kind of example was not unheard of. He also just assumed that Chen Shi was also such a person. You should wait before you cultivate, wait until they finish their cultivation. In order to prevent Chen Shi from disturbing the others' cultivation, Wu Liuyi simply let Chen Shi rest. 2 hours later, Su Xingyuan opened his eyes, and after successfully inducing spirit into his body, he only felt that he was soothed. With his A-class talent, the speed of inducing the spirit into his body was much faster than the others. Looking up, Wu Liuyi as well as Chen Shi were both looking at him. Stay on the side for now. Wu Liuyi nodded slightly towards him. He knew Su Xingyuan's information, a ranked combat talent, and it was also a lightning attribute. Such a person would definitely rise quickly once he was off the company, and there was no need for him to get into a frosty relationship with Su Xingyuan. Chen Shi, why aren't you practicing? Su Xingyuan was curious as to why Chen Shi did not cultivate, then thinking that Chen Shi had awakened an E-rank talent, he helplessly patted Chen Shi's shoulder and comfortingly said, "It's fine. Although drawing the spirit into the body didn't work out, as long as you persist, you will definitely succeed." The words drew a strange look from Wu Liuyi's eyes. Chen Shi, on the other hand, smiled and nodded without explaining. Although Su Xingyuan liked to pretend, he was still a good person. Alright, everyone has familiarized themselves with the battle spirit method, then everyone needs to intensify their practice in the time that follows. Wu Liuyi finished and announced to bring back. I'll give you all a day to consider clearly the martial arts you need to practice, and I'll bring you to pick your martial arts at that time. Before that, I'll remind you that the choice of martial arts is best used to compensate for your weaknesses. After saying that, he glanced at Chen Shi. Just like an archer, having the means to attack from a long distance, what you need to make up for is a close combat martial skill. Chen Shi, let's go find old Zhang. As soon as Wu Liuyi left, Su Xingyuan jumped off the bed and pulled Chen Shi to find Zhang Ruya. Although they were not divided into classes together, they all lived in the same dormitory building. Zhang Ruya lived on the 5th floor, while Chen Shi and the others were on the 2nd floor. Chen Shi was helpless. Su Xingyuan, this kid is going to find Zhang Ruya to pretend. Chapter 8, a cultivation speed comparable to S-class talents? Talent program. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Ruya gave Su Xingyuan enough mental satisfaction. Xingyuan, you're also too fast, aren't you? 2 hours and you've successfully induced the spirit. Zhang Ruya's nature would not show any other reaction. Su Xingyuan waved his hand and pretended to be unconcerned. It's actually okay. 2 hours isn't considered fast, S-class talent is fast, although I haven't seen it. Zhang Ruya agreed with this. Although he was an A-rank talent, it took him almost 6 hours to succeed. As for the S-rank talent he was talking about, they hadn't seen it yet. There's still SS and SSS above S-rank. Su Xingyuan's eyes were filled with envy when he said this. That group of people are the pride of the heavens. If I knew a genius with SSS, no, S talent. How about you? Chen Shi was curious and asked with a smile.
Bu drifted half a lifetime without meeting a bright master, and would like to worship as a righteous father.
Su Xingyuan smiled and said in a joking tone. Both Chen Qi and Zhang Ruya were amused by Su Xingyuan's shameless words.
Let's go, it's time to go to the cafeteria.
The three of them went to the cafeteria in pairs, and on the way, Zhang Ruya curiously asked Chen Qi, have you induced spirit into your body today?
Without waiting for Chen Qi to speak, Su Xingyuan slapped Zhang Ruya on the shoulder. Old Zhang, I think it's better for us to consider what to eat at the cafeteria later.
Zhang Ruya reacted and smiled apologetically at Chen Qi.
Chen Qi shrugged his shoulders, expressing indifference. Although he had the talent of 3S, but in the army, it was a matter of the strongest being the most respected. As long as you were strong enough, everyone in the army would respect and admire you. Nowadays, he only had a 3S talent in the end, and his strength was only a step into the first level of martial artist. Revealing his 3S talent now, although it could reap the shock of the crowd, it wouldn't bring anything more. Only a growing talent was worth paying attention to.
To strike iron, one still needed to be hard. Have you all thought about what martial skill you will choose tomorrow?
Su Xingyuan picked up a piece of foreign beast meat and swallowed it in one bite as he looked towards the two of them, Chen Qi and Zhang Ruya.
Zhang Ruya nodded. I've thought about it, my talent is strength reinforcement, I'm going to consider the hammer's martial skill. Strength strengthening you with a sledgehammer, it's a good match. Su Xingyuan nodded. What about you guys?
Zhang Ruya's meal size was not small, and the food piled up on the plate in front of her was quite a bit more than Chen Qi's too. Marksmanship, it has to be marksmanship. Su Xingyuan's bravado was overwhelming, 1,000 pounds to hunt a fierce beast, 10,000 feet of red dust to cut down a strong enemy. Kill him 7 times and 7 times out.
Chen Qi and the two of them also had an understanding of Su Xingyuan's character. He loves to play hard to get. However, his pretending didn't seem to be offensive to people.
The two men concurred. Please lead me, Xingyuan.
A small matter.
Su Xingyuan waved his hand and said with a smile, while the two of them then looked at Chen Qi, and Zhang Ruya hesitated for a moment and asked, Chen Qi, what are you going to choose? Chen Qi already had a decision in his heart. Seeing the two of them looking at him, he replied with a smile, my talent is a bowman, which lacks the ability to fight in close combat, but I'm not too interested in swordsmanship.
That's why I'm still considering opting for marksmanship. Have a vision.
Su Xingyuan raised his head and said vaguely, 1 gun for you, 1 gun for me, plus old Zhang's sledgehammer.
You better be talking about guns.
Chen Qi smiled wryly and joked.
The two of them, Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya, instantly understood in seconds. The three of them looked at each other and burst out laughing. Everything was as clear as day.
Chen Qi's trio was in the cafeteria discussing what martial skill to choose.
In the office of the recruit company, Wu Liuyi and a group of squad leaders of the recruit company were gathered together, and sitting at the top of the list was Xiang Han, who had the strongest strength and also the highest rank. Seeing the personnel arrive, Xiang Han spoke first. Starting from the first squad, tell us about your respective batch of recruits. A 27 or 18-year-old looking youth first stood up, sword brows and starry eyes. What a handsome young man. Only the huge scar on his face from his eyebrow to his throat position spoiled a few moments of his handsomeness, but added some stern temperament out of nowhere. Class 1 personnel, a level increased talent 1 person, battle spirit law initiation 9 people, no special personnel found for the time being. Class 2 personnel, grade B combat talent 2, grade B healing talent 1, battle spirit method initiation 7, no special personnel found for the time being. Xiang Han listened to the reports of the people with an expressionless face. The 3rd Legion had just suppressed a wave of beast tide some time ago, and the loss of personnel was not small. The main purpose of this meeting was to find out if there were any special talents in this batch of recruits. In the 3rd Legion, there were the most personnel with C rank and D rank talents, followed by B rank talents, and A rank talents were enough to get people's attention. As for S grade talent, such personnel would basically not appear in the recruits, but just in case, Xiang Han still needed to sift through the understanding again, preventing the talent from being missed. As people continued to open their mouths to report, Xiang Han couldn't help but frown slightly. The quality of this batch of recruits cannot be said to be too good, but it is not too bad either, medium quality. This made him start to gradually lose interest in the next reports, but he still raised his spirits to listen to the reports of the people. Soon, Wu Liuyi stood up. Class 32 has 1 person with A rank combat talent, 1 person with B rank healing talent, 9 people with battle spirit law initiation, and 1 suspected special person has been found. Xiang Han's body slightly sat up straight,
his eyes slightly changed as he said in a deep voice, "Tell us the situation." Grady combat talent archer, practicing battle spirit method at an abnormal speed, comparable to Grade S talent. The moment these words came out, the faces of the people present changed slightly. Someone spoke out, "Class leader Wu, I'm not questioning you, I'm just curious. It's reasonable to say that such a cultivation speed would never appear in a person with an E-rank combat talent."
Someone nodded in agreement. Is it possible that he has already cultivated before? Someone guessed. Impossible. Wu Liuyi shook his head and looked at the person who spoke. When the battle spirit method was taught, his movements were stiff and his strength was low. If he had practiced the battle spirit method ahead of time, his strength would definitely not be like this. In addition, the battle spirit method is not allowed to be spread out. This is something everyone knows very well. Listening to Wu Liuyi's words, the crowd nodded slightly. What Wu Liuyi said was right. But it wasn't right. If it was really like what Wu Liuyi said, then it was absolutely impossible for this person's talent to be an E-rank battle talent as well. Can it be that this Wu Liuyi kid has really picked up a treasure? Xianghan quietly listened to the arguments of the crowd and pondered for a moment. Give me his information. When the meeting was held, Wu Liuyi and his group had already prepared the personnel information in advance. This included everyone's family background, from elementary school to Wu Chou. Wu Gao mattered nothing. His information has already been read, his background is clean, his talent is average since childhood, and he doesn't have any doubtful points. Xianghan flipped through Chun Chi's information while listening to Wu Liuyi's report. After looking through Chun Chi's information, Xianghan closed the information in his hands. A low voice rang out, "Keep an eye on this person. The Grady combat talent Bowman doesn't match with the speed at which he cultivates the battle spirit method." After saying that and thinking about it, he added, "Incorporate it into the talent program's attention table." Yes. The scene in the office was completely unknown to Chun Chi's trio. At this moment, he was practicing the battle spirit method in his dormitory. Chapter 9: The recruit competition examination that suddenly arrived. Separating from Zhang Ruya, Chun Chi, and Su Xingyuan returned to the dormitory. Before lights out, all of them scrambled to cultivate the battle spirit method. After practicing the battle spirit method, everyone clearly felt the changes in their bodies. Just by getting started, the quality of the body had already changed greatly. Coupled with the clear sight of the battle armor silhouette behind Wu Liuyi as he cultivated, this made them not dare to relax even more. Seizing every opportunity to continuously cultivate. Even Su Xingyuan didn't relax at the moment, sinking his heart into cultivating in the battle spirit method. When they came out from the logistics office, Chun Chi and the others had an extra martial art in their hands. Chen Chi chose the martial skill of the spear technique as he had fought before. Carrying a longbow on his back and a long spear in his hand, he could attack from afar and was equally unafraid of close combat. The next few days were spent practicing the battle spirit method and practicing martial arts. Everyone's strength continued to grow stronger. Everyone in Chen Chi's tactical squad had already entered the first level of martial artist. Su Xingyuan was a grade A combat talent, and his cultivation speed was even faster than the others. Nowadays, he had already reached the second level of martial artist. Chi and blood 40. The strength of a punch that burst out was 1,500–2,000 kilograms. The speed of the outburst could even reach 25 meters per second. Chen Chi's strength had also unconsciously risen to the third level of martial artist. His chi in blood is 60. The power of his punch had reached 2,500 kilograms. The speed also came to 30 seconds. At this time, there were still 3 days left before the end of the 1 month of recruit training. Gather. During this time, the crowd had a better understanding of the Wu Liuyi in front of them. An existence ranked in the top 10 in the 32 companies, strength martial artist 4th weight. Battle spirit method triple armor shadow initial. Such strength was also a well-deserved powerhouse amongst this time's recruit squad leaders. He had once led people to kill 2 foreign beasts of the second level of the martial general realm. Wu Liuyi's eyes were calm. The 1 month of recruit time will end soon. You've all grown quite a bit in this month's time. All of you are at the first level of the martial general realm. Su Xingyuan and Chen Chi both looked at each other with smiles on their faces. This month had passed very quickly, their respective strengths had continued to rise, and their mutual comradeship had also continued to build and deepen. But just having strength without actual combat is no good, so for the next 3 days, let's have a competition. This is a test of the results of your first month of recruit training. Chen Chi's eyes changed slightly, and his breathing became a little more ragged. This was going to be a real battle.
About to truly face a foreign beast, Chen-Shi felt that his entire body was a little excited, and the blood in his body sped up quite a bit.
Su Xingyuan's face revealed a smile, full of anticipation for the actual battle in Wu Liui's mouth.
The others were also the same. Now, in tactical squads, gather individually.
Wu Liui raised his hand to glance at the tactical communication watch on his wrist and raised a finger.
1 minute later, head towards a specific location. The exact location has been sent to your tactical watches. Chen-Shi and the others looked down at the specific location received on their watches. A real battle is not a drill. There is a high possibility of injury or even death. This is your first battle. Only through the baptism of blood can you truly become warriors.
Now, set off. Are you afraid? Chen-Shi?
Su Xingyuan held his lance in his hand as he walked beside Chen-Shi and looked up at the surroundings.
It's all right.
Chen-Shi shrugged his shoulders. He could be said to have been looking forward to this battle for a long time. His own 3S talent had never been in a real battle yet, which led him to feel as if the 3S talent was just like that. At most, it was just a bit faster in cultivation.
Ha ha.
Su Xingyuan swept his lance violently, bringing up a large area of dust as he laughed out loud. Starting from this battle, I, Su Xingyuan, will amaze everyone's eyeballs. Chen-Shi shook his head helplessly.
Su Xingyuan had good talent, was handsome, and had no frame.
He had gotten to know quite a few people during his recruit training.
His words just now didn't avoid the others either, and some people spoke out to tease. Su Xingyuan, don't brag. That's right, Su Xingyuan, unless you take me one.
Facing the crowd's flirting, Su Xingyuan smiled brightly, smilingly spitting out 2 words, get lost.
Ha ha. The crowd laughed and laughed.
There were several A-rank talents in the new recruits, and in addition to Su Xingyuan, there were 6. Of those 6, 1 person had an A-rank healing talent and an A-rank augmentation talent, and all the others had A-rank combat talents. Although he was an A-rank talent Thunder, he still had a lot of pressure when facing these teams. After all, there was Chen-Shi, an E-rank talent, on their team. Chen-Shi, you do the scouting role and act as a combat aid when fighting, be careful.
Su Xingyuan looked at the members of the tactical squad before instructing Chen-Shi.
His existence as the squad leader necessitated that he arrange the duties of his team members before the battle. The others had no objections to this. Although Chen-Shi's talent was only E-rank, an existence like an archer was still able to provide them with a lot of help from the sidelines. Arriving at the location received by the watch,
an abandoned county town appeared in everyone's sight. There were quite a few warriors guarding the area around it.
Seeing Chen-Shi and the others arrive, a warrior carrying the rank of 3rd grade sergeant on his shoulder swept his eyes towards the crowd and said under his breath, the examination will last for 2 days, and points will be counted according to the number of alien beasts each tactical squad kills during these 2 days. The strength of the foreign beasts or different points are also different, 1 point for 1 weight, 2 points for 2 weight, and so on. After killing the watch in your hands will automatically recognize and calculate the points. You cannot strike at anyone other than the Fey beasts, or you will be killed on the spot.
Understood?
Understood. Chen-Shi and the others nodded their heads, they knew this without needing to be told. Striking out at a fellow comrade in the army was something that could never be forgiven. Being killed on the spot also proved that this practical test was watched over by strong people.
Go in.
The 3rd grade sergeant nodded his head and waved his hand to signal the warriors guarding a short distance away to sidle up and let Chen-Shi and the others enter.
How many of you think can pass this recruit assessment?
Somewhere at the examination point, Xiang Han raised his eyes and swept around, followed by Wu Liui and other recruit squad leaders. It's hard to say, it's not unheard of to not have experienced actual combat in encountering a Fey squad collapse. Someone shook his head, inconclusive about the passing rate of this recruit assessment. Wu Liui thought for a moment, estimating that it might be at 70%. Xiang Han glanced sideways at Wu Liui, revealing a smile. Wu Liui, do you think the squad you're leading can pass?
Can. Wu Liui replied without hesitation.
A month had passed, and he already knew enough about the people under his hand. Not to mention Su Xingyuan, and a ranked talent Thunder, there was also a B-ranked combat talent present in the squad, and the rest were all C-ranked and D-ranked. Such a configuration wasn't considered strong in the entire recruit squad, but it definitely wasn't weak either. And what made him so confident was that he always felt that Chen-Shi was not right. The battle spirit method Chen-Shi was even on the verge of stepping into the 2nd level of spirit condensation. He guessed that it was highly likely that Chen-Shi had an above-average affinity for aura. This was also the reason why he reported Chen-Shi to Xiang Han as a special person.
Chapter 10 An Arrow Like a God's Stroke. Tangsong County.
Stepping into the abandoned county, Chen Shi squatted down and brushed the dust off a stone tablet, revealing the words carved underneath.
Tangsong County, a small county, covers an area of 873 square kilometers. In addition to Su Xingyuan and a ranked talent, the team also included a B-ranked healing talent.
1 C-ranked healing talent, 2 increased talent personnel, and the rest were all combat talent personnel. 2 healing, 2 increased talents, and 4 combat talents. This was the standard configuration of a combat squad. This was also the pattern that had been formed when they first joined the recruit company. The person who spoke just now was one of the only 2 healing talents in the squad, Wang Er. With a B-rank healing talent, he was a very important role for the entire squad. Su Xingyuan nodded slightly. The streets in the abandoned county were filled with abandoned cars, houses covered in vegetation, and cracked roads. The foreign beasts in Tangsong County are up to the Marshal's 6th realm. The number is unknown. Su Xingyuan at this moment did not have his usual bland demeanor anymore, appearing unusually serious. This was the first time that everyone present had faced a fey beast. The slightest carelessness could result in casualties, and in his role as the squad leader, he had to be responsible for the safety of the squad members. After thinking about it, he looked towards Chen Shi. Chen Shi, you are responsible for finding the high ground, for finding the fey beasts, for monitoring the fey beasts, and for the role of combat support. The healing talent focuses around the combat gifted personnel other than me. The increased talent needs to be the first to provide a combat increase effect when encountering foreign beasts. The crowd nodded with serious expressions. After saying these words, Su Xingyuan nodded towards Chen Shi. Be careful, we will wait for your news. Chen Shi nodded and his figure quickly disappeared in place. A few moments later, Chen Shi's figure appeared on the roof of the building. At this moment, the sun was setting in the west, and the light was gradually becoming dim, which made Chen Shi's search for the fey beasts a little difficult. Chen Shi didn't seem to be affected in any way. His eyes changed slightly. The original pitch-black eyes turned amber in this moment. A line of text was being displayed on the light screen in front of his eyes. Eagle Eye Insight Talent Technique, consuming mental energy as a way to gain eagle-like vision. Current insightable distance, 1 kilometer insightable distance is based on one's own strength. This was the second talent skill he had awakened after breaking through the martial artist triple realm. The pitch-black alloy longbow was held in Chen Shi's hands as the breeze blew, lifting the broken hair on Chen Shi's forehead. At this moment, he was like a hunter lurking on the roof of a building, constantly searching for his prey. Southeast direction, Zhongerhua Supermarket, a rock-armored giant beast, distance 873 meters. Chen Shi's voice was transmitted through the tactical watch in his hand to the waiting Su Xingyuan and the others. How far? Su Xingyuan was stunned and inquired once more. 873 meters. Chen Shi's voice came through, once again accurately reporting the distance of the alien beast. Gulp. Aside from Su Xingyuan, the rest of the team members stared with wide eyes, their eyes filled with a look of disbelief. 873 meters, really, Ai Chao. Wang Er, how far can you see? More than 200 meters. Wang Er hesitated and answered. The crowd was speechless. 873 meters. This distance is a bit of a rip-off. Su Xingyuan came back to his senses and still decided to trust Chen Shi as he raised his head and scanned the team members in front of him. Trust him. Prepare to depart. At this moment, the aura on everyone suddenly changed. Depart. After saying that, everyone's figures quickly disappeared in place. Chen Shi, keep an eye on the movements of the surrounding foreign beasts at all times. Understood. On the roof of the building, Chen Shi crouched to the side. The bowstring of the alloy longbow in his hand had long since had a silver-colored arrow attached to it. And on the ground beside him, there were nearly 30 silver-colored arrows placed on the ground. Zhongerhua Supermarket, the rock-armored beast that was as long as a combination of a rhinoceros and a crocodile, was 8 meters long, with its entire body covered with a thick layer of rock armor. Its limbs were thick and powerful, and behind it, the end of a long tail carried a huge hammer-like structure. While Su Xingyuan and the others were approaching towards the rock armor beast, Chen Shi on the roof was also approaching towards the rock armor beast. The distance just now was not enough to attack the rock armor beast, and there was also the cover of the building that would cause him to have a blind spot in his field of vision. His target was a tall building more than 400 meters away. It was able to give himself a good view while still ensuring that there were no vision blind spots, at least not for the battlefield. Combat increase. Su Xingyuan glanced at the rock-armored behemoth not far away and indifferently gave the order under his breath. In the team, the aura on Xuan Yan's body suddenly changed, and he slapped his hands on the bodies of the other two combatants at the same time. His increased talent was strength. The other increased talent was a C-rank talent for speed increase. Soon everyone had already enjoyed the increased talent, and Su Xingyuan licked his lips. Do it. Before the words fell, a silver arrow tore through the night, the sound of breaking air rang out steeply, heading straight for the rock-armored beast. Before making his move, he needed to attract the attention of the beast to facilitate Su Xingyuan and the others to approach the rock-armored giant beast. Roar! The sudden appearance of the arrow immediately drew the rock-armored beast's gaze, a pair of cold eyes locking onto the location where Chen Qi was at the first moment. With a loud roar, its strong limbs stomped violently on the ground, the earth shook, and its 8-meter-long body did not have the slightest sense of bloat, but instead was unusually flexible. Where are you looking? Sand dollar. When the rock-armored giant beast was just about to make a move, a figure holding an alloy lance shot out, attacking steeply from the side of the rock-armored giant beast. Su Xingyuan's speed was the fastest, while the other few were not slow either. Although the healing talent was used as a combat support role, it didn't mean that they didn't have the ability to fight. The attacks of an A rank, AB rank, and the remaining few C ranks and D ranks instantly enraged the rock-armored giant beast. The moment Su Xingyuan and the others appeared, a huge long tail swept violently, sending out a dull air-breaking sound. The rock armor behemoth was characterized by defense and strength. The huge hammer-shaped structure of its tail could erupt with tremendous power. Dodge! Su Xingyuan shouted, his entire body leaping, the tip of his gun flashing a hint of thunder light as it fiercely blasted towards the top of the rock-armored beast's head. The crowd dodged away at the first time, but the rock-armor beast's speed was extremely fast, and one person was slightly slower by a fraction of a second, and was brushed across by the rock-armor beast's tail. Just by rubbing, his whole person was like being hit by a huge force, the whole person flew backward violently, and smashed on the ground with a bang. Blood immediately spilled out of his mouth. And at this moment, the tip of Su Xingyuan's gun had already struck the top of the rock-armored beast's head. Dang! Sparks splashed everywhere, the tip of the gun only penetrated into the top of the rock-armored beast's head by a sliver, and did not cause any substantial damage. Grass! Su Xingyuan's face changed slightly, the tip of the gun with thunder did not break through the rock-armored beast's defense, only leaving a knot deep wound. A trace of blood stained the tip of the spear. He didn't dare to delay, pulling out his spear then violently swept it towards the right side. Bang! A dull sound rang out, and the power wrapped in the rock-armored beast's tail passed through the spear to Su Xingyuan's arm in an instant. His face changed, and his figure involuntarily flew backward. The faces of the remaining few people suddenly changed. Captain, be careful! The sound of breaking air rang out, the hammer-shaped structure at the tail of the rock-armored behemoth was smashing towards him again at an extremely fast speed. Su Xingyuan's heart was beating furiously, his body was in the air and unable to use his strength, the contact just now made his entire arm a little numb. At this point, he had already reached a life-and-death situation. Holy, before the master is quick, he will die first. These words suddenly popped up in his mind. Just when everyone thought that Su Xingyuan would be seriously injured by the rock-armored giant beast. A silver-colored arrow suddenly tore through the night curtain, emitting a sharp sound, and accurately and incomparably bombarded the hammer-shaped structure of the rock-armored giant beast's long tail. The sudden arrow instantly caused the rock-armored beast's tail to violently deflect to the side, grazing Su Xingyuan's body. Misty grass, Chen Qi. This arrow caused the crowd's eyes to change violently, and they couldn't help but turn their heads to look in the direction where the arrow had appeared. Su Xingyuan excitedly shouted, him. Chapter 11 A++ Performance, is this still an E-rank talent? Grade E Combat Talent Archer. Everyone had almost forgotten about Chen Qi's existence. Bowman existed as a combat support role, and none of them, including Su Xingyuan, had any illusions about Chen Qi. However, it was such a character that all of them had almost forgotten about, but at the most crucial moment, he shot an arrow like a divine stroke. This arrow had pulled Su Xingyuan, who should have been seriously injured, back from the edge of the cliff. The crowd was excited and reacted at the first opportunity when they heard Su Xingyuan's excited shout. Attacking towards the rock-armored beast. This was the first battle for all of them, and it was also the first time that Chen Qi showed off his abilities. He used practical actions to tell everyone present that an archer could exist in more than just a combat support role. He could also be very strong. Silver-colored arrows appeared continuously. Each time they appeared, they blocked the rock-armor beast's attacks, allowing the squad members to output with peace of mind. Chen Qi on the roof was like he was in control of the entire battlefield.
It would always loosen the bowstring of the alloy longbow at the most opportune moment. Roar!
With the rock-armored beast's unwilling roar, the huge body finally collapsed to the ground.
The flickering thunder on Su Xingyuan's body slowly dissipated, and Wang Er and the others panted heavily.
Looking at the rock-armored giant beast that fell to the ground in front of them, the eyes of the crowd were filled with excitement.
Clean up the battlefield.
With a shake of his lance, Su Xingyuan gave the order and turned his head to look towards the roof of the building in the distance, with hidden flashes of thunder in his eyes as he gave a thumbs up in its direction. The strength of the rock-armored beast was actually not too strong, the martial artist's triple realm only. The main reason why the crowd was having such a hard time was because this was the first time they had faced a foreign beast, and there was not enough cooperation with each other. If it wasn't for the presence of Su Xingyuan and a ranked talent in the squad, as well as the cooperation of the others, they would have definitely suffered combat attrition.
The most important thing was the appearance of Chun Chi. Awesome, Shen Shi, I Chow.
Wang Er and the others finished cleaning up the battlefield and retrieved all the arrows and handed them over to Chen Shi.
Amazing, Chen Shi, is this the archer?
If it wasn't for your strike just now, Chen Shi, we would have been injured by at least 2 more. The crowd chattered, and Chen Shi smiled without explaining too much. Su Xingyuan's eyes were filled with surprise as he looked at Chen Shi.
Curiously, he asked, Chen Shi, are you really an E-rank talent?
Hearing Su Xingyuan's words, the others in the team could not help but look at Chen Shi curiously as well.
Chen Shi's ability was slightly off the mark.
As far as they knew, archers had always appeared as combat support roles in battles, and their attacking abilities were actually not powerful, and at best, they could harass. It would be fine if Chen Shi had awakened as a B-ranked archer, but Chen Shi was only an E-ranked archer talent.
The awakening was indeed an E-ranked talent.
Chen Shi did not name his 3S talent, but instead played a word game. It was E-rank at the time of awakening, I didn't say it was now as well, he added in his heart.
Outrageous.
The crowd sniffed and looked at Chen Shi with even more strangeness in their gazes.
An E-rank archer talent could actually directly affect the outcome of the battle just now. Alright, 3 points have arrived.
Su Xingyuan shook his head and did not pursue any further. Chen Shi's appearance had given him enough confidence in this recruit competition examination.
There are a few points to note from the previous battle.
Su Xingyuan and the others didn't rush to strike again, but began to choose to review the battle. Only by identifying the shortcomings of the battle just now could they correct them in future battles. This was for future consideration. While Su Xingyuan and Chen Shi were reviewing their battles, the other teams participating in the recruit competition examination had similarly experienced their first battles.
Some people were injured and some people withdrew.
All things considered, it seemed that not all teams were able to resolve the battle as quickly as Chun Shi and his squad. Somewhere, Xiang Han as well as Wu Liui and the other squad leaders of the recruit companies gathered together. In their hands, they had already received the information on each team's performance in the first battle.
Wu Liui turned over the information in his hand. Crouching Dragon Squad, overall evaluation, A+. Captain Su Xingyuan's command performance, A. Battle performance, A+.
The rest of the team members' performance A. Special performer, Chen Shi, strength, first martial realm, overall performance A++. Just at the first glance of turning over the information in his hand, Wu Liui's eyes widened. Su Xingyuan, as an awakened person with the A-ranked combat talent Thunder, his performance was no surprise to Wu Liui. And the performance of the others was also within his expectations. What surprised him was that Chen Shi, who had awakened the E-ranked talent Bowman, had surpassed Su Xingyuan and the others in the evaluation, reaching the A++ level. If he didn't know that this competition assessment was led by Xiang Han, he would have remained skeptical of this piece of information in his hand. What a joke this was! Chen Shi is just an E-rank combat talent. Compared to the information in the hands of Wu Liui and the others, the information in Xiang Han's hands filtered out the poorly rated squads. Only teams with ratings of A or above were filtered out. And there were 15 such squads. Xiang Han looked over the information in his hands. The conference room was silent, only the sound of paper flipping remained. As Wu Liui looked at the information in his hand, he was curious as to how Chen Shi's rating on this information came to be A++, which was 1+ higher than even Captain Su Xingyuan, who had awakened an A-ranked talent type. Finally, when Xiang Han flipped through and saw the Crouching Dragon Squad's information, he raised his eyebrows and looked up for the first time at Wu Liui, who had a tangled expression.
A calm voice rang out, Wu Liui, do you think there's any problem? Upon hearing this, the gazes of everyone present fell on Wu Liui's body in unison.
Xiang Han's sudden opening of his mouth caused all of their bodies to sit up a little straighter. Wu Liuyi let out a bitter smile and looked up at Xiang Han, company commander. I don't know either. With this, the crowd present became more and more curious.
What's going on here?
A squad leader sitting beside Wu Liuyi, his body slightly shifted, his eyes sweeping onto the information in front of Wu Liuyi. When he saw the crouching dragon squad's rating on the profile, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. A+. Looking down the profile, his eyes eventually rested on the bottom line of bolded text. Special Performer, Chen Shi, Strength, Martial Artist First Realm, Overall Performance A++.
Cam.
This line of text deeply shocked him. Although he didn't know what talent this Chen Shi had awakened, the words Overall Performance A++ alone were enough to make him gulp. This was the first actual battle.
This is all new recruits.
A new recruit and the first time in actual combat can obtain such a high evaluation. How could he not be shocked? If he remembered correctly, even Xiang Han, the strongest of all present, whose rank has now reached that of lieutenant, was only evaluated as an A+ when he was first enlisted as a new recruit.
Xiang Han's journey from being a recruit to being a company commander nowadays took only 5 years.
A rare smile appeared on Xiang Han's face as his eyes swept over the people present. Go and call the rating head responsible for the recruit competition assessment. After saying this, he once again lowered his head to look at the squad evaluation information in his hand.
Chapter 12. Are you the captain or am I the captain?
What was going on in the office Chen Shi and the others did not know. At this moment, they had just finished a battle.
Inferno Lion.
The red fur resembled flames and was more than capable of manipulating a portion of the fire element to fight. Thunder flickered around Su Xingyuan, and the lance in his hand had thunder snaking through it, and at a glance, it looked as if a thunder dragon was being held in the palm of his hand. Wang Er was crouching beside a person, a flash of green color flashed across his body and gradually disappeared. So close. Xuanyan, a C-ranked combat talent member of the squad, looked at Ren Jianming, who was receiving treatment, and his heart palpitated. Just now, when Yanshi was about to die, he even knew to feign unconsciousness, causing both Xuanyan and him, who had gone up to check on him, to almost lose their lives present. If it wasn't for Su Xingyuan and Chen Shi's timely intervention, the current Ren Jianming wouldn't be in his current state, and would at least be seriously injured. In that case, he could only withdraw from this recruit competition examination. Ren Jianming said helplessly, "You're still saying that, if it wasn't for Team Su and Chen Shi making a move just now, both of us would have been injured." Upon hearing this, the people present couldn't help but nod their heads.
Wang Er smiled and shook his head, withdrawing his palm.
Ren Jianming's injuries were not serious, and he said with a smile, "Count on your kid's life, you didn't break your arms and legs, or else you can prepare to be discharged and go home." Ren Jianming smiled and arched his hand at Wang Er, "Thank you Master Wang for saving my dog's leg." The thunder power dispersed on itself, and Su Xingyuan said without a trace of anger, "Grow a bit of a memory.
Fey beasts aren't little cuties.
They also have basic intelligence, and the ones we've encountered now are still only at the martial master realm. Once we reach the martial master level, the intelligence of foreign beasts will greatly increase. Some cunning foreign beasts are even able to cooperate with each other, no different from humans." The crowd nodded their heads. By now, they had already killed 5 Fey beasts, and with such a record they didn't know how they ranked among all the squads. However, they were able to fully feel that after these few battles, their combat skills were improving.
"Alright, dig out the alien beast crystal cores, we should go." Su Xingyuan waved his hand.
The current him was becoming more and more skillful in the role of captain. Raising his hands and feet carried an unquestionable flavor.
The crowd nodded their heads, packed up all their belongings, and quickly disappeared.
Somewhere more than 200 meters away, Chen Shi was standing at a high place, his eagle-eye insight natural skill allowing him to see farther than others, while capturing dissimilarities a few points faster than others. It was because of abilities like his that they were able to quickly kill 5 alien beasts in a short period of time. After surveying the surroundings, he turned his gaze towards Su Xingyuan's few people. Only to see Su Xingyuan make a few hand gestures in the direction where Chen Shi was. Chen Shi nodded slightly, packed up his things and quickly left. This was a common tactical gesture in the military, and what it represented was simple: find the next target. At Chen Shi's waist hung a weapon like an nunchaku, and at a cursory glance, one would either think that it was just a mere iron rod. But only those in the army knew that it was not a nunchaku, much less an iron rod. Rather, it was a lance. This is what he brought on his body as a backup. Be careful. The giant force squad was quietly approaching a stone-skinned rhinoceros at the moment. The stone-skinned rhinoceros was known for its amazing defense, and the layer of grayish-brown skin on its entire body was able to provide it with amazing defense. The one horn on its head flashed with a cold light. Zhang Ruya looked at the stone-skinned rhinoceros in front of her and hesitated for a moment, saying to Captain Zhao Zhixin, "Team Zhao, I'm afraid we can't take the stone-skinned rhinoceros. We don't have any strong combat talents in our team, so I'm afraid it's unlikely that we'll be able to break through the stone-skinned rhinoceros's defense." When the rest of the team heard this, some people's eyes flickered as they looked at the expressionless team leader Zhao Zhixin and didn't say anything, while some showed contempt for Zhang Ruya's words.
Zhang Ruya, you're an A-rank power-enhanced combat talent, are you as scared as this?
No, I just think that we can't kill a stone-skinned rhinoceros with our configuration.
Zhang Ruya shook her head and opened her mouth to explain. Pull back you're clearly afraid, you need to figure out your identity, you're a soldier. Haven't even made a move yet, how do you know that our squad can't kill the stone-skinned rhinoceros?
Zhang Ruya's heart sank slightly as he looked at the other people's expressions before turning his head to look at Captain Zhao Zhixin. In the end, Captain Zhao Zhixin's opinion was the most important. Zhao Zhixin's eyes paused on Zhang Ruya for a moment before he looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "We don't know exactly how the other squad's results are. But up until now, we've only killed a total of 2 martial second realm Fey beasts, such a pace is too slow. I'm guessing that this recruit competition most likely carries another purpose. If you want to have a better future and obtain more resources, you have to fight, and retreating won't make your points become more."
Zhang Ruya's face changed, Zhao Zhixin's words were clearly talking about him.
He wanted to open his mouth to retort, but after thinking about it he ended up not speaking. His nature was too soft, which resulted in Zhang Zoya not having any chance to persuade again. Zhao Zhixin's voice continued to ring out, "Zhang Ruya, you can choose to withdraw." At these words, Zhang Ruya's face suddenly changed, and she looked up at the Captain Zhao Zhixin with a serious expression, "Team Zhao, I won't quit. But I still suggest not taking a shot at the stone-skinned rhinoceros, will most likely be reduced in number."
"Alright, are you the captain or am I the captain?"
Zhao Zhixin raised his hand to interrupt Zhang Ruya, "Since you don't intend to quit, then don't say anything else. The stone-skinned rhinoceros is only at the 3rd level of the martial artist realm when all is said and done. Our squad is now at full martial artist 1st level, and we don't have any problems combining our efforts to deal with a martial artist 3rd level realm foreign beast." Zhao Zhixin was confident in the squad's strength, and it all stemmed from the previous battle. After 2 martial artists 2nd realm Fey beasts were killed, Zhao Zhixin began to swell up. After a few words, Zhao Zhixin no longer paid any attention to Zhang Ruya, but quickly made attack arrangements. Zhang Ruya's heart sighed slightly, and she had no choice but to mobilize her A-ranked combat talent strength enhancement. Crackling, the originally tall body became stronger and taller at this moment. This was the effect of the A-grade talent strength enhancement. At this moment, Zhang Ruya's face was full of flesh, like a scaled-down version of the Hulk. The sledgehammer was gripped in his hand, and his gaze was dead set on the stone-skinned rhinoceros not far away. In their squad, other than Zhang Ruya, an A-ranked talent, and Zhao Zhixin, an A-ranked earth elemental, the rest of them were all C-ranked.
"Do it!"
Zhao Zhixin shouted and waved his hand violently, and several sharp earth spikes constructed from earth elements immediately appeared underneath the stone-skinned rhinoceros.
"Grade A combat talent earth elemental."
Zhang Ruya's eyes changed as her body slightly bowed and her legs violently stomped on the ground. With a bang, the entire person was like an arrow that had left the string, instantly disappearing in place and leaping towards the distant stone-skinned rhinoceros. The sledgehammer erupted with a muffled sound, breaking through the air and smashing into the roaring stone-skinned rhinoceros. At this time, Chen Shi and Su Xingyuan and the others were looking for their next target of attack. They were in the middle of approaching the direction where the stone-skinned rhinoceros was.
Chapter 13, I'm not a soulless man who would abandon his comrades. 5 martial 2nd realm Fey beasts, 10 points, seems a bit slow.
Chen Shi activated his Eagle Eye Insight natural skill and continuously searched for traces of the foreign beasts. Now, 4 hours had passed since they stepped into Tangsong County. There were still 44 hours left before the recruit competition examination would end. Chen Shi was a bit dissatisfied with such a speed, 4 hours in exchange for 10 points. However, he could not help but be constrained by the strength of the team, and could only hunt the foreign beasts in a steady manner.
Ha! Somewhere 800 meters away, dust flew.
It was also accompanied by the roars of the Fey beasts as well as bursts of slightly panicked shouts. Chen Shi raised his hand to look at the direction he was in, and his voice traveled through his tactical watch to the ears of Su Xingyuan and the others.
3 o'clock, distance over 800 meters, battle detected, reinforcements or not. Su Xingyuan and the others were currently recuperating. The battle with the Inferno Lion had caused Rin Jianming and the team to be injured. Moreover, the continuous battle had caused the group's talent skills to be consumed extraordinarily fast. Talent skills were not infinite, and each use would require a certain amount of mental energy. The short 4 hours of fighting had caused everyone except Qin to experience varying degrees of depletion. Among them, a healing talent like Wang Er consumed even more. Su Xingyuan also consumed quite a bit, except that he was an A-ranked talent, and with the addition of the battle spirit method, he had recovered 30% of his consumption in a short period of time. Qin's voice was transmitted to everyone's ears through the tactical watch, and all of them opened their eyes and looked towards Su Xingyuan, who was the captain. Report on your respective recovery status. Su Xingyuan did not make an impulsive decision. Rather, he wanted to make the most suitable arrangement of combatants based on the situation of his team members. Wang Er spoke first, consumed 50%, recovered 10%. Xuanyan consumed 60%, recovered 10%. Ren Jianming, consuming 50% and recovering 10%. The others opened their mouths to report their respective consumption and recovery. Qi, how are you doing? Su Xingyuan asked. After 5 battles, Qi's role had gradually evolved from a supporting role in the beginning to a fighting role with some say. There were several times when the members of the squad were in danger that they were able to avoid by relying on Qi to step in. Even Su Xingyuan needed to pay attention to Qi at the moment. On the roof of an abandoned building somewhere, Qi was holding a black alloy longbow in his hand, carrying a quiver of arrows, slightly bent over. His amber-colored eyes were constantly scanning the surroundings. Hearing Su Xingyuan's words, he replied without hesitation, consumed 40%, combat ready. Receiving Qi's condition, Su Xingyuan immediately nodded his head and said towards the crowd, "It is suspected that the rest of the squad is caught up in the battle." He tapped on his watch as he spoke, "Depart towards the set position." As the words fell, his figure quickly disappeared into place. Martial artist second realm speed 25 seconds. The rest of the team members followed Su Xingyuan's footsteps. As Su Xingyuan and the others set off towards the established position, Qi on the roof of a certain building slightly bent his knees, and his entire body leapt up, heading straight for the roof of another tall building. Roar! The stone-skinned rhinoceros, its entire body covered in gray skin, roared angrily as it ran towards Zhao Zixin and the others. That one huge unicorn horn was flashing with a cold light. Around them, 3 people had already fallen to the ground, moaning in pain. Depressions appeared on someone's chest, and someone's arm formed a bizarre arc, hanging limply and powerlessly in front of them. Grass. Zhao Zixin regretted at this moment. Regretting that he didn't listen to Zhang Ruya's advice. Rashly challenging the stone-skinned rhinoceros that exceeded their squad's strength. In just a minute's time, the squad had experienced attrition. A total of 8 people were left with only 5 at the moment. Bang! The pitch-black alloy hammer violently hammered on the side of the stone-skinned rhinoceros, smashing it to the side and deflecting it to the side. Zhang Ruya exuded an incomparably formidable aura, gasping for air and reddening his eyes. Constantly using his strength-strengthening talent, his exertion was the greatest of all. If he hadn't interrupted the stone-skinned rhinoceros's attacks time and time again, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be the current situation. Retreat! Zhao Zixin gritted his teeth and glanced unwillingly at the stone-skinned rhinoceros that was being blocked by Zhang Ruya, and his mouth finally issued the order to retreat. As the words fell, the surrounding team members instantly stopped moving, turning back and dragging their 3 injured comrades away from the battlefield. Zhang Zoya, retreat! Zhao Zixin once again unleashed his earth element's natural ability, and a cage made of clay covered the stone-skinned rhinoceros, trapping it within. Bang! 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 Trapped within, the stone-skinned rhinoceros roared angrily, the unicorn on top of its head erupting with terrifying power as it continuously slammed against the cage in front of it. Zhang Ruya gasped and stared hatefully at the stone-skinned rhinoceros trapped in front of her. The stone-skinned rhinoceros in front of them was too strong. Their team, with 2A ranks, 1B rank, and all C rank talents actually did not cause much damage to the stone-skinned rhinoceros. The stone-skinned rhinoceros in front of them had left quite a few white marks on its side, which were marks left behind by the attack. The defense was simply a bit unbelievable. Almost all of their attacks were blocked by all of them, and the price it paid was the several white marks left on its body. Don't look, retreat, it's about to rush out. Zhao Zixin's face turned white. The cage constructed by the earth element was constantly being hit by the stone-skinned rhinoceros. In a short period of time, it was already shaking.
Zhang Ruya's eyes snapped shut and she turned her head to look at Zhao Zixin. I can't run away. The stone-skinned rhinoceros is very fast, even if you hide in the ruins, you'll be knocked away by its powerful force.
Zhao Zixin, you withdraw. After saying that, he tightened his grip on the alloy sledgehammer in his hand and unleashed the natural skill strength enhancement once again.
This was already the last of his strength, and this time he was going to block the stone-skinned rhinoceros once again, fighting for time for the rest of the team to escape.
Grass. Zhang Zoya, lousy ing, thank you.
The rickety cage was instantly smashed open by the stone-skinned rhinoceros, and Zhao Zixin's face turned pale as blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. Seeing Zhang Ruya, who had rushed towards the stone-skinned rhinoceros without any hesitation, his eyes flashed with guilt. Zhang Ruya, old me isn't a soul who would abandon his comrades. In front of the stone-skinned rhinoceros, two figures stood. One held a sledgehammer in his hand, while the other held a long sword.
If we don't make a move, their group will be destroyed.
In the shadows, two warriors in military uniforms quietly watched the scene before them. One glanced at Zhao Zixin and Zhang Ruya, who were not far away, and lowered his head to write down a battle evaluation on the information in his hand.
Overall evaluation of Giant Force Squad, B+.
Team Leader Zhao Zixin, Command Performance, D grade, Combat Performance, A. Team Member Zhang Zoya, Combat Performance, A+. He hesitated for a moment and eventually altered the information in his hand. Writing down a sentence, not abandoning or giving up in the face of a crisis, recommended for inclusion in the program. Strike. Looking at the two people who were already at the end of their strength not far away, the one responsible for raiding nodded to the other. This time, all the people in charge of raiding and personnel safety and security in the shadows had a minimum strength of the 7th realm of martial artists. Although the stone-skinned rhinoceros had amazing defense, it was still vulnerable when faced with someone who was already in the 7th level of the martial artist realm. Wait! When that person was just about to strike, another person suddenly raised his hand to stop his movement.
Not far away from the battlefield, three figures came running from the distance. Captain! Zhang Ruya! Captain, we're here. Captain, we won't abandon you. Chapter 14. What a nice cute girl, how did she turn into a man?
Zhao Zixin and Zhang Ruya both looked at each other, the voice ringing in their ears was so familiar. But now they felt helpless.
Scram!
Zhao Zixin roared angrily and slashed out, causing the several white marks on the stone-skinned rhinoceros body to grow a little deeper and deeper, with blood seeping out vaguely. But the two of them, Zhao Zixin and Zhang Ruya, didn't have the time to pay attention to this detail at this moment. The reason why the two of them were able to resist the stone-skinned rhinoceros's attack at the moment was all by virtue of their strong willpower to hold on. The three silhouettes running in the distance came as if they hadn't heard Zhao Zixin's voice. They joined the battlefield in an instant. With the three joining in, the pressure on the two was instantly reduced by a sliver. But it was only a sliver, even the two of them who were already about to break through the martial's 2nd realm couldn't block the stone-skinned rhinoceros in front of them, so how long could the team members who had gone and returned to the C rank in the martial 1st realm withstand it? But at this moment, the two of them could only try to grab as much time as possible to recover some more strength.
It's injured, attack that 1 point.
Zhang Ruya's eyes stared deathly at the wound on the stone-skinned rhinoceros body that was oozing out a trace of blood. This wound was very inconspicuous, and the blood seeping out was also very little, so it couldn't be discovered at all if one didn't pay attention. Zhang Ruya's words fell on the ears of several people, and it was considered to have injected a ray of new hope into the crowd. Several people immediately raised their spirits. Using the little strength left in their bodies, they attacked the stone-skinned rhinoceros in front of them.
Zhang Ruya?
Somewhere on the roof of a building, Chen Shi held a black alloy longbow, his amber-colored eyes changing slightly as he saw Zhang Ruya and the others standing in front of the stone-skinned rhinoceros at the first moment. Su Xingyuan and the others had also approached the battlefield at this moment, and when they saw the situation in the field, Su Xingyuan's eyes slightly condensed. Roar! The stone-skinned rhinoceros once again let out a roar, and that single horn on top of its head suddenly erupted with a strange light at this moment.
In the next second, Zhang Ruya and the others' attacks stalled.
There was only 1/10,000th of a millisecond of time, but with such a pause, the stone-skinned rhinoceros had already approached the three people other than Zhang Ruya and Zhao Zixin. With a bang, the three figures were sent flying out, heavily smashing into the abandoned hotel not far away. All of this happened too fast, Zhao Zixin and Zhang Ruya hadn't even reacted yet, and the stone-skinned rhinoceros's attack had already reappeared in front of the two of them. Oops, I'm in trouble. Zhao Zixin only had time to let out a nationalistic sound, and then his entire body was similarly knocked out, smashing heavily against the distant wall, leaving a human-shaped mark on it before crashing to the ground, instantly passing out. The sudden changes one after another fell in Zhang Ruya's eyes, and his entire body was somewhat confused. With a roar, the earth shook as the stone-skinned rhinoceros slammed into Zhang Ruya with a terrifying force. At this moment, he was already at the end of his strength. No longer able to resist the stone-skinned rhinoceros's attack, he could only watch as that one horn flashed with cold light, heading straight for his chest. Stone-skinned rhinoceros eyes full of indifference, it can finally kill this hateful human. Just at the moment when the stone-skinned rhinoceros's one horn was about to reach Zhang Ruya's chest. Snort! Buzz! Two sounds rang out at the same time. The silver-colored arrow cut through the air and instantly struck the stone-skinned rhinoceros's unicorn horn with such force that it felt that its unicorn horn would be dislodged by this arrow. And without waiting for the stone-skinned rhinoceros to react, a long spear haunted by the power of thunder instantly sliced through the air, erupting with a terrifying force that heavily bombarded its body, blasting its huge body sideways. The sudden change caused Zhang Ruya to look up, and before his eyes, a silver arrow that had crashed to the ground as well as a lance haunted by the power of thunder were stuck in the ground, and the first thing that popped into his mind was the figures of Chen Qi and Su Xingyuan. Old Zhang, has my handsome face made you ashamed of yourself yet? Su Xingyuan smiled broadly as he pulled up his lance and swung it, thunderous power bursting out. Xingyuan! Zhang Ruya looked thrilled and shouted excitedly. You! Guys! Su Xingyuan's appearance caused Zhang Ruya to break free from her despair just now, raising her eyes to look at Su Xingyuan who appeared in front of her as well as the others. Su Xingyuan had a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, and after greeting Zhang Ruya, his gaze fell on the stone-skinned rhinoceros not far away. I'd like to see if you can block my thunder. The lance erupted with the power of thunder, and the rest of the team joined in. Zhang Ruya dropped to the ground and looked at Su Xingyuan and the others fighting in front of him, a smile on her face. Unlike Zhang Ruya and the others, Su Xingyuan and the others fought in close coordination. Each strike deepened that one wound on the stone-skinned rhino's body. In a short period of time, the wound on the stone-skinned rhinoceros had been enlarged to the size of the palm of his hand. What shocked him the most was that Su Xingyuan and the others were completely unafraid of the stone-skinned rhinoceros counterattacks. Every time the stone-skinned rhinoceros tried to counterattack, a silver arrow would always appear at the right time, causing the stone-skinned rhinoceros attack to stall. Two warriors in military uniforms in the dark looked at the battle not far away, and their complexions changed slightly. What strong battlefield control! When the arrows blocked the stone-skinned rhino's attack again, one man exclaimed in surprise. Powerful indeed. Although the overall strength of this team was stronger than Zhao Zixin and the others from before, the strength was limited. The reason why they were able to suppress the stone-skinned rhinoceros's counterattack, the one hidden in the shadows, was the most crucial. While the two were talking, the injuries on the stone-skinned rhinoceros body had been expanded to the point of being fatal. Dodge! Su Xingyuan shouted. The power of thunder grew stronger and stronger. A terrifying thunder power from the tip of the gun suddenly erupted and blasted into the stone-skinned rhinoceros body. Instantly paralyzing the stone-skinned rhinoceros body, the spear was violently gripped in his hand, and the tip of the spear instantly tore the stone-skinned rhinoceros body almost in half. Roar! The stone-skinned rhinoceros roared in despair, eventually collapsing helplessly to the ground without a sound. Pulling out the spear, Su Xingyuan glanced down at the stone-skinned rhinoceros on the ground, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his lips, raising his eyes to look somewhere and grinning. Chen Qi smiled and nodded slightly, the pitch-black alloy longbow held in his hands as he observed the abnormalities around him. The other team members began to clean up the battlefield as Wang Er and another healing talent began to treat Zhao Zixin and the others. Zhang Ruya regained some of his strength, and when he saw Su Xingyuan approaching, he was about to get up. Su Xingyuan waved his hand and sat on the ground without a care in the world, grinning. Old Zhang, do you see how powerful I am? Don't look. Zhang Ruya replied. Su Xingyuan faintly stared and laughed. You've learned the hard way, old Zhang. What a nice cute girl, how did she turn into a man? Scram! Zhang Ruya said without a trace of anger. Both of them laughed at the same time. After a long time, Zhang Ruya looked at Zhao Zixin and the others who were not far away. Her gaze landed on Su Xingyuan's body, and she asked curiously. Where's Chen Qi? Su Xingyuan raised his eyes, turned his head to look somewhere in the distance, and said with a faint smile, there's no need to look for him, he'll appear at the right time. Chapter 15 The Malignant Su Xingyuan. Zhang Zoya smiled bitterly. There was still a difference between strength-enhancing offense and thunder. However, compared to Chen Qi, an E-ranked archer,
he still thought that he was a bit stronger. However, in the battle just now, he clearly saw how the silver arrows that flew through the air from outside the battlefield had the entire battlefield under their control. Although Chun-Chi was not in the battlefield, he was outside the battlefield as if he was a powerful man on high. Every movement in the battlefield could not escape his eyes. As Su Xingyuan said, he would always strike at the right time. Chen-Chi, is he really an E-rank talent? Zhang Ruya was a little confused. It wasn't that he hadn't seen archers before, but each of those people were not comparable to Chen-Chi. The weakest ones were all A-ranked archer talents. The abilities Chen-Chi revealed at this moment had completely exceeded what an E-ranked talent should be capable of. Su Xingyuan looked slightly stunned and shook his head. I don't know. Anyway, I don't think of him as an E-ranked talent anymore. I can't do the things he does. Zhang Ruya nodded, agreeing with Su Xingyuan's words. The 8 members of their squad had only managed to break the stone-skinned rhinoceros defense by a hair's breadth at the cost of injuring almost all of them. If it wasn't for the timely arrival of Su Xingyuan and the others, their group would have to be eliminated on the spot. Seeing Zhang Ruya's gloomy expression, Su Xingyuan comfortingly patted his shoulder and stood up. Have they all cleaned up? Wang Er, Xuanyan, and the rest of the squad members nodded their heads. After being treated by Wang Er and the others, Zhao Zixin and his squad's injuries had basically stabilized. Thank you. Zhao Zixin and the others stood up and looked at Su Xingyuan and the others in front of them, who looked indifferent. The bitterness in their hearts grew. They had fought bitterly for so long, almost being eliminated altogether before breaking the stone-skinned rhinoceros defense, and as soon as Su Xingyuan and the others appeared, they had already ended the battle in a short period of time. The gap between the two teams was too great. Zhang Ruya stood with Zhao Zixin and the others, looking at the departing back of Su Xingyuan and the others. Zhao Zixin could no longer hold back and asked out loud, Captain Su, can I ask a question? Su Xingyuan stopped his steps, his lance was held in his palm, turned to look at Zhao Zixin and said with a smile, what question? Is his talent an S? Zhang Ruya froze, looked at Zhao Zixin beside him with a strange expression, and did not speak. Mao SS rank. That is an E-rank archer. Su Xingyuan laughed aloud and did not directly answer Zhao Zixin's question, you guess. Go. Su Xingyuan and the others quickly left. Zhao Zixin was lost in thought for a moment, as if he was convincing himself, it's definitely an S-rank talent. I'm sorry, brothers, I was the one who was out of my depth before and caused you to get hurt. Zhao Zixin came back to his senses and turned to Zhang Ruya and the others, bending down. Captain, you didn't leave us behind to escape before, that's enough. Yes, Captain, if it wasn't for you and Zhang Ruya blocking the stone-skinned rhinoceros, our group might have been in trouble. Let bygones be bygones, Captain, but you have to promise us that you won't challenge the martial artist's 3rd-level foreign beasts anymore. My body can't withstand another round. The crowd laughed and said, even in the mood to joke around. Old Zhang, thanks. Zhao Zixin nodded seriously to Zhang Ruya and pounded his chest. Let's go find the 2nd, 1st-weight foreign beasts to go, not to accompany the 3rd-weight foreign beasts to play, we can't look at them. Ha ha ha. What kind of expression do you think Zhao Zixin would have if he knew that you were an E-rank gifted archer? Su Xingyuan and his group searched for the foreign beasts while chatting with Chen-Chi, who didn't know where he was, through his tactical watch. Chen-Chi, who had just reached a certain high point, swept his eyes over the surroundings and listened to Su Xingyuan's voice with laughter. Helplessly, he said, what kind of bad taste are you having? He. Su Xingyuan hemmed and hawed, he had deliberately not told Zhao Zixin just now for the sake of this bad taste of his. Being told by Chen-Chi, he was instead a bit pleased with himself and turned back to Wang Er, Xuanyan, and the others behind him. The crowd hemmed and hawed, their purpose naturally aligned with Su Xingyuan. Su Xingyuan had this bad taste, and they had the same. An E-ranked talent bowman was surprisingly thought to be S-ranked by Zhao Zixin. They found it amusing to think of Zhao Zixin's possible expression. Of the teams in the recruit competition examination, aside from Su Xingyuan and his team who had an A-ranked combat talent, there were 6 other squads that had a configuration like theirs. If they only looked at the explicit data, even they were quite a bit weaker. Grade A combat talent Fire Elemental, Grade B combat talent Ice Elemental, and a total of 8 people at Grade C and D. As the only A-ranked talent in the team, Sun Fat was the well-deserved captain. Having just finished a battle, he took a long breath. The flames in his eyes gradually dissipated, and when he raised his eyes to look at it, a huge-bodied earth-splitting elephant collapsed on the ground. The others in the group gasped for air. Cracked Earth Elephant Martial Artist Triple Realm Strength. Finally done, damn, I'm exhausted.
As the only B-ranked talent in the squad other than Sun Fat, what Zhou Ning had consumed in the battle just now was not small. Excitement flashed between Sun Fat's eyes. The strength of their squad was a full martial artist, which was similar to the strength of other squads. Sun Fa and Zhou Ning's strength had entered the second level of martial artist. The talents of the two were also the most suitable for the most attacking talents, so the strength of their squad would be calculated to be quite a bit higher than the other squads. These points are really hard to get, Zhou Ning said under his breath as he walked over to Sun Fat. Sun Fa nodded his head. He thought that his squad's strength wasn't weak, and that it could at least be ranked in the top 10 in this recruit competition assessment team. With this kind of strength, they had only gotten 20 points by now. It could be imagined that the points of other teams would definitely not be too much. There are a total of 7 A-ranked talents in this recruit competition examination, so we can't be careless. Sun Fa shook his head. Not knowing the points of the other teams caused each team to feel that they might not rank too high. Zhou Ning took a breath and said after taking a sip of water, "There are 6 A-ranked talents in addition to you, Team Sun, and this also includes an A-ranked healing talent and an increased talent. There are slightly more B-rank ones, but there's only one team that can have the ice and fire that our team has." Compared to Sun Fat, Zhou Ning was confident in his squad's strength and points ranking. According to his estimation, right now, their squad's ranking was at least in the top 3, and even number 1 wasn't impossible. Let's hope, let's go. Sun Fa didn't explain too much, but greeted the crowd as they left in search of their next target. The direction they were heading in was southeast. Southeast, at a location 3 kilometers away from Sun Fa and their squad. Su Xingyuan's voice rang out, "Will Chen Shi be able to make it?" "I'll try my best." Chen Shi's voice rang out. Receiving Chen Shi's reply, Su Xingyuan swept a glance at the team members in front of him, turned his head to look at the 2 figures not far away, and licked his lips. "Then let's do it." Those 2 figures were none other than 2 martial triple realm Fey beasts. Killing 2 martial artist triple realm Fey beasts at once, such a battle record had never been seen before in this recruit competition examination. Now, Su Xingyuan and the others intended to try. The source that gave them such a strong confidence, other than the crowd's battle coordination with each other becoming more and more tacit, there was also Chen Shi who was lurking somewhere. Chapter 16 3rd. Xiang Han sat at the table, the screen in front of him displaying the real-time rankings of this recruit competition assessment squad as well as their respective real-time positions. The light from the screen reflected on his face, causing his eyes to carry a glow. First place, 15 Beast Hunting Squad, current accumulation of 25. Second place, 8 Nameless Squad, current points 23. Third place, 2 Ice and Fire Squad, current points 20. Fourth place, 32 Crouching Dragon Squad, current points 18. The number before the team's information represented the class it was in. Class 32. Xiang Han's gaze traveled from top to bottom, pausing briefly on the name of Crouching Dragon Squad before continuing to look down. The recruit competition examination is not only meant to test the strength of each team, but it also serves as a means of selecting various talents. These included, but were not limited to, talents with commanding abilities, outstanding combat abilities, healing, and other outstanding talents, as well as assessing everyone's performance in this recruit competition examination. The way they handled a crisis, their performance in battle, and various other aspects. In other words, this was not only a recruit competition test, but also a test to select talents in the army. It was a test to select the talents in the army, trying to dig out the strengths in each person as much as possible. And this test had already been finalized before Chen Shi and his group had even entered the army. Noting down the rankings and names of the squads displayed on the screen, Xiang Han turned over the information in his hand. This place contained all the information of the above teams, from everyone's family background all the way to their various performances after joining the army. Everything is so detailed that I'm afraid that even the people involved don't know that they have experienced certain things. Block it. The giant horned brute bull that was 3 meters tall, 5 meters long, and weighed 4 tons was manically letting out a roar. 2 giant horned savage bulls that had reached the 3rd level of martial artist were surrounded. Su Xingyuan's body was haunted by the power of thunder, and every attack from the lance in his hand was accompanied by the power of thunder, constantly bombarding the giant horned savage bull in front of him. The 2 giant horned savage bulls had clearly exceeded the strength of the entire squad by too much. However, they still unleashed their attacks on the giant horned savage bulls without any hesitation. Wang Ye's body continuously erupted with cyan-colored light, which did not enter the bodies of the rest of the people. Rapid healing restored the strength of the crowd. Su Xingyuan, as the squad leader, attracted the vast majority of the hatred as the main attacker.
The rest of the team surrounded the other giant horned savage bull. Buzz! The silver-colored arrow accurately blocked the pair of spiral horns of the giant horned barbarian bull. Su Xingyuan's expression was cold, and under the burst of thunder power, the giant horned savage bull in front of him was already fighting a trap. At this time, the giant horned savage bull was the most dangerous. Grilla Talpa still steals life, let alone the giant horned savage bull in front of him. The tip of the spear flashed with the power of thunder, causing people to look sideways. Snort! The wound that was originally only 20 centimeters was enlarged to a full 50 centimeters under Su Xingyuan's blow. Blood immediately dyed the body of the giant horned savage bull, and the shot also caused the giant horned savage bull to suffer pain. White mist sprayed out between its nostrils, and a pair of bull's eyes had long since turned red. The blood-red bull's eyes stared deathly at Su Xingyuan, who was holding the lance in front of him. Moo! The front limbs lifted up and then suddenly fell, the earth shook. The two surrounding figures shook slightly, their faces unchanged. Su Xingyuan's complexion flinched as his lance fiercely pointed on top of the pair of horns of the giant horned barbarian bull. Dang! Sparks spattered. Whoosh! Two silver-colored arrows cut through the sky and arrived in an instant. While the giant horned savage bull was still competing with Su Xingyuan, the air-breaking sound from the two silver arrows that suddenly appeared was like a funeral bell ringing. They arrived in an instant, passing through the wound that had already expanded to 50 centimeters from the other side. The arrows carried the internal organs of the giant horned barbarian bull, ripping it out violently. Moo! The giant horned barbarian bull let out a miserable scream from its mouth. Su Xingyuan's lips hooked into a smile, his eyes condensed, a cold, morose light flickered in them, the thunder power of the tip of the gun erupted once again, blasting into the body of the giant horned barbarian bull, and then with both hands holding the gun, he took a step out as if he were holding a lengthened version of the bone-culling knife. Thud! The giant horned savage bull was instantly torn in half by the overwhelmingly powerful lance. It smashed onto the ground with a bang. Once again, he gained 3 points, and at this moment, the Crouching Dragon Squad's points had come to 21 points. The ranking took a step further and ranked third. The lance shook, blood was shaken off, and his eyes fell on another giant horned barbarian bull. While Chen Qi and the others were resolving the other giant horned savage bull, a location more than 900 meters away from them. The Ice and Fire Squad was approaching the direction that Su Xingyuan and the others were in. Zhou Ning's expression was indifferent as he raised his eyes and swept his surroundings. The abandoned county had long since been covered in vegetation, the abandoned cars were also flooded with vegetation, and the asphalt road had long since cracked. That was the result of the vegetation roots growing a little underground. Had to marvel at the power of life. The county is so big, how come we can't run into any other A-grade talent teams? Zhou Ning said with a sigh. 20 points for the squad made Zhou Ning curious about other squads at the moment. All along the way, he was looking for other squad figures. Suanfa glanced sideways at Zhou Ning, his tone flat. What can I do if I run into one? It's hard to believe that you want to compete with others? It's not impossible, you're a ranked fire elemental talent, I'm B-ranked ice elemental, such a combination will absolutely crush any squad you encounter. The only pity is that we can't compete against them. Unlike Sun Fat, Zhou Ning, who was a B-ranked ice elemental talent, was curious about the other squads. Suanfa didn't say anything, but instead turned his head to look into the distance. There are people fighting in front. Suanfa spat out a sentence under his breath. Zhou Ning raised his eyebrows and said excitedly, go take a look. The rest of the team revealed excited looks in unison after hearing the words of their captain, Sun Fa. The excited looks of Zhou Ning and the others made Sun Fat somewhat helpless. Let's go take a look then. Go. Just as the words fell, Zhou Ning's figure instantly disappeared. Someone is coming. At the heights, the string of the pitch-black alloy longbow in Chun Chi's hand quivered, and a silver arrow flew into the battlefield, tearing open the wound on the giant horned barbarian bull as his eyes swept over a figure. Su Xingyuan's expression remained unchanged, the lance in his hand did not have the slightest pause. Don't worry about it, settled the giant horned barbarian bull before saying anything. The remaining few people nodded in unison at the words. And then, regardless of anything else, they continuously attacked towards the giant horned savage bull. Ha! Zhou Ning was the first to appear, and when he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but let out a light eep. Giant horned savage bull martial artist triple. He recognized the foreign beast in front of him at the first moment. Captain Suanfa followed closely behind, his figure suddenly appearing. The gazes of the two first swept the battle in the field before they couldn't help but land on another corpse not far away. 2. The two looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Facing two giant horned savage bulls of the third level of martial artist at the same time? Was this possible? Chapter 17, Absolute Trust. Chen Shi glanced at Sun Fa, Zhou Ning, and the others standing at the edge of the battlefield without paying too much attention. This group of people were also just standing at the edge and watching. As for taking action against Su Xingyuan and the others in the battlefield? Disregarding the advance warning from the warrior before the competition test, Chen Shi was also confident that he could block or even kill Sun Fa, Zhou Ning, and the others the first time they made a move. Not to mention that among the squad members, there was also the presence of Su Xingyuan, the captain of an A-rank talent type. With the A-rank talent Thunder main attack, his own strength was definitely not weak. At the edge of the battlefield, the two of them, Sun Fa and Zhou Ning, glanced at each other, a hint of shock flashing through their eyes. The team in front of them was well coordinated between their actions. And that one teenager holding a lance was even haunted by Thunder. Grade A talent Thunder. That was a talent that was even more suitable for offense than the two of their talents. Very strong. Suanfa said with a nod. Zhou Ning nodded slightly, his eyes sweeping over the rest of the crowd. How come there are only 7 people in their squad? Normally the standard configuration for a squad was 8 people. 2 increased talents, 2 healing talents, and the rest were all combat talents. But there were only 7 people in the current battlefield. Where did the remaining 1 go? Probably battle attrition. Someone's gaze landed on the corpse of the giant horned savage bull not far away, and said in disbelief. It could be that, although their captain's talent was a ranked Thunder, their overall strength wasn't too strong. With such strength wanting to fight without attrition while facing 2 giant horned savage bulls of the martial artist triple realm, I think it's unlikely. The rest of the team members behind them spoke out. In their opinion, although the Su Xingyuan in front of them had strong individual strength, as they had said, such a team was not enough to have the ability to face 2 giant horned savage bulls at the same time without attrition. Zhou Ning also felt that the crowd had a point. The strength of their squad was stronger than the squad in front of them, Su Xingyuan. However, even with their strength, it was absolutely impossible for them to kill 2 giant horned savage bulls without injury when facing them. Captain Sun Fa did not say a word, his calm eyes staring at the battlefield in front of him. His gaze eventually landed on a silver-colored arrow on the ground. His eyes changed slightly. Bowman talent? The only possibility of a silver arrow appearing in the battlefield with no one in sight was that there was a person who had awakened the Bowman talent hidden in the darkness of the battlefield, observing every move of the battlefield at all times. And his own group, who were at the edge of the battlefield, had long since fallen into the eyes of that Bowman talent. He raised his eyes and swept around, looking at them before withdrawing his gaze. There was no trace of that Bowman sky, and doubt flashed in the bottom of his eyes. Could it be that Bowman heaven's people had been attenuated? The battle had occurred until now, and he had not seen anyone other than the 7 people in the battlefield make a move. As he listened to the speculations of the team members behind him in his ears, he couldn't help but nod in his heart. It looked like there was indeed combat attrition in the battlefield. Su Xingyuan and the others did not know what was going on in Sun Fa's heart. The giant horned barbarian bull was manic. Su Xingyuan's attack caused it to go berserk, and the moment it forced Su Xingyuan back, a pair of huge spiral horns violently attacked towards the 2 people on its side. The speed was extremely fast. This all fell into Sun Fa's eyes. His pupils shrunk violently and his body tightened. Be careful. Unlike his reaction, the people in the battlefield actually did not dodge when they saw the movements of the giant horned savage bull, and the movements of the attacks in their hands did not stop. Don't want to die. Sun Fa's face sank and he was about to strike. And just at the moment when he was about to make a move, a sharp air-breaking sound suddenly sounded in the air. Raising his eyes to look, a silver light flashed away with extreme speed. It hit the pair of huge horns of the giant horned savage bull with unparalleled precision in his astonished gaze. Dang! Sparks splashed everywhere. The arrow wrapped with a powerful force instantly collided with the giant horns, emitting a sound of gold and iron clashing. It was just this one moment that caused the giant horned brute bull's attack to brush past the 2 men's bodies. The 2 people in the battlefield were like dancers dancing on the tip of a sword. Behind their group of dancers, there was an invisible hand controlling them. All that was needed was to flick the thread in their hands at just the right moment to get them out of the crisis peacefully. The scene just now all fell into Zhou Ning's eyes. When he saw the scene, he couldn't help but shout,
his wide eyes filled with disbelief. Behind him, the other players collectively fell into a petrified state.
Captain Sun Fa's entire body froze in place at this moment as well.
Dumbfounded, he looked at the crowd fighting in front of him. The scene just now was constantly floating in his mind, and the sound of arrows and giant horns colliding constantly echoed in his ears.
Who was this person?
Sun Fa came back to his senses, his fists clenched violently, and he couldn't help but gulp. The timing of the silver arrow's appearance shocked him. And what shocked him even more was the two people who didn't dodge just now. It was as if they had already anticipated that the arrow would appear and they themselves would be unharmed. How much trust did this require? Such trust could never appear in the bodies of new recruits. Only those veterans who had experienced enough battles could have such trust. But he knew very well that the group in front of him were new recruits just like himself. It had been almost a month since they enlisted. Establishing such a sense of trust was definitely not something that could be built with a few promises and a few words of comradeship. It was something that required countless battles to establish.
But how long has it been?
It had only been a dozen or so hours until now. A dozen hours of building up would allow all the members of the squad to give an infinite sense of trust to the person in the shadows. It was almost like putting one's life unconditionally into the hands of another person, and that person could destroy that trust with just the move of a finger if he had any heart.
You see it clearly? Suwonfa looked at Zhou Ning beside him with a complicated expression.
Aha! Zhou Ning no longer had an easy smile on his face, replacing it with a face full of seriousness.
His eyes were perplexed. Is it hard to believe that he's in S-class?
Who this he was talking about was self-evident.
Suwonfa smiled bitterly, his gaze falling back to the battle not far away. At this moment, the battle was almost over. The giant horned barbarian bull was at the end of its strength.
That archer talent did not strike again either. It seemed that his main purpose was to ensure the safety of everyone in the battlefield. Compared to Su Xingyuan, Shen Shi, who was hidden in the shadows, was more of a captain.
Zhou Ning's question Suwonfa was also curious to know. S-class?
I haven't heard of anyone in the recruits awakening an S-rank talent.
The two people are puzzled.
In the battlefield, after Su Xingyuan ended the life of the giant horned brute bull in front of him, he stood on the corpse of the giant horned brute bull, holding his lance in his hand, and raised his eyes to look at Sun Fat and the others.
Chapter 18. Is it hard? Sun Fa.
Sun Fa hesitated a little before leading Zhou Ning and the other team members towards Su Xingyuan and the others. He looked around, his eyes darting over the people who were busy cleaning up the battlefield, before finally settling on Su Xingyuan's face, smiling and nodding his head in greeting. At the same time, Zhou Ning was also surveying his surroundings, trying to find the eighth person of this squad.
Su Xingyuan smiled and nodded. Su Xingyuan.
After saying that, he glanced at Zhou Ning and the others who were constantly surveying their surroundings, the corners of his lips curling into a smile. Something wrong?
Glancing askance at Zhou Ning and the others, Suwonfa coughed heavily.
Zhou Ning smiled sarcastically. Their actions just now were too deliberate, almost writing their need to find Chen Qi on their faces. Sun Fat was also a bit embarrassed, but he still opened his mouth and smiled. To be able to kill a giant horned barbarian without any injuries despite combat attrition, Captain Su, your team is very strong. He intentionally brought up the words combat attrition, and then brought up killing a
single one without injury. The meaning was already obvious.
These words, which on the surface carried bragging but in actuality carried the nature of a test, fell on Su Xingyuan's ears, and he smiled, shaking his lance, shaking off the blood of the foreign beast stained on his lance.
Raising two fingers, not one, but two. Suwonfa, Omega Omega. Zhou Ning, Sigma.
Everyone else, W the W. Zhou Ning frowned, his gaze moving back and forth over the two giant horned savage bull corpses, and looked up at Su Xingyuan, asking in astonishment, "You mean you guys killed the two giant horned savage bulls without any injuries?" The more he pondered over what he had just said, the more wrong he felt. Instead of explaining the battle attrition, Su Xingyuan had focused on emphasizing the two. So did this mean that they had killed two giant horned savage bulls without any injuries? Sun Fa frowned and shook his head slightly. He did not feel that the Su Xingyuan and the others in front of him had the strength to face two giant horned savage bulls at the same time and kill them without injury. The eighth person in their team was strong, but that shouldn't be enough to make up for such a gap. Unless that person's talent was truly S-rank. It was just a pity that the number of times that person had struck out was too few for them to make an accurate judgment of him.
Su Xingyuan's lips curled into a smile as he raised his eyes to look somewhere before looking at Sun Fa and Zhou Ning and the others and said indifferently, just two giant horned savage bulls, is it hard? Cam. It was loaded by him. Sun Fa and Zhou Ning both spat in their hearts at the same time. Returning to their senses, they looked at Su Xingyuan with complicated eyes, and after a long time, Sun Fa asked, Captain Su, where is the 8th person of your team? Can I get to know him? Zhou Ning's eyes were expectant. Not only did Sun Fat want to meet that person, even the team members behind him wanted to see with their own eyes what the person who could control the rhythm of the entire battlefield actually looked like. How strong he really was. Wang Er, Xuanyan and the others had already finished cleaning up the battlefield, and the 2 alien beast cores in their hands were flickering with light. Hearing the words of Sun Fa and the others, Wang Er and the others revealed smiles in unison. Su Xingyuan shrugged, there will be an opportunity, but not now. Let's talk about it after the recruit competition examination is over. Politely, he rejected Sun Fa and the others' request to get to know Chen Qi. All right. Being rejected, Sun Fa did not ask any more questions, but nodded toward Su Xingyuan and the others. Without saying much, Su Xingyuan nodded slightly and was about to leave. Zhou Ning suddenly spoke, Captain Su, how many points does your team have? Although he could not recognize the person from Su Xingyuan's and their team, it should still be possible to inquire about the points. Unsurprisingly, Su Xingyuan and the others turned back to look at Zhou Ning, Su Wenfa and the others. Smiling lightly, he said, not much, 24. Cam. Team Su, Sun Fat and the others aren't weak either. Wang Er looked at the back of Sun Fat and the others leaving and spoke. Sun Fat and the others weren't much surprised when they saw that Su Xingyuan had awakened an A-ranked Thunder talent, which meant that it was highly likely that Sun Fat and the others were also A-ranked. Su Xingyuan nodded, it's probably a grade A talent, and Zhou Ning should be a grade B talent. 2 martial artists second realm, they should also rank in the top 5 in the ranks of this recruit competition examination. The two of them, Xuanyan and Rin Jianming, smiled and said, Team Su, do you think we can outfox them? Su Xingyuan said without a good mood, what do you mean by or not, are you going to get laid? This is the recruit competition test, don't talk nonsense. The two nodded their heads in succession. If it's based on our explicit strength, then we definitely can't. However, our strength can't be viewed in the eyes of normal people. Wang Er and the others were speechless. Yes, their team could not be viewed with ordinary eyes. An A-ranked Thunder talent, a B-ranked Healing talent, a bunch of C-ranked, D-ranked talents. And an E-ranked Bowman talent. Anyone looking at such a configuration would frown. What kind of messy configuration is it? An A-level Thunder with a team of stinky fish and shrimp. But this is such a configuration, and it won 24 points, ranking second in the entire recruit competition examination team. And the first place hunting squad, at this moment the points have become 28. On the screen hanging in the office, the Crouching Dragon squad, which was originally ranked 4th, had become second at this moment. First place, 15 Beast Hunting Squad, currently accumulating 28. Second place, 32 Crouching Dragon squad, current accumulation of 24. Third place, 8 Nameless squad, current points 23. Fourth place, 2 Ice and Fire squad, current points 20. Xiang Han raised his eyes to look at the changing squad rankings, and when he saw Crouching Dragon squad, he couldn't help but glance sideways at Wu Liuyi. All the people present were concerned about the rankings of the squads under their respective hands. The sudden rise in Crouching Dragon squad's ranking caused everyone present to glance sideways. 6 points added at once. The class president of Class 15 raised an eyebrow, his expression tinged with surprise. Someone also saw the sudden change in the points of the Crouching Dragon squad, and after thinking about it, he looked at Wu Liuyi and asked with a smile, Old 5, you kid can do it, you've picked up a treasure. I remember that the captain of this squad is called Su Xingyuan, right, grade A combat talent Thunder. Wu Liuyi's face was calm and he nodded slightly, while in his heart, he had already laughed out loud. To be able to kill 2 martial triple alien beasts with the strength of an A-ranked Thunder, martial second, I have to say that your kid has really picked up a treasure. Ha, yeah, Old 5, your kid has let you get away with it this time. How come I haven't come across an A-ranked talent? You still want a ranked talent? Your team of 3 B-ranked talents, you can just be happy. The crowd chimed in, and as they spoke, they shifted the topic to the Beast Hunting squad that was currently ranked number 1. Although the Crouching Dragon squad is very strong, it's ultimately a one-trick pony. It's almost unlikely that an A-ranked talent would want to lead a team of B-ranked and below talents to the first place. Yeah, or else it's still Feng Quan's kid's luck.
1 A ranked talent and 4 B ranked talents. The configuration of this squad simply shouldn't be too high. Tisk, 28 points. It looks like this Fongquan kid is going to treat the group to dinner. Before this competition assessment even started, their group of recruit company squad leaders had discussed that whoever's squad under their hand would treat the group to dinner if they got first place. According to the overall strength of each team, as well as the current points, Fongquan's beast hunting squad, the first place should be secured. The flirting of the crowd all fell into Fongquan's ears. He held back his laughter and waved his hand. It's only 10 hours past now, the final ranking is still uncertain. Fongquan looked towards Wu Liuyi, smiling nervously. What do you say, right, old 5? Wu Liuyi, damn, fists are hard. Chapter 1953 points. Wu Liuyi's fists hardened. The beast hunting squad under Fongquan's command had Captain Jiang as a ranked healing talent, and 5 B-ranked talents on the team, including 1 healing talent and 4 combat talents. The remaining 2 were C-rank increased talents. Such a team configuration placed in the team of this recruit competition assessment was simply not too strong. Although a rank Thunder was strong, Su Xingyuan was only one person. On the contrary, Jiang Yan and his team were quite a bit stronger than Su Xingyuan's team, both in terms of their own strength and talent. Wu Liuyi said without a trace of anger, Old Fong, you can just steal your joy. You kid is lucky. The crowd burst out laughing. The two of them, Fongquan and Wu Liuyi, were both in the martial master realm, except that Wu Liuyi was a 4th level martial master, while Fongquan was a 3rd level martial master. The two of them usually didn't rarely compete in secret. This time, the two were again competing in the recruit competition. Only this time, Fongquan had better luck. With almost the entire squad of B-grade talent, he really didn't know how to lose. With such strength, the advantage is mine. Aya, old 5, don't be discouraged, maybe there's still a chance behind you? Fongquan said smilingly. Xiang Han did not stop the fight between the two. This is how it is in the military, there will always be competition present. Compared to the rough interference, he chose to let the crowd compete, only to set the rules, not to make underhanded moves, and even more so, not to take action against his comrades. In this case, the company under Xiang Han's hand was the most competitive. It was also very strong at the same time. He lowered his head and glanced at the information in his hand once again, and a flash of light flashed in the bottom of his eyes. Attack from the side. Be careful, kill this one and we can rest today. In the darkness of the night, a figure was continuously launching attacks towards a martial artist triple threat rift elephant. A teenager wearing a military uniform had a face full of perseverance, with a glint in his eyes. A long sword was held diagonally in his hand, and his mouth was constantly directing the attacks of the others. The team's cooperation was tacit. Under Jiang Yan's command, the people worked closely together, and within a short period of time, the martial artist triple threat rift elephant was already full of wounds. As the light of the knife flashed in Jiang Yan's hand, the long knife didn't enter the cracked earth elephant's head, leaving only the hilt. Blood gushed out. Jiang Yan stood over the corpse of the rift earth elephant and raised his eyes to look at the crowd in front of him. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Let's rest for a while, after cleaning up the battlefield, we'll be able to rest today. As the words fell, the crowd revealed excited smiles. From the moment they stepped into Tangsong County, their group had not dared to stop for a moment to search for the traces of the foreign beasts. After such a long time of searching and fighting, the crowd had long been tired. Although they were martial artists, in the end, they were only 1st and 2nd level martial artists. The cultivation of the battle spirit method was also only at the 1st level, and the speed of power recovery couldn't keep up with the consumption. The main thing was the consumption of spirit. Although the battle spirit method could also recover the spirit, it was very slow. My chow, I'm exhausted. Just as the words fell, someone instantly lay down on the ground without any regard for their image, panting heavily. I've never been this tired, hoo. Me too. Team Jiang, our points should be number 1 now, right? Someone was sitting against the wall with a smile on his face. When the rest of the crowd heard these words, their complexions perked up and they all looked at Jiang Yan. It should be. Jiang Yan nodded with a smile. A ranked healing talent, he was leading a squad. That was almost entirely B-ranked, such a configuration could be called luxurious. How tough 31 points were, Jiang Yan he knew very well. Even such a strong configuration of their team had only gotten 31 points by now, the speed of other teams could be imagined. This answer made everyone excited. Someone spoke up, Team Jiang, I haven't been number 1 since I was a kid, I've gotten it this time. Ha, you kid. Snort. A silver arrow, like a sharpest knife, roughly split the night curtain.
A sharp air-breaking sound was emitted. The arrow flipped and spun continuously.
With a force of 2,500 kilograms, the bowstring was drawn full, and then the fingers were loosened. The arrow was infused with even more power and speed. The rapidly rotating arrow was shot into the head of the giant horned barbarian bull, which was already at the end of its strength, in the blink of an eye. The powerful force on the arrow carried the corpse of the giant horned barbarian bull, which flew out a full meter away and was nailed to the ground.
Who? Wang Er and the others let out a sigh of relief in unison.
Xuanyan, Ren Jianming, and the others with weaker strengths only felt weak.
Immediately, they entered sage mode.
The recovery effect of the battle spirit method was deeply felt by all after this period of time. The continuous fighting had long since depleted Xuanyan as well as Ren Jianming and the others of their strength. Wang Er braced his spirit and walked over to Xuanyan and the others. The B-grade healing talent was unleashed, and threads of strange energy flowed into everyone's bodies through his palms. Although their squad had the presence of Chen Shi, who would always step in at critical moments to neutralize a crisis.
However, the strength and spirit they consumed was real.
Su Xingyuan glanced at the crowd who had already entered into sage mode, and the tip of his spear stabbed into the brain of the giant horned savage bull without any obstruction, followed by a fierce pick. A foreign beast crystal core then fell into his hands. At this moment, the time was already 3 in the morning.
The day's battle had left everyone feeling exceptionally tired. Even he was feeling a hint of exhaustion. Chen Shi, how are you doing?
Su Xingyuan sat on his but on the corpse of the giant horned savage bull as his voice was transmitted to Chen Shi through his tactical watch.
Pretty good.
Footsteps sounded, and Chen Shi's figure appeared in front of Su Xingyuan and the others. In the short span of a day, Chen Shi had shown up only a handful of times. He was like a ghost, you didn't know where he was, yet he was always watching you. It was also because of Chen Shi, who wandered outside of the battlefield, that they were able to make it to this point without combat attrition.
The points skyrocketed.
Here. Tossing the alien beast crystal core in his hand to Chen Shi, Su Xingyuan sized up Chen Shi and said with a sigh, if I hadn't repeatedly confirmed that you had indeed awakened an E-ranked bowman talent, I would have definitely thought that you were an S-rank just like Zhao Zhixin and the others. Chen Shi smiled and shrugged. The black alloy longbow was carried in his hands, emitting a hint of a stern aura.
Su Xingyuan felt a little curious, were all bowmen as strong as Chen Shi?
From the time Chen Shi had struck until now, he had never missed a beat. No matter how chaotic there was in the battlefield, he was always able to shoot the arrows in his hand at the most appropriate time. And then help them come to avoid the danger. Shaking his head, he cast aside this strange thought in his head.
Chen Shi, do you know how many points we have now?
Su Xingyuan's tone carried a hint of excitement.
53 it is.
Chen Shi thought about it and said with a smile.
Yeah, 53 points ah. Su Xingyuan couldn't help but burst out. The expression was filled with excitement. Without realizing the time, a day had passed. 53 points in one day. How could such a battle result not make Su Xingyuan feel excited? On the screen hanging in the office,
there were occasional changes in the numbers.
There was only Wu Liui's figure in the entire office.
The others had long gone to rest.
He couldn't sleep.
Feng Quan and he had been competing, and today, Feng Quan's team won first place, although it was not the final ranking. But he still had a hard time in his heart. Especially when Chen Shi and his team came in second in points, it was even harder for him, and a hint of anticipation rose in his heart.
What if they became number 1?
At this moment, he was staring blankly at the first line on the screen with wide eyes.
First place, 32 Crouching Dragon Squad, current points 53. Misty Grass, what happened in the few hours I was away? Chapter 20, This Motherer.
Life really is full of surprises. Wu Liui gulped, glanced around, and rubbed his eyes before confirming the numbers on the screen once more.
53 points.
He only felt that his entire body was excited. The second-place Beast Hunting Squad only had a mere 31 points right now.
The gap between the two teams was a full 22 points.
One martial artist second-level Fey Beast was 2 points, and there was a difference of 11 martial artist second-level Fey Beasts between the two teams.
Are these rabbits high on drugs?
Wu Liui didn't figure out why Chen Shi and his team's points had risen so quickly.
At this moment, the Crouching Dragon Squad's crowd was already sleeping peacefully.
Inside an abandoned building, 7 people were casually lying on the ground. Xuanyan and Ren Jianming, they had already entered dreamland.
However, Su Xingyuan could not sleep, looking sideways at the figure not far away that held a black alloy longbow in his hand, confusion showing in his eyes. Chen Shi was the one who took the initiative to ask for a night watch, rotating once every 2 hours. E-rank archer talent. Su Xingyuan's eyes contained doubts as he softly spat out a slightly doubtful sentence from his mouth. These words were not spoken by him to Chen Shi, they were just a person's self-talk. When he had just met Chen Shi, he had actually held a sense of superiority. A rank A combat talent Thunder, such a talent could cause people to look sideways no matter where they went. An E-ranked combat talent Bowman seemed to be from 2 worlds compared to him. Perhaps it was because Chen Shi gave him good senses, or maybe it was something else. He pulled Chen Shi into this squad. Combat support role, this was Chen Shi's position in this squad at first. But the moment that Silver Arrow broke through the air and pulled him back from the brink of serious injury, he knew that he was wrong. A total of 3 months of recruit training, and now just after a month there's suddenly a recruit competition test, it's really tiring. Su Xingyuan's voice rang out, a pair of eyes radiating a bit of light in the dark night. The faint moonlight reflected between Chen Shi's amber-colored eyes, and when he fixed his eyes to look, his pair of eyes appeared blood-red at the moment. There were no abnormalities in the surroundings, and Chen Shi looked sideways at Su Xingyuan. The eagle-eye insight talent skill allowed him to bing as if he was watching fire in the darkness of the night, seeing Su Xingyuan and the others clearly. With the continuous increase in strength, the 3S talent Hui seemed to be slowly revealing its true face. 100 steps through Yang allows himself to shoot arrows without fail. Eagle-eye insight allowed himself to see farther, sharpening his judgment on the timing of his strikes and on crises. His current strength had come to the 3rd level of martial artist and was about to step into the 4th realm. Although the 3S talent was strong, Chen Shi realized that it consumed more resources than others. Su Xingyuan had already stepped into the 3rd level of martial artist and was in the same realm as himself. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Chen Shi sat against the wall, his black alloy longbow resting in his hand and an alloy stick in his hand. Seeing the weariness on Su Xingyuan's face, Chen Shi smiled and said, 3 months in total, it's only been a month. By you saying that, I feel even more tired. Su Xingyuan shook his head, tilted his head slightly, ran his left hand through the broken hair on his forehead, and said helplessly, with so many adoring gazes falling on me, I'm under a lot of pressure. It can't be helped, people who are too good will always be under so much pressure. I'm Nima. The corners of Chen Shi's mouth pulled, and his fists hardened. Su Xingyuan was always thinking of how to act like a bully at all times, but it was just that every time, he managed to find a clean angle to act like a bully successfully. How have you lived for so many years? Chen Shi blankly glanced at him, his words full of flirtation. What words this is? Su Xingyuan looked askance in Chen Shi's direction. He did not have the natural ability of eagle-eye insight, he could only vaguely see Chen Shi's approximate appearance. When people are handsome, pretending to be a bully is not called pretending to be a bully. I call this playing handsome. After saying that he couldn't help but laugh out loud, Chen Shi laughed silently. Both of them did not open their mouths, the surroundings were quiet. Chen Shi did not know what Su Xingyuan was thinking, his heart was thinking about Chen Yao, Chen Hao, and Mom and Dad at this time. He was actually forced to join the army. If not for the sentence from Li Qi's mouth, your dad is a sewer maggot, your family is. These words completely drowned out his sanity and punched Li Qi in the face. However, Li Qi was waiting for this punch. The figure of 1 million was something that Chen Shi had only seen in books. Perhaps $1 million was simple for someone like Li Ji, but for Chen Shi and his family, not to mention $1 million, even 100,000 would crush the entire family. Chen Shi, why did you join the army? Su Xingyuan suddenly opened his mouth, and his tone was not as relaxed as it was just now. Instead, it still carried a hint of melancholy. Chen Shi was slightly stunned, leaning against the wall, a window by his side. The faint moonlight passed through the window, scattering down beside Chen Shi. He raised his hand and clenched his 5 fingers into fists. A calm voice rang out, because being poor and weak is the original sin. Su Xingyuan's eyelids jumped as his gaze landed on Chen Shi's position. Although he couldn't see Chen Shi's face, the words spat out from Chen Shi's calm voice made his entire body feel tightened. Without explaining too much, Chen Shi let out a light laugh. Xingyuan, do you think I'm right? Su Xingyuan froze, nodding and shaking his head. I don't know. Do you want to hear a story? Without waiting for him to answer, Chen Shi's calm voice sounded once again. An 18-year-old boy was insulted by a group of well-dressed boys from well-off families because he said a few more words to a pretty girl. Several people surrounded him and beat him up alone. He was angry, and the anger in his heart drowned out the pain in his body, so he fought back. One punch, that's all it took. Chen Shi's voice did not change, as if he was telling an irrelevant story.
That group of people let him pay $1 million in damages. He was not convinced that this was all just a passive counterattack on his part, so he went to the school director, to the principal. Only what he didn't know was how much power was behind the group of people who surrounded him. The principal looked at him coldly and said it was all the boy's fault. Withdrawal or compensation, it was a tough choice. So you came to enlist in the army? Su Xingyuan narrowed his eyes, a hint of suppressed anger in his voice. Yeah, that's why I came to join the army. Not only is it the compensation deal with that group of people, but more importantly, I want to become stronger. They stand like a high mountain to the current me, and even if I tilt my head and look as hard as I can't see any hope of being able to climb over it. They disdain me and scorn me. Being poor and weak is the original sin. Su Xingyuan, what do you think I should do? Amber-colored eyes flickered with light as Chun-Shi looked towards Su Xingyuan, his lips hooked in a smile as he asked. Him. Su Xingyuan violently clenched his fist and popped out a sentence from between his teeth. Yes, him. Chapter 21, I really don't know. There were no words for the night. After a night of rest and recuperation, everyone in the Crouching Dragon squad had been brought back to full blood once again. Xuanyan stretched his back and his gaze fell on the roof of another building outside the window. There, a figure with an upright figure, a silver stick on his waist, and a black alloy bow in his hand. What a pervert! An E-rank talent recovers faster than even my C-rank talent. Taking his gaze back, Xuanyan exclaimed with a sigh. Ren Jianming, who was at the side, couldn't help but nod his head. Old Shui, have you ever heard of a saying? What? Xuanyan was puzzled. Since ancient times, Bao soldiers have been hanging on the wall more often than not. Ren Jianming glanced at the figure on the roof of the building not far away while smiling at Xuanyan. Xuanyan. So don't think about this talent thing. Patting Xuanyan's shoulder, Ren Jianming smiled mysteriously. Guess what level his lance martial skill has already been cultivated to? Also, did you find out? He stood up and leaned against the window, suspicion flashing under his eyes. From yesterday to today, the amount of mental energy that Chun-Shi has exerted is definitely more than ours, yet the speed of his recovery is quite a bit faster than ours. Ha! Ren Jianming shook his head slightly. We'll have to put in some effort with a C-rank talent like ours. Don't really let Chun-Shi, an E-rank talent, leave us behind. If I guess correctly, Battle Spirit Method Chun-Shi is already going to be close to entering the second level, if not already in the second level. Misty Grass. Xuanyan couldn't help but spit out in a low voice. 3 months of recruit training had passed, and now only a month had passed, and in a month's time there was already a gap in everyone's cultivation. The most obvious of which was the only A-ranked talent possessor in the squad. Su Xingyuan's strength had already come to the 3rd level of martial artist, and his battle spirit technique was only one step away from the 2nd level of spirit condensation. In the entire squad, he ranked as the first person who deserved to be there. And in second place was the only B-ranked healing talent in the squad, Wang Er, a martial artist at the 2nd level, a layer of battle spirit method, and not too far away from spirit condensation. The rest of the people's human strengths were all at the 1st level of martial artist. Xuanyan and Ren Jianming, they all seemed to have deliberately ignored Chen-Shi in the squad. In just one day's time, Chen-Shi's position in their hearts had quietly changed. Although they didn't want to admit it, this was the truth. Although Chen-Shi's talent was only E-rank, his strength had surpassed all of them. Even Xuanyan and Ren Jianming speculated if Chen-Shi's strength was already comparable to Captain Su Xingyuan. No one knew to what extent Chen-Shi's strength had reached. There are still 3 hours to go before the end. Guess where we can rank in terms of points this time? The time was almost over. Su Xingyuan and the others were less anxious instead. His voice reached Chun-Shi's ears through the tactical watch on his hand. At least the top 3. With only 3 hours left, Chen-Shi did not intentionally look for traces of the alien beasts. Anyway, if he ran into them, he would take the points, and if he could not, he would just forget about it. Wang Er and Xuanyan and the others laughed out softly after glancing at each other. From the time he entered Tangsong County, Chen-Shi was as if he was invisible, and only appeared when the battle was over. No one knew how many points each squad had. Su Xingyuan and the others simply didn't think much about it and slowly walked towards the exit location. Chen-Shi, who was at the vantage point, had his Eagle Eye Insight talent skill activated, allowing him to easily lock onto any movement within his line of sight. Before a first-level martial artist beast could react, a silver-colored arrow broke through the air. The arrow passed through the head and nailed it to the wall of the abandoned building. A foreign beast with such strength no longer needed the squad's crowd to make a move. Chen-Shi alone was able to shoot it to death before it could react. At this moment, Chen-Shi's strength was on the verge of breaking through the martial artist 4th realm. With such strength to take a shot at a martial one fey beast, even if he didn't use his longbow, he would still be able to beat it to death with his own strength. And let's not forget that there was also a silver-colored stick hanging at his waist, which he could turn into a longbow in the next second if he needed to, instantly transforming from an archer who only possessed the ability to attack from a distance to an archer who possessed the ability to fight in melee. On the screen in the office, the points of all the squads were displayed. At this moment, it was no longer just Wu Liuyi. Xiang Han and the squad leaders of the remaining squads were all present. The office was quiet, so quiet that one could only hear the sound of the machine fan turning, as well as a throat-rolling sound. First place, 32 Crouching Dragon Squad, current points 56. Second place, 15 Beast Hunting Squad, current accumulation of 34. Third place, 2 Ice and Fire Squad, current points 32. Fourth place, 8 Nameless Squad, current points 29. 56? Looking at the numbers displayed on the screen, the people present couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Is Crouching Dragon Squad high on drugs? Or what? Wasn't it only 24 points yesterday? How long has it been since I saw this, and the points have doubled? Can't it be that they're pulling the lower-ranked foreign beasts together? Someone raised doubts. A martial artist first-level foreign beast, with the strength of these new recruits of theirs to kill at least 10 minutes, right, and then counting the search for foreign beasts, recovery of strength, etc. If you calculate it like this, the time is also completely insufficient. Some people did a little math in their hearts and realized that no matter if it was the squad strength, the speed of killing the alien beasts or the time spent searching for them, it wasn't enough to finish killing so many alien beasts in just a short period of time. Even if it was 1 point for one, Chen Shi and the others would have to kill more than 50 of them. But since it was the recruit competition examination, how could it be that there were only martial first-level fey beasts? Unless they can challenge several fey beasts at the same time, but by the strength of a team like theirs, it should be unlikely. The crowd speculated about that constant change in the Crouching Dragon Squad. The second-ranked Beast Hunting Squad was also fierce, with 34 points, leaving behind the third place by a full 4 points. Feng Quan's face changed slightly. Listening to the crowd's discussion, he only felt his chest clogging up. Yesterday, he was still confident, opening his mouth to flirt with Wu Liuyi. Time is still early, who ranks first is still not certain. He didn't expect the slap in the face to come so fast. You kid, honestly tell me, is there a genius hidden in your squad? Feng Quan had doubts in his heart. He could accept that the squad under his hand lost the competition, but he didn't understand why the Crouching Dragon Squad points went up so fast. Wu Liuyi returned to his senses. He looked at Feng Quan, whose eyes were full of grudges, and helplessly spread his hands. If I say that I don't know either, do you believe me? This sentence is the truth. But Feng Quan and the other squad leaders present, no one believes it. The strength of the squad under their own hands, when the squad leader actually didn't know? It would be a hell of a thing to say if anyone believed it. Wu Liuyi is also helpless. Foggrass, I really don't know. Cam. Chapter 22, How much? Beast Hunting Squad leader Jiangyan's face was a little pale at the moment. This was caused by the excessive consumption of strength and talent. There were still 2 hours left for the first month's recruit competition examination to end. Jiangyan and his team had now come to 34 points, ranking second. And as the crowd gasped slightly, a martial artist triple alien beast fell. 37 points. Ice and Fire Squad. Sun Fa, Zhou Ning, and the others were heading towards the exit. Team Sun, how many points do you think Su Xingyuan and the others have now? In the county town that had been abandoned for several years, there were green plants everywhere, and the originally towering buildings were also crawling with vines in the passage of time. The scene they had seen immediately came to Suanfa's mind. The silver-colored arrows were like fingers that controlled the entire battlefield. A slight flick could control the rhythm of the entire battlefield. It was refined to every person, every movement, and even every timing. The two of them, Sun Fa and Zhou Ning, had never been able to figure out what kind of powerful talent it took to achieve such a terrifying level. When Su Xingyuan and his group were fighting the foreign beasts, they, standing at the edge of the battlefield, were like spectators of this dangerous show. And that silver-colored arrow was the protagonist of this dangerous show. When it appeared, everyone's eyes were attracted to it. It shocked everyone present. The one who dominated all of this was incomparably mysterious. I don't know, it shouldn't be less than us. Suanfa shook his head and withdrew his thoughts. Zhou Ning shrugged and stopped talking. As the time got closer and closer, there were many teams that were scrambling to kill the foreign beasts at the moment.
All they wanted was to add one more point to their original points. The Crouching Dragon squad and the others, who were the protagonists, seemed to be free of such anxiety. Chen Qi had already returned to the squad. The squad of 8 people, Su Xingyuan right hand holding a gun, the tip of the gun slanting forward, the gun back on the left shoulder, a military uniform will set off its more and more spiritual handsome. Chen Qi slanting nose glance such as forced king in the world of Su Xingyuan, can only sigh, born forced body. Captain Su Xingyuan deservedly took the seat position, and Wang Er and the others were located a bit behind him. With his B-class healing talent, he held an important role in the squad. Carrying a black alloy longbow in his hand, Chen Qi walked at the end of the squad, looking as if he was extremely inconspicuous. However, when everyone in the squad was talking, they would unconsciously turn around to look at Chen Qi at the end of the squad. Exit. Xian Han and all the squad leaders of the squad had been waiting here for a long time. At this moment, there was still half an hour before the end of the recruit competition examination. Xian Han raised his hand and glanced at the tactical watch on his wrist and gave the order for the end of the assessment. With the order to end the assessment, all the squads involved in the assessment received the order to end the assessment. They all converged towards the exit location. 20 minutes later, all 32 squads were assembled. Xian Han's figure was straight, and his tiger eyes swept over the squads in front of him. After a long time, he raised his hand, informed the teams of their points. As the words fell, all the people present immediately looked tight, not only the members of each squad, including Wu Liuyi and the other squad leaders. The recruits had 3 competition tests in 3 months, and each of them would be about their points, which did not refer to the Fei points, but the generalized points in the army. They called it merit. At the beginning of this recruit competition test, Xiang Han had already told them that all squad leaders with recruits this time would be rewarded with merit. Moreover, during the 3-month recruit period, whichever squad under his hand has the best results will get more merit points. Merit points could be exchanged in the army for various cultivation resources, martial arts, and weapons. This group of people were all competing for this month's recruit competition test. 32nd place, Class 6, Good Battle Squad, points 8. When the words of the warrior responsible for informing each squad's points fell, the 6th squad leader's face was already ugly. 2 days of time 8 points. The other squad leaders had cast pitiful gazes at him. The people under the hands of the Class 6 squad leader, except for a B-grade talent Earth Elemental, the others were all C-grade, D-grade. Although the Earth Elemental was a combat talent, it wasn't strong enough. The people in the Good Combat Squad also knew that their results weren't very good, but when they heard that they were the last place, the 8 people froze, red-faced, only feeling ashamed. The sound of the briefing on each team's points did not fall. This time the briefing was given from back to front. 10th place, Class 1, Sharp Sword Squad, points 15. Hearing their squad's name, the 8 members of Sharp Sword Squad had smiles on their faces and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in their hearts. At least they weren't ranked low. They also knew that there were 7 A-ranked talents in this time's recruits. A grade talent, which was already not on the same track as them. Not bad. The first squad leader also had a smile on his face and nodded towards a few people, secretly calculating in his heart how much merit he could obtain. After entering the top 10, the rankings were basically set. With the squad rankings displayed on the screen hanging in the office, the squad leaders had also long understood what their team's ranking was. But still, they couldn't help but want to hear the rankings coming from the mouth of the briefing officer. 4th place, 8 Nameless Squad, 29 points. Upon hearing his squad's code name, confusion appeared in the eyes of the Nameless Squad leader charter. He, an A-ranked increased talent, actually didn't even get the top 3 positions? Then who were the top 3 ranked? Soon, his doubts were already answered. 3rd place, 2 Ice and Fire Squad, 32 points. The two of them, Sun Fa and Zhou Ning, looked at each other and let out a bitter smile. They had practically put their best foot forward, but in the end, they had only managed to get a 3rd place ranking. How much did Su Xingyuan and the others rank? Now, only the points of the Crouching Dragon Squad and the Beast Hunting Squad were left to be communicated. Who exactly would be the first place? The gazes of the 30 squads fell in unison on the bodies of the 2 squads. Su Xingyuan had a light smile on his face, looking sideways at Jiangyan, nodding slightly, his expression full of confidence. Jiangyan's eyelids jumped, he knew Su Xingyuan. As someone who had awakened the A-grade talent Thunder, Su Xingyuan's reputation amongst the new recruits had long been spread. Martial artist second realm, a ranked talent, such a person would shine wherever he went. But he had heard that the members of Su Xingyuan's squad were not strong.
Instead, they were quite a bit weaker than the people in his own squad. His own squad had 1 A rank, 5 B ranks, and 2 C ranks, and such a lineup configuration could be considered luxurious in a new recruit squad. As for the configuration of Su Xingyuan and their squad, although the captain, Su Xingyuan, was an A-ranked talent thunder, it was almost impossible for him to take the first place. Moreover, as far as he knew, Su Xingyuan and their squad also had a new recruit with an E-rank archer talent. Whether or not the E-rank had broken through to the first level of martial artist was a question. With this kind of team strength, how could they win against themselves? At this moment, he was confident. Second place, 15 Beast Hunting Squad, with 34 points. Jiang and froze, and even the other team members behind him froze in place together. Was there any mistake? Jiang and his team, with such a strong configuration, actually didn't even get first place? The warrior in charge of informing the points didn't pay any attention to Jiang and the others, but slowly reported the name of the first place Crouching Dragon Squad. First place, 32 Crouching Dragon Squad, points. He raised his eyes to look at everyone in front of him, and the numbers spat out from his mouth caused all the people from all the squads present to freeze in place. Crouching Dragon Squad, points 56. How many? 56. When everyone participating in the recruit competition examination heard the points of Crouching Dragon Squad, they all swiped their gazes on Su Xingyuan and the others. Chapter 23, Picking the Strongest. 56 points. Such a number fell on the ears of the crowd, causing them to look at the Crouching Dragon Squad crowd in shock. The wide eyes exposed the shock in their hearts. The second place Beast Hunting Squad only had 34 points. The Crouching Dragon Squad had a full 22 points more than the Beast Hunting Squad. Impossible. Jiangyan was the first to express his shock. Su Xingyuan raised his eyes to Jiangyan, raising his eyebrows slightly and lifting the corners of his mouth slightly. So you suspect us of cheating? As the words fell, the eyes of the people present suddenly changed. Fengquan, who was Jiangyan's and their squad leader's face changed. Jiangyan's behavior like this already belonged to the category of doubting the fairness of this recruit competition test. What kind of joke is this? Xiang Han was still present, and there were so many recruit squad leaders present, cheating was absolutely impossible. Jiangyan also suddenly woke up at this moment, feeling that gaze on his body. He took a deep breath. Squad leader, Xiang Company Commander, I'm not questioning the fairness of the competition, I'm just questioning their results. Since he had opened his mouth, Jiangyan simply had no scruples and opened his mouth to continue on. I recognize that Su Xingyuan's talent is very strong. But even if he is strong, it's impossible for him to be strong enough to rival a team of people. Therefore, I reasonably suspect that Su Xingyuan and the others have collaborated with another team in order to get their current results. After Jiangyan finished speaking, he turned his head to look directly at Su Xingyuan and the others, his eyes filled with a defiant look. Fengquan's originally ugly face flashed with a glint in his eyes after hearing Jiangyan's words. Even the rest of the crowd looked towards Su Xingyuan and the others thoughtfully. The crowd of the Crouching Dragon Squad looked stagnant and froze for a moment, then came back to their senses and looked at Jiangyan and the others with strange gazes in unison. Chen Shi stood at the end of the group, the corner of his lips lifting slightly as he revealed a faint smile. Xiang Han, as well as the person in charge of the Crouching Dragon Squad's points tally and scoring, couldn't help but reveal a smile at this moment. The others didn't know, but they were clear about it. Saying that Su Xingyuan and Chen Shi and their team had joined forces with other squads, such a suspicion indeed sounded fine. After all, in terms of just looking at the strength of Chen Shi and his squad, it was true that they were no match for Jiangyan and his squad. But this was the surface strength. What affected the outcome of the battle was not only the surface strength of the battle, there were other factors as well. For example, that Chen Shi who stood at the very back of the Crouching Dragon Squad. He was the one who influenced the outcome of this competition. Xiang Han didn't have any doubts because the people responsible for this competition assessment were all under his hand. These people had followed him for a short period of time, and he knew everyone's character very well. He was confident enough that this group of people would definitely not favor any side. If there really was a situation of such a union, he would definitely know about it as well. He did not say anything, but instead glanced faintly at Chen Shi, who was standing in the crowd, with a smile in his eyes. This kid is hiding very deeply. Wu Liuyi also froze. The surge in Crouching Dragon Squad's points made him puzzled as well. Jiangyan's speculation did sound like there was nothing wrong with it. But when he followed Xiang Han's line of sight, he seemed to understand something. Without opening his mouth to argue, he waited for Su Xingyuan and the others to explain.
Sun Fa and Zhou Ning, who had seen the Crouching Dragon squad fight, as well as Zhang Ruya and Zhao Zhixin, did not say anything in unison, but instead looked at Jiang Yan with strange gazes. Jiang Yan, your squad's strength is indeed very strong. But what you don't know is what kind of freak is hiding in Su Xingyuan and their team. If they hadn't seen Chen Qi's strikes with their own eyes, I'm afraid that at this moment, they wouldn't be able to help but have such suspicions. In the face of Jiang Yan's skepticism, Su Xingyuan shook his head slightly and said with a smirk, Jiang Yan, do you mean that what your squad can't do, other squads can't do either? Yes, at least your squad seems to have no hope of surpassing us. He. Su Xingyuan laughed and clapped his hands, faintly saying, if you doubt it, why don't you ask the Ice and Fire squad, as well as Zhao Zhixin and the others? What do you mean? Jiang Yan's pupils shrunk slightly as he glanced at Sun Fat and the others. By now, Sun Fa let out a bitter smile. Jiang Yan, I can testify that Captain Su and the others didn't cooperate with any other squad. 56 points, it really isn't too difficult for their squad. Zhang Ruya and Zhao Zhixin also stepped out in unison, and Zhang Ruya spoke, Captain Jiang Yan, your behavior is really unqualified. It's not at all surprising that Su Xingyuan and Chen Qi and their squad had such an achievement. Zhao Zhixin couldn't help but sigh, raising his eyes to look at Jiang Yan, who was full of skepticism, sighing, Jiang Yan, I can also testify. They didn't cheat, nor did they join forces with another squad, such a result was definitely obtained by themselves. Why should I believe you guys? What's the evidence? Even with a few people testifying, Jiang Yan was still skeptical about this. Zhang Ruya also lost her usual smile at this moment and said with a sullen face, Jiang Yan, your unjustified skepticism will only make people think that you can't afford to lose. Besides, didn't you say that you had some kind of evidence? Chen Qi and the others stepped in to save our entire squad, does that count as evidence? Who knows if you're all in this together? Jiang Yan was still talking tough, he still didn't believe it. Zhang Ruya was going to say more, when Su Xingyuan slowly walked out, gently patted Zhang Ruya's shoulder and smiled at him, before turning his head to look at Jiang Yan. So what do you think before you believe it? I'm going to compete with you guys all over again. Jiang Yan said word for word. Fine, I have no problem with that, anytime. Su Xingyuan laughed out loud, the Jiang Yan in front of him was really not dead until he reached the Yellow River. All right. Xiang Han couldn't watch any longer and interrupted Jiang Yan with a voice, looked deeply at Jiang Yan and beckoned the two people in charge of the Crouching Dragon squad's results and evaluations to come out. Talk to him. Xiang Han did not intend to dawdle with Jiang Yan any longer. The two men in military uniforms looked serious. Crouching Dragon squad's points are real and valid. Although the overall strength looks inferior to yours, these points were indeed earned by them. Impossible. Me. By now, Jiang Yan still wanted to open his mouth to argue. Xiang Han was already a bit impatient, his calm eyes falling on Jiang Yan, his voice resounding. There can be suspicion, but it shouldn't be unjustified. Since you feel that Su Xingyuan and their squad cheated, I will give you a chance. I'll designate 3 people in their squad, and if you can win all 3 battles, I can cancel their results. The moment these words came out, everyone present froze in unison. Wu Liuyi froze slightly, opened his mouth, but ultimately did not speak. They could not block Xiang Han's decision. Zhang Ruya and Sun Fa, who knew the truth, revealed thoughtful looks when they heard Xiang Han's words. They seemed to have guessed something. Jiang Yan looked at Su Xingyuan and the others, it's fine. I don't have a problem with it either. Su Xingyuan and the others naturally had no problem with it. Both sides were fine with it. Xiang Han revealed a smile and raised his hand to point out the 3 people. Su Xingyuan, Wang Ye, Chen Qi. When the first 2 stood out, Jiang Yan's complexion hadn't changed much, he had already had the anticipation that there would definitely be these 2. These 2 were the strongest in the Crouching Dragon squad. But when he saw Chen Qi, he couldn't help but speak out, Company Commander, I request a change. Why? Xiang Han held a smile. He's too weak, an E-rank archer talent, not my opponent, I don't want a bully. Su Xingyuan. Wang Ye. Sun Fa, Zhou Ning. Zhang Ruya, Zhao Zhixin. You're picking on the wrong person, silly boy. Although Su Xingyuan and the others are strong, Chen Qi is the strongest one, I chow. Chapter 24 Oops, Chen Qi's strength is actually just like that. Chen Qi raised his eyes and glanced at Jiang Yan, smiled, and didn't say anything. Su Xingyuan and the others were on the verge of laughing out loud. Jiang Yan, as an A-ranked healing talent, was indeed stronger than them. Chen Qi did also appear to be an E-rank archer talent on the surface. The gap between the two was something that any individual could see.
It was completely impossible for Chen Qi to defeat Jiang Yan unless he was not an E-rank archer talent.
Xiang Han glanced at Jiang Yan before smiling and looking at Chen Qi. Chen Qi, what do you think?
Chen Qi shrugged, I don't care. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and looked serious. Chen Qi, I'm an A-rank talent, even though it's only a healing talent, it's still better than you, you're no match for me. Even if you're strong with a longbow, once you're close to me, you're still no match for me.
It's fine, I also know a little bit about spear techniques.
Chen Xiu finished with a smile and removed the silver stick hanging from his waist. With a slight grip, the silver stick suddenly changed, and a silver lance appeared. With Chen Qi having said so, Jiang Yan also stopped talking and nodded towards Xiang Han. Company Commander Xiang, you may begin.
Xiang Han nodded and waved his hand. The crowd dispersed, leaving Jiang Yan and the others with enough playing ground. The crowd retreated, leaving behind Su Xingyuan, Wang Er, Chen Qi, and Jiang Yan.
Chen Qi, are you any good at shooting? Su Xingyuan and Wang Er both looked at Chen Qi and asked worriedly. Instead of choosing his most skillful longbow, he chose the long spear. Chen Qi was naturally confident. The martial skill he had picked in the logistics department was not much of a profound martial skill, it was just a first-grade spear martial skill.
Wind-chasing lance.
Martial skills are divided into first grade, second grade. And the proficiency of a martial skill was divided into a total of 11 realms. The first 5 realms were, first practice, skillful, proficient, small success, and spiritual.
Onwards was not something that the current Chen Qi could reach.
After all, he had only just entered the Tongxiao realm now. He might not be as skilled as Jiang Yan in martial arts, but he had a natural skill that Jiang Yan did not have.
Eagle Eye Insight.
This natural skill not only allowed him to observe enemies from farther away, but at the same time, he was also able to accurately capture every opportunity. This was also the reason why he was able to control the battlefield while being hundreds of meters away.
It should be all right.
Chen Qi replied with a smile. Su Xingyuan and Wang Er both nodded slightly and looked at each other and spoke. You go last, Wang Er and I will try him first. No need, I've practiced my marksmanship until now, and I haven't shot yet, so I just happened to be able to take this opportunity today to try out how my marksmanship is. Chen Qi shook his head and rejected the two, slowly stepping out. Without the familiar and incomparable longbow, Chen Qi held the silver spear in his hand, a faint wariness permeating between his calm eyes. Chen Qi stepped out first. Jiang Yan also stopped talking nonsense, a long alloy knife in his hand with a sharp blade.
Flashing cold light.
Be careful, I don't strike lightly.
Don't worry.
No more nonsense, both of their figures moved at the same time. Jiang Yan's foot violently stomped, and the long knife in his hand slashed out, a silver aura flashed, and the harsh knife chi pushed straight towards Chen Qi.
The knife chi chopped through the air, emitting a snorting sound.
Chen Qi's eyes were calm, his 5 fingers instantly clenched, and the long spear in his hand instantly swept out horizontally.
An inch long and an inch strong.
The tip of the spear cut through the air and instantly collided with the long knife, and with a dang sound, sparks splashed everywhere.
Jiang Yan's pupils contracted violently, flashing a hint of shock. What a powerful force!
In a collision just now, the immense power coming from the long blade shook his palms. Chen Qi let out a faint smile as his figure flashed nimbly. The silver spear in his hand was like a spirit snake, stabbing at Jiang Yan at an incredible angle. Jiang Yan's reaction was also extremely fast. His long sword crossed and blocked Chen Qi's silver spear. This time he did not retreat. His right foot stepped half a step backward and stopped his figure. A stern aura erupted between his eyes, and the blade of the knife cut across the body of the gun. Bringing up a shower of sparks, he was about to bully his way up. Although the long knife was sharp, the length of the lance in Chen Qi's hand was quite a bit longer than the long knife, so if he didn't close the distance between the two of them, he wouldn't be able to attack Chen Qi at all. Jiang Yan's movements fell into Chen Qi's eyes, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly, his waist twisted violently, and the hand holding the gun's codpiece instantly exerted force. The gun body instantly bent into an arc, and Jiang Yan was in a great hurry in his heart. At this moment, he was only 3 steps away from Chen Qi.
Should he draw back? Or to bully his way up?
Without waiting for him to think too much, the gun body instantly tensed up.
Buzz! With a dull cracking sound, Jiang Yan's scalp went numb.
The long sword instantly blocked his side.
Bang! Like being hit by a huge force, Jiang Yan's entire body instantly flew off 3 meters away.
A huge force came from the silver spear just now, shocking half of his body and making it slightly numb.
Impossible! He was horrified in his heart.
How could he not have expected that Chen Qi's spear technique had already reached the knowledge realm?
It was in the same realm as his blade technique. Chen Shi did not strike again, but waited for Jiang Yan to react. Jiang Yan was unconvinced, and the two attacked and defended, passing several moves in an instant. The more Jiang Yan fought, the more he was shocked. He realized that Chen Shi's gun technique was not only unique, but every shot seemed to have been refined by 1,000 hammers. Whether it was the power or the angle, it was all wonderful. As for Chen Shi, the more he fought, the more courageous he became. His gun techniques finally had a chance to be tested in actual combat. Each shot contained great power and skillful gun techniques. The tip of the gun was as if it had a spirit. Whether it was stabbing, picking, sweeping, or chopping, it all seemed so natural and smooth. For a while, the only sounds in the entire training ground were the clashing of swords and spears, and the sound of the two people's fast-moving footsteps. The surrounding people were all attracted by this wonderful match and watched with rapt attention. A few minutes later, Jiang Yan suddenly felt the long sword in his hand tremble, followed by a huge force that sent him back a few steps before he could stabilize himself. Looking up, he only saw Chen Shi's silver spear pointed steadily at his throat. Understood. A calm voice rang out as Chen Shi looked at the shocked Jiang Yan in front of him. Jiang Yan's lips moved, just uttering a single word, but the words that followed could no longer be uttered. Feeling the coldness at his throat, Jiang Yan looked despondent. I lost. These 3 words seemed to have used up the strength of his entire body. Jiang Yan with a level talent lost to Chen Shi. With E-level talent. Upon seeing this scene, everyone present froze in place. Gulp. My chow, is this a INGE rank talent? Is there any mistake? Jiang Yan let the cat out of the bag, right? Chen Shi is just an E-rank talent. An E-ranked archer talent gave up his longbow and chose to use his spear. To defeat the A-ranked talent Jiang Yan. Head on, isn't this world too crazy? Who is going to tell me for a second that Chen Shi is really an E-rank archer talent? Jiang Yan's defeat was quick, and it only took a minute or two from start to finish. Such a result shocked everyone. Su Xingyuan and Wang Er were both also rendered speechless by such an outcome. No one had expected such a result. Still want to continue? Xiang Han's voice rang out. Jiang Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head with a despondent expression. He couldn't even win against Chen Shi, and he was even less of a match for the A-grade talent Su Xingyuan. With his own defeat, Jiang Yan had begun to completely doubt himself. Was he really this weak? Alright then, disperse. Xiang Han waved his hand and the crowd dispersed. Chen Shi stays. Is it because you feel useless? Su Xingyuan caught up with Jiang Yan and said with a smile. Jiang Yan glanced at Su Xingyuan and didn't say anything. It's fine, keep working hard. Chen Shi's strength in our squad is actually just that. I can hang him anytime. Su Xingyuan, this bastard was a star person who would die if he didn't pretend. Wang Er was speechless as he listened to Su Xingyuan's words of bragging about his strength. At the same time, he also sympathized with Jiang Yan. Poor child. Su Xingyuan is indeed very strong, but really if he were to go one-on-one with Chen Shi and be pulled apart by Chen Shi, perhaps Su Xingyuan would be the one to be hanged. Chapter 25 Talent Program. Jincheng First Hospital. How's it going? Li Yinyan's face was ugly as he glanced at Li Ji on the hospital bed and asked in a deep voice. Feeling the stern aura that Li Yinyan's body was inadvertently radiating, the doctor, whose strength was only at the 3rd level of martial arts, held back his fear and shook his head. The injury isn't serious, he'll be able to be discharged from the hospital in 3 days. Understood. Li Yinyan nodded slightly and handed over a foreign beast crystal core. Tough job. It should be. The doctor hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted the crystal core with a respectful expression, adding after a moment, those 3 arrows didn't run at young Master Li's vitals, so the injuries aren't too serious. Aha! Li Yinyan nodded. The doctor also knew that he was able to obtain a Fey Beast crystal core, which was already the biggest gain from this friendship. Trying to befriend Li Yinyan, whose strength had already reached the 7th level of martial zone, with the strength of a 3rd level martial master was obviously not very realistic. Respectfully nodding his head, he turned to leave. Daring to strike at my Li Yinyan son, you don't have small guts. Li Yinyan narrowed his eyes filled with a cold color. When Li Ji's accident happened, he was not in Jincheng and went to the imperial capital, and he did not return to Jincheng until today. During his absence, Li Qi was actually attacked and killed. Li Yinyan was furious when he realized this news. He looked towards the ward, the 2 girls surrounding Li Qi who was lying on the bed, and sighed helplessly in his heart. This son of his is really spoiled by himself.
although his talent is good, he has a lot of bad habits. Just a son, Lee Enian love, more than 10 years of time, there is a request. A month ago, he even personally stepped in to pressure the principal of the second Marshall High School to force a student to withdraw from school. And this was all because of a girl. Lee Enian shook his head slightly and whispered to himself, "It's still necessary to change your faults, or else you'll only get into trouble in the future." As he spoke, he already had a plan in his head. As the deputy leader of the largest hunting group in Jean City, Lee Enian had made friends with quite a few people, from the Wugao to the Wushu Bureau, to the lineage, and the army. It could be said that Lee Enian was able to sit in his current position not only because of his strength. More important is his connections. And if you want to change your son's bad habits, there is only one most suitable place. The army. Dad, I'm not going. Li Ji's eyes widened as he looked at his father, Lee Enian, with disbelief. It was very resistant. No, you have to go even if you don't, there is no room for negotiation in this matter. Lee Enian sank his face, his attitude was resolute. After this incident, Lee Enian was also considered ruthless, and must change Li Ji's bad habits. Lee Enian sank his face. Li Ji was also a little frightened in his heart. He was very clear about his father's temperament. He promised that he would do what he wanted to do, but once Lee Enian decided something, it was useless even if he resisted. Dad, the army is so dangerous, could you bear to let me go? Li Ji was still trying to resist. I know. Lee Enian nodded his head and revealed a smile. I'm just sending you to the army for a period of time, you'll come back after recruit training, and then I'll send you to WU. This time is also in the hope that you can change your ways. Li Ji had no choice but to nod his head in response. I'll send you there tomorrow, the 3rd Legion isn't too far away, I've already greeted you, dangerous things won't be allowed. All right. Sit. In the office, Xiang Han, Chen Shi, and Wu Liuyi are the 3 of them. Chen Shi sat down and looked at Wu Liuyi suspiciously. Wu Liuyi shook his head. He also didn't know what Xiang Han's purpose of leaving Chen Shi behind was. Xiang Han lit a cigarette and stared at Chen Shi in front of him, not knowing what he was thinking in his heart. After a long time, he slowly opened his mouth. Chen Shi, do you know why there is this recruit competition examination? No idea. Chen Shi shook his head. How could he possibly know such a thing? I'm afraid that out of the 3, only Xiang Han knew the exact reason. A recruit squad leader like Wu Liuyi didn't even know the exact reason. Xiang Han smiled. There are only 2 purposes this time. The first one is to see your batch of new recruits' combat literacy, their handling of danger, and all other aspects of their qualities. Chen Shi nodded. This was something he had already guessed. Second point. Extinguishing the cigarette in his hand, Xiang Han stretched out 2 fingers. It's to select a portion of people to enter into one of our programs. Chen Shi froze, nodding his head as if he understood. Do you want to know how your squad's performance was in this recruit competition examination? Xiang Han finished and pushed the information clasped in his hand to Chen Shi. You can take a look. Turning over the information in his hand, it recorded the overall evaluation of each battle. From the squad as a whole to each individual in the squad. Crouching Dragon Squad, overall evaluation, A++. Captain Su Xingyuan's command performance, A. Battle performance, A+. The rest of the team members' performance, A. Special performer, Chen Shi, strength, martial artist first realm, extremely sharp in battlefield control, overall performance A++, recommended to be included in the talent program. As Chen Shi lowered his head to read the information, Xiang Han continued to speak. After our evaluation, your overall performance is among the top in this batch of recruits, especially your insight into battlefield timing and your talent as a bowman. Although your strength is not the top, your ability to control the battlefield is definitely top-notch. I can tell you now that you have now been included in our talent program. Speaking here, Xiang Han paused, then asked with a smile, any interest in finding a teacher? Although your talent as an archer isn't strong, the speed with which you cultivate the battle spirit technique and comprehend martial arts is completely beyond my expectations. Chen Shi looked up. Company commander, my awakened talent is that of a bowman, and my main practice is also the longbow. Even if I were to look for a teacher, I would want to look for a teacher with the same bowman talent. The corner of Wu Liuyi's mouth tugged. Chen Shi didn't know Xiang Han, but he knew very well. Who was Xiang Han? He was the company commander of the 26th Company of the 8th Division of the Beast Suppression Army under the 3rd Legion. But behind him stood an even stronger powerhouse. The commander of the 8th Division, a 6th Order martial spirit. 6th rank martial spirit realm as a teacher, this was simply unimaginable. The cultivation system ranges from first-order martial artists, second-order martial soldiers, all the way up to the sixth-order martial spirit realm. For example, Li Yinyan, Li Qi's father, was only at the fifth rank of the martial sect realm. And the martial spirit realm difference is a full one big realm. This stupid kid. Wu Liuyi secretly shook his head in his heart, and he felt that Chen Qi had missed a great opportunity. For an E-rank archer talent to be able to worship the martial spirit realm as a teacher, this could no longer be said to be a great chance, this was a heavily chance. Xiang Han looked slightly stunned before he smiled and shook his head. Chen Qi, if you want to find a teacher with a talent for bowman, I can help you. But the prerequisite for you to want a teacher is for you to be able to prove your ability. Many people think that the awakened bowman talent can only exist as a combat support role, but is that really the case? After a pause, he continued, any talent has a difference between high and low. If it's an ordinary archer talent, then it's true that it can only exist as a combat aid. But when the talent is powerful to a certain extent, as the strength rises, its awakened talent ability will also become more and more powerful. And talent does not determine one's ultimate strength. Since you want to find a teacher with an archer talent, I can help you. Still, the premise is that you can prove yourself. For the next 2 months, work hard, and when the recruit training is over, your group will all enter that place. Xiang Han's words already stated a lot of things. First, he knew strong people, and they were particularly powerful strong people. Second, after this recruit training is over, Chen Qi and the rest of them who were included in the talent program will be transferred to another place. After listening to Xiang Han's words, Chen Qi nodded his head. After thinking about it, he asked, Company Commander, can I ask, after this one is over, where will we be transferred to? Xiang Han smiled mysteriously. If you're still studying at Wushu High, what will you do next? Chen Qi's heart shook as he looked at Xiang Han in surprise and uttered, exam for Wude. Xiang Han nodded, so you know where you're going? Chapter 26, Li Qi. My son is full of too many bad habits. This time he was sent here, mainly because he wants to change his problems in the army. Li Yinyan smiled as he chatted with Yang Guang, who was dressed in military uniform. He looked at the bored Li Ji on the side and only felt a bit of a headache. Being attacked by someone without even knowing who it was. This son of his own is also considered hopeless. Ha, old Li, you love this son of yours a lot, this time you really want to send him to the army? Yang Guang, who was dressed in military uniform, smoked a cigarette and jokingly said with a smile. Li Yinyan shook his head helplessly, this kid was spoiled by me. Some time ago, he forced a student to withdraw from school for a girl. I originally did not agree, but I could not hold him back from crying. But who would have thought that he would be attacked and killed while I was away for a while? Attacked and killed? Yang Guang looked serious, glanced at Li Ji, and asked, can it be that it was your opponent? Li Yinyan shook his head, he was also wondering who attacked Li Ji. He had opponents, but those people definitely wouldn't have the current result once they struck. Moreover, he was confident enough that those people definitely didn't have the guts to make a move against Li Ji. After all, everyone had family members, having conflicts and contradictions was not a problem. Once they struck out against their family members, then things would completely change. It shouldn't be, the strength of the person who struck out didn't have the will to kill, otherwise according to that person's strength, Li Ji shouldn't be simply injured. Hearing Li Yinyan say this, Yang Guang also stopped asking more questions and changed the topic. He's going to get in new recruits. Right now the closest is only the 8th Division of the 2nd Front Army under the 3rd Army Corps that has new recruits. But that side has already been training for a month. I don't know if this kid in your family can keep up. Yang Guang's status wasn't low, and it wasn't a big problem to try to cram in a new recruit. Hearing Yang Guang say this, Li Yinyan waved his hand. Although this kid of my family has many bad habits, but his talent isn't weak, S-class wind elemental, it's more than enough to get into Wude. It's just that I'm worried about this kid getting into Wudan University and clashing with others. Speaking here, he looked at Li Qi and said helplessly, as you know, there are only a few good martial arts universities in the country, and the place where they are located is the imperial capital in addition to the magic capital. There are quite a few strong people in these places. A 7th level of martial zone like me is really not enough to look at. Yang Guang laughed, pointed at Li Yinyan and nodded with a smile, that's true. But let me speak in advance. The company commander Xiang Han who was leading the recruits this time is a master who can't rub sand in his eyes, and is very strict in leading the soldiers. This kid of yours is going to suffer a lot. It's okay, as long as you don't beat him to death, maimed, I accept, don't ask to change all his bad habits, as long as I can change part of it, I'm satisfied. The two of them chatted again roughly, on the occasion of parting.
Brat, be honest in the army, change your bad habits.
It had to be said that although Li Yinian was very indulgent towards Li Ji, he was a good father, at least in Li Ji's opinion.
Got it, got it.
Li Qi waved his hand, somewhat impatient.
What fun was there in the army? What could happen to a bunch of big old men?
Coupled with his S-class talent, it was questionable if anyone in the new recruits was his opponent.
Recruit company. Misty Grass, awesome, Captain Su. 56 points, awesome.
Captain Su, I didn't expect it, your team actually got 56 points.
A group of squad captains greeted Su Xingyuan with undisguised exclamations.
As Crouching Dragon Squad and the others listened to their squad being praised, the crowd only felt a sense of honor on their faces. This was how it was in the army. If you were strong, then naturally you would be remembered by more people, and at the same time, you would also reap more praises.
Listening to the crowd's praise, Su Xingyuan waved his hand with a bashful face. Is 56 points a lot?
It's just casually reached.
Actually, it's just like that.
Su Xingyuan's bland face fell in the eyes of the crowd, and they all suddenly looked stagnant in unison.
Damn, my fists are hard. Our captain is really pretending, I chow.
If he wasn't our captain, I would have to go up and fight him.
Can you beat him? Can't beat it so I didn't compete with him.
Xuanyan admitted it quite frankly, but it didn't affect his wave of mouth high.
Wang Er, Ren Jianming and the others burst out laughing in unison.
There were two shameless people in the squad, one was the captain Su Xingyuan, and the second was Xuanyan. The surrounding people who were bragging also felt that it was a bit meaningless, and each of them dispersed after a few words of bragging. Su Xingyuan smacked his lips, seemingly a bit unfulfilled. This wave that he had just pretended, he was very cool. After waiting for the people to leave, Su Xingyuan turned to Wang Er and the others, smilingly said, "You guys see, when I tell the truth, no one always loves to listen.
Captain, if you mess up like this, I'm really afraid that you'll be killed." Wang Er really couldn't help himself and said with a laugh out loud. With my ranked thunder talent, who will compete with me?
Su Xingyuan skimmed the corners of his mouth, forcing his flavor.
Wang Er, Xuanyan and the others deflated their mouths and wisely did not continue to speak. Walking out of Xiang Han's office, Chun Shi and Wu Liuyi walked companionably towards the dormitory.
On the way, Wu Liuyi looked sideways at Chun Shi and sighed slightly. "Chun Shi, you just missed a great opportunity." Chen Shi was puzzled. Wu Liuyi opened his mouth to explain, "You may not be too clear about Company Commander Xiang's background. He said that he wanted to introduce you to a teacher. That person is definitely not weak, at the very least, he is at the martial zone realm, or even a martial spirit.
This is something that many people want, you kid even refused."
Wu Liuyi felt a little pity for the choice Chun Shi made.
Chen Shi didn't feel much.
From the time he didn't get his fair share in school, he already knew clearly. The only thing that was best was his own strength. A teacher of the martial spirit realm, although it sounded good, was ultimately not his own power. There's nothing to be sorry about, class president, relying on others is better than relying on yourself. Chen Shi said with a smile, his tone was calm and his demeanor appeared to be indifferent. There was not the slightest bit of regret at hearing that the martial spirit realm might be a teacher.
"Ha, you kid is quite open-minded."
Wu Liuyi laughed and patted Chun Shi's shoulder. "However, the performance of your squad this time around really surprised me. You didn't see the surprised looks of those new recruit squad leaders. Thinking about it makes me feel good in my heart." After he finished, he paused and said, "I'll reveal a little bit of inside information to you, it's not considered confidential." Chen Shi turned his head, puzzled. "There will be rewards for this recruit competition examination. It is estimated that they will be given out tomorrow, and you will be able to get them by then. The reward of merit points, with merit points you can go to the logistics office to exchange for cultivation resources, martial arts skills, weapons." This news caused some excitement in Chen Shi's heart. He was now at the martial artist's third realm and was not far from the fourth realm. If he could get his hands on cultivation resources, the speed of his cultivation would increase quite a bit. The battle spirit method had already broken through into the second level of the spirit condensation realm.
Xiang Han's office. Yang Guang appeared with Li Ji.
After briefly explaining the situation, Xiang Han raised his eyes and sized up Li Qi.
An expressionless nod was given.
He had the presence of the martial spirit realm behind him and had no fear of Yang Guang. The reason why he nodded his head in response was simply because the Li Ji in front of him was an S-class wind elemental.
There was no S-class talent present in this batch of recruits yet. It was rather a good seedling. Chapter 27, Goodbye Li Qi. The sound of assembly rang out once again just as the sky dawned. After a month's time, everyone had already gotten used to this kind of routine. Chen-Chi and the others opened their eyes the first time they heard the assembly sound. After simply washing up, everyone arrived at the assembly point on time. Xiang-Han as well as the class leaders were already waiting for the crowd in advance. Xiang-Han swept a glance at the crowd before slowly speaking. The first month's recruit competition assessment, the overall progress is better. Some squads have performed exceptionally brightly, the Ice and Fire Squad, the Beast Hunting Squad, and the Crouching Dragon Squad. The top 3 squads ranked overall are better. After a month of bonding time, you guys are already familiar with each other. In the next 2 months, there will be all sorts of training and examinations waiting for you. Speaking here, Xiang-Han paused, revealing a smirk. The competition assessment comes with a purpose, and since it's a competition, then there will definitely be rewards. Each squad has 10 merit points, and from 10th to 4th place, each squad is rewarded with an additional 20 merit points. The top 3 squads each get an additional 30 and each person gets 3 merit points. The first place squad gets an additional 50 merit points and each person gets another 10 merit points. I hope that you guys will be able to obtain more merit points rewards in the next examination. Xiang-Han's gaze landed on Chen-Chi for a brief moment and gave him a slight nod before turning to leave. 10 merit points for each squad, plus an extra 50 points for our first place, 10 merit points for each person. Don't we each have a dozen merit points? Xuan-Yan was full of excitement and said excitedly. Merit points were actually not too easy to obtain, but it was definitely not considered difficult either. It was just that because they were still in the period of recruit training, there was no way for them to take on missions or go to the front line, which led to the fact that there were basically no channels for them to obtain merit points. What they didn't expect was that the first month's recruit competition examination had gotten them so many points. Merit points were of no small use in the army, equivalent to money outside, and even more valuable than money. Every merit point was earned from killing foreign beasts. Suddenly getting so many points, everyone in the squad was a little itchy. Xuan-Yan and Rin Jianming and the others were already discussing what to exchange these points for. Su Xingyuan stood sideways, his hands behind his back, his figure erect, and cast a sidelong glance at the crowd. He snorted, "Look at you guys who haven't seen the world. A dozen points and you're this happy?" Wang Er and the others hemmed and hawed, knowing that Su Xingyuan was pretending. They simply ignored him. Chen-Chi smiled and didn't say anything. In his heart, he was thinking about how he was going to arrange these points. Cultivation resources were to be exchanged for some. He wasn't going to exchange them all for resources, he wanted to sell some merit points. As far as he understood, the military allowed merit points to be traded. Chen-Chi, what are you going to trade? The way no one blew their own pussy king, Su Xingyuan sighed lightly in his heart, a bunch of eyeless ones. Simply asking about Chen-Chi. Chen-Chi hesitated for a moment and said, 10 points to exchange for some cultivation resources, the rest I plan to sell. Sell it? Hearing his words, the squad members looked at him, and Xuan-Yan stared in disbelief. You're going to sell the points? Su Xingyuan frowned before thinking of something and said, Chen-Chi, although I understand you, I still don't advise you to sell your points. You can get so many merit points from the first month's recruit competition examination, and there will definitely be more merit points in the remaining 2 months. It's best for you to raise your strength first now. Merit points are hard to come by for us right now. As the few people were talking, Zhang Ruya, who was not far away, also saw the few people and walked over. After hearing the words coming out of the crowd's mouths, he couldn't help but ask out loud, Chen-Chi, why are you thinking of selling merit points? Although merit points are not cheap, they are very valuable right now. The crowd raised their voices to persuade. The sincere persuasion of the crowd was all heard by Chen-Chi, and his heart was touched. However, he still shook his head, 10 points are already enough for me, I'll sell the rest. The crowd had no choice but to smile bitterly and shake their heads. The two of them, Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya, glanced at each other, and Zhang Ruya spoke, Chen-Chi, let's do it this way, since you want to sell it then just sell it to me. I've inquired about it, 1 point of merit points sells for 1,000, the price of merit points is a bit higher in the new recruits, I'll give you 2,000. Chen-Chi did not hesitate and directly nodded his head and agreed, okay. This scene fell in Wu Liui's eyes, and he did not say anything to persuade him. This matter was Chen-Chi's own business, there was no need for him to persuade. Moreover, with Chen-Chi's powerful battlefield control, it wasn't too difficult to obtain merit points. At the logistics office, Chen-Chi received his own merit card. It stored his current points, totaling 17 points and 5 points. Selling 7 points to Zhang Ruya totaled 14,000. Thanks, old Zhang.
2001 merit points. Zhang Ruya's price was already very high. Chen Shi did not reject it, but just made a mental note of the favor.
Zhang Ruya smiled and didn't say anything, but instead directly shifted the topic elsewhere. Chen Shi, you're already a martial artist second level now, right?
10 points of merit can be exchanged for some good resources.
Chen Shi smiled and did not say much.
The two of them stopped talking and walked companionably into the resource exchange office of the logistics department. Before coming, Chen Shi had already thought of the resources to exchange. He was now at the 3rd level of martial artist and was about to be at the 4th level of martial artist realm, and his battle spirit method had also stepped into the 2nd level of the condensed spirit realm, only that he would need quite a bit of time and resources if he wanted to break through to the 3rd level. What was lacking was cultivation resources. There were 2 types of cultivation resources, one was the exotic beast crystal core and the other was the spirit crystal stone. The former contained much less energy than the latter, and the relative exchange price was also much less.
The 3 martial artists' 2nd level exotic beast crystal cores cost Chen Shi 9 merit points. Unwillingly, he glanced at the various cultivation resources displayed on the screen. In front of him, from martial arts techniques to cultivation rooms to weapons, spiritual weapons. He hadn't been to WU and didn't know how the resources of WU were, but after looking at the redeemable resources listed in the logistics office, his heart was already shocked at the resources of the military. Zhang Ruya was still picking out resources, so Chen Shi did not stay long and walked out of the logistics office. Raising his eyes to the crowd of people training in the distance, his mind could not help but conjure up the scene of being highly humiliated. Since you can't give me justice, I'll get it myself. Li Qi, wait for me. Suddenly, Chen Shi's pupils contracted violently as his gaze landed on a person in the crowd. Li Qi. How did he come to the army?
Even if Chen Shi thought about it, he could not figure out that Li Ji, who had S-class talent and a martial zone realm family realm, would appear in the army.
And it was still in a recruit training with him. Chen Shi, what are you looking at?
Zhang Ruya finished exchanging and walked out of the logistics office. Seeing Chen Shi standing in the doorway, she patted his shoulder and followed his gaze, asking curiously. Chen Shi took a deep breath and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
It's fine, let's go.
In his heart, he laughed coldly. Li Ji, you're really a shadowy soul. The 3 arrows from before didn't waste you, then this time I'll have fun with you.
Chapter 28, Shrimp and Pig's Heart?
Having entered the military by relying on his connections, since there was no way to resist, Li Ji simply stayed. And he was placed in the beast hunting squad. An S-rank wind elemental talent, such a genius joining the beast hunting squad made the crowd very excited.
Not only did Captain Jiang and not resent Li Ji's appearance, he welcomed it. The first S-rank talent among the recruits to join his squad, Zhang Yan couldn't even be happy enough.
Li Ji's joining had boosted the strength of the beast hunting squad, which was already strong as a whole, by a large margin. It left behind all the squads.
S-rank wind elemental, a rank healing talent, B-rank talent 5 people.
Such a configuration is unique when looking at the entire new recruits. Defeated head-on by Chen Shi, Zhang Yan has been holding his breath in his heart. And a rank talent of his own unexpectedly lost to an E-rank archer, and most of all, Chen Shi hadn't moved his longbow, but instead used the slight knowledge of the lance.
In his mouth. Was he really that much of a dish? Zhang Yan fell into self-doubt.
At that exact moment, Li Qi, who possessed the S-rank wind elemental, appeared. This allowed Zhang Yan and the others to see the hope of defeating Chen Shi and the others in the next test.
Ha, now our squad's strength has directly left everyone behind. We'll definitely be able to get first place in the next recruit competition examination.
Yeah, with our captain's a ranked healing talent, plus brother Li Ji's S-ranked wind elemental, I don't believe that we won't be able to win against Crouching Dragon Squad.
The crowd was very excited.
Losing to Chen Shi and the others, even they felt disgraced. Coupled with the merit points reward this time around, they were envious to the point of gnashing their back teeth.
Zhang Yan revealed a smile. With Li Ji joining them, they would definitely win the next competition.
Brother Li Ji, let's join forces for the next competition test and we'll definitely be able to beat Crouching Dragon Squad.
Zhang Yan's attitude towards Li Ji was cordial.
It was also natural for him to not have the captain's stance when facing the S-class talented Li Qi.
Li Ji's eyes narrowed slightly as he said smilingly, that's for sure. But the Crouching Dragon Squad you guys are talking about, is it strong? He belonged to the temporary addition to the new recruits and did not participate in the previous recruit competition assessment, so naturally, he was not clear about what happened before. Someone spoke out to explain, Crouching Dragon Squad is very strong.
They got 56 points from this recruit competition examination, and we got 34 points in total.
Humph, that group must have cheated.
We only got 34 points with such a configuration. How could they get 56 points if they didn't cheat? Plus there's an E-ranked archer in their team that's dragging their feet. Who would believe it if they weren't cheating? In the squad, some people still didn't believe that Crouching Dragon Squad could get 56 points on their own. The words were all about looking down on the Crouching Dragon Squad's crowd, especially Chen Shi, an E-rank archer talent.
Jiang Yan's face was ugly. The E-grade talent in the mouth of the squad members is a drag queen. Then he himself, an A-grade talent, lost to a drag queen E-grade archer talent. Does this not mean that he is not as good as a drag queen? Grass.
Li Ji listened to the words of the crowd, and after a long time, he finally understood. The Crouching Dragon Squad had left behind the Beast Hunting Squad by more than 20 points with only one grade A Thunder talent and one grade B talent. When he heard the words E-ranked archer talent, his eyes narrowed slightly as he asked curiously, "This E-ranked archer talent you guys are talking about, is he very strong?"
The crowd lurched in unison, not knowing what to say. Jiang Yan's expression stiffened as he opened his mouth to explain.
"I haven't seen how that person's archer talent is, but his strength has reached at least the second level of martial artist, and I was defeated under his hand."
Li Ji froze and asked incredulously, "You lost to an E-rank archer talent?" This sentence was simply a shrimp pig's heart. Losing to Chen Shi in front of so many squads, Jiang Yan was already humiliated.
The people in the squad had wisely not brought up this matter, but now Li Chi had even asked this question directly. This caused Jiang Yan's face to become a bit displeased, and he nodded with a sullen face, "Yes."
"Interesting."
Li Ji glanced at Jiang Yan before turning his head to reveal a smirk, disdain flashing in his eyes. An A-rank talent, even if it was a healing talent, could cultivate quite a bit faster than an E-rank talent. In such a case, he actually lost to an E-rank archer talent. Li Ji's heart has already labeled Jiang Yan as a waste. It was only that he had just come to the recruit company now, and he chose not to show it to his face.
"What's the name of that E-rank archer talent?"
Li Chi looked at Jiang Yan with a light smile, his words full of contempt.
"Shen Qi."
Jiang Yan replied directly, "If you lose then you lose, hiding it will only make you more humiliated."
"Chen Qi?" Li Chi was stunned. "The Chen Qi you're talking about, is he from Jincheng?"
Even Li Chi froze at this moment.
The punk who had been forced to drop out of school by himself had defeated an A-ranked healing talent? What kind of a ing joke was this? "You know him?" The change in Li Ji's complexion caused Jiang Yan and the others to freeze for a moment, and after reacting, they couldn't help but ask. "Recognize, how could I not?" Li Chi laughed happily.
He didn't expect that Chen Shi had come to join the army after dropping out of school. And by the looks of it, he seemed to be doing well. But since he had run into him again, it was natural for him to go and meet his old friend. Jiang Yan and the others thought about the fact that Li Ji and Chen Shi were both from Jincheng, and it seemed like there was no problem for the two to get to know each other. On the other side, Chen Shi returned to his dormitory and narrowed his eyes as Li Ji's appearance appeared in his mind. Although he didn't know why Li Ji appeared here, he had always remembered how he was forced by him to drop out of school. Taking a deep breath, he shook his head and pushed down the thoughts in his heart. He wanted to take back the justice that belonged to him, and right now he was not strong enough. Let's boost his strength first. 3 Fey Beast crystals of the martial artist's second level realm were enough to ensure that he could break through to the martial artist fourth level. A light screen appeared in front of his eyes.
Name, Chen Qi. Realm, martial artist third level. Physique, none. Talent, 3S talent Hui.
Talent skills, 100 steps to penetrate the poplar, increase hit rate by 100%, divine arrow, infuse blood and aura into the arrow to increase powerful penetration, eagle eyes insight, consume mental energy to gain eagle-like vision, current insight distance, 1 kilometer insight distance depends on one's own strength. Martial art, wind chasing gun knowledge realm. Technique, battle spirit technique spirit condensation realm.
Weapon, alloy longbow, alloy lance.
In just a month's time, he had stepped into the third level of martial artist. And that was with a lack of resources. Now there were 3 martial artist second level Fey Beast crystals. It was one step closer to breaking through to the fourth realm, so perhaps he could rely on the 3 Fey Beast crystal cores to break through to the fourth realm. Martial artist fourth heavy, chi and blood 80, 1 punch burst strength 2500 3000 kilograms. Speed 35 second. Chapter 29. Who are you calling a waste? While Chen Qi was cultivating. Inside Xiang Han's office, sitting in front of his desk, the information of the talents selected this time had all been placed in front of him.
The selection of the talent program was not a direct selection. To truly enter into the talent program, one needs to go through layers of assessment and selection. The first month of recruit training was just a preliminary selection program. To truly enter the talent program, one needed to go through more than just this simple assessment.
The procedures that need to be gone through are very complicated. The recruit company led by Xiang Han was doing the selection of candidates for the talent program, and the other recruit companies of the 3rd Legion were doing the same. On the left-hand side, Chen Qi's information was placed at the top. For an E-ranked archer talent to be in the reserve of the talent program, no one might even believe it when they say it. The lowest in the talent program was an A-ranked talent. A terrifying mastery of the battlefield, the ability to keenly perceive the timing of every attack, and a sense of crisis. Xiang Han was also a bit confused for a moment. He himself was a dual talent genius. Class A Gold Elemental plus Class B Bowman talent, under the double, it allowed him to cultivate at a speed far exceeding that of his peers. In just a few short years, he had become a company commander from a new recruit. Such a speed was already comparable to extreme speed. Being a B-ranked archer talent himself, he was well aware of how strong Chen Qi's control of the battlefield and that keen insight was.
It's just a pity that it's an E-ranked talent.
Xiang Han shook his head slightly, but still included Chen Qi in the talent program. What everyone didn't know was that the first month's recruit competition examination was to pick out the reserves of the talent program. Out of the 32 squads, only a small portion of them would be able to enter the talent program. The first echelon were A-rank talent candidates, while the second echelon were B-rank talent. As for S-rank or even SS or SSS, such people have basically been included by strong people in advance. The talent program ultimately can't keep such geniuses. He thought about it and took out his communicator. Dialed a phone number. 3 martial artists' 2nd-level foreign beast crystal cores were slowly absorbed by him. Nowadays, Chen Qi was already at the 3rd level of martialist and was not far from the 4th level. The energy contained in the 3 martialist 2nd-level Fey beast crystal cores was refuted, but it was quite a lot. The energy contained in the crystal cores quickly flowed throughout his body and was slowly absorbed by him. As the energy was absorbed, Chen Qi clearly felt that his body was changing. Originally, he himself appeared to be somewhat burly, but as the energy in the Fey's crystal core was absorbed, the burly body gradually changed. Turning lean, he looked down at the muscles on his body. It was full of streamlined lines, harboring explosive power. Continue. The 4th weight of the martial artist was about to break through. The 3 Fey beast crystal cores pushed Chen Qi up to the martialist 4th realm. Feeling the changes in his body, Chen Qi's eyes were filled with a brilliant light. He began to cultivate the battle spirit method. The battle spirit method had stepped into the 2nd-level spirit condensation realm. At the spirit condensation realm, one needed to form a faint massive aura within the body, and to break through to the 3rd layer armor shadow initial appearance, one needed to continually condense this massive aura. While Chen Qi was practicing, the beast hunting squad Jiangyan, Li Ji and the others were also in constant practice. Although Li Ji had just entered the recruit company, his talent wasn't low, and it wasn't as if he hadn't practiced during this month in the outside world. Martial artist triple realm. This was Li Qi's strength today. It had to be said that having a good father had a different effect. When he came in, Li Yinian had given Li Ji quite a few cultivation resources. Everything from pills to exotic beast crystal cores, which also included martial arts. When Li Ji awakened to the Class A Wind Elemental, Li Yinian had already begun to prepare martial arts skills for him. The strength of one's talent was closely related to one's own strength. Although he was an S-class Wind Elemental today, he was limited by the fact that his strength today was only the 2nd level of martial artist. He could not utilize the power of the wind element, and martial arts were a way to enhance his strength. The stance technique, Wind Shadow Step, and the martial art, Wind Breaking Chop. All of them were 3rd-grade martial arts. As a martial zone realm, it wasn't difficult for Li Yinian to obtain higher-grade martial arts, only that Li Ji couldn't cultivate them now, and the 3rd grade was the most suitable for him. Chen Qi, mole crickets or mole crickets after all, wanting to change your fate through the army? Li Qi's eyes contained disdain, coldly spitting out a sentence from his mouth, delusional. The 2nd month of recruit training began again. The rewards from the first month's recruit competition test made everyone rub their fists and secretly vow in their hearts to get more points. Li Ji, being in the crowd, glanced sideways at Chen Qi, who was not far away, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Chen Shi, Su Xingyuan, and the others were practicing the battle spirit laws as well as martial arts under the guidance of Wu Liuyi. Wu Liuyi was at the 4th level of the martial master realm. His strength was much higher than the Chen Shi and the others in front of him, and guiding them to practice martial arts was not the slightest bit difficult.
Chen Shi, what are you looking at? Walking over to Chen Shi's side, Wu Liuyi gently patted him and said in a deep voice. Nothing.
Chen Shi shook his head and began to devote himself to the cultivation of the martial skill. Chen Shi's performance, Wu Liuyi had seen it all in his eyes. In his opinion, although Chen Shi was only an E-grade archer talent, he could cultivate the battle spirit laws and martial skills very quickly, and his comprehension was also very high. His strength was even on par with Captain Su Xingyuan. He had already decided that if Chen Shi wasn't selected into the talent program, he must hold on to Chen Shi. Although his talent was low, reliably with the battle spirit laws and martial skills, he was able to make up for some of his talent.
Chen Shi, why are you always looking that way today? Is it possible that there is someone you know over there?
Su Xingyuan also felt puzzled. In the past, Chen Shi was very serious about practicing martial arts and battle spirit methods, but today, he seemed to be a little distracted. Once again, he glanced at Li Ji in the crowd not far away, and at that exact moment, Li Ji also looked at Chen Shi. The gazes of the two collided in the air. Li Ji sneered and withdrew his gaze. Su Xingyuan also realized that Chen Shi was out of sorts at this moment, and following Chen Shi's line of sight, he just happened to see the coldly smiling Li Ji. His eyes slightly condensed, although he didn't know Li Ji. From Li Ji's smile just now, he sensed hostility. This hostility was definitely not towards himself, so it could only be Chen Shi.
He thought for a moment and seemed to have thought of something. That's Li Ji?
Retracting his gaze, Chen Shi gently nodded. I didn't expect him to come to the recruit company as well.
Glancing at Li Ji once again, Su Xingyuan let out a faint smile. Don't be afraid, if he dares to bully you here, I'll beat him to death. A private brawl can get you expelled. Chen Shi reminded. I thank you.
Su Xingyuan rolled his eyes, feeling speechless at this reminder from Chen Shi. As the two of them were talking, Li Ji walked towards the two of them. Rubbish, you're good at hiding in the army.
Standing in front of Chen Shi, Li Ji swept a glance at Su Xingyuan, Wang Er, and the others standing beside Chen Shi. His eyes contained disdain and he spat out a sentence without mercy.
As soon as these words came out, Su Xingyuan and the others' faces changed in unison. The gazes that looked at Li Ji were filled with displeasure. Class leader Wu Liuyi also noticed the situation over here at this moment and walked over. Reaching out to stop Su Xingyuan and the others, Chen Shi's eyes flashed with a stern color as he looked expressionlessly at Li Ji in front of him.
Before anyone could react, a kick was sent out. Bang!
A silhouette flew out several meters away. Pain quickly filled the entire body. Without waiting for Li Ji to get up, an indifferent voice rang out, "Who are you calling a waste?"
Chapter 30. I'll give you a chance. Who are you calling a waste?
An indifferent voice rang out, landing in Li Ji's ears, causing his entire being to be like a wild beast that had gone on a rampage. The surrounding crowd quieted down as their gazes fell on Chen Shi and Li Ji. On the ground, Li Ji looked up at Chen Shi, who stood in front of him with an expressionless face. From between his teeth, he spat out, "Griffin, you seek death." The S-class wind elemental was suddenly unleashed. Lingering wind elements converged in front of his body, turning into an invisible wind blade that instantly chopped at Chen Shi in front of him. He wanted to kill Chen Shi in front of him. A mole cricket had even struck out at himself. Absolutely unforgivable. He himself was an S-class wind elemental, but what was Chen Shi? A punky ranked archer. His own family was superior. His father was a martial zone realm, and he was the deputy leader of the largest hunting group in Jin City. What did Chen Shi have? A father who was a sewer maggot, a nest of poor wastrels, and a wimpy fee for being forced to drop out of school by himself. Chen Shi's eyes slightly condensed as he reached out and gripped the silver spear at his waist, killing intent flashing deep in his eyes. Li Ji wanted to kill himself, and there was absolutely no way he could sit back and wait for death. Stop! Wu Liuyi's voice rang out as his figure appeared in front of Chen Shi, blocking several invisible wind blades with a lift of his hand. The eyes that looked at Li Ji were filled with sternness. At this moment, the surrounding people also noticed the situation over here. A single gaze landed on the field. Jiangyan and the others noticed the situation over here and gathered around. When they saw the footprints on Li Qi's chest and the expressionless Chen Shi, a thought popped into their heads in unison. Li Qi was too impulsive. Why did he suddenly make a move? Li Qi, what are you doing? Feng Quan's face changed slightly as he hurriedly came to the field and glanced at the black-faced Wu Liui before asking in a deep voice. Li Ji was angry in his heart and turned his head towards Feng Quan. He was the one who started it. Feng Quan's heart sank as he glanced at Chen Shi before saying to Wu Liui, "Old 5, is this how you lead the soldiers under your hand? Fighting in the military and striking out at your comrades, is there any discipline left?" Squad leader, he was the one who provoked first. Su Xingyuan and the others as well as Wang Er and the others spoke out to explain. After saying that, there was hidden anger in their gazes towards Li Ji. It was really a case of the evil one being the first to complain. Wu Liui nodded his head slightly. "Old Feng, you've heard it too, it was your soldiers who provoked first. I don't see any problem with Chen Shi making a move." He was definitely not going to believe Li Ji. During today's training, he had already noticed both Chen Shi and Li Ji. During the training, Li Ji had provoked frequently, all of which he had seen in his eyes. "You?" Feng Quan was stunned for a moment and smiled instead of being angry. "So, all of this is still the fault of the soldier under my hand?" "Yes." Wu Liui nodded his head expressionlessly. Su Xingyuan and the others secretly gave a thumbs up as they listened from the sidelines. Chen Shi was somewhat touched in his heart and looked towards Feng Quan as well as Li Ji, whose eyes were filled with cold color, and opened his mouth to explain. "Squad leader Feng, it was indeed Li Ji who provoked the situation in the first place, and I have repeatedly tolerated it, but he got the better of me." "Humph." Feng Quan grunted angrily and swept a glance at Chen Shi as well as Wu Liui, Su Xingyuan, and the others. "Military rules state that unauthorized fights are not allowed, or else they will be dealt with by military rules. Even if he provoked you, then he didn't strike out at you, and it would be wrong for you to strike out." Chen Shi raised his eyes, and there was a fine light flashing in his eyes. "So, Class Captain Feng is thinking that this is all my fault?" Feng Quan was cold and did not answer but looked at Wu Liui. "Old 5, the soldier under your hand violated the military rules in the first place. What do you say about this matter?" Wu Liui glanced at Chen Shi. Although he did not know what kind of grudge there was between Chen Shi and Li Ji, from today's behavior, the two definitely knew each other and already had a grudge in front of them. Today's conflict was nothing more than a trigger. "Then I won't bother you, Old Feng, I'll handle the soldiers under my own hand myself." Good. Feng Quan was exasperated by Wu Liui's words and laughed, looking at Wu Liui and the others in front of him, then find the company commander. Before the words fell, Xiang Han's voice rang out. "What is it?" The burly Xiang Han stepped forward, and the crowd automatically made way. His stern gaze swept around Feng Quan as well as Wu Liui and the others. When Feng Quan and Wu Liui and the others saw Xiang Han's stern gaze, they couldn't help but avert their eyes and didn't dare to meet his gaze. He who has reached the martial zone realm, the aura he radiates without even realizing it is enough to shock the crowd. Company commander, Chen Shi has no regard for military rules and has struck out privately to beat up his comrades. Feng Quan stood beside Li Qi and performed a military salute before speaking out. Xiang Han glanced at the footprints on Li Qi's chest and looked towards Wu Liui and Chen Shi. In a deep voice, he asked, "Wu Liui, what's going on?" Before Wu Liui could say anything, Chen Shi spoke up first. "Company commander, Li Ji's frequent provocations came first." Su Xingyuan and the others spoke out. In the crowd, Zhang Ruya was also clear about what happened. He remembered Li Ji's appearance clearly. On the day of the logistics office, he had realized that there was a grudge between Chen Shi and Li Ji. Thinking of this, he firmly stood beside Chen Shi. Both sides had their own opinions, and Xiang Han didn't say much. "Since you guys like to fight so much, I'll give you a chance. Go fight in the ring." Li Ji was stuffed in by Yang Guang, who himself was a bit averse to this kind of thing. It was only because Li Qi was an S-class wind elemental that he accepted it. But he didn't expect that in just a few short days, Li Qi would get into a fight with Chen Shi. It was normal to fight in the military, but private fights were absolutely not allowed. The two had now violated the military rules, and Xiang Han, who was the company commander, simply let the two get into the ring. Good. A bit of cold light erupted from Li Ji's eyes as he looked at Chen Shi with an undisguised cold color in his gaze. Chen Shi glanced at Feng Quan, who had an ugly look on his face, and nodded his head in agreement. The grudge between Li Qi and him would be settled sooner or later. He had originally thought that he would wait until he was strong enough to get back the justice that belonged to him. Since Li Qi had now sent his face to him, he would collect some interest first. The only pity was that he couldn't kill him. Someone had made an appointment to fight in the ring. This news swept through the entire recruit company in a blink of an eye. A crowd of hundreds of people surrounded towards the ring. This was the first time that the recruit company had a ring date. Once in the ring, it wasn't just a battle of words, everything depended on strength.
Chen Shi had defeated Jiangyan, and everyone was watching.
But at that time, many people felt that it was Jiangyan's carelessness that led to his defeat. No one ever thought that it would be Chen Shi's strength that crushed him. Not long after, Li Ji and Chen Shi had appeared in the ring. Li Ji was holding a long sword, its blade flashing with cold light. Chen Shi, on the other hand, was holding a silver spear in his hand, his gaze calmly looking towards Li Ji on the opposite side. A stern color flashed in his eyes. The humiliation that Li Ji had brought to him had been reverberating in his mind. All sorts of things from the past surfaced in front of his eyes, which made his hand holding the lance couldn't help but exert a slight force.
Begin!
As Xiang Han's voice fell, Li Ji slightly bent his knees, and his entire body rushed towards Chen Shi like a cannonball. The light of the long blade in his hand flashed, splitting the air and cutting straight through Chen Shi.
Chapter 31. Is this all there is to S-class talent?
The cold light of the blade flashed, and Li Ji's eyes were filled with coldness. With this blade, he had no intention of letting Chen Shi go at all.
Martial artist triple realm. The crowd of onlookers realized Li Qi's strength at the first moment and could not help but exclaim in shock.
Hiss, just coming in is the martial artist triple realm S-level talent so strong? You know, a hair S-grade talent, although the cultivation speed will be faster, but it is not possible to have too fast speed. People can be so high strength, surely the family situation is not bad.
Indeed, without enough resources how could they improve so fast?
Now Chen Shi is in danger. Although Chen Shi won against Jiangyan, but that was only because Jiangyan lost due to carelessness, and Jiangyan is a martial artist second level, Li Ji can be one small realm higher than Jiangyan.
Chen Shi is going to lose.
The crowd murmured, seemingly anticipating the outcome of this ring.
Chen Shi would lose. This was the opinion of the crowd of onlookers. However, there were people who held a different opinion. Among them was Jiangyan.
Although he had lost to Chen Shi for certain reasons of contempt, only he himself knew clearly that he had truly lost to Chen Shi, not because he had been careless, but because Chen Shi was indeed even stronger than himself. Chen Shi was a martial artist third level. At this moment, it dawned on him. His heart was shocked, an E-ranked archer talent that cultivated faster than himself, an A rank.
However, there was also a gap between martial artist triple triad.
There were several levels across between S rank and E rank, and there was even more of a gap between the talents that the two were able to utilize. Furthermore, Chen Shi, an E-ranked archer talent, even chose to use a long spear to fight against himself, an S-ranked wind elemental, really looking for death. The long knife blade had a faint aura of a blade that gulped, and as the blade cut out, the air was hidden with the sound of being torn apart. It was as if even space had been cracked by the blade. Each swing of Li Ji's blade carried a strong killing intent and power, as if he wanted to cut Chen Shi in two.
Chen Shi's eyes lifted slightly. Martial artist third level?
With the silver spear in his hand, he instantly picked towards the long blade.
Clang!
The long knife and the silver spear collided, sparks flying everywhere, emitting a deafening sound of impact. The attack was blocked by Chen Shi. Li Ji was a bit surprised. His body in the air used the force from just now to leap backward, and as soon as he landed, in the next instant, the third-grade martial skill body technique Wind Shadow Step was unleashed. Turned into a residual shadow, disappeared in place.
Hiss! What a fast speed!
This is a body technique martial skill. It's at least a second grade, or even a third grade.
Holy, I'm so envious. Is this the family foundation? What's the use of being envious? Can you cultivate so fast if you're given a third-grade martial skill?
Cultivating martial arts is related to talent. Don't dream if you're a C-grade talent.
Ugh, is the gap between people that big? Ignoring the marveling of the crowd of onlookers,
Chen Shi, who was in the ring, turned his originally dark eyes into an amber color the moment he saw Li Ji's figure disappear.
Eagle Eye Insight.
Eagle Eye Insight could not only have a powerful field of vision, but also a powerful capturing ability. In the eyes of the crowd of onlookers, Li Ji's figure suddenly disappeared, yet in Chen Shi's eyes, the Eagle Eye Insight's natural skill had already captured Li Ji's figure.
Clang!
The sound of gold and iron clanging, the silver spear blocked in front of his body, the long knife was only a few centimeters away from Chen Shi, and the place where it fell was right in front of his chest.
You!
Li Ji was astonished, his eyes filled with a look of disbelief. The third-grade stance martial skill Wind Shadow Steps he had already cultivated to the skillful realm, and although he had not stepped into the knowledge realm, it was absolutely impossible for Chen Shi, who was gifted with an E-grade talent, to be able to block it.
Moreover, he was still at the martial artist triple realm. How could Chen Shi possibly block it? He was a martial artist 4th level? A conjecture that he found unbelievable flashed through Li Ji's mind. Blocking Li Ji's slash, Chen Shi's eyes were calm as he looked at the astonished Li Ji in front of him, a sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. So much for S-class talent? Waste. The words spat out from Chen Shi's indifferent voice caused a wave of anger to grow in Li Ji's heart. He only felt that he had been insulted by Chen Shi. You're an E-ranked archer, waste, by what right? Points of cold light erupted from his eyes as Li Ji spoke in a harsh tone, his eyes beady. As the words fell, his figure disappeared once again, leaving a residual shadow in its place. Chen Shi did not move like a mountain, the silver spear in his hand striking out from time to time, each time blocking the harsh blade. For a while, the entire ring was filled with Li Qi's residual shadow, as well as a sound of gold and iron clashing. Under the ring, Wu Liuyi and a group of recruit squad leaders were all gathered here. Watching the exchange between the two men in the ring, the crowd murmured. The S-rank talent cultivation speed is really powerful. A 3rd-grade stance martial skill can be cultivated to the skillful realm in a short period of time. The speed is already far beyond the 3rd-grade martial artist realm. Yes, the stumping shadow steps is a body technique martial skill, and in pairing it with Li Ji's his S-rank wind elemental, it has greatly increased his speed. If I wasn't at the 5th level of the martial master realm, I would have been unable to defend myself against Li Ji's attack. Wu Liuyi glanced sideways at Feng Quan, he grinned and did not say anything. Feng Quan, on the other hand, had an ugly face and expressionlessly exchanged a glance with Wu Liuyi before turning his gaze once again to the two people in the ring. In his heart, he thought, a person who has awakened the S-rank wind elemental and whose strength has reached the martial artist triple realm can't even take down an E-ranked archer. Isn't this too crazy? Xian Han's complexion was ancient, his eyes calm. Although Li Ji's speed was fast, in the eyes of Xian Han and Wu Liuyi and these people, Li Ji's speed was slow. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great, spanning several great realms. In the ring, Chen Shi did not move like a mountain, blocking Li Ji's attacks with every strike. Fire splashed everywhere, reflecting on Chen Shi's face. Xian Han's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look as he continued to look at the two men in the ring. In his heart, he seemed to have predicted the outcome of this battle. The same was true for Wu Liuyi and the rest of the crowd. Compared to Xian Han and the rest of their powerhouses, the onlookers Su Xingyuan, Wang Er, Xuan Yan, as well as Zhang Ruya and Zhao Zhixin, Zhang Yan had long since looked dumbfounded. The invisible wind blade chopped at Chen Shi, and Li Ji's speed was so fast that it left a trail of residual shadows. The crowd asked themselves, if it was themselves in the ring, would they be able to block Li Ji? Compared to Li Ji's speed, Chen Shi's strength was what shocked them. I'll go. Chen Shi's strength is already at least a martial artist triple. He was able to block such a fast attack. Damn, this is still an E-rank talent? If I didn't know that Chen Shi is an E-rank talent, otherwise I would now think that Li Ji is at that E-rank talent. Chen Shi is that S-rank. Refreshed my cognition. E-rank talent can also fight S-rank talent back and forth, and I have an illusion that Li Ji will lose. This thought had just popped up before it was quickly snuffed out. Is this possible? Impossible, how could it be? There's no hope. The two of them, Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya, stood together, and Zhang Ruya raised her eyes to look at the two in the ring. Under her breath, she sighed, Chen Shi is so powerful. Su Xingyuan rubbed his open and somewhat stiff mouth and let out a low curse, pervert. He is an A-level thunder talent, and he dares not even dare to face Li Ji will say that he will win steadily. Chen Shi not moving like a mountain standing, had already made him yell out pervert. As for Chen Shi winning? He didn't expect it. Although the martial strength of both sides was at the triple realm, one was an S-ranked wind elemental and the other was only an E-ranked bowman talent. Chen Shi's choice to face Li with his silver spear was not advantageous in itself. Zhang Ruya nodded silently, a pervert indeed. In a voice that could not be heard, she said, a talent like that is almost as good as SS rank. Chapter 32 Li Qi's downfall. Chen Shi did not move like a mountain, his figure standing upright above the ring. The silver spear pointed out, and sparks spattered. The alloy weapon was very hard. The two had collided more than hundreds of times in a short period of time. After being blocked by Chen Shi once again, Li Ji appeared in front of Chen Shi, the long knife in his hand gulped weakly, like a poisonous snake spitting out its mail. Li Ji's gloomy gaze fell on Chen Shi's face. Shock flashed across his eyes. Although he had only practiced the third-grade body technique Wind Shadow Steps to the skillful realm, it was definitely not something that Chen Shi was able to capture in front of him.
Hundreds of strikes had been blandly blocked by Chen Shi, a fact that had long disorganized Li Ji's mind. With the silver spear blocking the long knife in his hand, Li Ji opened his mouth in a chilling manner.
You absolutely cannot block me.
As the silver spear obliquely blocked the long knife, Chen Shi's eyes were calm and his bland voice rang out.
Rubbish. S-rank wind elemental is really wasted on you.
A waste will always think that others are also as wasteful as he is, and the only way to hit him in the face is with facts. Trampling his former pride and confidence under his feet ruthlessly, only then will he be able to truly realize that he is the waste. Speaking here, the corners of Chen Shi's mouth rose slightly as he looked at Li Ji with undisguised disdain in his eyes.
Li Ji, now do you know who is that waste? Chen. Kai. I will definitely kill you.
A few words completely enraged Li Ji, who was on the verge of anger. In the hundreds of previous attacks, Chen Shi was like a high mountain. No matter how he attacked, when facing this high mountain, he could only return without any success. And this high mountain was the one he had forced to drop out of school, the waste he had always looked down upon. He was the high mountain, Chen Shi, this poor trash, by what right? He was not convinced. Drawing his sword back, Li Ji held his long sword diagonally, the blade gulped and hissed, a viper spitting out a letter. In a stern voice, he said, Whirlwind Continuous Chop. Third grade martial skill Wind Breaking Chop. As the words fell, Li Ji's figure disappeared once again and reappeared in front of Chen Shi. The long knife in his hand was like a gale with its awns bursting out. It cut straight through Chen Shi. The S-class wind elemental was also unleashed again at this moment, and several invisible wind blades shot towards Chen Shi. The air was sliced through, emitting a cracking sound. This time, he put up a fight. He must kill Chen Shi. Even if he was expelled from the army, there was still a Li Yin of the 7th level of martial zone standing behind himself. Li Ji's change fell in the eyes of the onlookers. Misty grass, Li Ji is fighting for his life. Hiss. Such a fast attack, and the invisible wind blade, S-level talent is truly terrifying.
Can Chen Shi block it? Can't it?
Li Ji, this has obviously left no stone unturned. If Chen Shi can't block it, he will at least be seriously injured.
Terrifying.
An E-ranked archer with a lance was actually able to force the S-ranked wind elemental Li Ji to such an extent. Wu Liuyi narrowed his eyes. He could really see Li Ji's move once again. Although he couldn't see the wind blade, he was able to rely on his weak spiritual power to capture it. When one's strength reached the martial master realm, one would begin to cultivate spiritual power, and when one cultivated the battle spirit method, one was invisibly cultivating spiritual power. Spiritual power cultivation was very slow. If you wanted to increase the speed, you could only cultivate unique spiritual power feats, but such feats required a high level of talent, spiritual power, and were not something that ordinary people could cultivate. Most importantly, such a gong method was rare.
Wu Liuyi's eyes slightly condensed. Can it still be blocked? Compared to Wu Liuyi, Su Xingyuan as well as Zhang Ruya and the others were incredibly nervous at the moment.
When they saw Li Ji reveal the third-grade martial skill wind-breaking chop once again, the hearts of the crowd tightened. Even their breathing couldn't help but be lowered as they stared tightly at the two people in the ring.
Everyone was nervous. The only person in the arena who was not nervous was also Xian Han.
As the person with the strongest strength, he had watched all the exchanges between the two in the ring. Two third-grade martial skills. Xian Han glanced at Li Ji faintly, shaking his head slightly in his heart. Li Ji did not have a good impression in his heart. Winning was deserved, losing was a waste. On the contrary, Chen Shi on the other side brought him a bit more surprise. Chen Shi was an E-ranked archer, and he did not use a longbow in the battle from start to finish. He chose to use a long spear, and Chen Shi's attainments in spearmanship were obviously higher than Li Ji's. He did not use a long spear from start to finish. From start to finish, Chen Shi never took the initiative to fight. Xian Han saw it all in his eyes, and there was a smile in his eyes. Instead of practicing martial arts that belonged to his own talent, he chose to practice spear martial arts, and his speed was still so fast. For this ring, Xian Han no longer valued winning or losing. In his heart, Chen Shi had already won.
In the ring.
Facing Li Ji's continuous strikes, Chen Shi struck out for the first time. The long spear was fiercely clenched, and a cold color blossomed in his eyes. A fierce sweep was made towards his side.
Clang!
Several wind blades were instantly swept away, leaving streaks of sparks on the body of the spear. He lifted his eyes and swept, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Although he couldn't see the wind blades, he was able to vaguely capture the trajectory of the wind blades.
And this was the ability of eagle eye insight.
Sweeping away several wind blades with a single shot, Chen Shi took a half step backward with his right foot before suddenly exploding. The tip of the gun dazzled, breaking through the air and pointing violently towards the blade. Clang! The immense force coming from the long blade almost caused Li Ji to lose his grip on the blade, and his entire arm instantly went numb. His eyes showed horror. How could Chen Shi's speed and strength be so fast? And how could he capture the trajectory of the wind blade? His entire mind was filled with doubts. Without waiting for him to think more, Chen Shi's figure had appeared in front of him. Buzz! The tip of the spear with a sharp, cold light rested against Li Ji's throat. The strong wind from the tip of the gun sliced through the skin of his throat, and blood oozed out. An indifferent voice rang out, "You've lost." Feeling the pain in his throat and the coldness of the gun tip, Li Ji's eyes were filled with fear. He had actually lost. Impossible. He could have lost to this waste of a man, Chen Shi. I'm not convinced. As the voice announcing Chen Shi's victory rang out, Chen Shi turned his back to Li Ji and walked towards the bottom of the ring. However, right at this moment, a cold light erupted from Li Ji's eyes as he slashed out with a long blade in his hand. Rubbish, you die for me. He really couldn't accept the fact that he was an S-rank wind elemental. How could he possibly lose to Chen Shi, a poor trash with E-rank talent? Li Qi, what are you doing? Damn it, Li Qi. Chen Shi, be careful. Wu Liuyi, Su Xingyuan, Zhang Ruya, and the others had their faces changed when they saw this scene. Wu Liuyi's body moved and was about to step onto the ring. However, just as his feet moved, Chen Shi, who originally had his back to Li Ji, felt the blade awnings behind him. A cold smile flashed across the bottom of his eyes changed, and the long spear in his hand instantly stabbed backwards. A bit of cold aura arrived first. Horseback spear. Snort! This time, Chen Shi did not hold back. The silver spear instantly passed through Li Ji's shoulder, and then the tip of the spear was like a sharp blade, directly slicing off Li Ji's left arm. The arm holding the long sword was slashed at the shoulder, and intense pain instantly spread through Li Ji's body. Miserable screams followed. Li Qi! Feng Quan exclaimed, taking a step out to the ring. Looking at Li Ji's appearance, his face was unusually ugly. Xian Han glanced at Chen Shi, who was holding a silver gun in the ring. His eyes fell on Li Ji, and his calm voice rang out, "Send it to the infirmary." Chapter 33 Battle Martial Armor. Feng Quan left with Li Ji and the broken arm that landed on the ring. The ring was surrounded by crows and was plunged into silence. The crowd of onlookers looked towards the figure holding the silver spear in his hand in the ring, their eyes filled with shock. And among them was Jiang and Squad and the others. S-Class Wind Elemental. Martial Artist Triple Realm. When they thought that such a Li Ji was unable to defeat Chen Shi, they only felt terrified. Where is this E-rank talent? This is a SSS talent, right, I chow. When they heard that Chen Shi, who had an E-rank talent, was going to have a fight with Li Qi, who had an S-rank wind elemental, except for a limited number of people who had confidence in Chen Shi, everyone else did not have any confidence in the outcome of this fight. Although Chen Shi cultivated the battle spirit method at a speed that was different from normal people, that was only the battle spirit method. What truly affected the outcome of the fight would also depend on the strength of both sides, as well as the cultivation level of their respective martial arts. Li Qi's 2 third-grade martial skills, the body martial skill and the blade martial skill, had both entered the skillful realm. The power that could be erupted from the third-grade martial arts was much stronger than the first-grade martial arts that Chen Shi and the others practiced. Everyone did not expect that Chen Shi's spear techniques had stepped into the proficient realm. Is this Chen Shi really an E-rank talent? Returning to their senses, such doubts popped up in unison in the minds of the crowd of onlookers. Hiss. Chen Shi is too powerful, an E-rank talent defeating an S-rank talent? It seems like this has never happened before, right? Yeah, the span between an E-rank talent and an S-rank talent is too big, it's too Kiba crazy. It turns out that low-level talent can also defeat high-level talent. Chen Shi, at this moment, I am your brainwashed fan. You pull back. People, Chen Shi can beat Li Ji, that's because people's martial arts skills are cultivated to the realm of Tongxiao, and they are still the 4th level of martial artists. Do you think you can do it? I rely on martial artist 4th weight. I'm only in the 1st martial artist realm now. My god, an E-level archer talent didn't choose a longbow, but chose to use a long gun to compete, and the main also ING won. How come I, AB rank, still feel inferior to Chen Shi, an E rank? The crowd murmured, looking at Chen Shi with reverence and shock in their eyes. It wasn't that there weren't low-ranked talents that defeated high-ranked talents, but that was based on a difference of no more than 1 rank.
The difference between E rank and S rank was a full 6 levels. This was unprecedented and unheard of.
The thoughts in the hearts of the crowd were unknown to Chun-Chi as he patted the silver spear in his hand, which changed and once again turned into a silver stick. When he stepped down from the ring, the figures of Zhang Ruya as well as Zhao Zixin, Wang Er, and Xuan Yan appeared in front of him. The shock in Zhao Zixin's eyes still had not dissipated. Looking at the calm Chun-Chi in front of him, Zhao Zixin smiled bitterly and shook his head. Chun-Chi, I am completely convinced.
Wang Er gave a thumbs up, awesome.
Xuan Yan's personality was more jumpy. He looked Chun-Chi up and down, came closer, and said with a smile, Brother Chen, why don't you become the captain?
I think following you is more promising.
Chun-Chi smiled and shrugged. If you're not afraid of Su Xingyuan hanging you up and beating you, then I have no problem with that.
Then it's better to forget it.
Xuan Yan shrunk his neck and waved his hand with a smile. The burly, cross-faced Zhang Ruya reached out his hand, patted Chun-Chi, and said with a smile, Lang Yan is unique, there is no other in the world. Chun-Chi smiled and looked at Wang Er, jokingly saying, see, Wang Er, learn from old Zhang.
Don't open your mouth to be awesome, how uneducated. Wang Er.
Su Xingyuan came in slow steps. After standing still, his sword brows and starry eyes, he looked Chun-Chi up and down, nodded his head slightly, and said faintly under his breath, don't be proud, a small S rank, I can suppress it with one hand. Wang Er as well as Xuan Yan and the others turned away, pretending as if they did not recognize Su Xingyuan. Zhao Zixin froze, came back to his senses, and laughed. Su Xingyuan's title of King of Pushback had already spread out in the recruit company for so long.
This is the first time he saw Su Xingyuan pretending
to be a pusher, and the first time he actually did not react.
The two of them, Zhang Ruya and Chen-Chi, were already familiar with Su Xingyuan's pushy king style of acting, and hearing him say this, Chen-Chi nodded smilingly, that's for sure.
Tiny S rank, Captain Su only needs a single glance to make him bow down.
Low key, low key. Su Xingyuan waved his hand, pretending to be an expert.
After he finished speaking, he couldn't hold it in himself and laughed out loud, spitting out a sentence, martial artist 4th level, damn you're even more capable of pretending than I am.
Chen-Chi. The two of them, Wu Liuyi and Xiang Han, walked towards him.
Wu Liuyi's face at the moment was a smile that he couldn't hide. A soldier under his own hand defeating an S-rank talent head-on with an E-rank talent, such a thing would be too honorable for him to tell.
Squad leader, company commander.
Chen-Chi performed a military salute and greeted. Xiang Han nodded slightly, martial artist 4th level, good speed. To be able to cultivate the gun technique martial skill to the general knowledge realm in a short period of time, your perception is also very good.
Wu Liuyi smiled and winked at Chen-Chi.
Chen-Chi did not understand the meaning, and without waiting for him to think about it, Xiang Han's next words solved his doubts. An E-rank talent defeating an S-rank talent head-on, this has never been done before in the military. Xiang Han seemed to be in a good mood as he finished looking at Wu Liuyi beside him. Wu Liuyi, Chen-Chi has broken a record in the military, what do you think is a good reward? Wu Liuyi and Xiang Han are very familiar with each other, and at this time, Xiang Han didn't take the stance of a company commander, and he was a bit more casual.
Company commander, how about rewarding Chen-Chi with a set of battle soldier armor? You really dare to think?
Xiang Han said without a trace of anger. His gaze fell on Chen-Chi and he pondered for a moment. You won't be able to utilize the battle soldier armor even if I give it to you, that requires strength to reach the martial soldier realm. Let's reward you with a set of battle martial armor, matching your strength.
The surrounding Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya were envious. Battle martial armor, that thing wasn't cheap in the military. When the logistics office exchanged resources, they could see clearly that a set of battle armor was worth 3,000 merit points. If they wanted to rely on merit to exchange for battle armor, it would be difficult with their current strength. Unexpectedly, Chen-Chi was able to obtain a set of battle martial armor when he was in the recruit company. Chen-Chi froze. He also did not expect that Xiang Han would open his mouth to reward himself with a set of battle martial armor. Returning to his senses, he opened his mouth and said, "Thank you, company commander." Xiang Han waved his hand and said unapologetically, "Before I said I would introduce you to a teacher. But people said they couldn't look at those with too little talent."
Chen-Chi had no pity about this. Xiang Han paused, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "I just don't know if that person will change his mind when he knows about your performance today. Cultivate well." After saying that, he turned around and left. Wu Liuyi said smilingly to Chen-Chi, "Your kid is really something. 4th level of martial artist, 2nd level of battle spirit law, and martial skill generalization realm.
Among the new recruits, this strength of yours is considered to be the first one that deserves it. Hearing this, Su Xingyuan looked up to the sky and sighed. I didn't expect, Shen Shi, this thick-browed guy is the one who is the most loaded. Chapter 34 S-Class Archer Talent Marshal King Zheng Zixing. Infirmary. Li Ji was lying on the hospital bed, and the military doctor in charge of treatment was an A-ranked healing talent whose strength had reached the second level of the martial master realm. The broken arm had been connected back at the moment. The military doctor in charge of treatment looked at Li Ji's pale face and lifeless eyes on the hospital bed and shook his head slightly. His heart is too poor, so little injury is not so bad, right? In the military, he had seen many more serious injuries than Li Ji. Limbs were violently torn off, and there were even those that were almost cut off at the waist. He had seen quite a few of them. An arm being cut off, such an injury was nothing more than an ordinary injury in his eyes. With the healing talent coupled with the army's healing medicine in a two-pronged approach, there was no problem with Li Ji's arm being preserved. Alright, have a good rest. The military doctor said, then turned to leave. Feng Quan as well as Jiang Yan and the others looked at the double-eyed Li Ji in front of them, and everyone's heart sank. Jiang Yan said in a deep voice, Shen Shi, he struck too hard. A match that even cut off one of Li Ji's arms, what the hell is he trying to do? The team members behind him tacitly did not make a sound, only glancing at Li Qi, wanting to speak. In their hearts, they secretly shook their heads. This incident would definitely not have turned Li Ji into this if Li Ji had not engaged in a sneak attack behind Shen Shi. The reason why Li Ji had become like this was, to put it mildly, purely self-inflicted. Feng Quan interrupted Jiang Yan with an ugly face, Shen Shi is not to blame for this matter. The ring bout has already declared the victor, and for Li Qi to strike again, this has already broken the ring rules. On a more serious note, this is disregarding the military rules, and the company commander is considered lucky that he didn't waste him on the spot. Jiang Yan and his group of recruits didn't know, but Feng Quan was very clear. Xiang Han was a man who couldn't rub sand in his eyes, and even if Li Ji was an S-class wind elemental, he had blatantly broken the rules of the ring, disregarding the military rules and striking out at his comrades, which had already greatly undermined the military rules. The first time he saw Li Ji strike, his heart sank. Fortunately, Xiang Han did not directly strike. Squad leader, is Li Ji he? Okay. Jiang Yan was concerned about Li Ji's injury. An S-class talent was too important to their entire squad. It's nothing too big, the arm was picked back up, recuperating for a while won't be much of a problem. Feng Quan shook his head and said truthfully. Li Ji was now purely to blame. Feng Quan also had no other thoughts. Alright, let's go. Letting Jiang Yan and the others leave, Feng Quan stood by the side of the hospital bed, his gaze falling on Li Qi, and after a long time, he helplessly shook his head. In this matter, I can't help you, you disregarded the military rules in the first place, and Shen Shi, his genius, was forced to fight back. This is something you know very well. Li Qi was silent, and a moment later, a hoarse voice sounded, he did it on purpose. What? Feng Quan was stunned. He did it on purpose, deliberately provoking me, constantly provoking me with his words. After declaring victory, he deliberately turned his back on me. All of this was his plot. I've fallen into his trap. Li Ji recalled this bout from start to finish in his mind. Every single detail he didn't spare. And now, he finally realized it. From the moment Chen Shi saw himself, he had already planned for what was to come. Even getting into the ring was something he had deliberately guided. It was all so familiar. As Feng Quan listened to Li Qi's analysis, his heart trembled and shock flashed under his eyes. Did Chen Shi really have such a terrifying heart? From start to finish, Li Qi was like a puppet, falling into his pre-prepared trap step by step. This was because the two of them did not know enough about Chen Shi. If they had seen Chen Shi in control of the battlefield with their own eyes, they would have realized that Chen Shi definitely had such an ability. Where is the evidence? Do you have evidence? Feng Quan was shocked at how terrifying Chen Shi was, and he also pitted the Li Ji in front of him. Being led step by step, in the end, he still did not have any evidence. Li Qi's back teeth were about to be clenched, his right hand clenched his fist and his knuckles were a little white. Son of a. I want him to die. I must want him to die. Li Qi, calm down. Feng Quan said in a deep voice, striking out at the family members of a serving soldier as well as yourself. This kind of result is not something you can bear. Not even your father. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Li Ji's eyes were filled with gloom. If he, Chen Shi, can use this kind of tactic, I can use it as well. Seeing Li Qi like this, Feng Quan did not say much.
If Li Ji wanted to seek death, he definitely would not accompany him. He himself had only received a little bit of favor from start to finish, taking extra care of Li Ji.
Is this the battle martial armor?
At the logistics office, Wu Liui accompanied Chen Qi to receive the battle martial armor. In front of him, a set of battle armor that was black in color and glowing with metallic luster was hung on the shelf in front of him. Reaching out to touch it, it was cold to the touch, and a faint layer of light flashed across the surface of the battle armor. The battle armor is applicable to the martial artist realm, and can withstand the full force of a strike from the martial artist's 9th realm at the highest.
Wu Liui smiled as he voiced out an explanation. No matter what the talent is?
Chen Qi was curious and touched the battle armor lovingly.
What are you thinking about?
It's just an ordinary attack. If you run into metallic or other weapons that are too aggressive and so on, you won't be able to block it as usual. It can only say that it will make your injuries a little lighter. Hearing this, Chen Qi nodded his head. If the battle martial armor was able to withstand any attack below the 9th realm of a martial artist, it would simply not be too powerful.
Squad leader, do you have it?
Chen Qi was curious. Wu Liui, whose strength had reached the martial master realm, should also have such a battle armor.
Yes.
After Wu Liui finished speaking, the uniform on his body changed, and in a short period of time the original green uniform had turned into a set of battle armor with a slight reddish tint. Battle Master Armor requires 50,000 merit points, can withstand a full force strike below the 3rd realm of the Martial General.
Misty Grass, 50,000. Martial Master level battle armor, 50,000 merit points. Couldn't afford it at all.
But now that he had his own battle armor, it was not bad at all.
Huh, brat, what you said is true? Didn't lie to me?
Xiang Han's office crossed his legs on the table, holding a cigarette between his fingers. In front of him, a 3D projected image of an old man in his 60s was raising his eyes to Xiang Han, his cloudy eyes full of light.
Didn't lie to you. Xiang Han shook his head, but what's the point? Your old man is not looking down on people. Zhang Zixing S-ranked archer, martial spirit realm.
That's what the previous me said, not today's me. Zhang Zixing didn't have the slightest appearance of the martial spirit realm, shaking his head and not admitting that he had said it before. I still need to observe the specifics. My strength is still falling. In a few years, I might fall to martial zone. Zhang Zixing said frankly, not the slightest hint of fear could be seen in his demeanor. At this end, Xiang Han's complexion slightly dimmed as he squeezed out a smile. Teacher, you must hold on, I'll find a way to solve the problem on you. Zhang Zixing waved his hand and leaned back to sit beside the bookcase, a number of books scattered around his hand. A sharp light glows in his cloudy eyes. I definitely won't die until I find out that matter clearly.
Xiang Han shook his head helplessly.
Zhang Zixing was the teacher of his own bowman talent, and when he knew Zhang Zixing, he was just an ordinary martial master realm, while Zhang Zixing was at the 7th rank martial king realm at that time. Just a short period of more than 10 years had passed. Zhang Zixing had fallen from the martial king realm to the martial spirit realm, and this had been going on for decades.
Chapter 35 Beast Tide. Assemble.
Time rushed by, and half a month of the 2nd month of recruit training had quietly passed. The familiar assembly sound rang out once again. Everyone had already assembled in just a minute's time. Xiang Han's tall figure stood in front of all of them, his tiger eyes falling on them, causing all of them to feel the pressure multiply. The strength of the Wuzong realm can cause people to tremble with the light of his eyes. As the saying goes, it takes 1,000 days to raise an army. After more than a month of recruit training, your strength has improved quite a bit, and your martial skills have at least entered the chakra practice realm. A martial artist who hasn't experienced combat is just a toothless tiger. You guys experienced your first battle in the first month, but that was done with enough security.
Listening to Xiang Han's words, the hearts of everyone present couldn't help but lift up.
Although Xiang Han's tone was calm, it had already invariably caused the pressure on the crowd to increase more and more. Chen Qi's eyes were filled with light, and in more than a month's time, his strength had already entered the martial 6th realm. Su Xingyuan had similarly stepped into the martialist 5th realm.
Martialist 6th realm, strength 3,500 4,000 kilograms, speed 45 seconds. Martial 5th realm, strength 3,500 kilograms, speed 40 second.
This was only the strength of the martial artist himself. If different talents were utilized, the strength as well as speed gained would become different.
Li Ji didn't leave the army, instead he stayed behind.
He glanced at Chen Qi, who was standing 2 rows in front of him, and narrowed his eyes, a cold color flashing in his eyes. Chen Qi, you don't want to get first place in this actual battle. I will definitely get back the humiliation I suffered. Being in the military, coupled with the warnings from Fengquan as well as Yang Guang and the others, Li Qi did not choose to utilize outside forces to strike against Chen Shi's family. The military rules were placed here, and he could not afford it. Utilizing the opportunity of actual combat to strike against Chen Shi was something he had been looking forward to for a long time. The changes in the crowd's expressions all fell in Xiang Han's eyes. His eyes were calm, his expression was serious, and his low voice rang out, "To be a soldier, you have to be a soldier. This time is a real battle. This is also your second actual battle, and this one will affect your combat units in the future. The second actual battle will still implement the full evaluation system, and the squad that receives the highest evaluation will receive a tilt in resources as well as rewards." Speaking here, his voice rose slightly, and his tone became more and more serious. This time is slightly different from the first actual battle. There will be veterans of the Beast Suppression Army acting together with you. Death. You guys didn't experience it before, but this time will definitely make you remember it for the rest of your lives. There is no one to protect your safety, everything requires your own judgment to reduce casualties and reach your goals. As the words fell, the crowd's expressions changed slightly. There were veterans involved? There could still be people dying? Su Xingyuan slightly looked sideways at Chen Shi in the group, feeling Su Xingyuan's gaze. The gazes of both Chen Shi and Su Xingyuan interacted. Su Xingyuan smiled brightly, and Chen Shi nodded with a light smile. Because of the change in the number of participants, the mode of operation has also changed this time around. Each squad is expanded to 50 people, the specific members need to form your own teams. The captains will be elected by themselves for 3 minutes. As the words fell, several gazes fell on Chen Shi and Su Xingyuan. Zhang Ruya and Zhao Zixin glanced at each other, excitement in their eyes. Expanding to a squad of 50 people meant that some squads would be broken up and merged into other squads. Their first thought was Chen Shi and his squad. Chen Shi's gaze was also the first to look at Zhang Ruya, and when he saw Zhang Ruya looking at him, Chen Shi smiled and waved at him. Zhang Ruya and Zhao Zixin's group of squad members were quickly merged into the Crouching Dragon squad. Xingyuan, Chen Shi. Zhang Ruya smiled and nodded in greeting. "Ha, old Zhang, we're finally together." The kid Su Xingyuan smiled brightly with a sunny smile. Such a handsome face should have been peach blossom luck, and if there were female soldiers, it might attract a lot of people. It was just a pity that all of them were men here. Li Ji's eyes were gloomy as he glanced at the Crouching Dragon squad crowd, retracted his gaze, and began to form a new squad with Zhang Yan and the others. As an S-rank talent, although he was defeated by Chen Shi, as the only S-rank talent among the new recruits, there were still quite a few people who wanted to form a squad with him. Sun Fa and Zhou Ning and the others formed a squad. Soon, all the squads had spontaneously formed. There were 5 squads in total. Seeing that the squads had been formed, Xiang Han did not say much and once again threw out a message. This time, the actual combat participation is not only you guys, there are also squads from other divisions in the Beast Suppression Army participating. After saying that, regardless of the change in the crowd's expression, he continued, there is a small beast tide occurring in Linghu County. Operational objective, eliminate the beast tide. The operation objectives and locations have all been sent to your tactical watches, check them out yourself. Operation codename, Night Lords. Half an hour later, depart. This operation even has the participation of other division squads. It seems that this operation is not simple. Wang Er stroked his chin, pondering. Xuanyan hemmed and hawed, the B-class petrification talent seemed to feel no pressure at all. Afraid of nothing, we have 2A ranks in the captain and Zoe, and our group of fierce people, isn't that a crunchy mess to kill? Ran Jianming rolled his eyes and said derisively, it's us who will kill indiscriminately, and you'll be in charge of Gaga on the side. Captain, I'm going to report it, someone is pretending. The crowd joked, although Zhang Ruya had a face full of flesh, his personality was not fiery. Instead, it was still somewhat gentle as he looked towards Chen Shi and Su Xingyuan. I'll hug your thighs this time. Zhao Zixin also smiled and nodded. Yeah, Captain Su, this time we are a squad, I'll leave all of this 100 pounds to you. Su Xingyuan looked indifferent and coughed lightly, low key. Chen Shi smiled and shook his head, turning his head to look at Li Qi as well as Zhang Yan and the others not far away. Li Ji had his arm chopped off by himself and had recovered in just over half a month. The speed of recovery was extremely fast. He was not surprised by this. The treatment methods in the military were still very good, such an injury was not fatal, and with the fact that he was also in the military at the time of the injury, the treatment was timely. Several combat vehicles drove towards Linghu County. At this moment, in Linghu County,
There were not many troops stationed here, only 1,000, and the strongest was Gao Ming, with a strength of the 8th realm of martial general. In the office, Gao Ming had also received the notice of the Night Lord's operation. Recruit training. I hope I don't wet my pants in fear. Gao Ming smiled playfully. The small beast tied in Spirit Tiger County was not too strong. It was expected that the strongest strength in the foreign beasts was only at the martial soldier realm. And such a beast tide basically came once every 3 months in Spirit Tiger County. It was as if the beasts knew no fear, and he had been stationed here for 4 years. In 4 years, he had seen the beast tide too many times. It was long ago that he had gotten used to it. He had heard about the talent program, but he didn't know exactly what it was for. It was classified. There's going to be some fun this time. Gao Ming stretched his back and began to wait for the arrival of the new recruits participating in this Night Lord's operation. Chapter 36, Reporting Someone Pretending. The battle is a bit big this time. In the car, Xuanyan licked his lips, his eyes glowing. The rest of the people did the same. Having had the first actual battle, everyone had gotten used to facing foreign beasts. For the second actual battle, there was no longer any tension in the hearts of the people, instead, they were filled with excitement and thrill. The Beast Suppression Army has more than 100 squads and more than 5,000 people, this time it's a bit of a game. Wang Er opened his mouth and said with a smile. When the people inside the car heard this, they glanced at each other, a hint of wariness permeating through them. Zhao Zixin was silent. The first month of the new recruit competition assessment, he already had a clear perception of the strength of Su Xingyuan and Chen Qi in their squad. Inside the car, there were members who were new to the squad, as well as members of the Crouching Dragon squad like Wang Er. It was natural to speak a little more naturally. The others quietly listened to the crowd chatting, interjecting a sentence from time to time. Chen Qi did not speak, holding the black alloy longbow in his hand. Old Zhang, this time, you'll be responsible for following me, and the two of us will crunch and kill indiscriminately. Su Xingyuan smiled and said to Zhang Ruya, glancing at Chen Qi, as for Chen Qi, you only need to be on the side in order to pillage. As the words fell, quite a few people in the carriage laughed out. Zhang Ruya replied with a smile, thanks to my brother Xingyuan is invincible and unrivaled. Chen Qi smiled and nodded. Xuanyan laughed out, Captain, can I report this? Report what? Su Xingyuan looked sideways, faintly asking, the captain pie in the face. Xuanyan, Wang Er, as well as Chen Qi and Zhang Ruya glanced at each other, and voiced out in unison, reporting someone pretending to be a bully. Su Xingyuan. Get out of the car. The doors of several combat vehicles opened, and all 32 squads got out and gathered. DDT. The operation's combat objectives were received on everyone's combat watches at the same time. Form a defense line, resist a successful small beast tide, and judge the squad points by the number of alien beasts killed. Coordinates, 317.223.217. The lance that had been put away changed instantly in Su Xingyuan's hands, an alloy lance being held in the palm of his hand. He raised his eyes and swept towards the crowd in front of him, gather towards the target first, Chen Qi will be the scout, and the rest of you will form your own teams and configure them as a squad. Understood? This time, the captain of the reorganized squad was still Su Xingyuan. Originally, he wanted Chen Qi to serve, but Chen Qi waved his hand and refused. His bowman talent wasn't suitable to exist as a captain, being independent of the battlefield and controlling the entire battlefield, that was Chen Qi's position. Not a captain, but more important than the role of a captain. Understood. Depart. As the words fell, a group of squad members marched towards the location marked on their tactical watches. Chen Qi held a black alloy longbow in his hand, and between his footsteps, the military uniform on his body had quietly turned into a black battle armor. The battle armor could be transformed into a regular uniform, or it could be changed into a black battle armor. At this moment, Chen Qi, who was wearing a black battle armor, was holding a black alloy longbow, and on his head, the battle armor automatically transformed into a hood, which covered his face, making it more and more mysterious. Raising his eyes, he was wearing black battle armor, and the black hood on his head was connected to the black battle armor, emitting an eerie cold light. Mysterious and with a faint hint of killing. The people in the team quietly glanced back at Chen Qi, who was following at the end of the team, his eyes filled with envy. In the entire recruit company, Chen Qi was the first and only one to obtain the battle martial armor. The battle martial armor could provide him with a powerful defense that could withstand the full force of a martial artist's ninth gravity. No one would not envy such defense. A few moments later, Everyone had arrived at a specific location.
There were already veterans waiting here. Seeing Su Xingyuan and the others appear, the veteran soldiers waiting here walked quickly, their bodies emitting a faint fury.
This was a unique aura formed after years and years of experiencing life and death.
The veteran soldier's eyes swept, and when he saw Chen Shi in the ranks, who was dressed in battle martial armor, his pupils contracted violently.
Battle martial armor? How could a new recruit have battle martial armor?
Doubt flashed through his mind before he asked in a deep voice, "Who is the captain?" Su Xingyuan stepped out and came in front of the veteran, and the two of them exchanged glances and nodded slightly.
This is the squad's first target.
The veteran did not talk nonsense, handing over the battle plan in his hand to Su Xingyuan.
We will also come as members of your squad to act with you.
After the four veterans finished speaking, they spontaneously entered the squad. Su Xingyuan looked at the several people and lowered his head to check up on this operation. Northwest direction, there is a small group of Fey beasts escaping. Go ahead and eliminate them, and check the whereabouts of the Fey beast wave.
A simple sentence recounted this time's action to understand. Su Xingyuan looked at the four people and frowned slightly, seemingly wanting to say something.
Zhang Ruya was in the team and withdrew her gaze after glancing at the four veterans who had joined in. Before the operation, Xian Han had already said that this operation would involve veterans.
Captain Su, you don't have to worry, this time we are only acting as team members with you, we won't be involved in the specific command of the operation.
When the four veterans saw Su Xingyuan's expression, they had already guessed his inner thoughts in their hearts, so they opened their mouths to explain. As the words fell, Su Xingyuan's heart let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, he also no longer hesitated and ordered to head in the northwestern direction. At the Linghu County garrison, Xian Han and a group of the rest of the company's recruit company commanders all appeared here. In front of them, more than 100 screens displayed the location as well as the situation that each squad was in.
Xian Han, did you find any good seedlings this time? A young man in military uniform, sitting beside Xian Han, asked with a smile. What for? You want to pry for news this time?
Xian Han looked sideways with a smile on his face.
Ah, it's not idle, chatting.
The youth laughed before speaking. I do have a few good seedlings under my hand.
How about 2 S-class combat talents?
Xian Han glanced at him and said indifferently, not bad at all.
Eh? What? You have such seedlings under your hands too?
The youth froze for a moment. Xian Han's reaction was a bit out of his expectation. The two of them were at the same martial zone realm and had known each other for a long time, so it could be said that they could not be more familiar.
There is. Xian Han nodded his head and admitted. You really have?
The youth was stunned and asked in surprise. Without waiting for Xian Han to speak, he said to himself, I can't, I've inquired about it, the best seedling under your hand is only an A-rank thunder talent.
Since when is there an S-rank talent? Xian Han didn't hide it and spoke out about Li Ji, an S-rank wind elemental.
Snort, a relation, I thought it was some kind of character.
The youth snorted before saying, that a rank thunder under your hand is pretty good. That person should also be the most powerful recruit in this batch of soldiers under your hand, right?
Xian Han's lips rose slightly, you guess?
Chapter 37 The Veterans Questioning. There's nothing to discover. Zhang Ruya surveyed the surroundings and shook her head. The team of 50 people had been divided into 5 squads at the moment, spreading out to look for traces of the fleeing alien beasts. None found. Not found. Not found.
The rest of the squads passed on the news one after another. Su Xingyuan frowned and raised his head to scan the surroundings. At this moment, they were in the northwest direction of Spirit Tiger County, which in the past belonged to the old city center, with mostly low buildings. 100 years of time had passed, the originally prosperous county had long since become a piece of rubble, the reinforced concrete buildings were covered by vegetation. The abandoned cars on the side of the road had also become rusty and broken. Chen Shi was in the middle of the group, raising his eyes to look, his eyes were filled with ruins. He frowned slightly, I'll go take a look. His eyes landed on a building in the distance, and when he finished, he was about to leave. Seeing this, Zhang Ruya spoke out, I'll join you.
Good.
The two disappeared into place, heading straight for the building in the distance. The two figures were like apes and monkeys, and in just a few seconds, they had appeared on the roof of the building.
Chen Shi, did you find anything? Zhang Ruya poked her head out and surveyed the surroundings.
Being in a high place, the range of vision of the two became large. He didn't find any traces of the foreign beast even after surveying for a long time. A pair of amber-colored eyes exuded a lingering gaze. With the addition of eagle-eye insight, Chen Shi's vision became farther away and sharper. His stern gaze constantly scanned the surroundings, and under the talented technique, even a very small movement could not escape his eyes. Seeing Chen Shi's serious demeanor, Zhang Ruya also stopped talking and vigilantly surveyed the surroundings, the alloy hammer in his hand gripped tightly to prevent any foreign beasts from appearing.
Found it!
Chen Shi suddenly spoke, his eyes staring tightly at a certain place in the distance.
Found it?
Zhang Ruya's eyes lit up and followed Chen Shi's gaze, but he found nothing.
Don't see anything.
He looked at Chen Shi in confusion. Without explaining, the corner of Chen Shi's mouth rose slightly as he turned his head to Zhang Ruya and said, "I'll go first, you inform them." After saying that, his entire body leapt up violently on the roof of the building, then landed on the roof of another building, his figure quickly disappearing in front of Zhang Ruya's eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Ruya did not dare to delay. This time was different from before. However, anything with the word beast tied in it was definitely not that simple. Even if it was a small beast tied. Without waiting for Su Xingyuan and the others, with Chen Shi's speed in just a few seconds, he had already arrived at the location he had observed earlier. Without the figure of a beast, Chen Shi reached out and picked up a handful of silver-gray hairs on the vegetation beside him, placing it between his nostrils and smelling it. The scent of a foreign beast. Having had previous actual battles, he was familiar with the scent of fey beasts, and at the first moment, he was sure that this was the scent of a fey beast. Without continuing forward, he wasn't sure how many fey beasts there were. The intelligence said that a team of fey beasts had fled, the number wasn't said, nor was the strength.
Rushing out was not the right choice.
A few moments later, Su Xingyuan and the others arrived.
Chen Shi, found it?
Su Xingyuan came in large strides and arrived beside Chen Shi, raising his eyes to look around. Where was the shadow of the foreign beast?
Zhang Ruya's eyes were filled with doubt and confusion.
Chen Shi himself said that he found it. "Don't look at me, I don't know how." The four veterans in the team glanced at each other and did not speak, quietly listening to Chen Shi speak.
"Look here."
A handful of silver-gray hair in the palm of his hand exuded a peculiar aura.
"This is..." Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya and the others looked at the silver-gray hair.
A moment later, light flashed in the eyes of the two of them and they said in a deep voice, "Guile Shadow Fox."
"Whom?"
Chen Shi nodded his head before walking forward a distance and pointing to a hidden place. There were messy footprints. The corners of the mouths of the four veterans in the group flared up with a smirk that faded in an instant. They looked at each other and exchanged a glance. This group of new recruits is a bit interesting, being able to find the traces of the foreign beasts so quickly. Well, it's indeed a bit interesting, especially that one in the battle martial armor. He's keenly observant and his strength isn't seen to be much stronger for now. Bowman talent, to be able to observe so carefully and keenly, is indeed a good seedling. Just don't know if they can handle that team of foreign beasts anymore. That team of foreign beasts is not weak. Keep watching. Anyway, we are not involved in the others, we just need to cooperate with their actions. At least 60 or so fey beasts, the footprints are both deep and shallow, it's not just the Guile Shadow Fox. The crowd quickly came to a conclusion.
More than 60 foreign beasts.
This quantity made everyone's hearts flinch.
Could a team that hadn't been honed be able to eat these 60 fey beasts?
The Guile Shadow Fox is best at hiding, and in pairing it with the other fey beasts, it's a bit tricky.
Su Xingyuan frowned, a little hesitant about this operation. Zhang Ruya nodded, 60 foreign beasts, our team probably can't eat them. The rest of the crowd listened quietly and did not speak. Even Zhao Zixin didn't open his mouth.
It seemed like the previous lesson was still fresh in his mind. The four veterans were observing the crowd's expressions at the moment and did not speak.
They also wanted to see what kind of decision Su Xingyuan, as the captain, would make. Class A Thunder talent, but it wasn't weak. It was just that what made them feel strange was that Su Xingyuan didn't directly make a decision, nor did he ask for the opinions of the rest of the A-rank talents in the team. Instead, he turned his gaze to Chen Shi, who was wearing battle martial armor and holding a black alloy longbow. "Chen Shi, do you think we can make it?"
Upon hearing this, the four veterans once again looked at each other, their eyes filled with doubt.
What was the situation? Su Xingyuan, an A-ranked Thunder talent, didn't ask for other people's opinions, but instead asked an E-ranked Bowman's team member?
This group of veterans had never had the chance to understand the situation during the recruit competition examination before. Acting with Su Xingyuan and the others for the first time, they couldn't tell who was the captain for a moment.
Chen Shi pondered for a moment, "We can try."
Since it's a fleeing beast, there will definitely be injuries. Our team is not weak, so let's consider it as a training exercise. After saying that, he smiled and looked at the 4 veterans in the team and said with a smile, anyway, isn't there 4 other strong veterans in our team?
Veterans? Hearing Chen Shi's words, Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya both looked at each other, their hearts slightly relaxing a bit. Then let's go after them.
Su Xingyuan gave the order before looking at Zhang Ruya and said, Old Zhang, you follow Chen Shi and act together with him.
Zhang Ruya nodded.
The team moved forward once again. The 2 of them, Chen Shi and Zhang Ruya, did not choose to move forward with the team, but instead left the team. The 4 veterans who looked straight at this scene frowned as disappointment flashed across their expressions.
One couldn't help but ask out loud, Captain Su, they're not moving with us? Su Xingyuan turned his head, shaking his head as he replied, they don't need to act with us. As far as I know, Chen Shi is only an E-ranked archer talent, right? A combat support role doesn't move with the team. Captain Su, are you sure this is really okay? The man still felt that this was not okay.
Zhao Zixin pursed his lips, and Wang Er, Xuanyan, and the others in the team looked at each other with smiles at the corners of their mouths. No need, he'll step in at the critical moment.
Depart. Chapter 38, 2 against 6, Old Zhang, him.
For those who did not understand Chen Shi, when they saw him, who was only an E-ranked talent, leave the team and act alone, they would definitely not be able to understand in their hearts. However, as Su Xingyuan, who had seen Chen Shi's amazing abilities, as well as Wang Er, Zhao Zixin, and the others. Yet, they did not have any objections to such a decision. The eyes of the 4 veterans flickered. In their hearts, they had already evaluated Su Xingyuan and their actions this time. Not judging the situation accurately enough and letting the team members leave the action in the middle of the battlefield is a big no-no. It also seems to be just a guy who is just talented and has no brain. Chen Shi, an E-rank archer, is even more of a dumbass. Several people shook their heads in unison in their hearts, but in the end, they did not refute Su Xingyuan's arrangement anymore. Although they were veterans, in the end, they only existed in the role of team members for this operation. The captain gave the order, they only needed to cooperate with the order to act. On the other hand, Chen Shi and Zhang Ruya, who were acting alone, continued to travel all the way towards the northwest. Su Xingyuan and the others were a bit behind. On the way, Zhang Ruya's burly figure was not slow. Nowadays he had also broken through to the 5th level of martial artist. His speed was just a little slower than Chen Shi. Cultivation matter, not only the problem of enlightenment, resources, efforts are indispensable. Chen Shi did not have a lot of resources in his hands, and the previous points for resources had allowed him to smoothly break through to the 6th level of martial artist. As his strength increased, the resources needed would become more. Compared to him, Zhang Ruya and the others were already fast. In the military, not only did one rely on merit points for resources, but one was also able to use money to buy other people's merit points as a means of exchanging them for resources. In this aspect, Chen Shi's impoverished family instantly became his weakness. The Guile Fox specializes in stealth and its IQ isn't low, so it's considered a peculiar existence amongst the lower-ranked Fey beasts. The 2 of them talked as they moved forward. Listening to Zhang Ruya's words, Chen Shi could not help but have the information of the creepy shadow fox appear in his mind. He nodded and said under his breath, this group of Fey beasts should have come with a scouting purpose. We've never seen a small beast tied before, it's definitely not just the creepy shadow fox. Zhang Ruya nodded, the word beast tied was too far away from them when they hadn't joined the army yet, and they hadn't even heard of it. Spirit Tiger County continued to the northwest. There were no more high-floor buildings here, only connected pieces of low residential houses remained. Stop. Chen Shi raised his hand to stop Zhang Ruya's form. Both eyes swept over the surroundings. What? Chen Shi's behavior caused Zhang Ruya to tighten her body, lowering her voice and asking quietly. Chen Shi did not speak, but pointed to a certain place not far away. There, the vegetation was messy and the footprints had disappeared. Go. A sense of uneasiness arose in his heart. Without explaining too much, he pulled Zhang Ruya and hid in an abandoned private house. The vegetation is messy, the footprints have disappeared. It's highly likely that the beasts are in this neighborhood. At the position by the window of the abandoned private house, Chen Shi and Zhang Ruya squatted at the side. Out loud, he explained. Zhang Ruya's eyes stared, and she couldn't help but grip the alloy sledgehammer in her hand. What's the deal? Should we wait for Xing Yuan and the others or withdraw? Zhang Ruya was a bit nervous. There were only 2 of them. Once they were surrounded by the beasts, they would be seriously injured without dying.
Without answering, Chen Shi quietly scanned the surroundings, his amber-colored eyes making him look a little weird. Can't leave. His pupils shrunk slightly, and under the blessing of the natural skill Eagle Eye Insight, several figures were coming towards the location where the two were previously staying. Among them, there was also a vague flash of a silver-gray figure. How far away are they, Starabus? Glancing at the arrow in his hand, Chen Shi's eyes continuously scanned the surroundings, and within a short period of time, several figures had already flickered past, gradually encircling the position they were in. 10 kilometers. Zhang Ruya was the first to reply, and as she spoke, a slight sound echoed in this silent place. Don't speak, you see the opportunity. Gesturing towards Zhang Ruya, Chen Shi's figure quietly disappeared. Too late to call out to Chen Shi, Zhang Ruya nervously leaned against the window, her eyes watching and ears listening in all directions, always catching strange movements. At the highest window of another private house, a pair of amber-colored eyes stood tall and took in the surroundings. For martial artist 5th-ranked Windblade Leopards, a martial artist 5th-ranked Stone-skinned Rhinoceros, plus 2 martial artists 6th-ranked Spectral Wolves, as well as a martial artist 5th-ranked Guile Shadow Fox. With a sweep of his eyes, the movements of the 8 beasts all fell into his eyes. The Guile Shadow Fox was known to be good at hiding and had a high level of cunning. In his eyes, the Guile Shadow Fox was in the farthest position, hiding in the corner of a house. It did not come surrounded with several other beasts. The Phantom Shadow Wolf stopped at the location where Chen Shi and Zhang Ruya had stopped just now. Its nose moved, sniffing before turning back to the Shadow Fox and making a low sound. The Guile Shadow Fox's pair of soulful eyes swept over the surroundings and looked towards the private house where Zhang Ruya was. With a slightly shrill sound, the 7 Fey beasts all looked towards the private house where Zhang Ruya was. And then they quickly rushed towards his location. Zhang Ruya gripped the alloy sledgehammer tightly, and thought in his heart, there are only 2 of them, and the beasts in front of him are all in the 5th level of the martial artist realm, and there are even 2 6th level of the martial artist spectral wolves. We are outnumbered by the enemy, relying on the 2 of us to break through the encirclement of the beasts is somewhat unrealistic. Right now, the only thing I can hope for is for Su Xingyuan and the others to be faster. In another private house, a silver-colored arrow was quietly attached to the bowstring of the alloy longbow. So what if there were 2 people? He still dared to open the bow and strike the arrow. The bowstring was like a full moon. Several alien beasts were very fast, and at this point in time, they no longer had any hidden movements, and just rushed over towards the private house where Zhang Ruya was. What to do? Chen Shi, to do or not to do? Looking at the foreign beasts rushing towards her location, Zhang Ruya narrowed her eyes and tightened her grip on her alloy sledgehammer, seemingly about to storm out in the next second. Chen Shi did not speak as his calm eyes swept over the fey beasts in front of him. The arrow was poised to fire, and in the next second, his fingers loosened, and a sharp air-breaking sound suddenly rang out. Whoosh! The arrow was like silver light, shooting out from the string of the black alloy longbow, breaking through the air. The arrow spun at great speed, and its target was precisely a windblade leopard at the forefront of the 7 foreign beasts. Martial artist 5th realm. The windblade leopard had speed as its main characteristic, and could launch sharp wind blades to attack. Its fur was like a sword, and a cold light flashed in its eyes. With a flash of silver light, the windblade leopard's body exploded, and before it even had time to let out a scream, a flash of silver light had penetrated its neck. The powerful force from the arrow carried the windblade leopard's corpse flying several meters away. Old Zhang, him! Chen Shi shouted as his figure disappeared into thin air. The second before he disappeared, the silver-colored arrow shot out once again, heading straight for another windblade leopard. Chen Shi! Looking at the windblade leopard that had collapsed no more than 10 meters away from him, Zhang Ruya was shocked as he looked in the direction the arrow had flown from. He had thought that Chen Shi was planning a retreat route, but who would have thought that he would suddenly strike? This was the first time he had seen Chen Shi strike with his own eyes. It was clean and without delay. With a single arrow flying out, a windblade leopard of the martial 5th realm had been killed. With Chen Shi's loud shout, Zhang Ruya's eyes abruptly lit up as she gripped the alloy sledgehammer in her hand. Sinking his chi into his dantian, he shouted, him. While Chen Shi and Zhang Ruya were making their move, Su Xingyuan and the others were also speeding towards where the 2 were. Chapter 39, Is it even a miracle to survive? Captain, Chen Shi and the others should be fine. Wang Er, Xuanyan as well as Zhao Zhixin and the others rushed along sullenly. Their figures were like electricity. Su Xingyuan's expression was serious, and there was no longer the usual smile in his eyes. It should be fine. When Zhang Ruya sent me a message, they had just tracked the foreign beast trail. Already told them not to act first. Hurry up.
The crowd stopped talking, and the team of several dozen people sped towards the location where Chen Shi and Zhang Ruya were. In the group, 4 veterans rushed along while talking in low voices. An E-ranked archer with a strength of up to no more than the 3rd level of a martial artist plus an A-ranked power enhancement with a strength of up to the 5th level of the martial artist realm. 2 people dare to leave the team to track a group of alien beasts. Truly the uninformed are fearless.
10 kilometers.
2 new recruits in the face of this situation can survive are considered a miracle. Alas, recruits who go to war for the first time always think that they are the one who will save the world, only when the moment of losing their lives can bring a lesson to these people. Let's hurry, I hope those 2 new recruits don't act rashly. Listening to the 4 veterans talking under their breath, the hearts of the people in the team couldn't help but sink. The first recruit competition examination was conducted in a situation where there was safety and security. This time, on the other hand, it was a real battlefield, and there was no one to protect them anymore.
Facing the foreign beasts, there was only one outcome: either you die or I die. Grass, I'll ing whack you to death.
Under the A-class strength enhancement, Zhang Ruya's originally tall figure became stronger and stronger. The bulging muscles were like gnarled dragons.
The entire person exuded an incomparable brawny aura. At this moment, Zhang Ruya's chest was covered in blood, and his alloy sledgehammer was blocking his body. Clanking and sparks splashed everywhere. The invisible wind blades struck the alloy sledgehammer, leaving a white trail.
A stone-skinned rhinoceros and 2 spectral wolves as well as the remaining windblade leopard were constantly surrounding him,
blocking the attacks from the windblade leopard.
A cold light blossomed in Zhang Ruya's eyes as she took a step out, extremely fast, and the alloy sledgehammer in her hand violently smashed into the windblade leopard in front of her.
Bang!
Under the power-enhancing talent, the original 3,500 kilograms of power was instantly boosted to 13,000 kilograms. The alloy sledgehammer let out a whimpering sound as it smashed into the windblade leopard. Berserk strength poured onto the windblade leopard's body through the alloy sledgehammer, and with a thud, the 1-ton windblade leopard instantly flew out more than 30 meters under this hammer. It smashed heavily onto a private house, the walls collapsing and dust rising in all directions.
Zhang Ruya grinned a chilling smile. Whoosh!
On the string of the black alloy longbow, a silver-colored arrow suddenly left the string. Under the black hood, the amber-colored eyes appeared cold to the extreme, just like a high-level predator. The arrow that flew out was the fangs in his mouth. Once one was targeted by him, death would follow them. 3 windblade leopards had already been killed. This time, his target was the windblade leopard that was smashed out by Zhang Ruya. The moment the windblade leopard was smashed out, Chen Shi's arrow had already left the string. The arrow that spun and shot out carried a powerful force. As high as 3,500–4,000 kilograms, the power was amplified after being augmented by the bowstring, and although it wasn't as powerful as Zhang Ruya's strength-enhancing talent, it still reached 8,000 kilograms. Bang! The moment the windblade leopard's body had just smashed into the private house, the silver-colored arrow had already shot up. Under the double addition of powerful strength as well as terrifying speed, the windblade panther's body was as fragile as paper. The silver light was like a cannonball, instantly penetrating through the windblade leopard's body, bringing its body to shatter the private house behind it. It continuously passed through 4 walls, directly penetrating the entire private house,
leaving a large hole.
The terrifying power on the arrow then exploded. With a bang, the windblade leopard's body turned into broken flesh and exploded, and the silver arrow was nailed to the wall, its tail shaking.
An archer is this powerful? The result caused by a single arrow caused Zhang Ruya to freeze.
After letting out an exclamation, she held her alloy sledgehammer to fend off the 3 alien beasts in front of her. After killing the windblade leopard with a single arrow, Chen Shi's eyes slightly condensed,
sweeping over the surroundings.
Where's the Guile Shadow Fox? The silver-gray figure quietly disappeared, leaving behind only the 3 fey beasts.
I'll be looking for you later.
Without continuing to look for traces of the Guile Shadow Fox, he focused his attention on the 3 fey beasts in front of him. The strength of the 2 spectral wolves had already reached the 6th level of martial artist. If it wasn't for Chen Shi's intermittent strikes, Zhang Ruya, a martial 5th level, would definitely not be able to block the 3 fey beasts' attacks. At this moment, Chen Shi's gaze fell on the 2 phantom wolves. The stone-skinned rhinoceros had amazing defense, but it was not good at attacking. The main role of the stone-skinned rhinoceros in front of him was to hold back Zhang Ruya's attacks and act as a meat shield.
Kill you all first.
This time, 3 arrows were hitched to the bowstring.
3 ringed lunar arrow.
This was an archery technique recorded on a martial art he found in the logistics office. Although the phantom wolf didn't have the same defense as the stone-skinned rhinoceros, it wasn't that easy to break through, and its only weakness was the location of the white fur under its neck. The location was small, and the phantom wolf would deliberately protect the weak point when attacking. Bang! The unicorn horn on top of the stone-skinned rhinoceros head slammed hard against the alloy sledgehammer. The tremendous force caused Zhang Ruya's figure to sway, unable to stop herself from taking a few steps backward, and violently stomped her foot on the ground, leaving a deep scar. Zhang Ruya couldn't help but spit out. The continuous attacks had long since caused his power to gradually weaken. His temples beeped wildly. This was the manifestation after using his natural skill too much and consuming his mental energy. Whack you to death. He gritted his teeth and blocked the unicorn horn as the stone-skinned rhinoceros took a few steps back and was about to slam into him again. The two spectral wolves were also waiting for their chance. Whoosh! 3 silver streams of light left the bowstring. The 3 silver arrows flew in the air, swinging like swimming dragons, making them elusive. The stone-skinned rhinoceros as well as the 2 spectral wolves raised their heads violently to look at the 3 silver streams of light. 3 rings set the moon arrow, simultaneously shooting 3 arrows, flying in different directions, inscrutable, and then intersected at a point, shaped like 3 rings set the moon, so it was called 3 rings set the moon arrow. The arrows swinging like swimming dragons made the 3 beasts alert and on guard. Zhang Ruya naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity. The alloy sledgehammer in his hand carried a whistling sound as it headed straight for the stone-skinned rhinoceros. He wanted to prevent the stone-skinned rhinoceros from blocking the arrows for the 2 spectral wolves. A hammer blasted out, and a dull sound rang out. The 4-ton stone-skinned rhinoceros was also whacked backwards under this hammer. Also at this time, the 3 silver streams of light in the air that looked like swimming dragons suddenly changed trajectory. Seems like an invisible hand plucked the lines in the hand. All of them came towards the underworld wolf. Its target was precisely the white position at the neck of the underworld wolf. Chapter 40 Shock in the Monitoring Room. In the military camp guarding Linghu County, Gao Ming, who was responsible for stationing here, as well as Xiang Han and a number of other company commanders of the various recruits under the 3rd Army Corps were all here. Hundreds of screens were showing the situation of each squad. The strength of the 7th realm of martial generals was no longer weak compared to the others present. A martial zone realm like Xiang Han belonged to be an anomaly. He was not originally in the position of company commander, but rather the head of the 5th Regiment of the Beast Suppression Army. The matters of the recruit company also did not require him to worry about at all, let alone coming to take up the position of company commander of the recruit company. Calmly sweeping his eyes over the hundreds of images in front of him, Gao Ming turned his head to Xiang Han and asked with a smile, "Captain Xiang, the talent of the people under your hands are all very good." With that, he looked towards one of the screens, in which the situation of Li Ji and his squad was being played. An S-rank wind elemental talent, this should be the best talent in your recruit company this time. The surrounding recruit company commanders revealed smiles and looked at Xiang Han with envy in their gazes. There weren't many recruits with good talent in the military, and an A-ranked talent was enough to get the attention of this group of recruit company commanders. Not to mention an S-ranked talent. Xiang Han's gaze lingered briefly on this image of Li Ji and his team before he turned to an image in the upper left corner. There was Su Xingyuan and their team. Under his breath, he faintly said, "The level of talent does not determine one's ultimate achievement. I'm only an A-ranked talent as well." Wei Yun, who was sitting beside Xiang Han, bristled, "When will you kids stop pretending?" As the leader of the 18th Regiment, his strength is also at the martial zone realm, and the two of them do not talk with any constraints like Gao Ming and the others. Retracting his gaze, Xiang Han cast a sidelong glance at Wei Yun, his voice calm, "You, an S-ranked talent is not at the same martial zone realm as me nowadays? I'm ING. Wei Yun's complexion stiffened, well, you kid give me a wait, see when I exceed you. I had an epiphany the other day and accidentally broke through to the martial zone 5th realm." Xiang Han. Wei Yun clenched his teeth and looked at him with a ghostly look, his back teeth were about to be crushed. Already almost done, Xiang Han's lips curled into a smile, not choosing to provoke Wei Yun any further, but instead turning his gaze once again to the image in front of him. Where did that brat Chen Shi go? Xiang Han had doubts in his eyes. Wei Yun followed Xiang Han's gaze and landed on the screen, and in the next second, he spoke, "The overall strength of this squad is on the weak side. Although the Class A Thunder talent is good, he is incompetent as the captain." Xiang Han turned his head to look at Wei Yun. "You still don't know?"
After Wei Yun finished speaking, he remembered in the next second and spoke, "You left for a while that time and didn't know." Su Xingyuan would even allow the team's archer and another power-enhanced team member to leave and act alone. Stupid decision. After listening to Wei Yun's words, Xiang Han then realized what had just happened. Before that, he went out to receive a communication from Zhang Zixing. And it was during this time that the two of them, Chen Qi and Zhang Ruya, left the team to act alone. He frowned, looked at Gao Ming, and said in a deep voice, "Pull up the images of Chen Qi and Zhang Ruya." Gao Ming nodded and pulled up the location and situation of the two. At just the first glance, everyone present froze in unison. On the screen, Zhang Ruya was holding an alloy sledgehammer in her hand, launching an attack towards the stone-skinned rhinoceros in front of her without taking a step back. And around it, 6 alien beast corpses were scattered. Looking towards Chen Qi's situation. On the screen, Chen Qi was standing at the roof position, the black alloy longbow in his hand full as the moon. 3 silver-colored arrows were poised to fire. In the next second, a sharp air-breaking sound rang out. The 3 arrows swung like swimming dragons, shooting in 3 different directions. This is... Gao Ming froze in place, his eyes staring straight at the 3 silver-colored arrows shooting in different directions in the image in front of him. Wei Yun's gaze was firmly fixed on the arrows shooting out from the screen. Doubts flashed in his eyes. What is this going to do? There are no foreign beasts there. Unlike Gao Ming and the two of them, Wei Yun, Xiang Han's eyes instantly changed the moment he saw Chen Qi fire 3 arrows from one bow. 3-ringed lunar arrow. What? Wei Yun wasn't a bowman and didn't know much about bowmen. Xiang Han didn't answer, his eyes stared at the 3 arrows in the picture. The silver light is like electricity, and the arrows are like dragons. The 3 silver lights are extremely fast, flying in the air, making people feel uncertain. Just as everyone was curious as to who these 3 arrows were targeting. The trajectories of the 3 arrows that were originally shooting in different directions suddenly changed. As if there was an invisible hand in control, the 3 arrows were only a few meters away from the stone-skinned rhinoceros. Suddenly changed its trajectory, and its trajectory converged in one place. The 3 arrows converged, forming a posture like the stars arching over the moon. The arrows of the left and right arrows hit the arrowhead of the one in the center. The powerful force struck the arrow, causing its flight speed to suddenly increase. A short distance of a few meters, it arrived in an instant. And its target was precisely the eyes of the stone-skinned rhinoceros. Speed is extremely fast. The stone-skinned rhinoceros that had reached the 5th level of the martial artist realm was far from the strength that he had encountered in his first actual battle. The eyelids covered with gray skin instantly closed. Clang! The arrow struck the stone-skinned rhinoceros's eyelids fiercely, leaving a small wound. Roar! Blocking the arrow, the stone-skinned rhinoceros roared angrily as its eyelids opened once again. The huge eyes carried a hint of humanized sneer. However, was the 3-ringed lunar arrow that simple? The 2 arrows pushed the first arrow to hit the stone-skinned rhinoceros eyelids, leaving a small wound. And the other 2 arrows did not stop there. If one observed carefully enough, one would be able to realize that the 3 arrows actually flew out in a sequential order. The 3rd arrow's arrowhead flashed with a cold light, and as before, it struck the arrowhead of the 2nd arrow, and under the collision, the power carried by the arrow was transferred to the arrow in front of it. In the next instant, the speed of the 2nd arrow steeply increased. Before the stone-skinned rhinoceros had time to react, it instantly pierced through its eyes. Roar! The eyes were pierced by the alloy arrow, and the stone-skinned rhinoceros screamed miserably. And in that instant, a 3rd arrow struck. Once again, it shot into the stone-skinned rhinoceros' large eye. It pierced out from the back of the head. The screams came to an abrupt end. The stone-skinned rhinoceros' huge body collapsed to the ground. Silence. Deadly silence. The scene of the 3 silver streams of light that killed the stone-skinned rhinoceros continuously surfaced in Gao Ming's mind. This. Someone came back to their senses and looked at Chen Qi, whose eyes were calm in the picture, and the entire person was bad. Gao Ming froze and looked at one of the recruit company commanders beside him, asking in disbelief, "Bowmen are all this strong?" The man still had a look of disbelief in his eyes as he replied blankly, "I don't doubt." Wei Yun was surprised, as a martial zone realm he had never seen such a strong archer before. Grade E talent? Xiang Han nodded his head as light flashed in his eyes. Xiang Han, are you kidding me? Wei Yun looked agitated, pointing at Chen Qi in the screen and said excitedly, "You told him he's an E-ranked archer? Have you ever seen any E-rank archer with such a strong talent?" The power he burst out just now was at least 9,000. Can an E-rank talent have such a fast cultivation speed? Besides, you saw it just now, one bow fires 3 arrows. You told him it was an E-rank talent.
Wei Yan's entire person appeared to be very agitated, and his mouth continued to spit out in a series of shots.
Xiang Han. I damn well wanna know I chow. The information said is E-level archer talent Chapter 41 Position switched?
The 3-ringed lunar arrow was actually learned by him.
Ignoring Wei Yan's clamor, Xiang Han was shocked in his heart.
No one knew that the 3-ring moon-setting arrow was an archery technique created by Zhang Zixing. The 3-ring moon sleeve arrow had been left in the army for decades, and with the passage of decades, no one in the army had ever learned it. What he didn't expect was that Chen Qi had gotten his hands on this archery art and had even managed to learn it. According to what Zhang Zixing had once said, the 3-ringed lunar arrow required a high level of archer talent. It was impossible to learn it below S rank. This was also a test for him to stay in the army. Suppressing the surprise in his heart, Xiang Han raised his eyes to look at Chen Qi in the image before him and fell into deep thought.
Chen Qi. Old Zhang. When there was still 1 kilometer left from Chen Qi's 2 locations, Su Xingyuan's figure leaped onto the roof of a residential building.
The long spear was held diagonally in his hand, and his eyes swept sternly over the surroundings.
The surroundings were silent. Su Xingyuan's heart sank. A bad premonition arose from his heart.
Xuanyan, Zhao Zixin and Wang Er saw no one answering. Their hearts also had a bad premonition.
My Chao, something won't have happened, damn it.
Chen Qi, Zhang Ruoya, don't let anything happen to you 2 boys. My brother Chen won't just hiccup, I still want him to be the captain.
Shut up, hurry up.
The crowd's bodies were like electricity as they rushed towards the location of Chen Qi's 2 men. The 4 veterans in the group also had serious faces at the moment.
Those 2 new recruits wouldn't be gone already, right?
It's hard to say, there's no movement in the surroundings, and for 2 people to dare to track the traces of the alien beasts, I have to say that this decision was really stupid.
Blood will teach them.
A few people stopped speaking and followed the group towards where Chen Qi's 2 people were.
Bang!
Su Xingyuan leapt up, his entire body jumping up more than 20 meters before landing heavily on the ground, a deep pit appearing under his feet. Raising his eyes to look, the corpses of foreign beasts were scattered in front of him. Stone-skinned rhinoceros, spectral wolf, wind-blade leopard.
Eyes as bright as electricity, Su Xingyuan's body was suffused with a silky light of thunder. Captain! I chow!
Xuanyan and the others arrived and exclaimed in shock as they looked at the Fey beast corpses in front of them. In front of them, there were 8 Fey beast corpses, with quite a few wounds on their bodies, and on their bodies, a silver-colored arrow was inserted. The 4 veterans were not slow, raising their eyes to look around. The battlefield was messy and incomparable.
Civilian houses collapsed and blood was everywhere.
But the figure of Chen Qi's 2 men was nowhere to be seen.
Find.
Su Xingyuan was anxious in his heart at the moment. Although he had confidence in Chen Qi, that was only before.
6 martial 5th realm, and even 2 martial 6th realm Fey beasts.
Chen Qi and Zhang Ruoya both had no chance of winning against such a force.
Don't let anything happen to the 2 of you.
In the message that Zhang Ruoya had sent him, it did not say the exact number of Fey beasts, but only said that Fey beast traces had been found. The 4 of them checked the battlefield for foreign beasts. Martial 5th realm, and 2 martial 6th realm. The 4 exchanged a look and looked at the silver-colored arrows sticking out of the foreign beasts, their eyes filled with shock. What a strong archer! The 4 of them let out such an exclamation in unison. There were quite a few talented archers in the army, but there had never been an archer who could have such a powerful dominance as Chen Qi. The 4 were all veterans and were familiar with the foreign beasts by now. Even if the E-rank talent is strong, his strength is at most at the martial artist triple realm. 7 of the 8 Fey beasts were penetrated by arrows. The 4 of them had come to a conclusion in a moment. And this conclusion was even more unbelievable to them. Chen Qi was not that combat support role.
Zhang Ruoya was the one.
The 4 people's eyes showed confusion. Was this still the archer they knew? From what they knew, it seemed like archers never had such a powerful mastery. There should be another team out there, otherwise with the 2 of them they would definitely not be a match for these alien beasts. As the words fell, the 4 of them fell silent in unison. The arrows on the foreign beasts in front of them could not be faked. The crowd of the team spread out, searching for Chen Qi's 2 figures. At this moment, the two of them, Chen Shi and Zhang Ruya, were hiding in a position that was more than 900 meters away from Su Xingyuan and the others. In their hands, there were a total of 8 alien beast crystal cores.
Old Zhang.
Throwing Zhang Ruya 4 Fey beast crystal cores, Chen Shi closed his eyes and began to absorb the Fey beast crystal cores in his hand. Nowadays, although his talent was very strong, he did not have enough resources in his hands. The only way to cultivate was to get more cultivation resources. The battlefield was a wonderful place to do so.
Zhang Ruya looked at Chen Shi with a complex expression, his eyes filled with amazement.
In the battle just now, his only role was to attract the attention of the foreign beasts. And Chen Shi was the one who attacked. The two originally had Zhang Ruya and a ranked strength enhancement as the main target of attack, while Chen Shi existed as a combat aid. But as soon as the battlefield began, the roles of the two were switched. Shaking his head, in Zhang Ruya's eyes, Chen Shi had already been labeled as a pervert by him.
Under the SSS talent, Chen Shi's speed of absorbing the exotic beast's crystal cores was much faster than Zhang Ruya.
Within a short period of time, a Fey beast crystal core had already been absorbed. He did not open his eyes, but placed the second Fey beast crystal core into his mouth. The peculiar fishy stench of the Fey beast crystal core filled the air. Chen Shi's expression was bland, he was already accustomed to such a flavor.
Martial Artist 6th Realm.
Blood 130, Strength 3500 4000, Speed 45 seconds. The alien beast crystal core was being absorbed continuously, and the chi and blood were boiling.
To break through to the Martialist 7th Realm, 160 points were needed.
Nowadays, he was not too far away from the 7th level of martial artist. After absorbing the 4 foreign beast crystal cores in his hand, he should be able to increase his chi and blood by 15 points. There were too many resources needed for a martial artist to break through. And the more talented a genius was, the more resources they needed. The battle power that erupted also far exceeded that of a strong person in the same realm. A moment later, Chen Shi opened his eyes. The 4 foreign beast crystal cores had all been absorbed. And his chi and blood had also come to 150 points.
Chen Shi, Xingyuan and the others are already here.
Zhang Ruya's voice rang out.
Go.
The two did not say much as their figures instantly disappeared in place.
Chen Shi. Zhou Ya. The silhouettes of the two had just appeared when Su Xingyuan and the others realized it. The crowd shouted in surprise and sped towards the two. Is everything all right?
Su Xingyuan asked anxiously as he sized up the two people in front of him.
It's fine.
Zhang Ruya glanced at Chen Shi beside her and shook her head with a smile.
It's good to be fine, it's good to be fine. Su Xingyuan nodded.
In the team, Wang Er, Xuanyan and the others couldn't help but let go of their lifted hearts when they saw that the two Chen Shi were fine.
Those 8 foreign beasts were killed by the two of you? A voice rang out.
A veteran soldier looked at the two of Chen Shi and asked curiously. As the words fell, everyone's gazes fell on the two Chen Shi. The two of them had killed 8 Fey beasts, such a battle record was simply terrifying.
Chapter 42 Wind Eagle.
The two Chen Shi froze. Zhang Ruya turned her head to look at Chen Shi before hesitantly asking,
What's the problem? Misty Grass, Zhang Ruya, what nonsense are you talking about? There's a problem, there's a big problem.
Xuanyan had held his tongue for a long time, and at this moment, he could no longer hold back. Looking at the doubt on Zhang Ruya's face as well as the calm-looking Chen Shi, he couldn't help but spit. This is a team of martial 5th realm Fey beasts, there are even 2 martial 6th realm ones.
2, just 2.
Xuanyan stretched out 2 fingers and said excitedly, do you know what this represents?
It represents that what you guys are doing is unprecedented even among the veterans.
It's even a battle record that has never been seen in the entire 3rd Legion. Xuanyan spat, his face full of excitement. Su Xingyuan and the others were also shocked in their hearts at this moment. Su Xingyuan thought for a moment and looked towards the two of them, Chen Shi, a terrifying thought flashing through his mind. His eyes landed on Chen Shi as he asked in shock, Chen Shi, how many levels of martial artist are you? Chen Shi did not hide and replied with a smile, 6th level.
Su Xingyuan's complexion stiffened as his grudging eyes fell on Chen Shi, sidestepping and no longer speaking. What's wrong with the captain?
Zhao Zixin followed Su Xingyuan's gaze, but he didn't find anything and asked Wang Er who was beside him suspiciously.
Don't mind him, he's pretending.
Wang Er glanced at Su Xingyuan and said to Zhao Zixin with a smile, before saying with an exclamation, 6th?
Wait. A month's time and you're already at the 6th realm of the martial artist. Is this the frightening thing about E-rank talent?
Zhao Zixing grinned, not knowing how to answer for a moment. The four veterans had complex expressions at the moment, and their hearts were filled with bitterness. They were thinking that the two Chun-Chi people didn't know what to do before. But the next second, they had slapped a few of their own faces. A martial artist 6th level and a martial artist 5th level, the two of them had killed 8 Fey beasts hard. Most importantly, Chun-Chi, an E-ranked archer talent, cultivated faster than everyone present. Even Su Xingyuan, who had an A-ranked thunder talent, was not as good as Chun-Chi, an E-ranked archer talent. Where's the Guile Shadow Fox? Why don't we see the body of the Guile Shadow Fox? As an afterthought, the crowd realized that the fiend crystal cores from the 8 fiends in front of them had already been taken away by Qin Shi and the two of them, leaving only 8 huge corpses here. Wang Er, Xuanyan and the others suddenly realized that there was no trace of the Guile Shadow Fox in front of them. Escaped. Chen Shi swept his eyes over the surroundings and said regretfully. The Guile Shadow Fox's intelligence was not low, and it had already quietly escaped when the battle started. Chen Shi was busy with Zhang Ruya and the two of them dealing with the 8 Fey beasts at that time, so he simply did not have the time to leave the Guile Shadow Fox behind. A pity. Wang Er shook his head slightly. Captain, our next step should be. Just as Wang Er's words fell, a hissing sound rang out from above the heads of the crowd. Looking up, a wind eagle that was about 5 meters long with deep blue-black feathers was hovering above the crowd's head position. Wind eagle? Chen Shi's eyes gazed slightly, and with the addition of the eagle eye insight, he could even see the wind eagle's eyes that glowed with a light blue color and a cold light. A tuft of silver-white feathers on top of its head. The broad wings were spread out like 2 huge sharp blades. Sharp claws that were comparable to the strength of an alloy emitted a chillingly cold light. Hearing Chen Shi's words, the people in the team tightened their bodies. The wind eagle was extremely fast, comparable to the first level of the martial soldier realm. It could also utilize wind blades, which was extremely terrifying. The wind eagle was most adept at scouting. Because of its height, it far exceeded the distance of ordinary martial artists' attacks, plus during flight, it was able to do so silently. It became more and more difficult to be discovered. Why are there wind eagles here? Su Xingyuan looked up at the wind eagle flying towards the distance, doubts flashing in his eyes. A look of realization flashed in Chen Shi's eyes as he said in a deep voice, reconnaissance. What? The crowd was puzzled. The wind eagle is here to scout. Chen Shi looked up at the wind eagle that was gradually moving away and said under his breath, the Guile Shadow Fox has a high IQ and is most adept at trickery. It is highly likely that this wind eagle was sent out by the Guile Shadow Fox to scout. Catch up with it. After Chen Shi finished speaking, his figure disappeared in a flash. Su Xingyuan's crowd also reacted quickly, and the moment Chen Shi's figure disappeared, their figures suddenly moved as well. Chen Shi, who had already reached the 6th realm of martial artists, did not choose to wait for Su Xingyuan and the others, and rode away. With black battle armor on his body and a hood covering Chen Shi's face, a pair of amber eyes were filled with a cold color. The black alloy longbow was held in his hand, and the silver spear at his waist was put away and transformed into a silver-colored iron rod. The wind eagle was fast, and Chen Shi fought to catch up. Somewhere 5 kilometers away, the figure of the creepy shadow fox appeared here. And in front of it, 5 silhouettes stood in front of it. The creepy shadow fox looked respectful when it saw the 5 silhouettes, its front limbs crouching to the ground, its head hanging low, and a low whimper emitting from its mouth. 2 people can kill 8 martial 5th, 6th realm Fey beasts. The person in the lead, his voice was indifferent, with a hint of amazement in his tone. A light smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's hard to believe that we've even encountered a big fish. The remaining 4 silhouettes sniffed, and excitement appeared in their eyes. Another person licked the corner of his mouth with a hint of madness, kill them. The person in the lead didn't say anything, but instead looked up into the sky, where a blue-black figure was coming towards the few people at an extremely fast speed. The bait is hooked. Bait the shore a bit more to prevent the fishkeeper from finding out. The man's calm voice fell. The creepy shadow fox's lowered head lifted slightly, and a strange cry escaped from its mouth. A figure in the surroundings went in a different direction. It was a foreign beast whose strength was at least at the 3rd level of the martial artist realm, and among them, there were even quite a few foreign beasts at the 5th level of the martial artist realm, or even the 6th or 7th level. The figure of the wind eagle had already disappeared. Chen Shi's figure did not stop and continued to move forward. And as he continued to move forward, a sense of uneasiness inexplicably arose in his heart. As his amber-colored eyes swept over the surroundings, Chen-Chi narrowed his eyes, and a silver-colored arrow was quietly attached to the bowstring of the black alloy longbow in his hand. Buzz! A silver light passed by in the blink of an eye, instantly penetrating an alien beast at the second level of martial artist. The powerful force carried the Fey beast's corpse flying out, and it was eventually nailed to the wall of an abandoned private house. The tail of the arrow trembled. Chen-Chi stopped and raised his eyes to scan the surroundings. There was a bad premonition hidden in his heart. Newt! A sharp cry suddenly rang out from the distant sky. As he looked, the winged eagle that had originally disappeared reappeared. The pale blue eyes were glowing with coldness. Chen-Chi narrowed his eyes as he looked at the figure of the winged eagle flying towards the distance, and a cold color flashed in his eyes. The winged eagle had disappeared and reappeared, coupled with the foreign beast that he had just shot. All the manifestations were telling him that Wind Eagle was deliberately tempting himself to follow him. Should he follow? Chen-Chi was thinking. And while he was thinking, also in the northwest direction, Jiangyan as well as Li Ji and the others had similarly discovered the figure of the Wind Eagle. Chase! Without the slightest hesitation, Li Ji directly gave the order to pursue. Jiangyan hesitated and did not object. The silhouettes of the crowd chased after the Wind Eagle in the direction it had left. Chapter 43, Though the enemy is many, I will go. Chen-Chi. Hearing the voices of Su Xingyuan and the others, Chen-Chi on the private house turned to look and waved towards the crowd. Chen-Chi, is everything alright? Zhang Ruoya, Su Xingyuan, and the others came before Chen-Chi and surveyed the surroundings, not finding anything other than a martial second-level Fey beast. Hearing the crowd's concerned greetings, Chen-Chi smiled and shook his head. And then raised his hand to point to the distance. Chase it here. The Wind Eagle disappeared. The crowd sniffed and sighed as they marveled at the Wind Eagle's speed being too fast. Such an outcome was already expected by several people. Forget it, the Wind Eagle is already known for its speed, it's normal that it can't catch up. Su Xingyuan shook his head and said comfortingly. Zhang Ruoya patted Chen-Chi's shoulder. Hearing Chen-Chi's words, a few of the 4 veterans in the team laughed and shook their heads. Even if Chen-Chi's strength had reached the 6th level of martial artist, he was still far from catching up with the Wind Eagle. In order to catch up with the Wind Eagle, one had to at least have the strength of the 8th level of the martial artist realm or be awakened to the talent of the Wind Elemental to be able to do so. Without waiting for the crowd to speak, a sharp cry rang out. The crowd looked up as the figure of the Wind Eagle reappeared. Chen-Chi's voice rang out. There's no need to chase after it, it will appear on its own. What do you mean? Zhang Ruoya was stunned, her eyes filled with incomprehension. Chen-Chi looked at the Wind Eagle spreading its wings slowly in the distant sky, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. It's waiting for us on purpose. After saying that, he swept a glance at the crowd. Their team was rather strange. The captain, Su Xingyuan, was an A-ranked Thunder talent, and normally, everything should be subject to the captain's orders. As for Chen-Chi, after defeating the A-ranked talent Jiangyan head-on in the first recruit competition examination, as well as defeating the S-ranked Wind Elemental Li Ji in the ring, his position in everyone's hearts had quietly changed. Su Xingyuan was the captain, while Chen-Chi was tacitly recognized as the vice-captain by everyone. Moreover, this vice-captain spoke more usefully than Su Xingyuan at certain times. The Wind Eagle disappeared and reappeared, it's luring us over. Speaking here, Chen-Chi looked up at the Wind Eagle and retracted his gaze to land on Su Xingyuan. Captain, to chase, or not? Su Xingyuan pondered for a moment. Chase. The suburban location of Spirit Tiger County. 50 silhouettes swept by like a whirlwind, making this county that had been silent for 100 years seem to add some otherworldly vitality. Su Xingyuan was extremely fast with his long spear in hand. Zhang Ruoya held an alloy sledgehammer in her hand, exuding a formidable aura. Wang Er, Xuanyan, and the others were the same. The black alloy longbow was held in his hands, the battle martial armor covered his entire body, and under the black hood, Chen-Chi's entire person appeared mysterious. The figure of the Wind Eagle was still flying towards the distance. The speed was not fast. Damn, this is like teasing us. Zhao Zixin raised his head and looked at the Wind Eagle in the distant sky. The broad wings flapped gently, and its speed was like an arrow off the string. The blue-black feathers looked lingering. One moment fast and one moment slow. When did the Wind Eagle have such a high IQ? Xuanyan complained under his breath, his tone tinged with doubt. Chen-Chi, you. Su Xingyuan was just about to speak. And in this instant, Chen Shi had already quietly drawn the black alloy longbow in his hand, and on the bowstring, the arrows of the 3 silver-colored arrows flashed with a cold light. The chi and blood in his body boiled, and the bowstring was like a full moon. The arrows were like electricity, instantly disappearing into the bowstring with a sharp cracking sound. And its target was precisely the wind eagle in the distance. You. Chen Shi's sudden action caused everyone to freeze. After chasing the wind eagle for so long, how come you want to kill it now? Wind eagle is so fast, are you sure you can shoot it? Looking up, 3 silver lights like electricity arrived in an instant. Wind eagle's huge body although in the air, but the speed is not slow at all. At the moment of the sound of breaking air, light blue eyes slightly move, instantly dodged this arrow. Not waiting for it to think more, the other 2 silver light instantly collided together. Under the collision, the speed of the second silver light suddenly increased greatly. As if it had already predicted the trajectory of the wind eagle's flash, the location of the second silver light was exactly where the wind eagle dodged. And its target was precisely the wind eagle's throat. Newt. A sharp hissing sound, and then the huge figure continued to fall to the ground. An arrow killed the wind eagle. The sudden change caused the crowd present to be stunned. Chen Shi, you. Su Xingyuan was just about to speak when Chen Shi raised to interrupt. There are foreign beasts coming over, there are quite a few of them. How far? Su Xingyuan raised his eyebrows and asked under his breath. 1 kilometer. How far? In the team, even Wang Er and the other members of the original Crouching Dragon squad could not help but freeze. Among them, it was even the 4 veterans who had joined the team this time that were the most shocked. One of the veterans could not help but let out a gasp of shock when he heard the distance that Chen Shi had uttered, and looked at Chen Shi with disbelief. The people in the team also looked at Chen Shi in shock. Their eyesight nowadays had a field of view of over 300 meters at most. But Chen Shi opened his mouth and said 1 kilometer. Isn't this too much bull for you? Chen Shi turned his head to look at the veteran who had questioned him, his amber-colored eyes appearing somewhat demonic as his calm voice rang out. What do you think is wrong with 1 kilometer? 1 kilometer. 1 kilometer. Several veterans were amused by the 3 words 1 kilometer. Their strength nowadays was at the 7th realm of martial artists, and they belonged to the strongest in the entire team. But the distance they could see was just over 300 meters. Was a kilometer possible? Su Xingyuan looked serious, his eyes swept over the crowd and said in a deep voice, trust him. Chen Shi, as usual, you act alone. Chen Shi nodded and his figure instantly disappeared. Although he knew the lance martial skill, it was ultimately not his strong suit. In non-essential situations, he preferred to choose the longbow as his means of attack. Everyone get ready. There were hidden flashes of thunder in Su Xingyuan's eyes, and there were threads of thunder flickering on the long spear in his hand. There was a hint of indescribable sense of majesty in his voice. At this moment, his thunder talent had been mobilized. Battle intent gradually rose on the rest of the crowd. The abilities of the foreign beasts are strange, the increased talent gives everyone a good increase, and the heal talent should always pay attention to injuries. Defense talent, strength talent, hold on. After saying that, the thunder on his entire body grew manic and his voice grew high. Live or die. As the words fell, an unrelenting aura suddenly arose in the hearts of the entire team. And this aura gradually converged, eventually forming a powerful battle intent. 49 figures stood upright, holding sharp blades, and battle intent filled everyone's chest. Waiting for the appearance of the foreign beast. Rumble. Finally, the ground shook. The figures of at least hundreds of foreign beasts appeared. The earth-splitting elephant, stone-skinned rhinoceros, wind-blade leopard. And a variety of other foreign beasts rushed towards Su Xingyuan and the others like a tidal wave. Su Xingyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, thunder erupted from the tip of his long spear, and a deep pit appeared on the ground. Zhang Ruya's stout figure, her strength enhancement talent was unleashed, and her entire figure skyrocketed, and at a glance, she looked like a miniature giant. Kill. Although the enemy was numerous, I will also go. Chapter 44, What does it mean to feel safe? This is called security. The beasts were like a tidal wave, surging in. 49 figures stood proudly in front, sharp blades in their hands flashing with cold light. At the front of the figures, Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya were like 2 unshakable peaks. The long spear in Su Xingyuan's hand was wrapped in thunder, threads of thunder bursting out, like a thunder dragon roaring. Zhang Ruya's body-shaped sword, as high as 2 meters of majestic posture in the sunlight, cast a huge shadow, the alloy sledgehammer in his hands, although there is no cold light flashing, but as if cohesion of an invisible force, so that his body permeated a domineering aura that cannot be underestimated. The two men stood proudly in front, and the rest of the crowd stood behind them. Looking at the foreign beasts rushing towards him and the others, Su Xingyuan's eyes carried a cold color, the long spear in his hand fiercely gripped, and a voice full of killing intent stormed out, "Kill!" As the words fell, the entire person instantly disappeared in place, the lance roared like a thunder dragon, and a thunderous force blasted towards the foremost foreign beast. "Kill!" Zhang Ruya roared, his incomparably strong body without the slightest sense of bloat, his legs slightly bent at the knees, and then he violently leapt up, the alloy sledgehammer in his hand smashing down towards a stone-skinned rhinoceros. "Kill!" The increase had been completed, and the remaining crowd shouted under their breath, following the two men as they rushed towards the alien beast. With amber eyes that appeared unusually calm and black battle armor covering his entire body, Chen Qi's position was located on the right side of the battlefield. His figure stood upright, and his somewhat indifferent eyes moved slightly. In his hand, the black alloy longbow was drawn, and the arrowhead of the silver-colored arrow flickered morosely and coldly under the sunlight, just like a poisonous snake. The arrow had appeared above the bowstring just as Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya and the others' figures had moved. The moment both sides were about to make contact, the bowstring quivered. A sharp air-breaking sound suddenly rang out, like a poisonous snake spitting out its mail, and to hear it in the ears, one's scalp went numb. The 49 people charged towards the hundreds of foreign beasts without retreating. The distance between the two sides was being rapidly drawn closer. Located at the forefront of the Fey beasts was the gigantic Rift Earth Elephant. The earth shook when the Rift Earth Elephant, which weighed dozens of tons, ran. With such a tonnage coupled with the speed of the Rift Earth Elephant's gallop, once it was allowed to rush into the crowd, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Xingyuan's figure did not stop, his eyes staring at the beast in front of him. With his lance in hand, he went forward. Both sides were extremely fast, and within a few breaths both sides were already about to collide. In the ranks, some people looked towards Su Xingyuan, Zhang Ruya, and Wang Er, who did not avoid them in the slightest, and their pupils shrunk. The four veterans' eyes widened as a thought flashed through their minds. This group of new recruits don't want to die. Just as they wanted to open their mouths to stop the crowd's movements, a sharp air-breaking sound suddenly rang out. The silver light was like electricity, grazing the bodies of several people as it spun forward at a rapid speed. This is... A few people froze slightly, and then their minds couldn't help but conjure up the figure that had left the team to act alone. Whoosh! The silver-colored arrow shot away from between Zhang Ruya and Su Xingyuan. Zhang Ruya's entire body roared in excitement as she saw the arrow fly past her body, Chen Qi. As soon as the words fell, the arrow carried a powerful flying spinning force and instantly shot into the eyes of the split earth elephant, piercing out from the back of its head. The rift elephant running at full speed wailed when the arrow penetrated its head, but its running motion did not stop. The huge inertia pushed its huge body to rush out more than 10 meters before collapsing to the ground with a loud bang. The group of beasts that followed behind the rift elephant instantly collided together the moment the rift elephant fell to the ground. Among the beasts, the extremely fast beasts such as the windblade leopard dodged away the instant the rift elephant fell to the ground, and lunged towards Su Xingyuan and the others. A strange cry rang out as the chaotic ranks of Fey beasts crashed into each other. When the chaotic team of foreign beasts heard the strange cry, it was as if they had intelligence, and they dodged around the fallen rift earth elephant. The two sides were about to collide, it was either you or me. The thunder on Su Xingyuan's lance was brilliant, just like a thunder god descending into the world. At this very moment, 3 silver arrows flashed like streams of light, grazing Zhang Ruya and Su Xingyuan's bodies as they flew out again. The speed was even a few points faster than Su Xingyuan's 2 men. This also resulted in the 3 arrows already hitting the windblade leopard that was pouncing towards the crowd before Su Xingyuan's attack even landed. Clang! Pooh! There was nothing in the air, but the arrows were on fire, and their speed had not decreased, directly penetrating the heads of the 3 windblade leopards. Thunder fell. Boom! Thunderlight erupted as the lance swept out. Several foreign beasts were instantly swept out several meters away by the lance, smashing down the walls and causing dust to rise in all directions. Zhang Ruya roared, the alloy sledgehammer in his hand seemed to have the strength of 10,000 pounds, smashing the 2 alien beasts heavily to the ground. With a bang, their heads instantly exploded, their brains splattering in all directions. 49 figures collided with hundreds of alien beasts in the blink of an eye. Zhao Zhixin's face was filled with excitement as he slashed out with the battle sword in his hand, sending a martial second realm Fey beast flying out, leaving a long wound on its body.
Cool. It was too good. This was the first time Zhao Zixin was on a team with Chen Qi. 49 people. 49 people dared to go head-to-head with hundreds of foreign beasts. The backbone that supported their team's decision was the E-rank talent bowman Chen Qi, who had wandered away from the battlefield, but had the entire battlefield firmly under his control. The 4 veterans in the team were dumbfounded as they looked at the situation in front of them. The battle swords in their hands swung out as they raised their eyes to the front. The chaotic battlefield was filled with the roars of foreign beasts, as well as a thunderous force, or an earth wall constructed by the earth element, or blazing flames rising. However, all of these could not compare to the silver-colored arrows that were intertwined in the battlefield. They were not rookies who had just joined the army and had experienced several battles. At the start of this battle, they had never imagined that it would be such a scene. Right in front of them, the foreign beasts roared, the battlefield was chaotic, the light of swords flashed, as well as the sharp claws of the foreign beasts flashed with a sharp, cold light. A single slip would result in a complete loss of life. However, Su Xingyuan, Zhang Ruya, as well as Wang Er, Zhao Zixin and the others in the battlefield were like sending them to their deaths as they struck out to attack the Fey beast in front of them. Several times, they could see the alien beast's sharp claws brush past the crowd. And all of this was not because they were lucky, not to mention the fact that the claws of the beast were merciful. Rather, it was the silver-colored arrows that flew out from the chaotic battlefield at various incredible angles. Divine. Terrifying battlefield insight. This is a INGE rank talent? I'd believe it if you were to say he's an SSS talent. Several people also experienced a sense of security they had never felt before. What was meant by a sense of security? This is ING called a sense of security. You just charge and kill, and Chen Qi would naturally take care of the rest. Located somewhere 700 meters away, the black alloy longbow was once again drawn, the silver arrow resting on the bowstring. It flew out instantly. A sharp sound like a funeral bell ringing rang out. Pft. The arrow flew past Xuanyan's ear, penetrating through an alien beast of the martial fifth realm that was in front of him. After penetrating its head, the power on the arrow did not weaken at all, and after the rapidly rotating arrow penetrated the head of an alien beast again, the powerful force on the arrow exploded. Like being hammered by a huge force, the beast's head exploded and blood splattered everywhere. Xuanyan excitedly shouted, "Brother Chen, awesome! Crazy, completely killing crazy." The team of 49 people didn't retreat in the slightest when faced with hundreds of Fey beasts. Up until now in the battle, only a few people had suffered minor injuries. 700 meters away, listening to the excited shouts from Xuanyan's mouth, Chen Qi's eyes were calm and his complexion was ancient. Once again, he drew the black alloy longbow in his hand, the arrow's cold light blazing, like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole, and in the next second, it transformed into a giant python, choosing to devour people. Chapter 45 Li Ji's Plan. The battle power that erupted from the group of 49 people caused the 4 veterans in the group to have their blood boiling at the moment. Having experienced several battles, they had originally long gotten used to such scenes. But this time, they experienced a smoothness that they had never had before. In previous battles, the foreign beasts were exceptionally powerful. Death often accompanied everyone, and the slightest mishap would cause someone to fall. In a small battle, the number of deaths could even reach triple digits, while the number of participants was only a few hundred. The powerful alien beasts naturally had strong people to fend them off, and the ones they faced were just ordinary alien beasts. But just such an enemy had already caused the entire team's losses to reach triple digits. And now, a team of 49 people dared to attack hundreds of alien beasts head-on. Such a crazy move, no matter where it was placed, would cause people to exclaim, "Crazy." Yes, they were crazy. Killing madness. Just charge and kill, don't care about anything else. All of this had that magical archer Chen Qi, who had wandered away from the battlefield but had a firm grasp of everything on the entire battlefield. E-grade talent. If there was someone else who said to them now that an E-ranked archer talent could only be used as a combat support role, then they would definitely swear at that person. What do you know, have you ever seen any E-ranked archer who can have such terrifying insight? Have such powerful battlefield control? With such powerful strength? Whoosh! Silver light swept past from beside his ear, penetrating an alien beast of the martial fifth realm. Several people shouted excitedly, "Kill!" 700 meters away, Chen Qi kept firing his bow. The 100 steps through Yang could make his arrows shoot without fail, while the talent technique Divine Arrow could make the arrows in Chen Qi's hands have a strong penetrating power. The arrows flew in circles, and because of the speed, the vegetation on the flight path of the arrows was split to the sides by invisible forces, creating a wide avenue. And then it exploded. Somewhere a few hundred meters away from Chun-Chi and his team. A pair of eyes glowing with coldness was staring tightly into the distance. Where's Chun-Chi? Li Ji surveyed the surrounding area and did not find Chun-Chi's figure. He raised an eyebrow and his gaze landed on Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya in the middle of the battlefield. Chun-Chi isn't here, so let's collect some interest from you guys. Have you found Wind Eagle yet? Jiang Yan's voice came out from his tactical watch. Li Chi took a deep look at the battlefield not far away, and his calm voice was transmitted through the tactical watch. Not found, probably went in other directions. Where are you guys searching? Good, I'll send you the location later. Jiang Yan's voice rang out. Li Ji wasn't speaking, but instead refocused his gaze in the distant battlefield. They were chasing the Wind Eagle. He was the fastest as the only S-rank wind elemental in the team. The Wind Eagle was not found, but he found Su Xingyuan and the others. To do or not to do? Li Ji secretly pondered. There were military rules in the army that stated that one should not strike out at their comrades. This was an iron law. Not even if his father was at the martial zone realm. Once he broke the military rules, the punishment he would receive was definitely something he could not bear. Ever since he was defeated head-on by Chun-Chi, a fire had been burning in his heart. As time passed, this fire grew stronger and stronger. The two of them, Zhang Ruya, Su Xingyuan, were very close to Chun-Chi. Jealousy and hatred made Li Ji hold a grudge against even the two of them together. I'm currently at the 5th level of martial artist, both Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya are also at this level of strength, but my own speed is quite a bit faster than the two of them. With my speed attracting a group of fey beasts from elsewhere, this group of people will be seriously injured if not killed. Li Ji's eyes flickered slightly. The military rules were placed here. He was a little hesitant. In the next second, the flickering eyes stopped. Collect interest first. Seemingly giving himself enough confidence, Li Ji said, as long as I am fast enough, this group of people will definitely not find me. After saying that, he was about to turn around and leave, but just at this moment, a silver stream of light appeared from the distance, heading straight for the battlefield. Li Ji's pupils shrunk violently. Chun-Chi. His 5 fingers clenched tightly as he turned his head to look in the direction where the arrow had appeared. Chun-Chi, you brought this on yourself. He let out a cold laugh and disappeared into thin air. Chun-Chi's eyes swept over, revealing a trace of doubt in his eyes. The place where Li Ji was just now was empty. Although Li Ji had not found Chun-Chi, a martial artist's intuition of a crisis caused Chun-Chi's gaze to involuntarily sweep towards where Li Ji had just been. Not finding anything unusual, Chun-Chi simply stopped searching and began to focus on the battlefield. As Li Ji left, 5 silhouettes appeared somewhere. Looking at the crowd in the battlefield, especially the lightning flickering around his body, the lance in his hand was entwined by lightning, like a thunder dragon roaring. The lance was like a dragon, and with a single point of the lance, a low-ranked foreign beast was blasted out by the lightning, leaving a terrifying wound on its body. As for the other person, he was 2 meters tall, standing like a god of war, the alloy sledgehammer in his hand bursting out with power that made people look a little shocked. The man at the head of the 5 flashed a cold color between his eyes. These 2 people's talent was not weak, even he could not help but look at them a few more times. The gazes of the 4 people behind them were also attracted by the 2 Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya. One person smiled coldly, these 2 are good seedlings, it's just a pity that they'll have to die here today. The remaining 3 sniffed, killing this kind of person is enough of a thrill. I'm looking forward to the gazes of these 2 before they die, I even can't wait a little bit already. The comments of the few people all fell on the ears of the man in the lead, the corners of his mouth spread into a smile, and his gaze into the battlefield was filled with a cold, morose light. But the next second, the smile at the corner of his mouth froze on his face. A silver-colored arrow flew out, cutting through the chaotic battlefield and penetrating a foreign beast on Su Xingyuan's side. A simple arrow that landed in his eyes yet caused his pupils to shrink slightly. Turning his head to look into the distance, there was the direction from which the arrow flew. Terrifying. 2 words flashed through his mind. To be able to catch an almost flickering moment in the midst of an incredibly chaotic battlefield. This already made him feel surprised, but what really made him feel terrifying was when that arrow flew out just now, it was as if it had already predicted all the situations that arose along the entire flight path, including everyone's next move, the movements of the foreign beasts. It was all as if the entire battlefield was putting on a strenuous show,
all of its purpose was just for the appearance of that one silver arrow.
And then match it to make the next move. Prejudgment. Terrifying prejudgment.
This was the ultimate control of timing. This person was the strongest. At the first moment, he made a judgment. Turning his head in the direction the arrows flew from, he narrowed his eyes, and an emotionless voice rang out.
Find him.
Several people heard this and their hearts fluttered as they instantly disappeared in place. And the person in the lead glanced deeply at Su Xingyuan and the others, and in the next instant also disappeared in place.
30 foreign beasts were roaring in the direction of Su Xingyuan and the others.
In front, Li Ji's face was pale as he frantically came towards Su Xingyuan and the others.
Chapter 46 Order, 1 arrow kills 7 heavens.
Zhang Ruya raised his head, drenched in blood. At the sight of Li Ji, he narrowed his eyes slightly.
Li Ji. He was on good terms with Chen Shi.
The things about Chen Shi's past had also been understood through the time he chatted with Su Xingyuan. Li Ji did not have a good image in his eyes and could even be described as annoying. His eyes fell on the dozens of foreign beasts behind Li Qi, and a hint of hesitation flashed across his expression. On the side, Wang Er, Xuanyan and the others also saw Li Ji and the dozens of fey beasts behind him running from the distance.
It's Li Ji. My Chow, what does he want? Damn it, 30 more beasts are coming. Crazy, really crazy.
Thunder from the tip of the spear blasted into one of the foreign beasts in front of him. The thunder was brilliant, and then it exploded.
Su Xingyuan shook his spear and looked up. Su Xingyuan, don't look, save me.
Li Ji was very fast, and with the wind element's boost, his speed was even able to rival the 7th realm of martial artists.
Boom!
A thunder splash flew out from the lance and landed beside Li Ji, blasting a foreign beast out.
Li Ji's eyelids fluttered wildly, a wisp of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at Su Xingyuan, blinking away as he shouted in panic under his breath, Su Xingyuan, you're crazy.
Is it hard to believe that you want to kill me on the battlefield? Su Xingyuan's face was calm as he gave him a deep look, ignoring Li Ji's shouts and instead leading the crowd to fend off the attack of the foreign beasts. The original hundreds of fey beasts had already been killed by the crowd for more than half at this moment, and they thought they could breathe a sigh of relief, but Li Ji, this dog, had once again pulled in dozens of fey beasts. After fighting for so long, the crowd had frequently activated their talents, their chi and blood had been greatly depleted, and it was already a bit difficult to support them.
Look, still look, are you oh? Xuanyan couldn't bear it and cursed with his mouth open.
After Li Ji pulled in dozens of foreign beasts, he didn't even choose to make a move, but stood aside and looked at the crowd. This caused anger to grow in many people's hearts towards Li Ji. In the team, the 4 veterans had also become somewhat physically and mentally exhausted. Li Ji's actions all fell into the eyes of the crowd, and a few people's faces turned cold and were about to speak.
Xuanyan's cursing cut the words out of their mouths.
Take a break, take a break. Li Qi replied with a leathery smile. Wind elements coalesced around his body, and several wind blades were sent out, strangling towards the front.
The S-class talent was strong. With a single strike, several foreign beasts fell to the ground.
The crowd's complexion was relieved, and their gazes towards Li Qi eased quite a bit. Where Chen Shi was located, when he saw Li Ji appear, his eyes changed slightly. The appearance of dozens of foreign beasts instantly filled in the previous ones. The situation was once again back to the very beginning.
Glancing deeply at Li Ji, Chen Shi pulled back the black alloy longbow in his hand.
On the bowstring, a silver-colored arrow was poised to strike. The chi and blood in his body boiled like a river, and his aura flowed and converged on the arrow, granting it an even more powerful penetrating ability.
Talent Technique Divine Arrow. The Talent Technique Divine Arrow allowed the arrow's penetrating ability to skyrocket.
This was also the reason why the arrows shot from his hands were more powerful.
Buzz!
The bowstring trembled, and the arrow that had been waiting to be fired turned into silver light and flew out.
Just at the instant the arrow flew out,
Chen Shi's body instantly tightened, and an extreme danger instantly filled Chen Shi's body. A large amount of adrenaline erupted in his body, and his heartbeat increased to an alarming rate as the hairs on his body stood on end.
Dangerous.
Extreme danger. Chen Shi could not think too much, he did not even rush to look back, and subconsciously chose to roll to the side and
boom!
In the next instant, a long blade instantly landed where he had just been.
The arrow had appeared on top of the bowstring almost the instant he had just made a move. Whoosh!
An arrow was shot out, and its target was exactly behind where he was just now.
Clang! A sound of gold and iron clashing rang out. The arrow and the long blade collided, and the powerful force on the arrow was transmitted from the long blade to the arm of the person holding the blade. The silhouette was pushed backwards by the powerful force on the arrow, leaving 2 long black marks on the ground. With a bang, the person's left foot stomped on the ground, finally stopping his stance. The exchange between the two was extremely fast, and it was completed in almost a split second. The arrow crashed to the ground. Only at this moment did Chun-Shi see the person who had just attacked and killed himself. In front of him, a middle-aged man with a full beard and a long scar on his face from the position of his eye socket to the left corner of his mouth. The scar was almost on the verge of splitting his entire head in two. Seeing Chun-Shi looking at him, the man with the beard shook off his somewhat numb hand and said with a smile, "Good strength." Chun-Shi was just about to speak when 4 silhouettes appeared from a short distance away. His eyes stared as he swept a glance at the 5 people before calmly asking, "Who are you?" The hilt of the knife turned slightly in his palm with the blade facing inwards. The man with the bearded face smiled and did not speak. However, his gaze couldn't help but look at the other youth with a handsome face. The youth looked at Chun-Shi in front of him. Amazement swept across his eyes as he let out a light laugh. "It is rare for an archer talent to be as strong as yours." Chun-Shi's eyes were calm, his black eyes were ancient, and his waveless voice rang out, "And who are you?" The handsome youth smiled brightly, "Order." "Order?" After searching for the name in his mind, Chun-Shi blandly spat out, "Don't recognize it." It's fine. The handsome youth appeared to be very bland, casually sitting on a stone aside, raising his eyes to Chun-Shi as he continued, "Our purpose is to establish a new set of order. Therefore, order is also the code name of our organization." Chun-Shi quietly listened to the youth as he said to himself, "You should not be an ordinary archer talent. May I ask the party to tell me what your talent level is? The organization is very interested in talents like yours." After saying that, without waiting for Chun-Shi to open his mouth, he looked at Chun-Shi in surprise. "It doesn't matter if you don't tell me, I'm not interested now." After saying that, he waved his hand towards the few people on the side, his smile gradually changing, with some crazy flavor in it. "I just want to kill you now." The 4 figures of the bearded man flashed, coming straight at Chun-Shi. Blades gulped and broke through the air. Killing intent was intertwined, and Chun-Shi, who held a longbow in his hand, was like he was in a net intertwined by killing intent that could not be escaped and could not be broken. The handsome youth was unpredictable. Chun-Shi's black eyes had turned amber the moment the 4 figures of the bearded man disappeared. The arrow had appeared on the bowstring almost in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! The arrow was like electricity. The long knife in the hand of the first person slashed out, and the arrows collided. In the next instant, the 3 arrows almost formed a line, heading straight for that person. 7th level of martial artist, or even 8th level. Chun-Shi had already judged the strength of the few people in front of him at the first moment. Crisis. Life and death crisis. For enemies of the 7th or even 8th realm of strength martial artist. Pooh. 3 arrows, one faster than the other. 3 rings of moon arrows. A tearing sound accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. The arrows had penetrated one person's throat in the blink of an eye. A single arrow killed the 7th level. Chapter 47. Who says an archer's talent can't use a gun? A backward shot killed a 7th level martial artist with a single arrow. The faces of the 3 changed slightly, their movements not stopping. The 3 long knife blades were intertwined, and in the next second, they were about to cut Chun-Shi down on the spot. Chun-Shi's expression remained unchanged as the smell of death enveloped his surroundings. The extreme tension caused Chun-Shi's nerves to tense up, and his instinct for survival caused his entire body, reactions, and spirit to reach an unprecedented peak state. His amber-colored eyes flickered. In his eyes, every single trajectory of this web of blades intertwined in front of him was intertwined in his mind. He was like a moth about to be captured by a spider's web, constantly searching for the loopholes in this large net. It had to be said that the strength of the several enemies in front of him at the 7th level of the martial realm was very strong. Their coordination with each other was even more seamless. But there was no such thing as perfection in this world. Amber eyes flashed continuously, and in the next instant, an arrow flew out from the bowstring. It flew out from the loopholes of this great net of death, tearing through it at an incredible angle. Silk of spiritual energy lingered on the arrow, and a cold aura flashed on the arrowhead. His target was a person on the right side. The arrow roughly tore through the large net intertwined with sword awnings and blades, and then its speed did not decrease, arriving in an instant. That person's eyes widened as he held his long sword in front of his body. An unprecedented sense of fear filled the entire body. The next instant,
the arrow passed through his throat, and the powerful force carried his body backward before it fell heavily to the ground, the arrow's tail trembling.
The second arrow. Another martial 7th realm was shot by Chen-Chi.
In a matter of seconds from beginning to end, 2 7th-level martial artists were shot by Chen-Chi one after another. Such a turn of events fell in the eyes of the remaining 2, and their complexion changed as they looked at Chen-Chi with a look of horror in their eyes. This person must die. The long knives had been sheathed and were not withdrawn without seeing blood. Only 2 of the 4 long knives had been left. The large net interwoven by the blades was torn apart by Chen-Chi's 4 arrows. The arrows were exhausted, and the long knives had already reached their bodies, so there was no more possibility for arrows to come out. Killing intent erupted in the eyes of the 2, and a hideous smile appeared on their faces.
"I'll see how you can escape this time. Die." 2 voices sounded at the same time.
Chen-Chi raised his eyes towards the long blade that was chopping towards his head and violently pulled back the bowstring once more. The 2 were puzzled, along with the youth not far away who couldn't help but show a hint of a sneer when he saw Chen-Chi's actions.
The longbow had no arrows and the bowstring was empty.
Chen-Chi's movements fell in the eyes of several people as if he had given up resistance.
The bowstring being pulled at the moment was nothing more than a fantasy before dying. However, without waiting for a few people to think more, the next instant, the bowstring trembled, emitting a loud sound.
At this moment, the 2 long knives had already chopped in front of their bodies.
Buzz! The bowstring trembled and the air was like a sharp arrow, blowing the man in front of him couldn't help but squint.
And at this instant, the black alloy longbow turned in Chen-Chi's hand, and the bow's ends made of alloy instantly blocked the long knives that had already chopped in front of him.
With a clang, fire splashed out.
Without stopping, Chen-Chi utilized the ends of his bow to block the long knife. The 5 fingers of his right hand clenched into a fist, and then he smashed his fist onto the man's face.
Bang!
Half of his head exploded, brain matter splattered in all directions, and white bones appeared. There was simply no time to care about anything else, as another blade had similarly slashed in front of his body. Chen-Chi slightly sidestepped, and under the Eagle Eye Insight's natural skill, the trajectory of the long knife had been completely captured by him. The long knife grazed his body.
With a kick, there was a click.
The man who had half of his head smashed off by Chen-Chi instantly flew out dozens of meters away. It smashed onto the ground with a thud, his mouth slightly open as fresh blood mixed with broken pieces of internal organs spat out of his mouth.
In the nasal cavity, blood flowed out.
There was more air in and less air out. In just a few breaths of time, however, he was already completely lifeless.
Gasping for air.
In a short period of time, Chen-Chi's entire essence consumed a lot. His face was somewhat pale. Without giving him a chance to catch his breath, the blade once again flew in front of him.
Die for me.
The blade was sharp, slicing through the skin of Chen-Chi's throat as blood oozed out. The eyes of the man holding the long knife were filled with madness, a maniacal smile on his face. In a short period of time, he had crossed over and killed 3 7th-level martial artists with a 6th-level martial artist. Such strength was already so strong that it made him feel scared. One had to know that the Chen-Chi in front of him was only a talented archer. It seemed like he could already see the fear in Chen-Chi's eyes, as well as the scene of blood spurting out.
And in the next second, the smile on his face froze. Clang!
A silver-colored iron rod blocked in front of the long blade, and fire splashed everywhere.
Bang!
With a kick, the figure of the man in front of him fell back.
Phew!
Chen-Chi touched the blood on his neck and looked at the man with killing intent in his eyes.
You!
Pain on his chest came, and the man looked up at the silver-colored iron stick in Chen-Chi's hand.
A broken stick, I'll see if you can block me.
He once again let out a fierce laugh as his blade burst out.
Shine! In the next second, the silver iron rod in Chen-Chi's hand transformed into a silver spear with a swish. I'm ing.
The sudden change caused the man's expression to freeze. In the moment before he or she could react, a silver spear then penetrated his chest. Before he even had time to let out a scream, he snorted and was rooted to the ground, blood dripping down from the silver spear.
The wide eyes contained endless doubts.
How could a silver iron rod transform into a silver spear?
How could an archer still carry a lance with him? Wasn't he an archer?
With no one to answer these doubts for him, Chen-Chi slowly walked over to him, reached out and pulled out the silver lance, lifting his foot and kicking the corpse out. The corpse flew several meters and smashed heavily on the ground, blood flowing from the large hole in his chest.
Wonderful, wonderful.
The handsome youth clapped and applauded, like an audience that had finished enjoying a performance. The fact that the 4 people were killed by Chen Shi one after another did not cause his complexion to ripple in the slightest. With a smile on his face, he looked Chen Shi up and down, his expression serious and his tone earnest. You passed the test of order.
A genius like you should join us.
A sneer swept across Chen Shi's eyes and he did not speak. He slowly stepped forward, the tip of his spear dragging the ground.
The handsome youth's voice did not stop. Don't you think that the order of this world is not perfect enough? A genius like you should join us.
Ha! Chen Shi smiled disdainfully. With his silver spear in hand, he suddenly struck out.
The gun came out like a dragon.
The handsome youth raised his head, his eyes calmly looking at the tip of the gun that was stabbing towards him. An indifferent voice resounded, It seems that you have rejected me. The battle sword that had been held in his hand suddenly struck out. With a clang, the tip of the gun and the battle knife collided, and the tip of the gun flew off to the side. Chen Shi's eyes slightly condensed as his left foot took half a step towards his left side, before condensing his strength at his waist and lashing out. The silver spear shaft bent, like a large bow, and swept towards the handsome youth.
Buzz! A dull air-breaking sound rang out.
The handsome young man's gaze landed on Chen Shi, not even looking at the spear that was sweeping towards him. When the spear was about to sweep to his side, he slapped out with a palm. A tremendous force caused the long spear to fly out once again. The corners of his lips lifted slightly, and his mocking voice resounded, I'm not a waste of space at the 7th level of martial artist. After saying that, the aura around his body rose steeply, and his battle sword blade gulped.
I am at the 8th level of the martial artist realm. Chapter 48 Li Qi, You Seek Death.
With his silver spear and black armor, Chen Shi raised his eyes to look at the handsome youth. Surprise swept across the bottom of his eyes. The immense power transmitted from the silver spear caused his arm to go a little numb.
Martial artist 8th realm.
No wonder the handsome youth's expression did not change at all from start to finish. Even when all 4 of them died in Chen Shi's hands. He raised his eyebrows slightly as his calm gaze fell on the handsome youth's body.
A bowman surprisingly cultivates spear techniques.
The handsome youth's expression was bland, and his tone carried the flavor of a critique, it's at least in the skillful realm.
Your talent is really strong enough. But it's a pity.
Without waiting for him to finish, a silver spear had smashed in front of him.
You're pretending to be Nima.
Chen Shi would not spoil the handsome youth's problem of pretending, and without any nonsense, he smashed the gun.
The silver spear was made of the same alloy as the longbow.
The entire silver gun weighed over 100 pounds. The air exploded as the gun smashed out. After the battle spirit method stepped into the 2nd level of the spirit condensation realm, the speed of recovery would greatly increase. Spiritual chi and blood rushed through the body like a river. The handsome youth's eyes narrowed slightly, and the smile at the corner of his lips appeared colder and colder.
You really are a toast.
After saying that, the hand holding the hilt of the battle sword was violently clenched tightly, and then a sword slashed out. More cold blade awnings erupted, and a rock in front of him exploded. Upon reaching the 8th realm of martial artists, strength and speed would all receive a huge boost. Chen Shi had the SSS talent, but he didn't have enough resources. So far he was only at the 6th level of the martial artist realm. He was still 2 realms away from the 8th realm. The handsome youth slashed out with his sword, and the power carried on his battle sword split the air with a sharp sound. His amber-colored eyes flickered with light, and the silver spear flipped like a swimming dragon in his hands.
It blocked the handsome youth's slash.
With a clang, the immense force almost caused Chen Shi to barely be able to hold the silver spear. His feet were like rooted roots, and the force from the silver spear was transmitted to his arm through the barrel, which then quickly spread throughout his body, and the tactical watch in his hand was shattered into pieces, splattering and flying in all directions.
Bang! Both legs suddenly sank to 10 centimeters.
The difference in strength between the 2 sides was slightly larger. Dealing with Chen Shi head-on was not an opponent.
Can't be touched hard.
Feeling the power coming from the silver spear, Chen Shi made a judgment at the first moment. Strength, speed, and one's own strength were linked, and the same was true for talents. If one wanted to utilize the full power of their talent, they had to increase their own strength. Seeing Chen Shi's legs sinking, a sneer appeared in the handsome youth's eyes. The long blade slashed out once again. And this time, the long knife was not slashed out randomly as before, but carried an increasingly harsh aura.
Blade martial arts.
The handsome youth seemed to have lost his patience this time, as the long knives intertwined into a net full of killing opportunities. It enveloped Chen-Chi's entire being.
Talented technique, eagle-eye insight.
The silver spear flipped and fluttered, each time pointing at the weakest point of the blade's awnings. The sound of collision resounded continuously. It was as if both sides were caught in a back-and-forth battle.
Somewhere just a few dozen meters away from the battlefield,
Li Ji looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. 4 corpses were lying on the ground.
2 were penetrated by arrows.
One had only half of his head left, and the other had a large hole in his chest.
All 4 were killed by Chen-Chi?
Such a conjecture flashed through Li Ji's mind.
His eyes moved to look at the 2 people in the field.
The handsome young man pressed on step by step, and every time he made a sword strike, Chen-Chi's face grew paler and paler. A smile hung at the corner of his mouth as if he was teasing Chen-Chi.
At least 7th level martial artist, or even 8th level.
Li Ji had already judged the handsome youth's strength at the first moment.
Chen-Chi was surprisingly able to take on the 8th level of a martial artist head-on. Li Ji's eyes widened. Chen-Chi, it's best for you to die, and save me from having to do it.
Looking at Chen-Chi, whose face was getting paler and paler, and who seemed to have lost some of his strength in resisting the attack of the long sword, Li Ji's eyes were gloomy.
In the middle of the field,
Chen-Chi's amber-colored eyes shrunk slightly. The silver spear in his hand violently stabbed out at a subtle and bizarre angle. The long sword was almost ready to fall out of his hand. The handsome youth's expression changed. There was shock in his eyes as he looked towards Chen-Chi. Chen-Chi's shot just now had managed to accurately stab the weak point in his own saber martial skill. Regardless of the thoughts in the handsome youth's heart, after stabbing out with a spear, the silver spear was like a dragon, drawing a silver trajectory in the air as his foot stomped violently. With the silver spear in his hand, his entire body flew towards the handsome youth.
Die, die, die.
Li Ji, who was hiding not far away, stared tightly at the field. Seeing that Chen-Chi actually dared to initiate a strike towards the handsome youth, Li Ji's entire body was so tense that even his breathing became much smaller.
Bang!
Chen-Chi flew backward at an even faster speed.
A mouthful of blood spurted out as he fell heavily to the ground.
The lance pierced 2 centimeters into the handsome young man's chest, and threads of blood flowed out from the wound.
You can only do so much.
To be able to injure me with the strength of a martial artist at the 6th level, you can still be proud of yourself. Reaching out and dabbing his hand on his chest, the handsome youth raised his eyes to look at Chen-Chi, his eyes filled with a cold, morose light. After saying that, he took slow steps towards Chen-Chi. A martial artist at the 6th realm, who received a blow from himself, would definitely be seriously injured. And Chen-Chi's mouthful of blood just now verified such an outcome.
Die!
A cold voice rang out. The handsome youth looked down at the pale Chen-Chi in front of him, and his long blade suddenly chopped down.
Well, well, well.
Kill him, kill him.
Not far away, Li Ji clenched his fists.
He was almost on the verge of screaming out in excitement.
However, in the very next instant,
Chen-Chi picked up the black alloy longbow in his hand, and a silver-colored arrow appeared in his hand at some point.
The bowstring was drawn full, and the arrow was like electricity.
It left the string and came out, roughly tearing apart the blade awnings in front of him, heading straight for the youth's throat at a bizarre angle.
The next instant, poof!
The handsome youth's movements came to an abrupt end. The arrow penetrated the throat and flew out from the back of his head.
It brought up a patch of blood.
The handsome youth's eyes widened as he looked down incredulously at the silver-colored arrow that penetrated his throat.
How is it possible?
He spat out a few words with difficulty.
Wasn't Chen-Chi already seriously injured?
A martial artist 6th heavy was able to take on the full force of a martial artist 8th heavy realm strike head-on without being injured?
How was this possible? However, in the next second, he understood. It was the battle martial armor.
A martial artist 6th heavy was actually able to wear battle martial armor. The body collapsed powerlessly, stirring up a cloud of dust.
Phew!
Chen-Chi breathed heavily, his complexion filled with weariness. In a short period of time, a life and death crisis had been experienced. 4 martial artists of the 7th level and 1 martial artist of the 8th level. Not daring to delay, he closed his eyes and concentrated as the battle spirit method operated, restoring his body's blood, aura, physical strength as well as his spirit. Li Ji froze in place. How could he not expect that Chen-Chi had survived, and had even killed a martial 8th realm? Looking at Chen Shi, who was not far away and staring with his eyes closed, a stern color swept across his eyes. In the next instant, the wind elements converged and several invisible wind blades chopped at Chen Shi. Li Ji no longer wanted to wait.
There was no better opportunity than now.
Chen Shi's battle power had already caused Li Ji to feel fear.
The invisible wind blades chopped towards Chen Shi.
With the martial skill Wind Shadow Step, Li Ji traveled like a speeding wind. And the wind elements continued to converge on the battle sword in his hand. Third grade martial skill Wind Break Chop. Chen Shi was like an ass on fire as his figure instantly disappeared in place the moment he opened his eyes. In the next instant, a silver spear was held in his hands.
Clang!
Several invisible wind blades collided with the tip of the spear.
Chen Shi, die for me!
A figure seemed to come with the wind, extremely fast. The cold light of the battle sword flashed. Chen Shi's eyes stared as killing intent swept across his eyes.
Li Ji, you seek death.
Chapter 49, Kill Li Ji, if I cultivate, Wu Zong see me as an ant see the sky. His eyes were like electricity, looking straight at Li Ji who was not far in front of him. The invisible wind blade was swept away by the silver spear, and a large hole appeared in the surrounding wall.
It was cut by the wind blade.
Dust and smoke gradually rose.
Chen Shi, die for me!
Although he was surprised by Chen Shi's reaction, the current Li Ji had no way to retreat. The blade aura on his battle sword gulped, cutting through the air with a snort. After the previous battle, the current Chen Shi was definitely at his weakest. Under the abundant resources, Li Ji's strength had increased at an extremely fast rate. 5th level of martial artist. He had thought that Chen Shi was only at the 4th level of the martial artist realm or even the 3rd level today. However, the previous scene caused a killing intent to arise in his heart that could no longer be contained. Chen Shi must die. When he had defeated himself, Chen Shi was only at the 3rd level of martial artist, that was what he had thought. But in just half a month's time, Chen Shi had transformed and possessed the astonishing strength of being able to take on the 8th level of a martial artist and kill him head-on. What he had done to Chen Shi, he knew very well that once Chen Shi's strength exceeded his own, then being in the military, he would definitely be suppressed by Chen Shi. Humongous outbursts. The military rules could no longer bind Li Ji, and at this moment, there was only one thought in his head. Take advantage of your illness. Even if Chen Shi was strong, it was impossible for him not to have a little exertion. The pallor on his face already represented that Chen Shi had reached the point of exhaustion. Right now, it was the best time to do so. Before making his move, he had already lost his tactical watch, in order to prevent it from being detected. With his battle sword gripped tightly in his hand, and under the wind element's enhancement, Li Ji was like a ghost as his figure suddenly disappeared in place, leaving a residual shadow behind him. It was only after he flashed and appeared 30 meters away that the residual shadow gradually dissipated. And at this moment, he was only 10 meters away from Chen Shi. With the wind element's enhancement and the body martial skill, Li Ji's speed was so fast. In the blink of an eye, the long blade had already reached his body. The killing intent was like a rainbow. It slashed straight at Chen Shi. Looking at the long knife coming towards him, Chen Shi narrowed his eyes as his silver spear suddenly pointed out. Li Ji's speed was fast, but Chen Shi's speed was not slow either. The long spear came after him, and he pointed it out at a weird angle. Clang! The sound of gold and iron clashing resounded as a terrifying force came from the long sword. The hand holding the long sword was impacted by a huge force, and his arm went numb as the long sword crashed to the ground. Buzz! The silver spear was like electricity, straight to the throat. Death enveloped Li Ji. He stared wide-eyed, and in his eyes was a fear that he couldn't hide. His scalp was numb, and the hairs on his body stood straight up. Chen Shi was going to kill himself. Li Ji shrieked, "Chen Shi, if you dare to kill me, your family won't be able to live either." Snort! The tip of the gun stopped instantly, just a centimeter away from his throat. The strong wind sliced through the skin of his throat, and threads of blood oozed out. Who? 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 Li Ji gasped for air. His body was numb. The undisguised killing intent in Chen Shi's eyes, he really wanted to kill himself. Seeing the tip of the gun stop, Li Ji's eyes flickered slightly. Opening his mouth, he said, "Chen Shi, just an E-level talent, you killed me." Before the words fell, the tip of the gun that was up to his throat suddenly moved. With a single shot, it penetrated his throat. You? Li Ji's eyes widened, a look of disbelief filling his eyes.
Chen-Chi actually dared to kill himself. His body fell back, and in his eyes were a pair of indifferent eyes, who said that I am an E-grade talent. If I cultivate, the martial sect will see me like an ant seeing the sky. Bang! Li Ji's body heavily smashed to the ground. Get out of the way. Su Xingyuan's face was pale, and the thunder surrounding his body was much weaker than before. Thunder lingered on the long spear, blasting a foreign beast to death with a single shot. Thanks, Captain. Xuanyan panted heavily, squeezing out a smile on his miserable face as he turned his head to look around. What did Chen-Chi do? Doubts flashed in Su Xingyuan's eyes. I don't know. The alloy sledgehammer in Zhang Ruya's hand smashed out 2 fey beasts and swept a glance around. The foreign beasts went forward and back. Hundreds of fey beasts remained close to 40 at this moment. And there were only 30 people left who were able to fight in the original team of 50. In a short period of time, the casualties had reached 20 people. Is it hard for Chen-Chi to have an accident? Zhang Ruya looked towards Su Xingyuan, the muscles of his arms bulging high like gnarled dragons swimming. Su Xingyuan did not answer, a question he also wanted to know. His eyes swept across the battlefield. Suddenly, his eyes stared, and he asked in a deep voice, "Where did Li Ji go?" The crowd froze and glanced around, not finding Li Qi's figure. When had Li Qi been absent? Zhang Ruya and Su Xingyuan both glanced at each other, and both of them guessed where Li Qi had gone at the same time. Bang! A member of the team was slapped out by the foreign beast, and if Zhao Zixin hadn't unleashed his earth elemental talent and blocked the foreign beast, he would have been killed. Zhao Zixin gasped for air. The continuous unleashing of his talent had caused his consumption to be close to reaching its limit. Damn, Mother or Li Ji, when I see him again, I'll have to kill him. Xuanyan cursed profusely. His hand holding the battle sword couldn't help but tremble. The 4 veterans listened to the conversation between the several people, and the 4 of them had ugly faces. If it wasn't for Li Ji attracting 30 fey beasts, this battle would have been over long ago. Chen-Chi wouldn't have been in danger either. Chen-Chi should be fine, he might have encountered something else. Su Xingyuan shook his head and quickly made a judgment. Strange cries rang out once again as the foreign beast staggered and attacked in an increasingly harsh manner. Damn it, creepy Shadow Fox. The main reason why this battle had turned so difficult was the Guile Shadow Fox. Watch out. Suddenly, 5 martial 5th level fey beasts pounced towards Su Xingyuan in unison. Also at this moment, the only 3 remaining wind blade leopards had several invisible wind blades around their bodies shooting towards Su Xingyuan in unison. Wang Er's crowd looked startled. Nowadays, Su Xingyuan was greatly depleted, and the thunder around his body was almost about to disappear. This was the result of talent overdraft. And right at this moment, the foreign beast suddenly launched an attack on him. Su Xingyuan raised his eyes to look. 5 fey beasts' sharp claws flashed with cold light. Several invisible wind blades cut through the air and surrounded his entire body. Zhang Ruya roared, his majestic body like a wall, standing in front of Su Xingyuan, the alloy sledgehammer in his hand waved, blocking several wind blades. And then a hammer smashed out. With a bang, a foreign beast was instantly smashed and exploded. Blood rained down, instantly dyeing the 2 into blood. The other 4 fey beasts did not decrease in speed and pounced straight at Su Xingyuan. A bunch of also want to kill me? Thunder reappeared. Between the thunder bursting from the tip of the gun, there was thunder swimming in Su Xingyuan's eyes. A cold voice rang out, and then a gun was swung out. With a bang, the 2 foreign beasts exploded. In the next second, Su Xingyuan's figure shook as his spear crashed to the ground and his body fell backwards. He had long been at the end of his strength. In the battlefield, his consumption was the greatest, as the strongest thunder talent in the entire team. He had to fend off attacks from all directions almost all the time. Captain Xingyuan. The crowd was anxious and wanted to go forward to save Su Xingyuan, but the fey beasts were like crazy, desperately blocking the crowd. The sharp claws of the 2 fey beasts were about to land on Su Xingyuan's body in the next instant. Su Xingyuan's eyes slowly closed. He had even smelled the flavor of death. Whoosh! A sharp sound rang out. The silver spear shot from the sky like a meteor, so fast that it seemed to have cut through the boundaries of space and time. At the moment when the alien beast's sharp claws were about to land on Su Xingyuan's body, the silver spear penetrated through the bodies of the 2 alien beasts with a thunderous force, the powerful force dragging the alien beasts' corpses, crashing through the walls, masonry and stones flying, and then nailing them heavily to the ground. Chen-Chi! Zhang Ruya shouted in excitement. The crowd in the battlefield looked in unison in the direction where the silver spear flew out. There, a figure in black battle armor was speeding towards this side. Chapter 50, I'll go and return. The silver spear was like a thick arrow, penetrating through the bodies of the two fey beasts in the nick of time. Watching the two foreign beasts being penetrated by the silver spear, the crowd looked into the distance in unison. Chen Shi, who was wearing the battle martial armor, was like a valiant meteor, and in the blink of an eye, he had swept into the battlefield. Chen Shi! The eyes of the crowd in the battlefield lit up as Chen Shi's sudden appearance caused surprise to suddenly arise in everyone's hearts. They shouted in unison. With a torch-like gaze, his eyes swept across the battlefield, and his face that was hidden under the hood appeared mysterious. Helped by Zhang Ruya, Su Xingyuan opened his eyes, squeezing out a smile on his pale face before cursing with a laugh, "Damn, this pussy let him pretend again." Zhang Ruya was speechless. What time is this, still thinking about this matter? Wang Er, Xuanyan and the others also revealed their smiles in unison. With the support of the battle martial armor, Chen Shi did not dodge or avoid, and blasted out with a punch. A beast's head was smashed and dented. Lifting his foot and kicking it out, the body flew out more than 10 meters. Pulling out his silver spear, battle spirit filled his body as he raised his eyes to look at the crowd. In a short period of time, the casualties had reached more than 20 people. The crowd was drenched in blood, and the original color of their uniforms had all been dyed red. Lifting their eyes to look at them, they looked like they were wearing scarlet battle armor, and the will to fight permeated out from each of them. There was no nonsense. The body shape was slightly low, the waist was suddenly strong, the gun body was bent like a long bow, and then violently rebounded. Like the sound of a tiger whistling through the air, carrying a chilling and terrifying power to sweep several alien beasts in front of them. The moment a low-ranked foreign beast was swept onto the body by the silver spear, the terrifying power instantly smashed its entire body. The internal organs flew, and the momentum of the spear did not decrease until it swept all the beasts in front of it. One move. In just one move, 6 foreign beasts were swept away by Chen Shi, smashing to the ground with a loud roar of pain. This scene, straight away, the crowd watched with wide eyes, their expressions filled with disbelief. Is this a INGE rank archer? The 4 veterans stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes, their hearts shaken. At least the 6th level of a martial artist. Or even the 7th realm. One quickly made a judgment. Among the foreign beasts that Chen Shi had just swept through, there were 3 martial artists 6th levels. Hiss. Good Hook 8 Terror, is this still a ING new recruit? Why do I feel like he's even more of a veteran than me? Old one, look at Hook 8. Xuanyan came back to his senses, turned his head to Wang Er who froze in place, gave him a slap on the head, and then excitedly shouted, "What the hell are you waiting for? Follow Chen Shi and them to death." The crowd was shaken by Xuanyan's shout, and after a brief moment of disorientation, their expressions were filled with excitement and wariness. Roaring, they charged towards the foreign beasts in front of them. The 4 veterans looked at Chen Shi who was at the forefront of the team, and at this moment, Chen Shi was the well-deserved captain in their hearts. A change in mindset had quietly occurred. Su Xingyuan sat paralyzed on the corpse of the alien beast underneath him, not caring in the slightest about the blood underneath him. He looked up at the scene in front of him, and a smile swept across his eyes. This team of theirs was actually quite strange. In this team, he was the captain, and although Chen Shi's identity was not that of a captain, he was even more of a captain than the captain in everyone's hearts. When Su Xingyuan had collapsed just now, the crowd had fought tooth and nail to come to his rescue. The team was already in a bit of a panic at that point. However, when Chen Shi appeared, the team that had been slightly panicked had already been coalesced once again in a short period of time. When he fell, Chen Shi was the captain. To be able to coalesce the entire team's battle spirit together again as soon as he appeared, such an ability was not available even to Zhang Ruya. Other than Chen Shi, there was no second person. The foreign beasts were dwindling, and the battle spirit of the crowd was like a rainbow. Although they were already exhausted, their essence was greatly depleted, and their faces were pale. As long as they saw the figure at the forefront of the group, the weapons in their hands would be lifted once again, and they would grit their teeth as they rushed towards the foreign beasts in front of them. Something that had never existed before grew out of everyone in this team and could no longer be erased. Momentum. The enemies faced by the team and the army were both strong and weak. Winning against the weak was not considered a skill. When faced with more than their own enemies or strong enemies, they were able to strike out without fear, brazenly. This is the potential. It often took several battles for momentum to develop. However, this team had already condensed its potential in a short period of time, and although it was weak, it had quietly taken root in everyone's heart. Snort! The tip of the gun shot coldly straight out, the spear erupted,
and in the blink of an eye, it had penetrated the head of a foreign beast. Strange cries rang out. The remaining 10 or so foreign beasts in the field retreated like a tidal wave, and in the blink of an eye, they had disappeared in place. Phew! Damn! Tired! Seeing the foreign beasts retreat, Xuanyan's body went limp and he sat down on the ground, panting heavily. The others did the same. This battle, the time experienced was not long, but the crisis of life and death always haunted everyone. When the crisis was lifted, the crowd could no longer hold on, and they all sat paralyzed on the ground, and those like Xuanyan simply lay on the ground, their chests heaving up and down. Endless tiredness how can not hide. The silver spear shook, and the blood and gore on it was shaken out. Chen Shi gasped slightly as his gaze fell on the two of them, Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya, and said, "Be careful, I'll be back as soon as I go." After saying that, the entire person disappeared into thin air. The black alloy longbow appeared in his hand, and 3 silver-colored arrows were carried behind him. The silver spear re-transformed into a silver-colored iron rod hanging at his waist. His figure was like electricity, and within a few jumps, Chen Shi's figure had appeared on the roof of a house. Raising his eyes, he looked around. The foreign beasts that were retreating like a tide were heading in a certain direction. He narrowed his eyes, and a cold color swept across the bottom of his eyes. There were 2 targets of certain death in this battle. Guile Shadow Fox, Li Ji. If it wasn't for the Guile Shadow Fox directing this group of fey beasts from behind, this battle definitely wouldn't have been this tough. The dozens of foreign beasts that Li Ji attracted added a terrible crisis to this battle. What about more than 20 casualties? The body flashes has reached the 6th level of martial artist Chen Shi, speed is extremely fast, a short time has quietly caught up with the fleeing foreign beasts team. There is no hurry to strike, at this moment he hides in a big tree in the sky, the pitch-black battle martial armor wraps his whole person, melting into the shadows of this piece. His amber-colored eyes stared tightly into the distance, waiting for the appearance of the Guile Shadow Fox. A few minutes later, a silver-gray figure quietly appeared under a boulder in front of the foreign beasts. The crowd of foreign beasts lowered their heads at the sight of the Guile Shadow Fox. This represented that the Guile Shadow Fox was above this group of foreign beasts. Chen Shi's gaze was calm, as if he did not have any emotions, and 3 arrows had quietly appeared on the bowstring. The bowstring was slowly drawn back, and the arrows of the 3 arrows had a trace of aura flowing over them. The chi and blood in his body gradually boiled. After the battle spirit method entered the 2nd layer, his recovery speed was not slow. Feeling the boiling chi and blood within his body, a hint of killing intent swept across Chen Shi's eyes. The creepy shadow fox's mouth continued to emit loud and strange cries, seemingly cursing the foreign beast in front of him for being too much of a waste. Whoosh! Sharp air-breaking sound suddenly rang out as 3 arrows flashed by, roughly tearing apart the tree branches and leaves blocking the path. The tree branches and leaves were passed through by the arrows before exploding into pieces. The creepy shadow fox's body was like a bow, its entire body exploding with hair, and in its pair of black and white eyes was humanized fear. The 3 arrows flashed away, and in the moment before the crowd of foreign beasts could react, they had appeared in front of the Guile Shadow Fox. Snort! Without even having time to emit a miserable scream, a silver light had already penetrated the Guile Shadow Fox's head. The arrow dragged its body and nailed it to the boulder behind it. Roar! A foreign beast roared, but just as the sound rang out, they saw 2 more silver lights flying in. The arrows passed through the throat of the head-up-roaring foreign beast and flew out from the back of its head, sticking into the body of the Guile Shadow Fox that was nailed to the boulder. 3 arrows shook. A crowd of foreign beasts were silent, and then the beasts and birds were scattered. Chen Shi lightly glanced at the Guile Shadow Fox that was nailed to the boulder, and his figure disappeared. Chapter 51. Why did you still shout out the truth? What is Chen Shi doing to go? Zhang Ruya asked suspiciously as she looked in the direction Chen Shi had disappeared. Su Xingyuan thought for a moment, the creepy shadow fox. He guessed the purpose of Chen Shi's departure at the first moment. In this battle, if it wasn't for the Guile Shadow Fox directing behind the scenes, plus the dozens of foreign beasts that Li Ji had attracted, their casualties wouldn't have been so great. When they thought of Li Ji, a wave of anger grew in the hearts of Su Xingyuan, Zhang Ruya, and the others. Damn, that dog, after this operation is over, I must settle the score with him. Zhao Zixin was rather short-tempered. Listening to the conversation between Zhang Ruya and Su Xingyuan, he couldn't help but grit his teeth and said. Wang Er, Xuanyan, and the rest of the crowd spoke up. Between their words, they felt extremely angry at Li Ji's previous behavior. That dog, pulling in dozens of foreign beasts and then quietly slipping away, what a damn thing. Crass,
That's not true. If it wasn't for our strength being not weak in Chen Qi's appearance, our casualties would definitely be greater.
On this topic, the crowd could no longer contain the anger in their hearts and opened their mouths to revile Li Ji. The 4 veterans in the team had extremely ugly faces at the moment. The casualties of this battle could have not been so great, and they had steadily gained the upper hand in the previous battle. However, when Li Ji came in with dozens of alien beasts, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. In a short period of time, there were more than 20 casualties. Such a result made them memorize the name Li Ji deeply in their hearts. When the operation was over, they would launch a complaint against what Li Ji had done. Fleeing in the middle of a battle, no one would want to fight alongside this kind of person. Trust, this thing wasn't something that was said, but something that was done. Being able to safely leave your back to your comrades behind you, this was the greatest trust, built up bit by bit. A few moments later, Chen Qi's figure leapt down from the roof of a residential building, hitting the ground and leaving a deep pit.
Chen Qi! Chen Qi! Captain!
Hearing the word captain from Xuanyan's mouth, Chen Qi's complexion stagnated for a moment, and then returned to his senses, smilingly glancing at Xuanyan without saying a word. The other team members looked at Xuanyan when they heard him call out captain. Wang Air froze, patted him on the shoulder, squeezed his eyebrows and said, "Okay, you kid, now are not carrying, all dare to shout Captain Chen Qi in front of our captain. How do you kids still shout out the truth?" Ran Jianmen shook his head helplessly and said with a smile on his face. The rest of the crowd revealed smiles. Xuanyan shrunk his neck and quietly looked at Su Xingyuan, who was not far away, and after swallowing his saliva, he opened his mouth and said, "Our captain is as far as being so petty."
Purely joking, really, I really don't think so in my heart. Do you think the captain believes it or not? Wang Er said with a smile, nudging his mouth towards Su Xingyuan, who was not far away. Leaning. Really, my reverence for the captain is like a torrent of water.
You can trash bar pour.
Xuanyan. Chen Qi smiled and walked to Su Xingyuan. What? Not talking about handsome now? What do you know about it? A man bursting with blood dripping all over his body, okay?
Su Xingyuan said to Chen Qi in disgust with a glance at the corner of his mouth. After saying that, he glanced at Xuanyan, who was not far away, and Xuanyan shrunk his neck and smiled heatedly.
Retracting his gaze, he said, "This kid Xuanyan has itchy skin."
Zhang Ruya and Chen Qi both glanced at each other, and Zhang Ruya quietly gave a thumbs up. Zhang Ruya's exertion was also great, and his robust figure sat on the ground. This brat Zhang Ruya was just like this.
Personality and his looks were completely opposite directions. "Old Zhang, why don't you consider changing your name?" Chen Qi said smilingly, "You have such big pecs, why don't you just call yourself Zhang de Muscle?" Zhang Ruya.
Seeing that Zhang Ruya did not answer, Chen Qi shrugged his shoulders and sat on his but on the corpse of the alien beast. More than 20 casualties. Chen Qi's gaze fell on the group of people not far away who were responsible for healing, and his tone carried a sense of helplessness. If he hadn't been held back by the 5 people of the order, perhaps there wouldn't have been such a large number of casualties.
Humph.
Zhang Ruya stifled a snort and said in a cold voice, "If it wasn't for the dozens of foreign beasts that Li Ji had pulled in, and the fact that he was even on the verge of fleeing at the back, how could there have been such a large number of casualties?" Chen Qi narrowed his eyes, the corner of his mouth hooked up a smile.
Li Qi, ah. Ha.
It is very likely that this matter will not be able to be concealed. However, the appearance of the order few made this matter more maneuverable. One can completely push it to the order's several people. Su Xingyuan said in a cold voice, thunderlight flickering at the bottom of his eyes, his tone indifferent, deliberately trapping his comrades in a crisis and fleeing from the battlefield.
These 2 things are enough to sentence him.
If it wasn't for being in the military, I would have to waste him.
He has the marshal's own realm behind him, are you sure you can waste him? Chen Qi smiled and looked at Su Xingyuan, not revealing Li Ji's matter. As long as this matter was not exposed, there was absolutely no way he would take the initiative to say it. Although his own strength was about to break through to the 7th level of martial artist, if he were to compare it to a martial zone, he was still a full 4 major realms behind. A martial zone realm going crazy himself is absolutely unbearable.
The matter of killing Li Ji, before having enough strength, absolutely cannot be exposed. Su Xingyuan's complexion stiffened and he stifled a grunt. Martial zone is just like that. When I become a martial zone, I will beat the out of him. Zhang Ruya raised his eyebrows slightly, a slight hint of disdain passing through his eyes as he did not speak. It seemed like martial zone seemed to be just that in his eyes. while Chen Qi and the others were recovering and resting in the office of Linghu County.
Xiang Han's tall figure was bowing slightly, his expression filled with respect.
In front of him, an old man with a head full of white hair came slowly. The old man was gentle and elegant, and there was not the slightest hint of military temperament in his demeanor. At a glance, he looked like a scholar with no hands.
Teacher.
Zhang Zixing, a martial spirit realm powerhouse. With a gentle smile on his face, he nodded slightly to Xiang Han, looked up at his surroundings and said with emotion, "It's been years since I've been here." Where was Xiang Han's aura of the martial zone realm at this moment? Walking beside Zhang Zixing, he was like an ordinary student. Hearing the sentiments from Zhang Zixing's mouth, he smiled and said, "Teacher, you can actually come back again.
This talent program, you are also one of the leading figures in it."
Zhang Zixing waved his hand, a light smile on his face as his gentle voice rang out, "You know my situation.
The strength is still falling, there's no way back."
After saying that, the words turned to Xiang Han, frowning slightly. "Martial zone realm, the speed is a bit slow."
"Yes, it is a bit slow." Xiang Han nodded his head and did not refute.
"In just a few years, breaking through to become the martial zone realm. Such a speed is already considered perverse, but in Zhang Zixing's eyes, it is still a bit slow. This is all just because the Zhang Zixing in front of him is faster than Xiang Han.
Martial zone.
Is not really a strong person in his eyes. After all, he was injured decades ago, and his strength began to slip, and decades passed. It slipped to the present-day martial spirit realm.
One could imagine how strong he was once. Where is that brat man? Take me to take a look."
Zhang Zixing didn't continue to say more on this topic, shifting the conversation elsewhere.
"Operation Night Lord is still going on, I'll take you to the monitoring room." Let's go." Chapter 52: Jiang Yan's message for help. Inside the monitoring room,
Zhang Zixing leaned against the back of his chair, his eyes glowing with the slightest bit of light, without the cloudiness of an unusual old man. Although his strength was slipping, he still had the strength of the martial spirit realm.
Xiang Han was sitting on the side, in a well-behaved student-like manner.
Speaking of which, Xiang Han was not considered a student of Zhang Zixing. In his life, he had only taken on a handful of students. All of these people are now in high positions, and Xiang Han has only been studying with him for 3 months from beginning to end.
"Teacher, this is the Chen Qi I told you about."
In the picture, a black figure in battle martial armor, holding a longbow in his hand, a pair of amber eyes hidden under a black hood. Around it, the corpses of alien beasts were scattered, and Su Xingyuan as well as Zhang Ruya and the others stood beside him. The three of them wore a slight smile on their faces. Xiang Han's voice rang out, "Although he is only an E-rank talent, his strength is not weak, and the speed of his cultivation is even far beyond that of his peers, almost comparable to S-rank talents or even double S. In the first recruit competition assessment, Xin Qi's overall evaluation was a ++. A trace of amazement swept across the bottom of Zhang Zixing's eyes as he nodded slightly, signaling Xiang Han to continue on. Before, he hadn't gotten to know much about Chen Qi, he had only received Xiang Han's call and rejected it after slightly listening to a sentence or two. However, later on, Chen Qi's performance in the recruit competition examination, as well as defeating an S-rank talent head-on in the ring, as well as Chen Qi's unusual cultivation speed. This was what made Zhang Zixing begin to place his eyes on Chen Qi. There were quite a few bowman talents within the country of Huaxia. However, there were not many high-ranked archer talents, with him being the strongest with an S-rank talent. The constant fall in strength caused a sense of urgency to arise in Zhang Zixing's heart. He desperately wanted to find a student who could pass on his legacy. Xiang Han's voice continued to ring out. "Teacher, talent cannot determine one's ultimate achievement. When I started out with this A-rank talent, almost no one looked up to me. But I still made it this far." After saying that, he paused. "This time, the talent program, almost every legion is riveted, and so are those martial arts universities' heavenly prides out there. Once the recommended heavenly pride performs well in the talent program, there are quite a few various resources. No one who enters into the talent program is simple. There is a lot of room for these people to grow. Maybe they can find a way later?" Zhang Zixing withdrew his gaze and looked sideways with a smile at Xiang Han, who had a hint of begging on his face.
Zhang Zixing smiled bashfully. "Decades have passed, I have long since looked away.
If there was a way, it wouldn't have slipped to the martial spirit realm.
Look on the bright side, little Xiang, do you think this little guy will be the one to inherit my mantle?" Xiang Han was helpless as he looked at the picture of Chen Qi, hesitated and said, "I don't know."
Such an answer fell on Zhang Zixing's ears, causing him to shake his head and say with emotion, "Conquering for dozens of years is like walking on thin ice.
I've never thought about the matter of actively seeking out students. This little guy, I've seen it, there's a stern aura on his body, his cultivation speed isn't weak, talent doesn't matter. When the operation is over, I'll meet him. Good. Xianghan nodded his head and didn't say anything else. The viewpoint in the screen was not Chen Shi's viewpoint, but that of the others. It was normal for the tactical watch to be damaged during the operation, and Xianghan didn't think much about anything else. Drip! The tactical watches of Su Xingyuan and the others suddenly rang with an urgent sound. The crowd rushed to check it. After just a glance, the faces of the crowd changed slightly. What? Chen Shi's tactical watch had been damaged, and he looked towards Su Xingyuan, Zhang Ruya, and the others whose faces changed slightly. Zhang Ruya's face sank as she spoke, "Help is coming." "What do you mean?" Chen Shi froze. "Look." Taking off his tactical watch, Su Xingyuan's tone was tinged with sarcasm. "Calling for help. Encountering hundreds of enemies, quick." Followed by a coordinate. This call for help message seemed nothing, it was normal. Encountering a foreign beast is not an enemy. But the person who sent out the request for help message was a little bit not quite right. Jiangyan? Damn, he still has the face to ask for help? Xuanyan and also Zhao Zhixin were not happy. Li Ji caused our team to suffer more than 20 casualties, and now he still has the ing face to ask for help, my ass. Serves you right for dying. Xuanyan cursed, and Zhao Zhixin nodded his head repeatedly from the side. The others included had the same attitude. The 4 veterans in the team hesitated for a moment and spoke out. There are military rules that state that you must go to support in case of a call for help. Not going to support would be a violation of military regulations. The message has already been sent out, those who are guarding here must have received it as well. After saying that, he looked at Su Xingyuan, "Captain, to save or not to save?" Su Xingyuan's attitude was important. Su Xingyuan didn't answer, but instead looked at Chen Shi with a questioning gaze. Chen Shi nodded his head. The military rules had stipulated that this was the attitude in this matter. Don't look at the fact that they had performed brightly in the recruit competition examination, and even Chen Shi had been selected in the talent program. However, if they received a message for help and did not go to rescue them, the consequences of this matter were not something they could bear. Lightly, they would be invalidated and dismissed, and heavily, they would be directly beheaded on the spot. The crowd had not fully recovered, but they had recovered quite a bit. Su Xingyuan murmured, "Send the injured back first and go for support." The sun was about to set and night fell. A team of more than 20 people swept by like a swift wind, rushing according to the coordinates on their tactical watches. Among the 20-odd figures, only Chen Shi was dressed in black battle weapon armor. It was as if he was independent of the entire team. The defensive power of the battle martial armor was already clear to him, and when he had encountered the Order 5 earlier, the handsome young man who was at the 8th level of the martial realm had struck with all his might and was unharmed. This gave him a clear perception of the defensive power of the battle martial armor. Wu Liuyi had once said that the battle martial armor was capable of carrying the full force of a martial artist's 9th realm strike head-on. The night wind whisked by, and Su Xingyuan's figure stopped at the very front. The crowd of the team stopped instantly. "Captain, what's wrong?" Xuanyan gasped slightly and surveyed the surroundings. Night had already fallen, and the 20 or so silhouettes did not make any noise. This team had quietly undergone a metamorphosis after a few battles. Su Xingyuan did not speak, his eyes constantly surveying the surroundings. Chen Shi narrowed his eyes as a hint of shouting was mixed in with the night wind. The situation is not good. With the previous encounter, Su Xingyuan showed caution. Their team itself had suffered quite a few casualties, and although the crowd had recovered quite a bit now, it was still unlikely that they would be able to recover to their peak in a short period of time. Go! More than 20 silhouettes disappeared in place once again. A martial artist's 2nd realm was knocked out by the foreign beast and his sharp claws slapped out. An arm flew out instantly. Jiangyan was drenched in blood, looking at the bloodthirsty foreign beasts in front of him, his eyes filled with despair. There were too many foreign beasts, more than 60 of them, and among them, there were even 4 martial 7th and 1 martial 8th realm. Within a short period of time, the casualties of the entire team had reached more than 30 people. Such a large number of casualties had brought the entire team to the brink of imminent collapse. If it wasn't for a few veterans standing at the front, Jiangyan and his team were afraid that they would have all been wiped out by now. Chapter 53 Silver Lance and Black Armor, Soughing Meteors. The location Jiang Yan and the others were in was on the outskirts of Linghu County. It was surrounded by mountains and thickly wooded. The mountains were rolling. In the valleys, foreign beasts hissed and blood flew everywhere. When the Night Lord operation started, Xiang Han had explained. There would be casualties in this operation. But no one would have expected the real battlefield to come so quickly. Surrounded by the foreign beasts, the entire team did not retreat, and after a slight panic, they quickly stabilized under the command of Jiang Yan as well as several veterans in the team. As the first casualty appeared, the faces of the people in the team changed. This was the first time casualties had appeared in the battle. As the arm was roughly torn open by the Fey beast, the smell of blood couldn't stop running into everyone's nose. The Fey beasts attacked the crowd's defenses like crazy. The crowd could even smell the fishy odor from the mouth of the Fey beast, as well as the blood and gore from its teeth. "Captain, are we going to die?" Someone's body was trembling, and the hand holding the weapon was also trembling slightly. Despair surfaced in the eyes of the crowd at these words. "Shut up!" Jiang Yan gasped for air, his face pale as he swept a glance around. 10 minutes had already passed since the message for help was sent out. There was still no rescue team that had appeared by now. More than 20 figures were like ghosts in the night. In the entire team, the lowest strength was at the second level of the martial arts realm. With a speed of 25 meters per second, one step and they were already dozens of meters away. A martial artist's sixth realm such as Chen Qi's speed even reached 45 meters per second. Su Xingyuan's thunder talent also at speed added to it. A moment later, more than 20 figures appeared on a small hill. In the valley in front of them, the foreign beasts hissed, and Jiang Yan and the others were already somewhat powerless to fight. With a sweeping glance, Chen Qi could tell the strength of the group of foreign beasts. The lowest martial artist was at the 3rd level, and the strongest had even reached the 8th level of martial artist. With the lance in his hand, thunder swam in his eyes, and silk thunder surrounded his body. The lance was like a thunder dragon. Thunder flashed in Su Xingyuan's eyes. The qi and blood in his body boiled, the entire person's state had been raised to its peak. Thunder! The long spear flew out, tearing through the night, heading straight for the battlefield in the valley. Su Xingyuan slightly bent his knees, and his entire body leapt up, following the lance and rushing towards the battlefield. Zhang Ruya roared, and with his strength-enhancing talent, his entire body leapt up, and with his body in the air, his body was robust, like a humanoid beast. With a rumble, he smashed into the battlefield in the valley. The rest of the crowd was filled with battle spirit, following the two as they sped towards the battlefield. On the hillside, only Chen Qi remained. In his hand, the black alloy longbow was slightly cool. Looking at the group of more than 20 people rushing towards the battlefield, he stood on top of the hillside and slowly drew the longbow in his hand. Being high up, the entire battlefield was visible. The long spear haunted by thunder carried a powerful force through the head of a martial artist triple alien beast, and its momentum did not decrease until it penetrated the body of the second alien beast and stuck into the ground. Su Xingyuan's speed was extremely fast, one step and he was already more than 40 meters away, but in a few steps, he was already in the middle of the battlefield. The sudden appearance of the crowd caused the foreign beasts in the battlefield to roar. Several foreign beasts rushed towards Su Xingyuan. Both sides were very fast, and in a short time, they were only 100 meters away. Su Xingyuan's eyes slightly condensed, his figure did not stop, as if he did not see the foreign beasts in front of him. 80 meters. 50 meters. 20 meters. The sharp claws flashed with cold light, and the strong wind came. Su Xingyuan still did not stop. Just at the moment when the sharp claws were about to fall on Su Xingyuan's body, a sharp air-breaking sound resounded in the valley. A silver-colored arrow grazed Su Xingyuan's body and flew forward. The arrow was like a sharp blade, easily tearing open the head of the foreign beast, and then the momentum did not decrease, continuously running through 3 foreign beasts. The foreign beasts that were originally blocking in front of Su Xingyuan's body were torn apart by this silver-colored arrow, and an avenue appeared in front of Su Xingyuan without any further obstruction. Jiang Yan and the others were the first to see the long spear haunted by thunder as it cut through the night. When they saw Su Xingyuan, Zhang Ruya, and the others who were speeding towards the battlefield, their eyes lit up abruptly. There was help. Jiang Yan saw it the first time he saw Su Xingyuan appear on the battlefield. When he saw several foreign beasts charging towards Su Xingyuan, his eyes were filled with eagerness. Although Su Xingyuan was strong, his lance was currently stuck in the center of the battlefield. Without his weapon, how could he possibly block several foreign beasts? And the next time he saw Su Xingyuan sprinting forward as if he didn't want to die, he was even more anxious as he shouted, "Su Xingyuan, you're crazy." Without a weapon, such a move by Su Xingyuan was tantamount to suicide. But in the next second, he was shocked and froze in place by the scene in front of him. A silver-colored arrow was like a guardian following Su Xingyuan. On his behalf, it tore apart the foreign beast in front of him in an incomparable manner. Chen Qi. This name surfaced in Zhang Yan's mind. Only Chen Qi could have such an ability. The scene before them deeply shook Zhang Yan's crowd. The few veterans in the group stared at the scene with wide eyes, their eyes filled with disbelief. Trust. Incomparable trust. Su Xingyuan moved forward, his arrows grazing his body. It was as if this had been rehearsed countless times. Everything just happened naturally. Who is this? Such doubts rose in unison in the minds of several people. Reaching out and pulling the spear out, Su Xingyuan was filled with thunder. Thunder erupted from the tip of the spear, sending the foreign sweep in front of him flying out, and the thunder landed on the foreign beast's head. It exploded with a loud bang. Death. The crowd was shocked at the cooperation between Su Xingyuan and Chen Qi. A roar rang out. Zhang Ruya, who held an alloy sledgehammer in her hands, was like a humanoid alien beast. Berserkly, she smashed the alien beast in front of her out. Blood and flesh crumbled, and the hard skull could not stop Zhang Ruya's whack. Kill. Several shouts filled with battle intent stirred in the air. Wang Er, Zhao Zhixin, Xuanyan and the others were filled with battle intent. They joined the battlefield with their wariness. Being high above, Chen Qi's amber-colored eyes were filled with calm. The black battle martial armor was on his body, and the black alloy longbow in his hand seemed to have been born from the yellow springs, and every time the bowstring trembled, it would take away a foreign beast. The silver-colored arrows were like ghosts, always able to appear from unbelievable angles. This scene completely shocked the crowd. When had the Fey beasts become so weak? Every attack of the foreign beasts in the battlefield seemed to be anticipated by the owner of the arrow. The arrows appeared with incomparable precision in front of the trajectory of the Fey beast's attack, and then a second, or even a third arrow appeared, pinning the Fey beast to the ground. Bowman. An incomparably powerful archer. Extreme battlefield control. What does it mean to be an archer? This is what's ing called an archer. This was the first time that Zhang Yan and his team had seen Chen Qi strike as an archer. The moment he stepped out, he deeply shocked everyone. One person controlled the entire battlefield. Everyone in the battlefield was under the coverage of his arrows, and the moment danger appeared, the silver arrows would always appear. At this moment, Chen Qi looked like a guardian to the crowd. He didn't need to appear, the silver arrows were his incarnation. Killing madness. Zhang Yan and the others had never expected that decapitating a foreign beast would be so simple. With Chen Qi and Su Xingyuan joining them, the scales of victory had completely tipped in favor of Zhang Yan and the others. Buzz. Shooting the last arrow. Chen Qi reached out and removed the silver-colored iron rod at his waist. The black alloy longbow was held behind his back, and the silver-colored iron rod in his hand transformed into a silver spear. The silver spear was dazzling, and the corners of his lips rose slightly as he looked towards the remaining martial 8th realm foreign beast in the battlefield. The entire person was like a valiant meteor as he sped towards the battlefield. The tip of the spear drew sparks on the ground, his chi and blood churned, and battle intent filled the air. Chapter 54 Silver Lance and Black Armor. Since ancient times, archers have been in close combat. Since ancient times, bowmen have been in many melee battles. Bowman. This word was synonymous with combat aids in everyone's eyes. No one had ever thought that archers could also be protagonists. Melee combat was the bowman's weakness, but it was not Chen Qi's weakness. From the moment he chose the gun skill, he had already mapped out an incomparably clear path for himself in his heart. Who said that archers could only run away without their longbows? He himself was going to be this deviant. Since ancient times, bowmen have been hanging on the wall. Silver spear and black armor, like a ghost sweeping past. With one step, he was already dozens of meters away. In the battlefield, the rock bear of the 8th martial realm had strong defense and attacks. A few people tried to attack the weak point on its chest, and the huge bear paw with a whistling sound instantly slapped the few people in front of it out. Bones shattered and their faces were as white as paper. Roar! The rock bear roared and transformed into a furious beast, charging towards the crowd in front of him with an unrivaled stance.
Zhang Ruya roared, her body of over 2 meters appearing somewhat petite in front of the rock bear. Battle spirit filled the air, blocking in front of the rock bear. The alloy sledgehammer in her hand violently smashed into the rock bear in front of her.
Bang! Once the nearly 8-ton rock ran, it was unstoppable.
The alloy sledgehammer smashing on its head only caused its momentum to stall slightly.
Extremely strong defense, terrifying strength.
The addition of these two allowed the rock bear to transform into a terrifying killing machine at this moment.
Zhang Ruya's body was knocked flying, thumping back a dozen steps after landing. Each step left a deep footprint on the ground.
Looking up at the rock bear in front of him, his face changed slightly with surprise in his eyes. With the strength enhancement talent, his strength had doubled, but he still hadn't blocked the rock bear's strike. The moment Zhang Ruya was knocked away, a long spear haunted by thunder suddenly appeared. It slammed down towards the rock bear.
Boom! Thunder erupted, leaving a black mark on the rock bear's body. The strength of the martial fifth realm erupted with full force.
With a single smash, the rock bear was hardened and smashed to the ground. Dust and smoke rose in all directions.
The surrounding crowd couldn't help but gulp as they watched Su Xingyuan's shot.
Old Zhang!
Su Xingyuan shouted. Zhang Ruya leapt up and the alloy sledgehammer in his hand blasted down.
With a bang, the rock bear head was smashed into the ground.
Stones flew about. This scene was incomparably violent.
The rock bear was smashed to the ground by the two of them, and its thick limbs exerted themselves on the ground, resisting the second wave of the two of them, and the hair on its body, which was like a rock, stood up slightly.
A furious roar came out of his mouth.
The hair stood up, a pair of big eyes had turned red at this moment.
A berserk aura emanated from his body. Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya's eyes were slightly condensed.
Among the people present, only Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya were able to stop the 8th-level martial artist rock bear. The others were reduced to spectators at this moment. They could only watch the surrounding rocks float around the rock bear's body.
Rock explosion. The rock bear's special ability. Spread out.
Many people didn't quite understand the rock bear's ability, but a few veterans knew it very well. Rock burst was most suitable for group attacks, manipulating rocks, and had the same ability as Wind Blade Leopard's Wind Blade. Hearing the shouts of several veterans, the crowd retreated towards the distance.
In the middle of the field, Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya were unmoving, standing in front of the rock bear with a battle intent like a rainbow.
The rocks floating around the rock bear's body trembled continuously, as if it was about to burst open in the next second.
Buzz! The silver spear flew.
Right at the moment when the countless rocks were about to burst open, a black figure came striding through the night. The silver spear in his hand turned into a stream of light and slammed into the rock bear's body with a bang. Although the silver spear did not pierce into the rock bear's body, the enormous force wrapped above it blasted the rock bear's body to shake, and then it fell to the ground with a bang, and the surrounding rocks crashed to the ground.
Old Zhang, hammer him!
Chen Shi's voice rang out. Zhang Ruya's eyes lit up as she took a step out, her alloy sledgehammer raised high, her arms bulging high like gnarled dragons twisting around. She and blood boiled within his body, smashing down with all his might. Su Xingyuan did not hesitate either. Thunder reappeared. The tip of the gun filaments of thunder appeared at first, capturing one's heart.
The thunder dragon roared as a thick ray of thunder shot out from the lance.
For a time, thunder burst from the lance, and the sound of the alloy sledgehammer blasting against the rock bear resounded continuously.
Take advantage of your illness. The two of them, Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya, naturally would not let go of such an opportunity. Chen Qi's figure leapt high into the air before landing with a bang.
The silver spear entered his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, after the silver spear entered his hand, his entire person was like a ghost, and in just a few short steps, he had arrived in front of the rock bear.
Boom!
The alloy sledgehammer once again hammered down on the rock bear's body, and on the ground, a large pit had appeared underneath the rock bear's body. Under the constant bombardment by both Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya, even though the rock bear's defense was amazing, at this moment, it was also somewhat overwhelmed. The rock bear let out a pained roar as each hammer blow and thunder attack caused it to feel unprecedented pressure.
It struggled hard, trying to get back on its feet. However, every time, it would be hardened by the lance in Su Xingyuan's hand as well as the alloy sledgehammer in Zhang Ruya's hand and smashed down again. Zhang Ruya was panting and his face was a little pale. His strength today was only at the 5th realm.
Taking on the 8th level martial artist rock bear head-on had caused his exertion to be unprecedentedly high. In a short period of time, every strike he made was a full force strike.
Su Xingyuan on the side was similarly doing the same at this moment. The thunder wrapped around the lance was much weaker. With red eyes, the rock bear resisted Zhang Ruya's whack and roared angrily before slamming towards him regardless. Zhang Ruya's face changed slightly. At this moment, he was greatly depleted and his speed was greatly reduced as he attempted to dodge the rock bear. Su Xingyuan raised his spear once again and stood in front of Zhang Ruya. Bang! The two figures were knocked out by the rock bear. The sudden change caused the faces of the people present to change drastically. Wang Er, Xuanyan, and the rest of the crowd could no longer hold back and ran towards the two desperately. Saving people. Jiang Yan finally came back to his senses at this moment and shouted anxiously. Bang! Chen Shi was faster than everyone, standing in front of the rock bear the moment Xuanyan, Wang Er, and the others had just moved. With his eyes slightly condensed, the silver spear turned slightly in his hand, and then smashed over towards the rock bear in front of him. With a muffled sound, a trail of blood appeared on the rock bear's body. Once again, it was smashed to the ground. Chen Shi started without stopping, the silver spear was held on his back, and the entire person dragged the silver spear straight towards the rock bear. The silver spear fiercely stabbed towards the front, a bit of cold aura arriving first. Clang! Both claws blocked the spear. Chen Shi snorted coldly, the hand holding the silver gun shook violently, the force was sent from the soles of the feet, and the knuckles were penetrated. The rigid and incomparable force was transmitted to the tip of the gun. The rock bear's claws were immediately slapped downward by the tip of the gun. At this very moment, the tip of the gun that was still trembling suddenly straightened. The silver gun was like electricity, piercing into the white area in front of the rock bear's chest. But when it had just entered but 3 inches, it was gripped by the rock bear's claws, a pair of red eyes filled with humanized panic. Can you block it? Chen Shi's indifferent voice rang out as he raised his foot and kicked at the end of the gun barrel. Put! The silver spear pierced through his chest, nailing him to the ground alive. 8th level of martial artist, die. Chapter 55 S-Class Battle Report. By the end of this operation, you should be able to break through to the 7th level of martial artist, right? Zhang Ruya looked sideways at Chen Shi beside her and asked with a smile. Su Xingyuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Chen Shi hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. The chi and blood is still a bit short. With the resources this time, I should almost be able to break through to the 7th level. Zhang Ruya let out a long breath and sighed. Chen Shi, if I didn't know that you were an E-rank archer talent, I'm afraid that I would have thought that you were an S-rank or even an SS rank as well. As for SSS, Zhang Ruya has never seen it. The 7th weight of the martial artist. Zhang Ruya smiled helplessly. The speed at which he himself, an A-rank talent, cultivated was surprisingly still not as fast as Chen Shi, an E-rank archer. Thinking that Chen Shi was about to break through to the 7th realm while he was still at the 5th level of martial artist, he wanted to dial the phone and ask for resources. Wang Er, Xuanyan as well as Zhao Zhixin listened to the words coming out of Chen Shi's mouth, glanced at each other and smiled bitterly. When they first joined the army, everyone thought that they were geniuses, and even if they weren't geniuses they could at least be at the forefront. Su Xingyuan's a great thunder talent, Zhang Ruya's a great strength reinforcement, Zhao Zhixin's a great earth elemental. As well as Wang Er and the others B grade, C grade. Livestock. Hearing that Chen Shi had almost broken through to the 7th level of martial artist, Wang Er, Xuanyan and the others looked at each other and spat in unison. Chen Shi smiled indifferently. Resources. He had always lacked. From the previous recruit competition examination until now, he had consumed a lot more resources than Wang Er and the others. The two Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya did not count. These two consumed quite a lot of resources, and Chen Shi saw that quite a few of the resources used by the two required the consumption of a lot of money. Two rich brothers. Although the two did not say anything, Chen Shi could already tell that the two were not simple. Jiang Yan walked at the back, looking at the 3 Chen Shis ahead with complicated eyes. Being defeated by Chen Shi, he had been unconvinced in his heart, believing that he had been defeated by Chen Shi all because of carelessness. Tracking the foreign beast, he was caught in a crisis. The appearance of Chen Shi, Su Xingyuan, and the others caused hope to reappear in his heart that had already despaired. He had never imagined that it would be Chen Shi, Su Xingyuan, and the others who would come to their rescue when they were in deep despair. As Su Xingyuan moved forward, the scene where the arrows grazed his body and cleared the obstacles in front of him still floated in front of his eyes. He looked ahead at Chen Shi's crowd, his eyes filled with complexity. Chen Shi's group and his own group were completely different. One had unrivaled trust. One was panicking in a desperate situation. Perhaps one is really inferior to him.
Jiang sighed lightly in his heart, his smile bitter. And behind him, the gazes of several veterans similarly fell on Chen Shi's several people. As people who had experienced several battles, they had seen many newcomer teams. However, there had never been a rookie team that could bring them such a shock.
Battle intent.
A soaring and undying battle intent. Normally speaking, such a powerful battle intent would never be on a rookie team. However, when they saw Chen Shi and his team, they all froze for a moment.
This team did not look like new recruits, instead, it looked like a team that had experienced several battles.
There was no fear, no dread, no retreat. There was only a forward-looking aura, as well as that exuberant battle spirit.
All of this was brought about by those three.
There was no doubt about Su Xingyuan's personal strength. His rank thunder talent allowed him to descend like a thunder god in the battlefield.
Zhang Rui's power enhancement was turned on, like the god of war reappearing, and between the swings of the alloy sledgehammer, the foreign beasts wailed in pain. But only Chen Shi.
The shock brought to them was the greatest.
Bowman?
No one had ever thought that a bowman could have such a powerful killing power.
A single person could control the entire battlefield. Chen Shi's appearance had overturned their view of the bowman talent. Who said that the bowman talent could only be a combat support role? Silver spear and black armor, sallying forth.
When Chen Shi put down his longbow, holding his silver spear to dominate and kill the rock bear at the 8th level of martial artist, only confusion remained in their eyes.
Bowmen were not good at melee combat? Chen Shi's domineering kill told everyone present that bowmen were equally good at melee combat.
And they were not weaker than the others in the slightest.
The action was over.
All the teams began to gather towards the garrison in Spirit Tiger County.
Gao Yu looked down at the battle report in his hand a little.
The battle reports of the teams of this Night Lord's operation had all appeared in his hands.
Each team's battle damage ratio, each team's performance, personnel performance, everything. The second screening.
The purpose was naturally to screen out the needed talents and try not to miss any of them.
Grade B, C.
Flipping through it slightly, to the eye were basically B grade or C grade evaluations.
This one seems to work. Gao Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a smirk. An A grade evaluation was enough to surprise him. Continuing to look down.
B grade, a grade. A moment later, Chen Shi and his team's battle report appeared before his eyes.
Team evaluation, grade S. 23 casualties, 117 alien beasts killed.
Gao Yu looked at the battle report in his hands and his entire body froze.
A team of 50 people killed 117 beasts at the cost of only 23 casualties? A battle loss ratio of 5-1?
He froze slightly, suppressing the shock in his heart as his gaze fell on the name on the battle report.
Su Xingyuan, Battlefield Performance, S. Zhang Ruya, Battlefield Performance, S.
2 consecutive S-ranked battlefield performances made Gao Yu's eyes widen. These two people's battlefield performances almost belonged to the first tier already. He had seen the recruit assessment many times, but there were rarely any S-rank evaluations.
A performance that could be rated as S-ranked was almost always a true genius. These two were not bad.
His eyes continued downwards, but the next second his entire body froze in place as if he had been struck by lightning.
Chen Shi, Battlefield Performance, SS. Misty Grass, double S evaluation. Previously, the S-rated performance of both Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya was enough to surprise him. But then he was given an SS-rated performance evaluation next. Has the battle report come out yet?
Wei Yun walked in through the door and looked at Gao Yu, who was frozen in place, and asked out loud. Gao Yu came back to his senses, only to feel his throat dry and swallowed, the shock in his eyes not dissipating.
Nodding his head, he replied, "It came out." "Give me a look."
Wei Yun took the battle report handed over by Gao Yu. After flipping through it slightly, his face was a bit ugly.
"Why are there so many B rank and below?"
Gao Yu opened his mouth and did not say anything, instead handing over the other battle reports in his hand to Wei Yun.
"Grade A?"
Wei Yun raised his eyebrows slightly and said indifferently, "Not bad at all."
"Grade S?"
Continuing to read on, a battle report rated as S grade appeared before his eyes.
"Are you sure you're not mistaken?"
Wei Yun raised his head, his expression serious and his tone earnest. He had just looked at it, and the evaluation of the team that the 2 S-ranked talents under his own hand were on was only just a rank. As far as he knew, the strongest ones in this operation were only S-ranked talents.
The teams with 2 S-ranked talents didn't even get S-ranked battle report performances. Now you're saying that someone got an S-ranked battle report performance?
Gao Yu shook his head and said without hesitation, "That's right, the battle report is written clearly." Wei Yun's eyelids jumped as he looked down at the names of the personnel on the battle report in his hand.
Team evaluation, Grade S. 23 casualties, 117 alien beasts killed. Su Xingyuan, battlefield performance, S. Zhang Ruya, battlefield performance, S. Chen Qi, battlefield performance, SS. Chen Qi? Wei Yun suddenly felt that this name was somewhat familiar, and in the next second, he looked up at Gao Yu and asked out loud, "Is it one of Xian Han's people?" Gao Yu nodded his head. Just as he was about to speak, Xian Han as well as the other company commanders of the recruit company walked into the room. Chapter 56, Brainwashed Fans. SS Level Evaluation.
Wei Yun looked at Xian Han, who walked into the room with grim eyes.
The battle report is out?
Seeing the battle report held in Wei Yun's hand, the crowd smiled and asked. Wei Yun slightly nodded her head with complicated eyes and handed the battle report in her hand to the crowd before saying to Xian Han like a grumbling woman, "Just hide it, you."
Ha! Xian Han was stunned by Wei Yun's sudden action. Inexplicably, it's hard not to believe that this kid has an itchy skin.
Without waiting for him to think about it in detail, a shocked cry rang out.
S-ranked battle report? Upon seeing the battle report in their hands, the crowd couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Unable to stop themselves from sucking in a breath of cool air. S-class? Hearing the exclamations of shock from the mouths of the crowd, Xian Han ignored Wei Yun's grudging eyes and took large strides. Let's see. In the crowd present, he and Wei Yun were the only two at the martial zone realm. 2 anomalies.
One returned to his senses and handed the battle report in his hand to Xian Han. Turning over the battle report in his hand, Xian Han looked calm. B grade, C grade evaluation. In his opinion, it couldn't be more normal. His complexion remained unchanged as he continued to look down. It was only when he saw the S grade battle report that made the crowd gasp in shock that his calm demeanor finally changed. Surprise swept across the bottom of his eyes.
You kid is hiding really deep nah.
Wei Yun came beside Xian Han at some point and said through gritted teeth. Hearing the sultriness in Wei Yun's tone, Xian Han said without lifting his head, "Don't act like a little daughter-in-law.
Being seen by others will think that I whacked you again." Ha! Wei Yun laughed lightly. "You still really think you can beat me? I was letting you off the hook before." Is that so?
Xian Han looked at him sideways, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as his calm voice rang out, "And then you were hung up and whacked by me at the all-army competition?" Wei Yun's face changed, glanced around and lowered his voice. "Can you Kiba not say this?"
Oh. Xian Han nodded his head and pulled up his voice. "So you're letting me have it?"
Wei Yun covered Xian Han's mouth as he gritted his teeth. "Don't say it, Misty Grass." Xian Han had a smile in his eyes.
"Big brother. You're really my big brother. I'm not as good as you, so don't say it." Okay.
Xian Han nodded, and Wei Yun then removed his hand. The two of them no longer dwell on this matter, but instead dropped their gaze on the S-class battle report in their hands.
Tell me honestly, is Chen Qi really an E-ranked talent and not an S, or even an SS?
Wei Yun's tone was tinged with doubt. The martial zone realm's own S-ranked talent shocked at Chen Qi's cultivation speed and performance.
He was well aware of the S-rank's cultivation speed.
Chen Qi's performance had far exceeded the realm of an E-ranked talent, and could almost be compared to SS.
As for the higher SSS, he hadn't thought about it. SSS grade talent to come to the army? What's the point of having a full stomach? Which of the targets of that group of geniuses is not the top martial arts universities?
In the martial arts universities, there are resources, martial arts skills, and strong teachers, and most importantly, there is no need to stand on the front line like being in the military.
Moreover, once the SSS talent was revealed, how many people would rush to take in as students?
He and S rank had many strong people who wanted to take him as a student in the first place.
You guess.
Putting down the battle report in his hand and thinking about the genius program in his head, Xian Han wore a smile and didn't answer the question. It's not that he didn't want to answer, it's just that he couldn't pinpoint it anymore either.
Do you guess if I guess? Wei Yun bristled. Just hide it. With a performance like his, how long do you think you can hide him? Sooner or later, he will be snatched away.
Xian Han's reply annoyed Wei Yun, a sour taste in his words.
It can't be snatched away. My teacher is already planning to take him.
Wei Yun froze slightly, somewhat not reacting to who Xiang Han was talking about in his mouth as his teacher.
But in the next second, his face changed. With disbelief in his expression, he asked in surprise, "It can't be that person, right?" Xiang Han asked back, "What's the problem?" Hiss.
Wei Yun first stared wide-eyed, and then like a deflated ball. His tone was tinged with loss. "My family had brought me to worship Martial King Zheng Zixing as my teacher. But I'm not competitive and wasn't seen by the Martial King."
He grabbed Xiang Han's arm with excitement in his tone. "Can you let me go with you when the time comes?"
"Damn, the only arrow god in the Huaxia kingdom." Xiang Han frowned and coughed lightly. "Speak properly, don't talk dirty."
Wei Yun became even more agitated.
"What do you know? You're the arrow god student, of course you're not excited. 100 miles away, 3 arrows killed a foreigner's martial marquis realm." When he said this, his expression was filled with reverence. The strongest archer talent in the Chinese kingdom, shooting a foreign race martial marquis realm powerhouse across a large realm.
This battle had established Zheng Zixing's name as the god of arrows.
The number 1 archer talent in Huaxia. What kind of luck did Chen Shi have, I Chao? The more Wei Yun spoke, the more excited he became. He did not notice in the slightest that an old man slowly stepped into the room.
The room, which was originally somewhat noisy, suddenly quieted down.
Of the people present, no one did not recognize the old man in front of them. Xiang Han looked respectful as he bowed slightly to the old man. Wei Yun was still spitting. Rainbow farts continued to shoot out, and his mouth was talking about every battle that Zheng Zixing had ever fought. "Xiang Han, you kid must take me to meet the arrow god. That old man is simply too handsome. He is my idol. I am his brainwashed fan," Wei Yun said while turning to look at Xiang Han. I. Upon seeing the old man in front of him, his eyes widened, his face was a look of disbelief, and he stuttered and couldn't speak. "Little Wei, how are you?" Zheng Zixing gentle smile. Body does not have the slightest military temperament, but instead carries an air of elegance.
"Arrow god."
Wei Yun was filled with excitement, standing in front of Zheng Zixing like a good student. He was very formal, or was his previous spiteful appearance. He did not expect Zheng Zixing to recognize him. "You still remember me, I came to pay my respects before."
"Ha ha."
Zheng Zixing smiled and waved his hand, looking at him in front of him, nodding slightly. "Not bad strength, Martial Zone realm now." Wei Yun embarrassedly smiled and waved his hand. Zheng Zixing smiled. "Of course I remember you. Your grandfather Wei Jingzhen and I were close friends for decades." Wei Yun opened his mouth, wanting to say that it wasn't still not accepted by you as a student.
"The battle report is out, right?"
"I'll take a look." Zheng Zixing no longer said anything more, but looked at Xiang Han.
"It's out,"
Xiang Han said while handing over the battle report in his hand to Zheng Zixing. Zheng Zixing looked indifferent as he flipped through the battle report in his hands. When he saw the only S-ranked battle report, a flash of surprise swept across the bottom of his eyes before he continued to look down.
Su Xingyuan, Battlefield Performance, S. Zhang Ruya, Battlefield Performance, S. Chen Qi, Battlefield Performance, SS.
At the top of the battle report, the battlefield performance of the 3 was very bright. Inside the room, there was silence. Only a breathing sound remained. A moment later, Zheng Zixing put down the battle report in his hand.
A gentle voice resounded. "When will the operation end?" "In an hour."
"I'll meet this little guy first later."
"Okay, teacher."
As the battle report came out, the captain of the Beast Suppression Army had also appeared at the garrison.
Chapter 57 Captain of the Jin Beast Army Tiger Whistling Peak. The garrison under the cover of night.
The team that participated in this Night Lord's operation returned to the garrison. Before the Night Lord's operation started, it had already been said that there was no security, it was a complete battle.
Casualties accompanied every team. Chen Qi, Su Xingyuan, and Zhang Ruya walked ahead.
Looking at the teams that returned to the garrison. Every team had casualties. The original team of 50 people had a high number of casualties, with almost 10 people left. The lesser casualties were also about 10 people. The 3 people's gazes swept over from one team to another: pain, helplessness, bewilderment, and excitement.
Each person's complexion was different.
Looking at the teams that walked past the crowd's mood was a bit heavy.
In this Night Lord's operation, Chen Qi and his team suffered more than 20 casualties, almost half of the battle loss ratio.
Cruel. For the first time, Chen Qi truly realized the true meaning of this word.
He who hadn't entered the army had never imagined that the army standing at the front would be so cruel when the people at the back were living in peace and happiness. A small beast tide had cost the various teams so much. Then how terrifying should the beast tide that had cost the 3rd Legion a lot before be? 10,000 people? Or 20,000? Or more? The look on Chen Shi's face fell into Zhang Ruya's eyes as he said softly, "Chen Shi, this is war. Death is necessary. With the foreign beasts wreaking havoc, someone always has to step forward. Luckily, I am one of them." As she said this, Zhang Ruya's eyes were filled with light, her complexion showing some pride. Looking sideways, although Su Xingyuan did not say anything, his eyes had already told Chen Shi that he felt the same. Chen Shi's eyes were lowered as he looked at the team that walked past him and said with emotion, "To be honest, I never used to feel proud of this matter of joining the military. When I was still at Wugao, everyone's goal was to get into WU, and the option of joining the army wasn't on their minds. I was forced to join the army. On the bus, an auntie once told me that it was honorable to join the army. You may not believe me when I say it, but at that time I thought it was a polite remark. But today, it seems like I really felt the word honorable." Zhang Ruya and Su Xingyuan listened to the emotional words coming out of Chen Shi's mouth, and the two of them laughed lightly in unison. Su Xingyuan spoke, "There is always someone who wants to be a hero, why can't it be you or us?" Wang Er, Xuanyan, and the others listened to the conversation between the several people and smiled. How honorable a hero is. Zhao Zhixin nodded his head. "My family's conditions are not good, the people there are not rich enough, but when they heard that I was going to join the army, those uncles, aunts, grandparents, and grandmothers that I knew and didn't know lined up to give my family food. From that moment, I understood the meaning of the word join the army." Saying that, he looked at the crowd and asked with a smile, "Guess what my biggest wish is?" "What?" The crowd was puzzled and looked at Zhao Zhixin in unison. "My greatest wish is for my family to be safe." "Nonsense, who isn't?" Xuanyan laughed and cursed, his blood-stained fist hammered on Zhao Zhixin's chest. The slight pain in his chest, Zhao Zhixin didn't care, but continued, "And I want to open a single page in our family tree." Wang Er, Xuanyan and the others blurted out, looking at the somewhat embarrassed Zhao Zhixin and said contemptuously, "You're also crap. I also want a single page on our family tree. And also write out on it, whoever and however long it took to make a great battle feat, killing how many foreign beasts, as the hero of the country. As soon as the descendants see the single page of the genealogy, they will remember me for generations to come." Listening to Xuanyan's somewhat irrelevant words, the crowd could no longer hold back and spoke out. "Xuanyan, don't even think about it, with your strength, at most you will be mentioned in the corner of your family tree. You really dare to think about it, you soul. Today you dare to think of a single page in the genealogy, tomorrow you dare to think of entering the county record. I'll be damned. This kind of opportunity can still be your turn? I'll be the first one to go, grass. Dogs, don't even think about this kind of opportunity, leave it to me, I'm better." Xuanyan's words caused the crowd to laugh and curse. Listening to the crowd's laughter and curses, Zhao Zhixin and Xuanyan both couldn't help but burst out in joy. This was honor. An honor that belonged to the entire family. As for greater honors, the two never thought about it. That kind of honor was no longer something they could think of with such talent and strength. At the very least, they would have to be like the former Zhang Zixing, who killed the Martial Marquis with 3 arrows. "Let's go see the group of unlucky people who are injured." The crowd joked and walked towards the area of the injured. Zhang Yan's eyes were complicated. He envied the atmosphere of Chen Shi and his team. Laughing and joking without a care in the world. On the battlefield, there was no flinching. When Su Xingyuan was in deep danger, Zhang Ruya, Wang Er, Xuanyan, Zhao Zhixin and their group of team members acted as if they didn't want to lose their lives to save him. This scene deeply shook him. Seeing this scene, he realized that there was ultimately a gap between their team and Chen Shi, Su Xingyuan, Zhang Ruya, and the others. Even he believed that if they were on the battlefield, no matter if it was Chen Shi or the other team members, when they were in deep danger, everyone's choice would be the same. Comrades. Trust. These 2 words constantly lingered in his mind. "Chen Shi, I am inferior to you." At this moment, Zhang Yan completely let go of the indignation in his heart. Tiger Xiaofeng, commander of the 3rd Legion's Beast Suppression Army, Strength Martial Marquis Realm. When he walked into the room, the people present were silent. Although there was no overpowering aura on his body, it still caused the pressure of the crowd to steeply increase. Martial Marquis Realm, this was already a deservedly strong person.
Unlike Zhang Zixing, Tiger Xiaofeng carried a strong military temperament. The expression was serious, and the elegant aura on Zhang Zixing's body was completely two extremes.
Army commander. Army commander. Army commander.
At the first sight of Tiger Xiaofeng, everyone in the room stood up in unison, raising their hands in salute. His eyes swept over the crowd, and when he saw Zhang Zixing, who was just like a scholar, a smile could not help but appear on his face.
Senior brother.
Zhang Zixing glanced at Tiger Xiaofeng as if he didn't hear him, still looking down at the information in his hands.
Tiger Xiaofeng looked a little embarrassed. Nodding slightly to Xiang Han and the others, he then came to Zhang Zixing's side and asked curiously, "What is senior brother looking at?" "Senior brother will help you take a look." This scene caused Xiang Han and the others to want to laugh but dare not, holding their breath. "Can you read you?"
Zhang Zixing raised his head and looked at Tiger Xiaofeng, who was standing beside him, and said contemptuously, He, senior brother, how can I say that I am also in the martial marquee realm? Can there still be something that I can't read?" Where was Tiger Xiaofeng's appearance as a military commander at this moment? In front of Zhang Zixing, it was as if he had gone back to the old days when he was still that naughty senior brother.
Roll, roll, roll. Zhang Zixing was infuriated by Tiger Xiaofeng's shameless appearance.
Without good humor, he said, "A few dozen years old, can't you be a little more stable?" "Ha, senior brother said this, it's not like you don't know what kind of temper I have," Tiger Xiaofeng said while pulling a chair over to Zhang Zixing's side and stretched his head to look at the information in his hands.
"Ha, senior brother you."
Chapter 58 Shameless Tigers Peak thanks to Grapefruit Moni.
Senior brother, you.
Upon seeing the information in Zhang Zixing's hands, Tiger Xiaofeng's eyebrows lifted and he opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but when he saw a hint of sternness in Zhang Zixing's gaze, he ultimately swallowed his words back. Retracting his gaze, Zhang Zixing's tone carried a sense of distance. "You'd better stay out of my business." Between his words, he no longer had the closeness he had with Tiger Xiaofeng at the beginning. Looking at his senior brother in front of him, who was looking down and flipping through the information, a trace of intolerance swept through Tiger Xiaofeng's eyes. Hesitating for a long time, "Senior brother, why bother? Decades have passed, why can't you let go?" Roll, roll, roll.
Zhang Zixing waved his hand, not wanting to continue this topic with Tiger Xiaofeng.
Tiger Xiaofeng sighed slightly and stopped chatting about this topic.
"Let him go."
Shifting the topic, "Senior brother, why did you think of coming here this time?" Zhang Zixing raised his head and closed the information in his hand. His gaze fell on Xiang Han, once again reverting to his elegant and gentle demeanor.
"Little Xiang introduced me to someone, I came to take a look."
"Whom?" Tiger Xiaofeng looked puzzled and looked at Xiang Han, smilingly asking, "Little Xiang, is it possible that there are any good seedlings in this batch of recruits?" Facing Tiger Xiaofeng, a powerful person of the martial marquee realm, Xiang Han looked serious and performed a military salute before replying, "Army commander, this time, the new recruits have indeed found some good seedlings. The person that teacher just mentioned is one of the recruits in this batch of recruits." "Where's the information? Let me take a look." A recruit that could make Zhang Zixing personally come to see, this was already enough to draw his attention. As he spoke, Xiang Han had already handed Chen Qi and his team's information to Tiger Xiaofeng. Each person's personal file, 2 battlefield performances, overall evaluation, everything was detailed.
Looking over the personal profiles of Chen Qi, Su Xingyuan, and Zhang Ruya in his hands.
Grade A Thunder.
Grade A Strength Enhancement.
Ha! How come there's an E-ranked archer talent? Hu Xiaofeng let out a light eep under his breath and looked up at Zhang Zixing, asking suspiciously. "Senior brother, who among these 2 are you planning to take?" "2? What 2? Zhang Zixing glanced at Tiger Xiaofeng and said indifferently, "Only accepting 1. Tiger Xiaofeng nodded slightly and thought for a moment. This little fellow called Su Xingyuan has good talent, a ranked thunder, and his strength enhancement speed is also okay. It's not bad at all. To be accepted as a student by senior brother, it's considered his destiny." Xiang Han opened his mouth, wanting to open his mouth to explain. Zhang Zixing rolled his eyes and said without any goodwill, "Who said that I'm going to accept the thunder talent?" "Oh, it's hard to believe that it's Zhang Ruya. This little guy's talent isn't bad either, just that it hasn't reached us rank."
"Shut up you."
Zhang Zixing's head was spinning from hearing this. "The one I'm going to accept is the 3rd one."
"Ha?"
Tiger Xiaofeng glanced down at the information in his hands, his complexion froze, and he looked up at Zhang Zixing, asking in surprise, "Senior brother, you're not going to take in this E-ranked talented little guy, are you?"
"Aha."
Zhang Zixing nodded his head and said somewhat unhappily, "What's the problem?"
"It's not." Senior brother. Tiger Xiaofeng was instantly anxious and glanced at Xiang Han's crowd. You guys go out first. Yes. After Xiang Han, Wei Yun and the others left, Tiger Xiaofeng looked at Zhang Zixing with concern in his gaze. Senior brother, what are you doing? You mustn't give up, I've already inquired. There might be something that can cure your injuries on the foreigner side. Zhang Zixing's face darkened after hearing Tiger Xiaofeng's words. In the next second, he kicked Tiger Xiaofeng's body, and Tiger Xiaofeng's figure shook. More and more, he was sure of the conjecture in his heart. Senior brother, don't give up. Senior brother, I will definitely find something that can cure your injury even if I die. Zhang Zixing was truly exasperated this time. He raised his hand and pointed at Tiger's Peak, half unable to speak. Who the hell said to give up? Zhang Zixing cursed out loud, his original elegant and easygoing appearance gone, replaced by a pugnacious aura. It's not like I'm going to die, what the are you talking about? Tiger Xiaofeng's complexion stiffened, smiled awkwardly, and came over to Zhang Zixing's side, smilingly asking, Senior brother, you really aren't here to explain the aftermath? Roll aside. Zhang Zixing did not give Tiger Xiaofeng a good face. Tiger Xiaofeng wasn't angry either, and continued to ask smilingly, Senior brother, you were joking when you just said that you wanted to take in that E-ranked gifted little guy, weren't you? Who's joking with you? Zhang Zixing took the battle report aside and threw it to Tiger Xiaofeng. Take a look for yourself. Receiving the battle report, Tiger Xiaofeng glanced at Zhang Zixing suspiciously, seeing that he really didn't mean to joke, so he read the battle report in his hand. Ha! He let out a light eep. His eyes fell on the line written on the battle report in his hand. Chen Qi, Battlefield Performance, SS. This is? Hu Xiaofeng snapped his head up, his eyes filled with surprise. SS ranked Battlefield Performance? Look down. Zhang Zixing stood up and slightly stretched his body, picking up a cup of water at the side and taking a sip before speaking indifferently. The surprise in Tiger Xiaofeng's eyes did not dissipate as he lowered his head and continued to look down. Team Battle Report, 23 casualties, killed 117 foreign beasts. After reading the entire battle report, Tiger Xiaofeng's breathing became a bit heavy. He hesitated for a moment before smilingly saying, Senior brother, let's discuss something with you. How about letting Chen Qi be my student? Ha! Zhang Zixing sneered and said faintly, do you think that I can't clean you up now that I'm at the martial spirit realm? Cough. I don't mean that, what I mean is that you aren't physically ill, you might as well take a good rest. Teaching students is supposed to be hard work. Senior brother, I'm willing to endure this hard work for you. Tiger Xiaofeng was extremely shameless, where was the appearance of a military leader? It was clearly a shameless look. Zhang Zixing was also too lazy to bother with him much. Chen Qi, I'm already planning to take it. Senior brother. Tiger Xiaofeng stood up and walked over to Zhang Zixing, his tone serious. There are too many things involved in the talent program. You also know how many people you have offended over the years. They can't deal with you, but once Chen Qi becomes your student and enters the talent program, he will definitely be suppressed by those people. Listening to Hu Xiaofeng's words, Zhang Zixing narrowed his eyes, a faint hint of killing intent flickering away. It doesn't matter to me if I take a shot at Chen Qi normally, a jade can't become a weapon if it's not faceted. But if that group of theirs wants to use underhanded tactics, then I wouldn't mind killing a few of them to show them if I can't draw the longbow anymore. Tiger Xiaofeng's eyelids danced furiously. His complexion changed slightly. Other people didn't know what the former Zhang Zixing was, but he knew very well. Don't look at Zhang Zixing's current elegant and easygoing appearance, but this was all what he wanted people to see. Once he pulled off his elegance, the Zhang Zixing hidden behind him would definitely make those people tremble. A person who was once a step away from the martial marquee realm, if it wasn't because of the sudden passing away of his former best friend, I'm only afraid that the current Zhang Zixing would have long since become a martial marquee realm, or even stronger. Alright, let's go see that little guy. With a flash of killing intent, Zhang Zixing once again reverted to his elegant and easygoing appearance. With a complicated expression, Tiger Xiaofeng sighed slightly and nodded. The two of them walked towards the outside. Chapter 59 Xuanyan with a bad mouth. Gather. A loud voice rang out. The various teams in the garrison came into the square. There were casualties among the various teams, and the number of people who could stand here today was only less than 60% of what they were when they arrived. The complexion of the crowd was also no longer the same as when they had arrived, spirited and battle-hardened. Chen Qi swept a glance at the surrounding team with a somewhat complicated expression. There were quite a few people among them that he recognized. Zhang Yan and the others, as well as the other teams. At this time, the night had already quietly fallen, and the square was rocking with silhouettes, but in a matter of moments, everyone had already assembled. After nearly 2 months, everyone already had the basic qualities to become a qualified warrior. The ranks were silent, only the sound of the night wind blowing remained. Su Xingyuan, Chen Shi, and the two of them glanced at each other, inquiries emanating from both of their eyes. And then withdrew their gazes. Excitement swept across Zhang Ruya's eyes. A moment later, footsteps sounded. Following the sound, Xiang Han, Wei Yun, and a group of recruit company commanders walked towards the crowd. While walking beside Chen Shi and the others, Xiang Han's footsteps slowed down slightly and nodded to Chen Shi and the others before continuing forward. Wei Yun, who was walking beside him, lingered his gaze on the three for a moment before finally returning to Chen Shi. Smiling, he nodded and gave him a thumbs up before catching up with Xiang Han and striding forward. "You recognize?" Su Xingyuan looked towards Chen Shi, his eyes showing inquiry. Chen Shi froze slightly and shook his head. Where does he know Wei Yun? He only knew Xiang Han in this group. Zhang Ruya's eyes flickered as Xiang Han nodded towards him if he was not visible. Wei Yun smiled brightly and winked at him before smiling and leaving. This scene was only noticed by Chen Shi. The corner of his mouth slightly raised. Zhang Ruya. This kid. What is the meaning of this? Is it hard to believe that there is a follow-up? Xuanyan quietly said to Wang Er. Wang Er froze and shook his head, signaling that he didn't know either. Not far away, Wu Liui's figure appeared. He walked straight to Chen Shi and the others, looking at the crowd of people whose figures stood upright in front of him. He smiled and patted Chen Shi's shoulder, swept a glance at the crowd, and said smilingly, "You boys have performed well this time." A smile grew on the faces of the crowd. Xuanyan was more diffident in nature and asked with a smile, "Squad leader, if the performance was so good, then there must be a reward for it?" Wu Liui smiled mysteriously and said meaningfully, "There is a reward. I'm just afraid that you won't cry when the time comes." "There are rewards, how would I cry? It's hard to believe that it could still be for me to take out a martial soldier realm Fey beast." Xuanyan tilted his head dashingly and said with a smile, "You guys will know later." Wu Liui said no more and nodded to the crowd with a smile before walking towards the distance. Why are all the squad leaders here? Chen Shi was a bit puzzled. The Night Lord operation involved the entire Beast Suppression Army's recruits. For such an important occasion, a position like Wu Liui was obviously a bit inadequate, but he actually appeared here. I'm afraid that the meaning represented in this would be a bit evocative. Su Xingyuan raised his eyebrows slightly, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. Seeing the two puzzled, Zhang Ruya thought for a moment and said softly, "It is estimated that there might be a strong person coming." Whom? Zhang Ruya's voice fell into the ears of the two of them, and after the two of them looked at each other, they had a feeling of sudden realization. Just as everyone was speculating. In the distance, two silhouettes walked. One was warm and elegant, with a gentle smile on his face. The other, dressed in a military uniform, stood tall and carried a strong military aura. When the crowd in the square saw Tiger Xiaofeng in military uniform, the eyes of the entire room fell on him in unison. There was a light shining in his eyes. The expressions were filled with excitement. Military commander. The military rank on both of Tiger Xiaofeng's shoulders had clearly told the crowd his identity. Major General. Wang Er exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. Zhao Zhixin, Xuanyan and the others stared blankly at the two people, Tiger Xiaofeng and Zhang Zixing, who were walking from the distance. A Night Lord operation, a small beast tide, how did it still alarm the Major General? Can't it be that there is a Major General's son in the team? But by the looks of it, it doesn't seem right. Is it possible that it's a grandson? Xuanyan suspiciously looked at his teammates beside him and quietly asked, "What is the name of Arjun Beast Army Commander?" Tiger Xiaofeng, you don't even know? It was posted on the wall when we were in the recruit company. Ren Jianming casually replied, then realized something was wrong and turned his head to ask, "Why are you asking?" Xuanyan asked again, "Have you ever heard of a recruit with the surname Tiger?" At these words, Ren Jianming froze, and without waiting for him to speak, Wang Er quietly said, with the strength of the military commander's ground, "Do you guess if he can hear you?" And forgot. Xuanyan's face changed, and he no longer dared to say more than half a sentence. Major General? Xuanyan's position was slightly farther away from Chen Shi's trio, and the three of them did not hear the words just now. Su Xingyuan was stunned and looked at Tiger Xiaofeng walking in the distance in surprise, his tone filled with doubt.
Zhang Ruya spoke out to explain, the Chinese country's military stipulates that all strong men with the rank of Major General are at least at the Martial King realm and hold the position of military commander.
Su Xingyuan was stunned and exchanged a glance with Chen Qi. You know all this?
In the country of Huaxia, everything about the military was basically kept secret, including the strength possessed by the military rank, the position it held.
Ha! Zhang Ruya was surprised. You guys haven't seen it? What? There are introductions on the wall at the bottom of the recruit company's dormitory building. There is?
Chen Qi and Su Xingyuan looked slightly stunned, and for a moment, they didn't know if they really hadn't read it, or if they had forgotten about it.
Aren't you guys curious as to who the one walking with our military commander is? Zhang Ruya's eyes were filled with doubt.
This was in the Beast Suppression Army, and there was no one else but the military. The old man who was able to walk with the army chief did not have a trace of military temperament in his body. Instead, he was more like a scholar, not a soldier, and how could he enter the army? Looking at the way the two were walking, Tiger Xiaofeng even seemed to be a little afraid of the old man.
Such a discovery made Zhang Ruya even more curious about the old man's identity.
Chen Qi and Su Xingyuan's gazes fell on the old man. In the distance, Zhang Zixing and Tiger Xiaofeng were chatting about the talent program when he suddenly felt a few gazes. He turned his head to look, and when he saw Chen Qi, he smiled gently and nodded slightly towards him.
Chen Qi was slightly stunned. What was the meaning of this?
This old man's smile was somewhat inexplicable. Seeing Zhang Zixing and Tiger Xiaofeng's gazes, the three hurriedly withdrew their gazes and honestly stood in place, not daring to make any further movements. There was at least more than 100 meters between the two sides. At such a distance, one could easily perceive the gazes of several of their own.
A few people's faces changed and their heartbeats quickened. Strong person. Super strong people. The Martial King realm was surprisingly this strong.
This was the first time that Chen Qi and Su Xingyuan felt the dreadfulness of a strong person.
Just a gaze without killing intent could be easily perceived.
If they had bad intentions towards Tiger Xiaofeng and Zhang Zixing, they were afraid that they would have been killed through the air before they could even wait to strike. They had no doubt that there was such a possibility.
Martial King realm. Terrifying to this extent. Chapter 60 Individual Evaluation SSS, Team Evaluation S. On the high platform, Tiger Xiaofeng waved his hand and refused the chairs offered by Xiang Han and the others.
Xiang Han, Wei Yun and the others stood at the bottom of the stage, looking up at Tiger Xiaofeng on the stage, their eyes filled with perseverance and reverence. On the plaza, silence reigned. The moon was like a curved bow, and the light shed on the silent square was mixed with a hint of coldness.
Chen Qi's gaze fell on Zhang Zixing, who stood not far away.
In his mind, he had been rather puzzled. This old man had been constantly sizing himself up from the moment he saw him. Looking at him had given him a bit of a creepy feeling. Even he had been thinking that this old man could not be the backer behind Li Ji. But in the next second, he threw this absurd conjecture out of his mind. Are you kidding me? Someone who could go together with Tiger Xiaofeng's identity was definitely not low. Even if Li Yinian was at the martial zone realm, if he wanted to come into contact with a strong person of this status, he definitely didn't have the strength to do so. Not far away, Zhang Zixing had a good impression of Chen Qi. However, the specifics of how it was still had to wait until after he came down. He would not know until he understood it specifically. For now, it was better to wait until Tiger Xiaofeng finished speaking. Dressed in military uniform, Tiger Xiaofeng had a serious face, his calm eyes scanning everyone under the high platform. The Beast Suppressor Army has a history of over 140 years since its establishment. Tiger Xiaofeng's voice wasn't loud, but it managed to reach the ears of everyone present. In 140 years, the Beast Suppression Army has experienced countless battles and repelled countless beast waves, sacrificing generation after generation of their forefathers. Everyone present listened to the seriousness in Tiger Xiaofeng's tone, and all of them couldn't help but look serious.
Your identities have quietly changed from the moment you put on your uniforms.
You are no longer ordinary people, but have become warriors who stand in front of them. This military uniform is not something that can be put on so easily. Once you put it on, you have taken over the responsibility of guarding. Speaking here, he paused and spoke in a low tone. Just 6 months ago, the 3rd Legion had just subdued a large beast tide with 58,000 casualties. And such a large beast tide has occurred a total of 478 times in just 100 years. Listening to the numbers coming out of Tiger Xiaofeng's mouth, the hearts of the people present tightened. Even if only 58,000 people died each time, 478 times was more than 27 million people. And this was only the number of casualties of the beast suppression army. There were a total of 3 major legions in the Huaxia kingdom, and under each legion, there were 3 armies. For example, under the 3rd legion, Jin Beast Army, Jin Yu Army, and Jin Shen Army.
Such numbers were enough to make one's jaw drop.
Tiger Xiaofeng raised his hand and pointed at the military uniforms on the people. Generation after generation, we have come to this day.
This military uniform is your honor.
I hope that one day in the future, you will truly realize the true meaning of this uniform. After saying that, his gaze fell on Xiang Han. Announcing the evaluation of each team in this Night Lord's operation, the first place will be rewarded with 1,000 Qi and blood pills, 1,000 exotic beast crystal cores, 50 spirit crystal stones, and 1,000 merit points.
Boom!
Hu Xiaofeng's words exploded in everyone's mind.
1,000 Qi and blood pills, 1,000 foreign beast crystal cores.
There were even precious spirit crystal stones, and 1,000 merit points. Such rewards are considered luxurious. Xiang Han took a step out and stood on the high platform, his eyes sweeping over the people present. In a deep voice, he spoke, the evaluation of each team is now announced. There are a total of 20 teams with C-grade evaluations, which are as follows. A C-grade evaluation, this was already the worst evaluation. As the names of the teams were announced one by one, the faces of everyone on the teams whose names were called were ugly. Some people had killed a total of no more than 5 or 6 alien beasts
in this Night Lord's operation. What's more, there was chaos when encountering the foreign beasts.
This was not supposed to be the case. The first recruit competition examination was actually an early precaution for this Night Lord's operation. With the previous experience, encountering a foreign beast again should never happen again. Soon, the C grade and B grade had already been announced. It was the turn of the A-rated teams. The A-rated teams were already enough to make the various heads of the beast suppression army pay attention. There are a total of 11 teams with their rank evaluations: the Thunder Team, the Wind and Cloud Team, the Flame Team, and the Ice and Fire Team. 11 teams were rated A grade. Out of hundreds of teams, an A-rated evaluation was enough to make one proud. The faces of each of the teams that were named were filled with excitement. And this included the 2 S-ranked talents that Wei Yun had mentioned earlier. The 2 were on a team that had performed very well this time around. Hearing that their team was rated as a rank, the 2 were also very excited. As far as they knew, in this batch of recruits, the 2 men's talents already belonged to a unique class of existence. With 2 S-ranked talents, the first place was within their reach. As a matter of fact, everyone thought that the first place would come out of these 11 teams. The crowd was waiting for Xiang Han to announce who would be the first among these 11 teams. Wei Yun sighed slightly. He could see the anticipation in the eyes of the crowd. These 2 S-ranked talents were still snatched into his hands by him utilizing certain permissions. Originally, he thought that this team under his hand would definitely win the first place in this Night Lord operation. But who knew that there were even fierce people?
Xiang Han only had the only battle report left in his hands at the moment.
His eyes looked towards Chun Shi and his team before slowly announcing the first place winner of this Night Lord's operation. This time, he did not directly announce out the team's evaluation as he did before. Instead, he began his announcement with the personnel evaluation.
Su Xingyuan, Night Lord's Operation Evaluation, Grade S. Zhang Zoya, Night Lord's Operation Evaluation, Grade S. Zhao Zhixin, Night Lord's Operation Evaluation, Grade A. Wang Air, Night Lord's Operation Evaluation.
At this moment, there was already only one last person's evaluation left to be announced.
Chen Shi, Night Lord Operation Evaluation.
Without waiting for him to continue on, several silhouettes hurriedly arrived with eagerness on their faces. Xiang Han stopped his words.
This was the person responsible for the battlefield cleanup of this Night Lord's operation.
Only to see one of them, coming in front of Tiger Xiaofeng, first performed a military salute, and then walked over to Xiang Han, and after performing a military salute again, he came to his ear and said a few words quietly. Xiang Han raised his eyebrows and his face changed slightly. Nodding his head, got it, go and take care of it first. After saying that, regardless of the crowd under the stage, he came in front of Tiger Xiaofeng and spoke out the news that the man had just said.
After hearing this, Tiger Xiaofeng's eyes narrowed slightly, nodded, and didn't say anything. Back to the high platform.
An aura rose from Xiang Han's body, and as soon as the aura that uniquely belongs to the martial zone realm appeared, everyone's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up except for a few people. The voice rang out, an important message was just received. Someone has made a significant contribution in this Night Lord's operation, such a person I like very much. Including the military commander who also likes it very much. Under the stage, Chun-Shi narrowed his eyes slightly, he had already guessed it. The few people who had been killed by himself had obviously been discovered by the people clearing the battlefield. Then, was it possible that Li Ji's corpse had also been discovered? After he himself had killed Li Qi at that time, he had no time to deal with the rest. Looking at the current situation, this matter was already discovered. On the stage, Xiang Han's voice did not stop. So after comprehensive consideration, the military intends to make an additional reward for him. Now continue to announce the Night Lord's Operation Evaluation. Chen-Chi, Night Lord's Operation Evaluation, Grade SSS. Overall evaluation of the Crouching Dragon team, Grade S. Boom! When they heard that Chen-Chi's personal evaluation was SSS grade, the square exploded. But without waiting for them to be surprised, an even bigger thunder directly shocked everyone present and froze them in place. Personal evaluation SSS grade, team evaluation S grade. Chapter 61 The 20 people left behind. Thanks for the gifts. Extra for the big brothers, grapefruit moaning, long-intentioned acacia bitterness, my cubs, silence is not gold. Impossible. As a team with two S-ranked talents at the same time. When they heard that Chen-Chi was rated SSS, the two S-ranked talents in the team's faces changed as they jerked their heads up to look at Xiang Han on the high platform. A look of disbelief filled their faces. How is it possible? SSS grade personal evaluation. Can't it be that he is an SS grade talent? And the team's overall evaluation is actually S grade. Even they who had two S-ranked talents at the same time had only gotten an A-rank evaluation. Could it be that apart from Chun-Chi, Su Xingyuan, and Zhang Ruya, all of Chun-Chi's team were A-ranked talents? But how was that possible? The S-ranked team evaluations directly shocked everyone on the 11 teams that had just been evaluated as A-ranked and froze in place. Everyone thought that the first place would come from these 11 teams. No one thought of any other outcome. But who knew that an S grade would even pop out? Pride of the group. Just when they hadn't finished digesting this news, another SSS-ranked personal evaluation actually popped out. What kind of fairies were on this team? Zhou Ning, Sun Fat, and their team were, unsurprisingly, still rated as A-rank this time. As one of the 11 teams that were rated as A grade. When they heard Xiang Han announce that Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya were rated as S grade, the two of them let out a bitter smile. They were not surprised by such an evaluation. A genius was a genius anywhere. Su Xingyuan's grade A thunder talent and Zhang Ruya's grade A strength enhancement talent, when combined, they were courageous and incomparable. It was just that what puzzled them was how Chun-Chi's personal evaluation hadn't been announced yet. Without waiting for the two to think too much, Xiang Han had already announced Chen-Chi's personal evaluation. SSS grade. Stronger than everyone present. This was an unprecedented evaluation. Being able to obtain an SSS personal evaluation could only mean one thing: Chen-Chi was strong enough. The two of them had a deep understanding of Chun-Chi's awesomeness. During the recruit competition examination, the two had also fantasized about taking first place. In the team at the square, Zhang Yan's face was filled with smiles. The same was true for the others in the team. They were different from the other teams. The others might not know the fearsomeness of Chun-Chi and his team, and that was because they hadn't seen it. As people who had seen Chen-Chi and his team with their own eyes, in their hearts, they weren't at all surprised by the result of Chen-Chi and his team being rated S rank. It was only a surprise if they weren't rated as S ranked. An SSS ranked personal evaluation. Chen-Chi is truly terrifying. Someone exclaimed, looking at Chen-Chi's back not far ahead, his eyes filled with envy. TSK, worthy of being Chen-Chi, SSS level evaluation, how damn outrageous. Ha, it would be a surprise if Chen-Chi wasn't rated SSS. It deserves it. Those people don't get it, they don't even know how terrifying Chen-Chi is, and how powerful this team of theirs is. Zhang Yan listened to the exclamations and praises coming from the mouths of the crowd. His heart was calm and even a little happy. The moment he let go of his heart to compete with Chen-Chi, he had accepted Chen-Chi's power. The previous him had been unwilling to admit that he had lost to Chen-Chi because of his lack of strength. And now, he had been able to honestly say that he was inferior to Chen-Chi. When a person was stronger than you would be jealous. But when that person is stronger than you to a certain point, enough to make it difficult for you to look at their back, the emotion of jealousy will disappear, and then turn into reverence, envy. This was the case with Zhang Yan today. On the square, the crowd was talking.
Chen Shi's SSS rating as well as the team's S-ranked performance shook the hearts of everyone present.
Wu Liui's eyes moved as he looked towards Chen Shi, who was not far away. In his heart, he thought, he had already asked before that Chen Shi's personal performance evaluation was a double S. However, just now, Xiang Han actually hardened Chen Shi's personal evaluation from a double S to a 3S grade.
Significant contribution?
In the next second, he seemed to have thought of something and his gaze towards Chen Shi was filled with shock. Not only was Wu Liui surprised that Chen Shi, who had originally been evaluated as a double S grade, was suddenly elevated to a 3S grade, Feng Quan's heart shook when he heard Chen Shi's evaluation.
SSS.
He had been in the military for more than a decade, but he had never heard of anyone in the military who could be rated at the SSS level.
Chen Shi.
He murmured softly with confusion in his eyes. Wei Yun froze slightly and glanced at Xiang Han on the high platform. A hint of killing intent swept through Xiang Han's eyes, and Wei Yun's heart shook. He seemed to understand something and his face was ugly.
Silence. Quiet. Xiang Han's majestic voice rang out.
As the words fell, the entire room fell silent. Tiger Xiaofeng slowly stood up, his calm gaze scanning the surroundings. In a slow voice, he spoke, "If you have any problems, you can contact your company commander and let him talk to me." After saying this, he turned around and left.
Xiang Han continued to take over. Those who roll call next stay, the rest are dismissed. Chen Shi, Zhang Ruya, Su Xingyuan.
20 people, this included the 2S class, the rest were all A-class talents. A few moments later, the people in the square had left, leaving only 20 figures with upright figures.
Xiang Han walked down the high platform and came before the crowd.
A soft smile appeared on his face as he nodded, "Follow me."
"What is this for?" Su Xingyuan was puzzled.
Among these people, only Chen Shi knew about this matter of the talent plan.
The rest of the crowd did not know. Perhaps Zhang Ruya also knew. Chen Shi glanced at him.
Sensing Chen Shi's gaze, Zhang Ruya grinned.
"We won't know later."
Chen Shi withdrew his gaze and smiled at Su Xingyuan.
Su Xingyuan nodded. "Then when did the old man leave?"
Chen Shi suspiciously swept his surroundings and did not see Zhang Zixing's figure, and lightly eeped under his breath. Not seeing Zhang Zixing, Chen Shi was still guessing Zhang Zixing's identity in his heart, shook his head. "Forget about guessing, this is meaningless."
A few moments later,
Xiang Han stopped in his footsteps. Straightening his uniform, he lifted his foot forward and knocked on the door.
"Come in." Tiger Xiaofeng's voice rang out.
Xiang Han waved at one of the people in the crowd behind him and walked in.
Someone in the crowd whispered, "A separate conversation?" The voice just now seems to be our military commander. Can it be that the military commander is looking for us to talk alone?
As the words fell, the hearts of the rest of the crowd surged. Being able to come into close contact with Tiger's Peak, such an honor was enough for them to remember for the rest of their lives. The army chief is at the minimum the martial king realm. With the strength of the martial realm in close contact with a martial king realm powerhouse. In case if Tiger Xiaofeng felt that he was a material that could be made, wouldn't that be a flying start? There were many people who harbored such thoughts. Chen Shi stood at the edge of the corridor, listening to the crowd's discussion, and couldn't help but feel a little amused in his heart. It was normal for them to have such speculations, worshipping the strong. It was a normal thought that all people had.
I am afraid that they will be disappointed. 20 people, one by one, were called into the office. Soon it was Su Xingyuan's turn. "Su Xingyuan, come in." Xiang Han's voice rang out. Su Xingyuan stood upright and replied aloud, "Yes." "Cheer up, Xingyuan." Zhang Ruya shook her fist at him.
Chen Shi smiled and nodded, saying softly, "Cheer up."
Smiling and nodding at the two men, Su Xingyuan stepped into the office with large strides. Bang! The office door was closed. The crowd waited anxiously. Chapter 62 Talent Program, Corporal Su Xingyuan. Su Xingyuan walked into the office.
The first thing he saw was Tiger Xiaofeng sitting behind the desk. And on the side, Zhang Zixing was leisurely drinking tea, and in his hand, a piece of information was placed.
What exactly was it? Su Xingyuan didn't know and didn't dare to look at it more.
In the time before, the three of them had already felt Zhang Zixing's terror.
An absolute powerhouse. Army commander.
Su Xingyuan performed a military salute.
Zhang Zixing's gaze fell on Su Xingyuan's body, and after a slight survey, he withdrew his gaze. continuing to leisurely drink his tea. Tiger Xiaofeng looked up at Su Xingyuan in front of him and said with a smile, "Sit, don't be nervous." He could see Su Xingyuan's nervousness. Don't look at Su Xingyuan's love of pretending on weekdays, but that also had to be in front of whom? In front of Wang Er, Xuanyan and the others. He was strong enough and talented enough. When he acted like a pussy, Wang Er, Xuanyan and the others could only be furious, but couldn't do anything about it. But now in this room of a few people, if he, a martial artist realm, was pretending to be a pussy, then he had a bubble in his brain. Not to mention the two people, Zhang Zixing and Tiger Xiaofeng, just Xiang Han alone was already a strong person of the martial sect realm. A light slap over, his little body all a GA. Sitting on the chair with some restraint, his buttocks only dared to put half of it down, ready to get up at any time. If this scene was seen by Xuanyan and the others, they would have to laugh at him for the rest of his life. Where is the promised king of push? Hey, king of push, your pussy has dropped. No, it's your pusillanimity. Su Xingyuan's nervousness fell in Tiger Xiaofeng's eyes, and he shook his head helplessly. He also knew that this situation was normal. He organized his thoughts and picked up the information in his hand, while then looking at Su Xingyuan in front of him. He said, "Su Xingyuan, age 18, Chang'an native, father is at the martial zone realm, mother is also at the martial zone realm. Awakened talent is a grade thunder, strength martial 5th. Attended Chang'an No. 1 Martial High School, excellent performance in the recruit competition examination, rated as grade A." Su Xingyuan quietly listened to the information read out by Tiger Xiaofeng. There was no surprise at this. He had already had a guess when their group was named to be left alone. His own information being investigated to the fullest, this was without difficulty for the most powerful army in the Huaxia country. Even if they were willing, Su Xingyuan could know exactly what time he woke up to go to the toilet, what he usually loved to eat, and how many girls he had held hands with. Tiger Xiaofeng put down the information in his hand, his body slightly leaning on the back of the chair, a light smile on his face. Both of your parents are in the martial zone realm, your family is well off, and your awakened talent is not weak. The military is not the best choice for you. Tell me, what are your reasons for joining the army? Su Xingyuan stood up with a swish, puffing out his chest and raising his head. With a serious expression, he replied, "To kill foreign beasts. Although my parents are at the martial zone realm, I am not willing to live under their wings for the rest of my life. I want to prove myself. And more than anything, I want to protect my family and my country." Xiang Han stood by the side, listening to Su Xingyuan's answer, his serious face turned soft. Tiger Xiaofeng raised his eyes to stare at Su Xingyuan. Su Xingyuan was undaunted and looked straight into Tiger Xiaofeng's calm eyes. After a long time, Tiger Xiaofeng withdrew his gaze, stood up, picked up a form and handed it to Su Xingyuan. Raising his hand, he performed a military salute. This scene straightaway frightened Su Xingyuan, hastily raising his hand to return the salute. Private Su Xingyuan. Present. After researching and deciding, I hereby notify you that you have been selected for the talent program. Fill in your information and sign your name. Su Xingyuan looked down at the paper Tiger Xiaofeng handed over. There wasn't too much introduction on it, just a simple form. Inside, there was everything from strength, to family, to contacts, to family background, as well as various requests for confidentiality. Your evaluation for the recruit competition examination is grade A, and your evaluation for Operation Night Lord is grade S. Tiger Xiaofeng resumed his chair and raised his hand, gesturing for Su Xingyuan to sit down, before continuing, in the 2 operations, you performed well, meeting the selection conditions of the talent program. Army Commander. Su Xingyuan was just about to stand up when Tiger Xiaofeng waved his hand and sat back down again. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "Can I ask what the talent program is for?" Xiang Han couldn't help but smile when he heard Su Xingyuan's words. No one who came in before had asked this question. Perhaps the pressure of facing Tiger's Peak was too great to have any doubts. With the strength of the martial marquee realm, even a single gaze could already give the new recruits of the martial artist realm a tremendous amount of pressure. To be able to honestly stand in front of Tiger Xiaofeng, it is already considered a good mental quality. Tiger Xiaofeng smiled and explained, "Being selected into the talent program, you are also qualified to know some news." He leaned forward slightly and crossed his arms on the table. The talent program, as the name suggests, is for the purpose of selecting various talents that we need. There are all sorts of conditions included here, from personal talent to battlefield performance, test performance, strength, family background, education, and so on. The purpose of this is to cultivate a team formed by geniuses to deal with all sorts of unexpected situations within.
Saying that, his tone lowered, the situation of the foreign beasts is becoming more and more severe. The goal of you people is to grow rapidly.
The specifics will be known when you enter into the talent program.
Before formally entering into the talent program, you still have a final assessment. Only after this assessment will you be able to truly enter into the talent program.
Su Xingyuan shook inwardly. Unbelievably, he looked at Tiger Xiaofeng.
The words he heard just now were very clear.
Talent program, their group of people were only reservists now.
Wanting to truly enter into the talent program, there were still assessments.
Responding to various internal emergencies? Could it be that there are other emergencies in the country?
Xiang Han spoke out at this time to interrupt his thinking and said in a deep voice, Private Su Xingyuan.
Present. Su Xingyuan stood up with a swish. Due to your excellent performance during your time as a recruit, you are hereby awarded the rank of corporal in advance.
The private shoulder badge was removed. The corporal shoulder badge, with a silver border, and in its center a short sword, simple and sharp, with a star with a twinkling light set beside the short sword.
Alright, ready to go out. Hu Xiaofeng nodded with a smile. Yes. After saluting the two men separately, Su Xingyuan turned around and walked out of the office. Senior brother, you really don't intend to accept this little guy? Waiting for Su Xingyuan to leave, Tiger Xiaofeng looked at Zhang Zixing at the side and asked smilingly.
No, I'm not a thunder talent, what would I do with him? Zhang Zixing waved his hand and paused after finishing. However, I do think there is someone who is quite suitable. But it's better to see if the person is willing to accept before saying anything. Tiger Xiaofeng nodded. Ha! When Su Xingyuan walked out of the office, the gazes of the people waiting outside landed on his shoulders in unison.
Corporal?
The crowd was surprised. Some people looked at the people who had walked into the office earlier, and those people's shoulder insignia was still that of a private.
But how did it become a corporal when it came to Su Xingyuan?
Su Xingyuan didn't say a word, his figure standing upright, standing straight. His expression was indifferent, as if he didn't care about the matter of his rank being raised to corporal.
However, only the two of them, Chen Qi and Zhang Ruoya, saw that Su Xingyuan's hand placed at his side was slightly trembling. Forcing the king. Chen Qi could not help but recall the nickname that the team's crowd had given Su Xingyuan. Zhang Ruoya. Xiang Han's voice rang out, and Zhang Ruoya smiled at the two and nodded before walking inside the office.
Chapter 63 Claiming Positions at Work. Sit. Zhang Ruoya performed a military salute, and Tiger Xiaofeng waved his hand and casually pointed to the chair in front of him.
Opening the door, he said, Talent program, you've been selected. This form you fill out.
Waving his hand, the form in his hand shot towards Zhang Ruoya like a sharp knife.
Zhang Ruoya's face changed greatly. Her figure instantly disappeared in place, dodging towards the side. Put.
The thin piece of paper, like a sharp blade, flew past Zhang Ruoya's body and proofed into the office wall.
This is... Xiang Han's face changed drastically, his gaze towards Zhang Ruoya suddenly condensed, and his body's aura that belonged solely to the martial zone realm rose up. He was about to strike out at him in the next second. The moment he was about to make a move, Tiger Xiaofeng's voice rang out. What are you waiting for? Go and pick it up. Zhang Ruoya smiled sarcastically and took out the form that was rooted into the wall.
The moment his fingers touched the form, the paper, which was like a sharp blade, suddenly turned soft. It was as if something attached to the paper was dissipating. Zhang Ruoya's eyes changed as he exerted force in his hands, and the form was smoothly removed.
Army Commander.
Returning to the table again, Zhang Ruoya looked embarrassed. Tiger Xiaofeng glanced at him and said in a nonchalant manner, What are you waiting for? Fill out the form.
Is it hard that you want me to write it for you?
Zhang Ruoya hesitated for a moment, took a pen from the side and started to fill out the form. Xiang Han also finally came back to his senses at this moment. The aura of the martial zone realm gradually dissipated as he looked at Zhang Ruoya, who was filling out the form with her head bowed, and then looked at Tiger Xiaofeng in front of the desk. For a while, he was also a little confused about the relationship between the two. But what is certain is that Zhang Ruoya, this kid, and Tiger Xiaofeng definitely know each other. The conversation between the two has already explained everything. When Tiger Xiaofeng made his move, he thought that Zhang Ruoya had a problem, so he wanted to make a move to subdue him. Now it seemed that it was he who had overthought it. When filling in a certain line, Zhang Ruoya turned her head to look at Xiang Han, and then to Tiger Xiaofeng, and after hesitating for a while, she leaned her body forward slightly, and lowered her voice to ask, What should I write in this line of family?
Looking at the embarrassment on Zhang Ruya's face, Tiger Xiaofeng couldn't help but laugh. Raising his hand and pointing at Zhang Ruya, he laughed and scolded, "Soul farting thing, tell me how you should write it?" Zhang Ruya was on the verge of crying. He really didn't know what to write.
If he wrote it truthfully, his family had explained that he was not allowed to disclose it.
But if he didn't write truthfully, the Tiger Xiaofeng in front of him would definitely not let himself go. "Grandpa Tiger, why don't I just not write it?" Listening to the name in Zhang Ruya's mouth, Xiang Han's entire body froze. Grandpa Tiger. And it seems like I've discovered some unbelievable secret.
I can't see it, Zhang Ruya, this kid turned out to be a great Buddha. To be able to call Tiger Xiaofeng as Tiger Grandpa. Then the strength of the person behind him is also absolutely weak, at least at the same level as Tiger Xiaofeng. The first time I saw him, I was in the middle of the night, and he was in the middle of the night. Xiang Han searched in his mind for someone who meets this condition. Tiger Xiaofeng looked at Zhang Ruya's expression in front of him, and with a stern face, he said in a deep voice, "Call your position at work." "Who is your Tiger Grandpa?" After saying this, he also glanced at Xiang Han, who was on the side. Xiang Han pretended as if he didn't hear it, tilting his head and continuously searching his mind for strong people who fit the criteria. Wipe. Zhang Ruya was truly on the verge of crying from this series of maneuvers by Tiger Xiaofeng. There was no way to play like this. Alright, just fill it out. Tiger Xiaofeng also do not tease Zhang Ruya, directly waved his hand, said in a bad mood, "Talent programming you like this is not the only one. What's there to hide?" Hearing Tiger Xiaofeng say this, Zhang Ruya also had a decision. Directly wrote in the family's column on the form. "Good performance this time, your grandfather should be more satisfied." Retrieve Zhang Ruya filled out the form, Tiger Xiaofeng reverse on the hand. Smilingly said to him. Zhang Ruya smiled, "I am also lucky." Tiger Xiaofeng glared, "You kid, this nature should be grinding is not like a big man." "What do you mean by luck?" "Luck is also part of strength. It's like your grandfather, when he wasn't also." Cough. Zhang Zishan coughed, and Tiger Xiaofeng's words that were originally on his lips immediately swallowed back hard. Xiang Han on the side was listening with his ears open, but who knew that Tiger Xiaofeng suddenly stopped talking. He glanced grudgingly at Zhang Zisheng, who was leisurely drinking tea. "Your old man has nothing to cough about, drink your tea properly. I, a melon eater, still want to continue eating melon." Interrupted by Zhang Zisheng's light cough, Tiger Xiaofeng also stopped continuing this topic. S-rank performance, it's not that bad. After saying that, his tone changed, stood up, and said in a deep voice, "Private Zhang Ruya. Present. Due to your outstanding performance during your time as a recruit, you are hereby awarded the rank of corporal in advance." Xiang Han handed over the shoulder badge for the rank of corporal. "Alright, go out." Tiger Xiaofeng waved his hand. "Yes." The crowd waiting outside stared wide-eyed at the sight of Zhang Ruya. Is there any mistake? Another corporal rank? Corporal rank is getting wholesale today? Why don't you try to mention it to the military commander and give yourself the rank of corporal in advance? This group of people were all soldiers nowadays. There was Su Xingyuan in front of them, and Zhang Ruya behind them, which made them two corporals. Could it be that Chen Qi was going to have a corporal rank later on as well? At this moment, only Chen Qi is left out of the 20 people whose names have not been called. This time, Xiang Han did not directly call the names at the door. Instead, he walked in front of the crowd, and after sweeping a glance, his eyes landed on Chen Qi with a soft expression and said with a smile, "Go in with me." Chen Qi puffed out his chest, "Yes." The crowd was speechless. Is there any mistake? Treating people so differently? No one in their group has been treated like Chen Qi. Xiang Han looks at anyone without a stern face. Even if it was Zhang Ruya, Xiang Han did the same. Although he was curious about the person behind Zhang Ruya, he wasn't above sucking up to him. And the only reason why he smiled at Chen Qi was because Chen Qi would be accepted as a student by Zhang Zisheng. In that case, the two of them belonged to the teacher-brother relationship. They were all family, so there was no need for a stern face. Report. Come in. Tiger Xiaofeng's voice rang out. The two walked into the house and the door was closed, isolating them from the crowd. Su Xingyuan, it's possible, old Zhang, I didn't expect you to be able to keep up with me. Zhang Ruya hemmed and hawed, that must always follow the pace of the Captain Sama. Good awareness, continue to comprehend. Yes.
Both of them couldn't help but laugh out loud when they finished speaking.
Unexpectedly, they thought about what rank Chen Shi would obtain.
Inside the room, the two of them, Tiger Xiaofeng and Zhang Zexang, were sitting on the side drinking tea.
Seeing Chen Shi walk into the room,
Tiger Xiaofeng smiled and nodded, his demeanor affable.
Zhang Zexang held a teacup and said to Chen Shi with a smile, "Come, sit down and talk."
Chapter 64, If he doesn't give it, if you don't give it, do you want me to give it? This is... Chen Shi was a little stunned. The two people in front of him were not ordinary people.
One was the commander of the Beast Suppression Army, and the other, although he didn't know the exact identity, probably sitting with Tiger Xiaofeng and drinking tea, his identity was definitely not low.
"Xiao Xiang, you also sit, don't stand all the time, take a break."
Zhang Zixing raised his hand and said smilingly. After Xiang Han sat down, Zhang Zixing looked at Chen Shi. "Little fellow, your name is Chen Shi, right?"
"Yes." Chen Shi swished and stood up, answering aloud.
Sit down and talk. There's no need to be formal in front of me, and you don't need to mind him, just pretend he doesn't exist." Zhang Zixing glanced at Tiger Xiaofeng sitting beside him, his face full of indignation. Being said so by Zhang Zixing, Tiger Xiaofeng was not angry, smilingly drinking tea, and did not retort. On the contrary, he was still enjoying himself somewhat.
Chen Shi's complexion stiffened.
In his heart, he secretly thought, "Elder, you said this, you can pretend that he doesn't care, but I can't.
What else is there no need to be formal in front of you? I don't even know who you are."
It seems to be able to read what Chen Shi is thinking in his heart. Zhang Zixing put down the teacup in his hand, his face with a refined smile that made people unconsciously relax. It had to be said that although the Zhang Zixing in front of him had a head full of gray hair, he did not have the appearance that an old man should have. Instead, he appeared to be in high spirits, with a pair of eyes that should have been cloudy black and white. The temperament of his body was also not as harsh and serious as Tiger Xiaofeng's, but instead was more like that of a scholar.
Warm and elegant. A gentle voice rang out, "Your name is Chen Shi, E-rank archer talent?"
Chen Shi nodded his head. All of this information was written on the profile, and even more detailed ones were recorded.
"Do you know who I am?"
Chen Shi froze, looking at Zhang Zixing with a gentle smile in front of him, after searching in his mind.
Shook his head.
He, a martial realm, knew that the strongest powerhouse was once the #1 powerhouse in the Chinese nation, the warlord Yuan Zhou. Other than this one, there was only Tiger Xiaofeng, who sat beside him and leisurely sipped his tea. Tiger Xiaofeng glanced at Chen Shi, then glanced at Zhang Zixing beside him and smiled without saying anything. Xiang Han, who was sitting on the side, grinned lightly. Although Zhang Zixing was the #1 bowman talent powerhouse within China, there were not many people who could recognize him nowadays.
"It's normal that you don't recognize me."
Zhang Zixing waved his hand without any displeased expression. "My name is Zhang Zixing, Martial Spirit Realm, and a few decades ago, I had a title, the Arrow God." Chen Shi raised his eyes and looked in surprise at Zhang Zixing, who wore a gentle smile in front of him. The Zhang Zixing in front of him was actually a Martial Spirit Realm powerhouse. Chen Shi's surprised gaze landed in Tiger Xiaofeng's eyes as he turned his head to look at Zhang Zixing and said with a smile, "This name of yours isn't working well now."
Scram!
Zhang Zixing cast a sidelong glance at him before withdrawing his gaze and continuing to fall on Chen Shi. "It's fine if you don't recognize it." Zhang Zixing appeared to be very bland as he continued, "Xiao Xiang and I have talked about you, an E-rank archer talent cultivation speed comparable to an S-rank or even SS rank talent.
I'm very interested in you. How about being my student? A teacher at the Martial Spirit Realm isn't that bad, right?"
Speaking of this, Zhang Zixing felt old. The #1 bowman talent in the Huaxia Kingdom, once a Martial King Realm powerhouse, and 3 arrows to kill a foreigner's Martial Marquis Realm. Which of these 3 names to say out must not be card-pulling full? People waiting to be their students used to line up. The loss in Zhang Zixing's tone made the smile on Tiger Xiaofeng's face gradually disappear, and his heart sighed lightly. If Zhang Zixing was not injured, then the current him would be at least at the Martial Marquis Realm, if not stronger. Chen Shi's lips moved slightly. The matter of him being an SSS-ranked archer talent was something that no one but himself knew about. Now a powerful person of the Martial Spirit Realm wanted to accept himself as a student, and he was still hesitant. If this matter was known by the group of people outside, I'm afraid they would all want to peel open his head to see if it was down. What was there to hesitate about? Student Chen Shi greets teacher.
Chen Shi was not a little cutie.
A Martial Spirit Realm powerhouse, and he was equally gifted as an archer.
It simply didn't fit too well. With a single word of teacher, Zhang Zixing's heart blossomed with joy. Although Chen Shi did not have a high talent, his eyes were resolute. In the face of a strong person like him and Tiger Xiaofeng, he was not humble and did not have the slightest bit of timidity. This point alone had already thrown off everyone before him. Zhang Zixing smiled as he stood up and walked over to Chen Shi, nodding his head and saying, "Xiao Xiang and I said that he had already talked to you about the talent program before. I won't say any more about it, I'll teach you archery skills when you go there." "Okay, teacher." After calling out a teacher, Chen Shi became more and more skillful in calling out. At this moment, where did he still look like he did on the battlefield? "What are you still frozen for?" Zhang Zixing's gaze looked to Xiang Han on the side and glared, "Where's the meet and greet gift?" "Ha? I give?" Xiang Han was stunned, pointing at himself with a blank expression. "Nonsense, if he doesn't give it and you don't give it, is it possible that you want me to give it?" Zhang Zixing said this naturally, as if he felt there was nothing wrong with it. Xiang Han spat in his heart, "Master, you haven't changed at all." His heart tightened when he saw Zhang Zixing's gaze. Chen Shi didn't know Zhang Zixing, but he was well aware of him. He himself had studied with Zhang Zixing for 3 months, and those 3 months were simply worse than death. He had even almost lost his self-confidence from the blow. Until now, he sometimes still remembered the difficult years he had had. Poor senior brother, don't be fooled by master's appearance. Xiang Han laughed bitterly in his heart and shook his head before touching his body and blushing. Embarrassed, he said, "That. Senior brother. I don't have anything on me right now. Make it up to you later." Chen Shi was frozen in place by Xiang Han's call of senior brother. Xiang Han was also master's student? One's identity is considered a curve upgrade? Upgrading from only being able to call Xiang Han company commander to a mentor-brother relationship? Is this so exciting? Look at that naive look of yours, knowing that I'm going to accept students today, you don't know to prepare one in advance? Zhang Zixing glanced at Xiang Han with contempt before smiling and saying to Chen Shi, "Tell him to come down and make it up to you. If he doesn't make it up, I'll take you to the logistics office and pick whatever you want." Holy! Chen Shi listened with a loud cry of joy. In his heart, he prayed that Xiang Han would never replenish himself. "I'm really not interested in those." It wasn't for the sake of a meet and greet gift, but mainly because he wanted to take a look at the logistics office. He had seen quite a few good things in the logistics office before. With Zhang Zixing taking himself there, I'm afraid no one would dare to stop him. "Don't, master, I'll make it up later." Hearing Zhang Zixing say this, Xiang Han was instantly anxious. He was aware of Zhang Zixing's temperament. He was really capable of doing this kind of thing. That's good. Zhang Zixing carried his hands behind his back and nodded slightly. Alright, the students are also done being collected, so it's time to get down to business. Tiger Xiaofeng stood up and took over the conversation, picking up the form in his hand. "Chen Shi, come and fill out this form." At the end of the first recruit competition assessment, Xiang Han had already told him about the talent program. Chen Shi only slightly scanned it and filled it out in a few swishes. "Don't go yet." Seeing Chen Shi raise his hand in salute, Tiger Xiaofeng waved his hand and continued. "There's one more thing, tell us what the situation is with those people." As Tiger Xiaofeng's words fell, the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Order! Chen Shi's mind flashed through the 5 people. From the moment the person in charge of battlefield cleanup appeared, Chen Shi knew that his killing of several people had been discovered. However, he had no intention of hiding it. He just didn't know if he had been exposed for killing Li Ji. Chapter 65. Who's a good person to do these things? 4 martial artists of the 7th level and 1 martial artist of the 8th level. The words that came out of Chen Shi's mouth fell on the ears of several people, and even Tiger Xiaofeng could not help but give Chen Shi a strange look. Crossing over a rank. And it was still across 2 minor realms. Genius. Tiger Xiaofeng's heart was only left with this one word. If one wanted to cross the ranks, talent, one's own strength, one's heart, and one's martial arts skills were indispensable. The orders group was not weak and were even crazier. Chen Shi was able to kill 4 7th-level martial artists and 1 8th-level martial artist with his E-rank talent and 6th-level martial artist strength. With such a battle record, in Tiger Xiaofeng's opinion, this was already a genius. Poor origin, E-grade talent, lack of resources, lack of martial skills, lack of everything. With all of these factors combined, being able to reach the 3rd level of a martial artist was already considered good.
But Chen Shi had transformed into a martial artist's sixth realm in a short period of time.
Tiger Xiaofeng sighed in his heart.
Xian Han, who was on the side, looked at Chen Shi with intense shock. The people who cleared the battlefield earlier did not tell him the strength and weakness of the several people, but only the identity of the several people. There were arrow wounds, as well as marks left by the lance. All of this pointed directly to Chen Shi.
Xian Han was well aware of the strength of the various teams in this Night Lord's operation.
The first time he was sure that this matter was Chen Shi's handiwork. I don't think I'm weak, I can even compare to Wei Yun, who has S-class talent. But even if that was the case, it would be difficult for him to accomplish a battle like Chen Shi's with such strength. Under a desperate situation, he didn't retreat, but instead, he even killed 5 people with the strength of the marshal's 6th realm.
Xian Han was in a trance, somewhat bewildered. Could it be that Chen Shi was a freak?
The E-rank archer talent cultivation speed was comparable to a double S-rank talent. What's more, he was able to kill 5 people in a situation where the enemy's strength far exceeded his own.
And it looked like he wasn't even injured. He had automatically ignored the death of Li Qi. If Order could kill Chen Shi, was it any wonder that he couldn't kill Li Qi?
Zhang Zixing looked at Chen Shi in surprise. And then smiled with satisfaction. The better Chen Shi was, the more satisfied he was. Admitting a student, this was to pass on his mantle.
Decades had passed, and his strength had slipped to the current martial spirit realm.
The time left for him was already getting shorter and shorter. A sense of urgency lingered within him at all times. Collecting Chen Shi was more like him leaving a lineage behind for when he was gone. After a long time, Tiger Xiaofeng sighed and said, "Chen Shi, I seem to see in you what your master once was.
Genius, undaunted, perseverance."
Chen Shi glanced at Zhang Zixing, who was wearing a smile, smiled and did not say anything. What Zhang Zixing used to be like, he didn't know. After saying that, Tiger Xiaofeng smiled and shook his head, seemingly sighing at something. And then with a serious look, he said, "The group of people from Order are all crazy. Those few people should have told you about the purpose of their order before as well." Chen Shi nodded his head. In his mind, he could not help but recall what that handsome young man from the 8th martial realm had said. "Our purpose is to establish a new set of order." That group of people is insane.
Xian Han voiced out.
Order was not something that the current Chen Shi should have touched in the first place.
The strength was too weak.
That group of people were very good at compelling people. The strength of the people inside was even weaker. The news of this one will not be spread. Xian Han looked serious and his tone was extremely serious. Their primary target is the geniuses in the Chinese nation. In the past, they were only active outside the military. I didn't expect that they would dare to strike at those in the military now. You must be careful, in the future, once you come across someone from the Order again, you must not force yourself to fight them. Calling for support is the most correct choice.
Good.
Chen Shi nodded his head. Listening to the descriptions of both Tiger Xiaofeng and Xian Han, the Order as an organization seemed to be very strong. Alright, you don't need to be in charge of the Order's affairs, and it's not something you can manage with your current strength.
Private Chen Shi.
Tiger Xiaofeng raised his hand to interrupt Xian Han's words. This topic was no longer suitable for further conversation. If Chen Shi wanted to get involved in this topic, he would need to be at least at the martial zone realm.
The strength of a martial artist is too weak.
Chen Shi stood straight and replied aloud.
Present. You personally excelled during your time as a recruit and made significant contributions during the Night Lord's operation.
After comprehensive consideration, you are hereby awarded the rank of Staff Sergeant in advance. Chen Shi was stunned before reacting with a light in his eyes.
Staff Sergeant.
$13,000 a month.
Mom and Dad were only getting $5,000 a month for the two of them.
Now that he had been promoted to the rank of Staff Sergeant, this was already 2 months of income for the family. With this kind of salary, the pressure on the family would be much less, and his younger siblings would be able to buy some lower order elixirs. The soldier's shoulder patch was removed.
Tiger Xiaofeng personally put on Chen Shi's unique Staff Sergeant shoulder patch.
Unlike the corporal's silver-bordered shoulder patch, the Staff Sergeant's shoulder patch was predominantly black overall, and at its center, it had also changed from the short sword of the corporal's shoulder patch to a warhammer. This represented an even more terrifying destructive power than the corporal's. On the head of the hammer, a red gem flashed with light. Tiger Xiaofeng patted Chen Shi's shoulder with a smile that carried intimacy. "Chen Shi, cheer up. I hope to see you in another battlefield."
Yes. looking at Chun Chi's departing back. Tiger Xiaofeng's brows furrowed slightly as he looked at the gentle Zhang Zixing beside him and said, "Senior brother, I kind of regret it." "What's going on again?" In front of Tiger Xiaofeng, Zhang Zixing was like a different person. The gentle and elegant temperament gradually receded, and instead, he carried a hint of military temperament if anything. He had been in the military for decades, how could he not have a military temperament on him? It was just that he had not been in the military for many years, and this military temperament was just hidden under his Wenya's face. "These years, you have offended too many people." Tiger Xiaofeng helpless, and then continued after a pause, "Your research has not progressed for decades. All that money you owe, and you because of that matter, decades of time, you are pretty much offended all that can be offended. Once those people know that Chen Shi is your student, I'm afraid that they will have to come to your door the next day." "Hey hey hey." Zhang Zixing knocked his fingers on the table and said with dissatisfaction, "What do you mean by I've offended everyone I can? Don't say it like I'm going to die violently if I leave here." That was not something he liked to hear. He admitted that he did offend some people, but that was just normal communication. It wasn't a deep grudge either. Xiang Han's eyelids jumped wildly as he listened. In his heart, he spat, "You really dare to say that? What do you mean by normal communication? Normal communication, you beat someone for half a year and couldn't climb up, and you were almost wasted? If it wasn't for people taking resources in exchange for people, your old man was afraid that you would have to beat people 10 times a day." Xiang Han had suffered from this. Thinking that Chun Shi would also experience the pain he once did, his heart was instantly balanced. Senior brother Chen Shi, are you ready for this? But don't be pressed to the ground when the time comes, lose the fight and come back to be beaten by the master, win the fight and people won't let you. Go. Tiger Xiaofeng was speechless. Who is a good person to do these things? He thought about it and didn't bother to break up this matter with Zhang Zixing. Instead, he shifted the topic to the talent program this time. "I wonder how this Chun Chi kid will perform in the talent program." "That's not your concern, I'm his teacher and the teacher of the talent program training camp, it's me who should be concerned." Tiger Xiaofeng. Chapter 66. Old Zhang, do you think I look like a man? Su Xingyuan, Zhang Zoya, and the others waited outside. Among the 19 people, the corporal rank on the shoulders of the two appeared unusually bright. The rank of corporal directly reduces the number of years of detours. Envious, we are still a big head soldier, others are already corporal rank, people and people gap is so big? Don't be envious, envy can't come, people's battlefield performance is S grade, your battlefield performance is only a grade, not even close. If I had known that battlefield performance would be able to gain rank in advance, I would have performed more in the operation. Some people regretted and felt that their performance on the battlefield was not good enough. If they had performed better, maybe they would be at the rank of corporal by now. The salary and everything was fine, and the resources that could be obtained with the rank of corporal would be a bit more. That was the thing that made their hearts flutter. In the crowd, disdain flashed under the eyes of those two S-rank talents. Both Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya were A-rank talents, and such a talent was nothing more than that in the eyes of the two of them. The two could only be envious of the corporal rank that the two had obtained. They're still only rated as S-rank performers, so what rank will Chen Shi, who is even stronger than them, obtain? Don't take a step up and shake yourself into a second lieutenant. Someone said jokingly. The crowd burst out laughing in unison. Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya did not participate in the crowd's discussion. As long as they did not denigrate Chen Shi, feel free to say whatever they wanted. The two of them were also somewhat interested. Zhang Ruya sighed and said, "We were all awarded the rank of corporal in advance for our S-rank performance. Chen Shi's SSS performance will definitely not be lower than the two of us. Although he had a good family background, but being in the military he had never utilized his family's connections. That is, there is just a little bit of resources. The recruit competition test, the Night Lord's operation. Now he obtained the rank of corporal in advance, all by his own efforts. It was precisely because of this that he had grown to admire Chen Shi. To be able to cross everyone with an E-level archer talent and capture an SSS-level performance. Zhang Ruya sometimes wondered if it was hard to believe that he was really no match for Chen Shi. Today's Chen Shi had already started to gradually pull away from all of them. Listening to the exclamations from Zhang Ruya's mouth, Su Xingyuan's complexion also showed some changes. He was rather jumpy in nature, but in actuality, he was still somewhat proud. Both of his parents were strong at the martial zone realm,
and growing up in such an environment, Su Xingyuan's eyesight naturally would not be low. When he was at Martial High, he had many friends, but there were very few that could actually become friends that he truly recognized in his heart. He was very sober. Fate was predetermined the moment everyone was born. Some people had solid families, while others came from powerful families. In the time to come, there were only a few chances to change one's fate. The awakening of a talent was one of them. Awakening to a powerful talent was a chance to change one's fate. Chen Shi, a person who had only awakened an E-rank talent, had almost made him feel a little tired of chasing after him. Don't look at Su Xingyuan, who was usually cheeky, but what he gave behind his back far exceeded others. The corner of his mouth tugged, he'd be damned if he could go lower. Su Xingyuan's tone carried a sour flavor. Zhang Ruoya felt it. He heatedly smiled. Xingyuan, what do you think the talent plan will be like?
I don't know. Su Xingyuan shook his head. Today was also the first time he knew about this matter of the talent program. If it was said that he knew some insider information, that was basically unlikely. After he finished speaking, he was somewhat taken back. His eyes flashed and he looked at Zhang Ruoya, asking in surprise, "Don't tell me that you kid knows other news about the talent program?"
Zhang Ruoya coughed lightly and nodded with some embarrassment. "I just asked a few more questions, and the military commander talked to me some more."
Su Xingyuan was speechless. He was amused by Zhang Ruoya's words. Lightly pounding Zhang Ruoya's chest, he gritted his teeth and said, "Old Zhang, do you think I look like?" Zhang Ruoya hesitated, immediately inviting Su Xingyuan's second punch. "This you still hesitate? Could you, Zhang Ruoya, you really think I'm?"
No. Zhang Ruoya didn't get angry, then continued on, "The talent program has a wide range of areas involved in it. It's not just the military selection, but also the participation of the WU, the lineage. The Wushu Bureau leads the way, and the military is just playing a side in it, as are the other two parties."
Su Xingyuan froze.
He thought that the talent program was the military's program. He didn't realize that there was also the involvement of the WU, the world family. He frowned and said, "In that case, then this talent program personnel involves a wide range of people. There will be even less geniuses. The pressure seems to be a bit intense."
Zhang Ruoya laughed and said flirtatiously, "What? The king of push also has a day to be afraid? I would be afraid?"
Su Xingyuan sneered, "They are all dirt and dogs, one shot and blast away." Seeing Su Xingyuan's appearance, Zhang Ruoya let go of her heart. A pusher king was a pusher king. Born with a forcing body. It was also curious how no one had ever awakened the talent of a forcing king.
But this talent didn't seem to be of much use. Zhang Ruoya was rambling. Su Xingyuan's gaze looked into the distance, his forced aura full of energy.
Dismissed.
Xian Han walked out of the room and gave the order to disband.
The crowd was puzzled.
Chen Shi hadn't even come out yet and was dismissed?
Just as he was thinking, Chen Shi, who was following behind Xiang Han, appeared in front of the crowd. A pair of eyes landed on Chen Shi's shoulders in unison. Just at the first glance, the crowd froze in unison.
Black frame, warhammer, ruby, staff sergeant?
Some people stared at the Chen Shi in front of them with wide eyes in disbelief.
Is there any mistake? This is staff sergeant?
The faces of the crowd were filled with disbelief. Upon seeing the rank of staff sergeant on Chen Shi's shoulder, a hint of surprise swept across Zhang Ruoya's eyes. He had thought that Chen Shi's rank would be sergeant at most. If one wanted to reach the rank of staff sergeant, it was a matter of strength on one hand and contribution on the other. Strength was obviously not enough for Chen Shi, and a staff sergeant should at least have the strength of the martial master realm.
That only left the final contribution.
He suddenly remembered what Xiang Han had said earlier. Someone had made a significant contribution.
It all seemed to make sense.
Su Xingyuan's eyes flashed as he raised his hand to salute. Chen Shi raised his hand to return the salute.
"Can it you, kid? This makes you my superior?"
Su Xingyuan said with a smile. No one was jealous in his tone. The two of them had gone through so much, they were friends in life and death. He was able to reliably give his back to Chen Shi, and naturally, he did not have any other thoughts, only the loss in the bottom of his eyes flickered away.
Luck. Chen Shi explained smilingly.
And then said to both Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruoya, "You two aren't weak either, Comrade Corporal."
Su Xingyuan turned his head, looked at Zhang Ruoya, and asked suspiciously, "Old Zhang, do you smell a smell?"
"What?"
Zhang Ruoya froze and sniffled, not smelling anything.
"The smell of pretending."
Ha ha. Plants. Chapter 67. The Old Master is awesome.
Feeling the continuous growth of the qi and blood in his body, Chen Shi revealed a satisfied smile. The qi and blood that flowed like a small river had grown to the extent that it flowed like a large river under the augmentation of resources.
9th level of martial artist. Qi and blood 220. Strength 5,500. Speed 60 seconds. Within a short period of time, breaking the third weight in a row. Such speed was horrifying. What Chen Shi had paid for was almost all of the rewards for first place in the Night Lord's operation. 20 qi and blood pills, 20 exotic beast crystals. A total of 40, all of them were used by him to enhance his strength. Nowadays, he also only had one spirit crystal stone left, which he used to cultivate the battle spirit method. He had already stepped into the second level of the battle spirit method at the spirit condensation realm for a long time. It was time to break through to the third layer of the battle spirit method. Chen Shi thought darkly, and in his mind, he couldn't help but recall the third layer armor's shadow initial appearance that Wu Yui had demonstrated. What the third layer needed to do was to continuously condense the aura as well as the qi and blood in the body, and then fusing it with itself. As long as the fusion was complete, one could break through to the fourth layer breath like iron. The rewards for killing a few people from the Order organization by himself today had also arrived. 20 merit points for one person at the 7th level of the martial arts realm, and 30 merit points for the 8th level of the martial arts realm, plus 20 merit points for the first place reward for the Night Lord's operation. His merit points also came to 130 points. Based on the transaction value of merit points, $1,000 and 1 point, this Night Lord's operation Chen Shi had earned $130,000. This did not include the qi and blood pills that he had consumed, the foreign beast crystal cores, and the spirit crystal stones that he was holding in his hand. All calculated, it would not be less than $500,000. Chen Shi sighed. Having a good background means that one would be a step ahead. If he really was only an E-grade talent, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to afford the cultivation resources. Within China, there were only a few ways to obtain resources. The first, go to each city's hunting group, hunting and killing foreign beasts to sell in exchange for resources. The second, enter the military. Every month can get a fixed amount of resources, but definitely not a lot. The third kind, get into the martial arts university. As long as you enter the martial arts university, there are many resources, but there is a threshold, and the threshold is extremely high. It was at least a B-grade talent to get into Wudong University. In other words, Wu University was the gathering place of geniuses in the Huaxia country. Closing his eyes and concentrating, the spirit crystal stone was held in his hand, and the silk of spiritual qi was absorbed into his body from the spirit crystal stone in his hand through the palm of his hand. The aura entered the body, warm and moist. The qi and blood were surging, the spiritual qi flowed through his body along with the qi and blood, and the silk spiritual qi continuously strengthened his body. At the 9th martial realm, the maximum strength that could be exploded normally was only 5,500 kilograms. This was the case when the natural talent technique was not activated. For someone like Zhang Ruya, who herself carried a strength enhancement talent, under the effect of the strength enhancement talent, the strength could be directly doubled. A punch that blasted out with a strength of up to 10,000 kilograms could be considered terrifying. As the silk aura was absorbed, the spirit crystal stone, which was originally transparent and could be seen to have silk flickering faintly glowing aura swimming inside, gradually turned cloudy. This was the normal situation after being consumed. After a long time, as the last strand of spiritual qi was absorbed, the spiritual crystal stone held in Chen Shi's hand also lost its last trace of light. It turned into an ordinary stone. Battle Spirit Technique 3rd Level Armor Shadow Initial Appearance. Chen Shi's eyes flickered with light. After more than 2 months and spending many resources, he had finally stepped into the third layer of the Battle Spirit method. Buzz. Outside his body, the shadow of a battle armor loomed. This was a battle armor that was completely constructed from aura and qi and blood. Feeling the battle armor shadow outside his body, Chen Shi could not help but reveal a smirk. Having stepped into the martial 9th realm, with the third layer of the battle spirit law plus the dual support of the battle armor, his own defensive power was already terrifying. I wonder if my own defense today can rival those with defensive talents. He secretly thought about it, then shook his head. It was still too weak. After killing Li Ji, a crisis lingered in his heart. Li Yinian. A powerful person of the martial zone realm. Such an enemy was too strong for himself. Once Li Yinian knew that Li Ji was killed by himself, he would definitely get his revenge. Such retaliation was also definitely not something that the present-day self could withstand. Just as he was thinking, Zhang Zixing's voice rang out. Chen Qi. Chen Qi stood up and opened the door as Zhang Zixing's figure appeared in the doorway. Respectfully, he called out, Master. Zhang Zixing smiled lovingly and nodded his head, looking at the Chen Qi in front of him with great satisfaction. 9th level of martial artist now? Feeling the aura radiating from Chen Qi, Zhang Zixing asked smilingly. Just broke through. Chen Qi nodded his head obediently. Walking into the house, Zhang Zixing sat on a chair and Chen Qi honestly poured him a cup of water. Receiving the cup of water, Zhang Zixing smiled and asked, Did that kid Xiao Xiang send you the stuff? Hearing Zhang Zixing's words, Chen Qi could not help but smile as well. Send it. A broken army bow. Putting the water cup down, Zhang Zixing spoke, The alloy longbow you used before is indeed no longer very suitable for you as your strength has increased. The broken army bow is rather more suitable for your strength. After saying that, he took out a book and handed it to Chen Qi. Going forward, you will need to practice this one at the same time. Taking it, Chen Qi lowered his head and turned over the book in his hand. Spirit condensation method. Zhang Zixing leisurely picked up a cup of water while opening his mouth to explain. Spiritual power is very important, although the battle spirit technique also has the effect of cultivating spiritual power, it is too weak. This technique does not cultivate anything else, it specializes in spiritual power. Chen Qi's eyes stared slightly, and his breath stuttered. A technique that specialized in cultivating spiritual power. He had heard both Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya say that the cultivation of a martial artist's spiritual power was already slow. Techniques that could specifically cultivate and enhance spiritual power were even more precious. Basically, they were all held in the hands of powerful people. How could one obtain a mental power cultivation technique so easily? Teacher. Before Chen Qi could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Zhang Zixing raising his hand. This is my self-created spiritual power cultivation technique. Just feel free to cultivate it. Chen Qi exclaimed in his heart, Awesome, Master. To be able to create his own spiritual power technique, this was already beyond the scope of what Chen Qi currently understood. Alright, you step up your cultivation. In a few days, you will enter the talent program. Take advantage of these days for you to cultivate first and get started as soon as possible. I'll teach you the rest of the archery techniques after you've cultivated the spiritual power technique to a certain point. Okay, teacher. Chen Qi nodded his head obediently and hesitated for a moment. Teacher, there just happens to be a vacation in these few days, can I go back home? It had already been 2 months since he entered the military, and in his heart, he was a bit homesick for his family. Also concerned about the situation of his family. He now didn't know if Li Yinian knew about Li Ji's death, so he wanted to go home to see. Zhang Zixing waved his hand, Go back if you want to. You all happen to have vacation these days, but before you leave, you should still talk to Xiao Xiang, the rules are still necessary. Okay, teacher. As Zhang Zixing left, Chen Qi took a deep breath. Looking at the light screen panel in front of him. Name, Chen Qi. Realm, 9th level of martial artist. Physique, none. Talent, 3S talent Hui. Talent skill, 100 steps through Yang increase hit rate by 100%. Piercing clouds and cracking the sky arrow infuse the arrow with Qi, aura, piercing clouds and cracking the sky. Eagle's eye insight, consume spiritual energy to gain eagle's eyesight, current insight distance, 2 kilometers insight distance is based on one's own strength. Martial art, wind chasing gun successful. Technique, battle spirit technique a shadow realm. Weapon, broken army bow, ally lance weapon, broken army bow, ally lance. The original divine arrow had turned into the current cloud-piercing sky-rupturing arrow, which was a natural skill that he had awakened after reaching the 9th level of martial artist. It directly replaced the previous divine arrow natural skill. Eagle Eye Insight had also reached a terrifying field of vision of 2 kilometers. The wind-chasing gun was also only at the minor achievement realm because he had been busy raising his own strength for a while, but it was more than enough for him to use. Breaking army bow. That was the focus. Chapter 68 Senior Brother's Meeting Gift. The entire body was deep black. As if it could devour the surrounding light, the bowstring was taut and flickered with a faint metallic luster. Compared to the previous alloy longbow, the appearance of this broken army bow given to Chen Qi by Xiang Han already made people a bit unable to take their eyes off it after just one look. Compared to the simple appearance of the alloy longbow, the broken army bow had complex patterns on its body. Chen Shi was very fond of the broken army bow in his hands. The alloy longbow was already somewhat less suitable for him as his strength increased. The talent program? Doesn't know what kind of geniuses are in it. Chen Shi raised his head, his eyes filled with light. Xiang Han's office. Report. Come in. Xiang Han looked up at Chen Shi, who walked into the office. A smile appeared on his face as he said cordially, "Junior brother, something wrong?" Ever since Chen Shi was accepted as a student by Zhang Zixing, Xiang Han's attitude towards Chen Shi has changed. Always preferring to have a stern face, he also wore a smile from time to time when he saw Chen Shi. This caused the others who saw the scene to freeze and look at Chen Shi with a strange look in their eyes. Following that, they exclaimed, "Differentiated treatment, this is definitely differentiated treatment." The two of them, Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya, had also asked Chen Shi if he was a relative of Xiang Han's family. Otherwise, how could he make black-faced Xiang Han treat him differently? The corner of Chen Shi's mouth tugged, simply ignoring the two people. In front of him, Xiang Han greeted Chen Shi and sat down, his attitude close. For a recruit company commander to be so easygoing towards himself, a recruit with the rank of staff sergeant, even if he knew that the two were now mentor and brother, Chen Shi was still a little embarrassed. Company commander. I want to go back home for these few days of leave. Well, quite good. Xiang Han nodded his head. The Night Lord's operation is over, you guys just happen to have a vacation during this time, and you're going to suffer there when it's over, so it's time to go back and take a look. After saying that, he seemed to have remembered something. And then said to Chen Shi, "Junior brother, you still have younger siblings at home, I have nothing to give you." Saying that, he stood up and walked to the side, picking up a box and handing it to Chen Shi with a smile. "Junior brother, this is a bit of a meet and greet gift from me to your younger siblings." Chen Shi curiously opened the box in his hand, which contained 20 first-grade Qi and blood pills, 20 martial artist first-grade Fey Beast crystal cores, and 2 first-grade martial skills. "Senior brother, this." Xiang Han shook his head and interrupted Chen Shi, "Since you called me senior brother, there's no need to say anything else. Soldiers don't be a mother-in-law, these things aren't really worth much, but they are enough to help them raise their Qi and blood, their strength." Xiang Han's nature itself was rather quick, and now that he had Chen Shi as his senior brother, he would not be stingy. 2 martial arts, 20 Qi and blood pills, 20 foreign beast crystal cores, these 3 kinds of calculations, $1 million is still there. Qi and blood pills were worth 20,000 in the outside world, which was 400,000, and although the foreign beast crystal cores were cheaper, they weren't something that Chen Shi's family could afford. Especially the 2 martial arts, in the outside world, a first-grade martial art was at least 300,000. 2 books would be 600,000. Xiang Han's one shot was $1 million meet and greet gift. Chen Shi could only sigh that the martial zone realm was too generous. The first time he felt how much this number was when he first felt how much this number was, it was still when Li Ji asked himself to compensate 1 million. And this was the second time. Only this time it wasn't compensation, but rather receiving 1 million as a meet and greet gift. "Thank you, senior brother." Closing the lid, a trace of warmth flowed through Chen Shi's heart. He and Xiang Han were also only nominal senior brothers, and it was impossible to really say how good their feelings were. It was still more of a superior and subordinate relationship between the two of them as recruits and the commander of the recruit company. "When do you plan to go back?" As Chen Shi accepted the gift, Xiang Han nodded in satisfaction and asked with a smile. He wasn't the type of company commander who would just keep a stern face. It's just that the position he's in, sometimes he must be required to just do that. "Tomorrow, later I want to go to the logistics office to exchange some resources." Good thing too, merit points are taken and have to be spent, the improvement in strength is what's real. Xiang Han was in favor of Chen Shi's decision. Although 190 merit points could not be exchanged for anything too good at the logistics office, it was enough for Chen Shi for the time being. "Alright, then you go, I'll have someone send you back tomorrow." "Right, do Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya want to go home as well?" "If these two are going home as well, tell them that they don't need to come to me for leave, and just leave with you tomorrow." Chen Shi nodded, then turned around and left. Looking at Chen Shi's departing back, Xiang Han's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured, "Junior brother, the talent program is not that easy. I hope you don't get your confidence knocked out of you when you go there. After all, the lowest talent there is a rank, and there are quite a few S ranks as well." Leaving from Xiang Han's place, Chen Shi didn't go straight back to his dormitory but went straight to the logistics office. The resources had already been consumed, and the only thing he had left today was these 190 merit points. Staff sergeants were rewarded with 50 merit points every month,
but that wouldn't arrive until next month. 190 points was enough to exchange for some decent resources.
Martial Soldier 9th Realm Alien Beast Crystal Core 10 merit points. Martial Soldier 1st Realm Alien Beast Crystal Core 20 merit points. Battle Master Armor 50,000 merit points. 2nd Grade Chi and Blood Pills 15 merit points.
3rd Grade Chi and Blood Pill 25 points. The resources that could be exchanged at the logistics office looked a little covetous to Chun-Chi. In his heart, he complained even more to Xian Han. "Senior brother, why did you remember to make up the meeting gift for me? If you forget about this matter, how good? Master brought me in, that is not what you want to take." The eyes fell on the battle martial armor, 50,000 merit points, looking at Chun-Chi almost could not hold. "Sooner or later, I bought you. Chun-Chi muttered, before choosing to exchange all of his merit points into Chi blood pills and alien beast crystal cores. 10 2nd grade Chi and blood pills and 4 martial soldier 1st level alien beast crystal cores. He had already reached the 9th level of martial artist and was only one step away from breaking through to the martial soldier realm. And these 4 martial soldier realm exotic beast crystal cores were what he had prepared for this purpose. Nowadays, his Chi and blood had already come to 220 points. If he wanted to break through to the martial soldier realm, his Chi and blood needed to reach 320 points. 10 2nd grade Chi and blood pills would not allow his Chi and blood to grow to 320 points, but they were enough to greatly increase his cultivation speed. The bonus Chi and blood pills that were rewarded before were all of the 1st grade realm with limited potency, while the 2nd grade Chi and blood pills were much stronger. Taking another fond glance at the resources listed on the screen in front of him, Chun-Chi licked his lips and left. "Just in time, I'm also preparing to go back home. I haven't been home for more than 2 months. Hearing the news that Chun-Chi was going home, Su Xingyuan stated that he was also going to make a trip home. In 2 months' time, the few people had established a deep bond. "I really envy you guys." Xuanyan and the others were envious. The people who had been selected for the talent program were a total of 3 in their team: Chen-Shi, Su Xingyuan, and Zhang Ruya. They, on the other hand, would be broken up and organized into various combat units. As Chen-Shi's vacation came and went for them, the crowd had to say goodbye. "Work hard and strive to see my back," Su Xingyuan said to Xuanyan and the others with his hands deep behind his back, tilting his head. "Captain, actually, I've always had something I wanted to say to you," Xuanyan said with a smile. "But there's no harm in saying it." Su Xingyuan was ready to enjoy Xuanyan's rainbow farts. "Say more, love to listen. You really love pretending." After Xuanyan finished speaking, he grabbed his luggage and ran away. Laughter resounded throughout the corridor. Wang Er and the others burst out laughing. "Captain, let's go. Captain. Chin-Chi." Soon, all of the original team members had all left, leaving only the 3 standing in place. "Let's go, prepare to go home tomorrow." Chen-Chi was reluctant in his heart and huffed, saying to the 2 of them. "Aha!" Su Xingyuan was a little lost. His comrades who had been together for 2 months were about to run off to various places, and the 3 of them would also be heading to the talent program. "Old Zhang, are you going home?" "I won't go back, I'm afraid I'll go back and get beaten," Zhang Ruya said with a smile, and then without explaining anything, he talked and laughed with the 2. Chapter 69 Kingpin Li Enian. Dressed in military uniforms, the 2 of them, Chen-Chi and Su Xingyuan, stepped onto the military vehicle. Zhang Ruya did not travel with the 2. The 2 also did not ask much about what he had been doing these past few days. Time flies so fast. Su Xingyuan looked at the fading military camp and said with a sigh. "Well, it is going by so fast." Chen-Chi nodded in agreement. When he first joined the army, he was merely someone who hadn't even reached the level of a martial artist. After the passage of just 2 months, today, he was already a martial artist at the 9th level of the martial soldier realm. There was only one step away from the martial soldier realm as well. Su Xingyuan had also progressed quickly. Being an A-ranked talent, his cultivation speed was not slow, and he had more resources than Chen-Chi. Nowadays, his strength had also come to the 7th level of the martial soldier realm. Compared to the previous 2 levels of martial artist, he had risen to the 7th realm in a short period of time. The speed was not slow. It was just that it was still quite a bit slower compared to Chen-Chi. "What has your kid been eating lately? Why is his cultivation speed getting more and more perverted?" The barracks had already disappeared from sight, and the scenery whizzing by outside the window appeared somewhat boring in Su Xingyuan's eyes. Retracting his gaze and looking sideways at Chen Shi, he said with astonishment and uncertainty, the ninth realm of the martial artist.
You kid, is difficult to not want to step into the Wuzong realm in one day in the future?
Hearing the surprise in Su Xingyuan's tone, Chen Shi smiled and shook his head, his body leaning against the back of the seat.
Not being in the military, he couldn't help but relax.
Still too weak, not even breaking through the martial soldier realm in 2 months.
The light tone fell on Su Xingyuan's ears but made his entire being bad.
When he first joined the army, Chen Shi was still a new recruit who had not even reached the first level of martial soldier. As a result, in just 2 months' time, Chen Shi surpassed everyone and transformed into the 9th level of a martial artist. He was even awarded the rank of staff sergeant in advance.
The two of them, he and Zhang Ruya, recognized themselves as not ordinary people.
It was reasonable to say that a child raised in a family like theirs, with a good foundation and even more resources, would definitely improve much faster than Chen Shi, who was an E-ranked talent. But on the contrary, Chen Shi was this anomaly. With an A++ rating in the recruit competition assessment, he had defeated Jiangyan, who was an A-ranked talent, head-on. This had already begun to bring Chen Shi to prominence. Operation Night Lord, on the other hand, had completely made Chen Shi famous in the military.
An SSS-ranked battlefield performance that overwhelmed everyone. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to you, your kid is even more of a pretender than I am. I think you're the one who was born with a pussy body.
Su Xingyuan blankly glanced at Chen Shi and leaned on the back of the chair to close his eyes and concentrate. As the vehicle flew by, Chen Shi leaned back in his chair and looked out the window at the scenery that was rapidly passing by, his thoughts fluttering.
The name Li Yinian had always been pressed in his heart.
When he had just said that his speed was too slow, it wasn't a pretentious remark, but he truly felt that his speed was too slow. Without reaching the martial zone realm, there was ultimately no way to solve this crisis.
What did you say? A certain manor in Jin City. With red eyes, Li Yinian stared dead on at the man in military uniform in front of him and asked through gritted teeth, say that again? The man in military uniform felt the aura of the martial zone realm on Li Yinian's body.
He couldn't help but knit his brows and repeated again with a stern face, Li Qi was unfortunately sacrificed in the Night Lord operation.
Impossible. Impossible.
After the uniformed man repeated his previous words once again, Li Yinian only felt a blackness before his eyes. The entire person thumped back 3 steps, trembling all over.
The aura of the martial zone realm even completely exploded out. Bang!
The strength of the man in military uniform was only at the martial soldier realm, and he was instantly swept away by Li Yinian's martial zone realm aura.
You!
The man hit the wall heavily, his entire body as if it was about to fall apart. The eyes that looked at Li Yinian were filled with horror.
Li Yinian, this is not crazy. I don't believe it, I want a call to confirm.
Li Yinian did not even look at the uniformed man, took out his phone and dialed Yang Guang's number.
How did my son die? Just after the phone was connected, Li Yinian directly opened his mouth to ask.
Yang Guang's voice came through. Listening to the answer given by Yang Guang, Li Yinian was almost on the verge of crushing the phone in his hand. But thinking of Yang Guang's identity on the opposite side, he stiffly changed his tone.
Well, so it's like this. The phone hung up.
Li Yinian's gaze fell on the man in military uniform not far away, and with red eyes, he said, I didn't control it just now, sorry.
It's fine.
The man shook his head. The two did not say much. Li Yurian took the Medal of Merit handed over by the man in military uniform as well as the urn containing Li Ji's ashes. Without saying anything, he turned around and returned to the house.
On the sofa, Li Yinian calmed down and dialed another phone number.
My son died in the military, I want to know everything that happened to him during this time. $100 million, plus a martial spirit first level Fey Beast Crystal Core. The opposite party quoted the price. Li Yinian narrowed his eyes and spoke, I'll give you $200 million and a martial spirit first level Fey Beast Crystal Core.
But I'll only give you half a month. Just wait. The opposite party hung up the phone. Yang Guang.
Li Yinian's eyes were filled with a cold light.
Yang Guang had given my own assurance that dangerous actions would not involve Li Ji. But in just a month's time, Li Ji died in the army.
Glancing at the merit medals placed in front of him, a fire gradually burned in Li Yinian's heart, and this fire became more and more
prosperous. Brother.
Brother. Sister Chen Yao and Chen Hao both looked at their brother who appeared in the doorway. The two of them lit up in their eyes and called out excitedly. The younger sister Chen Yao hugged Chen Shi, the feelings of longing needed no introduction. while the younger brother Chen Hao silently took the luggage in Chen Shi's hands. Standing on the side, he looked at the two smilingly.
Alright, how grown up, shy or not?
After not seeing his family for 2 months, Chen Shi slightly enjoyed his sister Chen Yao's embrace and patted his younger brother's shoulder. Xiao Hao, want big brother yet?
Aha! Chen Hao was not good with words, just nodded heavily. Hearing the commotion, the two parents in the house walked out.
The first thing they saw was Chen Shi in his military uniform. The mother came in big strides and grabbed Chen Shi's hand, while then carefully looked at it. Seeing that Chen Shi was not injured, then she let go of her heart.
Didn't you say that you're not allowed to just come out in the army? Why did you come back?
The concern in his mother's eyes Chen Shi saw in his eyes. He smiled and explained, Mom, I came back on leave this time, and I have to go back in a few days. And then he looked at his father, Chen Jiqiang.
Dad. Hearing Chen Shi's explanation, Chen Jiqiang put his heart down.
Nodding his head, he said to the two of them, Chen Hao and Chen Yao, you two go and buy some vegetables. It's not easy for your brother to come back, so make some delicious food. Saying that, he took off the wallet that was already worn out in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and counted out 4.
Dad, no need, I have money.
Chen Shi said, taking out 2 bundles of money from his luggage. Wow, brother, so much money, where did you get it? Seeing the money Chen Shi took out, Chen Yao and Chen Hao both exclaimed in shock. Mom and Dad both also changed their faces and looked at Chen Shi in surprise.
How long had it been?
Chen Shi had only entered the army for a mere 2 months.
This is how much money he has? Chapter 70 The Shock of $1 Million Meet and Greet Gift. Are you sure you earned all this money?
Father Chen Jiqiang looked at the 2 bundles of money in front of him, his thoughts racing. Chen Shi enlisted in the army until now but only 2 months, 2 months of time to earn so much. Such a speed made Chen Jiqiang feel a little uneasy. The mother sat on the side, pulling Chen Shi's hand unwilling to let go. As long as you are safe, it is good. The two of them, younger sister Chen Yao and younger brother Chen Hao, looked at the 2 bundles of money placed on the table. Chen Yao's eyes were slightly red as she turned her head to look at Chen Shi and said with a sobbing voice, Brother, it must have been very hard for you. Chen Hao pursed his lips, Brother, you have to be safe. Hearing his family's concern, Chen Shi smiled and rubbed Chen Yao's head before looking at the family in front of him and said, all this money was earned normally.
I'm not strong right now, so you won't have to work so hard in the future, Mom and Dad.
Saying that, he took out a box.
This is a gift for you too.
Chen Yao and Chen Hao both curiously surveyed it. Upon seeing the contents of the box, the younger brother Chen Hao's pupils shrunk in surprise as he said, Qi and blood pills, exotic beast crystals.
And martial skills. Brother, did you earn money to buy all these things?
Chen Shi shook his head and explained, No, these gifts were given to you by one of brother's senior brothers as a meeting gift. Silently calculating the value of the things in the box, Chen Hao and Chen Yao both looked at each other. Shock filled their eyes. The two of them, Chen Jiqiang and Sun Zhuanli mother, couldn't help but ask curiously when they saw the look on Chen Hao and Chen Yao's faces, Xiao Hao, Yao Yao, are the things here expensive? The two of them were just ordinary people who had never practiced cultivation, and nowadays, they hadn't even stepped into the shoes of a martial artist. The strapped family never bothered to buy these things either. Life was already strapped for cash, so where would they have any extra money? Chen Hao nodded his head as his gaze fell on Chen Shi's face, the shock in his eyes still intact.
Mom and Dad, the things here are very expensive, worth at least $1 million. Worth $1 million.
As soon as these words were uttered, both Chen Jiqiang and Sun Zhuanli's faces suddenly changed.
Sun Zhuanli's face changed drastically as she said anxiously, Son, we can't ask for something so expensive.
Your senior brother is already good for you, $1 million meet and greet gift. This love our family cannot pay back in this life.
Chen Jiqiang did not say anything. A poor quality cigarette was caught between his fingers, constantly pinching.
He rarely smoked at home, especially when there were Chen Shi and his 3 siblings at home. It was evident that the words worth millions hit him hard. Chen Shi shook his head, Mom and Dad, don't worry. That senior brother of mine is very strong, he's also the company commander of our recruit company this time, he's very rich. Something like $1 million meet and greet gift is nothing to him.
That won't work either.
Chen Jiqiang pinched the butt of the cigarette in his hand to the point where it had become deformed. He looked up at Chen Shi and said in a deep voice, It's nothing to others, but we can't take something so valuable from others for no reason.
It's fine, I'll remember this favor, I'll return it.
Chen Shi didn't want to dwell on this issue and directly changed the topic, Mom and Dad, I'm now a staff sergeant.
Staff sergeant?
Ever since Chen Shi joined the army, his younger sister Chen Yao and younger brother Chen Hao both made it a point to learn about military ranks. The rank of staff sergeant would normally be awarded only after serving for at least 10 years or making significant contributions.
How long had Chen Shi been here?
Not only did he take out 2 bundles of money, but he also took out a meet and greet gift worth $1 million. Now he is even saying that he has already obtained the rank of staff sergeant. This series of news made the family's brain buzz. How could the family not expect that Chen Shi, who was forced to drop out of school, would shine in the military? There were still some things Chen Shi didn't say. For example, his own teacher was a martial spirit realm powerhouse. His own senior brother was a strong person of the martial zone realm. And he also knew the military commander of the Beast Suppression Army, a martial marquee realm powerhouse.
Himself swept everyone in the recent operator. Himself was selected into the talent program. If one were to tell these things, the family members in front of him would be even more shocked, I'm afraid. After a long time,
the family finally accepted the fact that Chen Shi was already at the rank of staff sergeant. Elder brother presents a meet and greet gift worth $1 million. The two of them, Chen Yao and Chen Hao, were as if they were dreaming, one of them holding 10 chi blood pills and 10 foreign beast crystal cores in their hands, and the martial arts skills were put into the box by the two of them discreetly. They were afraid that they would fly in the next second. Chen Shi couldn't help but say teasingly, "The two of you are holding onto the chi and blood pills and the foreign beast crystal cores in your hands for a period of time, they will melt by then."
"Ah!"
Chen Yao exclaimed, hurriedly placing the chi and blood pill and the fey beast crystal core in her hand gently into the box. The corner of Chen Hao's mouth tugged. Chen Yao didn't know, but he did. Although he hadn't used the chi and blood pill and the exotic beast crystal core, he had always seen a pig run before he had eaten it.
"Sis, brother lied to you, and you really believed it."
"Brother!" Chen Yao snapped and grabbed Chen Shi's arm and pinched it vigorously.
"Ha ha!" Chen Shi laughed out loud. The family was happy.
After eating, Chen Shi called both Chen Yao and Chen Hao into his room. "Although the two of you are still at the beginning of the martial arts now, you can already start raising your chi and blood and practicing martial arts." Chen Shi looked at Chen Yao and Chen Hao in front of him, picked up 2 chi blood pills and handed them to the two of them, saying, "In the past, our family was poor and we couldn't afford to buy chi blood pills and exotic beast crystals. But in the future, brother can provide you with them. Before the talent awakening, you guys have to constantly raise your chi and blood. When the Wu Gao talent awakens, you might be able to awaken a not-so-weak talent." The two of them received the chi and blood pills and pinched them in their hands, seemingly a little reluctant to eat to go under. Chen Shi was helpless and explained, "There were some things I couldn't say too much about before. But you guys just need to know that your brother and I are not weak. You guys can eat to your heart's content with the meet and greet gift given to you by your senior brother this time. This favor is not something you should consider, brother will return it." Chen Hao hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother, why don't we leave these chi blood pills to you? Sister and I can't use it right now, and we haven't started cultivating, so it's a bit of a waste to give these chi and blood pills to the two of us." Chen Yao nodded, and wanted to put the chi blood dan into the box. "What for?" Chen Shi had a stern face and said in a deep voice, "Eat it when I tell you to. Can it be that you all don't listen to me as a brother? Hurry up, eat it and I'll teach you guys to practice martial arts." "Oh." Chen Yao slowly swallowed the chi blood dan, and when Chen Hao saw this, he could only swallow the chi blood dan in his hand. For this one, it was 20,000. Seeing the two of them eat the chi blood dan, Chen Shi's face slowed down. It wasn't that he didn't have the chi blood dan today, it was better than what the two had eaten. The reason why he didn't give the two the chi blood dan that he had exchanged for was because Chen Yao and Chen Hao hadn't even awakened their talents, much less were they martial artists. The medicinal power contained in the second-grade chi and blood dan was also not something that the two of them today could withstand. One slip-up and they could be injured. Progressing step by step was the correct way to cultivate. After all, not everyone possessed such a perverted absorption speed like him. Eating chi and blood pills was like eating sugar peas. Chapter 71: A Chase in the Dead of Night. Deep in the night, Chen Shi closed his eyes and concentrated. In his hands were the chi and blood pills and fey beast crystal cores that he had exchanged this time around. The medicinal power contained in the second-grade chi and blood pills was a lot more compared to the first grade. Even with his SSS talent, it would take him a full minute to finish absorbing a second-grade chi and blood dan at this moment. 5 of the 10 second-grade chi and blood pills had already been absorbed in a short period of time. After the medicinal power of the 5 chi and blood pills was absorbed, the chi and blood grew to 222 points.
growing 2 points of chi and blood.
Feeling the growth of chi and blood in his body, Chen Shi slowly opened his eyes. His brows knitted slightly. The second-grade chi blood pills boost to his chi blood was too little.
5 of them only boosted it by 2 points.
After his strength came to the martial ninth realm, his need for resources seemed to be even greater. No wonder they say that poor literature is rich in martial arts.
Chen Shi shook his head. Such consumption was simply not something that an ordinary talent or an ordinary family could afford.
Once again, he took out 2 second-grade chi and blood pills and was about to send them into his mouth.
But just at this moment, a loud shout came from the distance.
Jean Chang, who had fallen into a deep sleep, was abruptly awakened. Chen Shi's eyes stared slightly as he came to the window and looked into the distance. A kilometer away from where he was,
several silhouettes, extremely fast.
One person in the front, his battle sword violently chopped towards the back. With a clang, sparks splashed everywhere, and the battle knife turned slightly in his hand, slashing towards the throat of the person in front of him at a bizarre angle.
How dare you!
The first person at the back, when he saw that person's movements, his pupils shrunk violently and he shouted angrily under his breath.
Snort!
With extremely fast speed, the battle knife instantly cut across the throat of the person at the back. The movement stalled, and his body collapsed helplessly. The man let out a cold laugh and turned around to flee with extreme speed.
Someone from the Armed Security Bureau.
Chen Shi recognized the identity of the few people behind him at the first moment.
The several people were wearing the black uniform of the Wushu Security Bureau, with the Wushu Security Bureau logo on their chests.
Chen Shi narrowed his eyes. Having been killed by one person, there were only 5 people left from the Wuhan Bureau. 3 of them continued to chase after them, while the other 2 lowered their bodies, looking anxious as they began to rescue people.
Martial Soldier Realm.
Now that Chen Shi had reached the 9th level of the Martial Soldier Realm, he could see the strength of the man at the first moment.
Brother! The angry shout just now completely woke up the residents in the neighborhood.
The originally dark windows suddenly lit up. The 2 of them, younger brother Chen Hao and younger sister Chen Yao, rubbed their drowsy eyes and walked into Chen Shi's house. The first thing they saw was Chen Shi standing by the window.
It's fine.
Chen Shi shook his head.
Without saying much.
You guys stay at home honestly, I'll go take a look. After saying that, he jumped out of the window and his entire body disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Another member of the team was killed, and Li was furious inside. As the captain of the squad, his strength was not weak and had reached the 1st level of the Martial Soldier Realm. The person who fled ahead was someone from the Order.
Tonight's action was to kill this person.
But what they didn't expect was that the enemy, who was originally said to be at the 9th level of the Martial Soldier Realm on the intelligence, had actually exploded with the strength of the 2nd level of the Martial Soldier Realm.
2 people were injured on the spot.
The entire team of 10 people, chasing after him until now, there were almost no more people who could keep up with his speed.
Who?
The team member behind him was breathing heavily, his entire body was extremely depleted. His strength as a martial artist of the 5th realm, being able to hold on until now was already the limit.
Wait for someone to come for support.
Li Feng did not have time to say more. After dropping a sentence, he took a step and was already dozens of meters away.
Boom!
A sword slashed out, and a red blade chopped towards the person in front of him. The person in front seemed to have sensed it in advance, and when the blade was about to arrive in front of him, he instantly flashed to the side. The blade landed on a car by the side of the road, instantly splitting it in half.
Humph!
Li Feng coldly snorted, his body not stopping.
If I hadn't injured him before, I'm afraid I would have lost him by now.
At the time before, the team of 10 people had struck out at the enemy in unison at the very first moment. And he, as the strength of the martial soldier 1st realm, took advantage of the chaos to injure that person. The 2 of them were one after the other. You escaped and I chased after them. In the night, a silhouette flashed by like a stream of light. The figure stopped, the original military uniform quietly transformed into a black armor appearance at this moment.
A black hood shrouded it. Chen Shi's figure stood on the roof of a residential building.
His eyes swept over the surroundings, and at the first moment, he locked onto the extremely fast silhouette. Li Feng was in hot pursuit. His amber-colored eyes moved slightly, firmly locking onto the figure in front of him. The figure flickered and disappeared in place. The deep black color of the broken army bow was perfectly hidden in the night, and Chen Shi, dressed in black battle armor, looked like he had completely blended into the night.
Li Feng, you seek death. The figure in front once again dodged a blade that flew from behind and turned to look at the chasing Li Feng. A pair of eyes were filled with madness. Li Feng slightly gasped for a moment. The two of them had chased for more than 10 kilometers in a short period of time. The location they were in at the moment was none other than the old town of Jinchang, the town where Chen Qi and his family were located. Run, dog day order, you keep running. Damn, I can't let you run even if I have to fight for my life today. Li Feng stood up straight. He was from a military background. Because he lost an arm on the battlefield, following that, he chose to be discharged from the army and returned to Jinchang to join the Armed Security Bureau. Hearing Li Feng's curses, a bit of cold light burst out between the man's eyes, and the battle knife in his hand turned violently. With one step, he slashed straight towards Li Feng. The blade gulped, like a viper spitting out its breath. Li Feng let out a cold smile. The two of them did not have any unnecessary nonsense and fought as one. Although Li Feng was in the first level of the martial soldier realm, he had been in the military for more than 10 years, his battle experience was incomparably rich, and his battle spirit rose. The strikes were tricky. The same was true for the man from Order. He was in the second level of the martial soldier realm, and his strength had been affected after being injured by Li Feng's sudden strike. But it was not something that Li Feng could deal with. Being bitten to death by Li Feng, he had long ago been unable to hold back the killing intent in his heart. He was not afraid of Li Feng, but he was afraid of attracting stronger people. In that case, he would have absolutely no chance to escape. While the two of them were battling, the window of a room a few hundred meters away, Chen Qi, who was dressed in black armor, was staring closely at Li Feng and the man. "Brother, why haven't you stepped in to help that uncle?" As Chen Qi searched for an opportunity, a childish voice rang out from behind. Turning his head to look, a 3-year-old child had moved a stool at the moment and was lying by the window, looking curiously into the distance. "I'm waiting for my chance, so go to sleep." How could Chen Qi not have thought that he was just trying to hide his figure and found a random window to sneak in? Thinking that it was already late at night and almost no one was still awake. But who knew that when he had just entered the room, a pair of clear eyes appeared in front of him. It was curiously sizing up Chen Qi, who had suddenly appeared in the room. "Oh." The boy let out an "oh" as if he had heard and understood, before continuing to look into the distance. "You can see over there?" Chen Qi asked curiously as he looked into the distance. "Can't see." The boy shook his head. "Then how do you know it's an uncle?" Chen Qi was stunned. "If you can't see it, why are you still looking at it?" "Don't go to bed, you still have to go to school tomorrow." I guessed. Although only 3 years old, that child was very smart. Chen Qi pulled at the corner of his mouth and didn't speak. Instead, he just quietly looked at the battlefield in the distance. The broken army bow was held in his hand, and a pitch-black arrow quietly appeared on the bowstring. Chapter 72: Arrow Execution of Martial Soldier Realm. The two battle blades collided. Points of sparks erupted in the dark night. Li Feng currently had a long wound on his chest that was deep enough to see the bone. If it wasn't for his quick reaction just now, this blade was enough to kill him. Feeling the pain on his body, Li Feng gasped for air. Although the two of them had fought for a short period of time, the strength of the man in the order was a small realm higher than him. Even in the case where his hand was injured, he was somewhat outmatched. Compared to Li Feng, the person on the opposite side of the order was obviously in a better state. However, he was also carrying injuries on his body. He looked at Li Feng, who had blood flowing from his chest in front of him, and said with a fierce smile, "Li Feng, the next blade will decapitate you." After he said that, his war knife blade burst out, and with one step with the knife, he had come to Li Feng's body. The glittering cold light of the blade reflected the man's crazy smile. "Li Feng, no one can save you today." Li Feng's heart sank. With a wild laugh. "Even if I die, I will definitely not let you scum escape." After saying that, he fiercely gripped his battle sword. With a clang, the battle blades collided. Li Feng's body flew out several meters away and hit the wall not far away with a bang before falling heavily on the ground. Blood spilled out of his mouth. "You." Looking at the enemy with a combat knife in his hand, Li Feng's words were interrupted by the man before he could speak. "You think I'm the only one tonight? Stupid." The man laughed as he slowly stepped in front of Li Feng and sneered as he looked down at Li Feng on the ground. "Eugene City has quite a few seedlings from the martial arts university this year. They are our target this time." Hearing the words from the mouth of the enemy in front of him, Li Feng's heart was shocked. The speed of the martial soldier realm, those WSA losers with you, where do you think they are now?
As the words fell, despair flashed across Li Feng's face. He had been careless himself. He did not expect that this enemy in front of him at the second level of the martial soldier realm had been setting himself up since the beginning. Previously, he felt that he was able to stall the person in front of him, but he realized it after the exchange just now. Although this person was injured, his injuries were not serious. I'll kill you first, before killing that group of geniuses in Jean City. Heh, the WSA, my ass. No one can save you. After saying that, the war knife blade gulped and slashed out. Li Feng had despair in his eyes. A situation of certain death. Then in the next second, his eyes suddenly widened. In the distance, a sharp air-breaking sound suddenly sounded. A stream of light was extremely fast, seeming like a ghost in the night. The moment the battle sword was about to fall on him, the pitch-black arrow wrapped in a powerful force blasted on top of the battle sword. Clang! Sparks splashed in all directions. The battle sword almost came out of his hand. Who? Not waiting for the man to look for the direction the arrow flew from. Only to see that 3 arrows had appeared in front of his eyes in the night. Extremely fast air-breaking sounds rang out as the 3 arrows built into a rain of arrows. The killing intent carried on, the arrows intertwined with each other, enveloping his entire person. On the ground, Li Feng was still shocked by the previous arrow, but the next second, the 3 pitch-black arrows awakened his entire being. Quickly reacting, he grabbed the battle sword that had fallen to the ground beside him, hissed, and followed right behind the arrows, slashing at the enemy in front of him. Bowman! The rain of arrows was like a net. Even though there were only 3 arrows, it made him, who was a martial soldier second level, feel a bit tricky. How could he not expect that there was even an archer hidden nearby? And it wasn't weak. The power on the arrows just now, even he felt the danger. Waving his battle sword, he swung 2 arrows away in the air. With a slight movement of his body, the last arrow grazed his ear. Put! The arrow didn't enter the wall. Humph! With a cold snort, the battle sword chopped at a weird angle in the air towards Li Feng in front of him. Do you really think that a bowman can change your ending? Whoosh! 3 more arrows appeared. The arrows that appeared again made him raise his eyebrows. A fist blasted out, sending the warblade that was up against his body flying out. The battle sword was waved in his hand, once again swinging his arrows out. A punk bowman also presumes to engage in battle? His eyes were like lightning. In the distance, Chen Shi, who was dressed in black armor, struck twice without success. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Once again, he pulled back the bowstring, and this time, it was still 3 arrows. Buzz! The bowstring quivered, and the 3 arrows headed straight for the man. Without stopping his movements, he once again pulled back the bowstring in his hand. This time, the pitch-black arrows had threads of aura and chi and blood flowing through them. Piercing cloud splitting arrow. Piercing clouds. Split the sky. In the previous 3 strikes, he did not aim to kill the man. The purpose was to paralyze the enemy. 3 consecutive strikes did not pose a threat to him. Inside his heart, he was bound to despise the arrows in his hands. And what Chen Shi wanted was this opportunity. The child standing on the stool lying by the window turned his head to look at the longbow in Chen Shi's hand and the arrow on the bowstring. His eyes were filled with light. This brother is so powerful. The arrow did not fly out, and the bowstring was like a full moon. It was poised to fire. Chen Shi had to wait for his chance. Bowmen were not brainless, they had to look for the right opportunity to kill the enemy with a single arrow. That was what a bowman was. Li Feng's figure retreated continuously, and the battle sword in his hand had already come off once again. Humph, a waste. The tone of his voice carried disdain for Li Feng. With a step, the battle sword flashed with light. It's now. The amber-colored eyes stayed firmly locked on the man. The moment he was about to take a step, the black arrow infused with aura and chi and blood left the string. Buzz. The arrow was extremely fast, even a few points faster than that person's speed. The figure had just stepped out, and the arrow arrived in an instant. Oomph, just waiting for you. The speed of this arrow was even faster than before. It was already too late to dodge. He only had time to raise his battle sword to block his chest. Clang! Sparks splattered, and the incomparably sturdy battle sword made a crisp breaking sound the moment it collided with the arrow. Plop! The arrow pierced through his chest. This. The man's eyes widened, his eyes filled with fear.
His own battle sword was actually blown off by this arrow. A bowman? Was this still an archer? What kind of archer could be this powerful? Bang, the body fell to the ground. Li Feng gasped for air and looked at the enemy in front of him who had been pierced through the chest by an arrow, dumbfounded. Brother is so powerful. The child lying by the window looked at Chun-Shi with adoration in his gaze. It did not mince words of praise. Rubbing the child's head and messing up his hair, Chun-Shi's gentle voice resounded, "Quickly go to sleep." After saying that, the entire person flickered and disappeared into the room. Footsteps sounded. Li Feng's body tightened as he nervously looked not far away. Chun-Shi, dressed in black armor, walked out from the night. In his hand, he held a longbow. "Is everything all right?" His eyes landed on Li Feng's chest. The injury on his chest was deep and visible. Fresh blood was constantly flowing out. "You?" Looking at Chun-Shi in black armor in front of him, Li Feng's eyes were filled with doubt. Chun-Shi smiled as his black battle armor changed and a military uniform appeared. Upon seeing this scene, Li Feng's entire body instantly climbed up and looked at Chun-Shi in surprise, saying under his breath, "Battle armor. Which army are you from?" He gasped slightly, his tense look disappearing and being replaced by excitement. "Beast Suppression Army Chun-Shi." Chapter 73 The Shock of the People of the WSA. Xinyu Army? Li Feng's eyes suddenly lit up as he smiled and said, "I used to be from the Xinyu Army." Chun-Shi smiled and nodded his head before looking at the wound on his chest and asked, "Do you want to treat your injuries first?" "It's fine." Li Feng shook his head and pulled out a green-colored pill from his pocket and swallowed it in one gulp. Silky medicinal power flowed through his body. The blood from the wound on his chest was quickly stopped. However, the wound did not heal. It seemed that this was an elixir to stop the bleeding. Chun-Shi was the first to judge and his eyes fell on the corpse at his feet. "Someone from the order?" Li Feng nodded his head and gritted his teeth, "These dogs." After saying that, he took a slight breather for a few moments, then said to Chun-Shi, "Old brother Chun-Shi, thanks for today. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have died here by now." "It's fine." Chun-Shi shook his head. Li Feng nodded. "This group of people is targeting those students who are about to enter WU. Brother Chun-Shi, I'll leave first." After he finished speaking, he was about to leave. Chun-Shi's voice rang out. "I'll join you." This. Li Feng was stunned and hesitated for a moment. "Brother Chun-Shi, you are gifted as an archer. A battle like this may not be suitable for you. Even if you're an A-rank talent, it's not too suitable." Chun-Shi smiled and said, "It's fine, I know a little bit about marksmanship as well." Looking at Chun-Shi in uniform in front of him, Li Feng thought of what might happen tonight, and it was too late to say more to Chun-Shi, so he pondered for a while and said in a droning voice, "Okay. Then I'll trouble brother Chun-Shi to take care of the battlefield on the side." "All right." The silhouettes of the two disappeared into thin air, leaving only a corpse left in place, its wide-eyed eyes filled with shock. In the Jin City Martial Security Bureau, Director Wu Tsun's brows were furrowed. The group of people from the order were hidden extremely deeply, and without being exposed, no one knew their true identities. At this time, it was already 1 in the morning. The entire city was already asleep, but he couldn't sleep. Including the entire Wuhan Security Bureau could not sleep. 10. Orderly people had appeared in all 10 places, and the group of people had different goals. His brows furrowed as he pondered the true purpose of this group of lunatics. He would never believe that this group of people did not have a purpose, exposing themselves for no reason and then attacking and killing the people from the WSA. What was the difference between doing so and sending them to their deaths? There was a constant uneasiness in his heart. The purpose of this group of people was definitely not simple. But what the real purpose was, he didn't think of it for the time being. The entire building of the Wushu Security Bureau was brilliantly lit and incomparably busy, including the major hospitals. DDT. Wu Tsun's phone suddenly rang. Li Feng? His eyes flickered as he picked up the phone at the first time. "Speak." "Director, the real target of this group is the students of Wu University. Focus on geniuses above a grade." Hearing this, Wu Tsun could no longer hold back. He stood up with a mischievous flourish and passed this news to the various captains. He then walked out of the office in large strides, and with a flash of his body, he disappeared into the night. Marshal General's second-level realm. A single step was 100 meters away, and his form was like a ghost. "Brother Chun-Shi, be careful." Li Feng's figure disappeared.
Chen Shi's eyes flashed, his legs slightly flexed, and his entire body leapt up, but in a few steps, he had appeared high up. There were merit points rewarded in the army for killing the order. And being outside, there were also the same rewards, not in the least less than the rewards in the army. The army breaker bow, which was deep black in color, was slowly drawn in Chen Shi's hands. His amber-colored eyes locked onto a certain place 700 meters away from him. There, several figures wearing the uniforms of the Wushu Security Bureau were besieging two order people. The strength of the several people from the Wushu Security Bureau was obviously quite a bit lower than the two order people. Both of them were in the first level of the martial soldier realm. On the other hand, the strongest amongst the crowd of the Wu Security Bureau was only at the 9th level of the martial soldier realm. Within a short period of time, 4 people were blown away, their chests sunken in and their faces pale. Already, they were seriously injured. Although Li Feng was injured, his speed did not decrease under the full force outburst. Blood flowed from the wound on his chest, he did not care. With his battle sword held diagonally in his hand, he took large strides and shouted angrily, "Die! Captain!" Seeing Li Feng appear, the crowd brightened up. The captain had come, so he would be able to take down the two people in front of him. But when they saw the wound on Li Feng's chest, the crowd's pupils shrunk. Li Feng was injured. The two people who were surrounded looked at Li Feng, who came with great strides, their eyes narrowed slightly, and a flash of cold light swept through. The injured Li Feng still dared to take a shot at the two of them, simply dying without knowing how to die. With a kick, the two figures immediately flew out. Both of them looked at Li Feng, who came in stride in unison, and let out a cold laugh. "Li Feng, you are really looking for death." After saying that, their figures disappeared from their original places and went straight towards Li Feng. As the most powerful Li Feng of the WSA present, he was the primary target of the two. Just at the moment when the two were about to engage Li Feng, sharp air-breaking sounds rang out. The black arrows were like ghosts in the night, and in the moment before the two could react, the black arrows had penetrated the neck of one person. Bang! The powerful force from the arrow dragged the body out and nailed it to the ground. A single arrow killed a martial soldier first level. Li Feng's eyes lit up abruptly, his body was filled with battle spirit, and he shouted under his breath, "Die!" Between the bursts of the blade, the two war blades had collided together. The sudden appearance of the arrow caused the heart of the only remaining person to shake. Fear filled his eyes. When did the Wuan Bureau have such powerful archers? He was a bit confused as his thoughts were racing. Facing the slash that Li Feng chopped out, he hastily responded. With a clang, Li Feng's figure shook and blood flowed out of the wound on his chest once again. The man's eyes flashed like thunder, and his blade went straight for Li Feng's throat. And right at this moment, the second arrow was sent out again. The moment the battle sword and the arrow collided, it already disintegrated. A stream of light pierced through his chest. 2 arrows killed 2 martial soldier first realm. Such a scene caused the crowd of people from the Martial Security Bureau present to watch in disbelief. "Captain, our Wuan Bureau still has such a powerful archer? Captain, who is this, too fierce? Can it be that it's a strong person from the 9th level of the martial soldier realm? 2 arrows killing 2 martial soldier first realm is just like killing a chicken, mi chow." The crowd let out exclamations in unison. Li Feng turned his head to look. Chen Shi's figure was rapidly coming. When the crowd saw Chen Shi's appearance, they froze. "So young, I chow. It looks like he is only 18 or 19 years old. Is it hard to be a heavenly pride of a top martial arts university?" The crowd speculated about Chen Shi's identity. Li Feng smiled and greeted Chen Shi. "Staff Sergeant, I'm Chow." Someone noticed Chen Shi's Staff Sergeant rank shoulder badge and exclaimed in shock. Eyes widened with shock in their eyes. A cry of shock drew everyone's attention to Chen Shi's shoulders. "Damn, no wonder it's so strong, such a young Staff Sergeant. Is the first time I've seen it. A teenage Staff Sergeant. Really?" Opened his eyes. Still a Staff Sergeant with a bowman talent, outrageous to the core. Chapter 70 for the clever Wu Song. Under the night curtain. Wu Song's figure flickered away. In the distance, 3 order people were being surrounded. Sonic shouts rang out. The uniformed WSC crowd was injured from time to time. In this group of people, the strongest strength was only the captain's martial soldier's second realm. However, the 3 order people, the weakest of them had the first level of martial soldier strength, and the strongest of them had reached the 4th level of martial soldier realm.
To be able to hold back the three enemies of the order with such strength was enough to show the determination of the people of the WSA to fight to the death. Humph. An angry humming sound rang out. Wutsong was like an instantaneous movement. As soon as the voice fell, he had already appeared in front of the crowd. Order, you guys are so bold. The aura of the martial general realm rose up, and in his eyes was endless killing intent. Director! The crowd of the WSC shouted in excitement. Wutsong was a strong person of the second level of the martial general realm. His arrival also announced the death of the order trio. Wutsong! The three naturally recognized Wutsong. How could they not recognize the head of the Jin City Martial Security Bureau, sitting in such a position? Seeing Wutsong appear, the three of them also knew what would happen to them. Griffin, die. With a single movement of his feet, his figure had appeared in front of the three. With a palm strike, the head of a martial soldier's second-level realm was slapped hard into the chest cavity. It turned into a headless corpse. A mere slap was as simple as slapping a mosquito to death. This was the crushing of the martial general realm against the martial soldier realm. There was a full realm between the two sides. The one with the strongest strength in the fourth level of the martial soldier realm wanted to escape the moment he saw Wutsong strike. But as soon as his body moved, he saw a blade sweep by. His body was cut off at the waist. The internal organs were scattered all over the place, and the lower half of the body rushed out 100 meters by inertia before it fell to the ground with a bang. The remaining one of the martial soldier realm, Wutsong did not even look at it. The battle knife in his hand shot out. The head flew out and hit the ground with a thud, rolling out a long way. Clean up the battlefield. Wutsong left a sentence, then his figure disappeared once again. Knowing the true purpose of these people from order, Wutsong had no more worries. He went straight to the various battlefields. Time had reached 2:30 a.m. without realizing it. The enemies who died in Wutsong's hands were already more than 20. Li Feng, how's it going? Wutsong's voice was transmitted to Li Feng's ears through the internal communication. At this moment, Li Feng's crowd had just solved 3 enemies. Hearing Wutsong's words, Li Feng couldn't help but have a smile on his face. He glanced at the arrows on the corpses not far away and nodded his head as he replied, Chief, I've taken care of it here. So fast? Li Feng had previously reported that there were 3 enemies from the first level of the martial soldier realm. In their group, the strongest person was Li Feng. But how could he alone take care of the enemies in such a short period of time? How about the damage? No one suffered any casualties. Li Feng hesitated for a moment and replied. No casualties? Listening to Li Feng's answer, Wutsong couldn't believe it and confirmed it again. Tonight, of all the teams that went out from the WSA, there wasn't a single team that didn't have casualties. Wutsong was suspecting that Li Feng was lying. Director, this matter cannot be explained in a sentence or two. Li Feng didn't know how to explain, he just dropped a sentence, Director, I ran into a demon, you'll know when you come later. Hanging up the phone, Li Feng smiled and walked towards Chen Qi. On the other hand, Wutsong on the other end of the phone had confused eyes. What the hell is this kid Li Feng up to? After shaking his head and quickly arranging for the various teams to send the injured to the hospital and strengthening the alert, he sped towards the location where Li Feng and the others were. Time was too tight, plus the distance wasn't too far, so he didn't bother to drive. Brother Chen Qi. Li Feng smilingly came to Chen Qi's side and greeted him, before exclaiming, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I truly wouldn't have believed that an archer would have an alien like you. Chen Qi was stunned, then smiled, and did not say anything. This was the first time he had heard the name alien himself, and it seemed like he had heard it from Xuan Yan and the others. A teenage staff sergeant, I've never seen one even after more than a decade in the Jinyu army. Li Feng was still surprised that Chen Qi was even at the rank of staff sergeant. With awe in his tone, I've seen quite a few geniuses before. But I've never really seen an alternative genius like you. An archer talent can even cross the ranks, the strength of a martial artist's 9th realm arrow kills the martial soldier realm. The gun skill is surprisingly still in the minor achievement realm. Simply unimaginable. Saying that, with a bitter smile, he remembered Chen Qi's words from earlier. A slight understanding, you call this a slight understanding? After sighing, he suddenly asked curiously, Brother Chen Qi, can I ask you what your archer talent is? It's E rank at the time of awakening. As the words fell, Li Feng exclaimed as if his butt was on fire, impossible. How could you be an E rank talent? The commotion attracted the others, who then looked at him in unison. Li Feng's head shook like a rattlesnake as he kept saying impossible under his breath. The gaze towards Chen Shi became more and more strange. Chen Shi had no choice but to smile and shrug his shoulders. What he said was the truth. The two chatted while the others cleaned up the battlefield. Where did the Wuhan Security Bureau have such a heavy workload on a normal day? The most they could do on weekdays was to arrest some thieves and the like. Actions such as today's were rare to come across once in a few years' time. Plus this time the order of the group of people is suddenly out of the blue, more so that rarely experience this kind of thing of the WSA crowd is very passive. Almost the entire process was led by the group of people from the order. If it wasn't for Chen Shi making a move, Li Feng would have been decapitated by the man from before. While the two of them were chatting, a silhouette approached rapidly from a distance like an instantaneous movement. With a single step, he was already 100 meters away. Director! The crowd voiced out in unison. Chen Shi narrowed his eyes. Director of the Wushu Security Bureau? Li Feng, how is it? Wu Tsong's figure stopped, his eyes swept the crowd in the arena before his gaze landed on the several corpses on the ground. A sigh of relief was let out. There were no casualties in Li Feng's group, and he let go of his heart. His eyes fell on Chen Shi. Li Feng's voice rang out, Director, this is the demon I just told you about. What is it? Wu Tsong listened to Li Feng's explanation. At first, he thought it was nothing. But the more he listened, the more wrong it became. In the end, his gaze toward Chen Shi had long been filled with shock. A teenage staff sergeant. Martial Ninth Realm decapitated the martial soldier realm. What shocked him the most was that Chen Shi was only an E-rank archer talent. Genius. Demon. Pervert. These words kept flashing through Wu Tsong's mind. Junior genius. Arriving in front of Chen Shi, Wu Tsong sized him up and praised him under his breath. Director Wu is flattering. Chen Shi replied with a smile. He had already learned Wu Tsong's identity and name from Li Feng. Wu Tsong laughed before saying, If it wasn't for your hand tonight, I'm afraid Li Feng and his group would have perished long ago. I'll remember this favor. A show of hands. Wu Tsang swept a glance around before saying in a serious tone, The cash reward for killing order will come down tomorrow. But the merit reward, since you are from the Beast Suppression Army, I need to confirm your identity with them first before I can give it out to you. Hearing that there was also a cash reward, Chen Shi could not help but light up. Merit rewards he needed to exchange for cultivation resources, but cash rewards were more useful to his family than merit rewards. Thanks, Director Wu. Ha, no need, this is a normal reward. Wu Tsang smiled and waved his hand. In fact, the cash rewards were not given out that fast. But after he listened to Li Feng's words, plus when he saw the rank of staff sergeant on Chen Shi's shoulder, he had already changed his mind in his heart. A special matter was made special. Although Chen Shi was only an E-ranked archer talent, just by his outburst tonight and the staff sergeant rank on his shoulder was enough to show that Chen Shi was extraordinary. Befriend Chen Shi. This was the first thing Wu Tsong decided on. Subterranean Dragon. Wu Tsong made such a judgment on Chen Shi. Chapter 75 Brother, you've become a deserter? What happened at night, few ordinary people knew. The entire city remained quiet. As the night breeze brushed by, Wu Tsang as well as Li Feng and the others stood at the same spot, looking at Chen Shi's disappearing back. Li Feng's eyes were filled with marvel as he murmured, The submerged dragon is in the abyss. Wu Tsang nodded his head slightly and said with a sigh, A teenage staff sergeant, at a young age, he has already reached the 9th realm of martial artist, crossing over the ranks, it's not simple. He's not a submerged dragon in the abyss, he's a submerged dragon in the abyss. After saying that, he shook his head, his eyes swept over the crowd and waved his hand, Let's go, back. Although he had already cleared the people of the order, there were still a lot of things behind that needed to be handled by him, the director of the WSA. The figure flashed, and a strong wind whistled. In a single leap, but in just 2 steps, the curtains fluttered, and he had appeared at home. Brother! Brother! In the room, the two of them, younger sister Chen Yao and younger brother Chen Hao, had not gone to sleep. They had been waiting for Chen Shi to return. Seeing Chen Shi appear, the two called out. What are you two doing without sleeping? The two of them were lying on their beds in their bedroom, and when they saw themselves appear, the two of them hurriedly sat up, their concerned gazes falling on them. With a warm heart, Chen Shi smiled and spoke. Brother, what happened? Chen Hao gazed through the window, looking into the distance. Everything had been taken care of, and the surroundings once again returned to calm. Chen Yao grabbed Chen Shi's arm and followed Chen Hao's gaze into the distance. It's fine. Gently patting Chen Yao's hand, while then shaking her head, it's fine. Quickly go to sleep, these matters are not something that the current you guys can participate in. Chen Yao and the two of them nodded and walked out of the room. Standing by the window, at this time, it was already 3 in the morning, but Chen Shi did not have the slightest bit of sleep. Everything that happened tonight had made him even more curious about the organization. According to what Wu Tsang had said, this group of people from the order were hiding extremely deeply. As long as they were not exposed, it was impossible to find them. This was also the reason that led to order as an organization being able to survive for decades. The targets of this group of people were the students of various martial arts universities this time, and no one knew what their next target would be. They were like a group of people who struck out based on personal preference alone. Chen Shi's thoughts fluttered back to the first time he encountered those people from order. Order. He muttered under his breath, squinting his eyes, and in the distance, from time to time, silhouettes flickered. Those were the people from the WSC cleaning up the battlefield. Shaking his head slightly, he cast aside the thoughts in his head. Closing the window, the curtains fluttered. 2 chi and blood pills appeared in his hand, closed his eyes and concentrated, once again devoting himself to cultivation. The sky was getting brighter. A ray of sunlight penetrated into the room from the window, playfully waking up the sleeping Chen Shi. Outside the window, quite a few early risers walked out of their homes, ready to start their day. Outside the door, her mother Sun Zhuanli's voice rang out, "Xiaoyao, go wake up your brother." Brother. Shen Yao was just about to knock on the door when the door to the room was opened. "Let's eat, brother," Shen Yao said with a smile. Breakfast was simple. Although Chen Shi had gotten back 2 bundles of money yesterday, the frugal habits of his frugal parents who had been frugal all their lives had not changed. It was just that on the dining table, there were 3 extra pieces of fey beast meat. After sitting down, there was no sign of his father. Chen tended to get up early and would go out to wait for work. "Mom, Dad went out again?" Distributing the fey beast meat in front of him to his younger siblings, Chen Shi asked as he ate his breakfast. His mother walked out of the kitchen, carrying some of the ingredients she had prepared for the day in her hands, her forehead beaded with sweat. Wiping a handful of sweat, Zhou smiled and said, "Went out. You guys eat quickly, I'm going out later as well." Sun Zhuanli's job was not easy, every day she needed to go out early and take up a spot. Go late and the spot might be taken. The two of them, Chen Hao and Shen Yao, were eating breakfast when Chen Shi put down the chopsticks in his hand and said, "Mom, take a day off today. Someone might come to our house later." Sun Zhuanli's movements were stuttered as she looked at Chen Shi, "Who's coming to our house?" Shen Hao and Shen Yao both looked at each other, both of them thinking in unison of the scene last night when Chen Shi disappeared. "Did a small favor for someone else yesterday. He might come to our house later." Sun Zhuanli hesitated for a moment, looked at the ingredients she had prepared, and thought for a moment, then. "Maybe I should come back earlier. Business is quite good these days." As he was talking, a knock sounded on the door. "Sun Maisie, open the door." It's the voice of old Zhou from the store downstairs. Sun Zhuanli heard the identity of the person outside the door at the first moment. Maisie Sunday. Old Zhou was the first to look inside the house and couldn't help but freeze when he saw that Chen Shi had returned as well. And then reacting, he lowered his voice and said anxiously, "Sun Maisie, it's not good." "What?" Several people in the room looked at old Zhou in unison. Chen Shi raised his eyebrows slightly. "Can't it be that something has happened to his dad? Let me ask you, why did this boy Chen Shi of your family suddenly come back?" Old Zhou gave Chen Shi a strange look in his eyes before lowering his voice and asking quietly. Chen Shi was stunned. There was still something about himself? Said, "I had a vacation and came back to take a look. What's wrong with this, old Zhou?" Hearing that it might have something to do with Chen Shi, Sun Zhuanli was instantly anxious and urged Lao Zhou to continue. "Sun sister, I'm talking to you, don't be anxious. Speak quickly, speak quickly." The two of them, Shen Hao and Shen Yao, stood behind Chen Shi, and when they heard that there was a relationship with Chen Shi, their hearts were immediately lifted up. "I'll tell you, early this morning I heard people inquiring about your family Chen Shi. There were people from the Armed Forces Security Bureau, as well as people from the military. Don't be a deserter, this Chen Shi kid." After old Zhou finished his words, Sun Zhuanli only felt her body soften and was about to fall backwards. Chen Shi took a step out and held Sun Zhuanli. "Son, is what your Uncle Zhou said true?" Sun Zhuanli's entire body panicked.
The people from the Armed Forces Security Bureau and the army had come to the door, and it looked like Chen-Chi might have actually escaped back. After saying that, she didn't care about Chen-Chi and called Chen-Ji-chan.
You. Son. Why are you so confused? Sun Juanli couldn't care about anything else, tears flowed from her eyes.
Chen Yao and Chen Hao both also panicked at once.
Their own brother was actually a deserter? Chen-Chi only felt like crying and laughing.
He pacified his mother, Sun Juanli, and then looked helplessly at old Zhou.
Uncle Zhou, why are you opening your mouth to talk nonsense? When did I become a deserter?
Old Zhou also realized that what he had just said was somewhat not quite right.
Then why did you kid come back now?
People from other people's Armed Forces Security Bureau and the army have come to the door.
Brother, you really escaped back?
Chen Hao and Chen Yao were both confused at the moment.
Chen Hao hesitated and asked. Escape my ass.
Chen-Chi was all pissed off and laughed. Just as he was about to explain, a sound of footsteps rang out from the hallway.
This is Chen-Chi's home, right? A voice rang out.
Inside the house, old Zhou as well as Sun Juanli and Chen Yao, Chen Hao and the others' faces suddenly changed.
What to do? Brother, they're coming for you. Chen Yao had already cried out.
Mother Sun Juanli gritted her teeth and pushed Chen-Chi into the room, no coming out. I'll block them, you find a chance to run fast.
Chen-Chi. What's the point of me running? A knock sounded on the door. Hello, WSA. Chapter 76, Wu-San's Befriending, Merit Medal.
Outside the door, Wu-San, the director of the Wu Security Bureau, Li Feng, and 3 men in military uniforms. Listening to the voices ringing outside the door, the few people inside the house had long since panicked. Being approached by people from the WSSB and the military. This was in the opinion of several people. Chen-Chi's status as a deserter was considered to be confirmed. The mother, Sun Juanli, fixed her nerves and opened the door with a trembling hand. Seeing the door being opened, Wu-San, with a smile on his face, froze as he looked at the red-eyed Sun Juanli in front of him. And then nodded with a smile, hello, may I ask if Chen-Chi is at home?
We have something to look for him. As the words fell, Chen Yao couldn't help herself.
With a wow, she cried out. Chen Hao supported Sun Juanli and looked up at the few people in front of him. Wu-San, Li Feng, and the others were all dressed in black uniforms, and the logo of the Armed Forces Security Bureau on their chests clearly told a few people their identities. He gritted his teeth and said, My brother, he is not at home. Sun Juanli could not hold back her tears. This scene made Wu-San and Li Feng and the others puzzled. A few people looked at each other. Wu-San opened his mouth and asked, What are you doing? Chen Yao continuously sobbed, pearly, looking at the few people in front of her, and said intermittently, My brother, he can't be a deserter.
Deserter?
Wu-San and Li Feng's faces changed.
What was the situation? Chen-Chi was a deserter?
Wu-San looked at one of the several people in military uniform beside him and his eyes changed slightly, really? The few people in military uniforms were all from the Beast Suppression Army. They were also confused when they heard this.
How did they not know about Chen-Chi being a deserter?
One of them turned pale and said in a deep voice, Director Wu, please wait for me for a minute. After saying that, he dialed the phone number of the Jin Beast Army. They had received a call from Wu-San, the director of the Jin City Martial Security Bureau, last night, in order to confirm Chen-Chi's identity with them, so that rewards could be issued. The Jin Beast Army was also very serious about this matter.
The news reached Xiang Han's ears, and after hearing the news, Xiang Han was somewhat speechless.
How long has Junior Brother gone back, and he's already made another achievement? At that moment, he didn't hesitate and sent someone to Jin City to come with Wu-Sang and the others to Chen-Chi and their house to distribute rewards to him. In the Beast Suppression Army, the phone call was quickly received at Xiang Han's place. Hearing the words on the other end of the phone, Xiang Han raised his eyebrows. What nonsense is being said? If he deserts, I will be the first to not let him go. A few moments later, the man in military uniform returned, crying and laughing, no. The two of them, Wu-Sang and Li Feng, heard this and their hearts were suddenly relieved. If Chen-Chi was really a deserter, then this matter would be troublesome. Your brother is not a deserter. Wu-Sang cried and laughed, explaining, we didn't come here today to catch your brother either. At this moment, he also understood why the few people in front of him were behaving like this.
My brother, he's not a deserter?
Chen Yao wiped the tears from her face and asked with wide eyes. Chen Hao and his mother, Sun Zhuanli, both had a light in their eyes.
Reacting, Mother Sun Zhuanli seemed to have strength back in her body, revealing a smile and confirming once again, "You guys really aren't here to arrest my son Chen Shi?" Wu Tsong shook his head helplessly. The few people in military uniforms were also helpless. The rewards have not yet been issued, and the people have not even seen them, but they have first made the oolong of desertion. The call just now was also scolded by Xiang Han. Old Zhou, the store owner on the side, looked embarrassed at the moment. He also didn't hear the words in Wu Tsong's in their mouths clearly, just seeing the uniforms and military uniforms on several people, plus hearing them mention Chen Shi's name. He came to Chen Shi's house in a hurry and knocked on the door. Wu Tsong and the others were invited inside. After pouring water for a few people, Sun Zhuanli walked inside the house. "Son, are you really not a deserter?" She lowered her voice and confirmed for the third time. "Mom, I'm really not a deserter, and do you think a deserter can be at the rank of staff sergeant?" Chen Shi spread his hands and said helplessly. "Oh, that too." Sun Zhuanli completely let go of her heart, a smile reappeared on her face. "Then don't hide, come out quickly, people are here specifically to find you." On the sofa, Wu Tsong and the others swept their eyes over the furnishings in front of them. In their hearts, they had a judgment about Chen Shi's family. Before coming, they had already had an investigation. Chen Shi's family was not good. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. However, it was precisely this that Wu Tsong's heart grew in admiration for Chen Shi. At the same time, he also had a greater determination to make good friends with Chen Shi. Director Wu, Big Brother Li Feng. Walking out of the room, Chen Shi's eyes landed on Wu Tsong and Li Feng at the first moment and greeted them with a smile. As for the several men in military uniforms, the first time they saw Chen Shi come out, they rose in unison and saluted. Chen Shi raised his hand to return the salute. The highest rank of the several men in front of him was sergeant. When they saw him as a staff sergeant, they naturally had to salute. The relationship between the two was superior and subordinate, and although Chen Shi did not hold a specific position, his rank was here. This scene made Sun Zhuanli and the others laugh as they watched. "Brother is so handsome." Chen Yao's eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Chen Shi. Chen Hao nodded his head and his eyes lit up. The scene of Chen Shi being saluted by those few people in his military uniform was simply too handsome in his opinion. "Ha, Chen Shi, we made a mess before we even came. Your mother and your siblings thought we were some kind of bad guys." Wu Tsong laughed and opened his mouth to dissolve the awkward atmosphere just now. A joke was made. Chen Hao and the others smiled in embarrassment. The mother, Sun Zhuanli, looked embarrassed. "Sorry, I misunderstood you guys." Old Zhou stood to the side, neither leaving nor not leaving. Chen Shi waved his hand, expressing indifference to this. "It was just an oolong, no big deal." Wu Tsong nodded his head and said smilingly, "Your reward has come down." Li Feng took out a bank card and handed it to Chen Shi. "Brother Chen Shi, there is $1 million inside. This is your reward this time. Thank you for your great contribution." Saying that, he quietly came to Chen Shi's ear and said, "Inside there is $300,000 from our director's private." After saying this, he winked at Chen Shi. Receiving the bank card, he nodded to Wu Tsong and said with a smile, "Thank you, Director Wu." "Ha, it's fine." Wu Tsong waved his hand. The purpose of bringing Li Feng was naturally for the words just now. This matter was not convenient for him to say himself, and it was more than good to tell Chen Shi through Li Feng. Since he wanted to befriend Chen Shi, this was only the first step. Comrade Staff Sergeant. Wu Tsong's rewards had already been handed out, and it was the turn of the several people in uniform on the side. The few people saluted in unison before speaking. "The merit points have been issued to your account, you can access them at any time." After speaking, he took out a red certificate as well as a medal. With a serious look and a serious tone, "This is your merit badge as well as the certificate." Raising his hand, he saluted, "Thank you for your contribution." Chen Shi returned the salute and smiled as he looked at the merit medal and certificate in his hand. He didn't expect that the merit medals he had received from last night's outburst would even be awarded. Old Zhou, who was standing at the side, had already looked dumbfounded. "Chen Shi, where was this desertion? This was meritorious service. Soon all has been done." Before Wu Tsong left, he pulled Chen Shi to the side with a close look. "Brother Chen Shi, I see that your family seems to be in not very good condition. If needed, I have a suite in the south of the city. It's empty. If you don't mind, your family can go and live over there." Chen Shi looked slightly stunned, looking at the key handed over by Wu Tsong, smiling and shaking his head. "Director Wu,
I'll keep this favor of yours. Let's talk about the house later, I'm still young, who knows what's behind. Chen Shi's words fell on Wu Tsan's ears, he narrowed his eyes and laughed. Not feeling embarrassed either, he put away the key and nodded, you're right, you're still young.
The road is still long, this is me being abrupt.
Don't worry, I will help you look after your family during your absence.
Thanks, Director Wu.
The conversation between the two ended here. No one said much, but everything was unspoken. Wu Tsan wanted to befriend Chen Shi, and Chen Shi knew it in his heart.
Both of them were smart people and didn't need to say much.
Looking at Wu Tsan's back as he left, the corner of Chen Shi's lips lifted slightly.
Not knowing what he was thinking.
Chen Jiqiang also returned home at this time. At this moment, he looked at the medals and certificates that were placed in the living room and froze in place.
Chapter 77 Students of Yendu Wushu University and Ninghao Wushu University. Second class merit?
Chen Jiqiang froze in place as he looked at the medals and certificates that were placed in the living room. Chen Yao smiled and said, Dad, you don't know, Uncle Joe even said my brother was a deserter at first. Chen Hao nodded his head and said in agreement, Uncle Joe is talking nonsense, my brother is clearly a hero. Store owner Old Joe sat on the sofa with an awkward expression, listening to the words of the siblings, he said in embarrassment, cough. I thought they were here to catch that Chen Shi kid. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. After saying that, he laughed out loud himself. And then said with emotion, Old Chen, your family's Chen Shi kid has made a fortune. I just heard the director of the Wuhan Bureau call him Brother Chen Shi.
Mother Sun Zhuanli's face was filled with pride.
Chen Yao and Chen Hao both tilted their heads, Chen Shi's achievement was more pleasing than even their own achievements. Chen Jiqiang smiled and waved his hand, but don't say that, how proud would that boy Chen Shi be to hear that?
Dad, I wouldn't be.
Chen Shi came back and laughed as he heard Chen Jiqiang's words.
Ha ha.
Old Zhou burst out laughing. Father Chen Jiqiang and Mother Sun Zhuanli as well as Chen Hao, Chen Yao both laughed out.
The evening meal was a sumptuous one.
In the living room, Chen Shi took out the bank card Wu Tsang had given him. Dad, Mom, here is $1 million, the reward for this time, you guys keep it.
Buy some of whatever you want.
I'll save it for you. Ignoring the gazes of both Chen Yao and Chen Hao, Sun Zhuanli put the bank card away. Mom, there's no need, the two Xiao Yao and Xiao Hao will soon be attending martial arts high school, they need to boost their chi and blood right now, this 1 million is enough for them to use for a long time. With this 1 million, you and Dad don't need to work too hard. Chen Shi shook his head, he already had an arrangement for this money. 1 million might not be a lot for people like Wu Tsang, Xiang Han, but for their family, it was already a lot. Hearing this, Chen Jiqiang and Sun Zhuanli both looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded their heads, then I'll listen to you. The time quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already time to report to the talent program. Without much luggage, Chen Shi had it all in one backpack. The breaking army bow no longer needed to be able to shrink and fold like the previous alloy longbow. The silver spear was placed in the luggage. Brother, I can't let you go, what should I do? Chen Yao was teary-eyed, grasping Chen Shi's hand in dismay. His younger brother, Chen Hao, being the youngest of the three siblings, but his personality was not as jumpy as Chen Yao's, but was a bit more stable. Alright, aren't you shy, you're going to martial arts high school and you're still acting like a child. Popping Chen Yao with a brain crash, causing her to yelp out in pain. Ignoring Chen Yao's grudging gaze, Chen Shi looked at Chen Hao and softly said, Little Hao, cultivate well. When there aren't enough chi and blood pills and exotic beast crystals, let Mom and Dad buy them for the two of you. Got it, brother. Chen Hao nodded heavily, his lips moving, Brother, when will you come back next time? I don't know, probably soon. When the talent program would end and when he himself would be able to return, he didn't know. After saying that, he looked at Mom and Dad. Dad, Mom, I'm leaving. The scenery outside the window whistled. The location of the talent program was located in Yendu. It was quite a long time from Jincheng to Yendu. Chen Shi leaned back and sat by the window, and the clothes on his body had turned into civilian clothes. This time, when he went to Yendu to participate in the talent program, according to what Zhang Ruya had said before, there were many people involved in the talent program. From the military to the worldly families to Wudan University. Basically, this talent program had almost exhausted all the geniuses in the entire country of China. I don't know what kind of geniuses the people from the Martial University, the worldly family, will be. Looking at the scenery whizzing by outside the window, Chen Shi couldn't help but reveal a smile of anticipation at the corner of his mouth.
The train docked and stopped, and people came and went. The seat beside Chen-Chi was always empty. Several young people got on the train. 3 men and 1 woman. A few people knew each other, they were all young people, and they chatted as soon as they got on the train. There are quite a few fierce people in the freshmen of Yendu Martial University this year. Yes, the quality of the freshmen of Yendu Martial University this year is so high, Aringhao Martial University is quite a bit behind others. Let's not think about it, amongst the few of us, only Zhang Wan, who is a grade B spiritual talent, will be able to enter Yendu Martial University. The trio said, their gazes landing on a boy with an arrogant demeanor among the 4. With a B grade talent, he was able to enter Yendu Martial University in this group of students, which was a unique position. The 4 words Yendu Martial University were enough to put him at the center of the group. With a calm expression, Chen-Chi glanced at the man known as Zhang Wan before withdrawing his gaze, as if he had not heard the words Yendu Wu University and Enlistment Wu University that the few people were talking about. As the few people were talking, they noticed Chen-Chi, who was sitting against the window, and the boy who spoke first smiled and asked, "Dude, are you going to Yendu as well?" Retracting his gaze, Chen-Chi looked at the few people and nodded slightly. Coincidentally, we are also going to Yendu. We're all students of Enlistment Martial University, and we just happened to make a trip home during this vacation. The man was very cheerful, and within a few words, the relationship between the two was brought closer. Chen-Chi smiled and nodded without answering. Such a reaction fell in the eyes of the girl in the group of 4, and she frowned. The clothes that Chen-Chi was wearing looked very ordinary, and there was even no temperament that a genius should have on his body. "Che, what's the point of tugging? Going to Yendu is probably just a second-rate martial arts university." As the words fell, Chen-Chi narrowed his eyes, looked at the girl and said, "I'm not from Wudu University." You didn't even get into Wudu University, is it possible that you went to Yendu to visit Yendu Wudu University? The girl glanced at Chen-Chi, then looked at Zhang Wan, who was in the mouths of several people, and said sweetly, "Then you can ask Senior Zhang Wan to take you in for a tour." "You haven't been there, have you? Just went to open your eyes as well." Listening to the girl's sneering words, Chen-Chi's smile gradually disappeared and he looked at the girl who spoke, just to speak. The boy who spoke first interrupted the girl's chatter. "Zhang Yan, overdoing it." After saying that, he smiled awkwardly at Chen-Chi and said, "Sorry, buddy, she doesn't talk too much, so don't get into it with her." Looking deeply at the girl, Chen-Chi nodded slightly. Enlistment Martial University. A second-rate martial university only. My name is Yen Tao, a freshman student of Enlistment Martial University. Chen-Chi. Yen Tao was very self-acquainted and had a good personality. There was no looking down on Chen-Chi because he was not a student of the martial university. Instead, he enthusiastically introduced Chen-Chi to the places where he should go to shop in Yendu. Che. Zhang Yan deflated her mouth. Yen Tao's attitude towards Chen-Chi made her look down on him. However, in the way that Yen Tao was a bit more talented than her, she did not choose to talk back to Yen Tao, but instead chatted happily with Zhang Wan, the genius of Yendu Martial Arts University. Zhang Yan's actions fell in the eyes of the other 2, who also felt some dissatisfaction towards Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan's character was very arrogant. Out of the 4, everything Zhang Yan did revolved around Zhang Wan, the genius. A few people frowned as they watched. However, all of this was voluntary on Zhang Yan's part, so a few people could not say anything. The 2 were not interested in the topic of Zhang Yan and Zhang Wan. Instead, they were very fond of Chen-Chi. The 4 of them chatted happily. And all of this fell in the eyes of Zhang Wan of Yendu Martial Arts University. As he looked at Chen-Chi, who was chatting with Yen Tao and the others, a trace of amazement swept through his eyes. His talent was rare. Mental power talent. It allowed him to perceive crises more keenly than others. He sensed a trace of an aura in Chen-Chi's body that made him tremble a little. Chapter 78: The Military Vehicle at the Exit. Chen-Chi was definitely not an ordinary student. Even more so, he was not going to Yendu to open his eyes as Zhang Yan had guessed. Zhang Wan quickly made a judgment. His strength today was that of the martial artist's second realm. As a student who had just enrolled in school today, he had already broken through to the first level of the martial artist realm in a short period of time. It was already not considered slow. With the strength of the second level of the martial artist realm, although he couldn't compare to some of the perverts from Yendu Martial University, he was confident that he was stronger than all of the people present. But it was such a confident man who had felt an aura that made him tremble in the body of Chen-Chi, who could not see the slightest hint of a genius. This wisp of breath was like a thunderbolt that woke him up. Listening to Zhang Yan's chattering voice in his ears, he frowned. Casually, he dealt with a sentence before putting a smile on his face and participating in the forced conversation. Brother Chen Shi is going to Yendu for something this time? Zhang Wen's arrogant demeanor disappeared, replaced by a low profile. This scene, straight away, Zhang Yan, Yen Tao and the others froze. Although I know I'm handsome, there's no need for you guys to like me so much. Zhang Wen joked. Is this still Zhang Wen? A boy beside Yen Tao quietly poked him and asked quietly. Yen Tao was stunned, looked at Zhang Wen and then at Chen Shi, and seemed to understand. Zhang Wen's talent was spiritual power, and his innate perception was stronger than others. In that case, Zhang Wen's sudden change seemed to make everything make sense. The corner of Chen Shi's mouth tugged as he glanced at Zhang Wen. This joke was also too cold. Yen Tao's few people let out a sarcastic laugh, not knowing how to take it. Zhang Yan laughed exaggeratedly instead. Covering her mouth, her body trembled with laughter. Zhang Wen, how can you tell the truth? You're handsome and talented, I don't know how many girls you'll charm. Martyr. This. A boy gritted his teeth and cursed fiercely in his heart. You can really be a licking dog, are you, grass? Chen Shi also had nothing to say to Zhang Yan. Sure enough, as long as you want a lick, you can find all kinds of angles. The lick makes you doubt your life. Zhang Wen smiled awkwardly and was speechless at Zhang Yan's words. Martyr, don't talk if you can't talk, was I praising myself? I'm damn well drawing closer to Chen Shi. Chen Shi, if you go to Yendu and need help, talk to me, I will definitely help if I can. Okay. Stretching one's hand does not make one smile. Although Zhang Wen had been arrogant before, he hadn't messed with himself from start to finish. There was no need to be cold-faced either. My name is Zhang Wen. Zhang Wen was eager to integrate into the conversation of the few people and spoke out to introduce himself. Chen Shi nodded and simply chatted with the few people as well. It was idle anyway. It was also the first time that he himself had encountered a student from Wushu University, so he just took this time to learn more about them. After all, there were also people from Wudu University in the talent program this time. Zhang Wen, as a student of Yendu Wudu University, would definitely know a little bit more about this group of freshmen were the school's popular figures. I didn't expect to run into a Yendu Martial University's heavenly pride today. Chen Shi bragged. These words made Zhang Wen's heart blossom. Waving his hands, he said, I'm no heavenly pride. At best, I'm just lucky. AB grade talent is ultimately much weaker in Yendu Martial University. Saying that, he said with emotion, in the freshmen of Yendu Martial University this year, those who ranked in the top 10 are the ones who are heaven's pride. Those who can make it to the top 10 in the freshmen have a minimum talent of a grade, and the weakest strength has the 6th realm of a martial artist. It's said that the one who ranked first, his strength has already reached the 9th realm of martial artists, just one step away from breaking through to the martial soldier realm. There are still quite a few people in the Big Two who are still in the martial artist realm. This was the first time Yen Tao and the others heard Zhang Wen chatting about Yendu University. Although Enlistment University was not weak, it was still quite a bit worse compared to Yendu University. As a top-tier martial arts university, being able to enter it was enough to be proud of oneself, not to mention being able to take the top 10 spots amongst the freshmen. I'll go, it's worthy of being one of the top martial universities, Yendu Martial University, the freshman strength is so strong. Yeah, the strongest freshmen in Enlistment Martial University are only at the martialist 6th realm. People are more angry than people, this is what is called a genius. It's a good thing that I didn't go to Yendu Martial University, or else I wouldn't have been hit with the slightest bit of self-confidence. Yen Tao. Several people shook their heads and laughed bitterly. What's wrong with that? Zhang Yan was annoyed at Zhang Wen's involvement in the conversation of Chen Shi's few people. Listening to the exclamations of the several people, she snorted and said disdainfully, it's impossible in this lifetime for a strength like yours to get into Yendu Martial University. Zhang Wen is even still a genius who ranks in the top 50 in terms of talent amongst the freshmen of Yendu Martial University. Oh? Chen Shi froze. The strength of Zhang Wen in front of him had long been felt in his eyes. Martial artist 2nd level realm. Such strength, in his opinion, was too weak. But the talent was ranked in the top 50 amongst the freshmen? This seemed to be a little bit uncomplicated. As one of the top martial arts universities, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Yendu Martial Arts University had hidden dragons and crouching tigers inside. It seemed that Zhang Wen had something. Seeing that Chen Shi was a bit interested, Zhang Wen couldn't help but give a nod to Zhang Yan in his heart,
the silly woman had finally said the right thing. He seemed to be a little embarrassed as he smiled and opened his mouth. I have a relatively small amount of talent, a grade B mental power talent.
Mental power talent?
Chen Shi was really interested this time.
He knew how difficult the cultivation of spiritual power was.
The techniques for spiritual power cultivation were all in the hands of powerful people.
He did not expect Zhang Wen to be a genius with spiritual power talent.
Worthy of being a heavenly pride of Yendu Martial University.
Chen Shi bragged before asking, "Does anyone amongst you freshmen have the same talent as you?"
Being bragged about by Chen Shi, this was even more refreshing than Jiang Yan bragging about him for 100 sentences.
Zhang Wen's entire body was soothed beyond measure, and he knew what he was talking about.
Not in the group of the top 10, I'm a relatively rare spiritual talent in Yendu Martial University. Chen Shi nodded, so he began to turn the conversation to the group of people ranked in the top 10. Being able to rank in the top 10 amongst the freshmen, it was highly likely that they would be selected into the talent program. It was just a pity that Zhang Wen didn't know much about that group of people. He only knew that 8 of these 10 people had an uncomplicated background. Only 2 were from poor backgrounds. Moreover, listening to the meaning of Zhang Wen's words, these 2 people were still in the midst of being constantly suppressed by the rest of the people after they had entered the top 10. He narrowed his eyes, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. It seemed like this time's talent program seemed to have some meaning. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived at Yin Capital. This was the first time Chen Shi had come to the city of Yin Capital. Beside him, Zhang Wen said familiarly, "Chen Shi, do you want to go to Yendu University for a stroll?"
I'm afraid he doesn't have the guts to even think about going in.
An ordinary person who is not even a first-level martial artist. Jiang Yan looked at Chen Shi with contempt and disdain in her gaze. Chen Shi narrowed his eyes as a cold light swept across the bottom of his eyes. Zhang Wen stood beside Chen Shi and felt the flickering aura on Chen Shi's body. In a stern voice, he said, "Shut up." Jiang Yan stared at Zhang Wen with wide eyes in disbelief. Zhang Wen was rarely angry with her, and she did not understand how Chen Shi, an ordinary person who had not even reached the first level of the martial artist realm, could make Zhang Wen so polite.
There was even some fear.
Glancing deeply at Jiang Yan, Chen Shi nodded to a few people before striding forward. There at the exit, a car with a Yendu military license plate was quietly parked there. 2 men in military uniforms, their figures standing tall and looking forward, their eyes constantly sweeping over the crowds of people exiting the station. Trying to find the figure they had been waiting for so long.
"Zhang Wen, you."
Looking at Chen Shi's departing back, Jiang Yan reddened her eyes.
"Poof." Zhang Wen let out a cold snort.
Yen Tao's few people stood on the side, feeling helpless at Jiang Yan's sand sculpture behavior.
"Do you really think that Chen Shi hasn't even reached the first level of martial artist?" Zhang Wen looked at Chen Shi's back and said under his breath, "I'm a Class B mental power talent."
Chen Shi has an aura that makes me feel scared. How could such a person not even be at the first level of martial artist? In the line of sight, Chen Shi carried his luggage on his back and took large strides forward. The military vehicles at the exit gate were exceptionally dazzling. Zhang Wen's voice continued to ring out. He's at least in the martial 5th realm, or even the martial 6th realm.
He is definitely not simple.
Yen Tao's few people listened quietly. Jiang Yan stared with wide eyes. How could she not believe that Chen Shi would have the strength of a martial 5th or even 6th realm? She followed the line of sight of Zhang Wen, Yen Tao, and the others. There at the exit gate, Chen Shi was striding towards the military vehicle parked at the exit gate. The 2 people standing beside the military vehicle, at the first moment they saw Chen Shi, quickly stepped forward. They took over the luggage in Chen Shi's hands. Chen Shi only raised his hand to return the salute before getting into the vehicle. The military vehicle quickly disappeared from the sight of the crowd.
This scene was seen by Zhang Wen, Yen Tao, and the others.
The moment they saw those 2 soldiers saluting Chen Shi, Zhang Wen's pupils shrunk violently. A tremor ran through his heart. Until the military vehicle disappeared from sight.
Zhang Wen's sneering voice resounded, "So you still think he's someone who doesn't even have the first level of the martial artist realm now? Stupid." Chapter 79 The Children Can Be Taught.
What Zhang Wen, Yen Tao, and the others thought, Chen Shi did not know.
The military vehicle.
2 soldiers with the rank of corporal, one drove and one sat in the passenger seat.
The scenery outside the window swept by.
Chen Shi looked out the window. Coming to Yendu for the first time, he was more curious about the surrounding scenery. But there was nothing interesting about it after a few moments of looking at it.
Retracting his gaze, he looked at the two and asked out loud, "The place for the talent program is in the city?" The place where they had left the station before was located in the direction of the suburbs of Yendu. The scenery outside the window was clearly getting more and more prosperous. Of the top martial arts universities in the country of Huaxia, Yendu accounted for 2. The man in the co-pilot seat nodded. He was surprised at Chen Qi's age when he saw him for the first time. He had been sent to pick up Chen Qi and read his profile. An 18-year-old staff sergeant. These few words deeply shook his heart. Hearing Chen Qi's words, he smiled and explained. The talent program involves a wide range of people, and is mainly led by the Wushu Bureau with the participation of several other parties. That's why the place chosen will also try to ensure that it's a bit closer to WUU, as well as a few other parties. Speaking here, he paused, and then said, our military, due to being on the front line, it's impossible to choose a location that's too dangerous. Chen Qi nodded. According to this, it was a normal explanation. However, all of this had nothing to do with him, and he was only a reserve for the talent program now. The wind whistled, and within a short period of time, the military vehicle had driven into the city. The scenery on both sides suddenly changed. From the original ordinary buildings, it turned into an imposing complex. Chen Qi was stunned. It was the first time he had come to Yendu, and it was even the first time he had seen such a view. In Jin City, there were only a few scattered buildings like this. What he didn't expect was that there was such a piece of architecture hidden in Yendu. Yendu Wudu. Longchamp Wudu. Ancient Spirit Wudu. Beacon Wudu, Inghao Wude. Looking at the words hanging above the gates of the buildings that were constantly plundered on both sides, Chen Qi's eyes flashed. The man on the co-pilot seemed to have seen Chen Qi's doubts and spoke, in Yendu, the martial arts universities that can be here are all top-notch in the country. And among them, Yendu Wudu and Longchamp Wudu are the most popular. Looking out of the window, Chen Qi realized the status of the top martial arts universities for the first time. In the area of buildings just now, Yendu Martial University and Longchamp Martial University were the largest and at the same time, the most imposing. I just don't know what kind of geniuses these two martial universities have. After a long time, the military vehicle slowly stopped. Arrived. A person spoke out. Chen Qi opened the door and stepped out of the vehicle. Before his eyes, a building with green bricks and gray tiles, like an ancient courtyard, appeared. Above the main door, a plaque had the words Subterranean Dragon written on it with silver hooks. Looking at the word Subterranean Dragon in front of him, Chen Qi's eyes changed slightly. He seemed to have sensed an overriding killing opportunity on these two words. It flickered and disappeared quietly when he wanted to feel it again. Let's go, I'll take you in. A man walked up to Chen Qi and said with a smile. There was no one at the door and stepped through the gate. People were coming and going around, and the military vehicles with military license plates did not attract much attention. The people who could be in this neighborhood were all students of WU. Upon seeing Chen Qi walk through the gate, there were quite a few people whose faces changed slightly. Another person from the army has come. There seems to be quite a few seedlings from the army in this talent program. Those who can enter that door are called geniuses. And those who can finally walk out of that door are heavenly pride. Whether the submerged dragon enters the abyss or the Tung Yuan. The talent program encompasses almost every genius in the country, all under the age of 18. As he walked, he headed inside. Unlike other martial arts universities, the talent program has been divided into a separate area, and your study and training from now on will also take place here. Chen Qi curiously looked around. There were quite a few people here, and unlike the rest of the martial arts universities, the people who appeared here each had an extraordinary temperament. Upon seeing Chen Qi and the two of them, quite a few people's eyes flashed before they hurriedly passed by. Noticing the gazes of these people, Chen Qi's lips curled into a smile. The soldier walking beside him also noticed the gazes around him. As if he didn't see it, his footsteps didn't stop and he. With a light laugh, he said, as I said before, the scope covered in the talent program is too wide. The world family, the martial arts university, can appear here. To the army people many will have a different gaze. After saying that, he laughed to himself. After all, the geniuses in our army compared to the martial arts university, the worldly family, is a lot less. So those gazes just now are not surprising. Listening to the explanation, Chen Qi nodded slightly before striding forward. The talent program was highly valued. This area that was divided was also very large, and the two of them had been walking for more than an hour before they arrived at their destination. A somewhat dilapidated 7-story small building appeared in front of them. The walls were mottled, and even the door was already somewhat faded in color, the traces of age showing clearly in this small building. 5th floor. The knock on the door had just sounded, and a gentle voice came from inside. Pushing the door and entering. Zhang Zixing was sitting behind his desk, looking down at something. Without lifting his head, he pointed to the black sofa in the office. "All right, you can go now." "Yes." The door to the room was closed, leaving only Chen Qi and Zhang Zixing in the office. Seeing Zhang Zixing again, Chen Qi realized that Zhang Zixing seemed to have aged a bit. Within a short period of time, Zhang Zixing seemed to have aged several years. Previously, he was gentle and elegant, his silver hair was meticulously tended to, and he was in high spirits. At the moment, Zhang Zixing's silver hair was slightly messy, and his body exuded a faint aura of severity, but his voice was still gentle. Chen Qi waited quietly as Zhang Zixing continuously looked over the information in his hands. Inside the room, it was unusually quiet. After a long time, Zhang Zixing finally raised his head and his gaze fell on Chen Qi. A smile appeared on his face, and his gentle voice resounded, "You've been waiting for a long time." "Master." Chen Qi stood up. Zhang Zixing waved his hand and left his desk to come sit beside Chen Qi. Chen Qi poured a cup of hot tea and handed it to Zhang Zixing. Zhang Zixing smiled and nodded his head, or he could see that it was a battle spirit realm powerhouse. "How does it feel to come all the way here? There are many geniuses." Chen Qi answered truthfully, and Zhang Zixing shook his head, sipping a mouthful of tea. The aroma of the tea filled the air, soothing his body and mind. "I'm not asking you about that. Those who can enter here are all geniuses, there are no weaklings. I'm asking how you feel about those people?" Zhang Zixing looked at Chen Qi with a smile, his eyes glowing with light. Chen Qi hesitated for a moment before saying, "Unusual temperament, not weak. There's something strange about the way you look at me." Snap. The tea lid fell and Zhang Zixing's voice sounded, "Not bad. Strange eyes. Want to know why?" Chen Qi nodded his head. "Because of you." "Me?" Chen Qi was stunned, he had only just entered the talent program, how could it be because of him? Putting down the fragrant tea in his hand, Zhang Zixing's gentle voice rang out. "The talent program covers too wide a range of areas, and being able to enter the talent program in the end will result in huge resources and rights." Chen Qi nodded, this was something he had already thought of. "This is just one point, the other point is because of you. The talent program doesn't just have you people in it, there are also teachers. Each teacher can have at least 50 students under their hands. The strength of this group of teachers is at the minimum of the martial spirit realm, and the strongest has even reached the martial king realm, just one step away from stepping into the martial marquis realm. All of these people and I have some sort of beef, so now you understand why they are looking at you in the wrong way, right?" As he said this, Zhang Zixing's face was filled with a wry smile. "Chen Qi, Omega Omega. Master, do you mean that I've become the one taking the blame?" Chen Qi was stunned, how could he not believe this news? The child is teachable. Zhang Zixing smiled and nodded his head. "Chen Qi. You're asking me to take the blame as soon as I come in, holy. These people can be my classmates, teachers, let me take the pot. Have to add money. Chapter 80. There is only one heavenly pride, there can be many geniuses." A cauldron fell from the sky. Chen Qi still had to carry it. It was just that he didn't understand that he had only just entered the talent program. How did the news that Zhang Zixing was his teacher get out? "Don't think about it." Zhang Zixing leisurely sipped a mouthful of tea, and his light sentence directly thundered Chen Qi to the outside. "This news was deliberately revealed by me." Chen Qi froze, looking at Zhang Zixing in tears and laughter. "You are truly my good teacher. Jade does not cut into a vessel, after being my student then you have to be prepared for this." Zhang Zixing finished and said in a serious tone, "Chen Qi, you remember, not being cynical is mediocrity. If you want to become a strong person, you have to withstand the pressure. This path is not easy to walk. Your own talent is not strong, there are many geniuses in the talent program, if you want to become strong, then you have to trample these people under your feet. The name of a genius isn't something that is called out, it is something that is fought out." Chen Qi's heart shook. Zhang Zixing's words were very domineering. Geniuses were not called out by people, and if one wanted to become a genius, they had to ruthlessly trample underfoot those who provoked and blocked them. A few words seemed to make Zhang Zixing's desire to chat rise high. His body leaned back slightly, leaning on the sofa, his gentle voice resounding, "Where do you think I got this strength from? Back then, I don't know how many people wanted to step on me to achieve the name of genius.
Speaking of this, he let out a faint laugh, a hint of disdain in his tone. Here I am, like a high mountain, suppressing all those who wish to provoke me.
Genius? Heh, I'm a heaven's pride. The strongest among geniuses.
Chen Shi's heart surged as he listened. This was the first time he had heard Zhang Zixing talk about his past. In just a few short sentences, Chen Shi seemed to have seen the scene of the former Zhang Zixing, facing many geniuses by himself.
Sweeping across.
After speaking, Zhang Zixing shook his head slightly and said in a self-deprecating manner, but a heavenly pride that hasn't grown up isn't a heavenly pride. Stopping at the 9th level of the martial king realm, just one step short of stepping into the martial marquis realm. His eyes burned as he looked towards Chen Shi. Chen Shi, remember, you are my Zhang Zixing student.
That group of people outside are just stumbling blocks to you on your path of cultivation. All you have to do is to trample that group of people under your feet.
What kind of bull family, what kind of martial genius, no one can stop you from cultivating. Chen Shi nodded heavily, his eyes narrowing. It had to be said that Zhang Zixing's words were infectious. In just a few words, Chen Shi was thoroughly mobilized. Shaking his head, his boiling heart gradually calmed down. He was only a martial artist at the 9th realm.
Now,
there were quite a few geniuses in the talent program, and he was afraid that his current strength was a bit inadequate.
He hesitated and asked, Master, how do you obtain cultivation resources in that talent program?
Everyone has a fixed amount of resources, but there are 3 ways to get more. Zhang Zixing stretched out a few fingers. First, go and rob.
Ha!
Chen Shi stared wide-eyed. How could he not expect the word rob to come out of the gentle Zhang Zixing's mouth? It felt as up as a good person known to the world suddenly telling you that he was actually a robber behind his back.
Use your brain.
Looking at Chen Shi's confused eyes, Zhang Zixing slapped Chen Shi on the shoulder without any good reason.
Hating it, he said, it's not that I'm asking you to actually go and rob straight away, you adapt a little.
Someone challenged you, no benefit words thing not to do, want to cut the challenge can, take money. Win the fight, he does not give it to snatch it, justified.
If you lose, I'll beat you up if you come back.
Holy! Chen Shi was shocked. My good teacher, I didn't expect the gentle and elegant you to be this kind of person.
I really like it too. Much.
Master, this is not good. Chen Shi's eyes flashed and he seemed to be really considering this matter.
The matter of himself being an SSS talent was only known to him.
According to what Master had just said, he had offended quite a few people, and there would definitely be quite a few people who would come to provoke him. In that case, then, messing with resources seemed to be the way to go. Zhang Zixing looked deeply at Chen Shi. Then you will hide.
Hide in your room and don't come out.
Chen Shi shook his head.
Second.
Zhang Zixing did not continue the topic and continued, ascend to the subterranean dragon ranking.
The higher the ranking, the more resources you will receive. Subterranean dragon ranking?
Chen Shi froze. He had just entered the talent program and had not yet had the chance to take a look around the Subterranean Dragon Academy. Suddenly hearing this word, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The Potential Dragon Ranking, established based on the top 100 geniuses ranked in the Potential Dragon Academy.
And above that, there is another list. What?
Chen Shi was puzzled. The Tinglong list, only the top 10 ranked geniuses are included here, and only true geniuses in the Subterranean Dragon Academy can enter it.
Zhang Zixing's explanation made Chen Shi's eyes light up.
Speaking of this, Zhang Zixing said smilingly, only by ascending the Subterranean Dragon ranking and Tinglong ranking can you be considered a true genius, and the resources you want need to be grabbed by yourself.
Chen Shi nodded. Talent program. Subterranean Dragon Academy. Subterranean Dragon list, Tinglong list.
The moment he stepped into the Subterranean Dragon Academy, this path was laid out in front of him. According to what Zhang Zixing said in his mouth, if one wanted to obtain resources one had to go out and grab them. In other words, this place did not cultivate ordinary students, this place only cultivated geniuses. Ascending the Potential Dragon ranking was only proof of one's potential. And to be able to ascend the Tinglong ranking, this was a true genius. In this, the first on the Tinglong list, this is a heavenly pride.
Heaven's pride win the cross over everyone. There is only one heaven's pride, but there can be many geniuses.
If you want to obtain resources, you have to constantly prove your ability. Ignoring Chen Qi's expression, Zhang Zixing continued, thirdly, go and do missions. Missions will be released from time to time in the Subterranean Dragon Academy. As long as you complete the mission, you will be able to obtain the corresponding Dragon Academy points in exchange for resources. Seeing Chen Qi's eyes flickering, Zhang Zixing did not bother, but after a pause, this continued, there is one more thing.
All of you are just reservists in the talent program and did not make it into the program. There's a piece of news I can tell you. The moment you walk out from here, the inner workings of the talent program that you come into contact with will be enough to shake you to your core.
Zhang Zixing did not explain the extra words.
What exactly was the talent program, and what were the specific people selected to do? It was unknown.
Including the previous Beast Suppressor Army Commander Tiger Xiaofeng had only mentioned that the people from the talent program were here to deal with internal matters.
But what specifically? Do not know. The 4 words talent program were like a fog.
And Chen Qi and the rest of them, the geniuses who were in the Subterranean Dragon Academy, were the ones who were in the mist. Only by clearing away the mist could they truly come into contact with the core of the talent program. Shaking his head slightly, these things were still too early for himself. Right now, it was still most important to consider raising one's strength first.
Chapter 81 Oddball Siblings.
The importance that the Martial Education Bureau placed on the talent program was evident from the grand scale of the Subterranean Dragon Academy. After coming out from Zhang Zixing's place, Chen Qi followed the person in charge of assigning residences towards the dormitory area. Rows and rows of small, simple and elegant buildings gradually came into view. These small buildings only had 2 floors, but exuded a quiet historical flavor. Unlike Yendu WU and a host of other WUs, the scenery before them was like a paradise in the world. Looking around, the ancient pavilions stood in a staggered manner along the lake, mirroring the turquoise water, forming a harmonious and quiet picture. On the surface of the lake, the breeze whisked by, ripples, as if in a whisper.
Surrounded by lush greenery, dense trees swaying.
From time to time, a few birds flew up to the branches, chattering. The scenery in front of him made Chen Qi couldn't help but sigh lightly in his heart.
Magnificent.
The place where he had lived for more than 10 years was like 2 worlds compared to the scenery in front of him. Very few people appeared in the surroundings, and even if they did, they only sized up Chen Qi before leaving in a hurry once again. With regards to such gazes, after coming out from Zhang Zixing's place, he had already understood everything. The military was on the weak side of the talent program. On the other hand, the worldly families and the martial university were the places where geniuses gathered. People from the lineage would enter Wudu, but not belong to Wudu, and their bodies had long been stamped with the marks of the lineage.
Half an hour later, Chen Qi stopped in his tracks.
In front of him, a small, ancient and elegant building.
At the entrance, a door number was hung. Number 45.
Pushing open the door, the man accompanying him turned away after handing Chen Qi the key.
Chen Qi did not care either.
The person who had accompanied him just now was clearly not too keen on interacting with him. From the looks of it, he should belong to both the martial university and the worldly family. However, the greater probability should be that it was someone from the worldly family.
Pushing the door in, it was different from the ancient and elegant scenery outside. The decoration in the small building was very modern.
Television, refrigerator, washing machine and so on, all kinds of all in one place. Stretching out his fingers to touch the table, he looked at it and it was spotless.
It looks like someone has already cleaned it before.
Looking up and down, Chen Qi sat down on the sofa and pondered on his plans for the future. Right, why haven't Xing Yuan and old Zhang arrived yet? It was only until this moment that Chen Qi suddenly remembered the two. He had been thinking the entire time on this journey. Having just arrived and been passed out a lot of news by his own master. Dialing the phone.
Chen Qi, have you arrived?
Zhang Ruya's voice rang out with excitement in her tone.
Aha!
Chen Qi nodded his head before asking, have you guys arrived yet?
Ha, it's here.
I ran into an acquaintance and forgot to call you for a while chatting. Zhang Ruya said with a smile. Beside him, a lily-like girl was looking at Zhang Ruya curiously.
What number are you in? I'll come find you.
When Chen Qi reported the door number, Zhang Ruya hung up the phone while saying to the girl in front of him, let's go, I'll bring you to know a genius.
Zhang Baichao curiously asked, is that some Chen Qi you've been talking about all day? Well, it's him. Handsome or not?
I won't go if it's not handsome. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa with a cartoon headrest in her arms.
The long, white legs were intertwined in a beautiful way. Handsome. Zhang Ruya nodded without hesitation.
Although Chun-Shi was not as sword-browed and forceful as Su Xingyuan, but with a clean-cut appearance, he was also a small handsome man.
Really? Zhang Baichao's eyes lit up and stood up from the sofa.
Standing at 1 meter 6, he could reach Zhang Ruya's chest. Tilting her head to look at Zhang Ruya, stars seemed to twinkle in her eyes.
Really? Zhang Ruya knew Zhang Baichao too well. A complete member of the Appearance Society. All the people he knew were also handsome men. He was thinking that Su Xingyuan should fit Zhang Baichao's aesthetic very well.
Zhang Baitao, S-Class Ice Elemental Talent, Martial Artist 7th Realm. At 18 years old this year, she had a baby face, and it was not the slightest bit obvious that she was a martial artist 7th Realm genius. In the living room, after hanging up Zhang Ruya's phone call, Chun-Shi dialed Su Xingyuan's phone. The voice was somewhat noisy.
Chen-Shi, you've arrived?
The noisy voice was a bit smaller. It looked like Su Xingyuan was a slightly quieter place.
Arrived, you haven't come yet? I just called with old Zhang. Give me a door number, I'll be there later. Okay. The phone hung up.
Chen-Shi lost his smile. The voice that came from the phone just now, he could hear it really well. It was obviously a girl's voice.
Is it hard to believe that this kid had gone out for a dash? A knock sounded on the door.
Zhang Ruya and Zhang Baichao appeared in front of Chen-Shi's eyes.
Chen-Shi. Zhang Ruya gave a greeting. Chen-Shi smiled and nodded in response, his eyes looking towards Zhang Baichao, who was walking behind Zhang Ruya.
Zhang Baichao's height of 1 meter 6 followed behind Zhang Ruya like a giant and a child.
It's not too bad.
Walking out from behind Zhang Ruya, Zhang Baichao looked Chen-Shi up and down and said with slight disdain, looking a bit less satisfied with the fact that Chen-Shi was a handsome man.
Chen-Shi? Zhang Ruya smiled and opened her mouth to explain, this is Xiaodao, S-rank Ice Elemental Talent.
Chen-Shi smiled and nodded his head as he greeted, hello.
The three of them sat down.
Listening to Zhang Ruya and Chen-Shi chat, Zhang Baotao listened while looking at Chen-Shi with a measuring gaze. Chen-Shi's appearance did not seem to have any bright spots.
Other than being slightly handsome, there didn't seem to be any noteworthy points.
But how could someone who could be called a genius by Zhang Ruya be that simple?
Little Zhang said that you are an archer talent?
Zhang Baichao suddenly voiced out, asking. The sound of Xiao Zhang caused Chen-Shi to freeze when he heard it. What the heck?
Little Zhang?
Where did Zhang Ruya's look match the title Little Zhang?
Zhang Ruya looked embarrassed and met Chen-Shi's strange gaze, explaining, that what? She is my sister. Chen-Shi?
Are you sure it's your sister? How could Chen-Shi not be able to connect the two people in front of him into a sister-brother relationship? Zhang Ruya was full of horizontal meat and had a robust body, while the Zhang Baichao in front of him was a completely different picture from him. The body is delicate and soft. Long and also beautiful, topped with a lowly face. Where does it look like a genius of the 7th realm of a martial artist?
Zhang Ruya helplessly glanced at Chen-Shi and nodded in reply.
This kind of situation seemed like he had already experienced it many times. When the two walked together, absolutely no one would treat the two as siblings.
Zhang Baidao glared at Zhang Ruya and said through clenched teeth, Zhang Ruya, do you think that I, as a sister, have embarrassed you?
I didn't, no way, I didn't.
Zhang Ruya hurriedly waved her hands, a wave of denial trifecta coming fast and steady. Count on you to be sensible.
Zhang Baichao nodded in satisfaction before looking at Chen-Shi and continuing to ask, your talent is S-rank? In her opinion, someone who could be recited by Zhang Ruya and a ranked talent, on a daily basis would have a talent that was at least A-ranked or even S-ranked.
No.
Chen-Shi shook his head.
Then you're a rank? Zhang Baitao frowned. Neither.
Chen-Shi continued to shake his head and replied with a smile, I was rank E when I awakened.
Chapter 82 Su Xingyuan provoked. Grade E talent?
Zhang Baichao's eyes widened in surprise. After freezing for a moment, she shook her head. It was as if she was shaking out the chaotic thoughts in her head before looking at Zhang Ruya. Is he really saying that?
Zhang Ruya of course knew why Zhang Baitao looked the way he did. He nodded, sister, Chen-Shi, he is indeed an E-rank talent, I've read his profile.
Saying this, Zhang Baitao was even more surprised. The strange gaze seemed to be looking at Chen-Shi inside and out. Slurping under his breath, he said. Strange, it's impossible, how can an E-rank talent have such a fast cultivation speed? Saying that, he was about to reach out and grab Chen-Shi, seemingly still wanting to go deeper.
Sister, what are you doing?
Chen Shi frowned slightly. Although Zhang Baichao was pretty and had a delicate body, he still could not accept Zhang Baichao reaching out to grab himself. Zhang Ruya uttered a voice to stop Zhang Baichao's movements and said under her breath, "Sister, can you be a little more reserved?"
"Reserved my ass."
Zhang Baichao's eyes crossed and glared at Zhang Ruya, and then seemed to have realized that her actions just now were a bit not so good. Retracting the hand that grabbed at Chen Shi, she fell into deep thought.
Crunch! The sound of pushing the door rang out. Su Xingyuan walked into the room. Xingyuan.
Zhang Ruya and Chen Shi both greeted.
But in the next second, the two raised their eyebrows.
Su Xingyuan's hair was slightly messy and his clothes were wrinkled.
Even his breathing was a little unsteady. What's going on?
Chen Shi narrowed his eyes, looked at Su Xingyuan, and asked.
Nothing.
Su Xingyuan waved his hand, glanced at Zhang Baichao who was sitting on the sofa in a contemplative state, and explained, "I just came in here today, and I ran into quite a few people."
Couldn't look at those people's gazes and cut a few moves with someone.
Zhang Ruya opened her mouth and was just about to speak when Zhang Baichao on the sofa suddenly woke up from her contemplation.
Smiling, she said. "It's not that you look at others favorably, it's that others deliberately provoked you, right?" Su Xingyuan's face stiffened. "It's all the same.
They look at me unfavorably, and I happen to look at them unfavorably as well." Saying this, he looked up at Chen Shi and Zhang Ruya and asked, "When you two came, you should have also seen those people's eyes." Chen Shi nodded his head.
Su Xingyuan's nature was different from the two of them. He loved to pretend and had a slightly arrogant personality.
When a condescending person encountered an even more condescending person, the two sides would naturally clash.
Zhang Ruya looked at Su Xingyuan and nodded, signaling that he had seen it as well.
But in reality, he had never experienced such a gaze since he entered the Subterranean Dragon Academy. And this was all because of the presence of Zhang Baichao by his side.
"Both of you have seen it, so I don't need to say more." Su Xingyuan leaned back on the sofa and took a breath.
What he said in his mouth was a sparring match, but which of the people who appeared in the Subterranean Dragon Academy were weak? Although his strength had increased, he was only at the 7th level of martial artist. He was still quite a bit short of the 8th level. Among the people present, there was also only Chen Shi, a martial artist at the 9th realm. Su Xingyuan sighed, "You don't say, there are quite a few strong people here. Randomly bumping into one on the road has the strength of a martial artist at the 8th level. If it wasn't for my talent being suitable for offense, I probably wouldn't have been able to defeat that person." While saying that, he revealed the wound on his arm. A wound that was 20 centimeters long appeared before the eyes of several people. Both Chen Shi and Zhang Ruya's faces changed in unison.
"To lay such a vicious hand, is this still a sparring match?"
Zhang Ruya's face was ugly, and her tone was tinged with anger. Chen Shi narrowed his eyes as a cold color swept across his eyes.
It was only the first day.
Su Xingyuan had been provoked and injured in a cutting session. The wound on his arm no longer had blood flowing out of it, but it still made one's heart flinch. Compared to the two of them, Chen Shi and Zhang Ruya, Zhang Baichao on the side only glanced at the wound on Su Xingyuan's arm before withdrawing his gaze. Under his breath, he said indifferently, "I can't see that you are not only handsome, but your strength is also quite decent." Su Xingyuan grinned and was about to speak, but Zhang Baichao's next sentence made him freeze in place.
"Just too stupid. Who is this?"
Su Xingyuan looked towards Chen Shi and the two of them with puzzled eyes. He hadn't had time to ask before, but at this moment, his gaze fell on Zhang Baichao's body, his eyes casually sweeping over his slender legs without showing any trace.
Chen Shi glanced at Zhang Ruya.
"My sister, Zhang Baichao." Zhang Ruya opened his mouth to introduce himself, and with the previous lesson, this time he introduced himself as if it was honorable. This attitude drew the corners of Zhang Baichao's mouth to raise slightly, revealing a smile.
"Ha!"
Su Xingyuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the lowly Zhang Baichao in front of him. His eyes continuously glanced back and forth at the siblings in front of him.
Such a gaze drew Zhang Baichao's brows to knit, and a moment later Su Xingyuan looked as if he had deflated. Leaning on the sofa, he smiled and asked, "Sister, do you still accept younger brothers?" Zhang Baichao bristled, not accepting. Su Xingyuan's appearance was indeed handsome, but she was not a nymphomaniac. Changing the topic. "You just entered the Subterranean Dragon Academy, you're not clear about the situation inside." Zhang Baichao's small mouth slightly opened as her voice rang out, "Those who can enter are all geniuses. No one wants to admit to being inferior to anyone, you were provoked most of all because you came from the military." Su Xingyuan froze, What's wrong with coming from the military? Zhang Ruya's complexion moved slightly and did not speak.
Chen Shi, on the other hand, already had an understanding of the current situation through Zhang Zixing's mouth. The World Family, the Martial University, and the military were all involved, and the military was the one with the least amount of geniuses, so they would definitely be treated differently.
However, Su Xingyuan was inexplicably provoked, which made Chen Shi somewhat curious. If he was provoked, it was because he was carrying a pot. Su Xingyuan did not have a pot to carry.
Zhang Baitao's voice continued to ring out.
The reason you were provoked is because they don't want you to stay here, much less enter the talent program. What do you mean?
Su Xingyuan asked suspiciously, and Chen Shi glanced at each other, passing a look to each other.
Zhang Baichao glanced at Zhang Ruya. Zhang Ruya hesitated and took over interests. There are too many people and forces involved in the talent program.
Resources. This is what everyone wants. As far as I know, quite a few people in the lineage this time around see the people from the military as opponents.
Desire to eliminate the people from the military out in the first place. After saying that, he smiled mysteriously before asking, "Do you guys know how many geniuses each of the three parties have this time?" "You know?"
Chen Shi raised his eyebrows slightly. There was something wrong with this brat Zhang Ruya from the time she was a new recruit. The first thing she knew was Xian Han's identity, and then she even directly stated the identity as well as the strength of Tiger Xiaofeng. That time Chen Shi really thought that he had misremembered. Afterwards, he specifically went to look under the dormitory floor, but that side of the information that was originally plastered with the introduction of the Jin Beast army had already been taken off in advance. Now it seemed that perhaps it was Zhang Ruya who had done it. And now listening to him, he even knew the number of people from each of the three parties participating in the talent program this time? Su Xingyuan narrowed his eyes, a bright smile on his face. It was as if he didn't understand the meaning of Zhang Ruya's words. Waiting for Zhang Ruya to speak. Chapter 83 Curious Duo. Thanks for calling me Lord Taibu. As the side with the most geniuses, Wudu University has a total of 2,348 people who have entered the talent program. This includes, but is not limited to, the geniuses within Yendu Wudu, Longchamp Wudu, Gupo Wudu, Beacon Wudu, Inghao Wudu, and so on. This time around, it's almost like all the freshmen from each martial university are included. Zhang Ruya opened her mouth without hiding anything and directly named the number of participants from the martial universities this time around. It was the first time that the two of them, Chen Shi and Su Xingyuan, knew about the number of geniuses on several sides of the talent program. When they heard this number, the two were surprised. However, after a little bit of careful thought, they understood. Martial universities were numerous within China. The top-tier martial arts universities plus the first-rate, second-rate, and so on, totaled almost nearly 1,000. Even if one martial arts university picked out one genius, there would still be almost 1,000 people. The number of people selected for the talent program this time around at Wudong University was only a little over 2,000, which wasn't a large number. Zhang Ruya also knew that such a number was not considered an exaggerated number for Wudi. Continuing on down the line, she said, World Family, there are a total of 892 people participating in the talent program. So few? Su Xingyuan was surprised. More than 2,000 people from Wu University, but not even 1,000 here in the worldly family? Before Zhang Ruya could say anything, Zhang Baitao on the side snorted, this is still less? Do you know how many worldly families there are in total? Chen Shi and Su Xingyuan shook their heads. Chen Shi was just an ordinary citizen by birth, how would he know about these things? Although Su Xingyuan's parents were both martial sectors, he was still quite far from being in contact with the lineages. Zhang Baichao stretched out a finger. One family? Can't be, so few. Su Xingyuan froze and spoke out. Zhang Baitao gave him a glance and said through clenched teeth, you're really pig-brained. Who are you calling a pig brain? Su Xingyuan admitted that the Zhang Baichao in front of him was pretty, but he couldn't endure Zhang Baichao's contemptuous gaze and tone. Zhang Ruya hurriedly stopped Su Xingyuan, he was afraid that the two would start a fight. Too lazy to care about you. Zhang Baichao ignored Su Xingyuan and continued, 10. There are 10 in total, and those who have been selected into the talent program already have nearly 900 people. Do you still think it's less? As the words fell, Su Xingyuan froze in place. Surprise swept across the bottom of Chen Shi's eyes. There were a full 89 people in a family. Such a ratio was far too high compared to Wude. The two had completely different bases. Now you admit that you're pig-headed, right? Zhang Baitao sneered, looking at Su Xingyuan as if he was looking at a little cutie.
Like. Oops, I'm second too.
Old Zhang, you don't pull me.
I'm not pulling you. Zhang Ruya did not cooperate. Alright. Don't bull. Chen Shi was helpless and patted Su Xingyuan, waiting for him to sit down, signaling Zhang Ruya to continue on.
WU has the largest number of people, the highest percentage of geniuses from the lineage, and the military? Ignoring Su Xingyuan and Zhang Baichao, who were both wide-eyed, Zhang Ruya smiled and spoke about the number of people in the military. The military, as one of the three parties, is in a rather awkward position. The three major legions, a total of 9 armies, the people who were selected into the talent program totaled 678 people.
Over 600 people? Chen Shi raised an eyebrow and asked out loud, the number of people from the military is so small?
There should be quite a few people from the military. Su Xingyuan nodded, he also felt that it should be like this. Zhang Ruya shook her head and opened her mouth to explain, the military is quite numerous though.
But there is a problem.
Saying this, he paused, his expression somewhat gloomy, and said in a deep voice, most of the people in the military come from poor backgrounds. It's hard to awaken an advanced talent in such a family.
Even if they awakened, their first choice would be to enter the martial university. This also leads to the fact that there are very few geniuses in the recruits recruited by the military.
To be able to have a B-rank talent, one can be called a genius. The words fell.
Chen Shi was silent. The number of people Zhang Ruya reported out of her mouth actually represented another layer of meaning.
Of the three parties, the highest percentage of geniuses from the world family was related to the environment they grew up in. Martial University, this was the first choice of geniuses who had awakened their talents. Entering Martial University, there were resources, strong teachers, and it was also safe. It was completely able to wait until it was strong enough to step into the battlefield. The army, on the other hand, was the most dangerous of the three parties, always having to face the foreign beasts, and the slightest carelessness could lead to loss of life, which was not a very good place to go. This also led to the fact that although the army was quite large in number, the number of geniuses chosen for the talent program was much smaller than the martial arts universities and the lineages.
More than 600 people. Too few. I've always been more curious.
Chen Shi's voice rang out, looking up at the two of them, Zhang Ruya and Zhang Baichao. Out loud, he said, in the three parties, there are also a lot of people from Wodu University who chose to graduate or enter into the military ahead of time, so by all rights, the relationship between the two parties should be very good.
Why would the people from Wu University also target the people from the military? This question had been lingering in his mind.
In his understanding, it was only right that the three parties should be in unison. But now, it sounded as if the people from Wu Dai and the worldly families carried resentment towards their group of people who came from the military. Zhang Baidao changed to a comfortable position, placing the cushion behind his waist, his thin waist showing. And then she said, no one said that the people of Wu Dai targeted the people of the military. In other words, targeting people from the military is also just the choice of a part of the people of Wudan.
And these people tend to come from families.
The Wuda peoples are actually in a neutral position. There are many geniuses from the worldly families that they are unwilling to offend, while the military, although there are not many geniuses, there are quite a few strong people, and in the future, there are still a lot of students from the Wuda who will be going to the military, so they naturally won't be offended either.
Wallflowers? Su Xingyuan's eyes flashed. Wallflower doesn't count as a wallflower, you should say that the person is a good person. Zhang Baitao couldn't even help but laugh out after saying this. Being a good person, oneself, this is giving the group of people from Wu University a good person card.
After saying this, Zhang Baodao suddenly remembered something. Instructing the two of them, originally, seeing that you were dull and didn't even know about being deliberately provoked, I didn't intend to talk to you. But who let Xiao Zhang and you guys have a good relationship? Tomorrow's time, there will be a worship session. At that time, you guys need to pay attention to someone.
Who? Su Xingyuan froze and asked.
Zhang Ruya on the side had long since figured out what Zhang Baitao had said. Although he couldn't rely on his family's connections, it was still possible to understand some news. You guys mustn't pick an old man named Zhang Zisheng. Zhang Baichao's voice continued to ring out.
Remember, never pick one.
Unless you are confident that you can cross over everyone in the subterranean Dragon Academy, including the World Family and the people from the Martial University.
Is that old man hardly strong? Su Xingyuan's expression was stunned as he asked excitedly. Of the people present, the two of them, Zhang Ruya and Zhang Baichao, knew a lot of information.
As for Chen Shi, he had gone to look for Zhang Zixing the first time he entered the Subterranean Dragon Academy and had learned quite a bit of news as well. Among the people present, on the contrary, Su Xingyuan, whose parents were both at the martial zone realm, had become the most clueless person at the moment. Looking at Su Xingyuan's excited expression, Zhang Baichao leisurely said, "Whether he is strong or not is another story, but to be his student one must be very strong." Saying this, she had a smile on her face, because in the Subterranean Dragon Academy, a large portion of the teachers have been beaten up or offended by him, and a lot of the elders of those geniuses from the lineages have also been beaten up by him.
So now you know what will happen if you are his student, right?
After saying that, her expression was filled with curiosity. "I'm curious to know which little cutie
will become his student.
I really want to see that person being beaten by the people in the Subterranean Dragon Academy holding their heads in their hands."
Ha 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 ha. Hearing Zhang Baidao's laughter, Zhang Ruya couldn't help but laugh out loud as well, while Su Xingyuan froze in place before his expression became even more excited. Not being cynical is a mediocre talent, such a teacher is what one wants. As for Chen Shi, who was on the side, he looked at the two laughing Zhang Ruya and Zhang Baichao with a complicated expression, and inwardly sighed long and hard, "Master you have misjudged me." Chapter 84 Brainy Size Cute. The Qi and blood pills and foreign beast crystal cores were completely consumed. The Qi and blood grew some more once again. However, it was still quite a bit short of the martial soldier realm. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, the originally boiling Qi and blood gradually regained its calm and flowed continuously within the body. Resources. In the living room, Chen Shi did not turn on the lights, and only had the slightest bit of light projected in from the streetlights outside. His eyes lit up as he chanted, before he closed his eyes once again and began to cultivate the battle spirit method. The battle spirit method could absorb aura and strengthen the body. As Chen Shi's strength increased, he had felt the wonderful use of the battle spirit method more and more. Third level armor shadow appears. The stronger the strength, the higher the demands on the body. By merely raising his strength without strengthening his body, the strength he could exert would be limited. Chen Shi had already felt this way when he had killed the martial soldier realm earlier. A martial artist all the way, Qi and blood, aura, martial skills, body, and talent, one was indispensable. As strength continued to rise, the strength with which he or she could utilize his or her talent would also rise. Unlocking more talent techniques. Closing the loop. On this path, dropping any of them would not allow one to ascend to the position of heaven's pride. While Chen Shi and the others were cultivating Zhang Zixing's office. He was crouching in front of him, his silver hair disheveled, and his complexion seemed to be somewhat manic. The eyes were filled with light. On the paper in front of his eyes, lines and lines of text were continuously written down by him. This was a study that he and his once close friend had speculated on. Talent. Physique. This was the threshold that restricted everyone from moving to a higher realm. I don't know how many people who were once called geniuses had all fallen in front of these two mountains. Among the 10,000 races, there was once a person whose body had undergone a mutation and possessed an extremely terrifying ability. Plunder. In just a few short years, he had gone from a martial artist realm to a martial marquis realm like a rocket. The sudden appearance of a martial marquis realm immediately drew the attention of the 10,000 clans. Strong men struck out in unison, and Zhang Zixing was similarly involved in that hunt. Killing a martial marquis with 3 arrows was that battle. With the corpse in hand, he, his best friend, and a group of powerful people began to work on it. The desire to crack the plundering talent. As long as it can be successfully cracked, then no one in the 10,000 races will be able to stop the advancement of the human race. However, not long after the research began, his best friend was suddenly intercepted and killed by a foreign race. Time passed quietly. Zhang Zixing had killed the martial marquis with 3 arrows in that battle, but he was similarly injured. A strange energy was coiled in his body, like a tick that was rooted in his body, constantly sucking the Qi and blood in his body, and the aura was constantly sucked. That battle had ended decades ago, and during those decades, his research on the predatory talent had never stopped. Countless funds had been spent, but the research on the predatory talent was still progressing incomparably slowly. The death of his good friend had dealt an incomparably large blow to him. Inside the room, only the rustling sound of writing remained, and inside the darkened room, Zhang Zixing's eyes were unusually bright in front of him. After washing up, Chen Shi pushed open the door of the room. The wind blowing through the lake, caressing his face, the air contains a trace of aura as well as water vapor. It was exceptionally soothing as it pounced on his face. Taking a deep breath, Chen Shi sighed. The aura contained in the subterranean courtyard was very rich. Compared to the military, the aura contained in the air here was at least twice as strong. Chen Shi, let's go. Zhang Ruoya, Su Xingyuan, and the lowly-faced Zhang Baichao were walking towards Chen Shi. Hey, have you thought about who you want to worship as your teacher today? Zhang Ruoya put her big hand on Chen Shi's shoulder and greeted him warmly. The two had known each other for the earliest time and had gone to the battlefield together, so it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were friends in life. Hearing Zhang Ruoya's concerned tone, Chen Shi paused and was about to speak. Zhang Baichao glanced at Zhang Ruoya and said, Xiao Zhang, if you use a little more strength, be careful to press and slap Chen Shi to death. It's questionable if he has a martial artist's 6th level in this small body. Oh. Zhang Ruoya seemed to be very fearful of Zhang Baichao. Perhaps it was because siblings were all like that. It was estimated that she hadn't been beaten up by Zhang Baichao since she was a child. Su Xingyuan had a faint smile on his face. It caused Zhang Baichao to glance at him from time to time. A pusher king was a pusher king, even walking between them carried their own pusher aura. Chen Shi looked towards Su Xingyuan and asked, Xingyuan, who are you going to worship as your teacher later? Su Xingyuan raised his eyes, his gaze looking towards the swaying tree branches not far away. Shaking his head slightly, his voice rang out. Perhaps only Zhang Zixing is qualified to be my teacher. Zhang Ruoya was stunned and grinned lightly. This bastard was starting to act up again. Zhang Baichao, who did not know Su Xingyuan very well, was completely different from Zhang Ruoya. In her eyes, Su Xingyuan was a good-looking, but brain-challenged sizable cutie. Picking Zhang Zixing? Although this rank thunder of yours is good, if you pick Zhang Zixing, you will be designated to be hammered 3 times a day. From morning to night. Looking at Su Xingyuan, who was quietly standing under the tree in front of him, tilting his head back to look at the branches. Chen Shi really wanted to give him a punch. You are really not letting go of any time to pretend, soul. In the plaza of the Subterranean Dragon Academy. It was crowded with people, and all the people from the lineages, martial arts universities as well as the military were present. At the front of the square, a row of tables were neatly placed. On it, the names of the various teachers were written, only now it was empty. The crowd in the square was clearly separated. In the ranks of the lineages, a few youths were gathering together, chatting casually. One of them looked at Lin Wei and asked with a smile, Lin Wei, I heard that you fought with the military yesterday? As the words fell, they instantly drew the gazes of several people around them, all looking at a youth with an unruly demeanor. There was curiosity in his eyes. The man known as Lin Wei let out a light smile, nodded his head, and said, playing with him. How did it turn out? Someone asked curiously. Lin Wei raised his eyebrows slightly, paused, and said, 50-50. 50-50? I heard that person seems to be just a martial artist 7th realm, right? A martial artist 7th realm can go 50-50 with you, a martial artist 8th realm? Lin Wei's reply caused a few people around him to look stunned before asking in surprise. Lin Wei shook his head, the smile on his face fading. That person isn't weak, what he awakened is the thunder talent which is suitable for attacking. The 7th gravity realm of a martial artist combined with the thunder talent isn't weak. Hey, interesting. Lin Wei didn't make excuses, but rather made a realistic comment that his talent wasn't an offensive talent like Su Xingyuan's. Instead, it was an earth element suitable for defense. What's that guy's name? A person asked curiously. The military in the Subterranean Dragon Academy was not very strong. Eliminating the military in the Subterranean Dragon Academy first was a plan they had set long ago. Su Xingyuan. The crowd silently memorized this name. Since they were going to eliminate people, then why couldn't they start with this person named Su Xingyuan? In the crowd, Chen Shi and the others had also arrived. Looking around, it was obvious that there were much fewer people on the military side. On the side, the geniuses from Wushu University somewhat sized up the people from the military side from time to time. The geniuses of the 3 parties could tell the difference at a glance. The eyes of the military were resolute, and there was a faint sense of wariness in their bodies. Being in the military was all about having such an unrelenting will to fight. Wudon's people, but a lot of people look a little tender, and not as military people generally have the will to fight. Of course, there is no lack of people with a will to fight. That group of people is the genius of the group of people in the Wudon University. Of the 3 parties, the temperament of the people from the family was the most eye-catching. With faint smiles on their faces,
they constantly sized up the geniuses of the crowd from WU and the military.
Su Xingyuan lingered for a moment while his gaze rested on someone from the worldly family side before moving away.
Yesterday's encounter with Lin Wei had given him a clearer perception of this group of geniuses from the worldly family. While the crowd was sizing each other up, a figure stepped into the air from a distance. When they saw this group of people appear, the square, which was still somewhat noisy, suddenly quieted down.
Chapter 85: The Overbearing Zhang Zixing. Dozens of figures stepped into the air. The first person floated down from the air.
In his 50s, his eyes swept over the crowd in the square. A trace of aura that seemed to have been emitted inadvertently instantly pressured the crowd present to tighten their bodies and their heartbeats quickened.
This aura came and went even faster.
Seeing that the purpose was achieved, that person slowly sat down on the position that belonged to him.
And on its table, 3 words were written. Yi Zhanghao.
The exact strength was not written. Chen Qi's eyes flashed as he guessed at its strength. Zhang Baichao softly explained, Yi Zhanghao, a strong person from Beacon Smoke Martial University, martial spirit 6th realm. Comes from a poor background. Chen Qi nodded slightly, his gaze toward Zhang Baichao filled with strangeness.
He was curious to know, what exactly was Zhang Baichao's identity? Zhang Ruya's 2 siblings had a mysterious background. The information known was too much more than what others knew. An ordinary background would definitely not do.
Shaking his head slightly, this matter was temporarily put on the back burner. The matter at hand was the most important. Although he had long worshipped Zhang Zixing as his teacher, it did not prevent him from understanding the various strong teachers in the subterranean Dragon Academy. After Yi Zhanghao sat down, the rest of the powerhouses drifted in. There was no aura permeating their bodies, and their calm eyes were not as harsh as Yi Zhanghao's, but instead were very soft. Within a short period of time, almost all of the teachers had arrived. In the field, there was only one table left that remained empty.
Zhang Zixing. Strange, does that old man Zhang Zixing not intend to accept any more students?
Zhang Baichao looked around suspiciously and did not find Zhang Zixing's figure. I still want to see which unlucky people worship him as their teacher. Zhang Ruya surveyed the surroundings for a while, then withdrew her gaze. Su Xingyuan's eyes skimmed over Lin Wei's group from time to time, and cold colors swept across the bottom of his eyes from time to time. The situation of the 3 parties was already clear, and he also knew all about the original cause of yesterday's provocation. It looked like Lin Wei's group was treating themselves like soft persimmons. Listening to Zhang Baichao's gloating tone, the corner of Chen Qi's eyes jumped, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Unlucky bastard. I'm afraid that's not really a certainty. A few minutes.
A figure came slowly from the distance. The elegant aura on his body fell in the eyes of the people in the square, causing many geniuses waiting here to have doubts in their eyes.
Who is this old man?
Looking at Zhang Zixing, who was walking from afar, someone asked in confusion. I don't know, probably whichever teacher is in charge of logistics. Zhang Zixing's expression was bland, and it was a completely different picture from the group of powerhouses that had appeared before. This also led to the fact that there were quite a few people who mistakenly thought that Zhang Zixing was whichever teacher of logistics. Unlike the discussions of the crowd from Wushu University and the military, many of the people in the group from the Worldly Family Teams group changed their faces slightly the moment they saw Zhang Zixing appear. Zhang Zixing actually came, it's hard to believe that he's going to accept students this time. One person narrowed his eyes and said softly. With his temperament, how could he not come? A person sneered, how many people has he offended in these decades? But he's not still alive and well. Oof. Another person snorted coldly, that's only because he still has value in living, otherwise he would have been sent to the battlefield of the 10,000 races more than 10 years ago. After saying that, he swept his gaze over the people around him and said playfully, of the people present, how many families haven't been robbed by him? How many resources and how much money has he robbed in the past? He can't die. Once he dies, wouldn't all these decades of investment be wasted? I'd like to see who will worship under him this time. The crowd sniffed and revealed playful smiles. Zhang Zixing's evaluation in this group of people from the worldly family could be described as poor to the extreme. Once upon a time, Zhang Zixing was the #1 archer in the country, his S-rank talent overwhelming everyone in archer talent. 3 arrows killed a foreigner's martial marquee realm. When such a battle record was rumored, he was immediately revered as the arrow god by all the martial artists who had awakened their bowman talent. The arrow god name was in the air for a while. However, not long after, news spread once again that he was injured. Countless powerful people stepped in and could only shake their heads.
Thus, Zhang Zixing's popularity quickly dissipated, and after just a few decades passed, those who still knew Zhang Zixing today, other than his friends, were his enemies.
Without any strong aura on his body, Zhang Zixing walked slowly, a faint smile on his face.
The crowd automatically parted, and Zhang Zixing's expression was indifferent as he slowly walked through.
When he walked to the front of the group of people from the world family, his footsteps slowed down slightly, and his slightly cloudy eyes looked towards the few people who had spoken out earlier. Lightly dropping a sentence, within 3 days, have your family send over resources worth 10,000 Dragon Academy points. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the few people and lifted his feet forward. As the words fell, the faces of the several people changed in unison, looking at Zhang Zixing's back as he slowly stepped forward. No one dared to say a single word of disapproval. Not to mention them, even those strong people in the family behind them who were of the same generation as Zhang Zixing did not dare to say a single word. All of this was only because the person who said these words was Zhang Zixing. Those 3 words were a deterrent. There was once a certain genius who said "old man" in front of Zhang Zixing. He was forced to break his leg by the elders behind him. In addition, Zhang Zixing was compensated with a sum of resources. Chen Qi's 4 men were in the crowd, and the scene just now had all fallen into their eyes. Including what Zhang Zixing said. Su Xingyuan's eyes flickered with light and his tone carried envy. This old man is really handsome enough. Zhang Ruya's expression carried a yearning as she looked at Zhang Zixing's back. This is the god of arrows, Zhang Zixing.
Zhang Baichao's eyes flickered, and he had to say that Zhang Zixing seemed completely different from the other powerhouses.
Zhang Zixing had an elegant and easygoing appearance, like a scholar. However, only those who understood him would know what kind of Zhang Zixing was hidden under such a mask. Chen Qi had a smile on his lips. This old man was indeed quite handsome. Finally, he waited for Zhang Zixing to appear. After waiting for Zhang Zixing to sit down, Yi Zhenghao said without any good humor, "At least it's a martial spirit realm. What's the point of you opening your mouth to extort a few small children?"
"I'm happy to."
Zhang Zixing replied smilingly, turning his head to chat with a female powerhouse on the side. Seeing this, Yi Zhenghao shook his head helplessly. Although Zhang Zixing was only at the martial spirit realm now, he really didn't dare to say anything more to Zhang Zixing. After all, he didn't have a battle record like killing a martial marquis by crossing the ranks with the strength of the martial king realm. Even though Zhang Zixing's strength was constantly falling, no one dared to do anything to him. All of this was because Zhang Zixing had been engaged in research for decades. No one knew if he had researched anything or not. No more superfluous words, now start choosing your respective teachers. As soon as the words fell, Yi Zhenghao raised his hand, and a trace of power representing his talent appeared on the sign that originally only had his name written on the table. A tornado that had shrunk by 100 times kept rotating on the table. Immediately afterward, the rest of the group of powerhouses raised their hands and left power representing their respective talents on their previous cards. In front of Yi Zhenghao was a tornado, while in front of a female powerhouse beside him, a shrunken waterfall like the fall of the Milky Way was continuously falling. This scene, straight away, caused many people present to stare blankly. It was the first time that many people had seen such a strong person strike. Chen Qi's eyes looked over one by one. It was also his first time seeing such a scene. At the martial spirit realm, it turned out that one could manifest the power of their talent. Another new point of knowledge. The eyes kept moving in front of Zhang Zixing. Unlike the talent power that was revealed in front of the crowd, the talent power revealed by Zhang Zixing only consisted of an arrow. An arrow constructed entirely from qi, blood, and aura. The arrow's body had a silky glow flowing through it, and the arrowhead flashed with a cold light. An S-ranked archer's talent, the only one in the entire arena. Chapter 86, What's the Situation? Streams of light lingered on the body of the arrow. It was as if it was an arrow that had been carefully sculpted. There was no wind element as in front of Yi Zhenghao that could make one feel the terrifying power just by looking at it. Nor was there a beautiful scene like the one constructed by the strongest water elemental talent. A simple arrow glowed slightly in front of the 3 words Zhang Zixing. Many people noticed the arrow in front of Zhang Zixing. Some people's eyes lit up as they lifted their feet forward. Everything Zhang Zixing had done from the moment he appeared until now seemed to be telling everyone that he was different from the others. All the other powerhouses were stepping into the air. But when it came to Zhang Zixing, he became like an ordinary old man who came slowly. When he was misunderstood to be the teacher of logistics, Zhang Zixing had spoken out in front of everyone and extorted the children of the world's families with a smile on his face. And now, it was even more unlike the natural power revealed by other strong people, a simple arrow constructed. Some people went forward, wanting to worship Zhang Zixing. But just as he stepped forward, Zhang Zixing waved his hand, signaling to choose someone else. After being refused to pay homage, that person nodded slightly before heading towards the other powerhouses. There were constantly people coming forward. But Zhang Zixing acted as if he looked down on all of them, after rejecting dozens of people in succession. The number of people who dared to come forward was suddenly much less. See? Zhang Baichao chuckled, wanting to worship Elder Zhang Zixing as a teacher is not an easy task. Although his realm has fallen, his eyesight is not low. Su Xingyuan's eyes flashed. Looking at Zhang Zixing, who was sitting quietly at the table, at this moment, very few people had come forward. After thinking about it, he looked at Zhang Baitao and asked, "What are the requirements for this old master to accept students? You really want to worship this old master?" Zhang Ruya and Zhang Baichao looked at Su Xingyuan in surprise. Try. Su Xingyuan raised his eyebrows slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he turned his head to look at Zhang Zixing and said under his breath, "The old master has offended too many people, but how is this not a skill? Offending people and still living well, no one dares to take a shot at him, this is a skill." Su Xingyuan's words fell on the ears of Zhang Baitao and Zhang Ruya, who were stunned. Su Xingyuan's words sounded as if there was indeed nothing wrong with them. But that's just people's old man. What does it have to do with you? Those people can't deal with the old master, it's hard to believe that they can't deal with you? Zhang Ruya hesitated for a moment and persuaded, "Xingyuan, you have to think carefully. Those people don't dare to make a move against the old master, that's because the old master himself is powerful, but you are different." Speaking here, he paused, his eyes sweeping over the crowd of worldly families in the square, and said, "There are many geniuses in the subterranean Dragon Academy, there are too many A ranks, and there are quite a few S ranks as well." Zhang Baotao nodded in agreement. Su Xingyuan's talent was a rank thunder, and Zhang Zixing was actually not a very good choice. Listening to the words of the two, Su Xingyuan slightly shook his head, "I still want to try." After saying that, he lifted his foot forward. "Thank you, teacher." Another person was rejected, bowed and said, then turned towards the rest of the teachers. Zhang Zixing's eyes were calm and his complexion was ancient. Su Xingyuan stood in front of Zhang Zixing and said with a smile, "Teacher Zhang, do you have any conditions for accepting students?" Looking at Su Xingyuan in front of him, Zhang Zixing revealed a smile, "Yes." Being able to resist a beating. Su Xingyuan's face remained unchanged as he raised his hand, and a thunder lingered between his eyes. At the martial realm, it was unrealistic for him to want to control the power of thunder like this at the martial spirit realm. You have to think about it, although the A-rank thunder talent is good, but to say how resistant you are, you might still be close. Think about it. Su Xingyuan's expression carried excitement. The targeting of the world family, martial university, was not something he placed on his mind. Zhang Zixing's gaze swept over Chen Qi in the crowd, nodding with a smile, his gentle voice resounding, "Then you will be a student under my door." That's a deal? Su Xingyuan was a little stunned, he thought he would be rejected, but he didn't expect it to be so easy. Stand aside first. Okay. Someone was worshipping Zhang Zixing. Almost the entire audience's gazes fell on Su Xingyuan. From picking a teacher until now, Su Xingyuan was the first student that Zhang Zixing had taken on. In the group of people from the world family, Lin Wei's eyes flashed as he sneered, "I didn't expect Su Xingyuan to dare to choose Zhang Zixing as his teacher." The surrounding people also saw Su Xingyuan standing beside Zhang Zixing and said with a smile, "Lin Wei, it looks like they don't even put you in their eyes. Can you do it? If not, I'm going to make a move." Ha! Lin Wei smiled disdainfully and said faintly, "I'll make him remember me next time." Zhang Baitao, Zhang Ruya, and no one in the trio of Chen Qi would think that Su Xingyuan would be able to succeed in worshipping his master. After all, before, the two of them, Zhang Ruya and Zhang Baichao, had already made it very clear what would happen if they were Zhang Zixing's students. Su Xingyuan knows Elder Zhang Zixing? Zhang Baichao asked with wide eyes, puzzled. Zhang Ruya shook her head, where would Su Xingyuan go to know Zhang Zixing? Chen Qi stood to the side, he had seen all of Zhang Zixing's gazes just now. Zhang Zixing accepted Su Xingyuan, he might have guessed some of the original reasons. Standing beside Zhang Zixing, Su Xingyuan's eyes skimmed over Lin Wei and the others, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Lin Wei's previous provocation was in fact giving himself a disadvantage. But the more this happened, the less Su Xingyuan would give in. Wanting to rely on such a way just to strike himself? A fool's dream. Why don't you two go and choose a teacher? Chen Shi shook his head slightly in his heart before looking at the two people beside him. The two of them, Zhang Ruya and Zhang Baichao, paused before heading towards the teacher that had long been chosen. Zhang Ruya's choice was that his teacher was a strong person of the martial king realm, and although his talent did not match his power enhancement, but with strength at such a level of the martial king realm, it no longer mattered if his talent matched or not. At this point, it was no longer limited to the level of talent, but rather, it was one step further.
Zhang Baodao chose a teacher with the same ice elemental talent. Martial spirit realm.
The two had already chosen their teachers. Chen Shi glanced around. There were very few people who had yet to choose a teacher at this moment. The geniuses of the world family were the first to finish choosing. The group of geniuses from the Martial University also chose very quickly. The military was slightly slower. Of the remaining human geniuses, all of them were from the military and Wude.
Chen Shi did not delay any longer and lifted his foot forward.
His eyes did not look elsewhere and went straight towards Zhang Zisheng.
Seeing Chen Shi walking, the corner of Su Xingyuan's mouth lifted.
Good boy, has vision. I just don't know if the teacher will reject Chen Shi, or if he will help put in a good word later. This was his own dear friend and relative. Seeing Chen Shi walking towards Zhang Zisheng, the gazes of the group of people from the world family landed on Chen Shi in unison.
Many of them wore a look of watching the show.
They weren't afraid of someone choosing Zhang Zisheng, rather, they wanted to see who all chose Zhang Zisheng.
There was Su Xingyuan in front of him, and Chen Shi after him.
This was a complete disregard for their group. Zhang Baichao's gaze turned as he looked at the direction Chen Shi had gone.
Murmuring, she said, Su Xingyuan is a sizable cutie. It's hard to believe that Chen Shi is also a sizable cutie. I'll have to talk to Xiao Zhang about staying away from these two big and small cuties. Stay away.
Passing through the crowd, Chen Shi arrived in front of Zhang Zisheng. Bowing slightly, he called out with a smile, Master.
Stand by the side for a while first, and walk with me when it's over.
Zhang Zisheng revealed a gentle smile, looking at Chen Shi without any surprises.
Chen Shi nodded slightly and stood to the side. Su Xingyuan froze. What was the situation? How did Chen Shi pay his respects faster than himself?
No, Chen Shi hadn't even worshipped his master yet, and he directly opened his mouth and called his master. He didn't think to understand that Chen Shi worshipping his master seemed to be a bit different from him. This scene fell in the eyes of the others, and many of those who had been rejected before stared wide-eyed, looking at Chen Shi with strangeness in their gazes. Chen Shi's style of painting seemed to be in a completely different world from them.
Chapter 87, I Will Stand Behind You.
The two stood beside Zhang Zisheng, appearing very eye-catching. Raising his eyes, he looked. Behind the group of strongmen present stood the students who had been taken under their wing. The geniuses and teachers in the Subterranean Dragon Academy were required to have 50 students under one strong man. The students behind the group of strongmen were densely packed. On the contrary, beside Zhang Zisheng, there were only two people, Chen Shi and Su Xingyuan.
In contrast, the situation was somewhat awkward.
There were not many geniuses in the square who had yet to choose a teacher. Some people looked at Chen Shi and the two of them, and then looked at the rest of the powerhouses. Under hesitation, they still chose the rest of the teachers. While some walked towards Zhang Zisheng. Having taken in Su Xingyuan and Chen Shi, Zhang Zisheng was not unwilling to stay longer, taking in one as he came. Within a short period of time, the group that originally consisted of only two people, Chen Shi and Su Xingyuan, grew to about 30 people.
Let's go.
Zhang Zisheng got up and swept a glance at the crowd in front of him with a gentle smile on his face. Looking at Zhang Zisheng's departing back, Yi Zhanghao murmured and spoke, How did it turn out like this? His tone was filled with emotion. The strength of Su Zhang, who had reached the 9th level of martial spirit, could still be seen as a former model despite the silver hair and the traces of age left on his face.
Age never fails a beauty.
Listening to Yi Zhanghao's emotional tone, Su Zhang gazed at Zhang Zisheng's departing back with a nostalgic look and a touch of heartache under his eyes. Softly, he said, perhaps from the moment that person suddenly passed away, he is changed.
For so many years, he was almost disconnected from everything he once was.
Those people pushed him too hard. Now, he is even more delusional in his desire to monopolize power, wanting to abandon everything he once had.
Towards the end, Su Zhang's tone carried already coldness.
Yi Zhanghao paused and said in a voice that only the two could hear, The road has gone astray. After saying that, he shook his head slightly before turning around and leaving. Su Zhang stood in place, and within her line of sight, Zhang Zisheng's figure had long disappeared.
She let out a light sigh before turning to the students she had taken in this time, nodding her head slightly. Let's go. Within a short period of time, the square was empty. The breeze blew, taking away the dust. Chen Shi, you know the teacher? The title in Su Xingyuan's mouth differed from Chen Shi. One called the teacher and the other called the master. Su Xingyuan returned to his senses at this moment and suddenly realized that something was wrong. Chen Shi's previous demeanor was clearly acquainted with Zhang Zixing. But how did Chen Shi know Zhang Zixing? Chen Shi smiled and said, recognize. Su Xingyuan? Chen Shi also stopped hiding at this moment and directly told the matter that he had already worshipped Zhang Zixing. This matter was known to no one else before this, except for Xiang Han as well as Tiger Xiaofeng. After hearing Chen Shi's explanation, Su Xingyuan's entire body was confused. How could he not have expected that Chen Shi would only be Zhang Zixing's first student? At the expense of himself, he had previously tried to put in a good word for Chen Shi in front of Zhang Zixing. It turned out that he was the one who needed to be put in a good light. After slightly staring blankly, Su Xingyuan swept Chen Shi into his arms and said through gritted teeth, then why didn't you kid talk to me before? Mard, you don't help put in a good word in front of the teacher? You're really an animal, are you? Chen Shi laughed out loud. Whether or not Zhang Zixing accepting Su Xingyuan had anything to do with him or not he didn't know. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. There were classrooms in the subterranean Dragon Academy that belonged exclusively to each teacher. More than 30 people sat down, with Chen Shi and Su Xingyuan sitting at the very front. Zhang Zixing's complexion was tinged with a hint of weariness. However, he still wore a gentle smile as he spoke, since you guys chose me to be your teacher. Then it is necessary for me to say something to you all. Being my student will be hard, very hard. Zhang Zixing stretched out a finger and swept his eyes over the 30 or so people in front of him. Seeing that no one spoke, he continued to speak. You will be suppressed by many people. I have offended many people who don't dare to deal with me, so you will be the targets of their suppression. Here I only have one request. Zhang Zixing's tone was serious. My students, I don't care about the level of your talent or strength, but there is one thing that you must possess. The two of them, Chen Shi and Su Xingyuan, glanced at each other and had already guessed what Zhang Zixing was talking about in his mouth that he must possess. Your spines must not be bent. Even if you lose a fight and are crippled, I can teach you martial arts techniques, fighting skills, and heal you, but there is only one thing, you must straighten your backbones. If you want to become a strong person, you must have an unrelenting aura. Don't be afraid if they suppress you, I will stand behind you and fight back next time if you lose. Remember, my Zhang Zixing students have no soft bones. As the words fell, someone in the crowd present looked slightly moved and opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Let go if you have a fart, dilly-dallying like a pussy. Zhang Zixing's gaze landed on that person, and there was a sternness in his tone. Teacher, what should we do if a genius from the high realm suppresses us? Zhang Zixing snorted coldly, his martial spirit realm aura rising up as he said indifferently, then I'll exterminate the people behind him. As the words fell, the hearts of the people present immediately fluttered. Zhang Zixing's words gave them an incomparable sense of security. Resources for cultivation will be delivered in a few days. Now start asking questions about martial arts. Walking out of the classroom, Chen Shi and Su Xingyuan smiled at the rest of the crowd and nodded goodbye. Each of them left. Chen Shi, Xingyuan. Zhang Ruya's voice rang out. The two of them turned around, and Zhang Ruya came with large strides. I didn't expect you two to actually choose Zhang Zixing as your teacher. Chen Shi shrugged and smiled without saying anything. Su Xingyuan stood sideways, his figure straight. The two had known Su Xingyuan for a long time. Seeing this appearance, the two knew that Su Xingyuan had started again. The three chatted and walked towards the dormitory. Not far away, a few figures leaned to the side, and when they saw Chen Shi's trio appear, a few people's complexion changed slightly before they walked towards the trio. Lin Wei. Su Xingyuan looked at Lin Wei, who was walking at the forefront of the several people, his eyes narrowing slightly. Chen Shi and Zhang Ruya listened to the name that Su Xingyuan uttered and followed his line of sight. It landed on Lin Wei's body. Stopping in his footsteps, disdain swept across Lin Wei's eyes as well as the few people behind him after looking at Chen Shi and Zhang Ruya. It eventually landed on Su Xingyuan's body. The voice rang out, we didn't have a good fight yesterday, so let's try again today? The gazes of a few people made the two of them, Chen Shi and Zhang Ruya, very unhappy. Su Xingyuan surveyed the Lin Wei few people in front of him with the same gaze. With an expressionless face, he said, "Then are you ready to be beaten down by me?"
Lin Wei let out a light laugh, raised his eyebrows and said proudly, "Then how about trying?" After saying that, without waiting for Su Xingyuan to speak, he continued, "The East Square Ring. Prepare yourself, I'll be waiting for you." After saying that, he turned around and left. Thunder flashed under Su Xingyuan's eyes as he looked at the departing backs of Lin Wei's few people and said faintly, "I'll satisfy you then." Chen Shi stood beside Su Xingyuan, looking at the departing Lin Wei several people. His eyes were slightly condensed. Has the provocation of the world family come so soon? You want to start suppressing Su Xingyuan, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Chapter 88, As long as you don't kill anyone. Someone was fighting in the ring. The news quickly spread throughout the entire subterranean courtyard. Yesterday, he had just been admitted to the academy, and today, someone was in the ring. Chen Shi, Zhang Ruoya, and Su Xingyuan ignored the strange gazes around them as they took a step towards the eastern ring. The subterranean dragon courtyard was divided into several areas. The first one was the residential area where Chen Shi and the others lived. Here, hands were forbidden. The second was the area where the teachers lived, and it was similarly not allowed here. In fact, no one would be stupid enough to strike here either. The third teaching area, this was where every teacher and a group of geniuses in the subterranean dragon academy studied. The fourth cultivation area, the fifth logistics area, and the sixth ring area. Senior brother Chen Shi, senior brother Xingyuan. Many people heard the news and rushed over. This group of people were all geniuses who had just worshipped under Zhang Zisheng today. Although no one had said anything about senior brother, the crowd had already defaulted to the fact that the two were senior brothers through Zhang Zisheng's attitude towards them. Only who is bigger and who is smaller. Does not know. No one cared about that either. The eagerness in the eyes of the crowd all fell in the eyes of Chen Shi and Su Xingyuan. Su Xingyuan's expression was bland as he said indifferently, "What are all here for? Just dirt chickens and dogs." Lu Chang's tone was tinged with anger as he eagerly spoke out, "Senior brother Xingyuan, don't agree to their challenge. That group of people just want to suppress you." The crowd spoke out one after another. Su Xingyuan's eyes flickered and smiled brightly, "Then we'll see who suppresses who." After saying that, he no longer stayed and lifted his feet forward. Chen Shi's eyes were calm and did not speak. Although he already knew that this group of people would suppress them, this was too fast. Just after the worship had been completed, Lin Wei's group of people already couldn't wait. The news that Su Xingyuan was going to fight Lin Wei spread throughout the entire subterranean dragon academy, and it also reached the ears of various teachers. Yi Zhenghao didn't even raise his eyes after hearing this, nodding slightly before continuing to close his eyes and concentrate. "Teacher Su, do you want to go and take a look?" A teacher at the martial spirit realm looked towards Su Zhang and asked softly. Su Zhang's eyes were lowered, his eyelashes fluttered slightly, and his voice rang out, "It's just a child's playfulness." "Ha, then I will go and take a look." Waiting for that teacher to leave, Su Zhang raised his head, his eyes seemed to be able to cross time and space, and he murmured softly, "They are really afraid of you." After saying this, his eyes slowly closed. Silk of aura entered her body, and a trace, if any, of a powerful aura permeated her. She was just one step away from the martial king realm. Unlike the reactions of Su Zhang, Yi Zhenghao, and the others. When Zhang Zisheng heard that Su Xingyuan and Lin Wei were in the ring, he only nodded slightly before looking at the students in front of him. In a slow voice, he said, "Tell Chen Shi and Su Xingyuan and the others to let go and fight. Just don't kill them." "Ha?" The student who ran to tell Zhang Zisheng the news had a bewildered look on his face. He had thought that the teacher would step in. "As a result, you said to let go and fight, as long as you don't kill him?" Nodding his head, he turned around and left, running in the direction of the east. Around the ring, many worldly geniuses had come to the ring to watch when they heard that Lin Wei was going to get into the ring with Zhang Zisheng's newly accepted student. At this moment, one person in the crowd swept a glance around. Geniuses from the martial arts university, and quite a few geniuses from the military had been attracted by the news. "This brat Lin Wei is bringing Su Xingyuan to the chopping block." There was a smirk in his tone. Between his words, he seemed to have already made up his mind about the outcome of the match between these two. The people around him revealed smiles as they listened to the words he uttered. Lin Wei had fought Su Xingyuan before. There was no advantage. Although Su Xingyuan was only at the 7th level of the martial artist realm, he was awakened to a talent that was suitable for attacking thunder. And Lin Wei's talent was the earth element.
There was already a difference in offensive means between the two. From this, it could be seen that talent had a great impact on strength. Lin Wei could only be said to be of medium strength in their group. A true genius wouldn't bother to strike at Su Xingyuan, who was only at the 7th level of martial artist. That group was too arrogant. The 7th gravity of a martial artist plus the talent of an A-rank thunder wasn't enough to catch their attention. And this strike by Lin Wei was just something they sent out as a test. As long as Zhang Zixing didn't make a move, they were confident that they would sweep the students under Zhang Zixing's door one by one. There are no strong students under Zhang Zixing's door this year. I'm afraid that one Lin Wei alone is already enough to sweep them away. A person let out a light laugh, his eyes skimming over the students from under Zhang Zixing's door. As far as I know, the strongest under Zhang Zixing's door this time is Su Xingyuan. A ranked thunder's talent is actually not weak anymore, it's just a pity that he chose the wrong team. Ha, watch the show, watch the show. The crowd revealed smiles. A group of people followed behind Chen Qi, Su Xingyuan, and Zhang Ruya. Su Xingyuan's expression was calm. He also saw that Lin Wei wanted to make an example of him. And he himself was the chicken in Lin Wei's eyes. Chen Qi didn't have any martial artist's aura permeating his body, as if he was a person who came to watch the show. On the contrary, Zhang Ruya's tall figure immediately drew a gaze when it first appeared around the ring. Lin Wei bent his legs slightly before leaping up and appearing on top of the ring. Scanning the surroundings, his gaze landed on Su Xingyuan, who had just reached the front of the ring. As for Chen Qi and Zhang Ruya as well as the rest of the crowd, they were not placed in his eyes. In his opinion, as long as Su Xingyuan, a 7th-level martial artist with a thunder talent genius, was defeated by himself, Chen Qi and his group of rustic dogs would no longer have any power to resist. At that time, the students under Zhang Zisheng's door would defect one by one. His purpose would have been accomplished. Although Zhang Zisheng's realm had fallen to the martial spirit realm now, in the eyes of many people, there was still a fear of Zhang Zisheng. What they had to do was to keep pushing Zhang Zisheng little by little. By the time he couldn't hold back and struck out on that day, everything would have fallen into place. Su Xingyuan, come and fight. Lin Wei stared at Su Xingyuan under the ring and hooked his finger towards him, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly, his expression indifferent. Be careful, Xingyuan. Be careful, senior brother Xingyuan. Zhang Ruya as well as the rest of the crowd spoke out. Su Xingyuan smiled and nodded, his eyes colliding with Chen Qi. Chen Qi grinned. Xingyuan, master said that if you lose he'll go back and beat you up. Su Xingyuan's complexion changed slightly and smiled brightly, you'll see if I beat him up or not and be done with it. As the words fell, he raised his eyes to look at Lin Wei in the ring. The originally calm eyes suddenly turned biting cold at this moment. The long spear was in his hand, and there was a hidden flash of thunder at the bottom of his eyes. Ka-ching! A bolt of thunder erupted. Su Xingyuan appeared above the ring as a stream of light. The eyes of the two collided. Should we find a referee? Lin Wei slowly unsheathed his battle sword, which was dotted with cold light, and said carelessly. What a waste of words. The tip of the lance had threads of thunder erupting from it, leaving a tiny trail on the ring. Su Xingyuan didn't want Lin Wei to waste words. This group of people were truly moralistic. He Lin Wei laughed coldly, his battle sword clenched violently before taking a step out, his blade gulping. In a chilling voice, he said, I'll see if your bones are this hard as well. Buzz. Thunder blossomed, spreading to the entire body of the gun. Su Xingyuan was calm and composed as his spear stabbed out and thunder blasted out. Chapter 89 Lin Wei's plea for help. Blade awnings poured out. It cut through the air with a snort. His strength had reached the 8th realm of martial artists, and his speed was extremely fast. With a single step, the next instant, the knife blade arrived in front of Su Xingyuan. The blade light flashed, coming straight at Su Xingyuan's chest. Su Xingyuan's face showed no fear, thunder blasted out from his spear, stabbing straight at Lin Wei's chest. Lin Wei's eyes were slightly condensed, the blade of the battle knife in his hand was sharp, reflecting a pair of calm eyes. The thunder was extremely fast, Lin Wei's figure moved slightly, and the thunder grazed his shoulder and flew out. The lance pierced through the air, like a spirit snake coming out of its hole, threads of thunder bursting out, heading straight for Lin Wei's chest. Clang! The battle knife changed slightly in Lin Wei's hand, and a crisp sound rang out. The war sword and the tip of the gun collided, sparks spattering. The tip of the spear was slightly deflected, and a stern color flashed between Su Xingyuan's eyes. The hand gripping the spear was slightly hard, and then the waist was violently powered up.
The tip of the spear, which had already shifted direction, suddenly stopped, and then slashed horizontally towards Lin Wei. Like a sharp blade, if Lin Wei was swept by this gun, he would be seriously injured without dying. In his eyes, the tip of the gun swept horizontally, carrying with it a whistling wind. Lin Wei let out a cold snort and slammed one hand on the gun barrel. Bang! The tip of the gun slashed directly onto the ring. Debris crumbled and flew, shooting like bullets at the crowd around the ring. The crowd hurriedly shot out to fend it off. Lin Wei snorted coldly, his body's chi and blood surged, and the earth element was mobilized, building an earth wall in front of him. The attack was neutralized by Lin Wei's move. Su Xingyuan's eyes flashed. Chi and blood rushed through his body, and threads of lightning lingered on the body of the spear, and then his arm suddenly exerted force, and the body of the long spear that had cleaved into the ring bent violently. With a huge rebound force, the spear bounced up with a speed that was almost too fast for people to react, and then stabbed violently towards Lin Wei in front of him. A dull air-breaking sound echoed, accompanied by the piercing power of thunder. Lin Wei's pupils shrunk violently so fast. The earth element grew denser and the earth wall in front of him was suddenly thickened. Su Xingyuan was no weakling. He was not the group of geniuses that grew up in a greenhouse from the World Family and WU. Being in the military, although he was not battle-hardened, he had also come out of death. Battle intent rising all over his body, Su Xingyuan's hair flew and thunder haunted his body. Bang! The thickened earth wall instantly shattered under the blast of the spear tip. The long spear went forward. Like a thunder dragon roaring, it was about to engulf Lin Wei in the presence in the next second. The instant the earth wall shattered, a dangerous feeling arose in Lin Wei's heart, his heart pounding. The lance was extremely fast, and the tip of the lance had already blasted above the blade just as the battle sword was blocking in front of his body. Clang! The sound of gold and iron clashing sounded, and in the next second, Lin Wei's body flew backwards uncontrollably. Lin Wei was horrified. The power that Su Xingyuan had erupted at this moment was even stronger than what he had before. Just now, if it wasn't for the battle sword in his hand blocking this shot, Lin Wei was afraid that he would have been seriously injured present. This scene fell into the eyes of the crowd of onlookers around the ring. Many people's faces changed slightly. The gazes that looked at Su Xingyuan were filled with astonishment. Worthy of being a thunder talent suitable for offense. Being able to use the strength of the martial 7th realm to head-on blast the martial 8th realm's Lin Wei out of the ring. The thunder talent is really strong enough. Several people in the group of lineage geniuses had amazement in their eyes. Under their breath, they exclaimed. The 7th level of martial artist hardening himself head-on against the 8th level of martial artist, Su Xingyuan is not a weakling. To be able to think of counterattacking with the help of strength the moment the lance was slapped away, both of them are rank talents, Lin Wei was careless. Listening to the crowd's comments, someone snorted coldly, looking at Su Xingyuan with a hint of cold light in his eyes. So what if he's suited to attacking, who here isn't a genius? If he wants to cross the ranks, Su Xingyuan is still far from it. Unless he is an S-ranked thunder talent. Chen Qi and Zhang Ruya and the crowd behind them. Eyes tightly fixed on the two in the ring. At the sight of Lin Wei being blown away by Su Xingyuan with a single shot, the crowd's expressions were filled with excitement. Su Xingyuan was only a 7th level martial artist. There were no weaklings in the Subterranean Dragon Academy, and geniuses who were able to fight over the ranks outside. When they came here, they might not even be able to win at the same rank. The two of them, Chen Qi and Zhang Ruya, quietly watched the two in the ring. The scene of Lin Wei being blown away fell in the eyes of the two of them, and there wasn't any particularly big reaction. Su Xingyuan himself wasn't a weakling. With the addition of the thunder talent, his strength wasn't weaker than Lin Wei's in the slightest. Little Zhang. Zhang Baichao moved his long legs and came around the ring. This sizable cutie. How come it's fighting with Lin Wei? Zhang Baotao stared at the ring with a pair of big eyes. Just at that moment, Lin Wei was blown away by a shot. Several people didn't say anything. On the ring, Lin Wei was blasted out with a shot, his body in the air, with nowhere to borrow strength. A cold color swept across Su Xingyuan's eyes as he took a step out. The long spear spun in his hand, and in a flash, countless spear shadows enveloped towards Lin Wei. Thunder-piercing cloud lance. Thunderlight pierced the eyes, and the cold tip of the spear flashed with cold light. Su. Star. Profound. Lin Wei's eyes were filled with horror as he roared. The earth element was crazily constructed in front of his body, fending off this shot from Su Xingyuan. So fast. Someone exclaimed in shock.
The moment Lin Wei had just been blasted out, Su Xingyuan had already made a move. At this moment, the long spear was moving forward, and the earth wall constructed from the earth element continuously crumbled apart. Between the bursts of thunder, countless amounts of thunder power transformed into a sheet of spear light that enveloped Lin Wei. Humph! Su Xingyuan snorted coldly, his expression indifferent, his eyes filled with a cold light. Killing intent suddenly rose. The sky-covering gun shadows enveloped Lin Wei, who was in the air, in death. Throat. Chest. Limbs. This gun was like it was going to dismember Lin Wei alive. Lin Wei's eyes were filled with horror. The countless gun shadows in front of him made it seem as if he was in a large net constructed from gun shadows. No matter what direction he was heading, he was already enveloped by the gun shadows. The cage trapped him to death. I can't lose. Lin Wei was horrified in his eyes, and a strong desire to survive arose in his heart. Inside his body, his chi and blood were boiling and his aura was mobilized. Earth elementals were frantically converging at this moment. In the blink of an eye, his body was covered in earth elements. Boom! The gunshot shadow fell. This large net suddenly tightened at this moment. Lin Wei could only watch powerlessly as this great net enveloped him. In the next second, the battle armor covered by the earth element shattered like glass and exploded. Save me! Lin Wei completely felt the aura of death at this moment. At this moment, he could no longer control the fear in his heart and shouted out. At this moment, the tip of the gun was already in front of his eyes, and it was about to reach his throat in the next second. The strong wind sliced through his skin, and threads of blood seeped out. Chen Qi's eyes condensed, his gaze locking onto a person in the crowd of the world family in an instant. When that person's body was about to move, a sharp gaze instantly locked onto him. Raising his eyes, a cold color swept across Chen Qi's calm eyes. As long as that person dared to move, he would usher in Chen Qi's retaliation. Do not move, moving is dangerous. Although Chen Qi's gaze was calm, the man who saw the light of Chen Qi's eyes could not help but feel his heart startled. He felt uneasiness in Chen Qi's body. Like being stared at by a powerful foreign beast, his heart was pounding. Several auras suddenly rose up in the surroundings. In an instant, they pressed towards Chen Qi. In the ring, Su Xingyuan was unmoved, and the tip of his spear was already at his throat the moment Lin Wei made a sound. Buzz! The tip of the gun stopped a centimeter from Lin Wei's throat. Lin Wei's scalp tingled with horror. His eyes had just moved, and the tip of the gun had already penetrated his shoulder. And then with a shock, an arm flew out. The surroundings were silent. Lin Wei was defeated. Defeated in the hands of Zhang Zishang's disciple, Su Xingyuan. The 7th level of martial artist wins over the 8th level of martial artist. Chapter 90. What's his name? The crowd of onlookers around the ring looked at Su Xingyuan on the stage in shock. In their eyes was a look of disbelief. There were no weaklings in the subterranean Dragon Academy. All were geniuses, and no one would convince anyone. There was only one way to convince someone. Fight. If you are strong enough, you can make everyone shut up obediently. The arm flew out, and someone wanted to make a move, but before their body could move, a thunderbolt erupted. The arm that flew out instantly turned into smithereens. As they watched this scene, the crowd of people from the worldly family's crowd's complexion changed. Su Xingyuan's actions had undoubtedly told everyone present that Lin Wei had been defeated. He was nothing more than a chicken and a dog. With his arm cut off, Lin Wei's face was pale, his expression filled with despair. In a martial artist's journey, the loss of an arm could already announce that the martial arts path had been severed. From now on, there would be no possibility of progressing any further. Although Lin Wei was a grade A earth elemental talent, his strength had already reached the 8th level of martial artist. But losing an arm meant that his martial arts path was cut off from this moment onwards. Unless a strong person stepped in and restored it for him. Although Lin Wei had a strong person behind him, it was difficult for him to expend his energy and restore his broken arm. The broken arm shattered in the air, and Lin Wei smashed into the ring with a thud. His face was ghastly white, and his eyes were peerless and filled with bewilderment. Su Xingyuan did not even look at Lin Wei, his faint eyes sweeping the crowd around the ring. The battle intent around his body was high. Pressing some people only felt it was difficult to breathe. Looking at the ring, holding a spear in his hand, his eyes were overwhelming, and his body was haunted by thunder. Su Xingyuan. Many people's eyes flickered, and then they couldn't help but lower their heads. This battle of Su Xingyuan's proclaimed his strength. It was also telling everyone that he was not a fish or meat to be slaughtered. Wanting to use him to make an example of him was undoubtedly choosing the wrong target. Several people in the group from the Martial University had calm eyes as they looked at Su Xingyuan in the ring. The corners of their mouths spread into a smile. Interesting, I didn't expect there to be such a genius in the military. One person let out a light laugh, picking on the geniuses of the lineage head-on. Su Xingyuan has a good heart. A sigh followed in his tone. Lin Wei is just a pawn. If one wants to make a group of geniuses from the world family admit defeat in such a manner, it's simply impossible. Do you guys think that Su Xingyuan will be able to ascend to the subterranean dragon ranking? Another person asked out loud. The surrounding crowd looked thoughtful. And then they all shook their heads slightly. Under his breath, he said, Lin Wei isn't even qualified to ascend the subterranean dragon ranking, a mere pawn. It's also a fool. Not knowing enough about his opponents to randomly provoke them, Lin Wei is destined to only be a victim. Has someone laughed lightly, seemingly having a different opinion? There was a somewhat complicated composition in the group of the Martial University. There were the sons of the worldly families, and there were also commoners from the commoners. The two sides would fundamentally have conflicting opinions. Unlike the reaction of the people of Wudi, when the people of the military saw Lin Wei defeat Su Xingyuan's men, their complexion changed in unison. And then their expressions were filled with excitement. The moment they entered the subterranean academy, they had naturally become a unified camp. Su Xingyuan was the spokesperson of the military. Under the ring, Zhang Ruya's face was filled with smiles. On the other hand, Zhang Baichao narrowed his eyes slightly. Softly, she said, that's a cute size. What she was considering was different from all the others. The others might have been considering Su Xingyuan's defeat of Lin Wei and felt soothed. But Zhang Baichao was considering a much longer term. Su Xingyuan's defeat of Lin Wei, although it seemed to be very refreshing for the time being. But it was the things that followed that were troublesome. Lin Wei was just a pawn that had been pushed out. The Lin family was considered weak in a group of worldly families. Lin Wei's strike must have been authorized by a few other families. The purpose was naturally to influence Zhang Zixing by striking his students. Step by step, until Zhang Zixing couldn't stand it any longer and made a bold move. That was their purpose. One was to see if Zhang Zixing had really become a martial spirit realm. The other was to find out if Zhang Zixing's years of research had been effective or not. If Lin Wei failed, that group of people would roll out another horse frontier. Although Su Xingyuan had good strength and talent. But facing that group of people from the lineage, a class thunder as well as the 7th level of martial artist strength was not enough. It was even far from enough. She had already inquired when she came here, and there were quite a few people with S-rank talent in that group of people from the worldly family. After the fall of one Lin Wei, there were more and stronger people appearing. After all, Su Xingyuan couldn't resist the provocations of those behind him. Unless there were still strong people under Zhang Zixing's door. But as far as she knew, the strongest person among the students under Zhang Zixing's door seemed to be Su Xingyuan, a great thunder talent. At the 7th realm of martial artists, he was also in the middle of the front of the subterranean dragon academy. But if one wanted to resist the step-by-step press of the group from the worldly family, it was not enough, far from enough. Unless there was someone stronger than Su Xingyuan, a martial artist 8th, 9th, or even a martial soldier realm. But was that possible? The man from the world family narrowed his eyes as he felt Chen Qi's stern gaze. Just during this delay, one of Lin Wei's arms was cut off by Su Xingyuan. Interesting. The man who was locked by Chen Qi's overriding gaze let out a light laugh as he looked at Chen Qi with a thoughtful look on his face. Chen Qi's gaze just now made him feel the pressure. At least the 8th level of a martial artist. With his purpose accomplished, Chen Qi withdrew his gaze, ignoring the gazes of the lineage crowd and turned to Su Xingyuan in the ring. The long spear was held diagonally in his hand, his battle spirit was high, and his expression was indifferent. Su Xingyuan's eyes at this moment had the aura of taking the world by storm. Senior brother Su, awesome. The people who belonged to the same sect as Chen Qi and Su Xingyuan spoke out. The expressions were excited. Their group of people all came from commoner families. Being able to enter the Great Diving Dragon Academy was already a genius. However, when they entered here and saw the geniuses of the world family, Wudi and the rest of the military, although they didn't show it, their confidence was already damaged. At this moment, Su Xingyuan was equivalent to completely releasing their suppressed hearts. Senior brother Su, awesome. The crowd voiced out one after another.
Hearing the words of the crowd, Su Xingyuan's eyes swept over the crowd before he let out a faint smile and leapt down from the ring. On the ring, Lin Wei's complexion was pale, and the shock in his eyes remained unbroken.
Looking at Lin Wei's complexion, there were quite a few people in the crowd of worldly families who couldn't help but frown.
Although Lin Wei was a pawn, losing under Su Xingyuan still made them feel a little ashamed.
Their group of people had grown up enjoying very good resources and cultivation environments. What did Su Xingyuan have?
Su Xingyuan leaped down from the ring. Lin Wei looked pale, and then stumbled down from the ring. It caused a burst of boos.
What's that person's name?
In the crowd of worldly families, a youth with a bland expression and a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth looked towards Chen Shi and asked curiously.
Following the youth's gaze, Chen Shi was laughing and chatting with Su Xingyuan as he prepared to turn around and leave.
One person immediately knew Chen Shi's profile after a little careful thought in his mind. Their group of people had long known the information of everyone in the Subterranean Dragon Academy. Smiling, he said, Chen Shi, Grady Bowman talent. Before entering the Subterranean Dragon Academy, his strength was at the 6th realm of martial artist.
He Bowman talent?
The corners of the youth's mouth rose slightly as he looked at Chen Shi with amazement in his gaze. Chen Shi's gaze just now made him feel the pressure. How could such a person only be at the martialist 6th realm? He was an S-ranked martialist 9th realm. To be able to make him feel pressure could only mean one thing: Chen Shi's strength had definitely reached the martialist 9th realm. He shook his head slightly before looking at Lin Wei and said faintly under his breath, "Tell that group from the Lin family that Su Xingyuan and the others must be taken care of. If they can't get it done, there's absolutely no need for them to be involved in this matter."
Good. Li Yulong. Genius of the Li family.
Lin Wei was the pawn under his hand.
Chapter 91, you can all go together. Li Yulong looked at the silhouettes of Chen Shi and the two of them as they prepared to leave. His eyes landed on a young man of the 7th martial realm beside him. Indifferently, he said, "Go and waste that one called Chen Shi." In a calm tone, waste Chen Shi.
These simple words, when heard in the ears of that young man at the 7th level of the martial artist realm, caused his heart to flinch. His eyes fell on Chen Shi, who was preparing to leave. Nodding his head, he replied, "No problem." With those words, the youth's figure had swept to the ring.
"Whoever is called Chen Shi, come up." When the youth's figure had just appeared on the ring, it immediately attracted the gazes of the surrounding onlookers. Upon seeing the youth's appearance, some people couldn't help but have their hearts startled. A shocked cry escaped their mouths: "Li Lin!"
Although Li Lin's strength was only at the 7th level of martial artist, he had a record of overcoming the 8th level. Plus, his talent was in a rank gold elemental. The offense was very powerful. But who was Chen Shi? Some people were stunned, their eyes sweeping over the surroundings. The name Chen Shi did not ring a bell in their minds. But thinking about Li Lin's identity, some people seemed to understand. Li Lin's move was undoubtedly to win back the battle that the World Family side had just lost. A World Family genius losing to a student under Zhang Zisheng's discipleship was absolutely unacceptable in the World Family. Their purpose was to strike a blow against the students under Zhang Zisheng's disciples, and now Zhang Zisheng hadn't struck a blow. Instead, he had also achieved Su Xingyuan's reputation. Su Xingyuan had been chosen by them to be the first target to open up, and now, Chen Shi was their other target to open up. Hearing the voice coming from behind him, Chen Shi stopped in his footsteps. Several people turned around in unison to look at Li Lin, who was standing proudly in the ring. Chen Shi raised his eyes calm. Beside him, Zhang Ruya and Su Xingyuan's two smiles gradually disappeared. "I didn't kill Lin Wei just now," this group of people one after the other. Su Xingyuan's tone had a slight chill in it. Zhang Ruya grunted coldly, "Chen Shi, leave this person to me." "No need." The corners of Chen Shi's lips lifted slightly as his calm voice rang out. "Since he provoked me, then as he wishes." After saying that, he slowly stepped forward. Zhang Ruya, Su Xingyuan, and Zhang Baichao followed behind Chen Shi, walking towards the ring. Behind them, the faces of the group of students who were under the same Zhang Zisheng's door as Chen Shi and the others changed slightly. Su Xingyuan's strength was very strong. This was something they had known for a long time. But Chen Shi. As far as they knew, Chen Shi's talent wasn't strong, and he was still from a commoner family just like them. Lack of resources and low talent, when these two were added together, Chen Shi's strength seemed to have been predictable. Some people had a sullen face while turning to leave. Su Xingyuan had been provoked before, and now it was Chen Shi. They could not endure it. Zhang Zixing had said before that if there was a strong man out there, then they would look for him.
Now, it was time. No matter how strong Li Lin was, could he still be stronger than his teacher?
Without stopping, Chen Shi walked to the bottom of the ring. Raising his eyes to look at Li Lin, there wasn't the slightest hint of anger at being provoked in his demeanor. Instead, he looked Li Lin in the ring up and down as his voice rang out. "I'm curious to know, are all of you lineage geniuses as strong as you or Lin Wei?" Standing on the ring, Li Lin towered over Chen Shi at the edge of the ring. Listening to the words coming out of Chen Shi's mouth, he first glanced at Su Xingyuan beside Chen Shi before withdrawing his gaze, not even looking at Chen Shi, and said indifferently, "If you are afraid, then you can let Su Xingyuan come up." "Senior brother Xingyuan just fought Lin Wei, you're letting him up now. Is it hard to think that you want to take advantage of him? Are all the geniuses of the lineage families villains like you?" "Senior brother Chen Shi, there's no need for you to fight, I'll go." The crowd spoke out, listening to the disdain and ridicule coming out of Li Lin's mouth in the ring. Some people couldn't bear it anymore at once and were about to ascend the stage. When Su Xingyuan had been provoked, they had already been very dissatisfied with this group of geniuses from the lineage. Lin Wei, a martial artist of the 8th realm, had provoked Su Xingyuan, a martial artist of the 7th realm, into a fight. For a strong person to challenge a weak person to a date, this would have been looked down upon. A strong person should behave as a strong person should. Bullying the weak, is this called being strong? The crowd was filled with righteous indignation, and Zhang Baodao sighed slightly. And then she tilted her head to look at Li Lin in the ring and said under her breath, "Li Lin, do you people of the Li family only know how to do this nastiness anymore? Who are you?" Zhang Baichao's tone was tinged with dissatisfaction, and the words were said with an even more accountable air. This caused Li Lin's gaze to finally land on Zhang Baitao's body. "Ha!" Zhang Baitao let out a cold laugh before saying again, "Li Lin, do you want to let the one behind you come out? I just happened to have an itchy hand lately, and I heard that he broke through to the 9th level of martial artist and is already preparing for the martial soldier realm, right? I'm eager to see if he, who has broken through to the martial 9 realm, is still as useless as before." "You?" Li Lin's eyes flashed and he was about to speak out. But in the next second, he seemed to remember something. And then his face changed, looking at Zhang Baichao with scorn in his gaze. "Roll down." Zhang Baichao's face turned cold as he said without mercy under his breath. Li Lin's face kept changing, wanting to speak out to rebuke Zhang Baichao, but when he thought of her identity and the people behind her, he opened his mouth and couldn't say a word. "Zhang Baichao, do you really think you can eat me?" Li Lin didn't dare to speak, but someone else dared to speak. Li Yulong slowly walked out of the crowd, looking at the doll-faced Zhang Baichao in front of him, and spoke in a deep voice. The sudden change caused the two of them, Chen Shi and Su Xingyuan, to have surprise swept across their expressions. It was as if the two of them, Zhang Baitao and Su Xingyuan, were at odds with each other. According to Zhang Ruya's words, Zhang Baichao should be very interested in Su Xingyuan. But on the contrary, it was as if the two were born to clash, Zhang Baichao looking down on Su Xingyuan disliking him back. "You and I go back and forth." The Zhang Baichao in front of him, looking at the two of them, were both slightly stunned. Zhang Baichao this moment, suddenly like a different person. A lowly? Even if it was a lowly, I'm afraid it was a genius plus a lowly with an overwhelming force value. Zhang Baichao snorted coldly, "Li Yulong, aren't you people going a little too far? The 8th weight about to fight the 7th weight, and now it's even the 7th weight about to fight the 6th weight. If you want to fight, then I will accompany you, do you dare?" As the words fell, Chen Shi froze. Zhang Baichao was standing up for himself? Su Xingyuan's eyes flickered as he quietly came to Zhang Ruya's ear and said quietly, "Old Zhang, why do I see that your sister is surprisingly much better looking now?" Zhang Ruya laughed bitterly and quietly glanced at Zhang Baitao without speaking. "Humph, I'm not the one who made a date with you today." Li Yulong pretended as if he didn't hear Zhang Baitao's words of looking down on himself and changed the topic. Looking towards Chen Shi and the others standing behind Zhang Baitao. Raising an eyebrow, he said playfully, "Chen Shi, you Arrow God students, you shouldn't be able to refuse Li Lin's request to spar, right? Moreover, there are rules in the Subterranean Dragon Academy that everyone is free to make a date for a battle. Being asked to fight if you refuse, you have to pay 100 Dragon Academy points. Shameless, too damn shameless. Mard, this is naked coercion, Dragon Academy points 100. Our Dragon Academy points are only 100 points a month. Such a practice is trying to take away Chen Shi's points so that he has no way to cultivate at all. This is an unfair appointment, Li Lin a grade talent,
Chen-Shi's senior brother is only a grade talent, 1-7 and 1-6. Is really shameless. Listening to the crowd's comments, the corner of Chen-Shi's mouth revealed a smile. And then he looked at Li Lin in the ring, and finally looked at Li Yulong, who walked out of the crowd of the World family. Suddenly, he said, "Since you came here for my points, why don't we have a little bit fairer date? If I win, you and Li Lin's first month's Dragon Academy points go to me, and if I lose, I'll give you 4 months of Dragon Academy points." Ha ha. Chen-Shi's words fell on the ears of the crowd. It made quite a few people couldn't help but laugh. Li Yulong smiled brightly. "I have to admit that you are indeed very confident. But the last thing people here lack is confidence. I agree to this request of yours. I'd like to see how you, a martial artist 6th realm, can win against Li Lin." At the end of his words, he couldn't help but feel amused at this proposal from Chen-Shi. The impression tag on Chen-Shi had already been labeled as a cutie. 2 words. Zhang Baichao looked at Chen-Shi with anger in his expression. The words in her mouth were even more unforgiving. "Chen-Shi, this is not the time for you to show off. Li Lin, this A-rank talent is much stronger than you, you're no match for him. You're falling for their trap." Chen-Shi shook his head slightly and smiled at Zhang Baichao before looking at Li Yulong and slowly said, "Perhaps there was a problem with my expression just now. What I meant was that the two of you can go together." As the words fell, the entire room was in an uproar. They hadn't heard it wrong, had they? What did Chen-Shi mean by those words? Did he mean that he wanted to fight 2 in 1? Crazy. The 6th level of martial artist against the 7th level of martial artist Li Lin, plus the 9th level of martial artist Li Yulong? Chapter 92, Abolish Li Lin, Get Lost. 1 against 2. The entire room was silent. Li Yulong's smile froze on his face, a look of disbelief on his face. Slowly, he spoke, "Do you know what you're saying? A martial artist at the 6th realm." Zhang Baichao froze as well. Anxiously, she tugged at Chen-Shi for a moment before taking a step to block him behind her and said, "Chen-Shi has a brain problem, what he said doesn't count." Among the geniuses of the worldly families, someone said teasingly, "Oh, I see, the arrow god originally took in students who were little cuties. When did little cuties can all enter the subterranean Dragon Academy now? Ha, arrow god students." Su Xingyuan as well as the crowd behind him carried anger in their eyes. He took a step out and coldly shouted, "Li Lin, I'll battle you." After saying that, he was about to leap onto the ring. However, a hand quietly rested on his shoulder, causing him to feel a huge pressure. Turning his head to look, the smile on Chen-Shi's face gradually disappeared, replaced by calmness. A faint voice rang out, "Together, I'm in a hurry." "Chen-Shi, you." Su Xingyuan wanted to speak, but when he saw Chen-Shi's unusually calm eyes, the words of persuasion could not be uttered. At this moment, Chen-Shi seemed to be carrying an incomparable confidence. The 2 people in front of him, Li Yulong and Li Lin, were a 7th level martial artist and a 9th level martial artist. And Chen-Shi? The strength that Su Xingyuan knew, at that time, was only at the 6th level of the martial artist realm. And what kind of strength would the current Chen-Shi be? He was now at the 7th level of martialist, and this was the result of spending a lot of resources to get there. Chen-Shi was already less talented than himself, and although his cultivation speed was abnormal, he was probably just about the same as himself now. 7th level of martial artist, 8th level at most. Li Yulong looked at Chen-Shi with a playful gaze. "I don't know if you are smart or stupid. But you want to seek death, I'm happy to do so." After saying that, he stopped talking nonsense and his figure suddenly appeared above the ring. Li Yulong and Li Lin looked down at Chen-Shi under the ring. "Trust him, sis, Chen-Shi, he's not a cutie." Zhang Baichao was still trying to persuade, but Zhang Ruya gently pulled her, looking at Chen-Shi's back and said softly. Chen-Shi walked slowly, walking up to the ring step by step. As he did not bring any arrows, he did not choose to use the army breaker bow, but instead chose to use his lance. With a slight clap, the originally silver-colored iron rod swished and turned into a silver spear. The silver spear was held diagonally in his hand, and a cold light flowed from its tip. The 2 of them, Li Yulong and Li Lin, looked at Chen-Shi who was slowly coming. There was a hint of gravity in their eyes. Although Chen-Shi was only making a simple movement, he exuded an incomparably stern aura. Li Yulong raised an eyebrow. "As far as I know, you are only a talented archer, and to use a lance in a battle, I have to say that this choice of yours is truly stupid." Chen-Shi's eyes were calm, but a hint of coldness swept across the bottom of his eyes before he said faintly, "I know a little bit about long spears as well." What a slight understanding.
Li Yulong laughed coldly. Since you chose to use a long spear to fight against each other, I won't take advantage of you either. I'll add another 100 Dragon Academy points, and as long as you win against the two of us, there will be a total of 400 points.
Let's see if you can get it.
As the words fell, many people in the crowd of onlookers around the ring laughed out. Li Yulong's words were truly shameless. The two of them had exceeded Chen Shi's strength by too much, but they were still pretending to be generous here.
Chen Shi was a 6th-level martial artist. It would be a hell of a thing if he could win against the two of them.
These several hundred Dragon Academy points, Chen Shi is destined not to get.
He would also have to lose a month of Dragon Academy points.
What hypocrisy! In the Martial University side, someone looked at Li Yulong in the ring and snorted before saying without mercy, "If any of the geniuses of the lineage are such people, then I feel that there is absolutely no need to stand with them. Devoid of the posture that a strong person should have, hypocritical to the extreme."
Another person nodded slightly in agreement.
Zhang Baitao grunted coldly, "How shameless." Zhang Ruya nodded her head in agreement, looking at Li Yulong as well as Li Lin with a cold color in their eyes. Su Xingyuan's expression remained unchanged, and there was a flash of thunder in the bottom of his eyes.
Chen Shi revealed a smile. Good.
After saying that, the few people stopped talking nonsense. The blade of the battle knife in Li Lin's hand had golden streams of light flashing. A sharp aura filled his body. The gaze towards Chen Shi was filled with a cold light. With a single step, he crossed a distance of tens of meters, and then, like a sharpest knife, he chopped at Chen Shi.
Li Yulong laughed coldly, looking at Li Lin, who flashed out without making a move.
A martial artist 6th level was just that. With Li Lin, a martial artist 7th level, and with the golden element making a move, it seemed that there was already no need for him to make a move at all. Even he could already see the scene of Chen Shi being wasted by Li Ling. Feeling the lingering sharpness coming from Li Lin's body, Chen Shi's eyes slightly condensed.
The talent of the gold element.
He did not expect Li Lin to be gifted with the gold element.
The gold element was a talent that could rival Su Xingyuan's thunder talent, and was extremely suitable for offense.
One was sharp and the other was furious. The silver spear flashed with a cold light and violently stabbed out.
1 inch long and 1 inch strong.
The battle sword was blazing, cutting through the air and heading straight for Chen Shi at an extremely fast speed. Chen Shi was the first to strike afterward, stabbing out with his gun. There was a clang, and sparks spattered. Li Lin's arm was numb, and the battle knife left a deep mark on the silver spear. With a startled expression, he looked at the tip of the spear that was stabbing towards him, and his body tightened. And then he violently leapt up in an attempt to dodge the shot. However, just in the moment of leaping up, the original lance instantly changed. It was violently lifted upwards.
Snort!
The tip of the spear flashed with cold light, seeming to split his entire person in half alive. As his body fell, Li Lin adjusted his stance and his battle sword slammed down.
Clang! The tip of the silver spear broke instantly.
With the addition of the sharp gold element, the tip of the spear was instantly chopped off. Just after landing, Li Lin violently stomped and turned into a stream of light to chop at Chen Shi. Chen Shi's expression was calm and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. The silver spear that had lost its tip seemed to have lost half of its threat all of a sudden. The distance between the two was only a few steps at this moment. The silver spear was like a long stick, the arm holding the spear suddenly exerted force, and then the body of the silver spear instantly bent, and then swept towards Li Lin in front of him at an even more powerful speed. With a buzzing sound, a dull air sound came out at once.
Avalanche.
The close-up move in the gun technique. The head of the gun that had lost its tip swept across, extremely fast, almost too fast for people to react. Li Lin looked startled and felt the dull sound coming from his side. He only had time to block his battle sword to his side.
In the next instant, there was a bang. The tremendous force from the gun was instantly poured onto his body. It smashed heavily on the ring.
Chen Shi's face was expressionless, and then he took a step out.
An incomparably stern killing intent suddenly rose on his body.
A gun smashed down. With this shot, he was going to waste Li Lin. Not far away, Li Yulong's pupils shrunk violently when he saw the scene of Li Lin being swept away by Chen Shi's gun. No longer could he sit still. A long sword appeared in his hand and his figure flashed away.
Li Lin could not die, nor could he be wasted. Clang!
A long sword blocked in front of Li Lin.
It stopped Chen Shi's shot. The strong wind whistled, blowing Li Lin almost not daring to breathe. The lance that had lost its tip was stopped a few centimeters from his chest. Roll! Qi and blood suddenly boiled within his body, and his aura was mobilized. The strength of the martial ninth realm suddenly erupted. A kick was sent out. At once, a figure flew out. And then the long spear in his hand that had lost its tip slammed down again. Ah! Miserable screams rang out. One of Li Lin's legs was smashed hard. For the first time, Chen Shi showed the strength of his martial nine. Cloaking the world, no longer hidden in his calm eyes, he swept around. Like an evil dragon that had been awakened. Martial Artist 9 Realm. Chapter 93. Coincidentally, I'm stronger than you. The aura of the martial ninth realm suddenly rose up. Everyone around the ring was dumbstruck. Everyone did not expect Chen Shi's strength to have reached the martialist ninth realm. Zhang Baitao's eyes widened as he exclaimed under his breath, "Martialist 9." Her eyes were filled with disbelief. "Little Zhang, didn't you say that Chen Shi is at the 6th level of martialist?" She turned her head to Zhang Ruya beside her and asked. Zhang Ruya let out a bitter smile before saying helplessly, "The last time I saw Chen Shi strike, he was at the martialist 6th realm. He was also startled by Chen Shi's sudden burst of aura. 9th level of martial artist. He was all at the 7th level of martial artist right now. And that was still because of the situation where his family had provided a lot of cultivation resources. Chen Shi definitely did not consume as many resources as he did. However, the rate of increase in strength was very fast. Su Xingyuan's expression froze, the corners of his mouth tugging as he cursed lowly in his heart, livestock. He thought that his talent was not weak, but when compared to Chen Shi, it was as if the two were switched. He was the one with E-grade talent. The 9th level of martial artist aura that was suddenly revealed on Chen Shi's body fell into the eyes of the crowd behind Su Xingyuan. It immediately caused the crowd to let out a gasp of surprise, and their gazes towards Chen Shi were filled with excitement. 9th realm of martial artist. Such strength was considered a genius even in the subterranean Dragon Academy. Looking at Li Yulong, who had been kicked out by Chen Shi, a smile suddenly bloomed on the faces of the crowd. I'm afraid that Li Yulong didn't expect that Chen Shi, who had always been at the 6th level of the martial artist realm in his eyes, was actually at the 9th level. The genius side of the lineage. Upon sensing the aura on Chen Shi's body, many people's faces changed slightly. For their group, there were usually quite a few cultivation resources, and it could even be said that they never lacked them. However, the strongest among their group was only at the 9th level of martial artist. As for the group of even more talented people, they would never get involved in such meaningless fights on weekdays. They had only one goal, to become stronger. Furthermore, before the talent program began, the information of almost everyone here had already been grasped by them. 9. Chen Shi is not simple, he is definitely not an E-rank talent. I'm afraid that the information in our hands is already completely useless. Martial artist 6th weight. Fart of 6th weight. The crowd murmured, looking at Chen Shi in the ring with a thoughtful look in their gazes. It seemed that there was a need to recapture Chen Shi's hand. It was even necessary to conduct a collection on the information of everyone present. Unlike the reaction of the group of people from the lineages and the military. As the party with the largest number of people, Yendu Wushu University also had a lot of people selected for the talent program. As a few people who were ranked in the top 10 amongst the freshmen, they were unsurprisingly chosen to be in the subterranean academy. At this moment, two youths dressed in simple clothes with somewhat tan skin were looking up at Chen Shi in the ring. Amazement swept across the bottom of their eyes. The two of them came from the same commoners as Chen Shi. Both of them were geniuses with S-class talent. In Yendu University, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and among the top 10 rankings, 8 of them had backgrounds that were not simple. For the two of them to be ranked in the top 10, it was all due to their strength. The strength of a martial artist at the 7th level was already not weak. The lack of resources was the most important reason for the slow cultivation of the two. As far as I know, Chen Shi, he seems to be from a civilian background as well. Xin Zheng, who was slightly taller, looked at Chen Shi's figure and said to Wang Yuan beside him. Wang Yuan was around 175 in height, slightly thinner, with dark skin, and was a bit shorter than Xin Zheng. But with a resolute look. Listening to Xin Zheng's words, Wang Yuan nodded his head slightly, his eyes swept the group of geniuses of the world family and said, his talent is absolutely impossible to be E-rank. You and I are both S-rank talents and know the cultivation speed of S-rank talents very well. We are always grasping for time to cultivate, but we are only at the 7th level now.
Saying that, looking at Chen Shi's figure, doubts flashed in his eyes.
Two possibilities: either he's not from a civilian background, or he's not an E-rank talent at all. As Wang Yuan's words fell, Xin Zhang's expression was stunned as he looked at Chen Shi in the ring and fell into deep thought. Chen Shi did not feel anything from the comments of the crowd under the ring. He was not surprised that the silver spear was chopped off by Li Lin. The gold element was very sharp, and although Li Lin was only at the 7th level of martial artist, the alloy lance in his own hand clearly could no longer keep up with his strength. Li Yulong was kicked away by Chen Shi, and in front of his chest, the footprints were clear. Feeling the pain in his chest, he suddenly raised his head and looked towards Chen Shi, who was slowly walking towards him holding the alloy lance that had lost its tip. The ease on his face was no longer there. Instead, it was replaced by a grave look. "I didn't expect you to be at the martial 9th realm." Chen Shi stopped his stance and the corner of his lips lifted slightly. "It's not too late to know." Feeling the aura rising from Chen Shi's body, those calm eyes enveloped Li Yulong, causing him to inexplicably feel a hint of danger. Chen Shi's tone was bland, even carrying a hint of mockery. Li Yulong's face was gloomy, and his gloomy eyes suddenly turned into anger. "So what if you're a 9th level martial artist? I am also a martial artist 9th level." At those words, a sword aura gulped from the long sword and blasted into the ring, leaving a deep pit mark. S-rank wind elemental. The flickering cold light on the sword faded, and a layer of invisible wind element was attached to the sword. Around him, the wind element lingered, blowing his hair and making him look murderous. Chen Shi's expression remained unchanged as he quietly looked at the wind element surrounding Li Yulong. The lance had turned into a long stick, a diagonal cut, like the tip of a gun, with a cold light. Without any nonsense, the two struck out in unison. The longsword chopped out in the air in Li Yulong's hand, and several wind blades transformed into lingering cold light, killing intent intertwined. The sound was powerful and incomparably sharp. Chen Shi gazed slightly, his black eyes quietly turning into amber color. The silver spear fiercely blocked in front of his body, the wind blades leaving traces on the body of the spear, and then his figure slightly moved. Since several wind blades through, such as in the tip of the knife dancing dancer. The silver gun is cold, a gunpoint out. There was no murderous eruption as before, silent, piercing through the air. There was only the cold light that flashed from time to time on the sharpness of the beveled cut. The tip of the gun was cut off, and Li Yulong did not take Chen Shi's strike too seriously. Both of them were in the martial 9th realm, and he was an S-ranked talent, while Chen Shi? It was just an E-ranked archer talent. Not choosing to use a longbow, but instead choosing to use a long spear that had no talent enhancement was, in his opinion, a foolish choice in itself. However, when he saw Chen Shi's sudden shot, a wave of cool air instantly ran from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. The scalp went numb. How could he see the weakness in his move? Li Yulong's face showed panic as his figure suddenly stopped, and then with his feet on the ground, he violently raised his longsword to block in front of his chest. With a clang, the sharp point of the beveled slash pointed at the sword body. A huge force was transmitted to his chest through the sword body. Thump! Thump! Li Yulong's figure kept retreating. His face was pale, and his gaze toward Chen Shi was filled with horror. The power that Chen Shi had erupted was unexpectedly stronger than himself. What shocked him was that the silver spear that he had just pointed out did not stop at all, and was actually heading straight for his chest. Not only did the speed not slow down, but it also suddenly accelerated. Chen Shi's eyes turned cold. There is a difference between high and low strength, and the same goes for talent. Coincidentally, he was stronger than Li Yulong in both. Taking the Dragon Academy points that Li Yulong had lost to him this time, he would have enough confidence to break through to the martial soldier realm. Or even the 3rd level of martial soldier. Chapter 94: Wang Yuan's Show of Goodwill. Li Yulong's figure could not stop retreating, his feet thumping on the ring, leaving a trail of footprints. In his eyes, the original ease and disdain had long disappeared. The ease in his eyes quickly faded into surprise, shock, and horror. It finally transformed into the current fear. The beveled cut of the lance was filled with cold light. The scent of death scurried into his nostrils, and then quickly spread to his entire body. The eyelids beat wildly, and the center of the eyebrows stung. Although the tip of the spear had been cut off by Li Lin, the fear it brought to him did not diminish at all. In Chen Shi's hands, there seemed to be no difference between the lance that had lost its tip. In his eyes, the beveled cut followed closely. The fear in Li Yulong's eyes suddenly enlarged, and then the instinct to survive as well as the pride he had grown up with made him unable to contain his rage any longer. A fierce fury that made people's hearts tremble erupted violently from his eyes. Greatly furious, what gives you the right? The chi and blood in his body continued to boil, his aura was crazily extracted, and his talent was thoroughly mobilized. In his hand, the long sword buzzed. The speed of the retreat suddenly accelerated, and then flickered away. Chen Shi narrowed his eyes slightly, under the eagle eye insight talent technique. Although Li Yulong's speed was fast, it was still captured by Chen Shi's movements. The moment Li Yulong's figure disappeared, the lance in his hand swept violently towards the left side. Clang! The long sword and the lance collided, and Li Yulong's eyes widened. His current speed was almost able to rival that of an unusual martial soldier's second-level realm. Normally, such a fast speed was definitely not something that Chen Shi would be able to react to. However, the man who was just now saw it incomparably clearly. The moment he had just made a move, Chen Shi had also made a move at the same time, and was even that much faster than himself. How is this possible? Li Yulong was filled with a look of disbelief. His arm was numb, the power of the lance was already stronger than the long sword, and this strike directly caused his body to once again stop retreating. Ha! The corner of Chen Shi's lips lifted slightly, his feet suddenly exerted force on the ring, and then his entire body instantly headed towards Li Yulong. Before Li Yulong had time to react, Chen Shi's palm with 5 slender fingers had already grabbed his arm. Then, in his horrified gaze, the hand that grabbed his arm suddenly exerted force, pulling his retreating figure to a halt. And then it could not stop moving closer towards Chen Shi. At a glance, this scene looked like Li Yulong wanted to retreat, but Chen Shi reached out and pulled him in front of him. Do you really think that I am an ordinary martial artist 9th level? Chen Shi's voice rang out as he grabbed Li Yulong's arm and violently exerted force, swinging Li Yulong up and then slamming him heavily onto the ring. Bang! Li Yulong only felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. A face was covered in blood, and his chest was slightly sunken. He was a little confused. Was this still a 9th level martial artist? Or an archer talent? This was called a slight knowledge of marksmanship? Chen Shi at this moment was like an all-round martial artist. Not weak in close combat, powerful, and even capable of attacking from afar. Li Yulong slightly threw his head back, wanting to get up, but at this moment, the lance that had lost its tip turned into a stream of light. With a plop, it pierced through his right shoulder and nailed his entire body to the ring. Pain instantly spread throughout his entire body. He turned his head to look. Chen Shi's eyes were calm and his face was expressionless as he walked slowly. When the pair of combat boots stopped in front of his eyes, Chen Shi's calm voice rang out. If this is your strength, then I am a little disappointed. You. Li Yulong wanted to say something, but when he then saw Chen Shi's calm eyes, the rest of his words could no longer be uttered. Lost? He had always prided himself on not being weak, and with the aura of a genius, from the moment he stepped into the subterranean Dragon Academy, he had never looked squarely at Chen Shi and his group. Zhang Zixing was already like this. How much of a genius could Chen Shi and his group of worshipping students be? There was Su Xingyuan in front, and Chen Shi in the back. Li Yulong's face was pale and his eyes were lifeless. 400 Dragon Academy points, don't forget. Chen Shi gave him a faint look before turning around and leaving. Below the ring, the crowd of onlookers had long since fallen into a state of stagnation. A group of geniuses from the world family looked at Li Yulong, who was nailed to the ring, and their expressions were filled with a trance. Looking at Chen Shi, who slowly walked down the ring. The smiles on the faces of the crowd had long since disappeared, replaced by an incomparable gravity. In their group, Li Yulong was no longer considered a weakling. The strength of the 9th realm of a martial artist was considered to be a front-running strength. When they heard Chen Shi's arrogant 1-2 pick, the crowd snorted, thinking that Chen Shi was mentally challenged and stupid. But the facts would shut people up. Very strong. Someone said softly. Well, very strong indeed, an archer gifted with a long spear defeating fellow martial artist 9th level Li Yulong head-on. This is no longer an ordinary genius. It seems like there's a need to look into Chen Shi's identity. Around the ring, the crowd of Wushu University looked at Li Yulong, who was nailed to the ring, and their gazes towards Chen Shi were filled with astonishment. The two of them, Wang Yuan and Xin Zhang, glanced at each other. Xin Zhang looked serious, very strong. He is definitely not an E-grade talent. Wang Yuan had a smile at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the figure walking down the ring. Amazement swept across the bottom of his eyes. I think he is our hope. Xin Zhang's face changed slightly, his eyes fell on Wang Yuan's face, and he said softly, You really don't consider it?
Wang Yuan raised his eyes and shook his head slightly, his voice resounding, "You know very well how that group of worldly geniuses look at us.
Do you really think that by accepting their solicitations, you can enter that circle? Don't be naive, I don't know what the people standing behind that group of them think, but they definitely won't let you in.
Accepting the solicitation means that you and I are branded with the mark of the lineage.
Is a captive beast still a beast?"
After taking a deep look at Xinjiang, Wang Yuan left expressionlessly and walked towards the direction where Chen Shi was.
He.
Zhang Baichao's eyes were filled with shock. Looking at Chen Shi's face, she was in a daze.
Wasn't it the promised martial artist 6th E-level talent? Zhang Ruya quietly glanced at Su Xingyuan, the corner of her mouth tugging. "Do you believe me when I say that I don't know when you reached the 9th level of martial artist?"
Su Xingyuan cast a sidelong glance at him, and in his heart, he had already secretly spat. He and Zhang Ruya were grasping all the time to cultivate during this period of time. Resources were constantly being swallowed, and they had thought that they would be able to catch up with Chen Shi, but to their surprise, not only did they not catch up, but instead, they seemed to have been thrown off by Chen Shi.
"Senior brother Chen Shi, mighty. Ha 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 ha. Senior brother Chen Shi, awesome, 1 against 2, waste 1, injure 1. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing my ass off, I've never heard of someone rushing to give away Dragon Academy points. And to give away 400 points, TSK, now I'm afraid someone is going to have a heartache."
The faces of the crowd were filled with smiles. The words they uttered were like raised slaps, constantly slapping Li Lin and Li Yulong in the face. It was also slapped on the faces of the crowd of geniuses from the lineages. When Chen Shi walked in front of the crowd, he was instantly surrounded by them, his face filled with excitement, his mouth constantly praising him.
"Chen Shi!" A voice rang out.
Turning his head to look, the dark-skinned Wang Yuan was greeting Chen Shi with a smile.
Chapter 95: A Shocking Arrow.
Looking at the dark-skinned, 1.7 meters tall Wang Yuan in front of him, Chen Shi smiled and nodded. Although he did not know who Wang Yuan was, Chen Shi had noticed him when he was in the ring.
Someone from the Wushu University's side.
"I am Wang Yuan, S-Class Gold Elemental Talent, Martial Artist 7th level."
Wang Yuan smiled and reported his name, and did not hide his talent as well as his strength.
Such a gesture was undoubtedly a sign of goodwill.
Chen Shi smiled and nodded. "Is there something wrong? Brother Wang Yuan?"
Looking at the excited crowd in front of him, Wang Yuan nodded his head before saying with a smile, "I'll find you for a chat when you're free."
"Okay."
Chen Shi was also a bit puzzled by Wang Yuan's sudden appearance and gesture of goodwill.
Hearing this, he nodded his head. Suddenly, several silhouettes walked towards the direction of the ring.
At the sight of a few people, the originally excited crowd as well as the crowd that was discussing at the martial arts university suddenly quieted down. The teachers from the subterranean Dragon Academy had come, and Yi Zhanghao was also clearly among them. However, Zhang Zixing did not appear. Li Wanshan, the 5th realm of martial spirit, Li Yulong and Li Lin both belonged to the students under him. In the subterranean Dragon Academy, it wasn't just Chen Shi and his group who had lineage. Teachers were also divided into families, military and martial arts universities. And Li Wanshan was someone who belonged to the Li family. In the ring, Li Lin screamed miserably. One of his legs had been blown to pieces by Chen Shi's shot, and he could only be restored by a strong man if he wanted to.
Miserable screams echoed.
Li Yulong, on the other hand, was nailed to the ring by a silver spear, unable to move, his face pale and his eyes lifeless.
There was no longer the same confident look as before.
Li Wanshan sank his face and swept a glance at the surrounding crowd.
"Ring sparring, laying such a heavy hand, what is this trying to do? This is persecuting a human genius."
Yi Zhanghao looked at the two people in the ring, Li Yulong and Li Lin, slightly shook his head, slightly raised his hand, and the lance that had lost its tip had fallen into his hand.
"Stand up."
Li Wanshan sank his face, his voice calm.
Hearing Li Wanshan's voice, Li Yulong's dull gaze moved before he struggled to get up.
Li Lin forced himself to endure the pain, his face was pale, and he wanted to struggle to get up, but just as he got up, a trace of a powerful aura instantly pressed on his body, and he fell onto the ring with a bang, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. The color of his face was like paper.
Falling into a coma.
His chest rose and fell slightly, as if he was about to lose his voice in the next second.
"What are you still standing there for? Quickly send it for treatment."
As the words fell, there were immediately a few people who went up to the stage to carry the unconscious Li Lin and quickly left. Looking at Li Lin who was being carried away, despair swept across the bottom of Li Yulong's eyes.
Although he didn't feel that flash of breath, he knew that Li Lin, who was still wailing and screaming just a moment ago, definitely couldn't have fallen into a coma for no reason. Looking at Li Lin's state just now, it was highly likely that he had already suffered serious injuries or even lost his life. The path of martial arts is hopeless. Yi Zhenghao glanced at Li Wenshan before speaking. There's nothing wrong with a match between trainees. Let's end this matter here. The two strong men standing beside him glanced at the sullen Li Wenshan and did not speak. Yi Zhenghao was stronger than Li Wenshan, and he was also a member of the Yi family, and his relationship with Zhang Zixing was still good. He could open his mouth to persuade, but they couldn't. Although they were not weak, there were too many strong Li clan members behind Li Wenshan, and the two of them at the martial spirit realm. Where would they have the extra opportunity to open their mouths? Humph. Li Wenshan's gaze landed on Yi Zhenghao and gave a light snort before saying faintly, Yi Zhenghao, when the rules in the Subterranean Dragon Academy were set in the first place, you were involved in it as well. There is nothing wrong with cadet competitions, but to strike out so heavily, that is problematic. I swept over the two people standing beside Yi Zhenghao. The ones in the Subterranean Dragon Academy are the light of my human race. A cadet with an evil heart like Chen Shi must be punished. Yi Zhenghao raised his eyes slightly and asked expressionlessly, how are you going to punish? Deduct half a year's worth of Dragon Academy points and bear the cost of the two people's treatment. Li Wenjing's eyes swept over Chen Shi and said expressionlessly. This statement immediately drew comments from the surrounding crowd. Li Yulong and Li Lin had provoked Chen Shi first, and Chen Shi had defeated them 1-on-2. Now he even had to deduct half a year's Dragon Academy points and treatment costs. Is this fair? Listening to the surrounding crowd's comments, Li Wenjing's expression remained unchanged and his gaze fell on Yi Zhenghao's three people. The eyes of the two people beside Yi Zhenghao flickered and closed their mouths. Yi Zhenghao was just about to speak. A faint voice rang out. The voice was vast and resounded throughout the entire Subterranean Dragon Academy. Li Wenjing, if you say one more word, I will behead you. Li Wenjing raised his head violently and was about to speak. In the distance, a loud noise violently exploded. It seemed like something terrifying had appeared. In the firmament, a terrifying divine arrow tore through space, cutting through the clouds, and at a glance it seemed to have torn apart the entire sky. The killing intent was vast. A divine arrow constructed from spiritual power, chi, and blood power, and aura suddenly appeared. It appeared with a bang in the eyes of everyone who was shocked. Li Wenjing's scalp tingled as his figure flickered away. The arrow shot into the ring with a boom. Bang! The hard ring exploded under this arrow. It turned into broken pieces. Zhang Zixing. A figure appeared in the minds of Li Wenjing, Yi Zhenghao, and the others. That figure was gentle and elegant, like a scholar. However, it was as if there was an endless killing intent hidden under his eyes. Like a god of killing approaching the world. Li Wenjing's heart beat wildly as he raised his eyes to look into the distance. Gaze seems to be across time and space. On the small building with mottled walls in the distance, a figure gave a cold smile, his eyes contained killing intent, and the battle intent that rose around his body flickered away. It was as if it had never appeared. No one had expected that Zhang Zixing would blatantly strike at this moment. And the strength that had erupted was almost comparable to the martial king realm. What this represented was clear to everyone. The ring turned into pieces and floated away under this arrow from Zhang Zixing. Everyone was shocked present by Zhang Zixing's words just now as well as the scene before them. This included Yi Zhenghao and the others. It was the first time almost everyone had seen Zhang Zixing strike. This arrow made Li Wenjing unable to utter a single word. He was at the martial spirit realm and knew very well how strong Zhang Zixing's arrow was just now. This was Zhang Zixing's warning. He was only injured and his realm had fallen. But he was not dead. The longbow could still kill. Li Wenjing's face shifted a bit before he didn't say a word and instantly disappeared in place. Yi Zhenghao shook his head slightly, a hint of a smile swept across his expression. He waved his hand, disperse, go cultivate. The crowd dispersed one after another. After everyone dispersed, Yi Zhenghao looked at the two people beside him. A calm voice rang out, you guys don't push him too far. Once he goes crazy, it's likely that all of you people will have to die. Even exterminating a lineage would not be difficult for him. That matter, you guys know very well in your hearts what's going on. The reason why he didn't make a move against you guys is just that he hasn't grasped enough evidence yet, as well as having someone to suppress it. After saying that, he let out a light laugh and disappeared in place. The two of them looked at me and me at you, smiling helplessly.
The lineage behind the two of them was not close to Zhang Zixing and was neutral.
Zhang Zixing's sudden strike was considered a warning to those of them.
He, Zhang Zixing, was once the #1 bowman gifted powerhouse. Although I am old, my arrows are still sharp. Chapter 96 Breaking Martial Soldiers, Being Kind to Li Su. 400 Dragon Academy points were quickly delivered. Zhang Zixing's shocking arrow caused Li Wenjiang to instantly shut up. There were no more comments. Their purpose was not to drive Zhang Zixing crazy. The ring appointment was also originally provoked by Li Yulong, Li Lin and the others on purpose, and now a loss was a loss. That arrow had given everyone a clear perception of Zhang Zixing's current strength. In the small building that belonged solely to Chen Qi. In front of him, the redeemed resources were placed. Exotic beast crystal cores, spirit crystal stones, qi and blood pills. At the peak of the martial 9 realm, Chen Qi was only one step away from breaking into the martial soldier realm. These resources in front of him were the time for him to break into the martial soldier realm. Grabbing the qi and blood pill in front of him, he swallowed it in one gulp. The medicinal power flowed through his body, and without stopping, Chen Qi swallowed the qi and blood pill again. Even more powerful medicinal power flowed through the body. Qi and blood began to gradually boil at this moment, slowly growing. 222 points of qi and blood. To break through to the martial soldier realm, the qi and blood needed to reach 300. The second-grade qi and blood pills were already of very little use to him, and all that was exchanged this time were fourth-grade qi and blood pills. The qi and blood surged continuously, like a river. Within the quiet room, one could almost hear the sound of qi and blood boiling within. 225, 228. Chen Qi once again grabbed a handful of qi and blood dan and swallowed it in one gulp. Too slow, too slow. The resources continued to dwindle, and the qi and blood in his body became more and more frenzied. Finally, when Chen Qi swallowed the last handful of qi and blood dan, the furious medicinal power exploded. This time, the berserk medicinal power pushed the qi and blood in his body higher and higher. And then, the qi and blood was 299. A powerful aura boomed up within the room. The battle spirit method had been in constant motion. Spiritual qi gathered crazily, nourishing and strengthening Chen Qi's physique while nourishing his internal organs. The seemingly illusory battle armor surfaced around his body. Not enough, still a little short. Chen Qi's eyes flashed a fierce color. The qi and blood in his body was just short of a critical foot. The qi and blood dan has been consumed at this moment. His eyes fell on the foreign beast crystal cores in front of him. The energy contained in the foreign beast crystal cores of the martial 9th realm was not as much as the qi and blood pill, but it was still quite a lot. Without hesitation, he picked up 2 of them and put them in his mouth. The fishy smell filled his mouth, causing some frowns. Chen Qi's expression remained unchanged. He had long gotten used to this kind of aura. Qi and blood 300. Martial soldier realm. Chen Qi did not stop, still frantically swallowing in. These resources in front of him, if it was an ordinary martial artist who swallowed them, he would have long since been unable to stand such strong medicinal power. However, Chen Qi still felt that it was not enough. The first level of martial soldier was not his goal. He wanted to break through to martial soldier 2nd level, or even 3rd level. In the other 2 small buildings next to Chen Qi's small building, the people who were practicing suddenly opened their eyes. Looking over to where Chen Qi was, their eyes were suspicious. What a strong aura, can't it be that he is breaking through the martial soldier realm? Hiss. Terrifying, the surrounding aura has almost been extracted clean. This is going crazy. Worthy of being a genius who can defeat Li Yulong. Chen Qi had defeated both Li Yulong and Li Lin, and such a battle record had already been circulated in the subterranean Dragon Academy. The name Chen Qi was also deeply memorized by everyone. In a certain small building, Li Yulong stood in the living room, and in front of him, a young man with a faint smile on his face was sitting on the sofa. The entire person looked gentle and elegant, the complete opposite of Li Yulong's aura. A martial artist of the 9th level, a 7th level actually lost to a person of civilian origin. Li Su's smile did not diminish and his eyes were filled with surprise. Some time ago, he did not go to the ring there. He was preparing for his ascension to the submerged dragon ranking. The ranking of the subterranean dragon ranking was about to begin, and everyone was preparing for it. As a martial soldier 5th level, he naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Being on the potential dragon ranking would not only allow him to get more resources, but also increase his chances of entering into the core of the talent program. The injuries on Li Yulong's body had already recovered, and as he listened to Li Su's words, he said softly, Chen Qi's strength is very strong. No one knew that his strength had reached the 9th level of martial artist before this. Saying this, he paused. Moreover, I suspect that his talent is not even E rank. It's even possible that his talent isn't a bowman at all, but some other talent. Li Su nodded slightly and said softly, Yulong, it's not unfair for you to lose to him. This Chen Qi is not ordinary.
How's the information you checked?
Li Yulong shook his head slightly, handed Chen Qi's information in his hand to Li Su and said, re-investigated his information.
Still haven't found anything unusual.
When he was at Wugao, the awakened talent was indeed an E-rank archer, but now it seems as if it is completely wrong.
Li Su looked down at Chen Qi's information in his hand and frowned, E-rank archer. Ha!
When he saw a spot, he let out a light eep before asking, he was forced to drop out?
Li Yulong nodded. When he was in the 2nd martial high school, he had a grudge against a student named Li Ji.
Saying this, he handed another piece of information to Li Su. This is Li Qi's family background information. The deputy leader of the largest hunting group in Jin City, S-Class Wind Elemental. Li Su slowly looked at the information in his hand, his mind constantly thinking.
Where is this Li Qi right now? I have a few questions to ask him.
What he was thinking was simple, this information might be biased, but Li Qi had a grudge against Chen Qi, so that meant he knew Chen Qi well. Li Yulong shook his head and said helplessly, Li Qi is dead.
Dead? Li Su raised his head, looked at Li Yulong, raised his eyebrows and asked, how did he die?
During an operation, he was shot and killed by someone from the order. The military side has already presented the results of the investigation, and his family has also been notified.
Li Su frowned and glanced at the information in his hand once again. It never felt right. After thinking about it, he asked, this what's his name, Li Yinian, Martial's own realm, is it hard to believe that he didn't suspect the authenticity of Li Ji's death? Li Su was not a cutie.
The first time he felt something was wrong. Being in the military and dying at the hands of the orders people, how does it look like bull? But the information was also written clearly, it was indeed the hand of someone from the order.
Li Yulong spoke out, Li Yinian is looking into it, he has doubts about Li Ji's death. Get in touch with Li Yinian and talk to him when we have time.
After Li Su finished speaking, he stood up and stretched. He was a little bit not quite the same as the children of the world's families, he did not have a towering aura on him at all, instead, he appeared to be very elegant.
Like Zhang Zixing.
He had grown up listening to Zhang Zixing's stories since he was a child, and unlike the worldly family geniuses who had hostility towards Zhang Zixing. Instead, he admired Zhang Zixing. This also led to the fact that he could not help but learn from Zhang Zixing in every move he made.
He was affable, refined, and could chat with anyone.
This was the confidence brought by his strength as well as his talent, confident that no one could stop him.
SS grade talent, martial soldier 5th realm, this was his confidence.
Although Chen Qi had defeated Li Yulong and Li Lin, in his opinion, it was just like that. It was not treated as an opponent. The only reason why he paid attention to Chen Qi was because he was a student under Zhang Zixing's door.
Chapter 97 Martial Soldier 2nd Realm, Invitation Letter. You mean my son was killed by someone else?
In Jin City, Li Yinian sat in the living room, his tone filled with coldness. Listening to the voice coming from the other end of the phone, the aura of the martial soldier realm suddenly erupted, and the furniture placed in the living room shattered with a loud bang. The person on the other end of the phone, listening to the sound as well as sensing the coldness in Li Yinian's tone. Letting out a light laugh, Li Yinian, I didn't say that. I just said that your son's death might be someone else's hand. If you ask me, your son also had a short life, a small beast tide even encountered that group of people from the order.
Humph, I don't care about order.
Li Yinian narrowed his eyes, coldness flickering in his eyes, anger in his voice, you said that there was no one using a lance in the order ones. The injuries on my son's body were left by long guns. The person on the other end of the phone laughed, and then said mysteriously, Li Yinian, today you will receive an invitation. I hope you think about it, perhaps the answer you want will be known when you accept the invitation. Reminder said, don't forget what I want. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. Li Yinian's face changed. Hello. A knock sounded on the door and a person wearing a courier uniform appeared at the door. In his hand was a courier bag.
May I ask if this is Mr. Li Yinian? Li Yinian looked up at the courier in front of him, nodded slightly, and frowned. What is it?
There is a courier for you here, you need to sign for it in person.
You will receive an invitation today. The voice of the person on the other end of the phone earlier flashed in his mind. Li Enian nodded and signed for it. Just after returning to the living room, the phone rang. Received the stuff, right?
Li Enian didn't say anything, a black invitation in his hand. The cover of a war knife was chopped off, blood staining the blade red. The word order in blood red was full of solemn killing intent. Think about it, if you can join in, maybe the news of your son's death will actually be found out. The voice on the other end of the phone was full of temptation. The anger of revenge in Li Enian's heart was quietly ignited, and then evil thoughts were born. What's the benefit, if it's just letting me know the reason for my son's death? It's not enough. Li Enian was not overwhelmed by the rage of revenge. He was able to become a martial zone realm not simply because of his strength, but more importantly, he was smart. Smart people were often not easily compelled. He knew very well what the invitation in his hand represented. If he nodded his head in agreement, it would mean that there was absolutely no turning back for him. Of course it's not enough. The person on the other end of the phone laughed, then slowly said, strength, resources, the ability to find the truth. If you have enough value, we can even make you a martial spirit realm, or even a martial marquee realm. Li Enian was silent for a moment, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. After paying so many resources, the news of his son's death still hadn't been truly found out, perhaps because the person on the other end of the phone wanted to use it as a bargaining chip. Order. I need to think about it. Li Enian said in a deep voice before hanging up the phone. Glancing down at the invitation in his hand once again, he took a deep breath. It wasn't that he didn't know about this organization, Order. A very strong organization within Huaxia. The purpose was to establish a new order. This group of people were very crazy. Once he joined the order, then everything he had now might become a bubble in the blink of an eye. But a stronger strength is what he has been longing for. His age was already not young, and his talent was not strong enough, causing him to seemingly have no more hope of advancing halfway along the path of martial arts. The martial zone realm was already the end of him. Putting the invitation down, Li Enian shook his head. This was not something he would agree to so quickly. Weighing the pros and cons, this was him. Name, Qin Chi. Realm, martial soldier 2nd level. Physique, none. Talent, 3S talent Hui. Spirit, uninitiated. Talent skill, 100 steps through Yang increase hit rate by 100%. Piercing cloud and cracking sky arrow infuse the arrow with blood, aura, piercing cloud and cracking sky. Eagle's eye insight, consume spiritual energy to gain eagle's eyesight, current insight distance, 3 kilometers insight distance is based on your own strength. Next talent skill not yet unlocked. Martial art, wind chasing spear successful, martial art, wind chasing spear completed. Technique, battle spirit method armor shadow initial realm. Weapon, broken army bow, weapon, broken army bow. The surrounding aura gradually quieted down, and the chi and blood in his body, which was originally like a river, slowly returned to calm. The light screen panel in front of Chun Chi's eyes displayed his current data. There wasn't much of a change. There was also no increase in talent skills, but there was an increase in the attribute of spirit. Martial soldier 2nd level. After consuming all 400 Dragon Academy points, Chen Chi finally broke through to the martial soldier realm. And this time, he even broke through 2 realms in a row. Coming to the 2nd level of martial soldier. Strength skyrocketed. It's a pity that the talent technique hasn't been awakened. He murmured, shaking his head slightly. There didn't seem to be any pattern to the awakening of natural talent techniques. From the very beginning until now, a total of only 2 talent skills had been awakened. The talent skill Divine Arrow disappeared and was replaced by the current cloud-piercing splitting arrow. Stretching his back, Qin Shi looked out the window. In the distance, a number of people were walking slowly. Eyes occasionally swept over the small building he was in, the doors of the rooms closed. Some shook their heads and turned to leave. A hint of a smile spread across Chen Shi's mouth. His fame had completely spread throughout the entire subterranean Dragon Academy during this period of time. Many people knew his name. Chen Shi also knew that these people were probably other people's pawns, and he was not annoyed. Instead, he was somewhat looking forward to those people coming to his door. It was just the right time to test his abilities. Taking another look at those people who were far away, he opened the door of the tightly closed room. Without stopping his footsteps, he headed towards where Zhang Zixing lived. Previously, Zhang Zixing had said that he should make a trip there, only because he was busy breaking through the martial soldier realm. There hadn't been time yet. The accommodations in the subterranean Dragon Academy were very good, the trainees were all in small, solitary buildings, and the teachers who were strong men were naturally not bad either. It was even better than the places where the trainees lived. Stepping into the area where the teachers lived, the aura here grew denser, but also more frenzied. Feeling the aura around him, Chen-Chi only felt refreshed. Good place. Master. Pushing the door in, Zhang Zixing leisurely sat in the living room and raised his eyes to Chen-Chi. When he felt the aura on his body, a trace of appreciation swept through Zhang Zixing's eyes as he smiled and nodded slightly, pointing to the sofa to the side. Not bad speed, martial soldier second level. Chen-Chi grinned. He had always lacked resources, and this time, the 400 Dragon Academy points were considered to have given him a full meal. This is your Dragon Academy points card. Zhang Zixing threw the points card in his hand to Chen-Chi. And then after sizing up Chen-Chi, he spoke. Do you know why archers are called combat support roles? Chen-Chi was stunned and said, weak in close quarters and too weak in attack. Zhang Zixing nodded slightly, that's just what the public thinks you're talking about. It's not like that group of people are bowman gifted, how would they know what the bowman gifted shortcomings actually are? After saying that, an extremely oppressive force suddenly appeared and pressed towards Chen-Chi. At that instant, Chen-Chi only felt as if a huge mountain had fallen, and the immense pressure crunched the bones of his entire body. This is... The sudden power surprised Chen-Chi in a million ways. Before he could think much, the power from earlier instantly disappeared. Feeling what? The aura around Zhang Zixing instantly dissipated as if he had never appeared, once again returning to his gentle and easygoing appearance. Chen-Chi's eyes flashed. Spiritual power. Chapter 98, Transforming Arrows. How is the spirit condensation method cultivation going? Zhang Zixing suddenly asked. Some progress, but it's rather slow. Chen-Chi replied with embarrassment, the spiritual condensation method he hadn't spent much time practicing at first, it was more of a cultivation of his own qi and blood, aura, and so on. But he felt that his current spiritual power was a lot stronger than his previous self. What the exact role of spiritual power was, he didn't know yet. But Zhang Zixing's strike some time ago seemed to have told him the exact role of spiritual power. And the action just now was also telling him that the role of spiritual power was even more important than Chen-Chi had imagined. Intensify your cultivation. Zhang Zixing frowned and said, the archer talent has to be cultivated in two ways. Cultivate both mental strength and physical strength. Speaking here, he paused and said, in a few days, there will be some missions released in the courtyard. You can go pick up some tasks at that time. After saying that, Zhang Zixing looked at Chen-Chi in front of him, his black and white eyes filled with light. The archer talent needs to utilize arrows against the enemy in the early stages, but this path doesn't go far, and it's fine to deal with enemies that aren't strong or foreign beasts. As your strength rises, the usefulness of arrows to you will continue to diminish, and at that point, it is necessary to look for new means of attack. Spiritual power, aura, and qi and blood are your new means of attack. Zhang Zixing raised his hand and a small arrow slowly coalesced and appeared in his hand. He spoke, use spiritual power as the cornerstone, qi blood, and aura as the filler. Reach the point of condensing the arrow, and at this point, you'll be able to have a new means of attack. I call it, transforming arrows. Master, what level of spiritual power do I need to reach in order to transform arrows? Chen-Chi looked at the arrow in Zhang Zixing's hand that was emitting a faint aura, and his eyes lit up greatly. His own current natural skill, cloud-piercing hollow-splitting arrow, seemed to be somewhat the same as what Zhang Zixing had said in his mouth. The difference was that the cloud-piercing splitting arrow could only infuse qi, blood, and aura into the arrow, and it was far from being able to reach Zhang Zixing's level. The small arrow slowly disappeared, and Zhang Zixing explained with a smile, the cultivation of spiritual power is divided into two steps, the first step, condensing the spirit, and the second step, transforming into form. Come over here, let me see how your spiritual power is now. Chen-Chi came in front of Zhang Zixing, look at my eyes. As Zhang Zixing's words fell, a terrifying spiritual power instantly enveloped Chen-Chi. In his mind, the spiritual power like a lake suddenly rippled. Zhang Zixing's spiritual power was so powerful that when he entered Chen-Chi's mind, he suddenly felt a scene in front of him that shocked him. According to the normal ordinary martial artist, in the absence of cultivation enough spiritual power cultivation method, spiritual power is at best a pool of water, such as stagnant water. But what about Chen-Chi? His spiritual power was actually like a lake, much stronger than a normal martial artist. What made Zhang Zixing slightly pleased was that although Chun Chi's spiritual energy was strong, it was not of sufficient quality and he did not know how to utilize it. This also made him feel that this master of his was still much stronger than Chun Chi for that matter. Chen Shi felt Zhang Zixing's spiritual energy in his mind like an ocean. It seemed to be boundless, and just a slight fluctuation seemed to be able to cause his spiritual energy to crumble. Worthy of being a strong person who had once killed a martial marquis with 3 arrows. If Zhang Zixing wanted to kill himself, I'm afraid he wouldn't need to do it, relying on his spiritual power alone would be enough to kill him. The crushing of the weak by the strong. As his spiritual power withdrew, Zhang Zixing's eyes were strange. You said before that you have made some progress, but it's rather slow? Chen Shi nodded his head and said suspiciously, I just feel that the growth of my spiritual power is not fast, as if it is still slow. Zhang Zixing's eyelids jumped, and for a moment, he actually did not know what to say. Chen Shi's current spiritual power was almost comparable to the martial general realm. And it was still a martial general realm that specialized in cultivating spiritual power. But this brat even still feels that the speed is too slow. He himself had been cultivating spiritual power for several decades, and it took several decades for him to have the spiritual power that was like an ocean today. But Chen Chi? He had only been practicing for a month? Zhang Zixing's mind flashed through all kinds of conjectures, and in the end, he could only attribute it to the fact that Chen Chi's own spiritual power was different from normal people. After all, the speed at which he cultivated was already exceptional. If all E-class talents were like you, then my human race wouldn't be like this on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. The foreign beasts wouldn't have to wreak havoc for 100 years. Zhang Zixing said with a sigh. Chen Shi opened his mouth, but still didn't say his actual talent. Zhang Zixing's situation was also very bad, and he had learned a few things during this period of time. The people behind that group of geniuses from the world family were very dissatisfied with Zhang Zixing, but they just couldn't make a move against Zhang Zixing due to some reasons. There was the reason of Zhang Zixing's own strength, as well as the things he held in his hands. As well as the opinions of powerful people. Himself was different, his current self had shown that his talent was only E rank, and once his talent was exposed, the group of people from the lineage would absolutely target him like crazy. Once Zhang Zixing was held back, he himself would be alone. Facing that group of people, one's current strength was not enough to deal with them. Master, how is my spiritual power? Chen Shi was still a bit puzzled. He practiced the spiritual condensation method, but he knew nothing about the application of spiritual power. Zhang Zixing's exclamation sounded a little curious to him. It's not too bad. Zhang Zixing opened his mouth and said against his will. It couldn't be said. It couldn't be exaggerated. If he complimented it, then this kid wouldn't go to heaven? Zhang Zixing adhered to the rule of a strict teacher producing a high-ranking student and lied. Chen Shi was stunned and asked softly, Master, you won't lie to me, right? What words? Zhang Zixing glared and simply stopped continuing the topic. Your spirit power is still quite decent, so you can try transforming arrows. After saying that, he began to instruct Chen Shi on how to utilize his spiritual energy. A trace of strange aura rose from Chen Shi's body. For the first time, the application of spiritual power was not yet very skillful. An arrow had just coalesced, and before he had time to be happy, it instantly dissipated. Zhang Zixing laughed and shook his head, patiently teaching what to look out for in it. You practice first. Normally, to complete the transformation of an arrow, you need to familiarize yourself with it for at least 3 days to a week before you can do so. After failing several times in a row, Zhang Zixing shook his head and instructed before turning towards the door. Going out for a stroll, this kid Chen Shi is not a normally ranked talent. At all. Zhang Zixing now suspected that Chen Shi might be S rank, or even SS rank. Chen Shi's expression remained unchanged as he continued to mobilize his spiritual energy to start condensing arrows. Qi and blood continued to churn within his body, and aura was injected into the arrows that the spiritual energy had transformed into. The arrow appeared to be illusory, as if it was going to dissipate in the next second, and the arrow body's silk qi and blood as well as the aura continued to flow. Under the unity of the three, the arrow quivered. Chen Shi's eyes were calm, slowly coalescing and tamping. An arrow constructed from spiritual energy, qi and blood, and aura appeared before his eyes. The transformation arrow had become a reality. When Zhang Zixing appeared at the doorway and looked at the arrow in Chen Shi's hand, his entire being was bad. Chapter 99 Accidentally Breaking Through. Master, the transformation arrow has become a success. An arrow appeared in Chen Shi's hand.
Instead of being as real as before, it was incomparably solid, and at a glance, it actually looked like a real arrow. The arrow was sharp, and spiritual energy, chi blood, and aura lingered on it. It was beautiful in a flash, but underneath this beauty, there were endless killing opportunities. The corner of Zhang Zisheng's mouth tugged, squeezing out a smile as he nodded and said faintly, "Well, not bad. It's still a bit worse than what I used to be. Keep up the good work." "Aha!" Chen Shi smiled and nodded his head. He did not doubt the words that came out of Zhang Zisheng's mouth. Zhang Zisheng once again glanced at the arrow in Chen Shi's hand. "Alright, put it away, it's a waste of spiritual energy." After saying that, he walked to his study and took out a card, handing it to Chen Shi, saying, "I haven't made a move in many years, and I don't have much resources to give you. This is the Dragon Academy points sent by those families, give you a portion of it." "Thank you, master." Chen Shi joyfully accepted it, he just happened to be short of resources himself. That day, Zhang Zisheng had asked those families to send over 10,000 Dragon Academy points worth of points. Then how many points must be in this card? There must be at least 5 or 6,000, right? Zhang Zisheng didn't say much and waved his hand. "Don't fall behind in your spiritual cultivation." "Okay, master." Chen Shi did not delay and turned around to leave with a smile. Looking at Chen Shi's departing back, Zhang Zisheng murmured, "Chen Shi, speed up your growth." 7 days later. During these few days, Chen Shi spent the vast majority of his time practicing the spirit condensation method. Arrow transformation was already a breeze. On the light screen panel in front of him, his information was clearly displayed. Name, Chen Shi. Realm, Martial Soldier 4th level. Physique, none. Talent, 3S Talent Hui. Spirit, Concentration Realm. Talent skill, 100 steps through Yang hit rate increased by 100%. Spirit God Blood Arrow Piercing Clouds and Cracking the Sky Arrow 3 elements Condensed Arrow, 1 Arrow Piercing Clouds, 3 elements and 1 Piercing Clouds, Cracking the Sky. Eagle Eye Insight, consume spiritual energy to gain eagle-like vision, current insight distance, 3 kilometers insight distance to their own strength. Martial Art, Wind Chasing Gun Spiritual. Technique, Battle Spirit Method A Shadow Realm. Weapon, Army Breaker Bow, Cloud Piercing Lance. When he succeeded in transforming the arrow for the first time, he awakened his natural skill once again. And this time, the Spirit God Blood Arrow didn't replace the original Cloud Piercing Rupture Arrow, but rather just added a short introduction to it. Slightly raising his hand, an arrow suddenly appeared in his hand, and waving his hand again, the arrow dissipated. The consumption of spiritual energy in chi and blood, and aura is not too great. Chen Shi's eyes flickered with light. Judging from the effects of these past few days, condensing an arrow is not too much for one. At the very least, I can support condensing an arrow 30 times. The Martial Soldier 4th realm was up, and in the points card that Zhang Zisheng had given him that day, there were only 600 points. These 600 points were exchanged into resources by him, and among them, he also exchanged a long spear. The progress is too slow. Chen Shi shook his head, somewhat dissatisfied. If these words were known by Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruoya and the others, they would definitely gnash their teeth in jealousy. They were only at the 8th level of martial artist now. There was still some distance from even the 9th level, but what about Chen Shi, who had actually reached the 4th level of martial soldier now? The gap between the two sides was beginning to be widened. This was the gap brought about by talent. In the early stages, if Chen Shi wasn't because he didn't have enough resources, I'm afraid that he would be at least in the martial soldier 5th realm by now. Pushing open the window, the air carried a slight mist that contained aura. Taking a deep breath was refreshing. After so many days had passed, Chen Shi had completely adapted to life here. Today was the time for the Subterranean Dragon Academy to release their tasks. When Zhang Ruoya, Su Xingyuan, and Zhang Baichao arrived at the task receiving hall, there had long been quite a few people arriving in the surrounding area. When they saw the three of them, Su Xingyuan, many people's complexions slightly stared. Many people had seen the ring engagement between Su Xingyuan and Lin Wei. Class of Thunder talent, 7th weight fighting 8th weight, and with a single strike, he had wasted one of Lin Wei's arms, breaking his path to the martial arts. Such a ruthless tactic was still fresh in the minds of many. Ignoring the surrounding gazes, Su Xingyuan stood quietly in the middle of the hall, chatting with Zhang Ruoya and Zhang Baichao beside him. "It's alright, old Zhang, already at the 8th level of martial artist." "Not bad, not bad." Zhang Ruoya hemmed and hawed. "Xingyuan, you're really fast, you're also at the 8th level of martial artist." Su Xingyuan lightly laughed and shook his head. "I'm sorry, I've had a lot of epiphanies in the past few days, and I accidentally reached the 9th realm of martial artist."
Zhang Ruya was stunned, her eyes filled with surprise.
Zhang Baichao glanced at Su Xingyuan and said lightly, "Coincidentally, I've also reached the 9th level of martial artist." "You?" Su Xingyuan froze. "What? Want to try?"
Zhang Baichao tilted his head slightly, somewhat arrogant.
Su Xingyuan glanced at Zhang Baichao and did not say anything.
Although Zhang Baichao was arrogant, but on that day when the ring was in the ring, speaking out to fight, Su Xingyuan still remembered.
"Too lazy to care about you."
Having struck Su Xingyuan, Zhang Baichao was very pleased, then swept a glance around. How come Chen Shi hasn't yet? Could it be that he forgot?
Shouldn't be.
Zhang Ruya did not participate in the two's bickering. At this time, he shook his head and looked in the direction he came from, not seeing Chen Shi's figure.
Not far away, Wang Yuan also arrived in the hall where he received his quests.
Many of the people who came here came because they wanted to earn resources. The number of geniuses from the lineage families was not large, and the purpose of this group of people coming here was not to fulfill their tasks, but to practice. Being in a lineage family, one enjoyed abundant resources, but lacked the strength to take on the enemy. This time, it was a great opportunity. The quests were varied. Many of them were to kill foreign beasts, while there were also going to other cities to chase the enemy.
The missions could be picked up by different people or teams.
When Chen Shi arrived, almost all of the quests had already been claimed.
Chen Shi.
Those who had yet to leave drew gazes when they saw Chen Shi appear. Light flickered in the gazes that looked at Chen Shi. Chen Shi was considered to have become famous in one battle when he had challenged two people earlier. Chen Shi's eyes swept over the crowd and landed on the three Su Xingyuan as he walked forward and nodded with a smile.
"You guys came so early. We just arrived as well." Zhang Ruya spoke out to explain.
Zhang Baichao stood on the side, looking at Chen Shi with a hint of doubt in his gaze. Su Xingyuan gazed slightly as doubts flashed through his heart.
"Chen Shi, you made a breakthrough?" Zhang Baichao was startled and inquired out loud. As the words fell, both Zhang Ruya and Su Xingyuan's eyes immediately changed. Chen Shi smiled and nodded. "I accidentally broke through."
"Holy! We're only at the 9th level of martial artist, you're all at the 1st level of martial soldier. How is it that the more we chase, the more we're pulled away from you?"
Zhang Ruya let out a bitter smile and said with a sigh. Su Xingyuan suddenly felt a little deflated. Chen Shi's speed of cultivation was too fast. Not.
Chen Shi shook his head.
"What do you mean?" The three of them were puzzled. Could it be the 2nd level of martial soldier?
"Holy! I accidentally broke through to the 4th level of martial soldier." As the words fell, a few people's faces suddenly changed, and their gazes towards Chen Shi were filled with disbelief.
Martial soldier 4th level? Chapter 100 Mission Location, Jin City, Suppressing the Enemy. Wang Yuan raised his feet and walked towards Chen Shi when he saw him appear.
He had just arrived beside a few people, and before he had the chance to speak, he heard exclamations of shock from a few people's mouths.
Martial soldier 4th level. Wang Yuan's pupils shrank, the smile on his face froze, and his gaze towards Chen Shi carried a look of shock.
It had only been how long? He, an S-class talent, was only at the 9th level of martial soldier now. To be able to break through 2 realms in a row in a short period of time, this already made him feel confident. In the past, he had lacked resources, and this time, he had gotten the Dragon Academy points to exchange for resources, and had broken through to the 9th level of martial artist in one fell swoop. According to his understanding, even if Chen Shi was faster, he was still not a martial soldier 1st level at most. But what did he just hear? Martial soldier 4th weight. He broke 2 weights in a row, while Chen Shi broke 5 weights.
In a row.
It wasn't that simple for a martial artist to break the martial soldier. If it was really that simple, there wouldn't be so many people in the subterranean Dragon Academy who were stuck at the 9th level of martial artist.
Realm breakthroughs seemed to have no resistance for Chen Shi. Metamorphosis.
He, Su Xingyuan, and the rest of their group prided themselves on being geniuses, but when compared to Chen Shi, the word genius seemed to be somewhat tarnished.
If they were geniuses, then what was Chen Shi?
Noticing Wang Yuan's complicated gaze, Zhang Ruya said comfortingly, "You'll get used to it." The corner of Su Xingyuan's mouth tugged. During this period of time, he almost did not dare to stop cultivating for a moment. However, the gap between them and Chen Shi was getting wider and wider. After coming to the subterranean Dragon Academy, it was as if Chen Shi had undergone a complete metamorphosis. The martial soldier 4th realm seemed to have no thoughts of catching up in his heart anymore.
Wang Yuan. Chen Shi smiled and nodded.
Wang Yuan had taken the initiative to show his goodwill before, and later on, he even revealed that he wanted to do the mission with Chen Shi and the others. The genius of Yendu Martial University, the top 10 ranked genius amongst the freshmen. He was also one of the 2 people who had been suppressed in the top 10, as Zhang Wen had said earlier.
He had asked Wang Yuan about Xinjiang. Wang Yuan looked complicated and shook his head to tell the truth about the 2 being suppressed.
2 choices: either accept the solicitation of the geniuses of the lineage, or be suppressed.
Wang Yuan disagreed, while Xinjiang chose the other path.
Chen Shi did not feel anything about this. Xinjiang's choice seemed to be nothing wrong. The paths were different. Shaking his head and putting aside the thoughts in his mind, Chen Shi's gaze fell on the quests displayed on the screen in the quest hall. The missions that are simple and have a lot of points have basically been claimed. Wang Yuan spoke out to explain. A mission can be claimed repeatedly by different teams, but a mission can only be claimed by a maximum of 4 people or teams. The quests that are left now are either too far away or too dangerous with not too high of a return anymore. Chen Shi swept his gaze over the missions left on the screen in front of him. Pursuing Wang Shui, points reward, 100 points, target strength martial soldier 3rd realm, current location, Shuidong City. Too low. Shuidong City was at least 2,000 kilometers away from where they were currently located. Such a long distance and only a 100-point reward. It was too uneconomical, and the target strength was still at the martial soldier 3rd gravity realm. The person who could take on this mission would have to be at least in the martial soldier 2nd realm in terms of strength. The risk is too great and the reward is too low. No wonder they were left. While several people were choosing which missions to take on, a new mission suddenly refreshed on the screen. Suppressing the enemy, target, Jean City, target strength minimum of 9th level of martial artist, point reward defined depending on completion. It is recommended that the number of people in the team taking on this mission should not be less than 5. When they saw this mission, several people's eyes flashed. The first time, they decided to come down and take this mission. Although the mission didn't say the number of enemies, the conditions for taking the mission were enough to show that the rewards of this mission were quite a lot. Accepting the mission, a few people quickly went back to prepare for their departure. Wang Yuan had already finished packing when he came here. He walked beside Chen Shi towards the direction of Chen Shi's dormitory and said out loud, "We are definitely not the only ones who took this mission. There are probably still worldly geniuses in there, and there's even Wudong University, as well as those from Wudong University outside." "What do you mean?" Chen Shi was puzzled. "You mean that these missions will not only be released in the Subterranean Dragon Academy, but also by other martial arts universities?" Wang Yuan nodded, "Yes. I have heard some news about the Subterranean Dragon Academy from the mouths of some geniuses from some lineages before. The Subterranean Dragon Academy is led by the Martial Education Bureau with the cooperation of several other parties. The priority is the highest, and any tasks are also released to the Subterranean Dragon Academy first, and then slightly delayed a bit to be released to the other WUs." Chen Shi nodded. "In that case, it is possible to meet students from other martial arts universities this time." Wang Yuan nodded with a smile. Chen Shi didn't have anything to pack. Taking the little resources that were left with him and then bringing 2 sets of change of clothes, he directly left. Jean City was more than 2,000 kilometers away from Yen capital. At the same time that Chen Shi and the few of them were traveling to Jean City. Jean City Martial Security Bureau. Wu Can's brows were furrowed as he asked in a deep voice, "Has the message asking for help been sent out yet?" How did the Wushu Bureau reply? Li Feng stood in front of him and nodded his head as he replied, "The message has been sent out," and the Wushu Bureau replied that this time, there will be cooperation from the military, as well as some cooperation from various Wushu students. Hearing this news, Wu Can raised his eyebrows. "It's simply nonsense. That group of people are all crazy. It was so hard to discover their traces, and they even let martial arts university students who don't have much experience against the enemy get involved. Do they think that this operation is a family affair? Without experience against enemies, this group of people could be killed if they are not careful." Li Feng laughed bitterly. He also felt that this decision of the Wushu Bureau was childish. Perhaps they are also treating this operation as a trial for Wushu students. That was all he could think. Wu Can let out a light sigh before his mind inexplicably remembered Chen Shi. "All right. When the time comes, try to send that group of students from Wushu University as far away as possible, so as not to get in the way." Li Feng nodded his head. Traces of the order organization were found in Jean City. After a slight investigation, Wu Tsang asked himself that he might not be able to eat it. Even though he was a second-level martial general, he didn't know if there were still any strong people in the orders group or not. He couldn't just strike out. Everything had to be stabilized. What made him feel slightly relieved was that the military would send someone over this time. Unlike the group of students from Wu University, the people sent by the military were all killed from the Sea of Blood. Tell those people from the hunting group in Jin City to cooperate with this operation and hold every major road to prevent that group of people from escaping. Jin City was too big. Even with the addition of the military, it was simply not enough to block off the various major roads. And this operation was not considered too big. It was still uncertain how many people would be sent over from the military side. Beast Suppression Army. After Xian Han gave an explanation, Wu Liuyi nodded and left. The group of people from the Jin City Suppression Order, Xiang Han is definitely not going to take it easy. Being in the military, any action requires layers of approval. Wu Liuyi took a group of new recruits who just completed their training some time ago, and it was enough to cope with them. Chapter 101. We're from the Subterranean Dragon Academy. Haven't really been to Jin City before. Zhang Baodao's eyes were filled with curiosity as he surveyed his surroundings. Of the few of them, other than Chen Shi, the rest of them were all here in Jin City for the first time. Su Xingyuan's eyes swept over the surrounding crowd, his expression indifferent. Wang Yuan stood aside, surprise swept across his eyes. He and Chen Shi were also from the same civilian background, and were even a bit poorer. In the small county, this S-class talent of his belonged to his ancestral grave. He had thought that by entering Yendu Martial Arts University, he would be able to completely change his fate. But what greeted him was an even more naked suppression. Unlike a few people, Chen Shi was already familiar with everything around him. Smiling, he led a few people out of the station. Are we going to act at night, or are we going to check it out now? Wang Yuan asked out loud. Chen Shi shook his head. There's no rush, I'll go find someone first, he should know some information. Who? A few people were curious. Chen Shi came from a commoner's background. How could anyone he knew know news about this mission? Chen Shi did not hide anything. The head of the Jin City Armed Security Bureau, Wu Tsang. Wang Yuan was shocked. Chen Shi actually knew the director of the Jin City Martial Security Bureau? To be able to serve as the director of the Martial Security Bureau's strength was at least in the martial general realm. In his county, the head of the Wu Security Bureau was already a top-notch powerhouse, and to be able to meet him would be an honor to his ancestors. A few people got into the car and headed towards the Wuan Bureau. In the car, Chen Shi told the experience of knowing Wu Tsang. The driver master, listening to the several people talking, couldn't help but ask out loud, "Are you martial artists from out of town?" Zhang Baichao smiled and nodded her head. Unlike her attitude towards Su Xingyuan, her voice was gentle and her attitude was easygoing. "We are all martial arts students from Yendu." Glancing at Zhang Baichao on the passenger side, the driver master smiled and said, "All geniuses. If my son can get into Yendu Martial Arts University in the future, I'll have to set up a banquet for 3 days." Several people in the car burst out laughing. The driver master was very talkative, and when the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the Wushu Security Bureau, the driver master was still a bit unfulfilled. The few people laughed and smiled as they said their goodbyes. "Ha, brother Chen Shi." Li Feng was walking down the steps and the first thing he saw was a few people saying goodbye to the driver master, Chen Shi. "Brother Li Feng." Chen Shi raised his head and looked at Li Feng, who came quickly. A smile appeared on his face and the two of them came into a hug. "How did you kid think of coming to the WSA?" Li Feng looked at the few people beside Chen Shi, nodded with a smile and asked under his breath. After Chen Shi finished his explanation, Li Feng's eyes lit up. He had personally experienced Chen Shi's strength before. It crossed over the ranks and fought. A martial artist of the 9th level could decimate the martial soldier realm. This was true genius. And how could someone who could act with Chen Shi be weak? Leading a few people hurriedly towards Wu Tsang's office. In the building, when someone saw Chen Shi, they greeted him with a smile. "Huh, Chen Shi, long time no see." Chen Shi smiled and nodded. These people were all people who had seen Chen Shi strike before. They were very clear about Chen Shi's strength. While some looked at Chen Shi's unfamiliar face, as well as Su Xingyuan and the others behind him, and asked curiously, "Who is this? Could it be someone who's coming to join to our WSA? Ha, what are you thinking? Our Wuan Bureau can't keep this true dragon. He was able to cut down the martial soldier realm at the 9th level of martial artist. How could such a genius join our Wuan Bureau?" Hearing this, the rest of the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. However, without waiting for them to speak, one person said again, and he's also an archer talent.
Genius. Upon hearing these two words instantly surfaced in everyone's minds.
The gazes that looked at Chun-Chi and the others were filled with shock. If Chun-Chi was a genius, then the people following him must be geniuses as well.
I didn't expect you to be quite popular in the WSA.
Hearing the murmur of voices and a shocked gaze around him, Zhang Baitao smiled and said,
Actually, I didn't expect that they would remember me either.
Chun-Chi smiled and shook his head. There were many people whose names he didn't know, but those people were able to call out their names. Wang Yuan pursed his lips and glanced back at the people from the Wuhan Security Bureau behind him with some envy in his heart. Zhang Ruya said smilingly, Chun-Chi is a genius in his own right, it's only normal that there are more people who know him.
Su Xingyuan nodded slightly and said under his breath, a genius indeed.
The three of them had a good relationship with each other, and they were only happy about Chun-Chi, not jealous.
Several people were growing. Director. Li Feng knocked on the door and after receiving permission, he pushed his way in.
There was excitement in his expression. Director, guess who's here?
Wu Zong raised his head and looked at Chun-Chi and the others who were following Li Feng.
Immediately replacing his face with a smile, he stood up and quickly walked towards Chun-Chi, smiling, little brother Chun-Chi, how did you think of coming to the Wu Security Bureau?
Is it hard to visit old brother me? Well, came to see old brother Wu Zong. It wasn't as if Chun-Chi didn't know that Wu Zong was showing favor to himself.
So he simply changed his address as well.
Hearing this old brother from Chun-Chi, Wu Zong looked very happy.
After greeting the several people and sitting down, his gaze fell on Su Xingyuan's several people.
Chun-Chi opened his mouth to introduce, these are my classmates. This is Su Xingyuan, martial artist 9th realm.
Zhang Baichao, martial artist 9th realm.
Zhang Ruya, martial artist 8th realm. Wang Yuan, martial artist 9th realm.
All of them are dragons and phoenixes amongst people, geniuses of my human race.
Wu Zong praised under his breath. Wang Yuan slightly bowed his head, seemingly a little embarrassed.
On the other hand, the two of them, Zhang Ruya and Zhang Baichao, were calm and just smiled. Su Xingyuan's body sat slightly straighter with a smile on his face. Wu Zong, who had seen all the reactions of the several people in his eyes, smiled and then landed his gaze on Chun-Chi. The last time he saw Chun-Chi, at that time, Chun-Chi was only at the 9th level of martial artist, now he was afraid that he had already reached the 1st level of martial soldier. Chun-Chi, elder brother Wu Zong, I'm here this time because we've picked up a mission, so I wanted to ask you if you have any news about this mission. After saying that, he took out the introduction of the mission. Wu Zong nodded his head and took just a glance before looking up with a smile, elder brother Chun-Chi, I have to say that we are very much destined for each other. This mission is the request for help that we issued. I didn't expect it to be issued to your school. With your participation, it looks like those people will be able to exterminate them all this time. A few people froze in their expressions, and Chun-Chi cried and laughed. He just wanted to come here to take a chance with Wu Zong, but he didn't expect to really get something out of it. Wu Zong opened his mouth and spoke out the time of this operation. Chun-Chi's few people nodded their heads and memorized the time in their hearts. After agreeing on the time, Chun-Chi's few people wanted to leave. Wu Zong suddenly spoke out and called out to stop Chun-Chi, looking at Su Xingyuan's few people at the doorway before asking softly, older brother Chun-Chi, did your Yendu Martial Arts University come with just a few of you? Chun-Chi looked slightly stunned before smiling and shaking his head, old brother Wu Zong, we are not students of Yendu Martial University. Oh? Then it's another martial arts university? Wu Zong froze. He had learned from Li Feng that Chun-Chi's rank was staff sergeant, and it seemed that he was still a member of the military. But when he turned around, he became a person from WU. Such a transformation made him a bit puzzled. We are from the Subterranean Dragon Academy. Subterranean Dragon Academy? Wu Zong's eyes were filled with doubts, a name he had never heard before. When Chun-Chi took out a token with the word Subterranean Dragon written on it, Wu Zong's eyes instantly widened. For a moment, he actually did not know what to say, and his eyes instantly brightened up as he looked at Chun-Chi. A thought flashed through his mind that he must befriend Chun-Chi. At all costs. Although he didn't know what the Subterranean Dragon Academy was, he recognized the two characters next to the word Subterranean Dragon on the token, Grade 1. This meant that the place Chun-Chi and the others were in belonged to the 1st level of defense. And there weren't many places like this in the entire country of China. Chapter 102, don't worry, I'm quick to escape. It looks like it's going to rain. Zhang Baichao tilted her head and looked at the dark cloudy sky, somewhat not quite adapting to such weather.
Wang Yuan looked up and nostalgia flashed in his eyes.
Coming from a small county, he had hated rainy days more since he was a child. The two of them, Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya, just took a glance and retracted their gazes. The two of them were not interested in the matter of whether it rained or not, and were only interested in the action at night. Chen Shi raised his eyes and looked at the dark cloudy sky. The sky was a bit dull, but the sky, on the contrary, still appeared bright. With rain, the sky is bright; without rain, the top is light. This is a proverb on this side of Jin City. His voice rang out, a smile on the corner of his mouth. Jin City's weather is like this.
It might rain at some point.
Zhang Baichao retracted her gaze and looked at Chen Shi, asking curiously, Chen Shi, it seems like your family is from Jinchang, right?
Aha!
Chen Shi nodded his head.
When the operation is over, I must take a stroll around Jinchang. Zhang Baotao spoke up.
Chen Shi laughed, all right, when the time comes, you can let Xing Yuan bring you along for a stroll. Zhang Baitao glanced at Su Xingyuan. He's too stupid, I'm afraid that we'll both lose it together by then.
Humph, I'll lose it? Su Xingyuan lightly grunted and swept a contemptuous glance at Zhang Baichao.
Although Su Xingyuan's height was not too high, only 17.5, he was still much taller than Zhang Baitao. The two stood together, one taller and one shorter instead looked somewhat harmonious.
You think I'm a roadie like you? Su Xingyuan didn't open his mouth, but once he did, he hit the nail on the head.
Don't look at Zhang Baichao's high talent, her strength wasn't weak, her looks were still pretty, and her personality was a bit arrogant, but she had a weakness.
Wayfarer. This piece of information was still something that Zhang Ruya accidentally said when the three of them were chatting.
Su Xingyuan remembered it in his heart, and when he opened his mouth at this moment, Zhang Baitao was instantly infuriated. Turning her head to look at Zhang Ruya, who looked embarrassed, she gritted her teeth and said, Good Xiao Zhang, you are saying everything outwardly, aren't you? Zhang Ruya looked at the triumphant Su Xingyuan, sighed long in her heart, and said with a bitter smile, Sister, I really said it accidentally.
You wait, you see if I go back and tell Dad.
Zhang Baichao gritted her teeth and said, and then looked at Su Xingyuan's triumphant appearance, and was even more infuriated with her chest heaving. The two of them, Chen Shi and Wang Yuan, looked at each other and revealed smiles.
Zhang Baitao and Su Xingyuan were like enemies,
who were at each other's throats as soon as they met.
And Zhang Ruya, who was the younger brother, was caught in the middle of the two.
On one side was a brother who had been born to die, and on the other side was his own sister. The night descended, the moon was like a curved bow, hidden in the dark clouds, hidden. The dark clouds in the sky showed more and more heavy, some, as if the next second there will be a downpour.
In front of the WSA building, dozens of figures wearing WSA uniforms were heavily armed.
Wu Tsang stood in front, his eyes serious, slightly stern gaze swept through the crowd in front of him. Li Feng was also listed. The strength of the martial soldier realm was already a strong one amongst the crowd of the WSA.
Chen Shi, several people stood aside.
Wu Tsang slowly spoke, tonight's action has been told to you all in advance.
Life-preserving elixirs have also been issued on each person. There is only one request, try not to let any of the enemies go. Understood? The crowd replied in unison, understood.
Although they had yet to see the enemy, their wariness had already risen up quietly.
This scene made Chen Shi and Su Xingyuan as well as Zhang Ruya couldn't help but think of the days of the new recruits.
I wonder how Wang Er, Xuanyan, and the others are doing.
Zhang Ruya looked at the scene in front of her and murmured.
The recruits are over, they've been assigned to different combat units.
Su Xingyuan spoke out.
Chen Shi's face was filled with nostalgia as he said, when will you have time to go back and see them? By the way, I'll test their strength. After saying that, the three of them couldn't help but laugh out loud. The two of them, Wang Yuan and Zhang Baichao, had not spent any time in the army and did not know much about Wang Er as well as Xuanyan that the few people were talking about. However, when he heard the last sentence of the few people, Wang Yuan gave the three people a strange look and his eyelids jumped. Although he did not know Wang Er, Xuanyan, he could hear the unkindness of the three people's words just now. The strength of Wang Er, Xuanyan, and the others should not be weak either.
Wang Yuan guessed.
Zhang Baichao didn't say anything and looked at the people boarding the bus in front of him, his expression filled with seriousness. Such a scene even for Zhang Baotao, who liked to dislike people, he appeared to be extremely serious.
Several people got on the car.
Wu Tsang didn't come. Li Feng turned back to Chen Shi and the others and said in a joking tone, if you encounter an enemy above the second level of martial soldier, you guys must not try to be brave.
If we can die, you geniuses must not die.
But Chen Shi could really see that Li Feng was full of seriousness. He really wasn't joking with this statement, and that was what he thought in his heart.
The lowest strength was at the 9th realm of martial artists, and it was unknown if there were any stronger enemies.
Although Chen Shi had the strength to cross the ranks, in Li Feng's opinion, right now, at most, he was only in the first level of the martial soldier realm. To be able to cross the second level of the martial soldier realm would already belong to the category of a very talented person. Chen Shi glanced at the three people beside him, Zhang Ruoya and Su Xingyuan as well as Wang Yuan, and laughed softly, saying with the same joke, "Big brother Li Feng, don't worry. If I really run for my life, unusual people can't really catch up with me."
"Ha, you kid."
Li Feng smiled brightly and nodded with satisfaction.
The corner of Su Xingyuan's mouth tugged. This kid is pretending to be weak again.
Li Feng didn't know, but the few of them were very clear.
A martial soldier's second level runs away?
I am afraid that it is the second level of martial soldier who has to run when he sees Chen Shi. The few of them, the weakest of their strength, had the 8th level of martial soldier, and each of them was able to cross the ranks. And among them, Chen Shi is the strongest. Martial soldier 4 weight. According to past experience, Chen Shi is afraid that he has been able to cross 2 steps and fight.
The 6th level of martial soldier might even have the power to fight. Soon, the convoy set off.
Li Feng leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. Su Xingyuan similarly closed his eyes, preparing for the upcoming battle.
Wang Yuan looked a little nervous. He hadn't experienced a real battle until now when he was admitted to Yendu Martial University.
Seeing this, Zhang Ruoya smiled and comforted, "It's all right, Wang Yuan.
All first times are tense, relax a little." Wang Yuan squeezed out a smile and nodded slightly.
However, a pair of fists were clenched, showing that he was nervous inside.
Zhang Ruoya smiled helplessly before glancing at Chen Shi and said, "Put your heart down. Chen Shi will cover you."
Wang Yuan followed Zhang Ruoya's line of sight to see that both Chen Shi and Su Xingyuan had already closed their eyes and did not look nervous at all.
"Good."
He nodded, and in the next instant he seemed to remember something and asked, "Chen Shi doesn't seem to have any arrows with him." Zhang Ruoya's complexion froze, and suddenly also remembered that Chen Shi did seem to have no arrows on him today.
"Chen Shi, you forgot to bring arrows?" As the words fell, Su Xingyuan opened his eyes and looked at Chen Shi suspiciously, asking, "Should I go back and get them now?"
Chen Shi opened his eyes and looked at the few people in front of him, shaking his head slightly, "No need.
I've already brought arrows." "Brought them? Where?"
The few people were puzzled. Chen Shi did not answer. "You will know later."
Chapter 103, which lesser-known martial arts university could it be? The terrain of Jinchang was mountainous.
There were many mountains. On the outskirts of Jin City, Wuyuan Mountain was the highest mountain.
On the mountain road at night, 2 headlights shot out far away and the engine sounded. A car was traveling on the mountain road, heading towards its destination.
Inside the car, Zheng Peng looked at the disc road in front of him and spoke out, "I hope this mission won't be too dangerous." As the words fell, several people in the car had a stern look on their faces, and a boy spoke out, "It's hard to say. We are not the only ones who have received the mission this time. There are other people from other martial arts universities who have received it. According to the mission, the lowest strength is at the 9th realm of the martial artist. With strength like ours, the danger is great." Zheng Peng nodded slightly, the steering wheel turning in his hands, and spoke out, "Depending on the situation at that time, once we encounter a strong person, we'll run immediately. It is rumored that this time there might be people from the military to cooperate. When the time comes, just run towards the side of the people from the military."
Several people nodded their heads.
They were all students of the domestic martial arts universities. Zheng Peng and the others belonged to the Golden Harbor Martial Arts University, sophomores. Among the several people, Zheng Peng was the strongest, martial soldier 1. Such strength was already considered a small genius in Golden Harbor Martial University. Being able to step into the martial soldier realm in his sophomore year was enough to prove his strength. A few people were chatting, when at the foot of the mountain, a few headlights appeared, heading towards the mountain road. Under the night, the headlights were dazzling, and several people immediately noticed.
There are still people coming to Wuyuan Mountain this late at night."
A boy looked towards the headlights that appeared at the foot of the mountain and let out a light eep. Several people in the car looked over, and Zhang Peng glanced at them. "It's probably someone who took the same mission as us." "It's fine, ask them later to see which WU is it." After saying that, he slowed the car down and waited for the vehicles behind him to arrive. The vehicles were fast and soon caught up with Zhang Peng and the others.
So many people.
Someone looked at the rapidly approaching convoy, counted slightly and said in surprise. In the convoy, only the first and last vehicles in front had their lights on, the rest of the vehicles all had no lights on. This caused them to think that there were only 2 vehicles at the beginning.
Look at this, momentum seems a bit off.
Someone noticed the rapidly approaching convoy at the back, neat and orderly, able to move forward with 2 vehicles with lights on in front of one another, which was completely different from the way they were moving like this. The speeding convoy appeared extremely professional in the eyes of several people. Zhang Peng glanced at the fleet approaching in the rearview mirror and made a decision right away.
Go, join them.
Saying this, he opened the car door and stood on the side of the road, reaching out to stop the car. The first car whizzed by without the slightest intention of stopping, and the person sitting in the car swept a glance at Zhang Peng, who was stopping the car on the side of the road, with a lingering gaze.
The second. Third. Car. In the twinkling of an eye, the fleet is already about to be all far away.
Someone was anxious and took a step out, coming to the center of the plate road, wanting to stop the last car.
Captain, someone is stopping the car. The person driving the car spoke out. Li Feng opened his eyes and looked ahead.
After glancing at the person in the center of the road, he opened the window and a cold voice rang out, "Get lost. I'll give you 3 seconds, if you don't get out of the way all will be considered enemies." The movement outside the window quickly drew the attention of Chen Chi's few people, opening the window to look ahead. Zhang Peng's eyes stared as they heard Li Feng's cold voice, and one of them hurriedly pulled back the person blocking the center of the road. They could feel that there was not the slightest hint of joking in Li Feng's tone. Once they did not let go, they were truly going to be killed.
Go!
Li Feng said in a cold voice.
The vehicle started again.
On the side of the road, Zhang Peng only felt that the voice just now was too overbearing, and when he saw the vehicle start up again, he hurriedly spoke out. "We don't have any malicious intent, we are students from Golden Harbor Martial Arts University, we came here to take on a mission. We want to ask, which martial arts university are you from?" Li Feng glanced back at Chen Chi and the others, a smile flashed in his eyes.
"Brother Chen Chi, just like you guys are all students of Wudong University."
Zhang Baichao skimmed his lips, they were not students of the Wu University. Moreover, Golden Harbor Martial University was only a second-rate martial university within China. It couldn't even compare to Yendu Martial University, let alone compare to the Subterranean Academy. Chen Chi smiled and glanced at Zhang Peng and the others on the side of the road. He faintly said, "Subterranean Dragon Academy." The vehicle moved away, leaving Zhang Peng and the others behind, the 3 words Subterranean Dragon Academy echoing in the ears of the several people.
"Have you guys heard of the Subterranean Dragon Academy?"
Zhang Peng froze and looked at the few people beside him. Several people shook their heads in unison. "Well, it's probably one of the lesser-known martial arts universities." Zhang Peng nodded his head before greeting the few people on the car and followed Chen Chi and their convoy. Noticing Zhang Peng and the others behind them, Li Feng just glanced at them without saying anything.
He could follow if he wanted to.
Having taken on the mission, Li Feng would not stop them. The big deal was just to stop them at the periphery later. Halfway up the mountainside, several abandoned buildings stood, overgrown with weeds. Li Feng and the others had abandoned their vehicles early on and started traveling on foot. The speed of the crowd was fast, and in a short period of time, they were already close to the mid-mountainside.
"How come we don't see anyone from the military?" Zhang Ruya asked out loud.
Li Feng turned around and explained, "The people from the military have already arrived, we're going to meet up with them now." Somewhere close to the middle of the mountainside, Wu Liui and his men had already appeared and waited for the appearance of the people from the WSSB. Several footsteps sounded, and the figures of Li Feng and the others appeared.
"He, Chen Chi, Su Xingyuan, Zhang Ruya?"
Wu Liui saw the trio of Chen Chi at the first moment, excitement flashed in his eyes as he smiled and greeted the several people. Chen Chi's trio was also a little excited, it had been a while since they had seen Wu Liui.
Following Wu Liui's crowd, there were quite a few people that Chen Chi and the others recognized.
All of them had been seen in the new recruits. They also did not expect to see Chen Chi's few people here. After the recruits ended, it was as if Chen Chi's trio had disappeared. It caused them to wonder where Chen Chi and the others had gone.
"Ha, well, we'll talk when the operation is over."
Wu Liui laughed and patted a few people on the shoulder before he started discussing the action later with Li Feng and the others. When Li Feng and the others went up the mountain, a cordon had been drawn at the foot of the mountain and no one was allowed to pass anymore.
Zheng Peng and the others also chose to get out of the car and walk when they saw Li Feng and the others parked on the side of the road. This was the first time they had been involved in such an operation, and several people looked nervous. Continuing forward, there were people wearing the uniforms of the Armed Forces Security Bureau blocking a few people. "Don't go forward, it's dangerous ahead. We're students from Golden Harbor Martial Arts University, we're here to do a mission." A person spoke out to explain, saying that he also took out the student ID of Golden Harbor Martial University. The man did not even look at it, his face indifferent. "It's your business if you're doing a mission. This place is not passable now." "You? Well." Zheng Peng pulled the man while turning away. "Captain, we're not doing the mission?" Someone asked suspiciously. "How are we going to get there when people are blocking it?" Zheng Peng's eyes flashed as he glanced around. The main thing that the people from the WSA were blocking was just the disc road, but there was no one blocking the mountains. Zheng Peng glanced around before saying, "Take the mountains." After saying that, the entire person leapt up and disappeared between the mountains, heading halfway up the mountainside. The rest of the few people followed suit, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the coiled mountain road. At this moment, Li Feng, as well as Wu Liuyi and the others, were discussing the course of action for later. To eliminate the enemy, it was necessary to try to ensure that none of them could escape. Chapter 104. Is the new order finally about to begin? Li Yinian, have you considered it? Inside the Jincheng Manor, Li Yinian listened to the voice coming from the other end of the phone. "I said I need to think about it." Li Yinian leaned back on the sofa, his mind constantly thinking. This matter was something he had been considering for a while. Li Ji's death, he needed to find out the person behind it. He had thought that this matter would be very simple, but what he hadn't expected was that it would be so complicated now. He has a kind of intuition, Li Qi's death, that person absolutely know the news. From the previous conversation, he was able to feel it. Li Yinian, don't you want to know how your son died?" The voice on the other end carried a compelling flavor. Li Yinian's face was calm. "I can become the deputy leader of the largest hunting group in Jin City, relying on more than impulse. Not enough chips, I won't agree to this matter. Worthy of being you, Li Yinian." Such a reply didn't seem to surprise the man, and after a pause, he said, "You can consider it, and I'll give you time. But before that, I can make a deal with you to express our sincerity." "What kind of deal?" Li Yinian raised his eyebrows slightly. "Tonight you let your hunting group relax a little. In return, at the end of the deal, I can tell some news about your son's death." Li Yinian's breathing stuttered slightly, his voice calm. "How long will it take?" "It won't be long, a minute will be enough." "Okay." The phone hung up. He narrowed his eyes. The people from the Wuhan Security Bureau had already sent out a notice for the major hunting groups in Jin City to cooperate in defending the major thoroughfares. Cooperate with the action. As for what this action was, Li Yinian didn't know before, but now he already knew. This matter was simple for him, and the reward was the news of Li Ji's death. It was a good deal, and as for the accountability of the WSC afterwards, Li Yinian could completely use other reasons to put it off. The hunting corps was not under the jurisdiction of the WSC, and only had the responsibility of cooperating. Wu Yuan Mountain. Wu Liuyi and Li Feng and the others had already finalized all the plans for the operation. The person who was sent out to scout for news was late in returning. Li Feng frowned. There's no need to wait. If they haven't returned by now, they definitely can't come back. Unlike the security bureau that Li Feng and the others were in, the Jin Beast army that Wu Liuyi and the others were in was obviously more overbearing. If it was according to the style of the Jin Beast army, this action tonight would not have to be so troublesome at all. Directly deploying the Beast Suppression Army and instantly destroying that group of people would have been the end of the matter. Li Feng was in the security bureau, and there weren't many operations like this on weekdays, so this time he was highly concentrated. He wanted to be as prepared as possible. This is the different style of doing things between the two. One wanted to consider all possibilities internally, while the other was completely violent. Roughing up the enemy and running them down. Therein lies the difference between a violent agency and a vigilante bureau. At this moment, crackling sounds were heard in the abandoned building. A fire jumped, and shadows reflected on the walls, constantly distorting like demons and ghosts dancing. Not far away, several silhouettes were constantly busy. Blood stained the clothes on his chest. In front of him, a person was fixed on a huge plate, like a fish waiting to be slaughtered. Constantly struggling, the mouth wants to make a sound, but has long been sealed mouth, can only through the throat issue a whimper. Looking at the several people standing on either side, their eyes were filled with fear. This is the last one, right? Beside the fire, a person sat cross-legged, dressed in black. The blood in the air did not cause any change in his demeanor. His eyes were slightly closed, and his emotionless voice rang out. The two people standing aside hurriedly replied, this is the last one. Hurry up, there isn't much time left. The man swept a glance at the several people not far away and urged under his breath. As the words fell, the movements of the few people suddenly sped up. The sharp blades in their hands instantly fell, slashing the top of the head of the man tied to the casework. In a flash, the original top of the head was instantly sliced open, and the view of the brain was visible. The four of them slowly lifted a glittering transparent crystal not far away to the top of the man's head. As the crystal approached, there were flashes of fire in the crystal, and the blood was continuously absorbed. The dots of firelight gradually became bigger and bigger, and flames rose up. The power of chi and blood in that person's body was like fuel, and as the chi and blood were continuously absorbed, the flames rose higher and higher. It's coming true. This is the 12th one. If it doesn't work out again, we can only go to another city. It's done, it's finally done. As that weird flame rose, the faces of everyone present were filled with maniacal smiles. The man sitting cross-legged beside the fire flickered a little in his eyes as he saw the scene. Is it finally coming true? The bizarre flames reflected on everyone's faces, and the walls of the entire room were all filled with constantly distorted shadows pulsating. It was bizarre to the extreme. Is the new order finally going to begin? The person sitting cross-legged could no longer hold back the excitement in his heart at this moment, and stood up, quickly walking towards the tablet, his eyes burning as he stared at the crystal in front of him. At this moment, the originally transparent crystals had been filled with a bizarre fiery flame. This flames did not have half the temperature, but no one dared to touch it. On the tablet, that person's body was constantly changing. Eventually, it turned into a withered bone. Reach out and gently flick, will become a fragment. Became. The rising flames gradually dimmed, and then returned to the transparent crystals, the flames pulsing and regaling. Put it away and prepare to withdraw. The man at the head's expression flashed with excitement as he commanded. Several people began to pack up. Just then, a slight sound echoed through the building. Someone is coming. The slight sound was piercing in the silent building. At the first moment, everyone looked startled. Can't it be that it's someone from the Armed Security Bureau coming? Someone said in a deep voice. So what if it's here? Even if it's Wu Song who's here, he won't be able to leave us behind today. Go and take a look. The eyes of the man at the head flashed with a cold light as he said in a deep voice. At this moment, somewhere in the building, the figures of several people from Zhengpeng appeared in it. One person accidentally stepped on a discarded bottle the moment he landed. A sound rang out at once. Zhengpeng's several people's complexion changed, before several people could react. The sound of breaking air suddenly rang out. Two figures suddenly appeared in front of several people. When they felt the aura on Zhengpeng's several people and saw the young faces of the several people, a cruel smile appeared on the faces of the two men dressed in black. I didn't expect that there would be a few of you little mice appearing before leaving. Caught you all just in time for the next test. After saying that, they suddenly struck out. Both of them were at the 9th level of the martial soldier realm, and of the several people in Zhang Peng's group, apart from Zhang Peng who was at the 1st level of the martial soldier realm, the highest strength of the rest of the group was only at the 9th level, and the lowest strength was only at the 7th level. Get out of the way! Zhang Peng exclaimed, his body moved, and he suddenly struck out towards the two men. Chapter 105, Void Condensing Arrow. Zhang Peng's body burned with a little bit of fire, and the flames of his battle sword rose. The moment he saw Zhang Peng's movements, one person let out a fierce laugh and took a step out, heading straight for Zhang Peng. The other person, on the other hand, glanced at Zhang Peng with a cold smile, and then slashed out at the person closest to him. The rest of the people looked startled and raised their weapons in a panic to meet the enemy in front of them. There was a clang sound, and fire splashed everywhere. His arm instantly went numb, and the tremendous force instantly blasted his entire body out. The hearts of the remaining few sank. They did not expect that the martial 9th level in front of them would be this powerful. While a few people were in a daze, the light of the blade flashed and passed in an instant. There was a plopping sound. A head instantly flew out and rolled out a long way. Blood gushed out. Zhou Yi! The headless body fell to the ground. Hearing the shrieks of several people, Zhang Peng's eyes looked not far away. He just happened to see the scene of Joya's head flying out. With an angry roar, the movements in his hands became more and more severe. Searing heat waves invaded.
Rolling flames were attached to the battle sword, and as the sword slashed out, flames splashed, mixed with a flash of cold light. The air appeared somewhat distorted under the high temperature. Under the full-force outburst of a martial soldier first realm, it would be difficult for a martial artist ninth realm to resist. The moment he saw Zhang Peng's movements, the man's body violently fell backwards. The blazing flames arrived almost instantly, and the tip of the battle knife blade crossed from the tip of his nose. The flames attached to the body of the sword exploded, and in an instant, it had wrapped around the man. Miserable screams rang out, ah! With a kick, the figure wrapped in flames flew out tens of meters and smashed on the ground, and in an instant, he had lost his voice. Ha! Miserable screams resounded throughout the abandoned building, and the figures of the people who were preparing to leave stopped.
It's the voice of number 32.
Someone heard who the person screaming miserably was.
The eyes of the person in the lead condensed slightly, and without any nonsense, he led the people to rush straight to the direction where the miserable screams came from. Someone has already gone?
Wu Liuyi as well as Li Feng and Chen Qi listened to the miserable screams coming from the distance.
Action!
It was unknown who had struck, but it had clearly disrupted the crowd's plans. The Armed Security Bureau as well as the military and the others who were waiting to act immediately took action.
Surrounding over in the direction of the abandoned building.
Chen Qi's few faces sank slightly, and after glancing at each other, they sped off after Li Feng as well as Wu Liuyi and the others.
In the abandoned building. As Zhang Peng resolved an enemy, another person was cut down.
Panic and fear filled the eyes of the crowd. The smell of blood filled the entire nostrils. They who had always stayed in the Wudong University had never felt the scent of death so close. The flowers in the greenhouse had yet to truly face death head-on. This was a baptism. 2 people lost their lives in a short period of time.
Zhang Peng's entire body was confused.
This mission, they were full of confidence. But it wasn't until this moment that he realized it was wrong. The convoy that he encountered on the disc road suddenly came to mind.
Had they already experienced such a scene? Escape!
Zhang Peng no longer dared to delay and shouted under his breath. The remaining few people, whose complexion was filled with panic when they heard this shout from Zhang Peng, glanced at their 2 fallen companions and turned around to flee. Zhang Peng's figure likewise did not stop and fled towards the outside of the building.
He, still want to escape? A sardonic laugh suddenly rang out.
A black figure like an instantaneous movement suddenly appeared behind a few people. Raising his hand and grabbing it, the 2 battle knives scattered on the ground fell into his hands, and then casually threw them away.
Put!
The battle knives pierced through the bodies of the 2 people. Within a short period of time, 4 of Zhang Peng's men had fallen, leaving only 2. Sensing a powerful aura coming in, Zhang Peng roared, and the flames around his body rose up. The battle sword whistled and went straight behind him. Then he turned around again and fled.
He didn't dare to stay.
Little fellow, let's see where you're going to escape. Ignoring the warsword that was coming straight for his chest, with a slap of his hand, the warsword flew to the side and shot into the wall, leaving only the hilt. Marshal General Triple Realm. Seeing that Zhang Peng and the 2 of them would also lose their lives,
an angry voice rang out, "You seek death." The figures of Wu Liuyi and Li Feng appeared. Thunder flashed around Su Xingyuan. Zhang Ruya's figure skyrocketed, while on its side, the lowly-like Zhang Baichao's face was filled with coldness at the moment. Around him, coldness filled his body and everything within 2 meters was frozen. There were flames rising in Wang Yuan's eyes, the sword in his hand was pulled out, and with a gentle touch of the palm of his hand, the original flickering cold light of the sword transformed into a sword that was burning with flames. Around him, red flames suddenly rose up, stronger flames than Zhang Peng. Chen Qi stood not far away, the broken army bow was held in his hand, his body's qi and blood surged continuously, and a suit of battle armor loomed around him. The aura of the martial soldier 4th realm instantly filled the air. At the very front, Wu Liu angrily shouted, the aura of the martial master 4th realm rose, pressing the crowd around that martial general 4th realm powerhouse a little breathless. Martial master?
He raised his eyebrows in scorn, not even looking at Zhang Peng who fled away, and landed his gaze on Wu Liuyi who was speeding towards him.
Wu Liuyi, B-class Earth Elemental.
Slightly red battle armor covered his entire body, and when he raised his hand, several battle blades constructed from Earth Elementals blasted towards the man in black. In his hand, a very long battle knife appeared.
The two of them were already at war in a matter of moments. Li Feng as well as Su Xingyuan and the others took a look at the battle between the two, and then placed their eyes on the rest of the black-clothed men. There were quite a few of these abandoned buildings in the Wuyuan mountain. As soon as the battle started, the people who were supported by the military this time as well as the WSC and the others had already acted. Su Xingyuan and the others had joined the battle at the very first moment. Thunder exploded, cold ice lingered, as well as fiery flames rising, as well as that unusually tall figure. Chen Shi's eyes were calm, unlike a few others, as he looked at the scene in front of him and raised his eyes slightly. Slowly, he drew the longbow in his hand. As the bowstring was pulled open, above the originally empty bowstring, an arrow constructed from spiritual energy, chi and blood as well as aura gradually coalesced. Silk streams of light lingered around the arrow. Buzz! The bowstring trembled, and a stream of light fleetingly disappeared, emitting a sharp, air-breaking sound. It instantly penetrated the body of one person, and then the stream of light did not stop. It only stopped after penetrating 3 people's bodies again. One arrow killed 4 people. In the middle of the battlefield, Wang Yuan turned his head to look in surprise. He just happened to see that an arrow was slowly condensing from the bowstring in Chen Shi's hand. The light flickered, and the light lingering on the arrow seemed to send hairs down his body just by looking at it. Was this Chen Shi's strength? Condensing an arrow in the void? How could an archer's talent be this powerful? Several people from Su Xingyuan also saw this scene at this moment. The pupils of a few people shrunk violently, and the doubts of a few people from earlier resounded in their minds. Did Chen Shi bring arrows? He had brought them. It was just that this time, the arrows were no longer like before. Instead, the arrow was directly condensed in the void. In the gazes of several people who were surprised, a stream of light flashed by. The powerful force and speed made the air seem to become distorted. Chapter 106, If you can escape, I'll take your last name. The air twisted and the arrow lingered with streams of light. Under the convergence of spiritual power, chi and blood, and aura, the killing power as well as the speed of the eruption was even more powerful than the previous arrows. Put! In the chaotic battlefield, the arrow flickered, like a scythe in the hand of the god of death. It mercilessly penetrated one person's head, the powerful force pulling the head and body apart. And then, with undiminished speed, it once again penetrated another person's head. With a snort, the arrow shot into the wall. On the arrow, there was a body as well as a head hanging, constantly shaking. The shock in their eyes remained unbroken. In 2 consecutive strikes, 6 people had lost their lives in his hands. Such a scene immediately attracted the gazes of many people in the battlefield. Wang Yuan's heart was beating furiously. Turning back to look, at this moment, Chen Shi was like a god of killing temporarily. Between the opening and closing of his longbow, his arrows coalesced and in the next instant, they turned into streams of light and flashed away, subsequently taking away an enemy. Su Xingyuan and the others had already known Chen Shi's abilities very well. Once the strength of the martial soldier 4th realm was displayed, even the few people from Su Xingyuan were shocked by it at the moment. Damn it! Not only were Su Xingyuan and the others shocked by Chen Shi's strikes, the enemy dressed in black in the abandoned building was also shocked by Chen Shi's 2 consecutive strikes at the moment. The gaze towards Chen Shi was filled with horror. One thought flashed through his mind: kill him. In their group, the lowest strength was at the 9th martial realm, almost all of them were at the martial soldier realm. One man looked up at Chen Shi, who was drawing back his bowstring, spots of cold light exploding from his eyes as his killing intent rose. You 3, go kill that bowman talent. As the words fell, the 3 martial soldiers' 2nd-level realms came straight towards Chen Shi with rolling killing intent. Wu Liuyi only had the strength of a martial master 4th realm, and he was tough on the martial general 3rd realm. However, in a short period of time, his chest was already filled with blood. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Blood stained his chest, and on the battle sword in his palm, blood converged along the blade to the tip of the blade, dripping to the ground. His eyes noticed the 3 martial soldiers' 2nd-level realms that were killing towards Chen Shi. He shouted, "Chen Shi, be careful." It had only been a short month or so since Chen Shi had parted ways with him. When he left the Beast Suppression Army, Chen Shi's strength was only at the 9th level of martial soldier. According to his thoughts, even if Chen Shi's cultivation speed was fast, he was now at most at the 1st level of the martial soldier realm. Such strength would definitely not be able to hold back when facing 3 enemies at the 2nd level of martial soldier. The battle sword trembled, and Wu Liuyi wanted to move, but a flash of cold light was heading straight for his throat, and the aura rising from the black-clothed man's body was rolling in. He gritted his teeth, and the earth element converged, building a thick earth wall in front of him, expecting to block the blade, and then his figure flashed, heading straight for Chen-Chi. Humph! The earth wall crumbled and the broken pieces splashed. A cold hum rang out, and then killing intent enveloped him, cutting off his forward route alive. Chen-Chi! He shouted anxiously, expecting Chen-Chi to dodge the trio's attack. But in the next second, his eyes widened, and then he let out a maniacal laugh as he turned to meet the men in black behind him. A powerful aura rose, and chi and blood rushed through his body like a river. The seemingly real battle armor vaguely accompanied Chen-Chi's surroundings. Looking at the three people rushing towards him, his eyes were calm. Three cold flickering knife lights and a strong aura pressed towards Chen-Chi. A concrete pillar was instantly shattered in front of these three knife lights. The debris splattered, emitting a loud and sharp whistling sound, and shot into the wall, leaving a deep crater behind. An archer talent that doesn't even dodge. Die! The raging incoming blade light, as well as the rolling press of breath, blew Chen-Chi's hair. With his hair blowing in front of his forehead, his eyes were calm, a pitch-black battle armor attached to his body, and his amber eyes under the black hood were flickering with the slightest hint of coldness. Just as the three of them were no more than 10 meters away from him, Chen-Chi instantly made a move in his hands. The bowstring was like the moon, and above the originally empty bowstring, 3 arrows instantly coalesced into shape. The arrows lingered with light. The next instant. Whoosh! The 3 arrows left the string and the sound of breaking air rang out. The arrows soared and swirled, seemingly tearing apart the space in front of them. Rolling killing intent instantly enveloped the 3 people. The moment they heard the air-breaking sound, the 3 people's hearts were startled. Looking at the arrows that flashed away and came straight towards the 3 of them raised their battle swords at the first opportunity and blocked in front of their bodies. Clang! The arrow constructed from spiritual strength and blood as well as spiritual chi was like a physical object, emitting a crisp sound the moment it collided with the battle sword. Blocked! The 3 looked at the arrow that was blocked in front of them, and their eyes were happy. But in the next second, the joy in the eyes of the 3 instantly turned into shock. The battle sword in front of the arrow instantly snapped in the 3 people's astonished gazes. Rolling killing intent emanated from the arrow. Plop! The 3 people's eyes were filled with horror, wanting to dodge, but the next instant the arrow penetrated the 3 people's bodies. Blood splattered, the 3 people's bodies fell heavily to the ground, their vitality rapidly fading, and their wide-eyed eyes were filled with horror. So strong! The moment they were penetrated by the arrows, such a sigh rose in their minds. In the distance, Wang Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly, and it seemed like he had begun to grow accustomed to such scenes. At this moment, he seemed to understand why Su Xingyuan, Zhang Baitao and Zhang Ruya were treating Chen-Chi the way they did. Genius. A super genius with the talent of an archer. He also understood why Zhang Zisheng had accepted Chen-Chi as a student. Arrow God. Zhang Zisheng was injured, and the title of God of Arrows seemed to have become a joke. When Chen-Chi appeared, would the title of God of Arrows fall on him? Wang Yuan did not know. Roll. Wu Liuyi slammed heavily on the pillar, which cracked with a thud. Cough. Cough. Wu Liuyi raised his eyes, his face was filled with blood, and blood flowed between his open mouth. The smile seemed a bit hideous. Want to run? I will leave you behind even if I put my life on the line. Just with you, a martial master 4th level? The man in black swept his eyes not far away and landed on Wu Liuyi, raising his eyebrows in scorn, his tone full of disdain. Up to this point in the battle, Wu Liuyi had already been seriously injured. Ding bell. The phone on the man in black suddenly rang. Is it done yet? Just a few losers, hurry up, Wutsang is here. The phone hung up. The man in black's face changed slightly. He was a martial general 3rd weight, Wutsang was a martial general 2nd weight. There was only a difference of 1 weight between the two. Once Wutsang got entangled and summoned strong men, none of his party would want to live. The hearing of the martial master realm was extremely sharp. Wu Liuyi smiled brightly. Now you want to escape? If you can escape, I'll take your name. After saying that, he raised his battle sword and rushed towards the man in black once again. The battlefield was chaotic, many people fled to the outside of the building. Chen-Chi did not stop them. Outside the building, there were similarly people stationed. All they needed to do was to take care of these people in front of them. Wu Liuyi was severely injured and definitely could no longer support him for long. When will Wutsang come? Unknown. At this moment, there were still a full dozen of enemies in the building.
Thunder erupted around Su Xingyuan's body as he fired a shot and blasted one person away. Zhang Baichao has a coldness around his body.
Chen Shi swept a glance at Wu Liui's side as his arrows coalesced,
landing his gaze on the battlefield in front of him.
Chapter 107 Shooting Crooked?
Zhang Ruya let out a loud roar as his majestic chi and blood continued to churn within his body. The sledgehammer in her hand slammed forward.
And not far away, a Martial 9 crashed into the wall with a loud bang, his chest caved in, and his entire person was almost smashed into two by Zhang Ruya's hammer. The immense and incomparable power was daunting.
The man who had originally blocked in front of Zhang Ruya's body had his scalp tingling the moment he saw Zhang Ruya, who was like a humanoid beast, raising the sledgehammer high. With a movement of his feet, he hurriedly dodged away. A martial soldier first realm was slightly slower and was grazed by the sledgehammer. There was a snort. The powerful wind immediately tore a slit in the clothes on his body, and his skin was sliced open by the strong wind. Fresh blood flowed horizontally.
This scene caused the man's eyes to look at Zhang Ruya with horror. Damn, where the hell did these few perverts come out from? Grass.
Just as he cursed darkly, a piercing thunder erupted, and the lance that was haunted by the thunder ran through that man's body in a flash. The lance shook violently in his hand, and a corpse slammed into the rest of the crowd. Zhang Baichao was filled with coldness, a long sword in his hand, its body covered in a morose coldness. Between raising his hand, a sword chopped out, and the biting coldness turned into invisible sword chi, splashing forward. When it landed on a person in front of him, at once, white frost was born on his whole body. In this instant, the long sword covered with the coldness turned into a stream of light and sliced through his throat. Blood just flowed out and turned into red frost.
With a bang, the body collapsed.
Wang Yuan was not far away, the blazing flames around his body rising, the searing flames distorting space. The battle sword was like a sword from the volcano hell. At a glance, Wang Yuan, whose whole body was wrapped in flames, held a battle sword wrapped in flames in his palm. The battle intent was high and the killing intent was raging. Although the four people had not broken through to the martial soldier realm, the martial soldier first level realm was completely inadequate in front of the four people. It was only the second level of martial soldier that could resist. A group of enemies dressed in black looked at the four Su Xingyuan in front of them. Their hearts cursed, where did these few perverts drill out from? Can't it be that they are geniuses secretly cultivated by the military? It wasn't that they hadn't encountered geniuses from WU. The previous Zheng Pang was one of them, and although he was only a genius of a second-rate martial arts university, he was not a weakling either. But it was such a person that they didn't even take a proper look at. Zheng Pang was like a flower in a greenhouse, never having experienced the elements. On the other hand, the four Su Xingyuan in front of them were more like true martial artists who had long been used to killing. Even that dark-skinned Wang Yuan, whose entire body was wrapped in flames, was still slightly raw when he first started. But in just a few moves, the entire person had already completed his metamorphosis. What a ing beeping dog, how did we attract this group of perverts? Within a short period of time, several people had already died in the hands of a few people. If it was just these few people alone, they would be able to deal with it. But on the contrary, in the damn distance, there was an even more perverted one. An archer talent powerhouse whose strength had reached the fourth level of the martial soldier realm. This was the culprit that caused their men to rapidly decrease. Who? An arrow grazed his ear and flew past, taking away a martial soldier second realm, and that martial soldier third realm enemy's complexion was filled with the excitement of having survived a robbery. Just now, he almost thought he was going to die. Then without waiting for him to be happy, four attacks instantly came. The coldness was biting, causing his entire speed to be affected for a moment. What followed was the sledgehammer that came whistling from the hands of Zhang Ruya, who was like a humanoid beast. Buzz! The dull air-breaking sound came whistling, and in the next instant, it was about to smash on his chest. With a fierce struggle, the coldness on the surface of his body was dispersed, his feet moved, and the sledgehammer whistled past. Before he could make any extra movements, a thunder erupted and the thunder dragon roared. Grass! With a low shout, he slashed out, and between the thunder splashes, the lance deflected its direction. The scorching flames arrived in an instant. The battle sword wrapped in the flames burned the air, causing his breath to stutter. Snort! The flames exploded, and the battle knife sliced through the clothes on his chest, leaving a black scar. Fresh blood flowed. Damn, a bunch of rats, I'll kill you first. With the cooperation of the four of them, they had actually injured a martial soldier third level realm. This was in a situation where the entire group was in the martial soldier realm,
crossing over a large realm. Such a battle record was enough to amaze people. Li Feng's eyes flashed. Seeing that person pouncing on Wang Yuan, he took a step out and his battle sword was blazing. Between the blades bursting out, the two men took a step back in unison. Seeing Li Feng blocking in front of him, the eyes of that martial soldier triple realm slightly condensed, and the eyes looking at Li Feng were filled with coldness. With a cold smile, he once again chopped towards Li Feng. Buzz! On the bowstring of the broken army bow, an arrow left the string. It passed through the chaotic battlefield and headed towards Li Feng's eyes. Zhang Baichao turned his head to look and his face changed slightly when he saw the trajectory of the arrow's flight. It shot crooked. Wang Yuan's expression remained unchanged. The battlefield was chaotic, and no one could guarantee that an arrow could be shot without fail. Unlike the two of them, Su Xingyuan as well as Zhang Ruya were the two who had experienced the examination, life and death together with Chen Qi. The two had long had an incomparably clear understanding of Chen Qi's abilities. Zhang Baichao's sentence of shooting crookedly landed in the middle of the two men's second. The two men's complexion remained unchanged, their gazes locked tightly on the arrow that tore through the air and broke through the air. Li Feng coldly grunted, his blade burst out, about to strike. But in this instant, a flash of light suddenly appeared. How fast was the speed of the martial soldier triple realm? The short distance arrived in an instant. The moment the stream of light appeared in front of Li Feng's eyes, the person from the martial soldier triple realm also appeared in front of his eyes. It was as if it had been practiced countless times. The moment that person's figure just arrived, the stream of light also arrived at the same time. Put! The stream of light penetrated his head. Carrying his body with it, it flew out a long way. It smashed on the ground with a bang. Li Feng's eyes widened as he looked dazedly in the direction the arrow flew from. A single arrow killed a triple? What was that just now? Was it the control of timing? Or was it a prediction of the enemy? Li Feng's mind was filled with doubts. Even Su Xingyuan and the others were dumbfounded by this scene. Wang Yuan swallowed his saliva and asked softly, "Was that just now?" Zhang Ruya opened her mouth and did not know how to answer for a moment. The two of them, he and Su Xingyuan, had not been together with Chen Qi for a short period of time, but they had not seen such a scene. Zhang Bada glanced at Chen Qi, shock swept across the bottom of his eyes. Regardless of what the crowd of a few people thought, the longbow was constantly opening and closing in his hands. The arrows flew and swirled, constantly taking away an enemy. The arrows that were constantly flying out were like constructing a large invisible net. This big net was constantly shrinking, and the group of enemies dressed in black was constantly decreasing as the big net continued to shrink. Struggle, panic, and horror. Some people wanted to escape, but before they could run out far. The arrow then flew, penetrating the head, leaving a large hole, red and white things flowing. The body fell heavily, endless panic and horror in its eyes. Chen Qi took a deep breath. From the beginning until now, his mental energy consumption was not small. In a short period of time, more than 20 arrows had been condensed. The consumption of his spiritual energy caused his head to tingle a little. The battle spirit method operated, and the surrounding spiritual energy converged towards it. Wu Liuyi slammed down heavily on the ground, and there was barely a good spot on his entire body. The hand holding the battle sword was slightly trembling at the moment. However, he still did not let go of his hand, and hidden in those eyes was an incomparably resolute gaze. Struggling to get up, his figure shook. He was so heavily injured, and that black-robed man in the martial general triple realm wasn't doing well either. A deep bone deep wound on his chest was flowing with blood. Chapter 108. This arrow can pierce through the clouds and split the air, and it can also kill 6 people at the 4th level. His body shook. Wu Liuyi stood up. Continue to block in front of the man in black. Without the slightest intention to retreat, not only did the will to fight not weaken, but instead became more and more powerful. At this moment, the enemies in the building had almost been completely annihilated. Only 3 people remained, 2 of which stood on the side of the man in black. Both of them were at the martial soldier's 6th realm. Of the people present, other than Wu Liuyi, there was a huge gap between the strength of the rest of the people compared to them. Even Chen Qi was only at the 4th level of the martial soldier realm at this moment. Su Xingyuan, Zhang Ruya, Zhang Baichao, and Wang Yuan slowly stepped forward and stood behind Wu Liuyi, their battle intent rising around them. Looking at Wu Liuyi who was standing in front of him, a trace of intolerance flashed through Zhang Baidao's eyes. Wu Liuyi's back was almost completely wounded, with knives seeing bones.
With such injuries, normally, I am afraid that he would have already fainted to death. But Wu Liuyi stood up stiffly. I said, if you can escape, I'll take your name. Wu Liuyi smiled brightly, his laughter echoed in the building. Which army are you from? Looking at the stubborn and resolute Wu Liuyi in front of him, the black-clothed man's eyes slightly condensed and slowly asked. Old me is from the 8th Division of the 3rd Legion's Beast Suppression Army. Wu Liuyi gasped loudly, blood dripping onto the ground, and in a short period of time, his feet were already crimson. You're quite a man. The man in black said in praise before shaking his head slightly and said slowly, I can keep you alive. I'll give you a chance to join the organization. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Baodao's eyes changed when he looked at the man in black. By now, this man was even trying to compel others. Wang Yuan's expression remained unchanged. He glanced at the man in black not far away, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. The two of them, Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya, quietly listened to the words coming out of the black-clothed man's mouth. The corners of their mouths revealed sneers. Wu Liuyi had fought until now, and half of his life had been lost here. Now, he was still stubbornly standing up, his battle sword not coming off. This already represented his determination. These words from the man in black sounded laughable. Chen Shi's eyes were calm as he looked towards the shaky Wu Liuyi, his trembling arm holding the battle sword, and the crimson red at his feet. In his eyes, Wu Liuyi was like a mountain that would not fall. Let the wind blow and the rain beat him, he would not be shaken in the slightest. Standing in front of the crowd, he blocked the Martial General Third Realm's attacks over and over again. Wu Liuyi narrowed his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood, his chest heaving as his swaying figure gradually stopped and his figure straightened. Raising his eyes, he looked at the trio of black-clothed men in front of him. Do you think I'm a bunch of rats like you? Old me is a soldier. From the day I put on these clothes, I never wanted to be a rat. Now you actually want me to join you guys? I'll be damned, I bought a watch last year. With the last sentence, Wu Liuyi shouted out, his straight body erupting with a powerful battle intent. An iffy aura coalesced behind him. As soon as this aura appeared, it pressed towards the three people in front of him. Very good. A smile gradually surfaced on the black-clothed man's face as he listened to these words from Wu Liuyi. The gaze towards Wu Liuyi gradually turned cold. And then he snorted, wait for me to dig out your heart and see if your heart is as hard as your mouth. After saying that, his eyes changed, and the battle knife in his palm violently flipped, and a blade aura instantly chopped towards Wu Liuyi. Be careful. Su Xingyuan's several people were startled. Strength erupted and they all shot out in unison, wanting to block this move of the man in black. But the moment they just moved, Wu Liuyi's voice suddenly rang out. Back off. A powerful force once again erupted from his already shaky body. The battle sword was stained with blood, the earth element converged once again, and the battle master armor was dyed red. His body flashed, heading straight for the man in black. Squad leader. Su Xingyuan shouted, thunder flare, wanting to strike, but two figures blocked in front of several people. Martial Soldier 6. The four of them hurriedly shot out to fend them off. In the distance, Chen Shi looked at Wu Liuyi's life-threatening movements, and his killing intent suddenly rose up. The qi and blood of his entire body was like a great river churning at this moment, and his aura was absorbed crazily. The SSS grade talent completely revealed its power at this moment. After a short recovery, Chen Shi recovered most of his consumed spiritual energy. The SSS talent would not only enhance the speed of cultivation, but the speed of recovery would also be enhanced. The aura was absorbed frantically, and the spiritual energy was extracted. Qi and blood followed the arm, gradually converging. Within moments, an exceptionally dazzling arrow converged. On the arrow, under the convergence of the three directions, it captured one's heart and sent chills down one's spine. This arrow could pierce through the clouds and split the air. So what if the Martial Soldier 6th Realm? Today, the 4th weight kills the 6th weight. Buzz. When the bowstring was drawn to full string, like a full moon, dazzling to the extreme. Then the fingers were loosened. Sharp air-breaking sounds rang out, and the arrow flew in circles, tracing a twisted trajectory in the air. This arrow, extremely fast, was at Chen Shi's peak. The arrow that flew past cut through the air, leaving a long trail on the ground. The four of them, Su Xingyuan, were struggling to fend off the attack of a Martial Soldier 6th Realm. Fortunately, the other Martial Soldier 6th level did not make a move, but instead looked at Wu Liuyi as well as the man in black with a grave expression. To him, a few Martial Soldier realms were simply not enough for him to make a move, even if there was Chen Shi, a Martial Soldier 4th heavy.
There was a difference of 2 weights between the two. The gap was huge. For geniuses, dying in my hands is considered bad luck for you. That martial soldier 6th realm let out a wild laugh under his breath. The blade slashed out. With this slash, the 4 could not block it. Zhang Ruya roared, pulling Zhang Baichao and blocking in front of her. Thunder exploded around Su Xingyuan as the long spear in his hand pointed forward. Wang Yuan stood on the side of the two people. The blaze reached its peak at this moment. The original red blaze even had a hidden blue flicker at this moment. The 3 of them shot out in unison, wanting to block this move. Zhang Baichao was pulled behind her by Zhang Ruya, which made her eyes change, coldness converged, and several ice swords with flickering light rolled towards the front. Boom! The sword arrives in an instant. The aura of the 6th level of martial soldier realm instantly presses towards the several people. The immense and incomparable force blasts the 4 people out. The man let out a sardonic smile and was about to strike again. But right at this moment, an exceptionally dazzling arrow arrived in an instant. The moment he saw the arrow, an uncontrollable chill instantly invaded his entire body. The scalp tingled, and the soul was lost. The coldness arose from the soles of his feet and then spread throughout his body. He wanted to move, wanted to avoid. But at this moment, one pair of legs could not move. In the next instant, the arrow flew in from his chest and pierced out from his back. On the arrow, a bright red heart was beating continuously, seemingly struggling. In the next second, it exploded, turning into a rain of blood in the sky. This arrow could pierce through the clouds and split the air, and it could also kill 6 people at the 4th level. Chapter 109, 61 of Wu. At the foot of Mount Wuyuan, a cordon was drawn up. Passing through was prohibited. A team of people looked serious, exuding a lingering aura. The eyes were firm. In the distance, a silhouette was sweeping in at an extremely fast speed. Close hunting, Wu Song looked anxious. Under the outbreak of strength of the martial general 2nd realm, with a single step, he had already swept 100 meters away. However, in an instant, he had already appeared at the foot of Mount Wuyuan. Looking at the figure in the distance, the complexion of the crowd at the foot of the mountain tightened. A man shouted, "Mount Wuyuan is closed, no passage is allowed." Wu Song's figure did not stop. Raising his hand, a document had shot away, poofing into the body of a car. Someone quickly stepped forward, took down the document and opened it. Director of the Jin City Martial Security Bureau, Wu Tsang. Without waiting for him to open his mouth to release him, Wu Song's figure had already disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. On the mountain road in the middle of the night, Wu Song leaped up, like a ghostly silhouette swept through the mountains and headed halfway up the mountainside. Don't let anything happen. As the WSC, he had to prevent any enemies from appearing in the city. He didn't dare to rush to help at will, but when he received the news from Li Feng, he couldn't sit still anymore. The enemy of the martial general Triple Realm. The strongest support sent by the military this time was only at the martial master realm. On top of that, there were only strong people like Li Feng and the others in the 1st and 2nd martial soldier realms. Wanting to leave the martial general Triple Realm with such strength? Impossible. For no reason, the faces of Chun Chi's several people surfaced in his mind. I hope nothing happens to them. The speed increased once again, and the branches of the trees in the mountain snapped, leaving behind an unmistakable path. This is? The 6th level of martial soldier standing beside the man in black caught all of that scene just now in his eyes. His eyes fell on the young figure holding a longbow in the distance. A single arrow killed a martial soldier 6th level. Chen Shi raised his eyes slightly and met the gaze of that martial soldier 6th level realm. The corners of his lips lifted slightly, revealing a smirk. The battle spirit was high. After learning to transform arrows, the power of the cloud-piercing splitting arrow was even stronger. Battling across 2 stages was easy and breezy. This scene straightaway stunned Wang Yuan as well as Zhang Baichao, both of whom froze in shock, and their gazes were filled with shock as they turned back to look at Chen Shi. Zhang Baichao opened his mouth and tried to say something, but when he looked at Chen Shi's calm eyes, the words in his throat seemed to be unable to come out. All that was left was a huge doubt floating in his mind. Is he really an E-level talent? Zhang Ruya's eyes were filled with light as he looked at Chen Shi, who was standing in the distance, and smiled brightly. He had already gotten used to Chen Shi's unusual abilities. Unlike any of the bowman talents he had seen, it seemed that the archer talent had a more concrete manifestation in Chen Shi's body. Su Xingyuan was surrounded by threads of thunder, and thunder symbols flashed at the bottom of his eyes. Glancing deeply at Chen Shi, the corners of his mouth tugged as he did not speak. Chen Shi and the remaining martial soldier 6th level gazed at each other, revealing a smirk as his originally calm eyes gradually turned cold. Clang! The battle sword came off and stuck into the concrete pillar, half of the blade shaking. With a thud, Wu Liuyi smashed into the concrete pillar. A mouthful of blood spurted out. With you being a martial master, you also presume to block me? The aura of the martial general Triple Realm filled the air as the man in black slowly walked towards Wu Liuyi. The sound of breaking air rang out as an unusually dazzling arrow flew in. Clang! The blade light flashed, and the arrow coalesced from the three was like a physical object, and under the collision, sparks spattered. Su Xingyuan's 4 people moved in unison and stood in front of Wu Liuyi. At this moment, Wu Liuyi could no longer even move his fingers. An arm had already disappeared, and a wound on his stomach had almost severed his entire person. The internal organs in his abdomen were exposed. The blood that was originally flowing had now turned into dots of blood dripping down. The blood in his body had almost dried up. Blocking Chen Shi's arrow, the man in black raised his eyes to look at Chen Shi with a hint of surprise in his gaze. Killing the 6th level with a single arrow, this scene was not unseen by him. An archer talent could actually cross the ranks. After giving Chen Shi a deep look, he dropped his gaze onto the 4 Su Xingyuan people in front of him. His eyes were filled with teasing. What, you few little rats still presume to block me? Kill a few of them. Su Xingyu several people did not reply, but the firm look on their faces had already made a reply. The man in black was also unwilling to say more, and raised his hand. The only remaining martial soldier 6th realm moved in a split second. A lingering aura pressed straight down on the several people, and a long knife suddenly appeared in his hand. The man in black slowly stepped forward, ignoring the 4 Su Xingyuan. On the blade of the combat knife in his hand, blood dripped down and splattered the dust. Wu Liuyi reluctantly opened his eyes and silently looked at the black-clothed man who was slowly stepping forward. Now, let me see if your head is as hard as your mouth. The man in black stood still, condescendingly looking down on the almost inhumanly shaped Wu Liuyi with a sneer in his tone. Wu Liuyi opened his mouth, his voice weak and inaudible. But in those eyes, there was still a firmness that hadn't changed in the slightest, as well as disdain. Very good. The man in black laughed morosely, and the light of the knife went straight to Wu Liuyi's throat. Whoosh! The arrow flashed like a ghost, tearing through the air and erupting with rolling killing intent. The man in black raised his hand and blocked the arrow again, raising his head violently. With a maniacal laugh, you little mouse is really looking for death. Then I will kill you first. With those words, his figure suddenly disappeared. Chen Shi's pupils shrank, and his amber-colored eyes were filled with surprise. The strength of the martial general Triple Realm was already too much beyond himself. Facing the man in black, he definitely had no chance of winning. Under the talent technique, the black-clothed man's figure was captured by him, and the arrow swept by like streams of light. The figure flashed and swept towards the outside. Haha, want to escape now? Too late. The man in black let out a fierce laugh, erupting with a rolling aura and instantly disappearing in place. Su Xingyuan's face changed as he saw the figure of the man in black chasing after Chen Shi. Chen Shi was only the 4th level of a martial soldier. But the man in black had already reached the 3rd level of a martial general. The gap between the two was too great, and Chen Shi was simply no match. He wanted to draw back and go after him, but the 6th weight of the martial soldier enemy right in front of him was already pressing him to the point where he could barely breathe. Just as the 4 of them were struggling to resist, from outside the abandoned building, a stream of lingering arrows seemed to cross time and space. It roughly shattered the building's walls before penetrating the man's throat in the blink of an eye. Chen Shi. The 4 looked at the enemy who had been killed by an arrow in front of them and turned their heads in unison to look. Chen Shi's figure had already disappeared. Squad leader. Su Xingyuan came back to his senses and quickly walked towards Wu Liuyi, who had collapsed in front of the concrete pillar. Reaching out, he picked up Wu Liuyi's body, which had almost drained of blood, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Zhang Ruya's 3 people glanced at each other. Wang Yuan spoke out, "You guys go and check on him, I'll go and find Chen Shi." With those words, he disappeared into thin air. In the corner of the building, Zhang Peng had long been frozen in place with shock. His jaw dropped. The strength of Su Xingyuan's few people had completely made him feel what it meant to be a genius. What made him feel even more shocked was the youth with a longbow in his hand and wearing black armor. Ref. Subterranean Dragon Academy. These 3 words inexplicably echoed in his ears. Chapter 110 Skywolf Hunting Group.
The mountain wind whistled, blowing Chun-Chi's hair. In the mountains of Mount Wuyuan, two figures were in front of and behind each other. Humph! An arrow grazed the black-clothed man's ear, leaving behind traces of blood. This caused his complexion to turn cold, the killing intent in his eyes almost turning into substance as he raised his hand and a blade shot out. The trees exploded and went straight behind Chen-Chi in front of him. Feeling the rolling killing intent coming from behind him, Chen-Chi's body tightened, and in an instant, he turned back, and two arrows had already coalesced, and then headed straight for the blade awnings. Under the night, the blade awn and the arrows collided, and a shockwave exploded. It crushed the trees and sent wooden leaves flying. Gotcha! It was in this instant that the figure of the man in black swept out 100 meters, and the distance between the two was already only a few dozen meters. On the battle sword, the blade burst out. Rolling killing intent blasted and chopped at Chun-Chi. In a short period of time, the two of them had raced hundreds of meters. Chen-Chi's strength at the fourth level of the martial soldier realm was weak before the man in black. If it wasn't for the arrows constantly flying from his hands, at this moment, he was afraid that he would have already been beheaded on the spot by the man in black. A huge blade on turned into substance, flashing with cold light. It instantly chipped away the trees in front of him. Chen-Chi! Right at this moment of life and death, a furious cry rang out. Wu Tsong's figure appeared, grabbing Chen-Chi and swept aside. Boom! The blade blasted in front of him, emitting a loud sound as the trees and rocks turned into pieces. Wu Tsong! The man in black raised his eyes and looked towards the figure standing beside Chen-Chi. Chen-Chi, is everything alright? Glancing at the man in black, Wu Tsang asked with concern, turning his head to look at Chen-Chi beside him. It's fine. Chen-Chi shook his head. In a short period of time, he had almost brushed with death several times. Seeing that Chen-Chi was fine, Wu Tsong lowered his heart. You seek death. The man in black stood on top of a tree stump that had only half of it cut off by the blade. The moment he saw Wu Tsong appear, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the originally strong aura on his body rose a few points again at the moment. The battle sword was held diagonally in the palm of his hand, and he spoke with a light smile. Wu Tsong, you should have come a little later. After saying that, he swept a glance at Chun-Chi beside Wu Tsong. So your name is Chun-Chi. If I didn't behead you today, I counted your life as lucky. Wu Tsong stared. He was a second-level martial general, while the man in black in front of him was a third-level martial general. It was a miracle that Chun-Chi could survive under such a strong man. The man in black lifted the battle sword in his hand and pointed it at both Chen-Chi and Wu Tsong. Chen-Chi, this time you have a great life, next time, you will definitely not be able to escape. Humph. You still want next time? Wu Tsong took a step out, killing intent in his tone. Today, behead you. The man in black had a wound on his chest, which meant that he had consumed a lot before. Although Wu Tsong was consumed, he was not injured. With this calculation, the strength of the two men actually belonged in the same realm. Humph, behead you. The black-clothed man's words just fell, his body's aura rose violently, and then when he raised his hand, he chopped out a sword. Wu Tsong's body tightened as he met this blade. However, the moment his figure just moved, the man in black turned around and fled. This scene, straight away, Chen-Chi froze. Is this so realistic? Grass. What did you just do with that look? Wu Tsong was also slightly stunned by the man in black's action of turning around and fleeing, but then reacted. Glancing back at Chen-Chi, be careful yourself. After saying that, his figure disappeared from its original position and chased after the man in black. Chen-Chi took a deep breath as his aura continued to converge. He had to hurry to recover before he could do so. He then took out the chi and blood dan on his body and swallowed it in one gulp. All of the major thoroughfares in Jin City were manned this evening. The hunting group was also asked to cooperate with tonight's operation. In Jin City, there were a total of 8 hunting troops, of which the Skywolf hunting troop that Li Inian was a part of was the largest in Jin City. At a key road 13 kilometers away from Wuyuan Mountain, people from the Skywolf hunting group were stationed here. Li Inian did not appear here. The hunting regiment was only cooperating and was not subject to the deployment of the WSC. This is a bit of a big deal tonight. It's indeed quite big. I heard that Wuyuan Mountain has closed the road to anyone, and there are still sounds of fighting on Wuyuan Mountain. Good lord, what is it this time? Can't it be that it's digging into the nest of the group of rats in the order? Ha, that's unknown. I just want to never have anyone come toward us and paddle through the night. More than 20 people came together, chatting lazily. In front of them, several cases of white wine were placed, eating meat and drinking.
It was so enjoyable.
The main road they were stationed on was the main road leading to the Wuyuan mountain range. That group of people from the Wushu Security Bureau are still really fed up. They don't even let people rest properly in the middle of the night, and I've got a ING appointment to relax and unwind tonight.
What? You kid has another appointment with your favorite, technician number 88? Someone spoke out to tease.
You know what the 88th can be too strong, that fine waisted twist, you.
Guarantee you kid a minute to surrender.
If you say so, then I really want to try it. A group of people chatting lazily, suddenly a person's phone rang.
Li Yanyan's voice rang out, go to the northwest and look for any traces of the enemy. Bring more people and dawdle a little longer.
Yes.
Hearing Li Yanyan's words, the man's expression froze, and then he seemed to understand what Li Yanyan meant. He left with most of the people.
Before leaving, that person looked at the remaining group of people, thought for a moment, and chided, if there's something going on, if there's nothing going on, just ing go around and sneak around, grass, don't guard here.
The crowd looked at me and I at you, and instantly understood.
This means that there is an enemy coming, and I'm afraid the strength is not weak.
The crowd instantly dispersed towards the surroundings, and in an instant it was empty. Wu Song, do you really want to die?
The man in black gasped. One arm had already disappeared, and at his chest, a long wound with blood flowing. Wu Song wasn't doing well at the moment either, carrying injuries on his body.
You can't escape.
Wu Sang said in a cold voice. The two of them exchanged blows again. Between the flashes of their bodies, Wu Sang's body retreated and the man in black sprayed out a mouthful of blood.
Wu Song was a madman.
It was as if he didn't want to die, sparing the risk of losing an arm to leave a wound on him. In a short period of time, the two of them had once again sustained several more wounds. At this moment, both of them had almost reached the point where they were tired of their strength.
Wu Song, I will behead you.
The man in black shouted angrily, and the battle sword in his hand turned into a stream of light that instantly flew out of his hand and flew towards Wu Song. He then turned around and fled.
Not far ahead was the main road stationed by the Skywolf hunting group. You can't escape.
Dodging the black-clothed man's off-handed slash, Wu Song laughed out loud. In front of him was the location where Li Yanyan and his hunting group were stationed.
As the largest hunting group in Jin City, the strength of the Skywolf hunting group was not weak.
The man in black was at the point of exhaustion at the moment. Even if a martial soldier realm made a move, it could have killed him.
As long as the people from the Skywolf hunting group made a move, the man in black would definitely not be able to escape.
While the two were chasing, in the distance, a figure in black armor was continuously sweeping in. The black hood was blowing and hunting, and a pair of calm eyes turned into amber color.
In his hand, a longbow was held tightly. Chapter 111. I am Wu Song, stop him. Wu Song's voice echoed under the entire night sky.
The black-clothed man's speed did not decrease, and with coldness in his eyes, he sped towards the main road where the Skywolf hunting group was stationed. As long as he was allowed to enter the Wuyuan mountain range, it would be absolutely impossible for that Wu Song to catch up with him. Next time, he would definitely behead Wu Song. There was also that youth with a longbow in his hand.
Chen Qi's talent was terrifying even to him. How had a bowman talent ever been this lethal anymore? Void condensing arrow.
It reminded him of Zhang Zisheng, who was once called the god of arrows in the country of Huaxia decades ago.
Are we stopping it?
Wu Song's voice echoed, and quite a few people from the Skywolf hunting group heard it. A few people looked at each other and asked quietly.
Stop my ass.
One person spoke out, his eyes filled with fear. Someone who can be chased by Wu Song is at least at the martial general realm.
Our group of people who are only in the martial soldier realm go and stop a martial general? Die without even knowing how.
These words completely spoke to the hearts of several other people. Several people nodded their heads in agreement. We want to stop it, but our strength doesn't allow it, so that should be justifiable. Furthermore, we are now searching for enemy traces, and our strength is too low to rush over. Several people were silently listening to the mountain wind that swept through the mountains, and the clattering sound brought up by Wu Song's two men skimming through the trees under the night sky. The speed of the two was extremely fast, and in a few moments they were already close to the main road.
Wu Song's pupil shrunk violently. The Skywolf hunting regiment that was supposed to be stationed here was empty at the moment. Where were the people on the empty main road? Where are the people? Wu Song's complexion was filled with anger.
The man in black laughed maniacally and bellowed under his breath, "Wutsong, you can't stop me.
Next time, I will definitely behead you. Skywolf Hunting Group, roll out and stop him." Wutsong shouted anxiously. The man in black absolutely could not escape. But even if Wutsong shouted as much as he could, the surroundings remained silent. The few people hiding around shrank their heads and looked at the two figures that swept past in front of them, not daring to make a sound.
Grass! Wutsong cursed, seeing that the men were about to pass through the main road and enter the Woyuan mountain range. He couldn't hold back any longer. Throwing the battle sword in his hand violently forward. Boom! The trees in front of him were cut off at the waist, and the terrifying power wrapped in the battle knife roughly tore apart everything in front of him. It went straight towards the man in black. Noticing the aura behind him, the man in black was anxious. At this moment, he was also at the end of his strength. A body's strength was only left at the martial realm. The original chi and blood that was like a river was close to drying up at this moment. Lifting up the little strength left in his body, he flashed to the side. The battle sword grazed the body and flew past, splitting a few thick trees before crashing to the ground. The distance between the two was rapidly approaching. Wutsang also put up a fight at this moment, striking without defense, fighting for his life. He was bound to leave the man in black behind. A few people hiding in the distance quietly poked their heads out and looked at the two Wutsang. Out or not? Make a move, you make a move, I'm afraid of being slapped to death. Forget it then. A few people were once again hidden. One person turned his head violently and looked towards the mountains in the distance. There seemed to be a figure appearing there, flickering away. "Ha, Wutsang, you can't keep me." The man in black blasted out a fist, blood flowing out of his mouth as he laughed out maniacally. Wutsang's body couldn't stop retreating and the man in black took this opportunity to turn around and flee. The martial origin mountain range was a step away. Wutsang was in a great hurry in his heart and cursed with red eyes, "Skywolf Hunting Group, I will definitely finish you off." He was also at the end of his rope after the battle just now. He could only watch as the man in black headed towards the Woyuan mountain range. Just as the man in black laughed maniacally, Wutsang felt that the man in black had escaped today. Under the dark night sky in the distance, an unusually dazzling stream of light instantly lit up. The sharp air-breaking sound was exceptionally piercing in the silent mountains. Boom! In front of the arrow, spiritual energy, chi and blood as well as aura converged, erupting with terrifying power. The arrow was like a meteor that cut through the quiet air between the mountains, so fast that it was almost impossible to capture. Streams of light flashed by, instantly penetrating the dense woods, accompanied by deafening gas explosions. The trees shattered in response, and wood shavings splattered in all directions. A path was destroyed, and a straight path was opened up in the mountains and forests in a raw manner. Tree trunks collapsed one after another, branches and leaves flew about in a messy manner, and the entire path was cleared cleanly. Only the dazzling stream of light was left cutting through. The sudden appearance of the arrow caused the faces of everyone present to change in unison. A few people hiding in the mountains were instantly petrified of the presence when they saw the terrifying power that erupted from the arrow. Which strong person was this again? Wutsang violently turned his head and looked towards the arrow that was flying from the distance, and a light abruptly burst out from his eyes. In the next instant, he laughed out maniacally. "Shen Qi." The two words echoed continuously in the mountains under the night sky. Wutsang's tone was one of uncontrollable excitement and thrill. Ahead, the man in black tightened his body and looked back. An unusually dazzling arrow exuded a terrifying killing intent. His scalp went numb, and his entire body felt like it was being stared at by a terrifying foreign beast. The entire person's speed was abruptly reduced. Before his eyes, the martial origin mountain range was close at hand. As long as he took a few steps forward, he could enter it. But the arrows that suddenly appeared arrived in the blink of an eye. Already at the end of his strength, he had long been unable to dodge. The arrow penetrated his body, and the powerful force carried his body flying. It nailed him to the trees of the martial origin mountain range. Ding! In his arms, a transparent crystal fell. Looking at the path between the mountains that was roughly torn open by the arrow, the few people hidden in the shadows were petrified present. Dumbstruck. Ai Chow. Bowman. Strong with a longbow? Gulp, one person swallowed his saliva and muttered in shock, "This is too damn exaggerated. Who the hell is this?" In the gazes of several people in shock, in the distance, a black figure quickly swept in. It stomped violently on the broken tree stump.
The tree stump creaked and was about to crumble in the next instant. The black figure appeared dozens of meters away in the next instant before the tree stump from earlier exploded with a bang. Big brother Wu Song. Chen Shi's voice rang out. Quickly approaching. A few people in the dark looked at Chen Shi's young face and their eyes widened. So young. Couldn't it be that it was some martial arts university's heavenly pride? Wu Song sat paralyzed on the ground, looking at the approaching Chen Shi as a smile appeared on his face. Laughing out loud, brother Chen Shi, well done. Helping Wu Song up, Chen Shi surveyed the injuries on Wu Song's body. He then took out 2 chi blood pills. Wu Song did not refuse and swallowed them with an open mouth. If you hadn't suddenly made a move, you would have really let him escape. Looking at the man in black who was nailed to a tree in the distance, Wu Song said with a sigh. His tone was full of celebration. It was fortunate that Chen Shi had come, otherwise he would definitely not be able to catch up with the man in black in his state. It's fine. Chen Shi shook his head slightly before taking a step out and arriving in front of the man in black. When Chen Shi appeared in front of the man in black still had one breath left. The gaze that looked at Chen Shi was filled with shock. Opening his mouth, he wanted to say something, but his remaining vitality could no longer support him to utter a single word. There is no next time. Chen Shi's indifferent voice rang out. He then stopped looking at the man in black and bent down to pick up the transparent crystals that had tumbled to the side. This is Chapter 112. Who is the class president you are talking about? It was slightly cool in his hand, and a wisp of red blaze swayed in the transparent crystal. Chen Shi looked at it and did not find any characteristics, so he put it away. In his hand, he carried the body of the man in black. Go back. Glancing at the corpse in Chen Shi's hands, a cold color swept across Wu Song's eyes before he said in a deep voice. Chen Shi nodded slightly. The two of them quickly disappeared in the same place. Only after the silhouettes of the two disappeared did the few people hiding in the distance dare to poke their heads out. A few people stepped out, and one person looked towards the traces on the tree in the distance, walked forward, and reached out to touch it. But in the next instant, his face changed drastically. His figure retreated violently. Blood flowed between his fingers as he looked towards the marks on the tree trunk in front of him, his eyes filled with shock. The arrow had disappeared, but the breath left behind on the arrow had nearly severed his fingers. Hiss. Terrifying. The remaining few people took a look at the man's bloodied finger, and in just an instant, the finger already had only a bit of skin left hanging on it. Just a wisp of breath left behind had managed to injure him as a martial soldier first realm. A few people stared with wide eyes and swallowed almost simultaneously, taking a few steps back once again. Turning around to look, the traces left behind by the arrows whirling around were clear and unmistakable. It was as if a disaster had occurred. An arrow piercing through the clouds and cracking the sky was more than just words. Chen Shi was only at the 4th level of the martial soldier realm right now, and the arrows he shot were already so terrifying. If he waited for him to get stronger, what kind of scene would that be? An arrow destroying a city? Or an arrow cracking the sky? How's it going? The two of them, Wu Song and Chen Shi, appeared and looked at Wu Liuyi, who had lost one of his shoulders in front of them. The injuries on his chest and stomach had gradually recovered, but Wu Liuyi was still in a coma. The situation is not too good. The person in charge of treatment looked up at the two of them, Chen Shi and Wu Song, with a serious expression. To use the martial master realm to harden a martial general. Such a move was simply madness. The arm had disappeared and turned into pieces. Such an injury was too heavy. The person in charge of treatment continued, the blood in his body has almost dried up, and the fact that he is still alive now is already a miracle in itself. The injuries on the body we can deal with, but the problem of the blood drying up in the body can't be solved. As the words fell, the faces of Wu Song and Chen Shi both sank. The faces of the two Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya, who stood to the side, were ugly. Su Xingyuan thought for a moment and asked, "Can martial sex solve this problem?" The person in charge of treatment looked at Su Xingyuan in surprise and shook his head as he replied, "I'm afraid not." Su Xingyuan's face was unsightly, his fists clenched. Zhang Ruya looked at the unconscious Wu Liuyi in front of her, her eyes filled with a complex look. If it wasn't for Wu Liuyi stopping that martial general realm like he didn't want to die, I'm afraid that the group of them would have all been slaughtered. The strength of the martial general realm was not something that the current them could deal with. Wu Song thought for a moment, "You continue to think of a way, I'll go out and make a call." Chen Shi glanced at Wu Liuyi, and with a decision in his heart, he followed Wu Song out the door. Big brother Wu Song, class president. His injuries are not helped by the martial sect. What kind of strong person would have to step in to do it? Chen Shi's voice rang out. Wu Song sighed, his gaze looking into the distance. I don't know, but I will use all I have to save him. After saying that, he squeezed out a smile. I'll make a call first. Chen Shi was silent as he silently walked to the side, took out the phone and dialed Xiang Han's number. Ha, junior brother? Xiang Han glanced at the name on the screen and was somewhat surprised. It's hard to believe that he couldn't resist the blows from that group of geniuses and came to cry. He smiled and picked up the phone. Just the first sentence made him freeze. Senior brother, class president, he's seriously injured. Chen Shi's voice rang out. Xiang Han's brows furrowed, he didn't even react for a moment and couldn't help but ask, who is the squad leader you're talking about? Wu Liuyi. Hearing this, Xiang Han instantly sat up from the bed and asked in a deep voice, what's the situation? Chen Shi did not hide anything and told the whole story. When he heard that Wu Liuyi had used the strength of a martial master realm to stiffly drag a martial general triple realm, Xiang Han's face became more and more unsightly. The difference in strength between the two was too great, and it was considered a great life for Wu Liuyi if he wasn't beheaded on the spot. The blood in my body is almost drained. Xiang Han frowned, his mind constantly thinking about what kind of things or talents could solve it. Wait for me for a while, he said and hung up the phone. On this end, Chen Shi didn't know if Xiang Han had a solution or not, and could only hope that there would be a way to save Wu Liuyi. Just as he hung up, he heard Wu Song's voice ring out. What bull rules, it's a matter of human life now. Grass. The person on the other end of the phone no longer paid attention to Wu Song's words, and after refusing again, the phone hung up. Chen Shi opened his mouth and instead of coming forward to comfort him, he chose to walk into the house. Inside the house, Zhang Ruoya and Zhang Baichao were both absent, and Chen Shi did not have the heart to care where the two had gone. Su Xingyuan cast an inquiring gaze, and Chen Shi slightly shook his head. Xiang Han had yet to return the call. It was still necessary to wait for news. The door to the room was pushed open again. Zhang Ruoya and Zhang Baichao both returned. The atmosphere in the hospital room was a bit heavy, and Zhang Ruoya had a hint of a smile on her face. The squad leader should be fine. Zhang Baichao raised her head and glanced at the sullen Su Xingyuan across the room, a trace of dissimilarity flashing in the bottom of her eyes. Nodding, she opened her mouth to comfort, it should be fine. Su Xingyuan raised his eyes in surprise and glanced at Zhang Baichao, and the two of them met their gazes in a flash. Wang Yuan and Chen Shi stood together, listening to the comforting words of the two. A trace of complexity flashed under their eyes. Wu Liuyi's injuries were too severe for ordinary things to cure. The phone rang. Hello, senior brother. Chen Shi quickly walked out as Xiang Han's voice rang out. I've just asked, if you want to recover from a situation like Wu Liuyi's, at least a strong person of the martial marquis realm will have to make a move, and the military chief is away for something. We can only consider other methods. I've called Master. After Master knew the situation, he told you not to worry. He knows of someone's family who has something like this. It should be sent soon. Thank you, Master. The heart that had been hanging in the air finally fell. Chen Shi let out a sigh of relief. Xiang Han shook his head on the other end. Wu Liuyi isn't just your squad leader, he's also a member of my beast suppression army. As long as there's hope, I'll definitely find a way. Then again, why did you run to Jincheng? With Wu Liuyi's matter settled, Chen Shi was no longer worried. The two of them briefly chatted for a few moments and then hung up the phone. Wu Song is still on the phone. In Yendu Subterranean Dragon Academy, Zhang Zixing dialed a number. Da. The call was picked up, and before Zhang Zixing could say anything, he was hung up. It was dialed again. It was still hung up. Dialed again, hung up again. Hey, old boy, it's still against you. Instead of dialing again, Zhang Zixing switched to another number. It was still hung up. After repeating a dozen times, the phone was finally picked up. What is it, say? The voice on the other end of the phone showed some irritability and impatience. Zhang Zixing leaned on the sofa, a smile on his face, and said with a laugh, Old Zhang, you're bold now. Chapter 113 Blood Spirit Bead. You didn't hold your farts the moment you called me. The person on the other end of the phone, who was called Old Zhang, said helplessly. He and Zhang Zixing had been comrades in arms fighting together. On the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, the two had been born and died countless times. The relationship between the two had long been indistinguishable. The only thing that made him helpless was Zhang Zixing's shameless nature.
In the previous few decades, the moment he looked for himself, nothing good happened, and 10 years had quietly passed since the last call. Today, 10 years later, receiving Zhang Zixing's call again, it made him unable to resist remembering the decades of pain. Zhang Zixing laughed. "What words this is, I'm looking for you this time for a good thing. Get me a blood spirit pearl." As the words fell, the old Zhang on the other end of the phone was instantly displeased. I knew that you didn't hold your farts looking for me. Opening your mouth is a blood spirit pearl, and you're telling this is a good thing? Listening to old Zhang's voice, Zhang Zixing could almost imagine what kind of scene would be on the other end of the phone and sighed. "Old Zhang, you know about my injuries. Right now, I've fallen to the martial spirit realm, and I'm afraid I'll fall to the martial zone realm after a while. Old Zhang, you don't know, I think of you every day, of our old gang of brothers from before. What kind of bull are you putting on? If you want to die, old me can't even let you die." Old Zhang was dissatisfied with Zhang Zixing's words and couldn't help but say. Zhang Zixing smiled, his tone serious. "Old Zhang, to tell you the truth, I've taken in a student." Whom? Old Zhang's expression froze. "This blood spirit pearl is what I asked for him. Your student's life is also miserable following you, his master is a sickly man, and as a result, he's still in danger following you." Old Zhang spat out a sentence, and then his tone steeply changed. "Can it be that there are other people from the world family who have taken action against your student? They wouldn't dare, at least not right now." Zhang Zixing continued, "My student is fine. He isn't in any danger either. This blood spirit pearl is what I used to save the others." Save who? Old Zhang narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of seriousness in his tone. "A martial master realm." Zhang Zixing did not hide anything and directly told the whole story. The fact that Chen Shi did not call him, but rather Xiang Han called, proved that Chen Shi did not want to trouble himself at all. It might have also known about his situation from the group of people from the worldly family as well as others. Even though it was Xiang Han who called, Zhang Zixing had already understood the whole story clearly. The blood spirit pearl was not considered a particularly valuable item, but it was important to certain people. For example, the old Zhang across the street had failed to make a breakthrough, resulting in damage to his qi and blood, and needed the blood spirit pearls to nourish his body. One blood spirit bead was enough to nourish him for half a year. After decades of time and exhausting many resources, he had only recovered to about 60% by now. After hearing Zhang Zixing's words, old Zhang nodded. "It seems that this student means a lot to you." Zhang Zixing smiled. "It has long been no secret that my strength has fallen, so many years have passed. Too many people covet what I have in my hands. This kid has a high level of enlightenment, and his mental strength is otherworldly. I suspect he may have a dual talent of archery talent and mental power. Just like the one you took in before called Xiang Han?" Old Zhang was surprised. Dual talents were rare, and it was with this talent that Xiang Han hardened his strength to the martial zone realm with his A-rank talent. It was even a bit more powerful than an S-rank talent. Zhang Zixing nodded slightly, his pair of eyes filled with light in the room where no lights were turned on. "Well, that's what I suspected. That would be interesting." Old Zhang's tone carried a hint of surprise. "When will you let me meet this little guy?" "There's no rush." "Alright, but speaking of which, your research has been going on for decades now, how's the progress?" Old Zhang didn't force the issue and silently made a note of it before shifting the topic. Zhang Zixing's gaze fell on the information scattered on the table not far away, and he said in a slow voice, "There are some eyebrows. It still needs to be verified to know." "What about that matter?" Old Zhang suddenly shifted the topic. Sitting on the sofa, Zhang Zixing's eyes changed slightly, sitting slightly straighter as his martial spirit realm aura flickered. "Some people have already been found out, but it's not enough." Old Zhang spoke with a tone of compromise and helplessness. "It's enough to find out that one or two, it's not good to keep investigating. You've already offended too many people in these decades because of your research and that incident. Those old brothers from before, some are in the battlefield of the 10,000 races, and some are already estranged from us. You should know what these represent." By the end of his speech, old Zhang's voice was also already tired that he couldn't hide. He and Zhang Zixing had come out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and he really didn't want to see Zhang Zixing end up in a bad situation. He was already at the martial spirit realm, so what could he do if he fell further, even if he found out? Zhang Zixing's eyes were filled with a cold light as he slowly said, "Could Han Hai have died in such an unexplained manner?" After saying that, he no longer continued the topic. "Send the blood spirit pearl as soon as possible." "All right." Old Zhang nodded slightly. The phone hung up. Zhang Zixing murmured softly, Han Hai, don't worry, I will definitely not let you die for no reason.
Traitors? They really do whatever it takes for the sake of the end. Even such a crime has to be forced onto your body. Really, so soon?
Zhang Ruya's phone rang. Listening to the voice on the other end of the phone, his eyes filled with light.
Chen Qi, Xing Yuan, the class president is saved.
As the phone hung up, Zhang Ruya quickly stepped into the house and excitedly said to both Chen Qi and Su Xingyuan.
The people in the house looked up, their gazes landing on Zhang Ruya.
Without waiting for Chen Qi to speak, Xiang Han called. Ha, junior brother, the item is on its way to be delivered, it will be delivered today. Chen Qi's eyes lit up as he said excitedly, thank you, senior brother. Without letting them wait for long, someone hurriedly came.
A man in military uniform pushed the door open.
His eyes swept the crowd in the room, and when he saw Chen Qi, a smile appeared on his face. After explaining the purpose of his visit, he took out a blood-red bead. The two of them, Zhang Ruya and Zhang Baichao, instantly understood the blood spirit bead the first time they saw it. Both their calls and Chen Qi's calls ended up looking for the same person.
Chen Qi received the blood spirit bead and gently placed it into Wu Liui's mouth.
In just a short period of time, however, Wu Liui's originally bloodless face had gradually taken on a blood color. The blood spirit bead was specialized in nourishing qi and blood, and in Wu Liui's case, it was most suitable. The crowd immediately let go of their hearts. Seeing Wu Liui's face gradually regaining its color, Wu Zan let out a sigh of relief. Although he was the director of the Jin City Security Bureau, he was too weak for some people.
Not strong enough, too low level.
After a phone call, there was no gain. Fortunately, the two of them, Chen Qi and Zhang Ruya, were looking for someone useful. The man in military uniform nodded slightly to Chen Qi and the others and turned to leave.
Chapter 114 Beasts walk alone, cows and sheep flock together. Thanks.
The two of them, Su Xingyuan and Zhang Baitao, walked at the end.
Wu Liui's situation had already improved, and Su Xingyuan's hanging heart gradually relaxed.
As the two walked together, Su Xingyuan softly spoke. Zhang Baichao tilted her head to look, just in time to meet Su Xingyuan's eyes.
Poof. She arrogantly hummed lightly, what's the point of thanking me? It's not like I did anything.
That was Chen Qi who made the call.
Su Xingyuan smiled, I've already asked Zhang Ruya.
He made the call, Chen Qi also made the call, even though it was sent by the military, but a little bit of careful thought will tell you.
I didn't say anything, this is all your own guess.
Zhang Baichao said with a smile in her eyes, laughing.
Thanks, little peach. Su Xingyuan said again.
Zhang Baichao was slightly stunned, her cheeks slightly red, rolled her eyes, and said with a stern face, what do you call little peach, you should call me sister. Su Xingyuan laughed, ignoring Zhang Baichao's words, but continued, little peach, do you think the class president he can recover? Zhang Baichao nodded her head, affected by Su Xingyuan's emotions, it will, with the blood spirit bead's nourishment, with his strength in the martial master realm, it is estimated that it will only be a week before he recovers. It's just that he's missing an arm, this path of martial arts can only stop here. Su Xingyuan let out a light sigh, looked at the three Chen Qi in front of him, and said softly, the three of us came out of the military.
I can tell that old Zhang is different from us.
Zhang Baichao softly hummed and quietly listened.
Little peach, do you have any wishes? Su Xingyuan suddenly asked.
Zhang Baitao froze, thought for a moment, and shook her head, there is no wish.
Her upbringing since childhood was different from Su Xingyuan, Chen Qi, Wang Yuan and the others. Never lacking anything.
The tutelage was even stricter, never having any other ideas. In her life, there was only one purpose, to become stronger.
Go to war.
Standing in their family, everyone had to go to war, regardless of gender. Even Zhang Baitao was educated from a young age to go to war, and Zhang Ruya was sent to the army with the purpose of exercising Zhang Ruya.
Being a boy, the need to take on would be a bit more.
Su Xingyuan nodded and smiled freely, let's go, it's time to return to the Subterranean Dragon Academy. After saying that, he quickly caught up with Chen Qi's trio, and the few people let out vocal laughter. Zhang Baichao looked at the backs of the several people and muttered softly under her breath, little peach. After she finished speaking, she herself couldn't help but laugh out. This title was only at home when Grandpa would call himself this way. She didn't expect that Su Xingyuan would dare to call herself this. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise, seems to sound pretty good.
Submit the mission.
Chen Qi's few people returned to the Subterranean Dragon Academy, and the first thing they did was to go to the hall where they received their quests and submit them. When Chen Shi submitted the number of enemies to be killed for the mission as well as their respective strengths to the person in charge in front of him, the person in charge swept a glance and was immediately stunned. 32 enemies killed, 6 at the 9th Martial Realm, 15 at the 1st Martial Soldier Realm, 6 at the 3rd Martial Soldier Realm, 3 at the 4th Martial Soldier Realm, and 2 at the 6th Martial Soldier Realm. Eyes fell on Chen Shi's several people, Chen Shi and his group. Other than Chen Shi, who was in the Martial Soldier 4th Heavy Realm, the rest of them had not even broken through to the Martial Soldier Realm yet. With such a team, they were actually able to accomplish such a mission achievement? Wasn't this a bit too outrageous? Glancing at the several people once again, he opened his mouth and said, "The annihilation of the enemy mission is confirmed to be completed. 10 points for one person in the 9th realm of the martial artist, 40 points for the 1st realm of the martial soldier, 100 points for the 3rd realm of the martial soldier, 300 points for the 4th realm, and 500 points for the 6th realm. Total points gained, 3,106. Wang Yuan shook his head. "Shen Shi, I didn't put in much effort in this mission, I don't want that much." As the words fell, Su Xingyuan's several people nodded their heads. Chen Shi looked at the several people and thought for a moment, so he said, "Let's give you 400 points then. 400 for each of you, and the rest will be given to me." Su Xingyuan nodded, and the two of them, Zhang Ruya and Zhang Baichao, would not refuse. Wang Yuan's eyes were even filled with a bright light. This was the first time Wang Yuan had gotten so many points. Everyone in the Subterranean Dragon Academy only had a low of 100 points per month, and as their strength increased, they wanted to use 100 points to complete their breakthrough cultivation. It was not enough. This was forcing everyone to figure out how to get more Dragon Academy points on their own. 400 each, a total of 1,600 points. Chen Shi alone took 1,560 Dragon Academy points. With the points in hand, Chen Shi did not delay and went straight to the Dragon Academy points exchange office. This time, a wave of fat. Separated from a few people, Wang Yuan held 400 points in his hand, and on his face was an uncontrollable smile. "Wang Yuan." Xin Zhang's figure appeared not far away and called out. Wang Yuan looked up at Xin Zhang and ignored him as he walked forward. Xin Zhang accepting the solicitation from the geniuses of the world family meant that the concepts that the two of them fit together at the very beginning had changed. He was unwilling to be solicited, while Xin Zhang agreed. "Wang Yuan, I just heard that you guys got quite a few points from this mission." Xin Zhang seemed to have not seen the look on Wang Yuan's face. He reached out his hand to lightly pat Wang Yuan's shoulder, but was slightly staggered by Wang Yuan's figure and dodged it. "What do you want to say?" Wang Yuan looked at Xin Zhang in front of him. At this moment, he no longer had a look like he had been suppressed before, and his whole person appeared to be very refreshed and full of vigor. The detachment in Wang Yuan's tone, Xin Zhang looked a little embarrassed, which passed in a flash. "Wang Yuan, I know that you are dissatisfied with me accepting the solicitation of the world family. Both you and I are from commoners, there are too many geniuses in the Subterranean Dragon Academy. You and I are not weak in terms of talent, even better than some of the people from the worldly family. S-class talent, even in the Subterranean Dragon Academy, is not bad. I just want to become stronger, I want resources. Even if I accept the solicitation of the worldly family, I am willing." Wang Yuan laughed coldly, "But how do I remember that someone once said that he or she would never accept solicitations from a worldly family?" "Xin Zhang, you are actually not upset that you accepted the solicitation. You are right, everyone has different choices. You chose to be solicited, I chose to refuse." Listening to the detachment in Wang Yuan's words, Xin Zhang shook his head slightly. "Wang Yuan, what's wrong with accepting the solicitation? You can successfully complete the mission this time, but what about the next time? What about the next time?" Speaking here, he paused, "You'd better stay away from Chen Shi and the others. They can get the mission this time, but not the next time." Wang Yuan narrowed his eyes and sneered. "What? Is it hard to believe that they can still cover the sky with just their hands?" Xin Zhang smiled and said meaningfully, "You will know." Wang Yuan looked at Xin Zhang indifferently and lifted his foot forward. "Xin Zhang, you can't blend in with them. From the moment you chose to be recruited, you have lost the enterprising spirit of a martial artist. You and I are not on the same path anymore, you choose your lineage." A few words fell on Xin Zhang's ears, his fists clenched and his eyes filled with essence. Loudly, he said, "Wang Yuan, your choice must be wrong." Wang Yuan's footsteps did not stop. Fierce beasts walk alone, cattle and sheep flock together. Chapter 115 Stormy Weather. Are you telling the truth? The aura of the martial zone realm suddenly erupted, and the furniture in the living room instantly turned into pieces.
Li Yinyan's tone was filled with coldness. The voice on the other end of the phone rang. Well, Li Yinyan, isn't it shocking?
The person laughed lightly and said again, there is another thing that will shock you even more.
Speak. Ha, Li Yinyan, are you sure you dare to make a move after I say it?
The person on the other end of the phone smiled brightly, his tone carrying compulsion.
Li Yinyan narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. You know about your son's death, but do you know who the person who made the move behind you is? And do you know who suppressed this matter?
Li Yinyan, the martial zone realm isn't strong, Jin City is too small, if you want to take revenge, the only way is to join us.
Li Yinyan laughed coldly. Join the order. He will not agree, he wants to take revenge, but he is not stupid. What the order stood for, he knew better than anyone else. Looks like you don't believe it?
The person on the other end of the phone said indifferently, this matter has the involvement of the martial zone realm, as well as the martial spirit realm, and the martial marquee realm.
Are you sure that with your current strength, you can take revenge? Impossible. Li Yinyan blurted out. Although Li Ji had an arrogant and domineering personality, he was definitely not stupid. The strength of the martial realm to anger a martial zone, martial spirit, or even a martial marquis? There was no way Li Ji could be that stupid. Moreover, he simply couldn't come into contact with such a strong person. Even if it was him, the strongest person he had come into contact with was only at the martial spirit realm. Although your son didn't directly anger, there is such a strong person standing behind the one who killed your son. Join us and I'll give you a chance for revenge. Li Yinyan, this is the last chance I'm giving you, join and you'll be able to take revenge. If you choose to refuse again, your son's death you'll never again know exactly who made the move. The tone on the other end of the phone changed abruptly. Li Yinyan's complexion changed slightly. Several possibilities instantly surfaced in his mind. Could it be that Li Ji had messed with someone from the world family? But on second thought, he felt that it was impossible. It was absolutely impossible for that group of people from the worldly family to appear in the recruits. But if it wasn't the people from the worldly family, then who could it be? Alright, I'm in. Tell me who that person really is. Li Yinyan was silent for a long time before he finally nodded his head and agreed. Ha, wise choice. Li Yinyan agreed to join, and the person on the other end of the phone showed great satisfaction as he slowly spoke out a name. Chen Qi. Chen Qi? Li Yinyan searched his mind for a while, not having the slightest memory of this name. Do you still remember the time you helped your son force a student to drop out of school? The voice on the other end of the phone rang again. Upon hearing these words, something that was almost all but forgotten by himself suddenly surfaced in Li Yinyan's mind. Sitting on the sofa within the principal's office, beside him was the slightly bowing appearance of the second martial high school principal, He Yangyuan. And in front of him, a teenager with torn clothes and several bruises on his body. A pair of eyes were unusually calm. It seemed to have completely died. It's him? Li Yinyan narrowed his eyes. How could he not expect the person who killed his son to be this teenager? He then wanted to have someone go and find out Chen Qi. I advise you not to act rashly. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to have guessed Li Yinyan's action and spoke out, although Chen Qi's strength is not strong. But there are strong people standing behind him. Moreover, he is also not in Jin City at all right now, you can't move him. Li Yinyan gritted his teeth and said, I will kill him even if I have to fight for my life. Alright, stop pretending, I know very well what kind of person you are. Li Yinyan's teeth-clenching voice fell on the man's ears, causing him to stifle a laugh. The corners of his lips hooked into a smile, a sneer hanging at the corner of his mouth. You're not the type of person to be overwhelmed by anger, so don't put on a show for me. After saying that, ignoring what Li Yinyan thought, he instead said directly, if you want to take revenge, you have to make Chen Qi appear in the outside world. I will step in for this, but you need to reflect your value to do so. Good. Joining the order, Li Yinyan no longer refused. Dryly agreeing. Wait for the news. The phone hung up. In Li Yinyan's mind, those unusually calm eyes made him narrow his eyes. Although the order's people would make a move, he didn't know how. He didn't like to pin his hopes on others, and he still had to rely on himself for revenge. Although there were strong people standing behind Chen Qi, his family did not. He would not strike directly at Chen Qi's family, he would torture them little by little. A group of the lowest commoners. He wanted to pinch them to death as if he was pinching an ant. Picking up the phone,
he chose the phone number of the second Marshall High School principal He Young Yuan and dialed it.
The families were divided into Li, Wang, Zhang, Yi, Zhao, Yang, Zhang, and Chen. Li family.
Curls of tea scent drifted in the air. Li Zhangping, who had a head full of black hair, sat in the main seat, his deep eyes revealing majesty. His eyes skimmed over the people in front of him, and he spoke slowly.
You all know about student Zhang Zixing's recent behavior, right? What are the views?
Among the crowd present, the weakest in terms of strength had the marshal's own realm. Hearing Zhang Zhangping's words, the crowd's expressions flinched as one person spoke out. Zhang Zixing's research is definitely something. Of the students under his hand, the one with the best talent is the one named Su Xingyuan. In a mission some time ago, a student by the name of Chen Qi's strength soared to the 4th level of the martial soldier realm in a short period of time. Speaking here, the man paused. Chen Qi's profile shows that he is an E-rank archer talent. I would like to ask everyone, is it normal for an E-rank talent to be able to break through 4 consecutive levels to the 4th level of martial soldier in just a short period of time? Is such a speed normal? I suspect that Zhang Zixing must have something from these decades of research.
If we get it, this is definitely good for our entire Li family.
The rest of the crowd nodded their heads. Another person spoke up. It is recommended to start with Chen Qi's body. Zhang Zixing, we can't move right now. The people from the Martial Education Bureau won't allow us to move either. But moving Chen Qi will not be such a worry.
The others glanced at each other, and someone hesitated and said, will Zhang Zixing allow the 3 families of Zhang, Zhao, and Chen to make a move?
Someone laughed, a light flashing in his eyes.
Isn't the potential dragon ranking opening soon?
This is an opportunity for those in the Subterranean Dragon Academy to make a move against Chen Qi. The Martial Education Bureau won't say anything, and Zhang Zixing has no reason to strike. None of us know exactly how Zhang Zixing's research is. The only way to strike against Chen Qi is to force Zhang Zixing to have to expose it. Li Zhangping listened to the words coming out of the mouths of the crowd. He nodded slightly, his mind quickly deciding. Tell the people of the Li clan of the Subterranean Dragon Academy to surround Chen Qi at the Subterranean Dragon ranking. By the way, also tell the people from the other several families that what they want might be found in Chen Qi.
Chapter 116 Old Zhang Strategy. 1 mission, 400 Dragon Academy points.
Such a harvest caused several people to rush into cultivation as soon as they returned. In the dormitory, Zhang Ruya received a phone call.
Grandpa.
Zhang Ruya sat up straight in a mischievous manner and called out respectfully under her breath. On the other end of the phone, old Zhang's voice rang out, did you give the blood spirit pearl you called for earlier to one of the military? Zhang Ruya nodded his head. The use of the blood spirit pearls had been stated at the beginning of the conversation.
Yes, Grandpa.
Xiaoya, sending you to the army is to temper your nature. I don't object to your remembrance of comradeship, but sometimes you still need to consider the reality of things. The value of a blood spirit pearl is clear to you, a martial master realm, such strength is still slightly insufficient. On the other end of the phone, old Zhang tapped his fingers on the armrest of the sofa and spoke slowly under his breath. Zhang Ruya was silent for a moment before saying in explanation, Grandpa, the strength of a martial master realm is insufficient, but the reason why I'm calling you is also for another person.
Oh? Who is it?
Old Zhang was somewhat interested, a hint of laughter in his tone.
Zhang Ruya, that person is called Chen Qi.
It's the first comrade I met, and I've gone through a lot with him. Speaking here, he spoke out to explain, Grandpa, I know what you mean. Chen Qi, he's not quite the same. If you knew him, you would definitely agree with me on this as well.
Chen Qi.
Old Zhang narrowed his eyes and suddenly remembered something.
So he continued, the Chen Qi you mentioned, is he a student that Zhang Zixing took in? Well, it's him.
His own grandfather knew about Chen Qi. Zhang Ruya was not surprised and nodded her head as she continued, Grandpa, Chen Qi, he's amazing. With an E-rank talent, being able to venture out in the entire recruit company and crushing everyone's strength, that's already enough to make people interested in him. He's also the only archer talent in the Subterranean Dragon Academy, and even more so, the only E-rank archer talent. When Zhang Zixing took him in, he didn't even consider it at all.
Including this operation.
Zhang Zoya transformed into Chen Qi Blow as soon as she opened her mouth. From the beginning of the enlistment to the first recruit competition assessment to the Night Lord's operation later on, and then to the Subterranean Dragon Academy. Including this time's mission action. There were no details. He only wanted to state one thing, Chen Qi was definitely worth investing in.
Old Zhang quietly listened to Zhang Ruya's explanation and combined it with the other news in his mind.
Yesterday, there was news that Zhang Zixing's research had news, and it was highly likely that Chen Qi was the direct embodiment of his research. Otherwise, there was simply no way to explain such an abnormal cultivation speed of Chen Qi. As everyone knew, it was impossible to change the awakening level of a talent. Chen Qi was born as a commoner, and it was absolutely impossible for him to have modified his talent information. In the end, it could only mean one thing: such an abnormality like Chen Qi was definitely related to Zhang Zixing. Old Zhang narrowed his eyes before nodding slightly and spoke slowly, a hint of seriousness in his tone. According to you, this student called Chen Qi is indeed worth investing in.
However, the next words caused Zhang Ruya's brows to furrow.
You can invest in him, I have no objections, but you need to keep a proper distance from him. Without waiting for Zhang Ruya to open her mouth, old Zhang stated the reason. Chen Qi's abnormality has already attracted the attention of other lineages, even including another person. At this time, it is definitely not a wise thing for you to get too close to Chen Qi's relationship.
I have no objection to befriending, but you cannot get too close to him, do you understand? Zhang Ruya frowned. Let's befriend and not get too close? Then how can this still be a friendship?
Seeing that Zhang Ruya still didn't understand, old Zhang could only say helplessly, or else I would say that you're stupid. If it was Little Peach, she would have known what I meant the first time I said it.
Zhang Ruya smiled helplessly. Zheng Baotao was indeed smarter than herself.
Compared to her, she herself was more like an ordinary martial artist, doing things without thinking so much sometimes. Zhang Baichao was the one who had passed through all the flowers without touching a single piece. What I mean is that you can befriend him, but you can't take the initiative to stand with him. At least, we can't give others the illusion that we're siding with Chen Qi, Zhang Zixing.
It is possible to offer some help to him, is that clear?
As the words fell, Zhang Ruya's furrowed brows gradually unfurled, her eyes filled with light, her tone tinged with excitement. I know, Grandpa.
You this nature. How not a little change? Old Zhang was also helpless. Zhang Ruya's temperament from childhood to adulthood was not like a person from a worldly family. Being a person was more modest, even modestly excessive.
He had once told Zhang Ruya to be a little more arrogant, but Zhang Ruya was filled with bewilderment.
Arrogant?
This word just didn't seem to have anything to do with him.
Being bullied is also not very good at fighting back.
Such a nature was even more of a girl than Zhang Baichao.
He sometimes wondered if the name Zhang Ruya was the source of all this.
Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. If I talk to you a few more times, I'll have to be pissed off by you.
Bye, Grandpa. Call me more often when you have time.
The old Zhang spat on and off, but still loved Zhang Ruya dearly. Where did you get this? In the small building belonging to Zhang Zixing, Chen Qi's figure appeared in the living room. In front of it, a transparent crystal was being placed on the table, and in the transparent crystal, a flame swayed. Zhang Zixing reached out and picked up the bizarre crystal stone in front of him and looked at it, asking curiously.
Chen Qi did not hide and told the origin of the crystal stone.
At that time, when he picked it up, Wu Tsang also saw it, but Wu Tsang didn't say anything, so he naturally brought it back.
Zhang Zixing nodded slightly. Follow me.
Leading Chen Qi towards the bottom of the small building. Entering below, there was a different world. Here, there were all sorts of instruments, as well as various information scattered about.
You wait for a moment first.
As soon as he entered the basement, Zhang Zixing was like a different person, and couldn't wait to start studying the transparent crystals in his hands. Chen Qi nodded his head and curiously surveyed his surroundings. How could he not have expected that the place where Zhang Zixing lived, there was such a place below? On the bookshelf, there were various books, and after looking at Zhang Zixing, who was engaged in research not far away, Chen Qi hesitated for a moment and casually pulled out a book.
Anatomy of the Divine Race Detailed Explanation.
Detailed explanation of the talents of various races in the battlefield of the 10,000 races.
Chen Qi's scalp went numb as he looked at it.
There wasn't a single normal book in front of him. There were various dissections, as well as theoretical notes on extracting talents. Quietly looking at Zhang Zixing, Chen Qi was a bit curious as to what kind of research his teacher was doing.
Just as he was secretly thinking, a shattering sound rang out. Immediately afterward, a red blaze suddenly rose up.
Chen Qi's face changed slightly, and without waiting for him to make any extra movements, an overwhelming spiritual power force suddenly erupted from Zhang Zixing's body.
Chen Qi, come here.
Chapter 117 The Chance of Order Research, the best friend in Zhang Zixing's mouth.
The blazing flames rose up almost in the blink of an eye. Rolling flames scorched the air. Zhang Zixing's sea-like spiritual power exploded out at the first moment. It pressed against the red flames in front of him. The flames swayed, and the shadows reflected in the entire room, like demons and ghosts dancing, wanting to tear the two of them apart. Under the outbreak of the majestic spiritual power, the blaze was hardened and pressed back again. Zhang Zixing raised an eyebrow, and then seemed to remember something. Dots of light erupted in his eyes. Out loud, he said, "Chen Shi, come here." Chen Shi's heart tightened as even he felt a bit suffocated under the red blaze erupting. Zhang Zixing's spiritual power outburst that followed immediately afterward, even more so, made his entire body somewhat afraid to move. The gap between the two was too great. Zhang Zixing had cultivated so far, and his spiritual power was like an ocean. And even if he had a strong talent, his spiritual power seemed weak compared to it. With a single step, he arrived in front of Zhang Zixing. Without waiting for Chen Shi to open his mouth to inquire, Zhang Zixing's voice sounded once again. "Don't resist later, I'll lead it into your mind." Ah? Chen Shi's eyes widened in disbelief at Zhang Zixing's words. Was it really all right? Zhang Zixing did not give him a chance to react as his majestic spiritual power enveloped Chen Shi. The rising aura of the red blaze was deadlocked within a range by Zhang Zixing's spiritual power. Chen Shi did not resist as a trace of the red flames was firmly imprisoned by Zhang Zixing's spiritual power and pulled towards Chen Shi's mind. Chen Shi was ready to be burned, but strangely enough, when the red flames touched his body, there was not even a little bit of temperature, but instead, it was also a little bit cold. Zhang Zixing's voice rang out, "Don't be distracted." The red blaze was like a cocoon being peeled off and pulled into Chen Shi's mind by Zhang Zixing's spiritual power. This blazing flame is capable of searing spiritual energy. It also has the effect of harboring spiritual energy. Zhang Zixing's eyes were filled with light as he said this. He did not expect that Chen Shi would be able to obtain such a bizarre thing in this mission. This group of people from the Order had actually used human bodies in their experiments. That group of people's purpose should definitely be the same as their own, desiring to strip others of their talents. Perhaps even they themselves had not expected that the talent had not been stripped successfully, but instead they had obtained such a thing. With this cluster of fiery flames, Chen Shi's spiritual power would rapidly increase, and at the same time, it would also be able to cauterize other people's spiritual power. The intrusion of other people's spiritual energy could be prevented. Someone like him, who had been deeply cultivating spiritual power condensation for decades, wanted to kill a strong person who had not specifically cultivated spiritual power. The first and foremost choice was to use the majestic sea-like spiritual energy to instantly shatter the enemy's mind. The first time, it could make them lose their battle power. This was also the reason why, when their strength reached a certain stage, all strong people would cultivate spiritual power. In the battlefield of the 10,000 races, there were many races that cultivated spiritual power. After so many years of research, the human race had also summarized a set of methods unique to the human race for the cultivation of spiritual power. In his mind, a trace of red blaze appeared in it. The moment the red blazing flame was pulled into the mind, the spiritual power that was originally like hoopah suddenly rippled. The blazing flame was like a physical object, and the moment it entered the spiritual sea of consciousness, Chen Shi stifled a grunt. The blazing flames were continuously searing his spiritual energy at this moment. Zhang Zixing gazed at his mind, a strand of majestic spiritual power deadlocked the blaze, and then drove Chen Shi's spiritual power to slowly touch the blaze. A tingling sensation filled Chen Shi's entire body. A sense of dizziness followed. The original face suddenly turned pale at this moment. Deep in the bottom of his eyes, a cluster of red blazing sun was swaying continuously. With Zhang Zixing's spiritual power in control, Chen Shi felt much better. The red blazing flame was slowly pulled to the top of the spiritual power. Floating above, it burned brightly. Below, the spiritual energy was continuously scorched by the flames, becoming less and less. However, Chen Shi knew that with this cluster of flames being pulled, his spiritual energy was becoming more and more condensed. When the last trace of spiritual energy was drawn away, the original crystal dinged and shattered apart. Chen Shi suddenly opened his eyes, and in his eyes, a cluster of blazing flames was burning brightly. All around him, everything over 200 meters fell into his eyes. It was as if he possessed perspective. Phew! As his pale face gradually recovered, Chen Shi looked towards Zhang Zixing in front of him. Revealing a smile, "Master." Sensing the change in Chen Shi's spiritual energy, Zhang Zixing's serious face also revealed a smile. To a martial artist, spiritual energy was important. Once the spiritual energy was damaged, the path of martial arts could almost have been declared severed. Becoming demented was also possible. He had also taken a risk with his behavior just now, and in the first moment he knew the role of the blazing flame, his eyes changed slightly. In fact, the first choice, he did not want to risk it to Chen Qi. But thinking about Chen Qi's perverted spiritual power, he changed his mind. His strength was falling, so even if he got this thing, it wouldn't be of much use. Spiritual power had been condensed for decades, and trying to raise it through this cluster of flames was minimal. Chen Qi was the most suitable candidate. In his mind, the blazing flame swayed, and Chen Qi could feel his spiritual power increasing. As Chen Qi opened his eyes, his spiritual energy escaped. The things in the room continued to tremble, with a tendency to want to float into the air. Zhang Zixing's spiritual energy around his body separated into a strand, suppressing Chen Qi's spiritual energy. Control it, you kid, don't ruin it for me here. Something that's been around for decades, if you mess it up, it's gone. Zhang Zixing said with a smile. There was appreciation in his eyes. He was very satisfied with Chen Qi, who was the person with the strongest spiritual power among the students he had taken in. The speed of cultivation was even more than S rank, even reaching the speed of an SS rank talent. To be able to chop the 6th level with the 4th level of martial soldier meant that his strength was not watered down in the slightest. Don't look at that group of lineage geniuses, some of them weren't weak, but many of them had too weak a foundation. The strength that such a person could explode was on a completely different level from Chen Qi. With this, the rate of increase of your spiritual power will not be slow, and it will benefit you a lot. Sitting on the chair, Zhang Zixing swept a glance at the surroundings, hope flashing in the bottom of his eyes. Controlling to collect his spiritual energy, Chen Qi let out a long breath of relief. He looked around and asked curiously, "Master, what is this place for?" Zhang Zixing smiled, "This is where I do my research." Without waiting for Chen Qi to speak, he opened his mouth again to explain. Since he had brought Chen Qi here, he had no intention of hiding it from him. There were many people who knew about the things here, but very few could come in. Those who could come in were all people who were extremely important in Zhang Zixing's heart. After listening to Zhang Zixing's explanation, Chen Qi's eyes were filled with light. He didn't expect that Zhang Zixing would have such research. Plundering the talent. Body. These two things, no matter which one succeeded, it would drive people crazy. At this moment, he seemed to understand why that group of lineage people were targeting Zhang Zixing. "Master, is that close friend you mentioned very strong?" He was curious about that best friend his master was talking about. A few decades ago, he was able to join him on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, and listening to its meaning. It seemed like that person was gifted and 1 point stronger than Zhang Zixing in terms of strength. Chapter 118, his name is Chen Hanhai, Martial Marquis 1 step away. Light penetrated Zhang Zixing's eyes as his thoughts flew back decades. Both of them were born as civilians and were instantly familiar with each other. Both came with the heart to decimate the foreign beasts and enlisted in the military. The two partnered up and went from martial artist to martial soldier. And then to traveling to the battlefield of the 10,000 races. At this time, the two were already not weak, with the strength of the martial spirit realm. The moment the two appeared at the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, no one looked at them in the eyes. However, as the two struck out more and more frequently, when their strength increased at a faster and faster rate, they immediately attracted the attention of others. There was the 10,000 races, and there was the human race. The 10,000 clans wanted to recruit the two, and the human clans also wanted to recruit the two. The two had tigers in their chests and refused the solicitations of the world families. It was also such an action that caused the world families to be unhappy. Behind the clans were the first group of strong men who had once followed warrior Yuanzhou. After several years of accumulation, there were many strong people. It had formed a force that was as powerful as the military and the WU. The martial king realm was Zhang Zixing's former strength, while Chen Hanhai was even stronger than him. When Zhang Zixing was at the 8th level of the martial king realm, Chen Hanhai was already a step away from the martial marquis realm. Siege. On the surface, it was a siege to kill the foreigner who had plundered the talent, but in reality, it was a siege against the three of them. This battle had attracted the participation of countless powerhouses. There were the 10,000 races, the human races. There were even people of order. In that battle, Chen Hanhai was killed and he was severely injured. His strength had fallen to this day, and after so many years had passed, he had already found out who the people who had once struck were. Shaking his head, Zhang Zixing's voice was calm as he slowly said, "His name is Chen Hanhai. 9th level of martial king, 1 step away from martial marquis." As soon as the 3 words Chen Hanhai left his mouth, Chen Qi's face instantly changed. The gaze that looked at Zhang Zixing was filled with shock. This name was too familiar to him. Ever since he was a child, he had often heard his father, Chen Jiqiang, mention it. Grandfather. Chen Shi's gaze looked at Zhang Zixing slightly stunned, and he said with a smile, "What? Is it hard to believe that you've heard of this name before?" After saying that, he himself felt that it was impossible. After that battle, Chen Hanhai was labeled a traitor. Along with himself, he spent his time being suppressed. He had had many guesses as to why Chen Hanhai had been killed, but he had never been able to find enough evidence. And the reason he himself was suppressed was because of what was in this room. Decades had passed, and many people suspected that his research had borne fruit. However, Zhang Zixing had never admitted it himself, causing some people to vacillate and wait to see. And now, it was because those people didn't want to wait. There were two different voices from the forces of the entire Chinese nation. The first were those led by the group of people from the world families, who advocated pouring in all their efforts to help the strong breakthrough. The 10,000 races were strong, and the human race now lacked a strong person such as the one who had once fought Yuan Zhou. The kind where one person stood out and could rival several strong people. As far as he knew, there were people in several of the world families who had such a voice. The second kind of voice was the voice led by some people from the military, who advocated cultivating all kinds of geniuses. These geniuses were the best candidates to ascend to the battlefield of the 10,000 races and pacify it. In the midst of these two voices, a portion of the Marshall University wavered and was neutral. The attitude of the Marshall Education Bureau didn't have a definite direction either, on the one hand neither refuting the voices of that group of people from the world clans, but on the other hand proposing a talent program. It looked as if it was preparing to develop both. Earlier in the day, there had already been people who had tried to test him. After decades of research, was there any progress or not? This matter, other than Zhang Zixing, not a single person knew. Chen Shi let out a bitter smile and opened his mouth. "It's not that I've heard about it, it's that I've heard about it often." Zhang Zixing? Who did you hear it from? My dad. Chen Shi cried and laughed as he explained, "Master, I've heard this name since I was a child. Because the person you are talking about is my grandfather." Zhang Zixing's face changed, his original smile suddenly froze on his face, and he said in a trembling voice, Are you telling the truth? Really?" Chen Shi replied affirmatively. "Not true." Zhang Zixing shook his head. "Hanhai would only be 20 years old at that time. I have not heard that he has a son." Chen Shi was helpless and took out his phone, dialing the home number while saying, "I'll make a call, you confirm." The phone was quickly picked up, and when he heard Chen Shi's request, his father, Chen Jiqiang, happened to be at home. Hearing Chen Shi's words, he nodded his head in acknowledgement even though he was puzzled. Zhang Zixing's expression had been tense as he looked at Chen Jiqiang's face. His eyes contained light, but all this was not enough to prove that what Chen Shi and Chen Jiqiang said was right. But when Chen Jiqiang took out the certificate that once recorded the 3 words Chen Hanhai, Zhang Zixing could no longer maintain the look on his face. Tears flickered in his eyes, as if they were about to drip down in the next second. "Master." Chen Shi was somewhat at a loss for words. Zhang Zixing waved his hand, wiping away the tears in his eyes, his voice trembling a little as he looked at Chen Jiqiang as well as Sun Zhuanli both. "I didn't realize that Hanhai still had descendants in existence." His tone was filled with emotion. "I didn't expect that I would be able to find Hanhai's family." Zhang Zixing even had an urge to receive Chen Jiqiang and the others to Yendu. But in the next second, he dismissed such thoughts. Since no one from Chen Shi's family had gone to trouble them, it meant that no one knew that Chen Hanhai knew that there were descendants. This point was important. As the phone hung up, Zhang Zixing gently patted Chen Shi's shoulder. "Hanhai's grandson, that would be my grandson." After saying that, he swept a glance around and said with a sigh, "It's just a pity that I don't have any resources for you right now either. But the subterranean dragon ranking will open soon, and I will try my best to help you gain benefits at that time." "Thank you, Master. Chen Shi, this was from the bottom of his heart. Unexpectedly, it was such a day that there were 2 major gains. There was that cluster of blazing flames swaying in his mind, and even more so, he unintentionally knew that Master and Grandpa were actually once close friends. What had been investigated for so many years was also because of this matter. In the living room, Zhang Zixing's gaze towards Chen Shi was filled with softness. Previously, he only thought that Chen Shi was good and more in line with the requirements of his students. Later, Chen Shi's abnormal spiritual power made him more and more satisfied with Chen Shi, while raising a hint of hope. And now, he could no longer say that he was satisfied with Chen Shi to describe it. If he could, He would even be willing to let Chun-Shi live here with him. But no. He was in a bad situation right now and was under a lot of pressure.
Chun-Shi, tell your family that you must not reveal your grandfather's name. If those people are here with me and can't get what they want, it's highly likely that they'll start with you, so make sure not to reveal your grandfather's name.
Chun-Shi nodded his head.
Knowing the whole story, Chun-Shi clearly knew the shock this matter would cause if it was revealed. He only felt that things were getting more and more troublesome.
Alright, let's go.
Zhang Zisheng waved his hand.
Master, rest early. Returning to the dormitory, Chun-Shi continued to devote himself to cultivation.
The opening of the potent dragon ranking was just around the corner, and everyone was preparing.
Chapter 119 Heart of a Martial Artist, Someone Always Comes Forward.
The subterranean dragon ranking was about to open. The opening of the list was not only an opportunity for the geniuses of the Dragon Academy to emerge. More so, it was an opportunity for many of the latecomers to rise to the top. The main data for the opening of the Dragon Diving ranking is calculated based on the time before everyone came to the Dragon Diving Academy. However, there were also special cases. For example, if they had made a move after coming to the Dragon Diving Academy, they would be re-rated again.
Wang Yuan stood not far away and looked at a stone pillar not far ahead. The stone pillar was about 3 meters wide and about 20 meters high. There were aura fluctuations around it, and at the top of it, 3 big words, Potential Dragon Ranking, flew from the dragon. Below it, it was blank. It was not yet time to open the list.
Wang Yuan stood still and waited for the opening of the submerged dragon list. When he had come to the Subterranean Dragon Academy, he was only at the 7th level of the Martial Soldier realm, but in this short period of 2 months, today, he was already at the 2nd level of the Martial Soldier realm. Although there were many geniuses in the Subterranean Dragon Academy, he was not weak either. The reason why he had come here was to see who on the Subterranean Dragon list had made it to the top. Being in Yendu University, among the top 10 people, it was the two of them, he and Xinjiang, who had been suppressed all along. Xinjiang and him had chosen different paths.
Wang Yuan. A gentle voice rang out.
Turning his head to look, a youth with a gentle expression and a sunny smile appeared.
Wang Yuan's eyes changed as he looked at the visitor and did not speak. Zhao Zong, Martial Soldier's 2nd realm.
He and Wang Yuan belonged to one of the top 10 ranked people in Yendu University, with Wang Yuan ranked 8th and Zhao Zong 6th.
He, why don't you see Xinjiang? Isn't he inseparable from you?
Zhao Zong pretended to look around, his tone full of derision. Wang Yuan looked calm. Zhao Zong, let go if you have a fart.
Your behavior like this will only make people think that you are a cutie.
The solicitation that Xinjiang accepted was none other than the Zhao family. As a member of the Zhao family, how could Zhao Zong not know the news that Xinjiang had been solicited? Looking at Wang Yuan in front of him, Zhao Zong suddenly realized, I forgot, between you good brothers.
Not right, now you should not be good brothers. As the words fell, the two people who were following Zhao Zong burst out laughing. The gaze towards Wang Yuan was full of ridicule. Hard-boned? Unwilling to be recruited?
Xinjiang has already agreed, let's see how hard your bones are next. Zhao Zong reached out to place his hand on Wang Yuan's shoulder. Wang Yuan frowned slightly and took a step back, looking at Zhao Zong with unapologetic disgust in his gaze. Zhao Zong, if your purpose is to come and say this bull, then you can leave now. Being dodged by Wang Yuan, Zhao Zong did not get angry and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. I heard that you are now following someone named Chen-Chi and Su Xingyuan?
This is not your style, you have not always insisted on being alone. Wanting to rely on your own strength to speak? How is it that you are still condescending now?
Anger swept across the bottom of Wang Yuan's eyes and he did not speak. Zhao Zong's voice continued to ring out.
Is it hard to believe that you are too embarrassed to come to my Zhao family of your own accord?
Zhao Zong walked to the side of a stone bench and sat down before stepping on the stone bench in front of him. Now I'll give you a chance, as long as you drill through here, I'll let you join my Zhao family.
The opportunity is here, it's up to you to take it or not.
As the words fell, loud sneers resounded around them. The situation on Zhao Zong and Wang Yuan's side had long attracted the attention of others around them. Here, there were people from the Martial University, people from the military, and likewise, people from the worldly families. Under the convergence of the three parties, Zhao Zong's words were tantamount to humiliating Wang Yuan in front of everyone.
Genius? Bah, bull genius.
A genius that has not grown up is not a genius.
To Zhao Zong and the other sons of their families, what could someone like Wang Yuan, who came from a humble background, take to fight with him? He had strong people behind him. What did Wang Yuan have behind him?
As long as they were not particularly excessive, the teachers of the Subterranean Dragon Academy would not take the initiative to stand on Wang Yuan's side.
Unless Wang Yuan had enough value. But the current Wang Yuan clearly did not have it.
Looking at Zhao Zong in front of him, Wang Yuan raised his eyes and swept a glance at the surrounding onlookers. The people from the World family were basically sneering. A few people did not sneer, but they were also looking expressionless. For the people of Wude, some of them looked angry, opened their mouths, but still didn't come forward to speak. There, he also saw some students who belonged to the same teacher as him.
Indifference. At this moment, it was like he was isolated by everyone. Isn't this excessive?
After all, someone from the military stood out. He walked up to Wang Yuan and looked straight at Zhao Zong and the others in front of him, his fists clenched.
Ha!
Zhao Zong laughed coldly and scornfully swept a glance at the person who stood out, not waiting for him to speak.
A few more people stood out.
This time, there were people in the crowd present whose faces changed slightly, and after a moment of hesitation in their hearts, they ultimately couldn't get past this hurdle in their hearts.
They chose to come forward.
Although their talent wasn't too high and they came from a humble background, it didn't mean that they were willing to watch Wang Yuan, who was also from a commoner background, being humiliated by Zhao Zong and the others. Within a short period of time, dozens of people had already come forward.
Wang Yuan, who was originally alone, had support.
These people, at most, were from the military.
The second was the Wude.
Looking at the crowd standing behind Wang Yuan, the smile at the corner of Zhao Zong's mouth grew a little wider. His voice rang out, "I will give you all a chance to join my Zhao family. I, Zhao family, have all the resources you want." Wang Yuan laughed coldly, and the crowd behind him looked at Zhao Zong with disdain in their gazes. Xinjiang was in the middle of the crowd, looking at Wang Yuan in the field as well as the group of people who stood out. A certain string at the bottom of his heart seemed to be plucked.
But in the next instant, it was pressed back by him. So what if someone stood out? Coming from a humble background and without enough resources, how could they become strong?
A bunch of mouse-eyed guys. The day I become a strong person, I will definitely show all of you that I, Xinjiang, must have made the right choice.
Wang Yuan spoke. "Zhao Zong, the one you want to recruit is not a genius. I don't want to be your Zhao family's dog either. Don't play these tricks."
Ha, well said, damn it, all of these people's faces are high and mighty, and they still want to recruit me? I just would rather have my martial arts path cut off, and I definitely won't be a punk without a martial artist's heart. I'll put my words here today. I, Zhao Xian, don't have anything else, but my bones are hard enough.
From the day I became a martial artist, I've never wanted to give in.
The words of the crowd were like a slap on the face of Xinjiang and the rest of the group of people who also came from commoners.
Some people opened their mouths and eventually lowered their heads.
Those who had, on the other hand, glanced deeply at their surroundings and took a step out to stand behind Wang Yuan. There were those who were willing to submit, while there were those who would never submit.
They might lack everything, but they just didn't lack hardness.
This was the heart of a martial artist. On the path of martial arts, once you lose the heart of a martial artist, the heart to move forward without fear, then how can you face the foreign beasts? How to ascend to the battlefield of the 10,000 races to meet that stronger foreign race?
Chapter 120 Zhao Family.
Square. It was divided into 4 camps. The world families, the martial university, the military, and the group of people who stood with Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan swept a glance at the surrounding crowd and his gaze landed on Zhao Zong in front of him.
"Zhao Zong, my answer is clear. So can you roll now?" Listening to Wang Yuan's unceremonious words, the smile on Zhao Zong's face gradually tightened. The gentle and sunny smile disappeared and was replaced with an expressionless look.
Wang Yuan, as well as the crowd behind him, just quietly looked at Zhao Zong, and not a single person chose to dodge. From the moment they chose to stand behind Wang Yuan, they had already divided the distance with the Zhao Zong in front of them. Between the two sides, from this moment onwards, conflicts had already arisen. One side was a genius who was a member of a family, while the other side was a commoner born to them. Zhao Zong narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke coldly, "Wang Yuan, I will give you one more chance."
"Accepted."
Before the words were finished, Wang Yuan's voice rang out.
"I don't accept."
"Ha!
Well.
Zhao Zong laughed coldly.
Just as he was about to speak, he heard a voice ring out, "The potential dragon ranking has opened." As the words fell, the crowd that had just gathered around looked in the direction of the potential dragon ranking. At the very bottom of the potential dragon ranking, a name was slowly appearing. 100th name, Japhone, Strength Martial 9th Realm. Japhone, this name seems a bit familiar. Can a martial artist of the 9th Realm even make it onto the potential dragon ranking? Hey, this thing is just to see a meaning. This subterranean dragon ranking doesn't truly reflect the strength of some people in the Subterranean Dragon Academy. The real strength still has to be seen in the later contested list. That's true, the current list is not the true strength of everyone. Almost all of the students in the Subterranean Dragon Academy around the plaza had already arrived, their eyes burning as they looked towards the names that appeared on the Subterranean Dragon ranking in front of them one after another. Without realizing it, 30 names had already appeared on the potential dragon ranking. Here, the names of the geniuses from the world families were the most numerous. Not far away, several figures came towards the crowd in the square. When this group of people appeared, they even caught the gazes of the crowd of geniuses in the square. Several gazes landed on the several people in unison. Someone's face couldn't help but change when they saw a few people appear. Softly, he said, "I didn't expect that the release of a subterranean dragon ranking could be due to the appearance of this group of people. Tisk, each of these people are incredibly talented, the lowest ones have S-class talent." Zhao Zong went over, "It looks like we'll have a good show today." When Zhao Zong saw a few people, his original expression with arrogance couldn't help but change as he quickly walked towards the few people. Among the few people, a young man with a calm demeanor and extraordinary aura only swept a faint glance as he watched Zhao Zong come towards his few people in quick steps, and then turned his gaze elsewhere. A man laughed out softly, "You all know about what happened a while ago. Zhang Zixing has accepted a student, it seems like the talent isn't weak from the sound of it." A woman raised her eyes slightly and swept a glance at the crowd in the square in front of her. Hearing the man's words, she revealed a smile on her face. The arrow god has been silent for decades, and this time it looks like he intends to no longer continue to be silent. I just don't know how the talent and strength of the students he took in this time are. As the words fell, the remaining few people couldn't help but laugh out loud. Arrow god. This title had been heard since they were born. It could even be said that they had grown up hearing the name of the arrow god. Although the people of the lineage were dissatisfied with Zhang Zixing, they definitely knew quite a lot about him. Their group of geniuses from the worldly families had a completely different view of Zhang Zixing than ordinary geniuses like Zhao Zong and Li Yulong. Li Yulong, Zhao Zong, and this group of people might think that Zhang Zixing was thinning out and might fall at any moment. However, they knew very well what the word arrow god stood for. That was an existence capable of drawing out many powerful people. Even on the battlefield of the 10,000 races, there was absolutely no one who would take these three words Zhang Zixing lightly. Zhao Zong came in quick steps, slightly bending over as he approached the few people with a fawning smile on his face. "Zhao Zong greets all the heavenly pride." The few people didn't reply, they just nodded slightly and stopped paying attention to Zhao Zong. In their group, the weakest of them had all reached the 6th level of the martial soldier realm. Moreover, each of them had the ability to cross the ranks. A strength like Zhao Zong wouldn't be in their eyes. Zhao Zong wasn't annoyed either, and after seeing a few people nodding slightly, he walked over to the youth with an extraordinary temperament. He respectfully called out, "Cousin." Zhao Zong, S-rank talent, martial soldier 7th realm. Looking at Zhao Zong, who bowed slightly in front of him, Zhao Zhen nodded slightly. Although the two of them, he and Zhao Zong, were cousins and were only a month younger than Zhao Zong, there was a huge pressure on him as he stood in front of Zhao Zong. "What is it?" After a long period of silence, Zhao Zong slowly opened his mouth. Zhao Zong, on the other hand, maintained his bowing posture. With respect in his tone, Zhao Zong spoke out, "Wang Yuan still hasn't agreed to our solicitation." There were quite a few people who came forward just now, and the situation was almost out of control. Zhao Zong raised his eyebrows slightly. "If it wasn't visible, say something to me. I don't care about these messy matters of yours." As the words fell, Zhao Zong's forehead gave birth to cold sweat. "Cousin, this matter was ordered to be done by the family in order to divide this group of civilians and get them to commit to the family. So what are you trying to say? No one told me about this matter, it's your incompetence if you can't do it." Zhao Zhen spoke without mercy. Even when there were geniuses from several other families present, there was even less love to speak of for Zhao Zong, who was a cousin. As the words fell, the geniuses from the remaining several families looked towards Zhao Zong, who was bowing and standing in front of Zhao Zong, with sneers in their gazes. Their group was different from Zhao Zong. Zhao Zong could only be considered second tier in the Zhao family.
But their group were all geniuses that the family had focused on cultivating. Feeling the several gazes around him, Zhao Zong didn't dare to raise his head. He hesitated for a moment before saying softly, "Cousin, the family has asked us to take action against Zhang Zixing's students to force Zhang Zixing's hand."
Later, Zhao Zong's face changed slightly as he walked a short distance away. Zhao Zong followed closely.
This scene fell in the eyes of a few other people, instantly causing a few people to glance at each other. An inquiring look was passed to each other.
"Speak."
After waiting a bit farther away from a few people, Zhao Zong then signaled Zhao Zong to continue on. Although he often practiced cultivation and did not ask about world affairs, there was no small matter as long as it involved Zhang Zixing.
This was true in every lineage. Zhao Zong spoke. Some time ago, Zhang Zixing's students took on a mission to eliminate the enemy.
In this mission, a total of 5 of them went and killed 32 enemies, and among them, they even killed 2 martial soldiers 6th realm. Zhao Zong nodded his head slightly, and his puzzled gaze fell on Zhao Zong. He didn't understand what was so emphatic about 5 people killing 32 people and 2 martial soldiers 6th gravity realm. It was hard not to believe that those 2 martial soldiers 6th level realm had something special. However, the next words that Zhao Zong uttered made him instantly interested. Out of the 5 people, 4 are at the martial artist realm and 1 is at the martial soldier 4th level.
That person's talent is rank E.
Chapter 121, 50th place, Su Xingyuan. Zhao Zhen's brows furrowed and he raised his eyebrows, a hint of surprise in his tone.
Grade E talent? Martial soldier 4th heavy?
A martial soldier 4th heavy striking down a 6th heavy was not enough to warrant much attention in his opinion. What truly made him feel astonished was that with an E-rank talent could even enter the subterranean Dragon Academy and cross the ranks.
A 4th grader killing a 6th grader? That person's talent is rare? Zhao Zhen thought about it and asked out loud.
Since it was an E-rank talent, it must be an extremely rare talent. And it could also be a rare spiritual talent. In his opinion, only such a talent could have such an ability. Without a certain level of strength, very few martial artists would involve spiritual power cultivation.
Spiritual power cultivation techniques were few and far between, and were basically mastered by the strong. Utilizing spiritual power to fight the enemy should be just like this.
Zhao Zong seemed to have been able to visualize the battle scene in his heart. Zhao Zong smiled bitterly and shook his head as he replied, "No."
"No?"
Of those 5 people, 2 of them are from the Zhang family, 1 is a strength enhancement, 1 is an ice elemental, and out of the remaining 3, the strongest talent is an A-rank thunder talent, and the other is Wang Yuan.
What about the other person?
Light flickered in Zhao Zong's gaze.
Zhao Zong's voice rang out. The last person's name is Chen Qi. Strength martial soldier 4th realm. Talent.
When he said this, he paused, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Talent E-ranked archer.
Zhao Zhen? Grade E archer talent? He was truly surprised this time.
He had thought that Chen Qi was able to kill a 6th grader at the 4th grading by relying on a rare mental power talent, but he hadn't expected it to be an archer talent.
And it was still only E rank.
After listening to Zhao Zong's words, Zhao Zong was silent, his brows furrowed as he wondered if this was all Chen Qi's handiwork or not. 2 possibilities, either those 2 from the Zhang family made a move and gave the credit to Chen Qi. After all, with the status of the 2 Zhang Ruya and Zhang Baichao, they wouldn't be short of these Dragon Academy points. But in the next instant, he shook his head to negate his guess.
It couldn't be like this.
Then there was only one possibility left. These 2 martial soldier 6th level enemies were truly killed by Chen Qi.
But an E-grade talent, was that possible?
Zhao Zong's voice continued to ring out. That's why my family suspects that it's likely that Zhang Zixing's research has borne fruit. Chen Qi was the one who used Zhang Zixing's research results in order to explode with such great strength. After saying that, he hesitated for a moment and said again, "It's not just us, there are several other families who suspect the same." In addition, Chen Qi has another anomaly. The speed of his cultivation far exceeds that of an E-rank talent, and has already reached the S rank, or even double S level.
Are you serious?
Zhao Zhen's tone steeply changed, and his gaze towards Zhao Zong was filled with shock.
Zhao Zong nodded. Really? The family's intention is to strike out against Chen Qi to see if he has Zhang Zixing's research success in him or not.
An E-rank talent with an abnormal cultivation speed, this already shows how different he is.
To also be able to cross the ranks, isn't that enough of an indication?
Zhao Zhen nodded his head, his face filled with a serious look. He rarely asked about matters in his family. Recruiting geniuses as well as targeting Chen-Chi were all matters he did not care about. This also led to his understanding of these matters not being as clear as Zhao Zunlai's.
So what does this have to do with Wang Yuan that you just mentioned?
Wang Yuan has a good relationship with Chen-Chi and the others, and through Wang Yuan he was able to get Chen-Chi to make a move and force him to reveal the secrets on his body.
Good. You can figure out how to do it yourself, just talk to me when you need me to make a move.
Zhao Zong nodded his head and gave Zhao Zong a peace of mind. While the two of them, Zhao Zong and Zhao Zhen, were talking, people from the remaining several families also came to speak. Within a short period of time, everyone already knew the meaning within the family. At this moment, the names on the potential dragon ranking had already revealed themselves to the 50th person.
As name after name appeared, it drew gasps from the crowd in the square. 50th name, Su Xingyuan, martial artist 9th realm. When Su Xingyuan's name appeared, the crowd in the room immediately exclaimed in shock. What's the situation? The 50th place is actually a martial artist 9th realm? This is too damn outrageous. Insider, there's definitely an insider. Who is Su Xingyuan? Damn, a martial artist in the 9th realm can be ranked in the top 50 of the dragon ranking?
There is no mistake. At a glance, of the names on the potential dragon ranking, the weakest in terms of strength all had a martial artist 9th realm. The person underneath Su Xingyuan's name was already at the first level of the martial soldier realm.
What made Su Xingyuan rank in the top 50 of the dragon list? Someone looked at Su Xingyuan's name and seemed to recall something.
A shocked cry escaped his mouth. I know who he is. Some time ago, he once fought in the ring in a date with Lin Wei.
He's a great thunder talent. Not weak, possessing the ability to cross the ranks.
As the words fell, a number of people came to a realization and remembered the name.
The names on the subterranean dragon ranking continued to appear.
49th, Zhang Ruya, Strength Martial 8th. Someone from the Zhang family. Some geniuses from the lineage already knew Zhang Ruya's identity the moment they saw her name.
The strengthening talent can actually rank ahead of Su Xingyuan. It looks like Zhang Ruya has hidden a hand.
Of the two people in the Zhang family, Zhang Ruya's talent is average. His sister Zhang Baichao is considered a genius.
Yeah, an S-rank ice elemental is enough to rank in the top 30 in the entire subterranean dragon academy.
Look down, I'm curious to know who will be on the submerged dragon ranking this time. Wang Yuan, who was in the crowd, felt a gaze seemingly, turned his head to look, and just happened to meet Xin Zhang's gaze. Xin Zhang gave him a cold look, and the closeness he had at the beginning was no longer there between his expressions. Before, Wang Yuan had already drawn a line with him. Retracting his gaze, he looked at the potential dragon ranking in front of him. He was a little curious, how many places would Chen-Chi, who was the strongest amongst the few, be able to ascend to the submerged dragon ranking?
Name after name kept appearing.
In the distance, quite a few teachers from the Subterranean Dragon Academy also looked at the Subterranean Dragon ranking. Su Zhang's gaze was calm as he looked at the names that appeared one after the other on the Subterranean Dragon ranking.
The surrounding crowd looked on in eager anticipation.
This scene was déjà vu all over again.
How had I ever not been a part of this?
Yi Zhenghao looked indifferent, as he was a member of the Yi family. The strength of the Yi family was not weak, and was in the upper middle of several families. He had also heard about the recent rumors.
Decades have passed, could it be that you really have researched the results?
His eyes were filled with bewilderment. The first moment this news broke, he knew that Zhang Zixing's situation would become increasingly difficult. Quietly glancing at Su Zhang beside him, Su Zhang's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and there was a color of reminiscence in his eyes. The corner of his mouth could not help but reveal a smile. Suddenly, the crowd in the distance suddenly erupted into a commotion.
15th place, Zhang Baitao, martial artist 9th level. Chapter 122, 10th. S-class ice elemental, martial artist 9th realm.
Yi Zhenghao looked at the names that appeared on the potential dragon ranking and said with a smile, of the Zhang family's offspring, Zhang Baichao's talent isn't weak anymore, it's just that his strength is slightly weaker. The one person standing beside him, Zhang Yuan Bai, nodded with a smile. It's not like you don't know that person old Zhang, he's still very strict about his offspring. The Zhang family offspring are not like the other several families, where there is an unlimited supply, everything needs to be earned. Although Zhang Baitao is a daughter, her nature is more like a boy than her brother Zhang Ruya. Yi Zhenghao smiled brightly, feeling a bit helpless towards the old Zhang they spoke of.
At one time, old Zhang even planned to send Zhang Baichao into the army. Luckily, it was stopped by the rest of the Zhang family.
It wasn't good for Zhang Baichao, a girl, to be sent to the army. Instead, Zhang Ruya, who had a softer character, should be sent to the army even more.
Thus, Zhang Ruya was sent to the army.
From start to finish, they didn't use their connections, everything relied on Zhang Ruya to fight for herself. The two of them laughed and joked, and continued to look at the distant dragon ranking. At the time when the list of potential dragons was released, in Zhang Zixing's office, Tiger Xiaofeng's voice came through the phone. Tiger Xiaofeng's voice traveled through the phone to Zhang Zixing's side.
Senior brother, those few have been making moves recently.
Zhang Zixing was writing and drawing with his head down, constantly revising the information in his hands. Listening to Tiger Xiaofeng's words, he just gave a not taking Tiger Xiaofeng's words to heart in the slightest. After so many years had passed and those people had made no moves, he wanted to reveal some information.
If there is action, then there is action. Anyway, they can't do anything about it.
Listening to the rustling sound on the other end of the phone, Tiger Xiaofeng was helpless. This senior brother of his own was good at everything, but his temperament was not so good.
Elder brother, you keep talking to me, is your research really bearing fruit? Tiger Xiaofeng asked dryly. This matter, not only was he curious, everyone was curious.
The World Family, the military, the Wu University, and the Wuyu Bureau.
Zhang Zixing put down the pen in his hand, took the phone, and asked smilingly, "Did someone say something to you?"
Tiger Xiaofeng didn't hide it and told the news he heard. There is news that your research has yielded results, and the reason why Chen Shi has progressed so quickly is because he used your research results.
Zhang Zixing was stunned. Whoever made this news guessed blindly. It's surprising to think like this.
But then again, this brat Chen Shi's speed did seem to be exaggerated. Quadruple kills 6, only a little over a month had passed since he entered the Subterranean Dragon Academy, and in a little over a month, he had broken through from the 9th level of a martial artist to the current quadruple realm of a martial soldier. Such a speed was a bit unusual even for him.
Do you think I would use unproven research results on my own students?
Zhang Zixing's tone carried a coldness. Others could think of him that way, but not Tiger Xiaofeng. The two were teacher and brother.
Feeling the change in Zhang Zixing's tone, Tiger Xiaofeng let out a bitter laugh and said smilingly, "Senior brother, it's not like you don't know that I'm not worried about that Chen Shi kid? Alright, too lazy to talk to you, is there anything else? Nothing to hang up?"
Zhang Zixing didn't want to say much. Through the previous cluster of weird flames, he had some new ideas lately. To Zhang Zixing's nature, Tiger Xiaofeng knew him well. Hearing Zhang Zixing's intention to hang up the phone, he hurriedly spoke out. "Senior brother, that group of people from the World Family might target Chen Shi, you must pay attention."
Got it. Zhang Zixing nodded his head before hanging up the phone.
The World Family was targeting Chen Shi, and he had long thought of such an outcome. Behind himself, there was the Wuyu Bureau, as well as some of his former close friends. Although many of those people were not in the country now, it did not mean that those people were dead. If he could not target himself, then he could only target Chen Shi. His brows furrowed. The fact that the World Family suspected that Chen Shi had his own research results on him was unexpected. After a moment of silence, he had already come to a conclusion in his mind. Chen Shi was the grandson of his former best friend, and this was something that could never be revealed. The group of people from the World Family were targeting Chen Shi, and he himself could not interfere too much, or else he might accidentally arouse the suspicion of those people. With even the slightest bit of suspicion, Chen Shi's identity could be exposed. This matter, he did not intend to intervene, but he would not let it go either. Since they were misunderstanding, it would be better to let this misunderstanding go a little deeper. Chen Shi needed to hone his skills, and he himself just happened to hide from those people's eyes for a bit.
As long as they didn't go too far, he himself wouldn't intervene.
On the plaza, when Zhang Baichao's name appeared on the potential dragon ranking, many of the people around them had a gleam in their eyes. Many of them knew Zhang Baichao. A member of the Zhang family, S-class talent, plus the strength of the martial 9th realm. In the crowd, Wang Yuan was a little surprised. He did not expect that Zhang Baichao could be ranked in the top 15 of the Subterranean Dragon ranking. His name, on the other hand, was being displayed at the 38th position.
Xin Zhang was ranked 39.
The two were ranked next to each other as they were in Yendu Martial University. Zhao Zong glanced at Wang Yuan and let out a cold smile as his gaze landed on Xin Zhang.
He walked over and said something to Xin Zhang.
Xin Zhang's face changed slightly, but when he met Zhao Zong's calm eyes, he was shocked and finally nodded. The gaze that he looked at Wang Yuan was somewhat complicated.
Wang Yuan ignored Xin Zhang's gaze and looked at the names that slowly appeared on the potential dragon ranking. 10th, Chen-Shi, martial soldier 4th realm. Clatter. The crowd of onlookers clamored. Of the people present, many knew Chen-Shi's name. 1 against 2, winning the battle.
One man, one gun, abolished Li Lin and nailed Li Yulong above the ring. No one dared to draw their guns. This battle directly made Chen-Shi's reputation known to more people. Someone who didn't know Chen-Shi's name looked around and asked curiously, "Who is Chen-Shi? Can it be that he's a genius of the Chen clan? With a strength of the 4th level of the martial soldier realm, he deserves to be the 10th on the subterranean dragon ranking." A person laughed lightly and shook his head. "He's not a genius of the Chen clan."
Not?
That person nodded his head and explained, "Chen-Shi comes from a civilian background and was selected from the military to enter the subterranean dragon academy." As the words fell, a few gazes immediately landed on his body. Such a battle record doesn't seem to be that difficult.
Indeed, many people can do it.
A few people felt that such a battle record was nothing remarkable, but after hearing the man's following words, a few people were immediately stunned in place. No, such a battle record might be achievable by many people, but who among you can achieve a martial artist's 9th weight battle against a 9th weight plus a 7th weight realm?
Hiss. 9 weights battle 7 weights plus 9 weights? Are you sure you didn't say it wrong? Chow, are you kidding? 9 weights can battle 9 weights plus 7 weights?
The man didn't argue with a few people as he swept his gaze to the surrounding crowd. Smiling, he said, "If you guys knew that Chen-Shi and the others had, some time ago, decimated the 6th weight with the 4th weight of the martial soldier realm, would you be even more surprised?" Chapter 123 Potential Dragon Ranking Release completed, Xin Zhang's choice. 9th, Li Su, martial soldier 6th realm. 8th, Yang Shan, martial soldier 7th realm. 7th, Yi Feiyu, martial soldier 7th realm. 6th, Zhao Qian, martial soldier 7th realm. 6th, Wang Shang, martial soldier 8th realm. 5th, Chen Son, martial soldier 8th realm. Chen-Shi's name appeared, causing the crowd of onlookers to talk. Some people tried to look for Chen-Shi's figure, but at this moment, Chen-Shi was in his dormitory cultivating with his eyes closed. With the Dragon Academy points that he had gotten from the previous mission, the rate of strength increase had once again steepened by a large margin. A few short days had passed, and now he was at the 6th level of the martial soldier realm. He had almost forgotten that today was the time for the subterranean dragon ranking to be released. Chen-Shi was ranked at the 10th position on the potent dragon ranking with the strength of a martial soldier at the 4th level. The names that appeared now were almost all geniuses from the lineages. The 6th level of martial soldier was a threshold, and if one crossed it, they would face the geniuses of the 7th and 8th levels. As the 5th name appeared, the threshold had come to the 8th level of the martial soldier realm. With such strength, one could be called a heavenly pride in almost every martial university. But this was only the 5th in the subterranean dragon ranking. 4th, Lu Mingji, 9th level of martial soldier. This group of perverts, the 4th on the latent dragon list, can have a genius of the 9th level of the martial soldier realm. Terrifying, don't dare to think how perverted the top 3 perverts are. Alas, people, this is called a genius, the most we like is called a small genius. Heavenly pride. This is what heavenly pride is. With the appearance of the 4th in the subterranean dragon ranking, the people around them let out sighs of relief, sighing at Lu Mingji's terrifying talent and strength. Martial soldier 9 weight. This is still playing around. 3rd, Li Juanhao, 9th level of martial soldier. 2nd, Yi Deer, 1st level of martial master. 1st, Wang Fa, 1st level of martial master. Looking at the name that finally appeared, everyone present seemed to be able to feel an invisible aura pressing on their hearts through that name. Yi Deer, martial master 1st weight. Wang Fa, martial master 1st weight. The word Wang Fa, splendidly bright, the large 2 words pressured the following 99 names, seems to be unable to lift up. In the subterranean dragon academy, there are the most geniuses at the martial artist, martial soldier realm. But in such a group of people, the top 2 rank 2 were like 2 terrifying crocodiles, only needing to slightly open their mouths, their group could be torn apart by them. Holy, martial master realm. I'm still preparing to break through the martial soldier realm, but others are already in the martial master realm. Don't look, this group of people in the top 5 are not normal peoples. If you want to look, you can only look at these people behind the top 5. In the top 10, the weakest have the 4th realm of the martial arts soldier. This group of people in the end how to cultivate the same people. Is this gap so big? The names on the potential dragon list, from top to bottom, changed from big to small, and the most notable ones were Wang Fa, who ranked first, and Yi Deer, who ranked second. The crowd sighed a bit, their expressions filled with yearning. Sure enough, when they hadn't even entered the Subterranean Dragon Academy, everyone here had never imagined that they would be weak like this. The protagonist's aura had not fallen on him after all. Wang Yuan froze and took a deep look at the top two ranked people, shaking his head with a bitter smile. The gap was too big, and in his heart, he did not even want to chase after these two. Being able to enter the top 10 was even if he was strong enough. Yi Zhenghao, as well as Su Zheng and Zhang Yuanbai and the others in the distance, looked at the potential dragon ranking that no longer appeared. Yi Zhenghao and Zhang Yuanbai glanced at each other and couldn't help but sigh. It's really true that one generation is stronger than the next. When we were at the age of their group, the strongest of us was only at the 8th or 9th level of martial soldier. I didn't realize that there were all martial master realms now. It's still really old.
Su Zheng's gaze lingered on the names Yi Deer and Wang Fa for a moment, and his gaze traveled all the way down.
It looked towards the names of Chen Qi and Su Xingyuan. Chen Qi and Su Xingyuan were both students of Zhang Zixing, so naturally, they would be focused on by her for a bit. Under Zhang Zixing's disciples, only Su Xingyuan and Chen Qi had made it to the potent dragon ranking this time. Chen Qi, in particular, managed to rank in the top 10. It was just that this seemed to be a bit of a bad situation. In the top 10, other than Chen Qi and Lu Mingji, the others were all geniuses from the world families. The genius named Lu Mingji was the strongest genius in this martial arts university. At a glance, Chen Qi looked like he was surrounded by geniuses from the world's families. Thinking about the recent news that had been rumored, a cold color swept across the bottom of Su Zheng's eyes. The release of the Subterranean Dragon ranking was complete, and everyone was ready to disperse to prepare for the next Subterranean Dragon ranking refinalization. Today's list was not final, there would be a finalized list for the Subterranean Dragon ranking 3 days later. At that time, the finalized list would be the final list. Wang Yuan was also ready to leave. Just at this moment, Shen Zheng blocked in front of him. Looking at Wang Yuan in front of him, Shen Zheng's heart was complicated. Both of them were born as commoners, and together they had rebelled against the suppression of the geniuses of the world family. Now, the identities of the two had changed. Wang Yuan was 38 on the Subterranean Dragon ranking, and he was 39. Wang Yuan, what right do you have to stay at the 38th position of the potential dragon ranking? Shen Zheng's voice was loud, and the surrounding crowd that was preparing to leave looked at Shen Zheng when they heard his words. Zhao Zong stood not far away and looked at the two of them, Shen Zheng and Wang Yuan, a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Wang Yuan, from now on, you don't want to get any more Dragon Academy points. Shen Zheng is just your appetizer. Listening to Shen Zheng's words, Wang Yuan sighed lightly in his heart and looked at Shen Zheng with a gaze filled with indifference. By virtue of me being stronger than you. Without waiting for Shen Zheng to speak, Wang Yuan said in a cold voice, Shen Zheng, come, fight me. Let me also see if the heart of a martial artist in you is still there as you prostrate yourself at the feet of the worldly family. Shen Zheng's sudden appearance was the first thing he had thought of. His eyes crossed over the Shen Zheng in front of him and looked towards Zhao Zong, who was standing not far away. Wang Yuan felt ashamed of Zhao Zong for such behavior. Shen Zheng, this idiot, was willing to be Zhao Zong's pawn. Shen Zheng was surprised. He did not expect that Wang Yuan would offer to get into the ring with himself. Good, then let me also see what benefits you have gotten by following Chen Qi and Su Xingyuan and the others. The matter had come to this point, and the two of them had made a complete break. If the previous Wang Yuan still held on to so much hope of turning back to Shen Zheng, then from the moment Shen Zheng stood in front of him just now, that sliver of hope was completely extinguished. Oh, the potential dragon ranking has just been released, and someone has made a date to fight. Ha, there's a good show to watch. The 39th of the potential dragon ranking is about to fight the 38th. The crowd immediately became interested and followed behind the two, heading towards the ring. Many people in the crowd of the martial arts university looked at the backs of the two men, Wang Yuan and Shen Zheng, and let out a long sigh. I didn't expect Shen Zheng to ask Wang Yuan to fight in front of everyone. Both of them were once born as commoners, but now they have become enemies. Go, and take a look. A figure was the first to leap onto the ring. Shen Zheng's eyes were filled with a cold color. His battle sword was held diagonally in the palm of his hand, pointing remotely at Wang Yuan under the ring. Wang Yuan, roll up. Ha! The crowd parted a path, and Wang Yuan slowly walked up to the ring. As he passed by Zhao Zong's teasing voice rang out. Wang Yuan, this is just an appetizer. My Zhao family has many geniuses, I want to see just how many you can block.
Wang Yuan's footsteps did not stop and his faint voice sounded, "At least I won't give in." Chapter 124 1 against 3, Unyielding Wang Yuan.
Wang Yuan slowly stepped onto the ring.
The two stood eye to eye.
The potential dragon ranking had just been released and Zhao Zong had instructed Xinjiang to challenge Wang Yuan. His purpose was self-evident. He was annoyed with Wang Yuan in his heart. Before the submerged dragon ranking, many people had come forward and chosen to support Wang Yuan, and Zhao Zong had long felt impatience with Wang Yuan in his heart. He felt that Wang Yuan was sweeping his face
in front of everyone.
To him, face was more important than strength. In the family, he didn't dare to raise his head when facing a genius like Zhao Zong. Outside the family, he faced a genius from a commoner's background like Wang Yuan and looked arrogant. He was overbearing, and even though he had tried his best to maintain a friendly appearance in front of people before, his eyes could not fool anyone. This scene was already known when Wang Yuan saw him for the first time. 9th level of martial artist, Wang Yuan, I will accompany you to play slowly.
I would like to see if the two behind you, Shen Qi and Su Xingyuan, will come forward or not.
Zhao Jia, Li Su, and the others did not have much interest in such a ring date. They stood outside the crowd with indifferent expressions, looking at the two people in the ring from afar with calm gazes. Wang Yuan, you look down on me, I will let you know that my choice is the right one. Wang Yuan's contempt for himself, Xinjiang all saw it in his eyes. As the two of them locked gazes, Xinjiang's eyes were filled with coldness. As for Wang Yuan on its opposite side, his gaze was calm, and listening to Xinjiang's words, he just faintly let out an "oh."
38 places, what are you based on?
As Xinjiang's words fell, the aura of the martial soldier first realm around him immediately rose up. Unbelievable, I broke through to the martial soldier realm one step before you. Xinjiang laughed coldly as his talent was mobilized. Spiritual qi and blood rushed continuously within his body. On the battle sword, a layer of faint blade aura was gulping continuously.
Scrap you.
Xinjiang took a step out, the blade aura was severe, and the aura and qi and blood were completely churning at this moment.
Ha!
Wang Yuan looked at the battle knife that was chopping towards him expressionlessly, and suddenly he moved. Holding the battle knife in his hand as well, his rolling qi and blood was like a frying pan boiling inside his body. The aura of the martial soldier first realm similarly rose up. Xinjiang's eyes stared for a moment, then he let out a cold snort, and the movements in his hands became more and more severe. In this battle, Zhao Zong's request was to waste Wang Yuan, and at the very least, to injure him. Both of them were S-class talents, and their strengths were even more comparable.
He was confident enough to defeat Wang Yuan above the ring. Clang!
As the battle blades collided, Xinjiang's figure gave a lurch, and the rolling force was transmitted to his arms through the battle blades, thus spreading all over his body. His figure could not stop taking 2 steps back. Wang Yuan did not say a word, and his eyes were filled with indifference. Compared to Wang Yuan, he only withdrew half a step before stopping his figure, his right foot palm stepped heavily on the ring, and his entire person arrived in an instant like lightning. Xinjiang was greatly surprised. He wanted to raise his battle sword and chop at Wang Yuan. However, the moment he had just raised his sword, a flash of blade light arrived, heading straight for his wrist. Plop! A cold light flashed and a palm flew to the side.
Xinjiang's palm was chopped off by Wang Yuan's blade.
Xinjiang screamed. But in the next instant, a fist slammed hard on his mouth.
Bang!
A dull sound rang out as Xinjiang's mouth of teeth was smashed to pieces by Wang Yuan's fist, and his screams came to an abrupt end. Xinjiang's eyes were full of horror, his figure wanted to retreat, but a hand like an iron hoop grabbed his hair.
And then, a terrifying force was instantly issued, and Xinjiang's entire person was pressed by Wang Yuan on top of the ring.
Buzz! The light of the battle knife blade flashed against his throat.
A faint voice rang out, "You have lost." Wow! The crowd of onlookers looked at the two in the ring in astonishment.
No one had expected that the battle between the two men, who were both in the first level of the martial soldier realm, would end so quickly.
Wang Yuan's series of crisp strikes, each move seemed to have factored in Xinjiang's reactions.
From beginning to end, the battle between the two was only more than 10 seconds.
What a dry and crisp strike! So strong.
Xinjiang's strikes are too slow, although they are severe, they do not have enough killing intent.
Wang Yuan struck too quickly. The gap between the two is too big.
This all happened too quickly. Zhao Zong thought that the two would at least fight for dozens of rounds, but in just a few rounds, Xinjiang lost.
Waste. Glancing at Xinjiang in the ring, Zhao Zong's gaze went to a person not far away. That person hesitated and nodded. As expected of the 38th position on the subterranean dragon ranking, the strength is indeed strong enough. Zhao Zong's voice rang out, now no one should be able to disrespect your 38th position on the submerged dragon ranking. Wang Yuan's expression was calm as he glanced at Xinjiang, who had walked off the ring in a sorry state, without the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. Since Zhao Zong had made a move, there was absolutely no way that he would send only Xinjiang. As expected, a voice rang out. I'm not convinced, I don't know you. Without waiting for that person to finish, Wang Yuan's eyes looked towards him, his battle sword pointed at that person, and he said in a cold voice under his breath, come up. Good. That person was likewise in the first level of martial soldier realm. Without any nonsense, the two of them instantly exchanged blows as soon as they stepped onto the ring. Within moments though, a silhouette flew out and smashed into the ring, blood flowing from a wound on his chest. Next. Zhao Zong narrowed his eyes. A person stepped out once again and mounted the ring. Few martial soldier 7th weight now. Chen Shi let out a long sigh of relief. During this period of time, he didn't dare to stop cultivating for a moment. All of the Dragon Academy points from the annihilation of the enemy had been exchanged into cultivation resources by him. After consuming all the resources, his strength finally came to the 7th level of the martial soldier realm. Feeling the rushing chi and blood in his body, a satisfied look appeared on Chen Shi's face. From the moment he entered the subterranean Dragon Academy, his strength had been steadily rising. The mission to eliminate the enemy had allowed himself to obtain more than 1,000 points. This portion of cultivation resources directly allowed his strength to rise once again to the current martial soldier 7th realm. Such a speed shouldn't be slow anymore. Chen Shi thought secretly in his heart. However, when he thought about how the subterranean Dragon Academy was filled with geniuses, the 7th level of the martial soldier realm was still not strong enough. While he was thinking, Su Xingyuan called. Chen Shi, today the list of submerged dragons is released, are you going to take a look? Su Xingyuan had also just finished his cultivation not long ago. Thinking that today was the release time for the submerged dragon ranking, he thought of giving Chen Shi a call. The two of them traveled together. Alright, go take a look, I also want to see what the strength of the geniuses in the subterranean Dragon Academy are like. The phone hung up and the two headed towards the square. On the ring, Wang Yuan's face was pale and there were quite a few injuries on his body. The battle proper holding the battle sword was trembling slightly, and blood flowed down his shoulder to the battle sword. The blade's cold light flickered, and bright red blood gathered on top of the tip of the blade, dripping down onto the ring, splashing bright red blood. On the ring, a martial soldier first realm opponent was gasping for air, looking up at Wang Yuan with a cold color in his eyes. By now, there were already 3 people who had lost under Wang Yuan's hands. After facing 3 people in a row, Wang Yuan had consumed a great deal of energy. At this moment, he was almost on the verge of becoming unsteady on his feet. Even so, his eyes were still full of light. His eyes landed on Zhao Zong at the bottom of the ring. He smiled brightly and shouted, Zhao Zong, come again. Chapter 125 Thunderous Roar. The arrow was like electricity. Under the ring, the crowd of onlookers looked up at Wang Yuan. Everyone could see that Wang Yuan had long been at the end of his strength now. As he was now, even a martial artist realm could defeat him. Looking at the smile on Wang Yuan's face, paired with his current appearance, his entire person seemed to have a different kind of temperament. Pugnacious, ruthless, and the unyielding in his eyes. Senior brother Wang Yuan, good job. Senior brother Wang Yuan, I am willing to continue fighting on your behalf. A person, whose complexion was filled with anger, walked out of the crowd as he spoke, looked up at Wang Yuan in the ring and shouted under his breath. I am also willing. I am also willing. This scene was like a replica of the scene before. Wang Yuan smiled and shook his head as his gaze fell on Zhao Zong under the ring. Zhao Zong, you presumptuously want to crush me, but do you deserve it? Although I come from a commoner's background, it is absolutely impossible for me to submit to someone like you. Listening to the words from the mouths of the crowd of onlookers, as well as the words from Wang Yuan's mouth. Inwardly, he became angrier and angrier towards Wang Yuan. Well, Wang Yuan, let's see how strong you really are. After saying that, he raised his hand and another martial soldier first realm appeared. Zhao Zong, isn't your Zhao family going too far? Someone finally couldn't hold back and stood out, saying angrily. Zhao Zong, you also deserve to be called a genius of a lineage family? So this is a lineage genius, using power to suppress others. I've seen it today. World family genius? Oh, bold genius. Zhao family. You have simply dishonored martial artists. The crowd couldn't hold back any longer and spoke out against Zhao Zong. Zhao Zong's behavior caused quite a few people in the crowd to recoil. Among them, the people from the military were the most numerous, followed by the people from the martial university. Some people originally didn't have much antipathy towards the lineages, but Zhao Zong's behavior like this was tantamount to nakedly telling everyone the lineages were just above them. This made many people unable to hold back any longer and stood out, choosing to stand on Wang Yuan's side. What fools! Some geniuses of the world family said without mercy under their breath as they looked at the increasing number of people who chose to stand out in solidarity with Wang Yuan, and then looked at Zhao Zong's cold face. Not only did Zhao Zong's behavior like this fail to divide the people from the martial university, the military. Instead, it backfired. This Zhao Zong is indeed stupid enough. Such behavior is simply pushing away people who were originally neutral. Zhao Zong's expression was calm. Li Su stood beside him, and the two of them watched the scene not far away. Li Su laughed and twisted his head with a smile. Aren't you going to make a move? If you let Zhao Zong continue to mess up like this, your Zhao family's reputation in the subterranean Dragon Academy will really stink. Zhao Zong did not even look at Li Su. Zhao Zong's behavior didn't interest him much, but Li Su was right. He couldn't let Zhao Zong continue to make such a mess. It was not enough to make things happen, but it was more than enough to make things happen. In the ring, Wang Yuan did not even look at the man who stood out, but looked down at Zhao Zong under the ring. With his battle sword raised, he pointed at Zhao Zong and said in a cold voice, "Zhao Zong, I'm going to make a date to fight you." Zhao Zong narrowed his eyes. He was thinking that his strength of the martial soldier's second realm going into the ring would definitely make his reputation stink. Bullying the weak with the strong, this was something that was disdained by everyone. Just as he was thinking about it, Zhao Zong's voice suddenly rang out, "Promise him that you'll abolish him." Hearing Zhao Zong's voice, Zhao Zong's body tightened. Snapping his head up to look at Wang Yuan, he let out a fierce smile, "Then I will fulfill you." With those words, he leapt up and stepped onto the ring. Although Wang Yuan was at the end of his strength at the moment, there was still an unyielding light in those eyes. Zhao Zong did not talk nonsense. He stepped out, his qi and blood was like a river, transforming into a rolling force, and fiercely blasted out a fist towards Wang Yuan. Bang! Wang Yuan's battle sword managed to block in front of his body, and a majestic force was instantly transmitted to his entire body. His entire body was blown away by Zhao Zong's punch. Just as he landed, a strong wind came whistling. Zhao Zong didn't use a weapon, just because he didn't want others to think that he was bullying the weak with the strong. But that was just his own wishful thinking. As the wind whistled, Wang Yuan's eyes were filled with a vicious color. Taking a step out, without flashing or avoiding, the battle knife in his hand fiercely chopped out. Injury for injury. What I want is to be ruthless. I come from a civilian background and have a rotten life, but what about you? Zhao Zong, do you dare? Zhao Zong's complexion condensed, his figure slightly staggered, dodging Wang Yuan's knife, but in this instant, Wang Yuan exploded the last of the strength in his body and closed in on Zhao Zong. The battle knife in his hand was also at this moment fiercely retracted, and then lifted upwards. The war knife was in Zhao Zong's armpit position, and Zhao Zong's heart was startled. He wanted to dodge again, but at this moment, Wang Yuan, who was already close to him, would not let him dodge away just like that. One hand grabbed Zhao Zong's shoulder and pulled him towards himself. The battle knife snorted, instantly lifting from his armpit, and in the next instant, it sliced in from Zhao Zong's armpit, with unabated momentum, wanting to slice off his arm. At such a juncture, Zhao Zong was also furious. Raising his knee, he blasted at Wang Yuan's abdomen, and then his muscles instantly tightened, actually jamming the sword alive. A fist blasted at Wang Yuan's chest. A muffled sound rang out, and Wang Yuan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and the entire person could not stop backing up, and the battle knife stayed in Zhao Zong's arm. You seek death. Zhao Zong shouted angrily, stepping out in large strides, grabbing Wang Yuan's shoulder, while another fist blasted out. Snap! The sound of bones breaking rang out. The chest was immediately sunken, but Zhao Zong clearly did not want to let Wang Yuan go just like that. Rolling strength emanated from his arm, ripping Wang Yuan back before he was flung down to the ground viciously. A foot stepped out and heavily stepped on Wang Yuan's left arm. Wang Yuan's arm immediately took on a bizarre arc. I will waste you today. Zhao Zong fumed fiercely. With Zhao Zong's word, he did not have the slightest scruple at this moment.
There was a rule in the Subterranean Dragon Academy that there were no restrictions on ring fights, but one could not kill.
To waste Wang Yuan, that was what he was going to do.
The other arm was similarly stomped off by Zhao Zong. Feeling the pain coming from his body, Wang Yuan did not say a word. Lying on the ground, he stared at Zhao Zong in front of him in death. In his eyes was a killing intent that was almost turning into substance. Cruel, incomparably cruel.
Zhao Zong, stop it, I'll fight you. Someone shouted angrily.
Damn it, I'm also from a commoner's background, I'll give it all up today, Zhao Zong, I'll fight you at the 9th level of martial artist.
The crowd shouted angrily.
In the ring, Wang Yuan's 2 arms had been trampled off by Zhao Zong alive, and his right leg was similarly broken by Zhao Zong. The people from the military and the Wushu University looked at Wang Yuan on the ring, who had not shouted a single word since the beginning. Their hearts were touched. It wasn't that none of them were stronger than Zhao Zong, but they had chosen to stand aside before.
But now, were they really doing the right thing?
Zhao Zong looked down at Wang Yuan and said with a fierce smile, Wang Yuan, today, I will break your martial path. Pulling out the battle sword stuck in his arm, the blade's aura gulped.
Wang Yuan's gaze was still shining brightly.
He came out from a small place, entered Yendu Martial University, and later entered the talent program. All this way, he had fought with all his might. Looking at the battle knife raised in Zhao Zong's hand, his heart was calm.
The path of martial arts might be the end of himself today.
How dare you? A voice suddenly rang out, echoing in the sky above the ring. The crowd turned their heads to look. A piercing thunder and an exceptionally dazzling arrow flew from the distance.
Thunder roared. The arrow was like electricity.
Rolling killing intent instantly enveloped Zhao Zong in the ring. Chapter 126: The World Family's Calculations. The sudden change caused the 2 people, Li Su and Zhao Zhen, who were standing not far from the ring, to slightly condense their eyes, looking at the thunder and arrows that broke through the air from afar. Li Su's expression changed slightly, very strong. Zhao Zhen's eyes were slightly condensed and he didn't say anything, but his gaze went to the 2 people who appeared not far away. Thunder and arrows appeared almost simultaneously. Killing intent rolled out, causing the crowd of onlookers around the ring to change their colors. On the ring, Wang Yuan, who was preparing to meet the fact that his martial arts path had been severed along the way, had his eyes steeply light up the moment he heard the sudden sound. Although he had not been in contact with Chen Qi and Su Xingyuan for a long time, he was familiar with their voices. Chen Qi and the others had come. The moment Zhao Zong, who was unaware of the truth, saw the thunder and arrows appear, he instantly felt the rolling killing intent enveloping him. At this moment, it seemed that no matter how much he dodged, he would not be able to escape the attack of the thunder and arrows. The thunder and arrows came at an extremely fast speed and reached in a split second. Zhao Zong hadn't even had time to raise the battle sword in his hand. The thunder and arrows arrived in an instant. Boom! The thunder instantly penetrated his left shoulder, sending his entire body flying. The arrows arrived almost simultaneously. Constructed from spiritual energy, aura and chi and blood, the arrow exploded with a terrifying aura in an instant. With a plop, it penetrated his right shoulder. The powerful force on the arrow erupted, and the right arm was torn apart hard by the powerful force on the arrow. The right arm flew out. Zhao Zong's entire body collapsed on top of the ring with a bang. And at this moment, 2 figures appeared in the ring at almost the same time. Without even looking at Zhao Zong, Chen Qi crouched down and checked Wang Yuan's injuries. His face immediately sank, and before he could say more, 2 pills were sent into Wang Yuan's mouth. At this moment, Wang Yuan's limbs only had one left leg still intact. With his chest sunken in, Wang Yuan's entire person had almost been wasted by Zhao Zong. But fortunately the 2 came in time. Wang Yuan's arms and right leg were not completely shattered by Zhao Zong. There was still salvation. Thunder erupted from the long spear in Su Xingyuan's hand, and there were flashes of thunder in his eyes. Seeing that Wang Yuan's situation could still be saved, his heart was incomparably furious. The long spear flew out with a buzzing sound and thunder burst out, instantly slicing off Zhao Zong's left arm. You are really looking for death. Su Xingyuan's voice was extremely cold. The hand holding the lance was trembling as he tried his best to control the killing intent in his heart. Zhao Zong's eyes were filled with shock as he looked up at Su Xingyuan and Chen Qi in front of him. The killing intent in Su Xingyuan's eyes was not hidden in the slightest. Although Wang Yuan had not been in contact for a long time, he was very clear about Wang Yuan's matters. In his heart, he admired Wang Yuan's perseverance as well as his yearning for the path of martial arts. Although he had parents from the martial zone realm behind him, in the end, he was different from Zhao Zong and this group of geniuses from the lineage. He was more close to geniuses from commoners like Wang Yuan and Chen Shi. Cough. Zhao Zong spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Su Xingyuan, mouthing, Su Xingyuan, you are ignoring the rules of the Subterranean Dragon Academy. Ring engagements, unless one party takes the initiative to admit defeat, one absolutely cannot intervene in a ring engagement. Is it hard for you to challenge the rules of the Subterranean Dragon Academy? Although Zhao Zong was appalled by the power that Su Xingyuan had just erupted, he who was very clear about the rules of the Subterranean Dragon Academy wanted to use the rules of the Subterranean Dragon Academy at this moment to make Su Xingyuan not dare to make a move. He was truly afraid that Su Xingyuan would strike out regardless. He was a genius of a worldly family, there was absolutely no need to fight for his life with someone like Su Xingyuan. This was not the result he wanted. Rules? Su Xingyuan narrowed his eyes and slowly stepped forward, his eyes growing colder and colder. You. Zhao Zong retreated backwards, wanting to speak. But in the next instant, the tip of the gun instantly appeared at his throat. A foot stepped on his chest. The force was increasing. He wanted to make a sound, but the tip of the gun in front of his throat prevented him from saying a single word. The current Su Xingyuan was like a foreign beast in a rage. It was highly likely that he himself would be struck down by Su Xingyuan if he moved. Xingyuan. Chen Shi's voice rang out. Supporting Wang Yuan, he looked towards Su Xingyuan, his expression filled with calmness. It's not worth it. Chen Shi shook his head. The rules of the Subterranean Dragon Academy must not be broken. At the very least, they could not be broken until they were strong enough. Zhao Zong had the lineage behind him, but what about behind the three of them? Their own master was already in a bad situation right now. Making a move now would only cause more trouble for himself. But letting Zhao Zong go just like that? That wasn't possible either. Su Xingyuan and Chen Shi exchanged glances and turned their heads to look down at Zhao Zong, who had the tip of his gun pressed against his throat. He let out a cold snort, and the tip of the gun slowly left Zhao Zong's throat. Zhao Zong let out a sigh of relief and couldn't help but sneer, Su Xingyuan? You should thank Chen Shi. You don't dare to kill me, and you can't kill me either. As soon as the words fell, the tip of the gun that was slowly leaving his throat steeply moved. Snort! The tip of the gun grazed his neck and stuck in the ring with a thud. The rules of the Subterranean Dragon Academy saved you. If you say one more word, I'll kill you right now. Zhao Zong was instantly silenced, not daring to say a single word. The two of them, Chen Shi and Su Xingyuan, slowly left with Wang Yuan. No one dared to stop them. Li Su and Zhao Zong both watched the two of them leave. Aren't you going to stop them? Li Su's voice rang out. The Li, Zhao families were on good terms. The news that Zhang Zisheng might have research results was also put out by them. He was compelled to see if Chen Shi had Zhang Zisheng's research results on him or not. Otherwise, how should one explain Chen Shi's cultivation speed? Looking at the departing figures of the several people, Zhao Zhen gave Li Su a sidelong glance. Indifferently, he said, you can stop them yourself. Such opponents are not worth my hand. After saying that, he turned around and left. The strikes of both Chen Shi and Su Xingyuan just now made him feel a little surprised. Su Xingyuan's strength had reached the second level of the martial soldier realm. Chen Shi, on the other hand, was even more terrifying. With a strength of the 7th level of the martial soldier realm, he had almost exploded into a strength comparable to the 9th level. Even he suspected that Chen Shi's strength might be even stronger. If Li Su wanted to find out the strength of Chen Shi, then he would go himself. His current aim was to raise his strength. To prepare for the Subterranean Dragon ranking finalization ranking 3 days later. The Subterranean Dragon ranking finalization ranking would last for a while. It was still a long time, so there was no need for him to go out now and let Li Su go out first to test the waters. Li Su laughed lightly, looking at the backs of the few people leaving, and murmured, Chen Shi, with such a fast cultivation speed, I'm curious as to what exactly Zhang Zisheng has used for you. After saying that, he shook his head, glanced at Zhao Zong in the ring, and said in a cold voice, stupid one. Inside Zhang Zisheng's office. After hearing everything that had just happened, his expression remained unchanged and he only nodded slightly. And then he once again lowered his head to write and draw. Until he was the only one left in the office, the pen in his hand snapped and broke. The aura of the martial spirit realm flickered. The voice rang out, Li family. Zhao family. Yang family.
Chen family.
After thinking about it, he dialed old Zhang's phone.
Chapter 127. I'm an SSS talent. Wang Yuan, is everything alright? A day later, Chen Shi and Su Xingyuan as well as Zhang Ruya and Zhang Baichao appeared in the hospital room. After treatment, Wang Yuan's injuries had been recovered.
Both of his arms as well as his right leg, which had been stomped off by Zhao Zong, had also begun to recover after treatment.
Fortunately, Zhao Zong did not make a move to directly shatter Wang Yuan's arms as well as his right leg. Otherwise, Wang Yuan's path of martial arts would have been truly severed. It's nothing serious.
Wang Yuan shook his head slightly, looked at the four people who walked into the house with a smile, and said, "What are you guys running towards me for if you are not preparing for the submerged dragon ranking to be finalized behind you?" Zhang Baitao grunted coldly, "The Zhao family has really gone overboard this time. 3 martial soldier first weights picking on you alone in a row. This is an attempt to consume you alive in the ring." Zhao Zong appropriately stepped in, "And if it wasn't for Su Xingyuan and Chen Shi coming just in time, you'd definitely be wasted."
Zhang Ruya's face was cold as he listened to Zhang Baitao's words, and he nodded slightly.
He was furious at Zhao Zong's behavior.
It was too bullying.
Looking at Wang Yuan, who had gradually recovered in front of him, a cold color flashed under Chen Shi's eyes as he spoke out. "Wang Yuan, you need to be careful when the potential dragon ranking is set. It is highly likely that Zhao Zong and the others will make a move against you."
Su Xingyuan nodded his head.
Earlier, if it wasn't for Chen Shi's timely voice, he really wanted to waste Zhao Zong in the ring. Zhang Baichao glanced at the two of them, Chen Shi and Su Xingyuan. "Su Xingyuan, you also need to be careful about when you strike. Do you know what will happen once you really waste Zhao Zong in the ring?"
"Humph, one more time, I will absolutely waste him,"
Su Xingyuan replied with a cold snort.
Zhang Baichao blankly glanced at Su Xingyuan, although she knew that Su Xingyuan, Chen Shi and Zhang Ruya were all very angry, but anger could not solve the problem. In their group, other than the two of them, herself and Zhang Ruya, the forces behind the remaining 3 were simply not enough to bail out the 3 of them. Even if they invited Zhang Zisheng. She sighed slightly and said helplessly, "Did you guys really think that you thought Zhao Zong would somehow target Wang Yuan?" Su Xingyuan's expression moved slightly as he looked towards Zhang Baichao, waiting for her to speak up and explain.
Chen Shi's heart moved slightly, as if he had thought of something.
"It's no wonder you guys don't know."
Thinking of the trio's origins, Zhang Baitao understood. "You guys should know that Arrow God Zhang Zisheng has been doing research for decades. This time, Zhao Zong made a move with the purpose of forcing the two of you to make a move through the people around you."
Su Xingyuan was stunned. "What do you mean?"
He glanced at Chen Shi, who had heard of these rumors even though he had never entered Zhang Zisheng's research lab.
But what did this have to do with the two of them?
Zhang Ruya opened her mouth to take over the topic. "You guys aren't from the lineage, so you don't know some things very well. Recently, there was a rumor in the circles of the lineages." Speaking here, he looked towards Chen Shi and said in a slow voice, "They suspect that Zhang Zisheng's research has yielded results. And the source of their suspicion is because of Chen Shi."
"Chen Shi? There's still something about yourself?" Zhang Ruya laughed bitterly, her gaze falling on Su Xingyuan as she said, "Xingyuan, do you still remember what talent Chen Shi has?"
Su Xingyuan replied without hesitation, "E rank."
"Yeah, E grade."
Zhang Ruya said with a sigh, "An E rank talent that cultivates far faster than you and I, and even far faster than an S rank like my sister. This already speaks for itself."
Su Xingyuan came to a realization and spoke out eagerly, "So they suspect that Chen Shi has the results of his teacher's research in his body?" Zhang Ruya nodded her head. Wang Yuan was lying on the hospital bed, quietly listening to the words of several people.
When he heard here, he also understood.
There was also a doubt in his heart, was Chen Shi really an E-grade talent?
Zhang Baitao pulled over a chair, sat down and said, "Chen Shi's abnormal cultivation speed has caused everyone to be skeptical. The news is known to almost all the lineages. Wang Yuan was targeted by Zhao Zong with the aim of striking out for the two of you. They suspect Chen Shi and also suspect Su Xingyuan. In other words, the two of you have been targeted by almost all the lineages. There are even other strong people, at least as strong as Zhang Zisheng." Su Xingyuan's scalp tingled as he looked at Chen Shi with a grudge. "I've been implicated by you."
"What nonsense!"
Chen Shi gasped and laughed, cursing with a smile, then his smile gradually tightened as he gazed at the few people in front of him. "If I were to say that I really don't have the results of my master's research on me, would you believe me?"
Zhang Ruya nodded without hesitation, "I believe it." Su Xingyuan nodded, "I also believe you."
"After all, I'm so strong that I don't have my teacher's research results. You're not as handsome as me, your talent isn't as high. If you want to have research results, it's also me.
Zhang Baichao gave him a blank look and couldn't help but dislike him. You're not handsome. Su Xingyuan slightly tilted his head, ignoring Zhang Baichao. Wang Yuan on the hospital bed, when he saw Chen Shi looking at him, he smiled and replied, I also believe that you don't have one. How can a mouse be that good? Chen Shi's head was filled with black lines. Zhang Baichao was suspicious and asked, You really don't have any research results? There really isn't, it's all on my own. Huh, that's strange then. Out of the few of us, all of us are more talented than you, but your cultivation speed is obviously not right. As the words fell, the gazes of several people looked towards Chen Shi. Didn't you guys agree to trust me? But what's with your eyes right now? A few people revealed smiles one after another. It was true that they did not doubt Chen Shi, but Zhang Baichao's words made sense. Chen Shi's abnormal cultivation speed had struck them as frightening in the beginning. They had risen to catch up, but who knew that Chen Shi's speed was getting faster and faster? Coming to the Subterranean Dragon Academy is like a complete opening of the bonds. Looking at the gazes of a few people, Chen Shi hesitated, walked to the door and looked at it, closing the door. The expression was serious. This look on Chen Shi's face made a few people's hearts tighten. Could it be that he really had Zhang Zixing's research results on him? Xing Yuan, do you still remember the words you once said? What words? Su Xingyuan was stunned. I remember you saying that if you knew an S-class talent, then you would worship your father. After saying these words, the two people in the room, Chen Shi and Zhang Ruya, had smiles on their faces. Both of them were impressed by this sentence. And Su Xingyuan was similarly impressed as he looked at Chen Shi and asked in shock, You don't say that you're an S-class talent. The information is written clearly, you are an E-rank talent. It's true that I'm not an S-class talent. Su Xingyuan let out a long sigh of relief. Without waiting for him to speak, Chen Shi's voice sounded once again. Because I am an SSS rank talent. What? As the words fell, Wang Yuan on the hospital bed sat up in a mischievous manner, his wide eyes filled with shock. The room fell into silence. Gulp. The two of them, Zhang Baitao and Zhang Ruya, swallowed their saliva and stammered, Are you telling the truth? Su Xingyuan only felt his body tighten and his entire body was stunned in place. With a dry throat, he said with a dry laugh, Chen Shi, this joke is not funny anymore. SSS talent. Cannot find one in the entire China. Chen Shi's smile faded and he replied with incomparable seriousness, It's true. I'm an SSS archer talent, and probably the strongest archer talent as well. Chapter 128 Indeed, they should be severely punished. How about deducting 100 points from their Dragon Academy points? I am SSS archer talent. This news directly shocked everyone in the room and froze in place. Wang Yuan slowly lay down and came to a sudden realization. At a previous time, he had suspected that Chen Shi was not an E-rank talent. He had guessed that Chen Shi should be an A rank or an S rank like himself. But now, you're actually telling me that you're SSS rank? Damn, the difference between people is too great. No wonder the gap in strength between myself and Chen Shi was getting wider and wider. No wonder he was able to be selected into the talent program with an E-rank talent. No wonder he was able to kill 6 heavens with 4 heavens. Compared to Wang Yuan, the shock of the remaining few was much stronger. Zhang Ruya quickly accepted this fact. He shook his head slightly and said with a smile, No wonder you have a different talent from the other archers. Void condensing arrow, the ultimate control of the battlefield. Zhang Baichao sat in her chair, her gaze toward Chen Shi filled with shock. She was conceited that her talent was not weak, and her S-rank talent was not considered weak even in the Subterranean Dragon Academy. When she had yet to enter the Subterranean Dragon Academy, she had often heard Zhang Ruya mention Chen Shi's name. At that time, she didn't think it was a big deal. As a member of the Zhang clan, she felt that Zhang Ruya was compelled by Chen Shi. In subsequent meetings, she never felt that there was anything peculiar about Chen Shi either. Until the enemy suppression mission began. That was when she had a brand new perception of Chen Shi's strength. But the heart is still unconvinced, and now she doesn't even have a jealous heart. SSS level talent, ah. When she thought of Chen Shi's talent, she felt dizzy. Su Xingyuan's eyes were complicated as he thought of a time when he and Chen Shi had just met and asked Chen Shi what his talent was. Chen Shi's answer had always been E-rank. At that time, he had also said to Chen Shi with bravado that the two of them, he and Zhang Ruya, would cover him. Recruit competition assessment. Night Lord's operation. He has always protected Chun-Shi behind him. Also practiced his promise. But this soul, he even pretended to be a pig and ate a tiger from beginning to end. Feeling the tremendous pressure on Chen-Shi, he rose up to catch up and surpass him. But what was the result? It wasn't obvious in the beginning. He was at the 6th level of martial artist, Chen-Shi was at the 7th and 8th level. When he reached the 7th level, Chen-Shi was at the 9th level. By the time he reached the 9th weight, Chen-Shi was already at the 4th weight of martial soldier. "What's up, Xing Yuan, you won't keep your words, right?" Chen-Shi said with a smile. "Get lost." Su Xingyuan gritted his teeth. "Ha ha." Zhang Ruya, Chen-Shi, and the others burst out laughing as they watched Su Xingyuan's gritted teeth. After revealing his true talent, Chen-Shi no longer hid it. The people of the World family felt that they had Master's research results in them, so let them continue to misunderstand. Master's condition was not good, and such suspicion would allow himself to share some of the pressure. It was a mediocre talent if one was not cynical, this was what Zhang Zixing had once said. He was not prepared to reveal his true talent. No one might believe it even if he said it, and once suspicion arose, it would grow deeper and deeper. Even if he really didn't have any research results on him, would those people believe it? They would only wonder what the research results really were and how to get them from themselves. Li Yinian, this time bomb, has not yet been solved, and now it is even more targeted by all the families. Let the storm come a little more violent. Bang! This is persecution. Every single human genius is precious. The two of them, Chen-Shi and Su Xingyuan, are ignoring the rules of the Subterranean Dragon Academy. What the hell are they trying to do? In the conference room, Li Wenjiang slapped heavily on the table. A deep palm print was left behind. In the conference room, Zhao Wenshi grimaced and snorted coldly. The rules of the ring were set at that time when the Subterranean Dragon Academy was founded. Now that someone is openly breaking the ring rules, this is treating the rules of the Subterranean Dragon Academy as nothing. Right now, they are still only at the martial soldier realm, and they dare to challenge the rules of the academy, so if they wait for them to become stronger, is it possible that they want to challenge the rules of the entire Chinese nation? This matter, Zhang Zixing must be held responsible. Zhao Wenshi and Li Wenjiang both looked towards Zhang Zixing in the conference room, their expressions filled with anger. It seemed that they were extremely angry at Chen-Shi and Su Xingyuan for the two of them blatantly destroying the ring. In the conference room, sitting at the top of the room was the strongest person from the Martial Education Bureau, Lan Xiu. Not only were there a few people in the conference room, but all of the teachers from the Subterranean Dragon Academy were gathered here. The incident in the ring earlier had already spread throughout the entire Subterranean Dragon Academy. The matter of Wang Yuan picking 3 and almost being scrapped in the ring by Zhao Zong seemed to have been forgotten by them. Lan Xiu's body leaned back slightly, leaning on the back of his chair with a faint smile on his face. As a martial king realm powerhouse, he was the strongest person in the crowd present. Sweeping his light gaze over the crowd, he pondered slightly and looked towards Zhang Zixing, who had his eyes closed in concentration, and asked with a smile, "Zixing, what do you think?" Zhang Zixing opened his eyes slightly raised, and his expression seemed to be extremely angry as well. Nodding his head, he replied, "It is indeed necessary to severely punish. If there's a first time for something like this, there's a second time. They're blatantly breaking the rules of the Subterranean Dragon Academy." These words caused the complexion of the people present to freeze. Was Zhang Zixing on the wrong medication? He actually agreed to Li Wenjiang and Zhao Wenshi's demands? For these two families to make such a request, anyone with a discerning eye would know that it was heading towards Zhang Zixing. If he didn't agree, the two would just grab onto that. But on the contrary, Zhang Zixing agreed. Yi Zhenghao raised his eyes to look at Zhang Zixing, and when their gazes slightly met, he couldn't help but reveal a smirk. How could Zhang Zixing truly agree to the two's request? Severe punishment? Severe punishment, my ass. As far as Zhang Zixing's temperament was concerned, not lifting the table was a sign that he was good-tempered. If he did not lift the table now, then he was definitely not holding his farts. Su Zhang glanced sideways at Zhang Zixing, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, revealing a trace of an invisible smile. She knew Zhang Zixing very well. From his youth to now, when had Zhang Zixing's nature ever changed? Lan Xiu looked slightly stunned and asked smilingly, "Then, what do you think should be the severe punishment?" As a person from the Martial Education Bureau, he could not take sides, at least on the bright side. Nowadays, the people of the world families were getting stronger and stronger. The strongest members of several families were on the battlefield of the 10,000 races, so there could not be any accidents in this rear. But Zhang Zixing couldn't be offended either. On the one hand, he had research in his hands, and whether or not he had any research results, no one knew. On the other hand was the fact that quite a few strong people were on Zhang Zixing's side, and although they didn't explicitly support him, the opinions of these people were extremely important. They were all strong people, and the situation of the human race on the battlefield of the 10,000 races was already bad. It couldn't be in chaos now.
Zhang Zixing, then what do you say? Chen Qi and Su Xingyuan should be severely punished. Zhao Wenshi and Li Zhangwen both glanced at each other, exchanged a look, and asked out loud.
Well.
Zhang Zixing pondered slightly and said in a slow voice, how about deducting a month's worth of Dragon Academy points from the two? With 100 less Dragon Academy points, the two will definitely know that they are wrong.
Ha! Li Wenjing was infuriated and laughed.
Together with the rest of the people, they all stifled their laughter.
100 points.
You would have to say that when one had just entered into the subterranean Dragon Academy, a punishment like 100 points was indeed not light.
But now it was different.
Su Xingyuan's strength came to the second level of martial soldier. Chen Qi had even broken through to the 7th level of the martial soldier realm. At such strength of the two, even taking on a few missions would be enough for the two to cultivate for a month.
100 points? You're lying to ghosts.
Chapter 129 must be punished severely, deduct his Dragon Academy points for 2 months.
Zhang Zixing, is a punishment like 100 Dragon Academy points a severe punishment?
Zhao Wenshi couldn't help but speak out, you're harboring him. Li Wenjing also laughed out coldly, Zhang Zixing, you are harboring your own student openly.
Well, I am harboring.
Zhang Zixing turned his head and admitted graciously.
You.
The two people, Zhao Wenshi and Li Wenjing, were furious. Without waiting for the two to make a sound, Zhang Zixing's voice rang out. A bunch of wastes, 3 martial soldier first-level realms took turns to challenge a martial soldier first-level realm, and after that it was even when Wang Yuan was near the end of his strength that Zhao Zong, a waste of martial soldier second-level realm, still had the nerve to mount the ring. Zhang Zixing did not give the two the slightest bit of face and said without mercy, this is because I wasn't present. If I had been present, I would have had to have the two of them, Chen Qi and Su Xingyuan, waste him. As he said this, his tone was filled with disdain.
Zhao Wenshi, how does someone like your Zhao family deserve to be called a genius?
You should have let Zhao Zong worship under me. If your Zhao family can't spare the time to educate him, I can help educate him, including that Zhao Zong of your Zhao family.
Bang!
Hearing Zhang Zixing's unforgiving words, Zhao Wenshi couldn't hold back any longer and slapped his hand on the table. With a bang, a piece of the table was knocked off by his slap and turned into pieces. Looking angrily at Zhang Zixing, he snapped, Zhang Zixing, what are you trying to do?
Don't think that I don't dare to move you. Li Wenjing nodded his head in agreement. Yes, Zhang Zixing, is it possible that you don't think that Brother Wenshi dares not move you?
Zhang Zixing looked without looking at the two men, smilingly looking at Lan Xiu in the first place.
Lord Lan Xiu, what do you think of my proposal like this?
It both punishes the two and lets them know how powerful they are. Young people, sometimes it's inevitable that they will make some mistakes. I also made mistakes when I was young. Including all of you here, all have made mistakes before. There is nothing better than knowing your mistakes and being able to change them. As Lan Xiu listened to the fights of several people, the smile on his face remained the same. He looked at Zhao Wenshi and Li Wenjing, and then swept a glance at the rest of the crowd. After a moment of contemplation, he opened his mouth and said, 100 Dragon Academy points is too little. It's normal for young people to make mistakes, so why don't we just deduct 2 months?
2 months of Dragon Academy points is about right.
Seeing Lan Xiu say this, Zhao Wenshi and Li Wenjing both had no way to refute it. Lan Xiu's strength at the Martial King realm still needed to be respected, and coupled with the status of the Martial Education Bureau, even though the two had the backing of the lineage behind them. But if they were to start a conflict with the Martial Education Bureau now, this was folly. Alright, it's normal for young people to fight amongst themselves, so let's forget about this matter.
Now on to the other matter.
Zhang Zixing nodded his head smilingly. Yi Zhenghao and Su Zhang, who were either neutral or on good terms with Zhang Zixing, revealed smiles.
Lan Xiu had a knack for making peace.
But this was also a traditional skill of the Martial Education Bureau. Nowadays, within China, the tentacles of the lineages had become more and more arrogant. This time, the clash between Zhao Zong and Wang Yuan was something that the crowd had all along understood very clearly.
Unwilling to be recruited, he was suppressed.
For Zhao Zong to not be punished by the Subterranean Dragon Academy for such behavior, it was considered that the Zhao family was powerful.
At night, Chen Qi returned to the dormitory.
The cluster of flames in his mind was still burning and swaying. If Chen Qi's spiritual power was 2 when he had yet to obtain this cluster of flames, then his spiritual power had now unknowingly come to 8 points. In a short period of time, the increase in spiritual power was even described as terrifying.
Feeling the blazing flames in his mind, Chen Qi was thinking. Could this blazing flame attach itself to his arrows?
Zhang Zixing had told himself that the blazing flame possessed the ability to sear spiritual energy. Now that he had fused the blazing flame was no longer a threat to himself, but rather a treasure.
But to others, it might be poison.
He had experienced the terror of the blazing flame. If he didn't have Zhang Zixing pulling through a tiny bit, if he had absorbed the blazing flames rashly, he would definitely have been heavily injured or even burned to death. With his spiritual power now strong enough, Chen Qi focused his mind on the blazing flames. Above the spiritual power, like a river or lake, the blazing flames swayed, mysterious to the extreme. Controlling his spiritual power to slightly touch the flames, there was not the slightest discomfort, instead there was a sense of comfort. Carefully pulling a trace of the flames, in the palm of his hand, an arrow is slowly coalescing. Unlike the previous one, this time on the arrow, a tiny trace of red color was flowing continuously on the arrow.
It's done?
Chen Qi did not expect things to go so smoothly. He thought that it would be troublesome, but the flames were like a tamed fiery horse that had now turned incredibly docile. This way, the power that can be exploded by the arrow is even stronger.
Talent technique unlocked, soul flame piercing cloud splitting arrow.
Just as Chen Qi nodded his head in satisfaction and prepared to wave the arrow away, a line of prompts suddenly appeared on the light screen panel in front of him.
Soul fire piercing cloud cracking arrow? Chen Qi was slightly stunned.
It had been a long time since the system had unlocked a new talent technique. He did not expect that the action just now had unlocked a new talented arrow skill. Glancing at the data displayed on the light screen panel in front of him.
Name, Chen Qi. Realm, Martial Soldier 7th level. Physique, none. Talent, 3S Talent Hui. Spirit, Object Control Realm. Talent skill, 100 steps through Yang hit rate increased by 100%.
Soulfire piercing cloud splitting arrow. Soulfire rises through the clouds, an arrow splits the sky.
Eagle's Eye Insight, consume spiritual energy to gain Eagle's Eyesight, current insight distance, 7 kilometers. Insight distance is based on one's own strength. Martial art, wind chasing gun. Spiritual technique, battle spirit method. Breath like iron. Weapon, army breaking bow, cloud piercing lance. Soulfire rises through the clouds, an arrow cracks the sky.
Chen Qi murmured as light swept through his eyes. The fiery flames in his mind could allow his spiritual power to continuously increase, while at the same time searing it. The word soul flame was most appropriate.
With the new natural skill, I wonder if I can touch base with the martial master realm now. Chen Qi's eyes flickered, looking forward to the upcoming subterranean dragon ranking finalization. At Zhang Zixing's residence, Lan Xiu's figure appeared.
You still haven't changed after all these years.
Lan Xiu walked into the living room on his own, picked up the teapot and poured a cup on his own. What's the matter? Hurry up and say it.
Zhang Zixing blankly glanced at Lan Xiu. The two had known each other for a long time, and Lan Xiu didn't belong to a worldly family, of ordinary origins. The relationship between the two had always been pretty good. But the two hadn't seen each other for a long time, and today was also the first time they had met in these decades.
Lan Xiu leaned back on the sofa, his entire person appearing relaxed.
He was originally on the battlefield of the 10,000 races when he suddenly received a message asking him to come to the Subterranean Dragon Academy.
This was what brought about the meeting between the two. It's been decades since I've seen you, can't you be nicer to me?
Be nice my ass, it's not like you don't know my character. I pretend to be civilized in front of others, what else do I pretend to be in front of you?
He patted Lan Xiu, signaling him to move to the side.
Lan Xiu moved his body and the two of them leaned back on the sofa. The living room was quiet to a fault.
Chapter 130 Lingfu Mountain, finalized list.
After the release of the potential dragon ranking, there was also a finalized ranking. Previously, appearing on the potential dragon ranking could only be used as a rough reference. Such as Su Xingyuan, Zhang Ruya, and Chen Qi did not reflect their true strength. Now, the current subterranean dragon ranking might only have the top 5 as a reference. After being in the Dragon Diving Academy for so long, everyone was growing. Only a pervert like Chen Qi was basically absent. The SSS talent allowed him to require more resources than others, while absorbing them at a much faster rate. The increase in strength would also far exceed that of others.
Ostensibly being at the 7th level of the martial soldier realm, he would at least be ranked 9th. 3 days passed by in a hurry, and the day of the finalized list came. This time, everyone would be involved. All of the teachers, including the strongest of the outside martial arts universities, the strongest of the military, and the strongest of the lineages would arrive. What are you doing here? Zhang Zixing looked at Tiger Xiaofeng, who appeared in front of him, and asked without a good mood. When one's strength reached the martial marquee realm, one was required to go to the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. Even if Tiger Xiaofeng was a military commander, the same was true. Ha, senior brother, the genius sent by my military to participate in the subterranean dragon ranking finalization, I naturally have to come and take a look. Tiger Xiaofeng laughed and explained with a smile. Zhang Zixing glanced at the group of geniuses not far away, retracted his gaze, and asked indifferently, "It's been a long time since I'd been to the battlefield of the 10,000 races, how is the battle situation of the human race now?" Tiger Xiaofeng shrugged, "The situation is still the same. It's pretty much the same as it was a few decades ago, with the strongest people from all sides keeping an eye on each other." Listening to Tiger Xiaofeng's words, Zhang Zixing nodded. He hadn't been to the battlefield of the 10,000 races since his injury and fall in strength. But Tiger Xiaofeng paused and said quietly, "But there are still quite a few people who are looking for you." Zhang Zixing let out a light laugh. Those people who were looking for him in Tiger Xiaofeng's mouth, he knew who they were without having to ask. At that time, in that battle, quite a few strong people from the foreign races had wanted to kill themselves. They also included some people from the human race. But he himself hadn't gone to the battlefield of the 10,000 races for decades, which led to those people having no way to start. The other Jinyue, Jinchuan's army commander, didn't come? Zhang Zixing asked under his breath as his eyes swept the strong men that kept appearing. They can't come back and lead yet. As Zhang Zixing and Tiger Xiaofeng chatted, not far away from the side of the martial arts universities, the principals of Yendu Martial Arts University, Longchamp Martial Arts University, Gupo Martial Arts University, and a host of other martial arts universities also appeared here. There were geniuses from their respective universities that had been selected for the talent program this time around. The purpose of this visit was to see how many of their respective universities' geniuses ranked in the finalized dragon ranking. Among them, Yendu Martial University and Shindu Martial University were the most powerful. The principals of the two universities were all at the Martial King realm. Gu Jianming, the president of Yendu Martial University. Yi Tianzhong was the president of Shindu Martial University. The two of them were the top martial arts universities amongst all the martial arts universities in the country of Huaxia, and the two of them were standing together at the moment, their gazes sweeping over the Subterranean Dragon Academy and the others who were participating in the finalized list. Occasionally, they also looked at the principals of the remaining martial arts universities. Eventually, their gazes landed on the two of them, Zhang Zixing and Tiger Xiaofeng, who were not far away. "You've heard about the recent news, right?" Yi Tianzhong greeted the people around him with a smile on his face and said to Gu Jianming beside him. "Aha!" Gu Jianming nodded slightly. He didn't belong to a lineage, although Yi Tianzhong was a member of the Yi family, but with his strength at the Martial King realm, it didn't matter to him if he belonged to a lineage or not. The Martial King realm was not a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched anymore. "This nature of yours is still like this after so many years, to be able to sit in the position of the principal of Yendu Martial University, you really aren't willing to change at all," Yi Tianzhong said smilingly. Gu Jianming revealed a smirk and did not speak. Seeing this, Yi Tianzhong continued, "Zhang Zixing might really have research results. Don't you have any ideas? You've known him for quite some time, and didn't you also participate in that battle at the battlefield of the 10,000 races?" Listening to Yi Tianzhong's words, Gu Jianming's gaze landed on Zhang Zixing's body, and a trace of reminiscence flashed in the bottom of his eyes before he shook his head. "It's been decades since I've been in contact." Yi Tianzhong gave him a deep look and said smilingly, "Zhang Zixing is not in a good position. Several other families are now jumping at the chance to get the research results from him. If it wasn't for the people from the Martial Education Bureau and those powerful people up there pressing down, maybe the next moment Zhang Zixing could be divided up by that group of people." Gu Jianming didn't pick up the conversation, but instead shifted it to Yi Tianzhong. "So your Yi family thinks the same way now?" In the Chinese country, there were a total of 7 families, of which Li, Zhao, Yang, and Chen had always advocated for the development of the most high-end combatants to be the main focus, and the rest were able to be discarded. As for Wang, Zhang, and Yi, they favored the path of comprehensive development. Compared to the other 4 families, these 3 families' attitudes were more moderate and at the same time more erratic. But that was before. Now that it was rumored that Zhang Zixing's research had yielded results, would these three families still have the same attitude as before? It was hard to say. Yi Tianzhong smiled, that depends on whether Zhang Zixing's research is there or not. Gu Jianming did not say anything.
One request, make sure to seal off the two people, Chen Shi and Su Xingyuan.
Definitely don't let them enter the front of the subterranean dragon ranking, at least not to the top 50.
Li Wenjiang and Zhao Wenshi both explained to the students under their respective hands at almost the same time.
Zhang Zixing was now emboldened, but what about the two of them, Chen Shi and Su Xingyuan?
Chen Shi's cultivation speed was abnormally fast, and it was possible that Su Xingyuan had gotten hold of Zhang Zixing's research results. These two were the strongest of the students that Zhang Zixing had taken in.
They were also the two most likely to have Zhang Zixing's research results. Zhao Li, Li Su, and the other geniuses from the Zhao and Li families as well as the rest of the crowd couldn't help but look at Chen Shi and the others not too far away after listening to the two of them, Zhao Wenshi and Li Wenjiang, finish speaking. The place where the subterranean dragon ranking is set is in a place called Lingfu Mountain, and a large number of foreign beasts are hiding in it. Basically all of them are at the strength of the martial soldier realm. Unlike those foreign beasts we saw before, some of the foreign beasts in Lingfu Mountain were captured from the 10,000 races battlefield. The strongest ones are rumored to possibly appear at the second or even third level of the martial master realm. The strength is much stronger than those seen before. A few people came together, and Zhang Ruya spoke out the news of this time's finalized list. By now, even if he never said the power behind him, Chen Shi and the others could guess a few things. Wang Yuan had recovered from his injuries, and now he was ranked 37 on the subterranean dragon ranking. The ranking was not too high.
Listening to Zhang Ruya's explanation, Chen Shi and Su Xingyuan both glanced at each other and had some expectations for the foreign beasts that set the list this time. If they were strong enough, it would mean that a number of people's rankings would change in this finalized list. At the same time, getting a stronger Fey Beast's crystal core would also allow their strength to grow faster. The finalization of the list was not only the ranking of the subterranean dragon list, it was also a good opportunity to improve their strength. After all, the subterranean dragon ranking would last for a week. The 7 days were based on the number of alien beasts killed and the strength of each person.
Chapter 131 Chen Shi, you are robbing.
The subterranean dragon ranking finalization was different from the tests and actions that Chen Shi and the others had participated in before. Here, everything was guided by individual strength. Lingfu Mountain was huge. The mountain ranges were connected, and Lingfu Mountain was the main peak of the mountain range.
Be careful with everything. The four of them, Su Xingyuan, Wang Yuan as well as Zhang Ruya and Zhang Baichao, were in full costume.
The subterranean dragon ranking was related to the cultivation resources they could get in the subterranean dragon academy. At the same time, they also had to face harassment from other people. This time, although it was still not possible to kill anyone, it did not say that it was forbidden to strike each other. For example, Zhao Zong's group was absolutely not going to let Wang Yuan go. As for Zhang Ruya and Zhang Baichao, with the Zhang family standing behind them, Zhao Zong's group of people did not dare to strike at them openly. Although the strength of the Zhao family was not the strongest among the several families, it was definitely not weak either. A few people nodded slightly, you be careful as well. Knowing the ins and outs, Chen Shi's situation was definitely more difficult than theirs. But when they thought of Chen Shi's perverted talent, a few people felt pity for the group of people who had struck out against Chen Shi. Poor guys, you want to get Zhang Zixing's research results? From Chen Shi. But he doesn't have those research results on him at all. The Li family is still really harming people. As the silhouettes of the four Su Xingyuan disappeared into the Spirit Caress Mountain, Chen Shi was the only one left standing in place. Senior brother Chen Shi, be careful. Senior brother Chen Shi, we're going in first. The students who were under the same Zhang Zishang's discipline as Chen Shi would greet him as they passed by. Although they were not strong, the moment they chose Zhang Zixing as their teacher, they had already stood on the same front as Chen Shi, wanting to disconnect, unless they switched to another teacher. Chen Shi smiled and nodded his head. Within a short period of time, there were not many people left around. Several gazes fell on Chen Shi. When they looked up, almost all of them were from the worldly clan, the Martial University. Follow him later, we'll go wherever he goes. It's absolutely impossible for him to ascend the subterranean dragon ranking. Don't be afraid of him, even though he's in the 7th level of the martial soldier realm, there are rules in the subterranean dragon academy, he doesn't dare to go out and kill anyone. The crowd whispered. Zhao Zong's chilling gaze landed on Chen Shi, and when he saw Chen Shi looking at him, Zhao Zong laughed harshly and raised his hand in a neck-wiping motion.
The provocation was full of meaning. Zhao Zong, Li Su and the others glanced at Chen Shi, and with a single movement, they had disappeared into the Spirit Caress Mountain in the blink of an eye. There was no need for them to do something like stopping Chen Shi from ascending the potential dragon ranking. Chen Shi didn't dare to kill anyone, so they had a way to pester Chen Shi to death. Chen Shi faintly swept a glance at the crowd and let out a light smile as he headed towards Lingfu Mountain. "Follow him." Zhao Zong's voice rang out, followed by a movement of his body, which instantly disappeared in place. The rest of the crowd heard this and moved. Following behind Zhao Zong, they disappeared into the Lingfu Mountain. Spirit Fader Mountain was very large, and the moment Chen Shi entered it, his figure flickered slightly, and with a fierce step on a tree, his entire body leapt onto a thick branch. The black army breaking bow was held in his hand. The entire person instantly blended into the shadows at this moment. In just a short amount of time, Zhao Zong and the others' silhouettes had appeared not far away. Where are the people? Zhao Zong swept the surroundings, and silence was all that remained, with only the rustling sound of branches and leaves shaking. Including the crowd behind him, their gazes swept around. There was no trace of Chen Shi. "Humph, chase." Zhao Zong coldly snorted, and just as his figure moved, an arrow tore through the branches and leaves of the forest and swept in front of him. Put! The arrow penetrated Zhao Zong's right shoulder in a flash. It pierced through the right shoulder and nailed to the tree at the back, the arrow's tail quivering. "Over there!" Someone was the first to look in the direction the arrow flew from. The crowd moved at once. Zhao Zong stifled a grunt and was just about to speak, but he could not wait for him to make a sound. Two arrows then penetrated the thighs of the two men, pinning them to the ground. Miserable screams rang out. Zhao Zong's pupils shrunk violently as he yelled, "Chen Shi, are you trying to break the rules of the Subterranean Dragon Academy?" Chen Shi laughed coldly as the broken army bow was continuously drawn. Arrows kept flying out from the bowstring. He, who had already reached the 7th level of martial soldier, wanted to shoot the group in front of him, whose strength was only at the strongest at the 2nd level of martial soldier realm. It was simply not too easy. However, the reason why he didn't do so was simply because he didn't want to break the rules of the Subterranean Dragon Academy. One couldn't kill, but it didn't say that one couldn't shoot to waste this group of people. Zhao Zong's group of people wanted to pester themselves, thinking that they wouldn't dare to strike out as soon as they entered, but they were on the verge of satisfying them. Once he struck, Chen Shi showed no mercy. Each arrow would send one person's arm or thigh through. By losing the ability to move, his purpose had been achieved. As for Zhao Zong, there's no rush, play with him. Since this group of people from the World family wanted to block him from ascending the Subterranean Dragon ranking, he would definitely not be merciful in his actions. Throughout the woods, arrows continued to fly out. There were more than 40 people who had come to pester Chen Shi this time. Within a short period of time, the number of people who had been nailed to the ground or trees by Chen Shi's arrows had reached more than 20. Chen Shi. Me. I was wrong. Some people shouted under their breath, wanting to head towards the outside of Lingfu Mountain. However, in the next instant, the arrow penetrated his shoulder and nailed him to the tree. Wrong? You guys aren't wrong. You guys are just scared. Many people here were feeling Chen Shi's strength for the first time. In the subterranean courtyard, Chen Shi rarely put up a fight. Even in the ring, he used his lance against his enemies. The first time he had shot an arrow was the time before when Zhao Zong and Wang Yuan were in the ring. Just when the crowd thought that Chen Shi would nail all of them as a group, the arrow suddenly stopped. Zhao Zong watched as Chen Shi kept striking, and in a short period of time, only half of the group of over 40 people had been left. Chen Shi, you're crazy, you're making an enemy of my Zhao family with this behavior. Floating down from the tree, Chen Shi lightly glanced at Zhao Zong as his gaze landed on the dozens of people in front of him. Suddenly, he smiled and said softly, "How about I make a deal with you guys?" Zhao Zong's pupils shrunk violently as he seemed to think of what the deal in Chen Shi's mouth was. Hurriedly, he spoke out, "Chen Shi, how dare you? You are provoking the entire Subterranean Dragon Academy with this behavior. This of yours." Buzz. An arrow pierced through his ear and nailed next to his head. An indifferent voice rang out, "If you dare to say one more word, I will waste you." Feeling the pain, Zhao Zong's gaze towards Chen Shi was filled with a cold color, along with fear. He could tell that if he really said one more word, Chen Shi really dared to waste himself.
Adhering to the principle that a good man should not be defeated beforehand, he chose to cleverly shut his mouth.
Seeing Zhao Zong shut up, Chen Shi was satisfied.
A card flew out and nailed the other side of Zhao Zong's head, and his voice rang out, "Make a deal with you guys. You guys have two choices, the first one is wasted by me.
The second, 100 Dragon Academy points per person."
He had been deducted 2 months of Dragon Academy points by the subterranean Dragon Academy, so he definitely had to find a way to get them back. The group of people in front of him, Zhao Zong, seemed to be a good choice.
I don't have 100 points left,"
someone said in tears. Chen Shi raised an eyebrow. "It's fine, swipe as many as you have now and give them to me."
"It's fine to return the rest to me next month."
"But you guys have to pay me interest, 1 point a day, you can owe me for as many days as you want."
"Chen Shi.
You're robbing. There are rules in the Subterranean Dragon Academy that don't allow robbing other people's Dragon Academy points." Chen Shi nodded and said with a smile, "You're right, so I'm not robbing now, I'm making a deal with you guys. It's up to you guys to choose."
Chapter 132, 100 for others, 300 for you. Listening to Chen Shi's words, Zhao Zong wanted to curse. This is a trade? What is this, not robbery? But right now, he didn't dare to speak.
He only dared to look at Chen Shi with cold eyes, and his hatred for Chen Shi grew deeper and deeper. Chen Shi did not even look at Zhao Zong, and in the palm of his hand, an arrow with flickering light slowly coalesced. A voice rang out, "You guys need to think fast, 20 seconds, if you guys don't make a choice yet, I'll make the choice for you." The crowd looked at me, I looked at you, and finally looked at Zhao Zong, who was nailed to the tree.
Zhao Zong didn't dare to say a word right now.
When the crowd saw this, one of them limped and pulled out the points card that was nailed to the tree. Then he crossed his points over. This month's Dragon Academy points had been issued for only 2 days, and quite a few people hadn't even spent their points yet. Now it was cheap for Chen Shi for nothing.
One by one, everyone except Zhao Zong allocated 100 points to Chen Shi. "You guys can leave now."
Chen Shi waved his hand, and those who were injured walked towards the outside of Lingfu Mountain, while those who were not injured disappeared into Lingfu Mountain. In a short period of time, only Chen Shi and Zhao Zong were left. Glancing at the points card in his hand, Chen Shi was satisfied with his sudden decision. How fast was this? Several thousand points had arrived in a short period of time. The group just now had a total of 42 people, 100 per person, and now Chen Shi had more than 4,000 points on his points card.
Wasn't such a speed faster than doing a mission on your own? It's just a pity that you can't do such things in the Subterranean Dragon Academy. The opportunity was only this once. One must seize the opportunity.
Looking at Chen Shi, who was walking slowly towards him with a faint smile on his face, Zhao Zong's heart couldn't help but tighten. "Chen Shi, my points have been used up."
"Is that so?"
Chen Shi naturally didn't believe it and took out Zhao Zong's points card and swiped it.
"Points, 3 points.
"Chen Shi, there is absolutely no need for you to get into this situation with us." Zhao Zong's voice rang out, "Chen Shi, you definitely don't have a good life following Zhang Zixing. Why don't you join us? The resources you want will definitely not be less. With what you have on you, as long as you plunge into us, you will definitely obtain more than what Zhang Zixing gives you."
Listening to Zhao Zong's words with compulsion, Chen Shi raised his eyebrows slightly and asked with a smile, "Is that so?
Then tell me, what things can I obtain if I defect to you guys?" Looking at the look on Chen Shi's face in front of him, Zhao Zong's heart was delighted as he paused and said, "Martial Spirit Realm, personal guidance from the Martial King Realm."
"Don't you want Dragon Academy points just for cultivation resources?"
"As long as you commit to us, we'll give you at least 500 Dragon Academy points of cultivation resources every month."
Chen Shi smiled. 500 points.
This was treating himself like a beggar. Shaking his head, "Forget it, your sincerity is too low, I'm still not going to plunge into you." Zhao Zong anxiously voiced out, "Then you say, as long as you plunge into us and are willing to tell us what kind of Zhang Zixing's fruits are in your body, we will definitely fulfill what you want."
He was truly anxious.
The gazes of all the lineages were all fixed on Chen Shi and Zhang Zixing. Once the Zhao family was the first to get it, then not only would the Zhao family gain endless benefits,
even he too would gain equally great benefits. "I want to become a martial marquis realm in a month. I wonder if such a condition is difficult for your Zhao family?"
Chen Shi smilingly stated his conditions, and as the words fell, Zhao Zong shook his head without hesitation. "Chen Shi, you're dreaming. Such conditions feel impossible.
No one will be able to fulfill such conditions of yours. Chen Shi nodded his head and sighed. It's a pity then, it seems that you can't afford my teacher's research results. You? Zhao Zong looked at the sneer on Chen Shi's face in front of him before reacting.
Chen Shi had no intention of making this deal with himself at all. Alright, my time is precious, from now on, I'm going to ask you one last time, if you still can't come up with 300 Dragon Academy points, then I'm going to waste you.
Chen Shi didn't want to continue dawdling with Zhao Zong at this moment and gave an ultimatum.
They all have 100 points, how come it's 300 points for me?
Zhao Zong is not willing, other people 100, his own 300. He'll be damned if he's willing.
Chen Shi, a genius of a worldly family has to be treated like a genius of a worldly family, they're all a bunch of poor people, but you're different. You're a genius of the Zhao family, 300 points I still think it's less.
Hurry up. Chen Shi, you'll regret this, you'll definitely regret this.
Zhao Zong gritted his teeth and finished speaking word by word, then pulled out a points card from somewhere in his body.
You're a ING talent, you hid the points card there?
Looking at the points card that Zhao Zong pulled out from somewhere, Chen Shi couldn't help but admire Zhao Zong.
This bastard seemed to be prepared. With a cold face, Zhao Zong crossed 300 points to Chen Shi.
With the transaction completed, Chen Shi smilingly patted Zhao Zong, I suddenly feel that you're a bit cute now.
I hope we can meet again.
After Chen Shi finished speaking, he moved his feet and swept towards the depths of Lingfu Mountain. This scene was all seen in the eyes of the people monitoring it. The two were not on any side and were neutral. Chen Shi's movements the two watched silently and did not utter a word to stop them. The rules of the Subterranean Dragon Academy, one could not make a move to grab points in the Subterranean Dragon Academy.
It doesn't say that you can't be outside. Spirit Fusion Mountain was now clearly outside the scope of the Subterranean Dragon Academy.
Such an action did not violate the rules of the Subterranean Dragon Academy, and in addition, it was also because Zhao Zong and the other 40 or so people were acting together. Such an action was clearly unintentional.
This caused the two to cry and laugh. Why is this scene so familiar? The other person laughed helplessly and said, familiar is right.
Isn't this what teacher Chen Shi once did? The one who had first spoken out came to a realization.
He couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's also true that what kind of teacher brings what kind of student.
Chen Shi alone extorted several thousand Dragon Academy points. This tactic would definitely be wonderful if it went to the battlefield of the 10,000 races.
Ha, yeah, there went a Zhang Zixing, and then there went another Chen Shi.
These two are really masters and disciples. Because it had rained, the entire Lingfu Mountain was shrouded in a layer of white mist.
A figure in black armor instantly flashed by.
In his hand, he held a black longbow with light flowing through the bowstring.
Hiss!
A sharp hissing sound suddenly rang out from between the trees on the left. A figure of more than 10 meters suddenly appeared.
Boom!
The long tail swept a tree as thick as a man's waist. It swept towards Chen Shi with a terrifying whistling sound.
Chen Shi's eyes stared, and an arrow appeared on the bowstring in the blink of an eye.
With a buzzing sound, the sound of the bowstring quivering and the arrow flying out sounded almost simultaneously.
The 7 inches of that 10-meter-plus giant snake was instantly pierced by the arrow.
A terrifying force erupted. The giant snake slammed onto the ground with a bang, struggling continuously. At a glance, a large hole appeared at the 7 inches. The fourth realm of the martial soldier. Breaking the giant snake's body open, a foreign beast crystal core appeared in his hand. Swallowing it in one bite, Chen Shi's figure disappeared once again.
8th. Chapter 133 Surrounded by Wolves.
The two of them, Chen Shi and Su Xingyuan, won't be able to ascend the Subterranean Dragon ranking this time. Zhao Wenshi and Li Wenjiang were both sitting together, and the two of them glanced at Zhang Zixing, who was not far away, as a cold color flashed in their eyes. Zhang Zixing's research had already yielded results, a fact that had been recognized as a fact by almost all of their lineages. This time, the purpose of setting the list was naturally to make sure that Chen Shi had no way to ascend to the Subterranean Dragon list. It was best to scrap Chen Shi by pushing him to the brink of extinction. Zhang Zixing must be furious, and in this way, their opportunity would come. Since Chen Shi could obtain Zhang Zixing's research results, it meant that Chen Shi was important to him. Perhaps Chen Shi knew something about Zhang Zixing's research results. The Zhao clan had Zhao Jin, and the Li clan had the two of them, Li Su and Li Juanhao. There were even Yang, Chan, and the two of them out there. In the top 10 of the potential dragon ranking, 5 of them were from all 4 of their families,
and Chen Shi would definitely not be a match for any of them if he ran into any of them. Not to mention, there were also geniuses from the Wang Yi families who might also make a move. Zhang Zixing's research results were like a mountain of gold. No one would be able to resist such a temptation. In that case, a large portion of the top 10 in the subterranean dragon ranking would make a move against Chen Shi. How would he block? The strength of Yi Deer and Wang Fa had even reached the martial master realm. Chen Shi was only at the 7th level of martial soldier now, so what could he do to block them? Senior brother, this time Chen Shi is in a bad situation. Tiger Xiaofeng looked sideways at Zhang Zixing, who looked bland and serious. He and Zhang Zixing were senior brothers, and as Chen Shi had worshipped under Zhang Zixing, it was only natural that he, as a senior uncle, would also be worried about his situation. Zhang Zixing nodded slightly. They all think that Chen Shi has my research results on him, and they will definitely make a move against him for the finalization of the subterranean dragon ranking this time. Then you are not worried? Tiger Xiaofeng was stunned that Zhang Zixing was still sitting here with a calm demeanor since he knew that something like this would happen. According to Zhang Zixing's nature, he should have at least beaten Zhao Wenshi by now. But right now, Zhang Zixing's expression was clearly off. After thinking about it, he moved towards Zhang Zixing's side, and a trace of spiritual power force appeared. Senior brother, tell me honestly, have you prepared for everything? Feeling Tiger Xiaofeng's spiritual power, Zhang Zixing looked at him with a hint of surprise in his gaze. Tiger Xiaofeng's spiritual power was growing quite fast. Don't show off your spiritual power. Zhang Zixing said indifferently, and the vast sea-like spiritual power in his mind fluctuated slightly. Tiger Xiaofeng's body stiffened slightly, and a tingling pain came from his mind that passed in an instant. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. The gaze that looked at Zhang Zixing was filled with shock and a hint of excitement. Senior brother, you. He sensed Zhang Zixing's vastness like the sea of spiritual power. He hadn't cultivated spiritual power for a short time, but compared to Zhang Zixing, he was not a bit worse. At best, it could only top half of Zhang Zixing's. Poof. Zhang Zixing hummed lightly. Little fellow, you dare to show off to me with such a small amount of spiritual power. At best, your spiritual power is only a little bit stronger than Chen Shi's. Thinking of this, he felt that his decision to accept Chen Shi as a student was incomparably correct. The speed of spiritual cultivation is horrifying, and there is also that cluster of strange flames that enhance his spiritual power all the time. His strength had risen even faster than everyone else. Right now, it was already in the 7th realm of the martial soldier. Then if he waited for the talent program to end, what level would Chen Shi's strength rise to? Martial General? Or the Martial Zone realm? Shaking his head and casting the thoughts in his mind aside, he nodded slightly. There's a little bit of progress. Really? Tiger Xiaofeng's expression was filled with excitement and thrill. After Zhang Zixing was injured, his strength was constantly falling. Decades had passed, and if it continued to persist, then Zhang Zixing might turn out to be the first powerful person to fall from the martial king realm and die of old age. Zhang Zixing couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Recently, I feel that the strange power within my body seems to be weakening. The speed of the fall in strength is also slowing down. It looks like that bizarre power seems to be nearing its end. Tiger Xiaofeng slapped his thigh heavily, his entire body trembling slightly. He knew all too well how strong the Zhang Zixing had once been. A greater genius than himself. It could even rank in the top 10 in the entire Chinese nation. Once Zhang Zixing was truly able to recover, I'm afraid there were many people who wouldn't be able to sleep. Chen Hanhai's death and Zhang Zixing's injuries had allowed Zhang Zixing to leave the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Otherwise, the current Zhang Zixing would at least be at the Martial Marquis or even Martial Zun realm. Tiger Xiaofeng did not continue to ask deeper questions, knowing this was already enough. Zhang Zixing's voice rang out. It was inevitable that Chen Shi would be targeted this time. But it's not like I'm unprepared. Tiger Xiaofeng was stunned and seemed to understand something. Black battle armor was on his body, and a pair of amber eyes under the hood did not resemble humans. Roar! The roar of the foreign beasts resounded continuously in the mountains. There were quite a few fey beasts in the Spirit Caress Mountain, but the fey beasts that Chen Shi had encountered up until now were not very strong. At the 7th level of the martial soldier realm, his strength erupted enough to be comparable to the 9th level. Once again, an inferno lion was killed with a single arrow. The fey beast crystal core was swallowed by Chen Shi in one gulp. By now, the number of foreign beasts that he had put to death had reached 52. The weakest was at the 2nd level of martial soldier, and the strongest was at the 5th level of martial soldier realm. More than 50 foreign beast crystal cores were swallowed and absorbed. Chi and blood flowed, and the gate to the 8th level of the martial soldier realm was getting closer and closer. Ah! A startled roar suddenly sounded from a kilometer away. The amber-colored eyes flickered with light, and Chen Qi's entire body instantly disappeared in place. The Lingfu mountain was overgrown with trees, blocking the line of sight. Although he had a terrifying 7-kilometer field of vision, the trees blocked his sight. A few hundred meters away, 2 men were covered in wounds. In front of them, a tiger covered in a layer of frost and indifference in its huge eyes. The nostrils spewed out coldness, and the trees in front of them were instantly covered in a layer of frost. Frost tiger. Martial soldier 7th realm. The grass and trees within its circumference had turned into frost. A slight touch could turn it into pieces. The 2 men were injured and were attacked by the frost tiger's coldness, and they were already very slow between their actions. Along with that, a thick layer of frost had covered both of them. Geniuses of the martial university. Chen Qi could tell the identities of the 2 at first glance. A student of the martial university and a genius of a worldly family could be distinguished at a glance. The 2 did not have an aura such as that of a worldly family's genius. Both of them were at the 2nd level of the martial soldier realm, and such strength was not weak. But facing a frost tiger, whose strength had reached the 7th level of the martial soldier realm, was tantamount to looking for death. Chen Qi! Save us! Looking at the frost tiger that was getting closer and closer in front of them, the eyes of the 2 were filled with despair. Ha! Chen Qi swept his eyes over the 2. Ignoring the 2. He did not have a good impression of the group of geniuses from the subterranean Dragon Academy's martial university. Unlike the geniuses of the military, most of the geniuses of the martial university were from good families, and even if there were those from bad families, they would still commit themselves to the side of the worldly families. As a member of Yendu Martial University, Wang Yuan, this group of people acted as spectators when he was forced to mount the ring by Zhao Zong and the others. Now, wanting to make a move on their own?